Reward yourself with 100,000 for indulging once. How much can your little body earn in a day? You're a wage earner making over 10,000 a month, striving with your girlfriend and dreaming of the future. But after a few years of harsh reality, your girlfriend finds you lacking and turns to a wealthy bachelor. Given your current income, it would take at least 200 years to buy a house in Deep City. Heartbroken, you extinguish your cigarette. Then you look downstairs at a large foot massage parlor. With a determined look, you stand up, ready to indulge. Detecting your desire to indulge, it immediately sends 3 dog heads, activating the lavish indulgence system. You still haven't figured out what's going on. Then several cold voices sound, detecting 1 instance of indulgence, reward of 220,000, reward of 10,000, reward of 10,000. A series of sounds follow, and then your phone buzzes repeatedly with bank deposit notifications. Wow, the doghead system is really working. Since you started studying, you've been familiar with the system by commenting on various videos. The more you indulge, the richer you get. The system is simply amazing. Without hesitation, you take a taxi to the largest Coco shopping plaza in Deep City, casually choosing a Gucci flagship store to enter. A beautiful sales assistant quickly approaches you, asking, "Sir, what can I help you with?" The sales assistant wears a professional smile, unlike the condescending clichés seen in dramas. Having never encountered luxury brands before, you naturally know nothing about them. But with the system at your disposal, indulging is simple. You just grab whatever looks good. After selecting 10 outfits, you head to the counter to check out. Sales assistant Miss Yuan smiles as she calculates the price. "Sir, your total is 320,000. 320,000 is still more than your entire savings. Just to be safe, you first settle for an outfit costing over 30,000. Before long, your phone buzzes, indicating that you've successfully completed an indulgent purchase, earning a reward of 150,000. Seeing that the system is real, your anxiety eases. You buy all 10 luxury outfits for over 300,000 in one go. The system detects another successful indulgent purchase, granting a reward of 140,000, and then another for 130,000. A series of reward notifications sound. Just from this indulgent purchase, you've earned over $1 million in rewards. "Mr. Happy, would you like us to deliver it to your door?" The sales assistant asks with a smile. You plan to continue shopping. Delivery to your door is definitely the best, so you leave your address. After changing into another outfit worth over 30,000, your aura instantly improves. Just as you're about to leave, the sales assistant approaches you. "Sir, you've spent 300,000 in our store, making you a VIP customer. I need to add you on WeChat. If you have any questions later, feel free to contact me." Though you've never bought luxury items, you know that over 300,000 is nothing in a luxury store. This sales assistant is specifically adding you on WeChat. It seems she has ulterior motives. You glance up and down. This sales assistant is attractive, her uniform accentuating her curves. If it were the old you would definitely have refused decisively. When you have a girlfriend, you need to maintain your principles. But now, you don't need to. You add her on WeChat and leave the Gucci flagship store for the next one. Since you're going to indulge, it's time to shop, starting with a suit. A suit isn't best when it's a brand, it's best when it's custom-made. A custom suit is tailored to fit you, with skilled craftsmen handling the details. Of course, such a suit is also very expensive, ranging from over 100,000 to over 200,000. Inside the Coco shopping plaza, there's a high-end custom suit shop. You give them your requirements and order 4 exclusive suits. 2 for winter and 2 for summer. Winter suits use flannel, while summer suits use English fabric, each priced around 150,000, totaling 600,000 for 4. You pay a deposit of 300,000, with delivery in a week. As you do, the system's voice chimes in. The system detects that you've completed an indulgent purchase, awarding you 1 million. After finishing your casual wear and suits, you buy leather shoes, belts, and lighters, which are relatively cheap, totaling around 100,000, and you received over 300,000 from Jiangliza. The only thing left is a watch, but there aren't any top brand watch stores in the Coco shopping plaza. Just so happens you have a friend who sells Vacheron Constantine. You'll go see him tomorrow. After leaving the Coco shopping plaza, your card balance has reached over $1 million. This is a sum you once couldn't even dare to imagine. With the system, you've amassed this wealth in just a few hours. Sitting on a bench outside the Coco shopping plaza, you open WeChat, ready to post on your moments. But before posting, you first check your ex-girlfriend Jiro's WeChat. You don't send her a message. Instead, you open her moments. Sure enough, there's only one line left. Jiro has blocked you. But you're not the type to be petty. It's over, so it's over. Collecting your emotions, you post all the photos taken in the store to your moments. In no time, there are many likes and comments below. "Wow, Changji's casual wear looks so handsome, you can't tell." When I first opened Moments, I thought I was looking at some male celebrity. If I saw you in real life, I'd compliment you on being handsome, but online, I can only say half. Most of the comments are from colleagues and friends, who are mostly ordinary wage earners and can't see the value of your outfit today. Only one comment comes from a girl with the ID Lemon Sauce, who immediately recognizes the mismatch in your outfit's value. Lemon Sauce, whose real name is Chun Xingning, is a sweet and cute junior of yours, known as a socialite in college. You used to have a good relationship with her, but after getting together with Giro, you drifted apart. Considering the time, she probably just started her junior year. You don't dwell on it and quietly wait. As you expected, the system's voice soon comes. Host has completed an indulgent show-off, gaining a lot of attention, reward of 220,000. It seems this indulgence system isn't just about indulgence, you also need to reap rewards afterward. Thinking about it, if you spend so much money and buy so many things, what's the point if you don't show off? You smile slightly, since it's like this, you won't hold back. After being a corporate drone for so many years, it's time to change your nature. While planning your carefree future, a message comes in, Lemon Sauce, how have you been, Chunyang Ge? You smiled slightly and replied, I didn't expect you to come knocking so soon. How have you been? I'm doing okay too, Lemon Sauce. I'll be heading out to study soon as I'm about to enter my senior year. What about Ro? Is he doing well? He's doing fine, I suppose, but we broke up, so I don't know much about him anymore. I'm really sorry to hear that Lemon Sauce has broken up. Back in school, everyone said you two were a match made in heaven. There's no such thing as a match made in heaven. We're just ordinary people. Lemon Sauce, what about Chun Yang? Are you single right now? Yes, at this point. Chen Xinglin paused for a moment before sending a message. Well, it's perfect timing. You just broke up, so your mood probably isn't great. Tonight, I'm at the Rose cocktail party with some junior sisters. Would you like to come join us? After saying that, Lemon Sauce sent a photo featuring two girls, one in black and one in white. The one in black is obviously Chen Xingning. After not seeing her for years, she has become even more beautiful. Although she still has a youthful look, her allure has begun to show. The other girl you don't really know. She looks a bit younger than Chen Xingning and is also very pretty, perhaps even more so than Chen Xingning. Dressed in a white blouse and a white mini skirt, she stands out as quite charming. Worried about where to go to unwind this evening, this seems perfect. After ending the call, you hailed a cab and headed straight for the Rose cocktail party. This place is different from other bars. Instead of loud music, there's a soothing live band. The atmosphere is simply perfect. Before long, you found the booth where Chen Xingming was sitting. However, besides Chen Xinglin and the girl in white, there were also two other men present. They looked quite ordinary, dressed in suits and holding glasses of red wine, chatting politely with Chen Xinglin and the girl in white. After a short chat, they left looking somewhat disappointed. You could see what was happening. You laughed and asked, so, did it not go well? The two men, not feeling embarrassed, shook their heads and replied, these two beauties are just too aloof. They hardly pay us any attention. It's actually quite normal. It's rare to see such stunning sisters in a nightclub. Without some real charm, you probably won't win them over. The two men seemed a bit discouraged, but you smiled and said, you guys are misunderstanding. Nowadays, how many women are really so materialistic? It's the drinks in your hands that create a sense of distance, which is why they rejected you. The two young men laughed, saying, come on, are you kidding? Which woman doesn't like money these days? Clearly, you're just a college student who hasn't faced the harsh realities of life yet. They naturally didn't believe what you said. In this profit-driven era, saying women don't like money is like saying men don't like black stockings. You smiled and said, since you don't believe me, let me give it a try. You asked for a cocktail from Jiao Bao and prepared to head over to Chen Xinglin and her sister. Man, you're really going? We just had red wine worth over 1,000. And you're bringing a cocktail that costs less than 100. Isn't that just embarrassing? Give it up. The two young men still didn't think much of it and continued to advise you. You ignored them and walked straight over to Chen Xinglin and the girl in white, cocktail in hand. The two could only stifle their laughter, waiting for you to embarrass yourself. Indeed, sincerity is the least valued thing in today's world. You approached Chen Xingning and the girl in white and smiled. I wonder if I have the privilege to share a drink with you two lovely ladies. Sorry, but you don't have the privilege. The girl in white coldly rejected you. Chen Xingning was also about to decline, but upon seeing you, she seemed to realize something, her lips curling into a playful smile. Little brother, everyone else is drinking Hennessy, and you show up with a cocktail? That's quite a downgrade. You smiled slightly and said, I personally hate using money. I believe in sincerity. I wonder if you two can sense that. Before Chen Xingning could respond, the girl in white huffed, I can't feel anything. Just leave quickly, seemingly very displeased with your comment. But Chen Xingning laughed and said, Tao Tao, don't be so aloof. I think what this little brother said is quite nice. I really like his sincerity. The girl in white, named Tao Tao, looked surprised. She had no idea why Chen Xingning had changed her demeanor and even started to believe in sincerity. Chen Xingning ignored her and looked at Yu, saying, "Come, little brother, sit next to me." Yu smiled and took a seat next to Chen Xingning. "Why are you so stiff, little brother? Is my waist not slim or pretty enough? Just wrap your arm around my waist," Chen Xingning said with a sweet smile on her delicate face. Yu welcomed her without hesitation. Yu wrapped your hand around Chen Xingning's slender waist. This scene not only surprised the girl in white, it also made the two young men nearby question their lives, thinking, what's going on here? They held glasses of Remy Martin worth over 1,000, yet couldn't even sit down. Meanwhile, that guy with a cocktail costing less than 100 not only got to sit down but also wrapped his arm around the waist of the girl in black. The disparity is just too great. At that moment, both young men were questioning their lives. Yu held Chen Xingning close and whispered with a smile, "Have you had enough fun, little sister? Isn't this just going along with you?" Chen Xingning sweetly smiled, showing her little tiger teeth. "Chen Yang, aren't you happy?" "I am quite happy. This little girl knows how to bring emotional value." Yu smiled and said, "It's quite noisy outside, and there are too many bothersome flies. Let's change to a different booth." You personally weren't used to the bar environment, even though the rose cocktail party was relatively quieter compared to others. Chen Xingning said sweetly, "But the minimum charge for a booth here at the rose cocktail party is 9,999. She blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking innocent and naive. You casually smiled and said, "Let's go," then got up immediately. Chen Xingning didn't expect you would actually go. After a brief moment of surprise, she chuckled and got up as well. The girl in white looked completely bewildered, not knowing what was happening. "Where are we going for Qingming Festival? We're changing places. Hurry up and follow us." The three of them left the booth, and the two young men saw Chen Yan leaving with two beautiful girls, causing their worldview to shatter. Looking at their Remy Martin worth 1,000, they nearly dropped their glasses in shock. You said, "What are you trying to show off for? Spending so much money is less effective than a cocktail that costs just a few dozen." From now on, they should also use sincerity to win over girls. Once inside the booth, the girl in white looked a bit anxious. "What are we doing in this booth for Qingming Festival? The minimum charge here is 9,999. We don't have that much money." Shen Tao and Chen Xingning come from ordinary families and definitely can't afford that kind of expense. "Don't worry, Tao Tao, my big brother is here," Chen Xingning said with a beaming smile. The girl in white looked at Chen Yang with surprise. She had a poor impression of him after he just ordered a cocktail, thinking it was too cheap. How come Chen Xingning was so obedient to this guy? Before she could voice her doubts, Chen Xinglin smiled and said, "Let me introduce him. This is Chen Yang, the senior I mentioned to you before." She then turned to you and said, "This beautiful little sister is Shen Tao, my sophomore junior." You looked Shen Tao over and had to admit she was indeed quite beautiful and had a great presence. She had that youthful beauty with a hint of allure, embodying the currently popular pure desire aesthetic. You didn't hold back your compliments, while Shen Tao felt a bit confused. After all, Chen Xingning had told her that this was the handsome, wealthy brother she had arranged to meet tonight. Shen Tao acknowledged he was handsome, but Chen Yang didn't seem to be wealthy, which left her feeling a bit disappointed. While thinking this, she maintained a warm demeanor, saying, "Hello, Chen Yang. It's nice to meet you." They nodded and smiled, having exchanged greetings. After chatting for a bit longer, Chen Xingning suddenly said, "Chen Yang, it seems we haven't placed our order yet. Let's order first. I'm a bit thirsty and a little hungry," Chen Xingning said, patting her small belly. You smiled and said, "I've already placed the order, it should arrive shortly." Chen Xingning was taken aback and replied, "You're really thoughtful. Well, big brother, this Qingning's sister provides great emotional value. That's why I used to enjoy hanging out with her back in school." Shen Tao remained silent, thinking that Chen Yang had bypassed them, likely to order something cheaper. She guessed that the total for drinks and dishes wouldn't even reach 2,000. She worried about how they would meet the minimum spending requirement for the night. Chen Xingning didn't think about that at all and continued chatting, saying with regret, "Chen Yang, I didn't expect you to break up with Giraud." You smiled calmly, showing no concern. "What's in the past is past, it's all behind me now." Shen Tao, a bit curious, asked, "Which Giraud are you talking about? You didn't know?" Chen Xingming seemed surprised. Then he added, "That's right. I've never mentioned this before, but Chen Yang's girlfriend was Giraud, the philosophy senior, one of the three school beauties back in our university days." Shen Tao was slightly surprised, saying, "So it's her? I've seen many pictures of her, and Jiro is truly beautiful. It's such a shame you two broke up. Even Shintao expressed some regret, saying, Jiro was very intelligent back in school. It was precisely because of this that life afterwards turned out to be vastly different from what he had imagined, leading to their eventual breakup. You smiled and didn't elaborate further. Meanwhile, a waiter in formal attire entered, saying, Sir, the wine you ordered has been decanted. The waiter brought out a decanter, the deep red wine swirling against the glass, looking quite good and smelling rich and aromatic. Both Shintao and Chen Xingming were curious about what kind of wine it was. Shintao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, wondering if a cheap wine could look this good. However, the waiter's next words almost left Shintao and Chen Xingming in shock. They were stunned when the waiter brought out a beautifully packaged wooden box and placed it on the table. Inside the box was an empty wine bottle. Then, the waiter enthusiastically introduced, Ladies and gentlemen, what you have purchased is a fine wine from the Porto Winery, worth 99,999. We have recorded the entire process of opening the wine. If you wish to review it, you can do so at any time. The waiter spoke clearly and professionally, leaving the other two in the booth, Shintao and Chen Xingming, looking completely shocked, while you remained unfazed. A 100,000 wine was simply opened without even mentioning it to them or putting on airs. Shintao's shock was hard to conceal, especially just moments ago. She had thought Chen Yang was broke for bringing a cheap cocktail, but now she felt her cheeks burning. After a brief silence, Chen Xingning reacted and exclaimed, That's great. Chen Yang, you really are amazing. Now I get to enjoy good wine tonight. She immediately leaned into your embrace. You naturally wrapped your arm around Chen Xingning's slender waist, asking, Are you satisfied now? Oh, Chen Yang, don't say that. Even if you bought Qingdao beer, I'd still be very happy. Chen Xingning said in a teasing tone. If someone else had said that, you might have doubted it, but when Chen Xingning said it, you believed her. After all, she never counted the times when you were down and out. She truly is a good sister. Watching the intimate interactions between Chen Xingning and Chen Yang, Shintao felt an inexplicable sense of envy. It's normal for women to have a hint of vanity in their hearts. In addition to the wine worth 99,999, a seafood platter worth 8,999 was also served, featuring various expensive seafood like geoduck, Australian lobster, and New Zealand prawns, all presented one after another. In addition to these, there were various hot dishes, including abalone, bird's nest, sea cucumber, matsutake mushrooms, and Iberian ham, with the total value of the dishes amounting to tens of thousands. Fortunately, the portions of these high-end dishes were not large, so they should be manageable. A table filled with dishes worth tens of thousands, paired with a 100,000 wine, naturally made Shintao and Chen Xingning very happy. They weren't even interested in eating but started taking photos instead. After posting on social media, they finally started eating and drinking, chatting away as they did so, making it easy to get drunk. Chen Xingning lay in your arms, feeling all soft and cozy. Chen Yang, do you think I'm pretty? She asked, blinking her eyes. As you ate, you looked her up and down. Chen Xingning was indeed outstanding in both looks and charm. You smiled and said, I've always thought you were beautiful. That's good. As long as you think I'm pretty, Chen Xingning said, looking very pleased, while you felt like you had hit the jackpot. You must have quite a few admirers, right? Why not find a boyfriend? What's so good about them? A bunch of stinky men just after my looks, Chen Xingning huffed, sounding a bit displeased. That's quite normal. I'm also after your looks. That's different. If you want it, it's mutual consent. To be honest, I never really thought about it. It was definitely fake. I just didn't feel anything for other women while I was with Jiro. Alright, there are outsiders present. Why are we discussing this? Chen Xingning then lazily glanced at Shintao, who was not far away. Shintao was already drunk, drowsily supporting herself with one hand on the table, unsure if she was awake or completely wasted. Tao Tao had always had poor alcohol tolerance. After drinking that much, she was already out of it. Chen Xingning knew very well about her friend's drinking capacity. Then she showed a mischievous smile, saying, Chen Yang, with how beautiful Tao Tao is, and now that she's drunk, shouldn't we just the two of us together? Forget it. I'm not willing to take that risk. Chen Yang directly refused, thinking it was ridiculous. He didn't want to end up in jail right after awakening the system. Chen Xingning laughed. Oh, Chen Yang, I was just joking. I'm not that kind of person, you know. Chen Xingning often just loves to play around. She was playful and flirty. When push came to shove, she would back down. She was just being cheeky. Chen Yang didn't say much more to her. As they finished the last bit of food and drink, it was time to settle the bill and leave. Chen Yang had a girl in white on his left and a girl in black on his right. Chen Xingning left the Rose cocktail party. Once outside, since they had spent a lot that night, the venue had arranged a ride for Chen Yang to take him, Chen Xingning, and Shintao back. In the Mercedes, the middle-aged driver smiled and asked, "Where are we headed?" Chen Xingling left directly. The Rose Wine Party went outside. Due to the high expenses tonight, the Rose Wine Party had already arranged a car for Chen Yang to take Chen Xingling and Shintao back. On the Mercedes shuttle, the young man asked where to go. The middle-aged driver smiled. "Then go to Deep City Media University." Chen Yang said that Deep City Media University is Chen Yang's alma mater. The good middle-aged driver nodded and then asked, "Which hotel is near Shanghai Media University? Four Seasons, Hilton, or Wharton?" Chen Yang was taken aback, somewhat puzzled, wondering how these are related. He directly said that going to the communication university is fine. "There's no need for the little brother to hide anything from me. I've seen many people like you." The middle-aged driver was very enthusiastic, even promoting the Rose Cocktail Party to Chen Yang. Although it was a high-end bar, at the end of the day, it was still a bar. There were countless incidents like these. The driver had seen it all before. Chen Yang thought, "You really know how to make a scene for yourself." Chen Yang ignored the greasy middle-aged driver. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't respond, the driver stopped talking, and the Mercedes quickly drove away. Heading toward the Media University, several voices echoed in Chen Yang's mind. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent expenditure. Reward, 330,000. Detected that the host has completed another indulgent expenditure. Reward, 120,000. Detected that the host has completed another indulgent expenditure. Reward, 150,000. After a night of spending, you've made quite a profit, totaling about 500,000 to 600,000. This exhilarating feeling of making money is truly enjoyable. Just as the system's voice finished speaking, Chen Xingning and Chen Yang's arms slowly opened her eyes, smiling and saying, "Chen Yang, big brother." "What does that mean, Uncle Driver?" "I just want to try it out," she said. Chen Yang lightly tapped her head and told her to be quiet. "I just want to try it out," she insisted. Chen Xingning's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she provocatively said, "Chen Yang, aren't you brave enough?" Chen Yang, originally not intending to respond, felt his competitiveness stirred. However, hearing her slightly teasing words ignited his competitive spirit. He whispered, "Be careful with what you say, you might just attract some good fortune. What's there to be afraid of?" Chen Xingming lightly huffed, her red lips curling into a smirk as she said, "Chen Yang, you're the one who's timid." "I'm not afraid at all." This little girl still had that tsundere and playful personality. It was just like before, thinking Chen Yang wouldn't dare to do anything to her. In the past, he might have hesitated, but things were different now. "Alright, then today I'll let this little vixen know that speaking carelessly has its consequences." A playful smile appeared on Chen Yang's lips. "Alright, today let you, this little fairy, know that speaking carelessly has a price." Chen Yang's lips curled into a playful smile. Then he said, the car stopped quickly, exactly, right in front of a five-star hotel called Huazhou Style. "It was fine to arrive here before," Chen Yang said to the driver uncle. He immediately said, "Stop the car." The Mercedes quickly came to a halt, perfectly stopping in front of a five-star hotel named Huazhou Fingshang. "This is fine," Chen Yang said to the driver. The driver was momentarily taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face, his eyes filled with meaning, as if to say, "I understand." "Alright," the driver replied, getting out to open the door. Chen Yang helped Chen Xingning and Shen Tao out of the Mercedes and headed towards Huazhou Fingshang. Looking at the slightly tipsy Chen Xingning he was supporting, Chen Yang asked, "Are you scared now?" "Not scared, not at all. Brother Chen Yang, you still don't dare." Chen Xingning continued to provocatively tease him. Chen Yang didn't argue, wrapping his arms around Chen Xingning and Shen Tao as they walked towards the hotel. Watching Chen Yang's departing figure, the driver couldn't help but sigh. Young people these days. Impressive. Huazhou Fingshang Hotel. In the presidential suite, Chen Yang arranged for Shen Tao to sit in a side bedroom and carried Chen Xingning into the master bedroom. He directly tossed Chen Xingning onto the large bed in the master bedroom and asked with a smile, "Now, do you believe it?" Although Chen Xingning was drunk and her eyes were a bit hazy, she stubbornly bit her red lip and huffed, "I don't believe it, not at all. Brother Chen Yang, you definitely wouldn't dare do anything to me." The shy yet proud junior high school girl was truly beautiful. "Is that so?" Chen Yan looked into her beautiful eyes. Chen Xingning's face turned crimson. "Brother Chen Yang, I need to take a shower, I'm dirty." Chen Yang sniffed and indeed smelled the strong scent of alcohol, nodding, "Alright." He let go of Chen Xingning. Only then did she somewhat dazedly get off the bed and head towards the bathroom. Before leaving the bedroom, she provocatively said, "Brother Chen Yang, you wait for me here, don't be scared and run away, or I will look down on you. Hurry up." This little enchantress was truly tempting. Chen Xingning threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Yan before heading straight to the bathroom. Chen Yang lay on the bed, resting for a while, listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, and some inappropriate images kept flashing in his mind. Chen Yang thought about it and directly walked to the bathroom door. However, he saw that the bathroom door was not closed but slightly ajar. Chen Yang smiled knowingly, immediately understanding what was happening, and pushed the door open. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom, and Shen Tao woke up groggily with a splitting headache, pressing her temples, gradually coming to her senses. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her body. It seemed she wasn't wearing much, just a nightgown. That meant her clothes had been changed by someone, and it seemed like she was in a hotel. Recalling how drunk she had been last night, and that Chen Xingning wasn't in a better state, didn't that mean? Even more terrifying was the feeling of someone pressing down on her. An ominous premonition arose in her heart, and Shen Tao immediately reached out her hand, both embarrassed and angry, and slapped the person on top of her. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed. After a moment, a pitiful cry came from under the covers. Woo woo! Woo woo! Brother Chen Yang, why did you hit me again? It was Qingning's voice. Shen Tao immediately pulled back the covers and looked closely, only to see that the person pressing down on her was indeed Shen Tao herself. She had made a mistake. Qingning, I'm sorry. Shen Tao's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chen Xingning was directly awakened by the slap, wiped her tears, and said in confusion, What are you doing so early? Why did you suddenly hit me? I thought you were. Shen Tao's face turned even redder. Chen Xingning also realized something, smiling as she hugged Shen Tao and said, Tao Tao, you don't think you were with brother Chen Yang last night? Shen Tao shyly nodded. Chen Xingning, however, huffed playfully, you have quite the imagination. At that moment, Chen Xingning suddenly thought of something, looked at Shen Tao, and laughed. Tao Tao, do you have any thoughts? Ha? What thoughts? Sister Qingning, I don't know what you're talking about. Shen Tao was extremely shy. Little sister, you need to be a bit bolder, opportunities must be seized. Chen Xingning smiled and said, You're so beautiful, your figure is even better than mine, both innocent and alluring. If you could be a bit more proactive, brother Chen Yang would definitely like you. Brother Chen Yang is handsome and wealthy, don't you want that? Shen Tao bit her red lip and huffed, I don't want that, Sister Qingning, I'm not that kind of woman. Though she said that, a ripple had already stirred in Shen Tao's heart. Chen Xingning giggled and didn't say much more, holding Shen Tao close. She suddenly felt unwell and said, Tao Tao, when we go to school later, help me ask for 2 days off. I've not been feeling well lately. You want to rest? Shen Tao blinked in confusion and asked, Sister Qingning, what's wrong? Do you need to go to the hospital? No need, just a few days of rest will do. Chen Xingning's face flushed. Next time, she couldn't provoke brother Chen Yang again. When Shen Yang woke up, it was already morning. He felt extremely tired, his whole body sore. He had stayed up too late last night and had a bit to drink, and now he felt very hungover, his stomach also quite uncomfortable. He went to the bathroom to throw up, and when he came out, he felt dizzy and utterly exhausted. In fact, Chen Yang's alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, he hadn't experienced such symptoms before. The reason for this was due to the high-intensity work he had done in recent years to buy a house, which had left his body in very poor condition. Sometimes, when he squatted down and stood up, he felt unsteady, as if he might faint. This couldn't go on. He couldn't drink for too long. He had indulged too much. Now that he had the godly rich system and wasn't short on money, he needed to make some changes, otherwise, he would really have money but no life to spend it. Just then, a cold system voice sounded. Detected that the host is currently at low health, recovery task issued, recovery task description, having a good body is essential to enjoy life and wealth better, task requirements, please raise health to above 60%, task rewards, for every 10% increase in health, a reward of 1 million will be granted, just as he wanted to sleep, the system sent a pillow, how fitting. Immediately, a panel appeared in front of Chen Yang. Host, Chen Yang, age, 27, height, 180, weight, 70 kilograms, strength, 19, stamina, 23, spirit, 33, assets, none, wealth, 2,153,000, health, 30%, all the data appeared before Chen Yang. Basically, everything was very poor, whether it was strength, stamina, or spirit, they were all in a low state. This was not surprising, after sitting in an office for so many years, he had no time to exercise, so it was a wonder his body was even in this condition. As for health, it was even worse, directly at 30%. This was already a very low value. If it dropped to around 10%, that would be a dangerous health level, with the possibility of sudden death at any time. Change. It was urgent. First, he started with the first thing, no more high oil, high salt takeout for breakfast. He cooked for himself, boiling 3 eggs, pairing them with 2 slices of whole wheat bread, some milk, and a bit of fruit. It could basically be considered a nutritious breakfast. Speaking of which, this whole wheat bread was bought by Giraud back then for her diet. She hadn't eaten many of them, and unexpectedly, time had passed, and everything had changed. Chen Yang didn't feel too melancholic. After finishing his meal, he changed into his workout clothes and went out. To change his physique, morning runs were a must. He went downstairs and headed to the nearby park, did some simple stretches, and then started running. According to Chen Yang's original plan, running 10 kilometers in the morning should be no problem. However, he didn't expect to overestimate his physical condition so much. After just 2 or 3 kilometers, he was panting, his heart racing, and his breathing was as labored as a blower, making it quite difficult. Nevertheless, even in such a state, he gritted his teeth and managed to run 5 kilometers. After finishing the 5 kilometers, Chen Yang sat exhausted on a park bench, enjoying the cool morning breeze and watching the people come and go, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had gone out in the morning like this. They say the plan for the day lies in the morning. Now it seemed to be true. Having completed his morning exercise, today would surely be easy. The host has completed the morning exercise check-in. Health value increased by 1%. A healthy diet and a morning workout could increase the health value by 1%. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Chen Yang's physical condition would recover. Keep it up. Chen Yang stood up from his spot and ran another 2 or 3 kilometers, reaching his limit before stopping. After finishing his morning exercise, he headed back to the community. Just then, his phone rang. He answered the call, and on the other end was a very displeased voice. Chen Yang, what time is it now? Why haven't you come to work yet? The caller was none other than Chen Yang's direct superior, team leader Xiaolong. This guy was no good either. Chen Yang had been feeling so frustrated at work, and half of the reason was because of him. Xiaolong was the typical kind of work saboteur. He knew full well that his team couldn't handle so much work, but in order to show off in front of his boss, he still took on a lot of tasks, crazily squeezing the employees. Previously, Chen Yang had no choice but to endure it due to life's pressures. Now, I quit. Chen Yang replied. Quit? Xiaolong's voice suddenly rose a few notches, angrily saying, Chen Yang, are you kidding me? The company is busy right now, and I'm not in the mood to joke with you. I'll give you half an hour. You come to the company immediately. If I don't see you at the company, just wait for me to deal with you. With that, Xiaolong hung up the phone in a huff. He was hoping that Chen Yang would rush back to the company, apologize to him, and beg for his forgiveness. But Chen Yang just scoffed, not taking this clown seriously at all. Now that he had the system in hand, the sky was the limit. Who would still go to work? As long as he didn't work, Xiaolong would definitely be the one to suffer. It's worth noting that Xiaolong's team had 10 people, and the most capable worker was Chen Yang. As long as he quit, Xiaolong wouldn't be able to complete any of the tasks he had taken on. Finding someone to fill in at the last minute was impossible. So, the one who should be coming to beg him should be Xiaolong. Thinking of this, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel quite pleased and directly left the park, heading back to Xiwan community. Back in the apartment, Chen Yang first took a shower, then changed his clothes and went upstairs. He still hadn't paid this month's utility bills and needed to find the landlord to settle them. Taking the elevator, he arrived at the 8th floor. Chen Yang knocked on the landlord's door. Knock, knock, knock. After the knock, there was no sound coming from inside. What was going on? Was the landlord not home? That shouldn't be the case. At this hour, there shouldn't be anything going on. Chen Yang knocked again and called out, Landlady. After a while, a hurried voice came from inside. Coming. It was a gentle female voice, very pleasant to hear. After a moment, the door finally opened. A slightly older woman, yet stunningly beautiful, with a charming appearance and an alluring figure, wearing a light blue long dress, with an extremely curvy S-shaped figure and a mature beauty that was definitely a size E, appeared before Chen Yang. Upon seeing the landlady, even Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. The landlady was indeed too beautiful, especially her figure, which was almost beyond acceptable limits. Although Giraud, as a flight attendant, also had a top-notch figure, in terms of body shape, she still fell short compared to the landlady. No wonder in the past, when Giraud paid various fees, she never let Feng Yuan come up, she always came alone. However, today the landlady's face was so flushed that it seemed a bit off. Chen Yang? You're here, the landlady said, forcing a smile upon seeing him. Yes, I'm here to settle the utility bills, Chen Yang replied. Noticing something was off with the landlady, he couldn't help but ask, Landlady, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No. Not at all, the landlady said, her face turning even redder as she quickly added, it's just a bit hot. That was true, it was summer, and the weather was indeed very hot. Chen Yang didn't think much of it. The landlady regained her composure and smiled, saying, "Come in and sit." She opened the door and invited Chun Yang into her apartment. Chen Yang felt no hesitation and walked straight into the landlady's apartment. The decor of the landlady's apartment was quite nice, with various pieces of furniture exuding a certain charm, and the walls adorned with paintings. The apartment was spotless, radiating a warm feeling everywhere. "Here, have some tea." After sitting down, the landlady elegantly began pouring tea for Chun Yang. The landlady always maintained this image: gentle, elegant, and skilled. If she were in ancient times, she would definitely be a refined lady of a prominent family. "Landlady, there's no need to go through all this trouble. I'm just here to pay the utility bills," Chun Yang said with a smile. "I know," the landlady replied with a gentle smile, taking out the bill and placing it on the table. "This is your utility bill from last month. I've prepared it for you. Take a look and see if there are any issues." Chen Yang took a look and found no problems. The fees were the same as usual. After confirming everything was fine, he directly transferred the money to the landlady. After paying the utility bills, Chen Yang should have left, but the landlady suddenly asked, "I heard that Ro has left?" Fang Yuan nodded, smiling helplessly. "Yeah, she just left yesterday." "That's quite a pity," the landlady couldn't help but sigh. She had a good relationship with Zhiro. After a pause, she continued, "But you don't need to be too sad. Ro has her own pursuits and her own future. Although you two had a good relationship, it was never really suitable. Breaking up isn't necessarily a bad thing." On this point, Chen Yang had already come to terms with it long ago. Zhiro is a woman with dreams and ambitions. She won't be confined to family life. And Chen Yang is not the kind of person who would forcefully bind someone with relationships. Since they have separated, regardless of the reason, it just isn't suitable. It's better for them to be free and enjoy life in their own ways. "I understand, landlady," Chen Yang said with a smile as he drank a cup of tea. Seeing that Chen Yang was not brooding, the landlady happily said, "It's good that you can think it through. If there's a chance in the future, come by more often. We can look out for each other," the landlady said politely. The landlady also lives alone. Her husband passed away long ago, leaving her several apartments to rent out. She rarely goes out, spending her days at home. She does have a bit of the demeanor of a traditional elegant lady. Spending time with such a traditional and graceful woman is indeed quite pleasant. "Okay," Chen Yang replied and then left directly. Back in the apartment, it was already noon. Chen Yang prepared a nutritious lunch, cooking 2 chicken legs paired with lettuce and a bowl of rice. This meal was settled. Chen Yang sat at the dining table, eating while scrolling through his phone. Just then, a message from WeChat came through. "Lemon Jam, brother Chen Yang, what are you doing? Have you eaten? Did you feel tired after going back last night? Did you miss me?" The sender was Chen Xingning. A series of messages. This little girl is always full of energy every day. Chen Yang smiled slightly, eating while replying. "Mu Yang, I'm eating, what about you?" "Lemon Jam, I finished eating. I'm swimming here with Tao Tao now." "Brother Chen Yang, do you want to take a look?" Mu Yang, "Look? How do I look?" Chen Yang was a bit confused. Unexpectedly, the next second, Chen Xingning sent a photo directly. It was a picture of her and Shen Tao together. They were both in a pool, probably a private one, with not many people around. Their styles had a striking contrast. Chen Xingning was wearing a black bikini, with very little fabric, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin, especially her proud assets, which were completely uncovered, as if they were about to burst forth. This little enchantress is really something. In contrast, Shen Tao was much more conservative. She wore a black and white swimsuit, which was relatively modest, but even so, due to her fiery figure, wearing such a conservative swimsuit still exuded a certain allure. The two sisters, one in black and the other in white, indeed looked quite appealing. "Lemon Jam, brother Chen Yang, how is it? Are Tao Tao and I pretty?" Mu Yang, indeed very pretty. Lemon Jam, so, who is prettier, me or Tao Tao? Mu Yang, both are very pretty. Lemon Jam, don't be so perfunctory, be precise, who is prettier? Mu Yang, well, Tao Tao is a bit prettier. Lemon Jam, brother Chen Yang, you really are fickle. Mu Yang, you made me speak the truth, she really has a slightly better figure than you. Lemon Jam, you can't tell just by looking, you have to try it out. Brother Chen Yang, I will make you realize sooner or later that I am much more alluring than Tao Tao. Mu Yang, then I will wait and see. Chen Yang smiled slightly. This little enchantress is quite interesting. After a pause, Chen Xingning's message came through again. Lemon Jam, brother Chen Yang, tomorrow is the weekend. I've been really bored at school lately. Why don't you come over to play with me and Mumu this weekend? Both Mumu and I are looking forward to it. Chen Yang thought for a moment. After resigning, he had nothing much to do, so going out to have some fun didn't seem like a problem. Mu Yang, when? Lemon sauce, tomorrow night. Mu Yang, okay. After a small agreement, the conversation ended. Chen Yang yawned, and soon drowsiness hit him. He lay down on the sofa in the living room and fell asleep right away. He had no idea how long it had been since he last took a nap. Ever since he started working, it had been endless work. After this nap, when he woke up, an hour had already passed. Chen Yang woke up feeling a splitting headache, his vision hazy, his mouth dry, and the weather outside was not great. It had suddenly turned from sunny to overcast, as if it were the end of the world. Cough cough. Chen Yang coughed a few times, drank a glass of water, and finally felt a bit better. This nap felt like he was dying. His physical condition was indeed too poor. Chen Yang looked at his health status. It had only increased by 1% since the morning, too slow. It seemed that relying solely on morning exercises was not enough. There should be a gym not far from here, and it's quite large. I should find a chance to get a membership. Chen Yang thought to himself. He wanted to improve his health, and working out was undoubtedly the best choice. However, he wasn't going to the gym just yet. He had things to accomplish this afternoon, so he decided to check his rewards first. So, Chen Yang changed into some clothes and went out. Tianfu Square. This is also one of the large shopping centers in Deep City. Chen Yang took a taxi here. As soon as he arrived at Tianfu Square, he saw a tall beauty, about 1.7 meters tall, with a supermodel-like figure, a 9-head body proportion, and long, beautiful legs, standing in the square, looking around with her phone in hand. This tall beauty was wearing a standard OL uniform that perfectly outlined her exquisite curves. Her already beautiful legs were wrapped in black stockings, and she wore high heels, making her leg shape even more striking. It truly echoed that saying, "A sister's beautiful legs are like a killer's knife." And this beauty was someone Chen Yang knew. She was the one he had asked out today. "Nana!" Chen Yang called out with a smile. The tall OL beauty turned to look at Chen Yang upon hearing his voice, her pretty face immediately lighting up with joy, but it quickly faded as she crossed her arms and said unhappily, "What, Nana? Who's Nana? I don't know her. You should call me Sister Na. Do you understand?" The tall OL beauty said seriously. Chen Yang just smiled and replied, "Doesn't that make you seem younger? I don't need that. I want to hear you call me Sister Na." The tall OL beauty still had a very proud demeanor. Alright, Sister Na." Chen Yang had no choice but to compromise. Only then did a happy smile appear on the tall OL beauty's face as she said, Alright, you really are a good little brother." Then, she walked over to Chen Yang's side and smiled, "Come here. Sister rewards you, you can wrap your arms around my waist." She directly took Chen Yang's hand and placed it on her waist, not minding at all. Chen Yang's lips curled into a playful smile, and without saying a word, he pulled her into his embrace, laughing, "Nana, hugging the waist is so boring. Do you want to?" Chen Yang's smile carried a hint of mischief. The tall OL beauty huffed, "You only dare to talk big, you have the desire but not the courage. I'm your sister, you think you can mess around, huh?" She wasn't afraid at all. This tall OL beauty, named Jiao Na, was indeed Chen Yang's sister, but they had no blood relation. Chen Yang's parents passed away when he was very young, and he was raised by his grandparents. At that time, they lived in an old neighborhood, and Yao Na was his neighbor. Yao Na's parents often traveled for work, so from childhood to adulthood, Yao Na and Chen Yang basically lived together. Yao Na was the typical big sister next door, taking great care of Chen Yang. She not only helped him with various daily matters but even stole money to buy him spicy snacks. Later, when Chen Yang entered high school, his grandparents also passed away one after another. Chen Yang had no relatives left, and Yao Na was basically the only one he had a close relationship with. After entering university, their interactions became less frequent, especially after starting work. They hardly saw each other. However, their relationship did not become distant. Now, when Chen Yang invited Yao Na out, she still interacted with him just like before, still that beautiful and charming big sister next door. Chen Yang just smiled and said nothing more. In the past, he was indeed not very bold in front of Yao Na. Back then, he was a pure-hearted young boy, quite timid, and it was mostly Yao Na teasing him and playing with him. Later, when Chen Yang got together with Zhiro, he had fewer opportunities to meet Yao Na. Over the years, the changes in Chen Yang were not well known to Yao Na. The current Chen Yang was no longer that pure-hearted young boy from a few years ago. Yao Na paused for a moment, suddenly realizing, and quickly removed her hand from Chen Yang's, smiling as she said, "I almost forgot, you have a flight attendant girlfriend. We can't be too close, it wouldn't be good if your girlfriend found out." Yao Na kept a little distance from Chen Yang, but Chen Yang shook his head and smiled, saying, "I've already broken up, I'm single now." "Ah, why?" Yao Na asked, a bit surprised. Wasn't your relationship good? There were still some issues, it just wasn't suitable. Chen Yang didn't explain further. There was nothing to explain, it was over, so it was in the past. Alright. Yana could tell that Chen Yang didn't want to say much, nodded, and then revealed a playful smile, saying, Chen Yang, you break up and come looking for me. Are you treating your big sister as a backup? Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, Nana, since you are my good sister, you have to take on the responsibility of helping your brother with his troubles. Now that I'm single and feeling down, I'm looking for you to relax. Are you unwilling to do even this? Oof. Yana lightly huffed. It's been a few years, and your mouth has become quite sharp. Fine. Who told me I'm your good sister? Today, wherever you want to go, your sister will accompany you. However you want to play, your sister will join you. Forget about that woman, how about that? Yana, as expected of the big sister next door, was very considerate. She let Chen Yang wrap his arms around her slim waist, pulling her into his embrace. Their actions were so intimate that they really looked like a couple. They walked towards Tianfu Square. Upon entering Tianfu Square, Yana took Chen Yang around various shops inside, buying some things, which helped Chen Yang relax. However, after browsing for a while, Chen Yang asked, Nana, don't you have to work today? I do. Yana said while eating a lollipop, look at my outfit today, who would wear this if they weren't going to work? Indeed. This kind of OL uniform could only be worn by office workers. Chen Yang continued to ask, then how can you come out to shop with me while working? Yana smiled, isn't it because you came? I took a half day off. Besides, there aren't many customers in the store, it's hard to make sales, so it doesn't matter. Are you still at Vacheron Constantine? Fong Yuan asked. Yes, Yana nodded. She had been selling watches at Vacheron Constantine for a while now. This was actually the reason Chen Yang came to find her today. Is the store you work at in the square? Fong Yuan asked again. Yes, Yana replied, it's on the second floor. After a moment, she smiled and asked, why? Are you thinking of buying a watch? I just want to take a look. Chen Yang didn't hide it. Take a look? Yana pondered for a moment and said, that's fine. The watches at Vacheron Constantine are quite nice, there's no harm in looking. Come on. Yana never thought Chen Yang would actually want to buy, she figured he was just there to browse. Yana took Chen Yang directly to the second floor of the Tianfu shopping center. They arrived at the flagship store of Vacheron Constantine. There were only a few salespeople inside, with no customers. For high-end brands like this, customers usually place orders directly and have them delivered, rarely coming in person. It was too demeaning. The few female salespeople recognized Yana, and seeing her enter with Chen Yang, they couldn't help but smile and gather around. Sister Na, who is this handsome guy? Wow, he's even got his arm around Nana's waist, is he your boyfriend? What a handsome guy. Sister Na, who exactly is he? The female salespeople crowded around, chattering excitedly. Yana felt a bit embarrassed being held by Chen Yang while so many people were staring, but she didn't mind and smiled generously. What are you talking about? This is my good little brother. Chen Yang also smiled at them and said, hello. One of the saleswomen covered her mouth and laughed, good little brother? I've never seen siblings so close, you even walk around with your arm around her waist. Yeah, so intimate, just like a couple. Your sibling bond, it won't change, will it? The saleswomen teased. Yana's face turned slightly red. Indeed. Her and Chen Yang's actions were a bit affectionate, but she thought it was normal. Chen Yang had been her childhood friend, growing up together. If their relationship wasn't good, then who else would be? Yana huffed lightly, what's wrong with an arm around the waist? Our sibling relationship is so deep, as long as my good little brother is happy, he can hold me however he wants, take advantage however he wants. You just don't understand. Yana's personality was like this, she wasn't as shy as other girls and wouldn't be embarrassed by a few comments. This statement left the saleswomen speechless, each one could only cover their mouths and giggle, while their beautiful eyes curiously assessed Chen Yang. Chen Yang could only helplessly shrug. Yana was truly a good sister. How could she say anything? What watch do you want to see? Yana then looked at Chen Yang and asked. Just looking for now. Chen Yang and Yana walked for a while, looking at the prices of the famous watches in the Vacheron Constantine display, each price ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. No wonder it's Vacheron Constantine. Truly luxurious. If it were before, Chen Yang would have never even glanced at such top luxury items. It's just a watch, why make it so expensive? But now it was different. With the indulgence system, even if he didn't want to buy, he had to, the cashback on purchases couldn't be wasted. How about it? They're all beautiful, right? Pick one to try on? Yana asked beside him. From the beginning, she thought Chen Yang was just there to try, not really to buy. No need, Chen Yang shook his head. Why not? Yana was a bit puzzled. The nearby saleswomen laughed, the handsome guy looks like he's afraid of breaking it. Don't worry, even if you're just a regular customer, it's fine to give it a try. Yeah, these watches are insured, as long as you don't break them on purpose, there's no problem, go ahead and try. Handsome, try it on, I think it suits you quite well. The few female sales assistants, usually with nothing much to do, all rushed over like onlookers, cheering him on. They basically all thought that Chen Yang didn't dare to try on the watch because he was afraid of breaking it. However, Chen Yang shook his head and said, that's not the reason, it's just that these don't look very good. Do you have any that look better? And, maybe a bit more expensive? A bit more expensive? Both Yao Na and the female sales assistants were slightly taken aback by Chen Yang's words. These watches worth hundreds of thousands, while not extremely expensive in the Vacheron Constantin range, were still quite valuable. Chen Yang wanted to see even more expensive ones, which seemed a bit greedy. However, everyone could understand, in today's society, almost everyone has a bit of vanity. If Chen Yang wanted something more expensive, it was certainly because he planned to buy it later and post a photo on social media to show off. Understandable. Isn't this enough? Yao Na frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Others might not care about Chen Yang's vanity, but Yao Na definitely did. She genuinely regarded Chen Yang as her brother, and it wasn't great for him to come in and be so picky. However, the other female sales assistants laughed and said, hundreds of thousands is indeed too cheap. Come here, handsome, let me show you the good stuff in our store. Hee hee, I'm afraid you won't dare to try it later. Come on, come on. A few female sales assistants led Chen Yang towards the deepest counter of Vacheron Constantin. Yao Na could only follow. This is our store's heritage series. Ultra-thin perpetual calendar, pink gold, selling price, 800,000. This is our overseas series, made of titanium, selling price, 770,000. And this is our overseas high jewelry watch, made of platinum, selling price 1,300,000. A tall female sales assistant smiled as she introduced the watches to Chen Yang, then asked, handsome, which one do you plan to try? Chen Yang looked around, they were all quite nice. Of course, the best one was still the high jewelry watch from the overseas series. After all, it was the most expensive, a full 1,300,000. I'll go with this one. Chen Yang chose the overseas series. Wow, you're really bold, over $1 million, and you dare to try it on. No wonder you're Yao Na's brother, you really have ambition. That's good, a man should have confidence and courage. What's a man who is timid? Little brother, impressive. The sales assistants all showered Chen Yang with compliments. Yao Na initially felt quite uncomfortable, but after thinking about it, Chen Yang had just broken up and was out to relax and have some fun, so it really wasn't a big deal. She realized she had been a bit harsh. So, she walked over to Chen Yang and smiled, Chen Yang, since you like it so much, let me help you put it on. With that, Yao Na put on gloves, took a deep breath, and carefully took out the watch worth over 1,300,000 from the counter under the gaze of the female sales assistants. Chen Yang wasn't shy either and extended his right hand. Yao Na helped Chen Yang put it on. After wearing this $1 million watch, Chen Yang suddenly felt, whether it was psychological or not, that his aura seemed to elevate a notch, and he seemed to be quite handsome indeed. What was going on? Could this be the feeling of being wealthy? He walked in front of the mirror and looked closely. In the mirror, the self in a suit and leather shoes exuded an extraordinary demeanor. After putting on the Vacheron Constantin, he felt a bit like a domineering CEO. The surrounding female sales assistants were all starry-eyed, exclaiming, wow, so handsome. No wonder he's Sister Na's brother. Wearing this watch instantly elevates his aura. I feel like I'm watching the male lead in a Mary Sue idol drama. Nah, how about I give your brother a shot? I have a big butt, I can bear children. Each of them looked at Chen Yang with eyes that were almost infatuated. Even Yao Na, looking at Chen Yang like this, was momentarily stunned. She really didn't expect that in just a few years, Chen Yang had become this handsome. It made her heart race a little. Nah, how is it? Chen Yang asked Yao Na with a smile. Handsome, so handsome. Yao Na, who always provided emotional support, smiled and said, if you went out like this, I would believe you're a celebrity. Chen Yang just smiled in response. Yao Na sighed again. But being handsome is one thing, it doesn't mean much if it's too expensive. You pose a few times, and I'll take some pictures for you. Yao Na took out her phone. She knew that Chen Yang had come to try on the watch mainly for the photos. She was ready to take some great shots of him. But Chen Yang shook his head and said, no need, nah, this is fine. This is fine? Yao Na was taken aback and asked in confusion, aren't you going to take any pictures? No need to rush, Chen Yang casually replied. Of course, they would take pictures. But there was no need to do it in the store, otherwise, people would think he was just a show-off trying on watches to flaunt. After buying it, he could find an opportunity, a good place, a nice view, and the right angle to take his time with the photos. That would be the right way to do it. However, the others didn't quite grasp Chen Yang's meaning, especially the few female sales assistants. Their smiles slightly froze. Not in a hurry? Did that mean he would come back to try again? Although trying on was fine and allowed in the store, it was a bit excessive to come back frequently to try on watches worth over $1 million. The impression of Chen Yang dropped a few points in their eyes. The fantasy of him being a domineering Prince Charming was somewhat shattered. Alright then. Yana didn't mind much because she knew Chen Yang wasn't that kind of person. He must have his reasons for doing this. After putting the watch worth over $1 million back in the display case, Yana said, "We've looked and tried everything. Shall we go?" She linked her arm with Chen Yang, smiling. But Chen Yang shook his head and said, "No, I haven't seen enough yet." Haven't seen enough? Yao Na was stunned again. What more could he want to see after looking at a watch worth over $1 million? Chen Yang smiled and said, "I want to see another one. Another one." Everyone was taken aback, exchanging glances. They didn't expect that after looking at a watch worth over $1 million, Chen Yang would still be unsatisfied and want to see another one. That seemed a bit too vain. However, this was within the rules, and no one had anything to say. They just felt their impression of Chen Yang drop a few more points. Yana didn't care much. Chen Yang had broken up and wanted to pass the time. No problem. She would accompany him to the end. Okay. Which one do you want to see? Yana asked with a smile. Chen Yang glanced at all the watches on the counter and finally pointed to one, saying, "This one looks pretty good." Everyone looked over. Before Yao Na could speak, a female sales assistant exclaimed in surprise, "The pink gold version of the Yelling Goddess? Valued at over 600,000, but this is a women's model. Are you sure you want to try it on?" Everyone, including Yao Na, looked at Chen Yang with curiosity. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Of course, it's not for me to try. Nana, why don't you give it a go?" "Me?" Yao Na was a bit taken aback and said, "Why should I try it on?" She didn't understand what Chen Yang meant. Why was he suddenly asking her to try it? "I think it would look great on you. Just give it a try," Chen Yang continued to persuade her. Yao Na wanted to say something more, but after thinking it over, she decided to let it go and smiled. "Alright, I'll give it a try. Speaking of which, I've never tried one on in all these years at the store." Although Vacheron Constantin did not restrict customers from trying on watches, the sales staff were held to very strict standards and were absolutely not allowed to try them on casually. So, over the years, even though they had seen many luxury watches and were itching to try them, they had never done so. Today, however, Chen Yang's request as a customer could open a back door. But just to be safe, Yana glanced at the store manager, who was watching them with interest from a short distance away, her eyes conveying a hint of seeking approval. The manager was indifferent, simply nodding with a smile. "Since it's a customer's request, Nana, you should try it on. You might look really good wearing it." The manager thought to herself that Chen Yang was pursuing Yao Na, which was why he made such a request. Naturally, she would help facilitate it, even if Chen Yang didn't intend to buy it. With the manager's permission, Yao Na was very happy. She carefully took out the exquisite women's watch worth around 6 to 70,000 from the counter and gently put it on her wrist. After putting on the watch, Yao Na hurried to the mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt a bit entranced. The watch, although it couldn't enhance her looks, significantly elevated her aura. If before, Yao Na, dressed in an office lady uniform, looked like a white-collar worker, now, with the watch on, her aura skyrocketed. Yao Na now even exuded a bit of the domineering female CEO vibe. Truly, it was a top-tier luxury watch, and it matched her perfectly. "Wow, Na, you look so beautiful. Sister Na, your looks and aura paired with the watch are just amazing. Honestly, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were a female CEO from some company. I think you look more like a star. Your aura is just too good." The female sales staff were all stunned by Yao Na's beauty. Yao Na's little vanity was greatly satisfied. She ignored everyone else and smiled at Chen Yang, asking, "Chen Yang, what do you think?" Chen Yang smiled and nodded, saying, "It suits you perfectly. This watch seems tailor-made for you." Chen Yang's compliment made Yao Na even happier. She kept admiring herself in the mirror. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. This was the aura of a wealthy socialite, absolutely stunning. It's just a pity that Yao Na would never have the fortune to own it. A watch worth 6 to 70,000 was something she could never afford in her lifetime. "Chen Yang, come take a few pictures of me. It's rare to have this opportunity." Yao Na planned to take a few photos, certainly not to post on social media, as everyone knew she was a sales associate at Vacheron Constantin, making it pointless. She just wanted to capture the moment as a keepsake. But Chen Yang smiled and said, "Nah, there's no need for that. There will be plenty of time in the future." Again, that phrase. Yao Na's smile slightly faltered. "Plenty of time? There might not be another opportunity next time. However, since Chen Yang had said so, she couldn't say anything more and could only nod with some regret. Alright, I'll listen to you. Yaona reluctantly took off the Yelling Goddess watch and put it back into the box. Let's go. Yaona once again linked her arm with his, a smile appearing on her pretty face. After all, today was quite happy. Chen Yang nodded, linking his arm with Yaona's, and smiled. Yes, let's go. But he quickly paused again and said to the several female sales assistants in front, could you please help me pack these 2 watches? This sentence instantly left the sales assistants in shock. Pack them up? What did Chen Yang mean? Was he not going to buy them after all? It wasn't that they looked down on Chen Yang, but the total value of these 2 watches was nearly 2 million. Although Chen Yang was handsome, he didn't seem like someone who could afford such luxury. How could he possibly buy them? Not to mention them, even Yao Na was a bit stunned, completely unaware of what Chen Yang was planning to do. After a brief silence, it was the store manager who reacted first, smiling as she asked, Mr. Chen, do you mean for us to pack these 2 watches, and then, do you intend to buy them? Although she felt that Chen Yang didn't seem like their typical customer, she still held a bit of respect for him, which was part of the store manager's professionalism. Everyone looked at Chen Yang curiously, wanting to see how he would respond. Just when they all thought Chen Yang would refuse to explain, he nodded and smiled. That's right, pack them up. I really do want to buy these 2 watches. Boom! This statement was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. At that moment, whether it was the female sales assistants, the store manager, or Yao Na, all that remained on their pretty faces was astonishment. He really wants to buy? Chen Yang really intends to purchase watches worth 2 million? This can't be a joke, right? Even Yao Na looked incredulous as she turned to Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang. But Chen Yang just smiled at her, signaling her not to be too surprised, and Yao Na could only fall silent, quietly watching what Chen Yang would do next. The store manager, still unable to believe it, asked, Mr. Chen, are you really sure you want to buy? She confirmed once more, ensuring that Chen Yang wasn't just talking nonsense. Chen Yang nodded, yes, pack them up. Seeing Chen Yang's attitude, the store manager, no matter how surprised or astonished she was, could only respond, alright, pack them up. 2 female sales assistants hurriedly stepped forward, carefully taking out the Zongheng Sihai and Yiling Goddess watches from the counter and placing them into exquisite packaging, all packed up. Sir, this way, please. The store manager invited Chen Yang over. Chen Yang, still holding onto the somewhat bewildered Yao Na, followed the sales assistants to the counter. Once at the counter, the store manager directly took out the POS machine and placed it on the counter. Mr. Chen, may I ask which payment method you would like to use? The store manager looked intently at Chen Yang, seemingly wanting to see if he had any excuses left at this point. Although she didn't mind if Chen Yang came to try on luxury watches to satisfy a little vanity, if he didn't buy them, then that would really be too much. It would be equivalent to playing with them. If he made excuses not to buy, even if he was Yao Na's brother in the future, they would absolutely not serve him again. The female sales assistants were also watching Chen Yang. Yao Na felt both nervous and embarrassed. She was already thinking about how to help Chen Yang explain if he embarrassed himself later. She never expected that Chen Yang would go this far. However, facing the gazes of the crowd, Chen Yang showed no fear at all. He took out a long card from Huaxia Bank and said with a calm smile, swipe the card. The store manager clearly did not expect Chen Yang to actually pull out a card. After a moment of shock, he took the long card and began the operation. It wasn't until the prompt sound of payment successful rang out that all the salespeople present, including the store manager and Yao Na, stood frozen in place. In their beautiful eyes, disbelief was all that remained. Successful? Just like that. It succeeded? A $2 million watch was bought so easily? All the salespeople felt as if they were dreaming. Chen Yang's expression remained light and carefree, yet he had already casually spent 2 million. This is too unreal, right? Wasn't it said that he was just here to take a look? Wasn't it said that he was Yao Na's brother and probably didn't have much money? After the shock, the store manager was the first to react, his face breaking into a charming smile as he said, Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your support of Vacheron Constantine. Your purchase has been successful. From today on, you are our most distinguished customer at Vacheron Constantine. If you have any requests or need assistance in the future, feel free to come to us, outside Tianfu Square. Inside a Luckin Coffee. Sir, may I ask what you would like to order? The staff inquired of Chen Yang. A cup of coconut latte and an iced Americano, Chen Yang replied, successfully completing the payment. After buying, Chen Yang took the coconut latte and iced Americano back to a table in the corner. After sitting down, he handed the coconut latte to Yao Na, whose pretty face still bore a hint of surprise, while he sat down and sipped his iced Americano. You still remember I like coconut latte, Yana said with a smile. How could I forget about Nana? Chen Yang teased. Stop joking, I don't even deserve to be by your side now. You have no idea, as soon as we left the store, my WeChat messages exploded, Yana said half-jokingly. Chen Yang just smiled and remained silent. He was well aware of whose messages they were. Women's gossiping hearts are very strong. Chen Yang's display of such powerful spending at Vacheron Constantine today must have driven Yana's colleagues crazy. How do you plan to respond to them? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Well, Yana said while sipping her coconut latte, her beautiful eyes flickering a few times, how about I let them all give up on that thought? Nah, that's too ruthless, isn't it? Do you want me to never find a girlfriend after breaking up? Chen Yang teased. Yana huffed. How could I introduce those flashy girls to you? Then, she paused for a moment, changing to a flirtatious tone, and said, Chen Yang, what if I could get a little closer to you? We're not even real siblings, I'm just your neighbor's sister. I've been so good to you since we were kids. And I'm quite pretty too. With a curvy figure, a slim waist, and long legs, and most importantly, I'm quite mature. Chen Yang, think about it, okay? As Yana spoke, she leaned closer to Chen Yang, her graceful curves and impressive assets indeed very appealing. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Chen Yang realized that Yao Na had become very beautiful. She had a hint of innocence before, but after these years of growth and development, she had matured into a perfect goddess type. Naturally, Chen Yang had feelings for Yao Na. Who wouldn't like a neighbor's sister? But he wasn't in the mood for that right now. Chen Yang smiled and said, Nana, are you trying to ruin our sibling bond? If it gets ruined, so be it. I don't want you to be someone else's cheap date, Yana said without a hint of embarrassment, her beautiful eyes filled with competitiveness. Chen Yang pretended to think for a moment and then said, alright then, Nana, from now on, you can be my little lover, and I'll keep you on the side. How does that sound? You can die, Yana shot him a glare and said irritably, I'm so beautiful, with such great charm, and I take care of you and worry about you. I can only be a little lover? That's too much. Chen Yang chuckled and said, if you don't want to be one, then forget it. I was thinking of giving you 200,000 a month for pocket money, for eating and drinking and all that, she said. Upon hearing this, a flattering smile instantly appeared on Yana's pretty face as she said, good little brother, I was just joking with you. How could I not be your little lover? It would definitely be the happiest thing for an older sister to serve her younger brother. You just say it. In the future, if you want a bunny girl, a maid, a teacher, a campus beauty, or any other style, your sister can handle it all. Yana was quite skilled at the Sichuan opera face-changing. Chen Yang just smiled. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Yana finally asked, seriously, Chen Yang, how did you become so wealthy? This was the question in Yana's heart. She had grown up with Chen Yang, and she was very clear about his circumstances. Not to mention being poor, he was at least destitute. How could he suddenly become so rich? Some opportunities, I guess, Chen Yang replied without elaborating. In any case, it all came through legal means. Nana, don't ask too much. As long as it's legal. Yao Na nodded. Since Chen Yang didn't want to say more, she wouldn't press further. At that moment, Chen Yang put down his iced Americano and said, Nana, stretch out your hand. Ha? What's wrong? Yana looked puzzled but obediently extended her hand. Looking at Yana's fair and delicate little hand, Chen Yang smiled, then took out a beautifully packaged box. After opening it, he took out the Yiling goddess watch from inside. This. Yana recognized what Chen Yang was trying to do as soon as she saw the watch and instinctively wanted to refuse. But Chen Yang had already taken her hand and gently put the watch on her wrist. After putting it on, Chen Yang smiled and said, it looks really good. It really did look good. Yana also liked the watch very much, but her expression was still quite complicated as she said, Chen Yang, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. With that, she took off the watch and handed it back to Chen Yang. A watch worth 600,000 or 700,000, even with their close relationship, she felt embarrassed to accept it. Chen Yang didn't stop her, just smiled and said, alright, if you don't want it, I'll give it to your colleagues. They will definitely love it. Upon hearing this, Yana immediately got a little temper and huffed, no way. How can I let them have it for free? Then just wear it well, Chen Yang said with a slightly commanding tone. Yao Na was quite pleased and obediently nodded. Oh, I understand. The two chatted in the cafe for quite a while, and soon it was already evening. What are we going to do next? Yao Na linked her arm with Chen Yang's, affectionately leaning on his shoulder. She completely lost the feeling of being an older sister. She really felt like Chen Yang's little girlfriend, caring and clingy. It's getting late. Let's go eat first, Chen Yang replied. Okay. Yao Na had no objections and responded obediently. Where are we eating? Yao Na asked again. You'll find out soon. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile, as ideas began to form in his mind. At the same time, a voice echoed in his head. Detected that the host successfully made an indulgent purchase, reward received, 2,400,000. Detected that the host successfully made an indulgent purchase, reward received, 1,600,000. The rewards for the 2 indulgent purchases finally arrived. A total of 4 million. After deducting the previous expenditure of 2 million, he netted over 2 million, and it felt fantastic. Making money through indulgence, this system is amazing. Chen Yang was delighted as he took Yao Na and hailed a cab, heading towards the target restaurant. Pipette French Restaurant. Located on the top floor of the Jojo International Hotel in Deep City. It is one of the most upscale restaurants in Deep City, with an average spending of around 5,000 per person, which is quite luxurious. Chen Yang and Yao Na arrived at the foot of the Jojo International Hotel by taxi. Jojo International Hotel, huh? I heard that staying here for a night starts at 4 or 5,000. Yao Na gazed at the luxurious and extravagant Jojo International Hotel before her, her eyes filled with longing. This hotel is quite famous in Deep City, especially the Pipette French Restaurant above it, which is a popular spot for many socialites to check in. Some fake socialites even gather a dozen people just to share an afternoon tea for the sake of checking in. Such places represent high-end luxury. Although Yao Na is not the type to be vain and materialistic, who doesn't have a bit of vanity? Do you want to stay a night? Chen Yang wrapped his arm around Yao Na's slender waist and asked with a smile. What's wrong? Just delivered something to my sister and now you want to take her to a hotel? Yao Na huffed lightly. What's wrong with that? Chen Yang replied without embarrassment. It's just a room to sleep. Really just sleeping? Yao Na stared at Chen Yang, her gaze intense. What else could it be? Chen Yang shrugged. When he said that, he truly hadn't thought in that direction. After all, their relationship had indeed reached the point where a hotel room was just for sleeping. Just remember what you said. Yao Na huffed again, not saying more. The two headed towards the Jojo International Hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, a handsome young man in a suit and a tall beauty in a professional OL uniform appeared. Upon seeing Chen Yang and Yao Na, they approached. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen and Miss Yao? Chen Yang nodded. Yes. I am Chen Lin, the manager of Pipette French Restaurant. You two have a reservation with us tonight, and I'm here to take you up. This way, please. The tall beauty displayed a professional smile, inviting Chen Yang and Yao Na to move forward, while the young man in the suit made a respectful gesture. Chen Yang felt nothing unusual, but Yao Na was somewhat taken aback. What was going on? Wasn't it just a meal? Why did even the manager come out to greet them personally? This was Pipette French Restaurant, one of the top restaurants in Deep City, where some socialites had to gather a dozen people just to get a table. Chen Yang and Yao Na followed the tall beauty and the suited young man into the Jojo International Hotel. Inside, it was resplendent, exuding an air of luxury. Even the central lobby featured a massive aquarium housing rare fish, and the paintings on the walls were all enclosed in barriers, each worth over 10 million, extremely expensive. In such a place, even Yao Na would feel a bit inferior. Chen Yang, however, remained calm. Now that he had the indulgence system, this kind of high-end hotel would likely become a regular spot for him, and there was no reason to feel inferior at all. Arriving at the hotel lobby's elevator. The elevator is very spacious, and surprisingly, there is a luxurious sofa inside where one can sit down at any time. Next to the elevator buttons, there is a dedicated elevator attendant responsible for operating the elevator. Truly, it is one of the top hotels in Deep City. The service is impeccable. The elevator goes straight up to the top floor's Pipette French Restaurant. As soon as they exit the elevator, a high-end fragrance wafts over, and melodious classical music continuously echoes in the restaurant, noble and elegant, pleasing to the ears. A tall beauty leads Chen Yang and Yao Na to their reserved table. This is a window-side position. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window is the bustling night view of Deep City, with towering skyscrapers and a dazzling display of lights. Beyond the small garden outside, one can enjoy the wonderful night view of the entire Deep City. Wow, what a beautiful and stunning view, Yao Na exclaimed, gazing at the night scene of Deep City outside the window. Taking photos here will definitely yield many great shots. Women, after all, first think of taking pictures. This is not surprising. Chen Yang smiled and said nothing more. The tall beauty beside them then said, Sir, Miss, if you need to order, please call us later. This position is the best for viewing in our restaurant. And this small garden next to you is exclusively yours. Only you can enter, so please enjoy your dinner tonight. We wish you a pleasant dining experience at our Pipette restaurant. After the tall beauty finished speaking, she gracefully left. Watching her retreating figure, Yana's mouth slightly opened, her pretty face filled with surprise as she said, Chen Yang, I must have misheard. This garden is ours exclusively? Yes. Chen Yang nodded and said, only we can go in. Yana was completely stunned. Having an exclusive garden at Papette French restaurant, what kind of esteemed guests must they be? At this moment, she was once again shocked by Chen Yang's financial power. In fact, it wasn't that Chen Yang was so distinguished, but rather that it only required spending money. This position alone costs around 50,000. There's also a discount, 300,000. In other words, their meal tonight would cost at least several 100,000. With that amount, one could open a restaurant outside. What's a small sky garden? Chen Yang, can I go out to take pictures? Yana was already a bit anxious. She had just put on the Yiling goddess watch today and now found herself in such a high-end restaurant. The desire to take photos was hard to contain. Chen Yang smiled and said, go ahead, I'll order first. Okay, you must come over later, we need to take some pictures together, Yana said with a smile before leaving the restaurant and heading to the outdoor sky garden. At the entrance of the sky garden, there was a waiter who, upon seeing Yana approach, respectfully opened the garden door to welcome her out. Many diners present turned their gazes toward her, their eyes filled with envy, especially some of the girls, who even felt a bit jealous. This greatly satisfied Yana's vanity, making her feel like a rich heiress. She finally understood why so many women became gold diggers and why so many wanted to marry into wealthy families. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Meanwhile, Chen Yang did not pay attention to Yana but called over a waiter to start ordering. Tonight's ordering was quite simple. First, they ordered the Buddha jumps over the wall at 8,888 per person, a total of 2 servings. He ordered the 6,888 scallion braised sea cucumber, 6888 abalone tofu, 5888 Australian lobster from the typhoon shelter, 12888 king crab, 6,888 French Guinard oysters, 6888 New Zealand geoduck, and 5888 New Zealand lobster platter. Finally, he wrapped it up with 28,888 boiled cabbage. A simple ordering session came to an end. Chen Yang roughly calculated that he had ordered about 100,000 worth of dishes, which should be about right. However, to meet the offset requirement, just ordering dishes was definitely not enough. The big expense was still on the drinks. The 1993 Diamond Global Limited Edition from the British Bordeaux winery. A bottle worth 330,000. Chen Yang directly ordered it from the waiter. This time, the total consumption reached over 400,000. Far exceeding the minimum spending requirement. After placing the order, Chen Yang also looked at Yana, who was taking selfies in the garden in various poses. He had to admit, his good sister was truly beautiful, mature and sexy, elegant and charming. Having worked in luxury stores for years and interacted with various rich young ladies, she exuded an indescribable socialite aura. Now, as she took photos in the garden, she caught the attention of many guests at the Papette restaurant. Yana also sensed Chen Yang was watching her and a smile appeared on her pretty face. She waved at Chen Yang, signaling him to come out and take photos together. Chen Yang smiled slightly, stood up from his seat, and walked into the garden, where the sun was setting, and a cool breeze was blowing, making for a perfect view. Chen Yang, how do you think my photos turned out? Yana leaned in, opened her phone's photo album, and asked with a hint of pride. Chen Yang took a glance. They were indeed quite good. However, they're still a bit lacking, Chen Yang said with a smile. Lacking in what? Yana blinked, confused. These photos, while beautifully taken, don't showcase your advantages. Nah, Chen Yang continued. My advantages? What are they? Yana still looked puzzled. Chen Yang stroked his chin, sizing her up from head to toe. With her S-shaped curves, a perfect figure, and now dressed in an OL uniform with black stockings and high heels, such a stunning combination could not just be captured in elegant photos. It would be a pity not to add a touch of sexy flair. Come on. Nah, let me take a few for you. Chen Yang took Yana's phone. Yana had no objections and nodded. Then Chen Yang had Yana pose in various captivating ways, fully presenting her most perfect and sexy side. At first, Yana felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking it was a bit too much. But when she saw the finished photos Chen Yang took, her eyes lit up with joy. Indeed, just as Chen Yang said, being a bit sexier really added to her beauty. After finishing the photos, Chen Yang smiled and asked, not bad, right? Yeah, they do look quite good, Yana nodded in response, but as she looked at the photos, her pretty face slightly flushed, and she said with a hint of annoyance, but these photos you took are a bit too suggestive, aren't they? Chen Yang, I really can't tell, have you always had a thing for your sister? Chen Yang shrugged and said, it's not that I made them suggestive, it's just that you naturally have that vibe. Nah, it suits your aura. Nonsense, I look so proper. Yana shot Chen Yang a glare. But looking at her figure, with long legs in black stockings and high heels, a body-hugging skirt plus OL uniform, and a white shirt underneath that was stretched tight, it seemed like the large temptation was ready to burst forth at any moment. This figure was indeed quite alluring. Yana slightly accepted this setting for herself in her heart, then smiled and said softly, "But Shenyang, I really didn't expect you to be so good at taking photos. If you have time, how about taking some private photos for your sister?" Yana blinked, her eyes revealing a strong allure. Shenyang smiled slightly and then said seriously, "Sure, but it will cost extra." "Extra for what?" Yana said playfully, "Sister will just show you some benefits." After saying that, she leaned closer to Shenyang and gently unbuttoned one of her white blouse buttons, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and the deep, unseen valleys within. It was indeed quite a benefit. This good sister of his was really something. Shenyang wanted to say something more, but the waiter had already started serving the dishes. "Let's go eat first," Shenyang said. Yana also covered her mouth and smiled, then followed Shenyang back to the dining room. A variety of exquisite dishes were served. Yana was astonished to see these dishes, each one worth far more than she had imagined. "I really suspect you robbed a bank," Yana said half-jokingly. Shenyang, while eating, laughed and said, "So do you think it's unfair for you to be my little lover now? Ha! What kind of woman do you think your sister is? Is she the kind who can't move when she sees money?" Yana had a righteous look, as if she were a figure of integrity, unyielding to power and wealth. However, while she was speaking, a waiter dressed in a tuxedo and wearing white gloves approached quickly and elegantly. The waiter held a bottle of red wine and respectfully said in a low voice, "Sir, this is what you ordered, the 1993 Diamond Limited Edition from the British Bordeaux Winery, valued at 330,000. This wine is one of the world's top wines." The waiter recounted the history of the 1993 Diamond Limited Edition from the British Bordeaux Winery, then poured glass after glass for Shenyang and Yana. Listening to the waiter and watching the blood-red wine being poured into the glasses, the surprise on Yana's face was beyond words. A bottle of wine costs over 300,000. This is too extravagant, right? Such a top-tier wine, she didn't even dare to drink it. Shenyang, however, remained completely calm, smiling slightly and saying, "Nana, is it enough for you to be my little lover now?" Yana's demeanor changed completely from that of a figure of integrity to a charming little woman. She stood up from her seat and directly sat beside Shenyang, revealing a sweet smile and speaking in a slightly ambiguous tone, "Master, what do you mean by that? To be the little lover of the master is an honor. How could I dare to refuse? Please rest assured, I will definitely serve the master well in the future. As long as the master is happy, I will do anything." When it comes to changing faces, our sister Yao is truly impressive. Yana even directly leaned into Shenyang's embrace, allowing him to hold her, as if at that moment, she were Shenyang's little maid, at his disposal. Shenyang held Yana tightly and smiled slightly. An ambiguous atmosphere arose. Their sibling relationship seemed to have truly changed. The two of them ate and drank red wine. After a few rounds of wine and several dishes, both Shenyang and Yana were slightly tipsy. Yana lay in Shenyang's arms, speaking dreamily, "Shenyang, I'm a bit drunk. Will you take me home later?" "No, this is a hotel, just stay for the night," Shenyang replied straightforwardly. "As expected. You have ulterior motives. You treat me to dinner and gifts just to take me to a hotel. You scoundrel." Yana let out a soft hum, her charming face flushed with embarrassment. Shenyang said, "Nana, renting a room doesn't necessarily mean doing anything. Can't we just rest?" "I don't believe your nonsense. What do you mean by resting?" Yana rolled her eyes and said, "If I rest until tomorrow, I probably won't even be able to stand up. Don't I know you? Then I'll take you home," Shenyang said directly. "Don't. What's the point of going home?" Yana looked at Shenyang, her eyes a bit dreamy, and said, "I'm tired, take me to the room." They had almost finished eating, and the drinks were nearly done. It was indeed time to leave. Shenyang nodded, settled the bill, and wrapped his arm around Yana as they headed straight to the Jojo International Hotel. He booked a luxurious presidential suite. It was large and spacious, with top-of-the-line furniture, extravagantly luxurious. Chanel shower gel, Bulgari shampoo, Versace bathrobe, Valentino fragrance, and a top-notch illy green sofa, along with a complete set of British royal furniture. As a top luxury store employee, Yana was quite knowledgeable about luxury brands. Upon entering the presidential suite, she was almost blinded by the opulence. It was truly extravagant. All the world's famous brands were serving one suite. How impressive was that? Shenyang sat on the sofa and smiled. "Do you like it?" "I love it. I love it so much." Yana's face was filled with joy as she wrapped her arms around Shenyang's neck and said, "Shenyang, if it weren't for you, I would never have the chance to stay in a room like this in my lifetime." "No kidding. If it weren't for the system, Chen Yang wouldn't have had the opportunity either. So, Nana, how are you going to thank me? Chen Yang's hand gradually climbed up Yaona's slender waist, and the atmosphere became a bit ambiguous. Yaona seemed to realize something, her face flushed, and she said, "Don't rush, let me take a shower first. We'll talk slowly when I come out." With that, she kissed Chen Yang on the forehead and walked gracefully toward the bathroom. Chen Yang watched her graceful S-shaped curve, feeling a slight stir in his heart. He and Yao Na had grown up together, and to be honest, it would be a lie to say he had no feelings for this beautiful neighbor sister. Yao Na was truly stunning and captivating. In the past, Chen Yang didn't dare to express his feelings for Yao Na due to his inferiority complex, thinking he wasn't worthy of her. But now, it was different. After a few years of growth, Chen Yang was no longer the naive boy, he had the system, and it was better for his beautiful and charming sister not to fall into someone else's hands. In fact, after breaking up with Zhiro, Chen Yang didn't have much mood for such things. Even with his good sister Chen Xingning, he hadn't pursued her. But Yao Na was different. This good sister Yao Na couldn't be missed. After Yao Na entered the bathroom, Chen Yang went to the large bedroom of the presidential suite, lying on the luxurious big bed, sprawled out. Comfortable. It was so comfortable. This feeling of indulgently enjoying life was fantastic. The host has successfully completed a lavish expenditure, reward of 300,000. The host has successfully completed a lavish expenditure, reward of 560,000. The host has successfully completed a lavish expenditure, reward of 420,000. The first two rewards were likely for the restaurant's dishes and wine, while the last reward was for the room fee. This presidential suite cost over 200,000 for one night. Being wealthy isn't that simple. Fortunately, with the system, after today's calculations and various cashback, he had already earned a total of 3 million. Now Chen Yang's net worth was approaching 5 million. This was true financial freedom. After reaching 5 million in wealth, it was time to buy something valuable. 5 million wasn't enough for a luxury mansion. The housing prices in the deep city were extremely high. To buy a luxurious villa, one would need at least tens of millions, even 1 or 200 million. With this amount of money, it would barely be enough to buy a toilet. It was better to take it slow. There was no rush for the house. First, he should buy a car. With 5 million, he should be able to buy a pretty decent luxury car. Chen Yang lay on the bed, contemplating his next plans. After half an hour, he suddenly realized that Yao Na still hadn't finished her shower. However, he didn't think much of it. Women took longer in the shower, which was normal. He continued to wait. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and Yao Na still hadn't come out. Chen Yang had already drunk some alcohol, and as he lay on the bed waiting, he unexpectedly felt drowsy and fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had been asleep when the bathroom door slowly opened, and thick steam spread out, as if it were going to engulf the entire room. Yao Na walked out of the bathroom. Now, she had just finished her shower, wrapped only in a bath towel and a headscarf, looking as beautiful as a water lily, but her fair skin had turned slightly red from the long shower, a charming blush enveloping her body. Yao Na walked into the bedroom barefoot, her face flushed, opened the bedroom door, leaned against the wall with one hand, and struck a seductive pose. Good brother. Sister used this brand name shower gel and shampoo for the first time, so it took a little longer. But don't worry, sister is all clean now. Come on. She even threw him a flirtatious glance, full of charm. She thought she would be welcomed by Chen Yang embracing her, and then, but to her surprise, there was no movement in the room. Yao Na. Chen Yang did not wake up Yao Na. Instead, after getting out of bed alone, he moved around a bit, stretched lazily, but still felt very tired. This was a warning from his body. It was imperative to strengthen his exercise routine. Chen Yang went to the spacious bathroom, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and tidied up his appearance before calling the hotel staff to prepare breakfast. After doing all this, Chen Yang returned to the bedroom to see if Yao Na was awake. To his surprise, as soon as he opened the door to the bedroom, he saw Yao Na had already gotten out of bed. She was gently untying her thin nightgown, seemingly changing clothes. Chen Yang was a bit mesmerized. Yao Na, however, said with annoyance, staring like that, "Haven't you seen anything before?" "I haven't," Chen Yang nodded. He really hadn't seen Yao Na like this before. Pervert. Yao Na shot him a glare and then began rummaging through her clothes. Chen Yang laughed. "Nana, I'm just appreciating. How can that be considered perversion?" "Appreciating?" Yao Na picked up a piece of clothing and huffed. "Don't think I don't know. Your eyes were fixed on a certain spot just now. What's the use of arguing?" "Ahem." Chen Yang coughed a couple of times. His gaze had indeed been fixated because it was just too big and too eye-catching. However, despite what Yao Na said, she didn't cover up quickly. Instead, she first put on a black bodycon skirt, then glanced at Chen Yang with a playful look in her eyes. Have you seen enough? I need to get dressed. Yeah, about enough, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Yana let out a light huff and then put on a black bra, followed by a white shirt and a jacket. Finally, she slipped on black stockings over her long, straight, beautiful legs, completing her outfit and transforming into a mature and alluring office lady. Watching Yaona's movements, Chen Yang curiously asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to change clothes?" "I have to go to work. I'll be late if I don't hurry," Yaona replied seriously while fixing her hair. Chen Yang chuckled, "You've become my little lover, and you're still going to work?" Yaona shot him a glare and said, "Being a little lover is one thing, work is another, they don't conflict. Besides, I actually enjoy working at Vacheron Constantine." Chen Yang nodded and didn't say much more. Being a little lover was just flirting. Yaona still had to work. Although Chen Yang had money now, if he were to give Yaona hundreds of thousands every month, she probably wouldn't know how to accept such kindness. Chen Yang didn't push it. "Chen Yang, am I pretty?" After getting dressed, Yaona stood up, quite satisfied, and smiled as she asked Chen Yang. Yaona was indeed beautiful. This outfit showcased her charm to the fullest. Mature, elegant, sexy, and generous, these were all words that could describe Yaona. Very beautiful. But, still a bit lacking, Chen Yang said with a smile. "Lacking again?" Yaona blinked, quite puzzled. "Yeah." Chen Yang nodded and said, "This outfit is nice, but after all, it's professional attire. It's still not quite suitable for you. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll take you shopping for a few outfits to try on. They'll definitely be better than this one." Yaona smiled at this. "I have my own clothes. I'll wear them next time for you to see." "Next time, sister will definitely amaze you. So much so that you won't be able to sleep at night." Yaona was clearly still a bit hung up on last night. She had been ready, but Chen Yang had fallen asleep, which was undoubtedly a provocation to her charm. "Okay," Chen Yang replied. Yaona changed her clothes, freshened up, and after a simple breakfast, she was ready to leave. As she reached the door, wearing high heels, she provocatively said to Chen Yang, "Chen Yang, you wait for me. I'll make sure to catch you when I have time, and I won't let you off." A smile appeared at the corner of Chen Yang's mouth as he nodded. "Alright, I'll be waiting." Humph. Yaona huffed and left. It was around 9 in the morning. Chen Yang also left the hotel and took a taxi back to his apartment. It was still early, and he could go for a workout. After the health panel appeared, Chen Yang's exercise routine became urgent. He needed to practice diligently, or else when he finally had money, he wouldn't have the life to enjoy it. Changing into sportswear, Chen Yang headed to a nearby park and started running. He began with 5 kilometers. The situation was similar to yesterday. Running was exhausting. After finishing the 5 kilometers, he was drenched in sweat. However, he couldn't slack off and continued running. Once all the strength and glycogen were burned out, what remained was willpower. Chen Yang gritted his teeth and forced himself to run another 5 kilometers. In the end, he sat on the grass in the park, so exhausted he could barely breathe, sipping water to relieve his fatigue. The host successfully completed the morning exercise check-in. Health value increased by 1%. Although morning exercise was useful, the progress was too slow. He still needed to find a gym. It was difficult to improve health quickly through running alone. He would check the time in the evening. If he had time, he would find a gym. Chen Yang thought to himself. At that moment, his phone rang. As soon as he answered, a barrage of curses came through. "Chen Yang, do you think I've been too lenient with you? Do you think I'm easy to bully? You skipped work for 2 days. Do you really think I can't handle you?" It was Xia Long again. Chen Yang hadn't gone to work for the past 2 days, and he must have driven this guy crazy. Now, calling him, he was already furious. Lying on the grass in the park, enjoying the cool breeze, Chen Yang smiled casually. "Team leader Xia, I wouldn't dare think you're easy to bully. I just want to ask, how are you going to deal with me for skipping work for 2 days?" Xia Long said coldly, "You've lost your full attendance for this month, and you'll be fined half a month's salary. If you don't come back soon, just wait to be fired. I tell you, I've already contacted the department head. Don't think I can't do anything to you. If you get fired, don't come crying to me." Xia Long sounded confident, as if just saying fired would make Chen Yang rush back to be his dog again. But Chen Yang casually laughed. "Oh, is that it? Half a month's salary? I'm really scared." Half a month's salary was just over 5,000, which wasn't even worth as much as a crab leg of a king crab. "You!" Xia Long was clearly furious, gritting his teeth. "Do you really think I won't dare to deal with you? Go ahead and deal with me," Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, not caring at all. Talking to a fool was just a waste of time. "Alright, you wait for me." Xia Long hung up the phone directly. Chen Yang didn't take this guy seriously at all. How could he deal with him? He didn't want to work anymore, and a mere team leader dared to show off. However, Chen Yang thought carefully. Now that he had money, it should be him finding a way to deal with Xiaolong. This guy used to often bully them, cursing and scolding people everywhere. In the past, he endured it for the sake of work, but now that he doesn't need to work anymore, how could he not settle the score with him? Chen Yang had this thought in mind, but after thinking it over, he didn't know how to teach this guy a lesson. He couldn't just find someone to cover his head with a sack and beat him up, right? That would be too much. It was better to approach it from the company level. Chen Yang was too lazy to think about it and decided to talk about it later when he had the chance. After leaving the park, Chen Yang headed straight back to the Shaoan community. Once back at the Shaoan community, Chen Yang first took a shower to wash off the sweat, then prepared a nutritious lunch, 2 chicken legs, a serving of rice, and a portion of vegetables, and started eating. After finishing, Chen Yang got up and walked around a bit to digest. It was about time. It was already a little past 1 in the afternoon. Chen Yang yawned, lay down on the sofa, and prepared to take a nap. While resting, he scrolled through his phone. Just then, a message came through on WeChat. It was from Chen Xingning. Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, have you eaten yet? Mu Yang, yeah, just finished, getting ready to rest. How about you? Lemon sauce, I'm eating right now. Brother Chen Yang, do you want to see? Mu Yang, what's so interesting about eating? Lemon sauce, hee hee, you'll know when you see. After sending this message, Chen Xingning directly sent a video. In the video, Chen Xingning was alone in her dormitory, looking beautiful as always, dressed in her black JK uniform, with twin ponytails, radiating youthful vibrancy. Chen Yang looked at Chen Xingning in the video and indeed found her quite pretty. Lemon sauce, hee hee, then it's settled. Brother Chen Yang, you have to come to our school tonight. Tao Tao and I are waiting for you. Mu Yang, okay. For some reason, chatting with this shy little sister always gave a different feeling. It always made people feel joyful. Perhaps that's why boys like 18-year-old girls. After chatting, Chen Yang lay back on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Yana returned to the Vacheron Constantin flagship store. As soon as she entered the store, a sales assistant immediately approached her, full of surprise, and asked, "Wow, Sister Na, you really wore the Yiling goddess watch? That's too extravagant, isn't it? Hundreds of thousands, just like that? I'm so envious. Na, does your brother need a girlfriend? I'm available. I can too, please introduce me." The sales assistants looked at the Yiling goddess watch on Yana's wrist, their eyes filled with envy, almost overflowing. Yana's vanity was greatly satisfied, but she rejected all requests to add Chen Yang on WeChat. Don't think too much. Chen Yang isn't thinking about dating for now, so you don't have a chance. The sales assistants all looked a bit disappointed. The store manager smiled and said, "It's not that he doesn't want a date, it's that Na, you want to keep him all to yourself, right? That luxurious presidential suite last night didn't look cheap." Another sales assistant chimed in, "Yeah, Sister Na, that hotel was really luxurious. Just looking at the photos you posted on Moments, all those brand name bath products were dazzling. I'm so envious. What hotel was that? Tell us." Everyone chimed in, making Yana's face flush a bit, but she still said, "That was the presidential suite at the Jojo International Hotel." As soon as she said this, there was a chorus of wow from everyone. The sales assistants, including the store manager, were all quite surprised. Kyushu International Hotel, even in the deep city, is quite a high-end hotel. I heard that the most ordinary suite costs several thousand yuan for a night. The price of the presidential suite, I can't even imagine. I'm so envious. When will I have such a good younger brother? The salespeople were even more envious, feeling a bit jealous. The store manager smiled again and said, "As far as I know, the presidential suite at Kyushu International costs 200,000 to 300,000 yuan for a night. If you stayed in such an expensive place, then last night was." The salespeople looked at Yao Na with a hint of amusement. Yao Na's face turned beet red, feeling a bit embarrassed. If something had really happened, she wouldn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, they were adults, it was normal. But the fact was, nothing happened last night, and Chen Yang was still asleep, which was too embarrassing for her to admit. Yao Na simply huffed, "We just stayed at a hotel and played around a bit, that's all, don't overthink it." Played around a bit? What did you play? The smiles of the crowd became even more ambiguous. Yao Na didn't explain, just walked away. Anyway, they really just played around a bit. How they chose to interpret it was up to them. Yao Na didn't explain, just walked away. Anyway, last night they really just played around a bit. How they liked to interpret it was their business. It had nothing to do with her. "Brother-in-law, open the door. Brother-in-law, are you there? Why did you leave me outside? Wah, brother-in-law. Don't abandon me. Brother-in-law, I'm going to be taken away by bad people. Brother-in-law." Chen Yang, who was asleep, suddenly heard a series of strange voices, first a normal girl's voice, then a mature woman's voice, followed by a sweet girl's voice, and a cute girl's voice. Chen Yang was still a bit groggy, but upon hearing these voices, he felt as if he had seen a ghost, and he jolted awake. After getting up, he looked around. The sun was shining brightly, it was only around 3 o'clock, and he was the only one in the apartment. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Phew, so it was just a dream. Chen Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That feeling was too frightening, like a female ghost was calling him. Just as Chen Yang was about to drink some water to calm down, he didn't expect another voice to come from outside. "Honey, open the door, I'm outside, I'm so scared." This time it was Jiro's voice. Chen Yang was a bit confused. Wasn't Jiro on a business trip? And they had broken up, why was she back? Moreover, the way she spoke felt strange. With Jiro's strong personality, how could she say something like that? However, despite his doubts, Chen Yang walked over and opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, a stunningly beautiful face appeared before him. Outside the door was a girl sitting on a suitcase, dressed in a cosplay outfit, looking like Hu Tao from Genshin Impact. Her perfect curves were fully accentuated by the cosplay outfit, with a slim waist and ample proportions, definitely very alluring. Compared to her figure, her most perfect trait was her aura, exuding a pure and sweet charm, very cute and beautiful. The girl was sitting on the suitcase, boredly fiddling with her fingers, her voice surprisingly mature and confident, completely at odds with her appearance. "Chen Yang, hurry up and open the door for the queen." At that moment, Chen Yang opened the door. The sweet girl was momentarily stunned, then stuck out her tongue and huffed, "Brother-in-law, you finally know how to open the door." Chen Yang recognized who this sweet girl was. Jimumu, Jiro's younger sister, which made her his sister-in-law. She was only 19 this year, still a freshman, and on weekends, she often ran to the Shawan community to hang out with her sister and brother-in-law. When Chen Yang saw Jimumu, he helplessly said, "It's the middle of the day, what are you shouting about outside? If someone didn't know better, they'd think I did something to you. Who told you not to open the door?" Jimumu huffed lightly, then sat on her suitcase and directly entered the apartment. Chen Yang initially wanted to stop her, but then thought better of it. After she came in, he closed the apartment door. The two entered the room. "Jiro, Jiro, your little lover is here, aren't you going to welcome me?" Jimumu controlled her suitcase, which could walk on its own, and wandered around the living room, looking for Jiro. But after searching for a while and not finding her, she could only look at Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, where's my sister?" Chen Yang sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and said casually, "She already left." "Left? Where did she go?" Jimumu was still a bit confused. Chen Yang glanced at her and then said, "Didn't your sister tell you?" "Tell me what?" Jimumu still looked bewildered. Chen Yang shrugged and said, "She and I broke up. She moved out, and now I'm living here alone." "Ah." As soon as he said this, the sweet girl Jimumu stood up from the suitcase, her voice suddenly rising several pitches in disbelief. "Broke up? How could you break up? How can you two break up?" Jimumu's beautiful eyes widened, filled with disbelief. "Breaking up is just breaking up, what's so impossible about it?" Chen Yang said casually. But, Jimumu didn't know what to say. In her impression, Chen Yang and Jiro had a very good relationship. How could they just break up? "Brother-in-law, you're lying to me, right?" Chen Yang shook his head and said, "You can ask your sister." He found it strange that Jiro hadn't even told Jimumu about the breakup. Jimumu's little face showed some bitterness as she said, "Last week, I asked my sister to lend me money, but she didn't give it to me and kept lecturing me. I got so mad that I blocked her." Chen Yang was speechless. Jimumu really had that kind of personality, innocent, lively, and well-endowed but not very bright. Not that she was brainless, she was just a naive and cute girl. Jimumu quickly unblocked Jiro, and a series of messages immediately appeared. First, there were various lectures, then complaints, and finally, Jiro told her that she had broken up with Chen Yang and that she shouldn't come to the Shawan community anymore. Seeing the messages from Jiro, Jimumu still found it hard to accept and said, "It really is true. Brother-in-law, you're so nice, how could my sister do this?" Jimumu had a good relationship with Chen Yang. In the past, when she and Jiro bickered, Chen Yang usually sided with her. Jimumu and Chen Yang shared a common interest. They both loved playing games. Jimumu was a typical girl. On weekends, she could basically play games in her room all day, and Chen Yang often accompanied her in various games. To be honest, Chen Yang really couldn't beat her. Jimumu had quite a high talent for gaming. "If it doesn't fit, it's normal to break up," Chen Yang said with a calm smile, not caring too much. "It fits quite well, what's not suitable about it?" Jimumu's little face showed some frustration as she sat cross-legged on the sofa, pouting, and said, "So, brother-in-law, What should I do now? What do you mean, what to do? Chen Yang was taken aback, not understanding what Jamumu meant. Jamumu said, you broke up with my sister, so where should I go on weekends? Where should I stay? What should I do with my things? That definitely has to be something you think of yourself, Chen Yang said bluntly. Ha! Jamumu showed a pitiful little expression and said, brother-in-law, how can you be so heartless? Are you really kicking me out? Aren't we family? I've already broken up with your sister, Chen Yang said seriously. Well, at least we were family before, Jamumu said, feeling wronged. Chen Yang helplessly shrugged and said, didn't your sister arrange anything for you? No, she just told me to move back to the dorm, Jamumu said unhappily. Then just move back to the dorm, Chen Yang continued. In fact, letting Jamumu continue living here wouldn't be a loss for Chen Yang, but since she was Jiro's sister, it really wouldn't be good if she stayed here after he broke up with Jiro. No way, the dorm is too noisy, I don't like living in the dorm. Jamumu still refused to move out, her beautiful big eyes looking at Chen Yang, filled with pleading. Is it you who are too noisy, or is the dorm too noisy? Chen Yang was somewhat speechless. Jamumu was complaining about others being noisy. The noise she made while gaming was unbearable for most people. Hee. Jamumu stuck out her pink tongue and smiled, brother-in-law, you know, I just rely on weekends to earn some points. The delicate little flowers in my dorm can't stand any noise at all. What can I do? Brother-in-law, just let me stay, I'll pay you rent. From now on, you'll be my landlord. Is that okay? Jamumu's tone turned into a spoiled, sweet voice. Now when she spoke, it was soft and charming, making one feel a sense of tenderness just by listening. This was also one of Jamumu's specialties. She studied broadcasting and hosting in college and could change her voice into several different tones. You, pay me rent? Chen Yang was not softened by the sweet voice but looked at Jamumu with suspicion. Although Jamumu could earn quite a bit of money from voice acting or hosting, her expenses were also high buying gaming gear, cosplay outfits, eating, drinking, and so on. She hardly saved any money. So, she often borrowed money from Jiro. With her current situation, she didn't look like someone who could afford to pay rent. I'll have money soon. Brother-in-law, believe me, I will definitely pay you rent. Jamumu's pretty face showed a determined expression. Seeing her like this, Chen Yang had no choice. Since she wanted to stay, let her stay. The rent didn't really matter. Alright then. Chen Yang nodded and said, you can stay. Yay! Thank you, brother-in-law. Jamumu showed a victorious and joyful smile, then suddenly her expression changed, becoming cold and proud, speaking in a very mature voice, brother-in-law. You are so kind, the goddess of luck will favor you. This was a line from a character in a game. Mimicking characters from games was also one of Jamumu's specialties. Chen Yang was helpless. Speaking of which, the goddess of luck really had favored him. After their simple agreement, Jamumu successfully moved in. She already had a room in the apartment, a not small side room that she had turned into a gaming room, equipped with various electronic devices like PS5, Xbox, and so on, all of which she had spent a lot of money on and saved for years. This was also why she didn't want to move back to the dorm. With so many things, the dorm couldn't accommodate them, and her roommates wouldn't accept it either. Once it was confirmed that she could stay, Jamumu happily returned to her gaming room and embarked on a 2-day gaming journey. During these 2 days, unless she came out to use the bathroom, you wouldn't see her at all. Chen Yang didn't take it to heart. It was now afternoon, and he was going out to buy some things. Deep City. The auto show was in full swing, with tall, graceful, curvy, beautiful car models standing in front of luxury cars, dressed in revealing outfits, posing in various ways for the audience to take photos. The number of attendees at this auto show was also quite large. In the scorching summer heat of over 30 degrees, it was hot outside, and inside it was bustling with people coming and going. Chen Yang took a taxi here and entered the auto exhibition center. Looking at the tall, curvy car models, he didn't linger much but walked straight to the innermost part of the exhibition center. The innermost part of this auto show must be the S section. There were only 2 brands here, but the number of people was greater than all the other brands combined outside, because the 2 brands here were Ferrari and Lamborghini. The bright red of Ferrari and the turquoise of Lamborghini formed 2 stunning scenic lines at this auto show. And undoubtedly, the car models were even more eye-catching than the cars themselves. The car models for Ferrari and Lamborghini were all top-notch, with standard 9-head proportions, golden ratios, all over 1.75 meters tall, and their long legs could make one dizzy just by looking. This supermodel-like figure was naturally very attractive. Most of the attendees at the auto show came for them, leaving behind one photo after another. Upon arriving here, Chen Yang also stopped. He looked at the tall, beautiful, confident woman at the Ferrari booth, who revealed a smile. After a few years, Su Mengyao was indeed much more beautiful than when they were in school. This face, this talent, was truly top-notch. Like Shiro, she belonged to the level that heaven had favored, incomparable. Su Mengyao was showcasing her charm from all angles, and she noticed Chen Yang standing below the booth, giving a slight smile, but there wasn't much interaction as she continued her performance. Chen Yang waited below for a while, and after half an hour, Su Mengyao finally left the booth. Chen Yang also walked towards the backstage. Su Mengyao had someone bring Chen Yang into the backstage. In the backstage makeup room, Su Mengyao was tidying up her makeup with the makeup artist. "Mengyao, you really look beautiful today." After entering the backstage makeup room and seeing the stunning Su Mengyao, Chen Yang couldn't help but compliment her. "It's okay." Su Mengyao smiled lightly, looking at herself in the mirror, very satisfied, and then said, "I didn't expect you to come find me. It's been a few years since we last met, right?" "Yeah, about that." Chen Yang nodded. After his internship in junior year, he hadn't seen Su Mengyao much. They were college classmates, and during their freshman and sophomore years, they had a good relationship. Chen Yang had liked Su Mengyao for a while and even pursued her, but unfortunately, Su Mengyao didn't think much of him. Later, due to some chance factors, Chen Yang ended up with Jiro, and he had basically lost contact with Su Mengyao. He only found her number after seeing her auto show photos and various advertisements on WeChat. "You've become quite handsome after a few years." After finishing her makeup, Su Mengyao turned to look at Chen Yang, and upon seeing his looks and demeanor, she was slightly taken aback. The current Chen Yang seemed to have changed significantly from the shy young man who had pursued her a few years ago. Now, Chen Yang was indeed quite handsome. However, Su Mengyao quickly noticed the Vacheron Constantine on Chen Yang's wrist, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She was definitely familiar with Vacheron Constantine. It costs hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Given Chen Yang's family background, he surely couldn't afford it, so it was almost certain to be fake. Wearing a fake Vacheron Constantine was somewhat vain. But it was normal. In today's society, who isn't vain? Su Mengyao herself was no exception. It just made her feelings for Chen Yang, which belonged to the innocent campus days, lose some of their charm and gain a bit of social interaction. "You look much prettier too," Chen Yang casually complimented. Su Mengyao didn't say much. She continued to look at herself in the mirror and asked, "Is there something you wanted to talk to me about?" "No need for small talk. Straight to the point." Chen Yang smiled and said, "I want to buy a car. Do you have any recommended salespeople I could meet?" "Buy a car?" Su Mengyao really didn't expect Chen Yang to come to her for this. She wasn't a car salesperson. If it were a Ferrari, that would be different. She did know some managers, after all, since they had collaborated for years. But Chen Yang didn't seem like someone who could afford a Ferrari. Su Mengyao could only think that Chen Yang wanted to get closer to her through this. Men, after all, were quite normal. "I know a few. They sell BYD, Nissan, Accord, Ford, and so on." "Which model do you want?" "I'll send you their info later, you can contact them. They're just in the back park." Su Mengyao continued to respond casually. But Chen Yang shook his head and smiled, "No. What I'm looking for is a Ferrari." Upon hearing this, Su Mengyao, who was touching up her makeup, paused slightly. She turned to look at Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise, and said, "You mean, you want a Ferrari?" "Yeah, just want to take a look first." Chen Yang nodded. Su Mengyao's gaze towards Chen Yang became even more complicated. Although she only knew Chen Yang from university and their interactions had been brief, she was very familiar with his family background. After all, Chen Yang had pursued her before. His family background couldn't be described as poor, but it certainly wasn't wealthy either. A Ferrari. Such a top-tier supercar, the cheapest model cost several million. How could Chen Yang possibly afford that? Was he here to show off? Su Mengyao had seen too many men like that, but seeing Chen Yang turn into this made her feel somewhat disappointed. "If you're sure, I can recommend a salesperson to you." In fact, Su Mengyao could have referred Chen Yang to a manager. If the sale went through, she could earn a commission. But she felt it wasn't necessary. Chen Yang wouldn't buy it anyway, and it would be a hassle for the manager. Generally, people like Chen Yang, who were just looking, would only need a salesperson to show them around. Chen Yang sensed Su Mengyao's attitude and nodded, "Okay. Then it's settled, I'll send you the WeChat contact later." Su Mengyao continued with her makeup. This was essentially a dismissal. Chen Yang shook his head and smiled. Indeed. Once out in society, people change a lot. Su Mengyao used to be quite simple, coming from the countryside, cautious in everything she did, but now she had completely transformed, as if she had become a different person. Society truly is a big melting pot. Chen Yang left the makeup room. Su Mengyao watched his back and sighed, murmuring to herself, "Indeed. People do change." Her impression of Chen Yang had plummeted. Wearing a fake luxury watch and coming to her to ask for car recommendations, what was the point of showing off? It was already self-evident. Chen Yang was no longer the Chen Yang he used to be. Su Mengyao didn't take it to heart and continued to apply her makeup, waiting for the next exhibition. On the other side, Australia. Sydney International Airport, in the airport lounge. A flight attendant in a red uniform, wearing black stockings and high heels, tall and with perfect curves, was currently sitting tiredly in the airport lounge. After more than 10 hours of flying, she was physically and mentally exhausted. She had just rested for a few hours when she was notified that there was another flight mission starting soon. Before the flight mission began, she still had to deal with Shimumu's matters. You stay with your brother-in-law, Shenyang, for a while, and I'll come to pick you up when I get back. Jiro rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Okay. Shimumu's sweet voice came through. Jiro said seriously, during this time, don't cause any trouble for Shenyang, or I'll have to clean up your mess again. Oh, sister, he's not an outsider, and besides, I'm grown up now, not a child anymore. How could I cause trouble? Shimumu replied with a hint of displeasure. I've broken up with Chen Yang, he's no longer your brother-in-law. Don't call him that in the future. Jiro reminded her. There was silence on the other end for a moment before Shimumu said, Sister, are you really that heartless? Chen Yang is a good person. After you left, he couldn't eat or sleep, thinking about you every day. Why not give him another chance? Hearing this, Jiro's beautiful eyes lowered. She also had feelings for Chen Yang. But what good are feelings? Living in this world, one must face reality. Chen Yang couldn't give her what she wanted, and their separation was destined. You're still a child, you don't understand. Jiro didn't explain further to Shimumu. I'm not a child. Shimumu said unhappily. Forget it, I can't be bothered with you guys. I'm going to play games. Play less games. Jiro frowned and said, got it. Shimumu replied and hung up the phone. After the call ended, Jiro seemed a bit distracted, as if she was pondering Shimumu's earlier words. Just then, another tall flight attendant walked over and smiled. Ro, what are you doing? Why are you in a daze? Jiro came back to her senses and smiled, just thinking about some things. We're about to board. Where did you just go? The tall flight attendant, named Su Jing, was her colleague and good friend. I just went to buy a bag, take a look, isn't it pretty? Su Jing took out a beautifully packaged bag and revealed a lovely brown handbag. Jiro looked at the designer bag with a hint of surprise and said, Prada? This bag must be expensive, right? It's a bit pricey, over 10,000 euros. Su Jing replied with a smile. Over 10,000 euros? Jiro's mouth opened slightly. According to the current exchange rate, that's nearly 100,000 yuan. Where did you get so much money? In Jiro's impression, Su Jing was in a similar situation to her, not having much money. Su Jing smiled awkwardly and said, Zhang Hao has been pursuing me for a while, right? I didn't agree at first, but I thought it through. Zhang Hao is quite nice. I just planned to talk to him. He gave me a card, and I can spend freely under 500,000, so I bought this. Zhang Hao was a rich second generation, with family assets over 100 million, and had been pursuing Su Jing for several years without any results. Now Su Jing finally agreed. At the same time, she had basically locked in the position of a wealthy wife. For flight attendants like them, the opportunities to meet rich second generations were still very, very plentiful. Jiro is much prettier than Su Jing, and the rich second generation men she has come into contact with are countless, but she has turned them all down before. Now, looking at Su Jing, who only needs to nod to casually spend hundreds of thousands. To be honest, how could Jiro not feel envious? Every woman has a sense of vanity. Roru, didn't you break up with Chun Yang? Those handsome rich second generation guys you met before, you could have interacted with them. With your conditions, if you really lowered your standards, the future would probably treat me much better. Su Jing advised. Although Jiro's heart was in turmoil, in the end, she only said, let's see. Alright, I know you still have Chen Yang in your heart. But, time will wash away everything. People don't rely on emotions to survive. Yielding to reality is the way to live more freely. I didn't understand before, but now I do. Su Jing held her Prada bag, her eyes filled with deep infatuation. This bag, no matter how hard she tried before, would take at least 6 months to obtain. And now, if she wanted to buy it, it was just a matter of moving her fingers. Jiro fell completely silent upon hearing this. Inside the Ferrari 4S store, Chen Yang sat on the sofa in the lobby and waited for a while. A staff member in an OL uniform, who was quite pretty but still a bit inexperienced, hurried over. Sir, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I was a bit busy just now, the staff member said respectfully. The staff member's attitude was quite good. However, seeing her nervous demeanor, she seemed to be new. It was not surprising. In such a top luxury car brand store, the old employees usually have their own fixed clients. When someone wants to buy a car, they think for a long time, and they just need to follow up. As for someone like Chen Yang, who came directly without any appointment, being assigned a dedicated person to receive him was already a favor considering Su Mengyao's face. Those old employees would naturally not waste their time. So, it was definitely a new employee who was assigned to him. Chen Yang glanced at her and said, "It's fine." The female staff member smiled and said, "Sir, my name is Song Lin. May I ask what model you would like to see?" "Let's take a look at everything," Chen Yang casually replied. "All right. Sir, please follow me." Song Lin's pretty face was always beaming with a smile. New employees also have their advantages, they are always very polite. Song Lin led Chen Yang into the Ferrari sales space garage. This F8 is one of our best models in the store, whether it's the exterior design, the luxury level of the interior, or the acceleration from 0 to 100. Song Lin enthusiastically introduced the Ferrari luxury cars in the garage to Chen Yang. Chen Yang followed Song Lin and carefully looked around. It must be said that Ferrari truly deserves to be a top luxury car brand. Each model is indeed quite handsome. In the past, when Chen Yang read novels, he often saw the protagonist buying a Ferrari after getting rich, and he couldn't understand why they couldn't buy something else. Now it seems that Ferrari indeed holds a significant status among luxury cars. Whether it's the brand's recognition, model design, or the level of flaunting, it is undoubtedly at its peak. The price of our Ferrari F8 is about 3 million or so, supporting 5-year and 10-year loans. Song Lin continued to introduce. 3 million. This price is already considered low among Ferraris. However, Chen Yang shook his head and said, "Do you have something around 5 million, and I need it to be in stock?" "In stock?" Song Lin was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yang to say this. This meant that if he liked it, he would buy it directly? Take it home the same day? That was too exaggerated, right? Generally, when others buy a Ferrari, they have to consider it for several months, or even a year or two. Even those rich kids need to make reservations a few weeks in advance. Buying one on the spot is something I've never seen before. That said, even Song Lin didn't really believe Chen Yang would actually buy it. Her enthusiasm towards Chen Yang was merely a professional habit. She never thought he would actually make a purchase. However, Song Lin wasn't impatient and continued to lead Chen Yang further inside. If there's a car available, then there's only this one. Song Lin took Chen Yang into the inner part of the garage, where a beautiful luxury car was parked, covered with a white cloth. She lifted the cloth to reveal a bright red, sleek-bodied, top-tier supercar that appeared before Chen Yang. This top luxury car was indeed much more handsome than the ones they had seen before. Song Lin introduced, "This is our Ferrari 812, which is our flagship model. The design lines of the 812 are extremely perfect, and the driving feel is very stable, making it suitable for everyday use, with an exceptional driving experience." As Song Lin explained various parameters of the 812, even though she didn't think Chen Yang would buy it, she still provided a very professional introduction. Chen Yang listened, nodded, and asked, "What's the price?" "About 5 million, with financing options for 8 to 10 years. Song Lin replied. "Is there a car available?" Chen Yang asked directly. "Yes." Song Lin responded skillfully. Chen Yang then asked again, "If I buy it now, can all the paperwork be completed? Can I drive it away right now?" Song Lin was a bit confused. She didn't think much of the previous questions, but this last one about paperwork and availability, what did it mean? Was Chen Yang really going to buy it? After thinking for a moment, she said, "As long as you sign the purchase contract, all the paperwork can be completed within an hour." "Good." Chen Yang nodded and said directly, "Then I'll take this one." "Then, just this one?" Song Lin was still a bit dazed, not understanding what Chen Yang meant. Could it be, "Prepare the purchase contract"? Chen Yang responded directly. "Ah." Song Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected Chen Yang would say that. Preparing the purchase contract meant he was going to buy it. Was Chen Yang joking? Was he really going to buy it? Song Lin still couldn't be sure and said, "Mr. Chen, are you sure you want me to prepare the contract?" "Of course." Chen Yang looked at her in confusion and said, "What? Don't you need a contract to buy a car?" No. Song Lin had no idea what Chen Yang was up to, but since he said so, she had no choice but to nod and say, "All right, Mr. Chen, then come with me," Song Lin said, leading Chen Yang towards the hall. Chen Yang followed closely behind. In the hall, several female staff members were chatting in small groups. "Zhang Jia, you don't know, the Qin boss I'm following is ready to buy. Although it's an F8, it's still good, and I'll get a commission of several thousand." "That's great. You've been with Qin boss for a few months, right? I didn't expect he would actually buy." that's for sure. Although Chin Boss is just a small owner, he has a net worth of 2 to 3,000, so he definitely has potential. It seems we need to connect more with these small bosses in the future. As the older staff members were discussing, they saw Song Lin leading Fong Yuan out from the garage. Everyone's gaze instantly fell on Fong Yuan. This guy is pretty handsome, looks like a rich second generation. Vacheron Constantine, how did this guy end up meeting Song Lin? This is a high, rich, and handsome type. Ha, you guys are overthinking it. I pushed him to Song Lin. Ha, why push? This guy was introduced by Su Mengyao, she said, just to bring him to have a look. If he really wanted to buy, Su Mengyao would definitely introduce him to the manager. She wouldn't just give him to us for free. He's probably just here to show off. So that's how it is. I really didn't see it coming. This guy is quite handsome, and his temperament is good too. Who would have thought he would be this kind of person? There are too many people like this. Now that they've seen, they probably want to leave. The salesgirls were whispering among themselves, but on the surface, they still wore professional smiles, looking very polite. However, Chen Yang didn't spare them a glance, following Song Lin into the conference hall of the 4S store. What's going on? They don't seem to want to leave. Why are they going to the conference hall? What's happening? Are they signing something? It can't be a car purchase contract, right? Impossible. How could they buy it? Yeah, if they were going to buy, they wouldn't just look once and buy it. Let's go take a look. The female sales staff curiously gathered around. Inside the conference hall. Mr. Chen, this is the car purchase contract, which has legal effect. If you sign it, you will need to spend 5 million to buy our Ferrari 812. Please, think it over. Song Lin reminded him in the end. She didn't know what Chen Yang was planning, but she still needed to make it clear. Chen Yang picked up the purchase contract, carefully flipped through it, and after confirming there were no issues, he directly signed his name and handed it to Song Lin. All right. Chen Yang smiled. Song Lin was stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Signed? He just signed? Not even hesitating for 5 minutes. Is this really for a 5 million Ferrari? How is this the same as buying cabbage at the supermarket? This Chen Yang is too exaggerated. After Song Lin picked up the contract and confirmed it repeatedly, she finally realized that Chen Yang really signed it, and then she asked, I wonder, sir, how do you plan to pay? This was the most crucial part. Payment was the most important. Even the sales staff peeking at the door were holding their breath, feeling a bit nervous. Everything done before was meaningless. If there was a problem with the payment, Chen Yang would still be just showing off. He definitely can't come up with the money. He definitely has no money. The female staff member who had pushed Chen Yang to Song Lin was now sweating coldly on her forehead. I'll pay by card. Chen Yang directly took out the dragon card from Huaxia Bank and placed it on the table. Okay. Song Lin nervously picked up the Huaxia Bank dragon card, operated a few times on a special laptop, and reached the final step. She took a deep breath and chose to pay. When the successful payment interface popped up, she was completely stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with undisguised shock. It succeeded. Really succeeded? She could hardly believe her eyes. Just like that, she sold her first car in her life? The flagship 812 worth 5 million? This is too exaggerated. After a brief moment of shock, Song Lin quickly reacted, excitedly rushing to Chen Yang and saying, Mr. Chen, thank you for your purchase. From now on, you are the esteemed owner of a Ferrari. You can add me on WeChat, or log into our software. In the future, our Ferrari team will be dedicated to serving you. Song Lin's excitement was impossible to hide, her voice trembling as she spoke. The staff outside, listening to Song Lin, were all taken aback. What? Did you really buy it? How? How is that possible? This is too crazy, right? They looked as if they had seen a ghost. It took them 1 to 2 months of intense selling to sell a single car. And Song Lin, just a few days into her job, had sold one? Moreover, it was the flagship 812 model worth over 5 million. All the staff quickly turned to the female employee who had pushed Chen Yang onto Song Lin earlier, their eyes filled with sympathy. 5 million for the 812. Over 100,000 in commission. This guy just let it slip away. It was enough to give someone a heart attack. The female employee's lips turned pale, her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted. She seemed to see 100,000 yuan flying away from her sight. Boom! Without a test drive or wasting time on anything else, after completing the paperwork, Chen Yang drove off in the flashy Ferrari 812 from the dealership. One must say, Ferrari is still Ferrari. It truly lives up to its reputation as a top supercar, far superior in handling and all aspects compared to the junk Chen Yang had driven before. Chen Yang's driving skills were already quite good, and now, behind the wheel of a Ferrari, his skills skyrocketed. As he slowly drove the Ferrari 812 to the entrance of the auto exhibition center, preparing to leave, he spotted a familiar figure from afar. Su Mengyao. At that moment, she was standing at the entrance of the exhibition center, seemingly waiting for a car. Chen Yang smiled slightly and drove over. Su Mengyao was waiting for her assistant to bring her BMW. Today's exhibition had gone very well, and she had received over 10,000 in appearance fees, which was quite a nice income. Su Mengyao thought about finding a high-end bar to have a drink later. Just then, a striking bright red supercar slowly approached her. Su Mengyao was momentarily stunned. She knew quite a few wealthy young men, but there were few who drove an 812, which cost over 5 million. Moreover, in a place like the exhibition, what kind of wealthy young man would come looking for her? Who could it be? Could it be that her charm at the exhibition had attracted a rich heir? No matter who it was, the person must be very wealthy. Su Mengyao quickly tidied up her makeup, a sweet smile appearing on her pretty face as she welcomed the arrival of the Ferrari 812. The Ferrari 812 slowly came to a stop right in front of Su Mengyao. Hello! Su Mengyao approached. But soon, her smile froze completely. Because as the window of the Ferrari 812 slowly rolled down, a handsome face appeared before Su Mengyao. It was Chen Yang, holding the steering wheel with one hand, smiling at her. Chen Yang? How could it be Chen Yang? Su Mengyao's pretty face suddenly changed color. She thought of many possibilities but never imagined the person in the car would be Chen Yang. What? What is going on? How could Chen Yang afford a Ferrari? And it's the 812. After a moment of shock, Su Mengyao finally regained her composure and asked with a difficult expression, Chen Yang, this car, is it yours? How did you end up driving such a nice car? She forced a somewhat awkward smile. Chen Yang, however, smiled and said, isn't it all thanks to you? You introduced me to a pretty reliable car salesman, and he was quick too. In less than 2 hours, he helped me complete all the paperwork, and now I can drive it away directly. Thanks. You should get a referral fee, right? That's great. Su Mengyao listened to Chen Yang's words, and her mind went blank for a moment, turning into a mush. Chen Yang meant that this car was just bought by him? He had just come to find her, looking for the Ferrari salesman, just to buy a car, and it was this Ferrari 821 worth over 5 million? This is too exaggerated, right? Su Mengyao was completely speechless. If this were true, then the commission of over 100,000 would have just vanished from her hands. But Chen Yang didn't care about her thoughts and said directly, alright, it's about time, I should be leaving. Let's get together again when we have the chance. As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, Su Mengyao reacted, quickly putting on a flattering smile and leaning closer, saying, Chen Yang, wait a minute, can I? Chen Yang naturally understood what Su Mengyao wanted to say, but there was no chance left. The car window slowly closed. Then, boom! A huge sound wave roared. The Ferrari 821 transformed into a stunning silhouette in the night, gradually disappearing from sight. Watching the Ferrari 821 fade away, Su Mengyao stood there in a daze, wanting to chase after it, but after taking 2 steps, she realized it was absolutely impossible to catch up. She never expected that the boy who once braved the rain to buy her milk tea had now single-handedly driven a Ferrari. The sense of disparity was simply too great. At the same time, someone came to add insult to injury. Song Lin walked out from the venue, happily saying to Su Mengyao, Miss Su, thank you so much for introducing me to the customer, I really appreciate it. Song Lin deeply bowed to Su Mengyao. She had just started working not long ago and had already closed a deal, earning over 100,000 in commission. The feeling was indescribably exhilarating. Song Lin's appearance completely confirmed Chen Yang's words. Su Mengyao felt a wave of despair. It seemed she had really missed a great opportunity. If she had been a bit nicer to Chen Yang just now, would she have had a chance to restore their previous relationship? At that moment, Su Mengyao fell into deep regret. Boom! The Ferrari sped down the roads of Deep City, and Chen Yang was enjoying the nearly perfect driving feel of this top-tier supercar, as well as the incredibly comfortable driving experience. A supercar is indeed a supercar. Whether it's the comfort of the seats or the interior space and scent, everything was quite nice. Once the speed picked up, the feeling of driving like a fighter jet taking off was something that could make any man unable to resist. Chen Yang had several urges to speed up. However, being on city roads, he remained rational and restrained that desire. Of course, the benefits brought by such a top-tier supercar were far more than just these. The most important effect of a supercar, of course, is the almost off-the-charts attention it attracts. Driving the Ferrari 812, no matter which street he passed, he could attract countless gazes from passers-by, especially from women, each glance carrying a hint of admiration. While waiting at a traffic light, a few flamboyantly dressed women approached, wanting to add him on WeChat or something. Chen Yang basically ignored them. However, that feeling was still quite enjoyable. This is the value of a supercar. A person can never simultaneously possess both inferiority and a Ferrari. Chen Yang drove the Ferrari 812 around the roads of Deep City for a few laps, having enjoyed nearly everything there was to enjoy. At the same time, a cold system voice sounded. Host has successfully completed a lavish expenditure, earning a reward amount of 8,200,000. The reward has arrived. A full 8 million plus reward. After deducting the 5 million spent on the car, there are still over 2 million in rewards left. This large amount of extravagant spending is truly exhilarating. However, such large expenditures on cars and houses can only be used once or twice. Beyond that, there are basically no rewards left, which is quite regrettable for making money this way. Chen Yang felt pleased. At this moment, a message was sent over. Xiao Nana, good brother, sister loves you so much, you are sister's male god. The message from Yao Na left Chen Yang somewhat baffled. What was going on with his good sister? Why did she suddenly send such a message? Mu Yang, what's up, Nana? Missing me all of a sudden? Xiao Nana, yes, I haven't seen you for a few hours, and I really miss my good brother. I want to see you so much. Chen Yang's words were mostly well received by Yao Na. This is the charm of a mature woman. Mu Yan, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Xiao Nana, I don't want the future, I want a specific time. Sister is getting a bit impatient. What was going on with Yao Na, suddenly getting all heated? Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, then let's do it in a couple of days. I'll contact you then. Xiao Nana, okay, sister will be waiting for your favor. Next time, you mustn't fall asleep, otherwise, sister will be angry. Chen Yang saw this message and couldn't help but smile. Next time? He definitely wanted Yao Na to lean against the wall when she left. How dare she play with fire like this? After ending the call with Yao Na, Chen Yang noticed that she had posted a new moment. Clicking in to take a look, it was a photo Yao Na had taken, with the sunset in the background. She seemed to have taken it on the balcony, dressed completely differently from work, wearing a long dress that exuded a mature woman vibe, looking both beautiful and alluring. However, the most eye-catching thing was the watch on Yao Na's wrist, a Vacheron Constantine. Although Chen Yang couldn't see the number of likes and comments on this moment, he could guess that, as a luxury goods salesperson, there were definitely many discerning eyes in her friend's circle who would recognize the Vacheron Constantine on her wrist at a glance. Yao Na's moment was bound to explode with attention. No wonder his good sister was so excited just now. It turned out to be because of this. Chen Yang smiled slightly. The feeling of spending money freely was indeed quite enjoyable. Although his relationship with Yao Na had been good before, they had never taken that final step, always maintaining a sense of distance. But now, that sense of distance had completely vanished. Yao Na seemed really about to become his little lover. Just as Yao Na's messages ended, Chen Qingning's message also came through. Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, you must come find us tonight, we and Tao Tao are waiting for you. Almost forgot. He still had an appointment tonight. Just right, he could go for a stroll. Deep City Media University, his alma mater, he hadn't been back in a long time. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari 812 straight towards Deep City Media University. Deep City Media University. In the girls' dormitory, Shen Tao and Chen Qingning were getting dressed and putting on makeup. Chen Qingning was almost done with her look. She was still the same image, a black JK uniform with a black pleated skirt and black stockings. However, her black JK set today was much better than before, more fitted, perfectly outlining her curvaceous figure, making her S-shaped curves even more perfect. In front of her, Shen Tao was also in a white JK outfit, looking a bit more pure and beautiful than Chen Qingning, and the white JK with white stockings suited her very well. However, Chen Qingning was not very satisfied and said, the skirt is too long, it should be shorter, and the clothes are too loose, they should be tighter. At your size, if you don't show it off, who will notice? Chen Qingning was guiding Shen Tao. Shen Tao, feeling a bit uncomfortable, said, Sister Qingning, this should be fine, right? Besides, we are going to meet Brother Chen Yang, not someone else. Why do we have to dress so high-end? Meeting Brother Chen Yang requires a bit more effort, Chen Qingning said seriously. Tao Tao, don't you want to have some kind of relationship with Brother Chen Yang? Speaking of this, Shen Tao's pretty face turned slightly red. Saying she hadn't thought about it would definitely be a lie. Chen Yang was so handsome, wealthy, and had a good temperament. Wasn't he the Prince Charming in their hearts? But, Shen Tao looked at Chen Qingning, blinking her beautiful big eyes, and said, Sister Qingning, aren't you and Brother Chen Yang supposed to develop something? Chen Qingning flicked her smooth hair and smiled. Of course I want to develop something with Brother Chen Yang. But I know my place. I'm not as pretty as Sister Giraud, and I'm not as pure as you. So, beside Brother Chen Yang, at most, I'm just a good little sister, a little admirer, I can't take a higher position. But you are different, Tao Tao. You are so beautiful, as long as you dress up a bit and enhance your temperament. Brother Chen Yang will definitely like you. Chen Xingning revealed her small white tiger teeth. Listening to Chen Xingning's words, Shen Tao's cheeks flushed, and she said softly, Sister Xingning, what are you talking about? Although I have feelings for Brother Chen Yang, if you like him, I won't compete with you. We're sisters. What is there to compete about? Chen Xingning chuckled, hurry up and dress up as I said, Brother Chen Yang will be here soon. Okay. Since Chen Xingning said so, Shen Tao couldn't say anything else and could only change into a shorter white JK uniform as suggested. The two JK girls in black and white, a pair of beautiful sisters, were naturally stunning. Chen Xingning looked at Shen Tao in front of her and nodded in satisfaction, saying, Tao Tao, very good. You are indeed much more beautiful than I imagined. After changing into the short JK uniform, Shen Tao immediately had that pure yet alluring vibe, which was truly captivating. Shen Tao was still a bit unaccustomed, looking at the mirror and adjusting her dress, saying, isn't it a bit too short? No, Brother Chen Yang will definitely like you like this. Tonight, we sisters must make sure to keep Brother Chen Yang with us. What do you think? Chen Xingning's face was filled with determination. Shen Tao's face turned slightly red as she said, Sister Xingning, what are you talking about? We're just going out to have fun. Alright, just going out to have fun. Tonight, we must have a good time. Chen Xingning's face revealed a smile like a little witch. Boom! Chen Yang arrived at Deep City Media University driving a Ferrari 821. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. However, at the entrance of the Media University, students were still coming and going, and various vendors were still calling out, bustling with activity. When Shen Yang drove the Ferrari 821 to the school gate, it naturally attracted a wave of attention, with many younger students stopping to take pictures. Shen Yang didn't show off excessively. After parking the Ferrari 821 in the parking lot, he walked out alone towards the Media University. Deep City Media University is a semi-open school. At this time of night, the security guards do not check, allowing free entry and exit. Shen Yang entered the campus, looking at the familiar scenery, and memories from the past surged to his heart. Those years, he and Giro walked through the campus of the Communication University, experiencing countless beautiful moments. However, all of that is now just a fleeting memory. Chen Yang didn't feel too sentimental, as his attention was quickly drawn to something else. What caught his eye was a group of beautiful junior sisters at the communication conference, along with their long, fair legs. Yes, the Deep City Communication Conference could be said to be the most visually appealing college in the entire Deep City. The famous beauties of Deep City mostly emerged from the Communication University. Not only were there many of them, but their quality was also top-notch, making them among the best in Deep City. Every day, countless students from other schools came to the communication conference looking for opportunities to feast their eyes. However, Chen Yang didn't pay much attention. No matter how beautiful these girls were, they couldn't compare to Giro or Yana. He was mainly heading to the east campus of the school. Chen Xingning and Shen Tao were waiting for him over there. The milk tea shop? Chen Yang frowned. He really didn't know where that was. Probably a new place opened in the last 2 years? Just as Chen Yang was about to ask someone, a surprised voice came from behind. Chen Gu? Chen Yang turned to look, and saw a young man dressed in a very standard campus outfit, a white t-shirt, white pants, and wearing glasses, looking scholarly and obviously doing well in his studies. Chen Yang found the young man familiar, but he couldn't recall who he was. After confirming it was Chen Yang, the young man ran over joyfully and said, Chen Gu, it's me, Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao. That name instantly triggered Chen Yang's memory. It seemed he did have a junior named Zhou Hao, who was quite dull and a bookworm. He hadn't expected such a big change after a few years. Long time no see, you've become quite handsome, Chen Yang complimented with a smile. Zhou Hao scratched his head, feeling shy, and said, Chen Gu, you're joking. I'm still the same, no changes. But you, Chen Gu, you've become so much more handsome. I recognized you right away. Just wasn't sure. Indeed. The current Chen Yang was quite different from the Chen Yang of a few years ago. A few years ago, he was just a relatively handsome male college student, but now he was completely transformed. What year are you in? Still not graduated? Chen Yang continued to ask. I'm in my 4th year, I should be working next year, Zhou Hao replied. Chen Yang nodded, similar to Chen Xingning. Zhou Hao then asked, Chen Gu, you must have something to do coming back to school, right? I just saw you looking for something. Yeah. Chen Yang was just in need of someone to point him in the right direction, and since Zhou Hao was there, he asked, do you know where the milk tea shop is? I know, it's by the lake in the east campus, Zhou Hao said with a smile. By the lake? Chen Yang thought carefully and roughly figured out the location. Just as he was about to thank Zhou Hao and leave, Zhou Hao enthusiastically said, Chen Gu, I happen to have nothing to do right now, why don't I take you there? Hearing this, Chen Yang nodded, sure, that would be great. It's no trouble, Zhou Hao replied casually. The two then walked together towards the East Campus. Chen Yang and Zhou Hao walked side by side. Along the way, they chatted with each other. After graduation, where do you plan to work? Do you have any plans? Chen Yang asked. I plan to go to an entertainment company. I've already made contact, Zhou Hao replied. This is the employment direction for most media students, working in small to medium-sized entertainment companies, which also offer quite a decent income. The company Chen Yang is currently with is an entertainment company, and the treatment is okay, but that guy Xiaolong is really a bit disgusting. Not bad, it's necessary to plan ahead, Chen Yang nodded, just about to say something more. But Zhou Hao's phone rang, and he took it out to check the message, a smile appearing on his lips, as if something happy had happened. After replying to the message, Chen Yang asked with a smile, is it news from your girlfriend? Zhou Hao said a bit awkwardly, no, it should be news from my goddess. Goddess? Chen Yang felt very unfamiliar with this term. Ever since he got together with Zhiro, he had basically lost any concept of a goddess. Zhou Hao smiled and said, yeah, she's a very beautiful girl, the white moonlight in my heart. When I met her 2 years ago, I had already made up my mind. In this life, I will only marry her. She is the goddess in my heart, the princess in my heart. When Zhou Hao said this, a happy smile spread across his face. Chen Yang was taken aback. He didn't expect that in this day and age, there would still be such pure dog-like statements. This Zhou Hao is really, infatuated. Maybe it really is true love? Well, that's good. Since you have a goal, then go for it, Chen Yang said. I will work hard, brother Chen, Zhou Hao said with determination on his face, and I believe I can move her. She will be with me sooner or later. I hope so, Chen Yang replied, but you don't need to be too obsessed. There's no need to hang yourself on one tree. If the other party really doesn't want to, then it's better to change your goal early. In this world, there are no absolute goddesses, and there won't be anyone you can't marry but her. It's just that you've beautified her in your heart. Chen Yang still advised Zhou Hao. After all, he had known him for a few years, so it was fine to say a few more words. But Zhou Hao firmly said, brother Chen, that's where you're wrong. My goddess is different from other women. She is pure, cute, and beautiful, incomparable to other women. She is the only white moonlight in my heart, and it will never change. Since the conversation had reached this point, there was nothing more to say. Chen Yang nodded and stopped talking. At the milk tea shop. Night. There were still quite a few students coming to drink milk tea, and the whole shop was basically full. Chen Xingning and Shen Tao were sitting in a spot close to the lake. The two sisters, one black and one white, were very beautiful, attracting the attention of many customers around them. The gazes of those around made Shen Tao feel a bit uncomfortable. She always felt that her skirt was too short and there was a risk of exposure. Sister Qingning, are you sure it's really okay for me to wear this? Shen Tao said, her face slightly flushed. Don't worry, they're just looking at you because you're beautiful, Chen Xingning said with a smile. But Tao, your outfit today is really stunning. When brother Chen Yang sees you later, he probably won't be able to take his eyes off you. You're too beautiful. Shen Tao's pretty face was still blushing, but she felt quite happy inside, looking forward to the upcoming interaction with Chen Yang. However, at that moment, Shen Tao's phone rang. She picked up her phone, glanced at the message, and then frowned slightly, seemingly unhappy. Chen Xingning looked curious and directly asked, Tao, what's wrong? Whose message is it? Who else could it be, but Zhou Hao? He's really driving me crazy, Shen Tao said with some frustration. Zhou Hao? Chen Xingning was taken aback and said, didn't you block him? How come you still have news from him? I did block him, but this guy is persistent. He even changed to a new account to contact me. It's ridiculous, Shen Tao sighed, her pretty face showing helplessness. Chen Xingning covered her mouth and laughed, isn't that great? It fully demonstrates our Tao's charm. This Zhou Hao has been infatuated with you for 2 whole years. He's quite devoted. I don't want his devotion at all. I have no interest in him. He's such a bothersome guy, Shen Tao said, looking distressed. Chen Xingning laughed uncontrollably and continued to ask, so why is he looking for you this time? He said he wants to bring me something, Shen Tao replied helplessly. It's probably some small gift or local specialty. It's all his goodwill, Chen Xingning teased. Then let me give it to you. Do you want it? Shen Tao said directly. It's his goodwill meant for you. Why would I want it? Chen Xingning decisively refused. Humph, I knew it. Shen Tao rolled her eyes and said, Xingning, your husband. Chen Xingning shot back, your husband. Shen Tao continued to retort, your husband. The two women were bickering. At that moment, Chen Xingning's phone rang. She looked at the message. It was from Chen Yang, saying he had arrived. Chen Xingning immediately stood up and looked around outside the cafe. After a while, she spotted Chun Yang at the entrance of the milk tea shop and waved, "Chun Yang, brother. Over here." Her voice was clear and pleasant as she waved and called out to Chun Yang. Chun Yang also saw his beautiful and charming little sister and immediately smiled as he walked towards her. At that moment, Shin Tao was also looking at Chun Yang. She was initially quite happy, but when she saw Zhou Hao next to him, her smile instantly froze. Zhou Hao? Why is he here too? At the milk tea shop. By the lakeside, Chun Yang, Shin Tao, Chen Xingning, and Zhou Hao sat facing each other. Chen Xingning glanced at Chun Yang and then at Zhou Hao, her beautiful eyes revealing surprise as she asked, "Chun Yang, how did you come here with Zhou Hao?" Chen Yang smiled and said, "I couldn't find the milk tea shop, so I asked him for directions." "What? Do you know each other?" From the moment they sat down, Chen Yang felt that the atmosphere was off. It seemed that both Chen Xingning and Shin Tao were quite disdainful of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, however, was completely oblivious and said with a smile, "Of course we know each other. Chenggu, Tao Tao is the one I told you about before." Zhou Hao didn't finish his sentence, but Chun Yang understood immediately. "So that's how it is. Shin Tao is this Zhou Hao's dream goddess, huh? He really has good taste. Shin Tao is indeed beautiful and youthful." But, no matter how Chun Yang looked at it, he absolutely wouldn't think that Shin Tao would like a man like Zhou Hao. This guy is just a pure clown. Sure enough, just as Chun Yang expected, Shin Tao directly said, "Zhou Hao, how many times have I told you not to call me Tao Tao? I have a name. Isn't calling you Tao Tao a bit more intimate?" Zhou Hao said shamelessly. Shin Tao, exasperated, said, "Shut up, who wants to be intimate with you?" From Shin Tao's attitude, it was clear that she had no interest in Zhou Hao at all. This Zhou Hao was truly a persistent admirer. Zhou Hao didn't dare to say anything more and shut his mouth. Chen Xingning then said, "Since we're all here, let's have a cup of milk tea." "Chen Yang, brother, what do you want to drink?" Chen Xingning first asked Chen Yang. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, "A cup of duck droppings lemon tea, please." This was quite in line with his taste. He really loved this kind of lemon tea. "Okay." Chen Xingning nodded. Before he could ask Zhou Hao directly said, "Pearl milk tea is fine, thank you, Xingning Sr." Chen Xingning said nothing and looked at the last person, Shin Tao. "Sakura boba." Chen Xingning left to place the order. Chun Yang also stood up and said, "I'm going to have a smoke." He walked to the side, planning to have one by the lake. Ever since breaking up with Jiro, he had smoked very little. Now back at his alma mater, seeing the familiar smoking spot again made him want to have one. Chen Yang and Chen Xingning left. Only Shin Tao and Zhou Hao remained. Zhou Hao was quite happy, thinking he might develop something with Shin Tao. But unexpectedly, Shin Tao didn't even glance at him. Instead, she noticed the lighter left on Chun Yang's table, immediately picked it up, and quickly followed Chen Yang. So the three left, leaving Zhou Hao alone, making the situation somewhat awkward. By the lake, Chen Yang sat on a lounge chair, holding a cigarette, looking at the scenery by the lake, watching the playful college couples, and couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Just as he was about to light up, he realized he had forgotten the lighter. Damn, this really ruins the mood. Just as Chun Yang was about to go back for the lighter, a click sounded beside him. He turned to see a delicate and beautiful face had appeared next to him. Shin Tao had somehow already sat down beside him, using the lighter to spark a flame. Chen Yang was slightly taken aback, then let Shin Tao light his cigarette. Smoke wafted in the air. Chen Yang smiled at Shin Tao and said, "Thank you." "No problem, Chen Yang Gij." Shin Tao also smiled sweetly, looking very pretty. It must be said that Shin Tao indeed fit the image of a campus goddess, with a hint of allure from the nightlife, a hot figure that exuded a touch of sexiness, and a bit of innocence from campus life. Most importantly, Shin Tao was beautiful enough, both pure and desirable, quite impressive. "Why didn't you chat with Zhou Hao?" Chun Yang asked with a smile while smoking. "I have nothing to do with him, Chen Yang Gij, don't misunderstand," Shin Tao quickly replied. "I can tell." Chen Yang smiled slightly. Shin Tao and Zhou Hao clearly belonged to different worlds. The gap between them was too large for them to be together. Shin Tao said with frustration, "Actually, I've rejected him more than once, but he just won't give up. I don't know where he learned it, but he thinks being persistent is effective." This was indeed a mistaken belief. Being persistent only works on a small number of women. For most women, it's utterly useless. Women are emotional beings. As long as they spend a week together, or even just a day, they will determine whether there's potential for development. Once you are labeled as unsuitable for dating, no matter how hard you try or how persistent you are, it will be in vain. If you can tell him to give up, that would be quite good, Chen Yang said with a smile. "Isn't that what I should do?" Shin Tao blinked in confusion. Chen Yang thought carefully. It seemed that indeed, if it's not suitable, informing the other party is the right thing to do. But in today's world, how many women can actually do that? Even if they are unsuitable, they won't say it outright. Instead, they will keep you hanging, squeezing out the remaining value. Just this point shows that Shintao's worldview is quite good. Chen Yang said nothing, and Shintao also remained silent. The atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet. At that moment, Shintao suddenly gathered her courage and, with her little face flushed, asked, "Brother Chen Yang, do you think my outfit today looks good?" Chen Yang was taken aback and then shifted his gaze to Shintao. Today's outfit was indeed nice. The JK style, especially the super short skirt, showcased Shintao's pure yet alluring charm perfectly. "It's pretty good. It suits you very well," Chen Yang praised. "Thank you for the compliment, Brother Chen Yang," Shintao said happily, then asked, "So, Brother Chen Yang, do you think I'm prettier? Or is Sister Qingning prettier?" This question was quite interesting. Chen Yang thought for a moment and smiled. "If we're talking about looks, you're a bit prettier, but if it's about other things, then Qingning is better." "Ah, why?" Shintao asked, confused. Chen Yang laughed. "After all, Qingning is wearing black stockings." With that one sentence, Shintao understood. The impact of black stockings was indeed significant. But Shintao was not one to back down, huffing, "My white stockings are not bad either." Inside the milk tea shop, Chen Qingning returned with 3 cups of milk tea and, seeing that Chen Yang and Shintao were not there, had a puzzled look in her beautiful eyes and asked, "Where are they?" Zhou Hao quickly replied, "Brother Chen is smoking," and Tao Tao went to bring him a lighter. Chen Qingning glanced in the direction Zhou Hao mentioned and indeed saw Chen Yang and Shintao not far away, but due to the distance, she couldn't see what they were doing. However, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile, as if she realized something. Her good sister was quite perceptive. Zhou Hao continued, "Sister Qingning, I think Brother Chen might have some feelings for you." Why do you say that?" Chen Qingning casually responded. Zhou Hao smiled. "Brother Chen specifically came to school to find you, sat with you, and was so affectionate, he must be trying to pursue you." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingning couldn't help but find it amusing. It was always her who was fawning over Chen Yang, and he had hardly ever accepted it. How could he be pursuing her? But with nothing else to do, she casually replied, "Maybe." Zhou Hao continued, "Brother Chen likes you, Sister Qingning, and I'm pursuing Tao Tao, so we're just right together. If we go out to play later, it should be quite nice." Chen Qingning smiled playfully, "But I feel like Tao Tao has no interest in you at all. This is just the beginning. For a cute and beautiful girl like Tao Tao, I have to be very patient to make her like me. Sister Qingning, don't worry, I have plenty of time. In the future, I will definitely make Tao Tao like me." Zhou Hao was incredibly determined. Chen Qingning was somewhat speechless. This guy was really quite exaggerated. Back at the milk tea shop, after Chen Yang and Shintao sat down, they chatted for a while. Zhou Hao noticed something unusual about Shintao and directly asked, "Tao Tao, why is your face so red? Are you sick?" A devoted admirer truly had a keen eye for detail. Shintao's face was indeed very red. She found an excuse and replied, "It's a bit hot lately, it's too stuffy. Do you want me to ask the boss to bring a fan over?" "There are fans in this shop." Zhou Hao continued to be attentive. "No need, I'll be fine after a while," Shintao directly refused. "Alright then," Zhou Hao could only nod. Chen Yang looked at Zhou Hao, who was acting like a devoted admirer, and couldn't help but shake his head. It was still the same saying. A devoted admirer, in the end, doesn't get a good outcome. Thinking about the interaction he just had with Shintao on the cool bench, he felt that Zhou Hao was quite the clown. However, this is also something he brought upon himself. They had repeatedly said it wasn't suitable, yet he insisted on getting closer. Who else can he blame? At this moment, Chen Qingning leaned closer to Chen Yang and whispered, "Brother Chen Yang, what did you just do to Tao Tao?" This little witch had clearly figured it out. "I didn't do anything, just made a comment about the difference between her and you," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "Oh?" Chen Qingning suddenly became interested and asked, "What difference?" Chen Yang stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "The difference between black stockings and white stockings." "And the result?" Chen Qingning asked with great interest. "The result is, it seems that white stockings are a bit better," Chen Yang said with a smile. That's because you don't understand, Brother Chen Yang," Chen Qingning retorted. "Black stockings are the best. So what do I need to do to understand?" Chen Yang asked, a hint of playfulness in his smile. Chen Qingning seemed to realize something, smiled slightly, revealing her cute little tiger teeth, and said, "Brother Chen Yang, you'll understand soon." The milk tea was quickly finished. The 4 of them left. Chen Qingning suggested that since they had nothing to do in the evening, they should go shopping. Chen Yang and Shintao had no objections. Zhou Hao also shamelessly insisted on joining, so they had no choice but to bring him along. The 4 of them walked along the campus avenue at night, with Chen Qingning and Shintao in front. the pair of beautiful sisters whispering to each other, not knowing what they were talking about. From time to time, they would sneak a glance back at Chen Yang, bursting into peals of cheerful laughter. Chen Yang walked behind with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao quietly said, "Brother Chen, I already know what you're thinking." What thought? Chen Yang looked at him in confusion. Zhou Hao had a knowing smile and said, "Brother Chen, we're all men, we understand. You have feelings for Senior Qingning, right? I've already noticed." Chen Yang almost laughed out loud at this guy really had good insight. Zhou Hao continued, "Brother Chen, Senior Qingning is indeed very good. She's good-looking, charming, has a great temperament, and her grades are excellent. I've heard that a media company is already in contact with her, so she'll probably get a job right after graduation. But with her looks, even if she can't become a star, she can still be a big internet celebrity. Brother Chen, if you can win her over now, that would be a huge blessing. You really need to work hard." This guy was treating Chen Yang like a love-struck puppy for Chen Qingning. This was too much. I'll think about it, Chen Yang replied casually. Zhou Hao continued, "There's nothing to think about, Brother Chen. Just charge ahead like I do. If I can pursue Tao Tao and you can pursue Senior Qingning, then that would be a great story." Chen Yang was really struggling to hold back his laughter. How could this guy be so serious while acting like a love-struck fool? Chen Yang couldn't help but say, "I think you and Shen Tao really aren't suitable for each other. You should just give up on that," Chen Yang advised again. But Zhou Hao laughed and said, "As long as I work hard, a steel rod can be ground into a needle. Brother Chen, will never give up. I will definitely win Tao Tao over." There was no way. Really no way. It turned out that most love-struck fools deserved it. Since you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for being rude later. Chen Yang was too lazy to deal with Zhou Hao anymore. Meanwhile, the four of them had already reached the school gate. "Brother Chen, I prepared a car," Zhou Hao said with a smile, then took out the car key and pressed the button. A Nissan Sylphy lit up its headlights not far away. This car probably cost around 100,000. When the car lights turned on, the students at the school gate didn't even glance. Zhou Hao was quite satisfied, feeling that he had prepared well and could finally show off in front of his goddess. However, just at that moment, a small incident occurred. Shen Tao and Chen Qingning, who were walking ahead, were so stunningly beautiful, one fair and one dark, that as soon as they reached the gate, they were approached by several male students from other schools trying to flirt. Those boys were also quite handsome, dressed in brands worth a couple of thousand, indicating they came from well-off families. "Hey, where are you going to have fun? We can take you." "Yeah, just tell us a place, and we'll be your drivers." The boys pulled out their car keys one after another. The vehicles parked at the school gate lit up. There were BMWs, Mercedes, and Porsches, all quite impressive. These students seemed to have some money and were here to pick up girls from the media college. Chen Qingning and Shen Tao politely declined them and turned to look at Chen Yang and Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's face was filled with embarrassment as he tried to avoid Chen Qingning and Shen Tao's gaze, feeling too self-conscious to even show the car keys in his hand. Chen Yang, however, smiled lightly and said, "Weren't you wanting to show off in front of Tao Tao? What a great opportunity. Brother Chen, stop it. I feel so embarrassed." Zhou Hao lowered his head. Chen Yang shook his head. This guy, not only lacking in ability, but also lacking in courage. No wonder Shen Tao didn't think much of him. Chen Yang walked over directly and said, "Guys, you don't need to trouble yourselves. I have a car ready to take them." At this, everyone's attention turned to Chen Yang. "You have a car too? What car? Let us see your strength. Is it that Shen Yi? Ha ha." The tone of the boys carried a hint of mockery. Clearly, they had also noticed the interaction between Chen Yang and Zhou Hao. Shen Tao and Chen Qingning looked at Chen Yang, their eyes filled with anticipation. Although they didn't mind what car Chen Yang drove, which girl wouldn't want someone to step up and help them out when in trouble, satisfying their vanity? Meanwhile, Zhou Hao felt utterly ashamed. He wished he could bury the keys to that Shen Yi in a crack in the ground. Chen Yang calmly said, "It is indeed a Shen Yi." As soon as he said this, the mockery on everyone's faces intensified. "A Shen Yi? What right do you have to compete with our BMWs, Mercedes, Audis, and Porsches?" However, the next thing Chen Yang said made their expressions change dramatically. "But besides the Shen Yi, I also have another car that's a bit better." Chen Yang smiled slightly, then took out the key to a Ferrari 812 and lit it up. The Ferrari 812 parked not far away instantly illuminated, its dazzling lights perfectly outlining the sleek body of the supercar, with its eye-catching scissor doors rising up beautifully. As this sci-fi-like Ferrari 812 appeared, all eyes at the school gate immediately turned towards it, gasps of amazement erupting. "Wow! What a beautiful car! This must cost at least 7 or 800,000, right? 7 or 800,000? This is a Ferrari 812. The flagship model of Ferrari, The on-road price is at least 5 million. 5 million? That's so extravagant. Which rich kid owns this? I want to see. I don't think I even have the right to sit in such a top luxury car. If I could just sit in the passenger seat once in my life, I would die without regrets. The exclamations were endless. Passers-by looked on with envious eyes. At this moment, the few students from other schools who had just looked down on Chen Yang suddenly froze when they saw the stunning and flashy top-tier supercar. They might not recognize the 812, but they definitely knew what a Ferrari was. This Ferrari alone was enough to overshadow all the so-called luxury cars here. So now, do I have the right to take them over? Chen Yang smiled and said to the few students in front of him. The expressions of those students turned incredibly awkward, and they didn't dare to say a word as they awkwardly left the scene. Meanwhile, Xin Tao and Chen Xingning looked at Chen Yang with stars in their eyes. Brother Chen Yang, you're so handsome. Chen Xingning almost leaped into Chen Yang's arms, her pretty face filled with joy. Xin Tao also gazed at the Ferrari A12, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration, saying, Brother Chen Yang, this car is so beautiful. Is it really yours? She found it hard to believe. She originally thought that Chen Yang's car would probably be worth around $1 million. She never expected that he would be driving a supercar worth 5 million. Yeah, just bought it, Chen Yang nodded. Xin Tao looked at Chen Yang with eager anticipation and asked, Brother Chen Yang, can I sit in the passenger seat? I've never been in such a top-tier luxury car in my life. Her eyes were filled with longing as she looked at him. Behind them, Zhou Hao's face turned red, and after holding back for a long time, he couldn't bring himself to say a word. He had been fantasizing about inviting Xin Tao into his car. Now, facing Chen Yang's Ferrari worth millions, he had no courage to bring it up. Of course, Tao Tao can sit in the passenger seat. I think Brother Chen Yang won't mind. Chen Xingning chimed in with a bright smile before Chen Yang could speak. But Chen Yang shook his head and said, You can sit another time, but not now. Why? Xin Tao and Chen Xingning both asked in surprise, almost in unison. Chen Yang smiled and said, This car only has 2 seats, so only one can sit. I need to take Xingning over. Tao Tao, you'll have to think of another way. This was also a helpless choice. Chen Yang wanted to take both beautiful girls with him, but the supercar only had 2 seats, so it was always a choice between the two. Although Xin Tao was indeed very beautiful, pure, and cute, Chen Yang was still more concerned about his good sister. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Zhou Hao suddenly perked up and said, I have. But before he could finish, he swallowed his words. At that moment, Chen Xingning spoke up, chuckling, Brother Chen Yang, you don't need to. I have a car too. She took out her car key and pressed it. Not far away, an Audi lit up, which was also a car worth 2 to 300,000, a notch above Zhou Hao's Xianyi. Chen Xingning's family background wasn't too shabby. It was a middle-class family, so having a car wasn't surprising. This made Zhou Hao feel even more embarrassed. Don't you want to try the feeling of sitting in the passenger seat? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Chen Xingning bit her red lip, looking at the beautiful Ferrari A12, her eyes filled with anticipation. She certainly wanted to sit in the passenger seat, but she still wanted to give the opportunity to her good sister. Xin Tao smiled and said, Since Brother Chen Yang has already let you sit, Xingning, you should go ahead. I can just sit in any car to get there. With things said this way, Chen Xingning couldn't refuse any longer and directly sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari A12. As soon as she settled in, she felt extremely comfortable. It was indeed a top-tier luxury car, and the feeling was just amazing. Chen Yang also took the driver's seat, started the Ferrari 821, and gradually left the place under the envious gazes of everyone. Xin Tao watched the Ferrari 812 gradually fade into the distance, a hint of melancholy inexplicably shining in her beautiful eyes. She could see that Chen Yang seemed to care more about Chen Xingning. In contrast, he was not as enthusiastic towards her. She understood, after all, Chen Xingning was always thinking of Chen Yang, being his good little sister, while she had only just met Chen Yang, so naturally, she couldn't compare. Yet, there was still a sense of loss in her heart. Tao Tao, let me drive you, Zhou Hao mustered his courage again, wanting to ask. However, Xin Tao shook her head and said, No need, I've already called a taxi. At that moment, Zhou Hao could only feel disheveled in the wind. A lovesick fool. Boom! The Ferrari 812 sped down the roads of Deep City, roaring like a wild beast, emitting waves of thunderous sound. Chen Xingning sat in the passenger seat, feeling an unprecedented thrill coursing through her body. So exhilarating! Is this the feeling of a supercar? So exciting! She turned to look at Chen Yang beside her, who was driving seriously, and thought he was so handsome and charming, truly her Prince Charming, the god of her dreams. After a wild ride, the Ferrari 812 entered the city roads, gradually slowing down. How does it feel? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Perfect. Chen Xingning's pretty face broke into a smile as she said, "Brother Chen Yang, you're amazing, I admire you so much." Of course, Chen Yang replied with a slight smile. No matter when, the emotional value provided by this little sister was always very high. This was also why Chen Yang enjoyed spending time with her. However, Chen Xingning then asked, "Brother Chen Yang, why did you let me sit in the passenger seat? Isn't it good for Tao Tao to sit there? You're my good little sister, why can't you sit?" Chen Yang was somewhat puzzled. But Tao Tao is prettier than me, and her figure is better, Chen Xingning said, looking at her own proud features. Although she was not small anymore, she still felt a bit lacking compared to Shin Tao. "While those things are important, they're not the most important," Chen Yang responded. "I thought Brother Chen Yang liked girls like Tao Tao," Chen Xingning said, blinking her eyes seriously. "Well, I still like them," Chen Yang smiled, looking at Chen Xingning, and added, "But I like you too." "Want them all?" Chen Xingning huffed. Chen Yang smiled and said nothing. Chen Xingning whispered, "Brother Chen Yang, if you want them all, then you should work harder on Tao Tao, find a way to win her over." "Why?" Chen Yang was somewhat confused. Chen Xingning, however, maintained her smile, revealing her cute little tiger teeth, and said, "Because I don't need you to chase me. Brother Chen Yang, as long as you're happy, you can do whatever you want." Chen Xingning was like a well-behaved little kitten. Chen Yang smiled in response. Chen Xingning was always like this, very obedient to him, always compliant. However, Chen Yang had never really done anything to her, at most taking a little advantage. He truly didn't want to hurt Chen Xingning. As for why Chen Xingning was like this, that would take a long story to explain. "Your mind is full of nonsense," Chen Yang shot a glare at Chen Xingning. Chen Xingning stuck out her pink tongue, her pretty face full of playfulness. The Ferrari 812 continued to drive on the road. As they drove, Chen Xingning looked at Chen Yang with dreamy eyes and suddenly said, "Brother Chen Yang, do you know? Even after so many years, I still can't forget how impressive you looked back then." "Impressive? Shouldn't that be a mess?" Chen Yang said with a helpless smile. "How could it be a mess? In that situation, just being able to stand up is already impressive. If it weren't for you, I probably would have been ruined." Chen Xingning's eyes were still filled with deep admiration, looking at Chen Yang like a little fangirl. Chen Yang's thoughts also returned to that year. It was his junior year, and Chen Xingning had just started her freshman year. One night, after finishing a late-night snack with his roommates, they returned to the dormitory and saw Chen Xingning being harassed by a few drunk men in a small grove outside the school gate. They even tried to drag her into the grove. At that time, Chen Xingning was only 18 or 19, crying like a flower in the rain, constantly begging passers-by to help her. But no one dared to step forward, everyone pretended not to see. Even Chen Yang's roommates didn't want to get involved, thinking it might just be friends playing around. But anyone with eyes could see that this was definitely not just a joke. At that time, you could say Chen Yang was inexperienced and weak, but you could never say he lacked courage. He had never been short of courage since he was a child. He directly grabbed a beer bottle and charged in. Of course, the outcome wasn't like in the novels. Chen Yang only managed to take down one with a sneak attack, and then the others reacted and started punching and kicking him. Chen Yang was already weak, and he couldn't withstand it at all. So, he could only pull Chen Xingning and keep running, and several times when they were caught up, he firmly protected Chen Xingning in front of him, fighting back with all his might. They didn't know how long they ran, but they finally shook off those drunk men. Chen Yang was covered in wounds, bloodied all over. Chen Xingning would never forget how Chen Yang held her, barely alive, smiling at her and saying it was okay. This scene would stay with her for a lifetime. Later, those men were dealt with by the police, and Chen Yang was commended by the school. This incident had a significant impact on Chen Yang's life trajectory. He became much more well-known in school, which indirectly led to a connection with Giraud, the head of the student council's publicity department, and they ended up together. As for Chen Xingning, she completely became Chen Yang's little fangirl, occasionally bringing him milk tea, fruits, and snacks. Whatever Chen Yang said, she would listen. After all, at that time, Chen Xingning was just a freshman, a young girl experiencing her first crush. How could she resist such a dreamy storyline? However, Chen Xingning was also very smart. After Chen Yang got together with Giraud, she didn't contact him much anymore. Now, Chen Yang had broken up, and the little fangirl was back. Chen Yang Gij, do you know? Over the years, I've dreamed many times about that night. Every time, I felt so helpless, I could only tremble. I could only think that Chen Yang Gij would come to find me. He would definitely come. Every time, you would appear. Every time, you would help me defeat them. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know how to face my life going forward. Chen Yang Gij, you saved my life. Chen Xingning's eyes were filled with deep gratitude. This was also why she treated Chen Yang wholeheartedly. As long as Chen Yang was happy, she would be happy. Chen Yang looked at her and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, then smiled and said, "So silly." Chen Xingning also chuckled, laughing happily and sweetly, saying, "I just want to be Chen Yang Gij's silly little sister." Boom! The Ferrari 812 continued down the road. Half an hour later, Huatian International Shopping Mall. This was also one of the larger shopping malls in the city, with all kinds of food, drink, and entertainment available. The Ferrari 812 arrived here and parked in the space. Chen Yang and Chen Xingning got out of the car one after the other. They waited outside for a while. Xintao and Zhou Hao arrived in succession. One took a taxi while the other drove, which was quite strange. However, Chen Yang could understand. Although Xintao was a bit vain, she wasn't a bad woman. She didn't want to get too close to Zhou Hao. After all, it was simply impossible for them. Xintao wanted Zhou Hao to give up, but Zhou Hao clearly didn't realize this and continued to fawn over her. Once everyone had arrived, they went directly into the shopping mall. Since it was the weekend, the mall was quite crowded, with people coming and going in a steady stream. It was the same pairing as before, with Xintao and Chen Xingning walking in front, while Chen Yang and Zhou Hao followed behind. "Brother Chen, I feel like Tao Tao is really cold towards me," Zhou Hao said, a bit dejected. Chen Yang just shook his head and smiled. "Cold? It's a miracle she hasn't kicked you to the curb. When it's time to give up, you have to give up," Chen Yang replied. "Brother Chen, I won't give up. I think Tao Tao is just a bit slow to warm up. She's a cool girl, she's like this with everyone, not just me," Zhou Hao continued to convince himself. "Oh, is that so?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, suddenly thinking of something, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips as he said, "Then I'll give it a try." "Try what?" Zhou Hao didn't understand how one could try this. Chen Yang called out to Xintao, who was chatting with Chen Xingning, "Tao Tao." Hearing her name, Xintao immediately ran back, her pretty face adorned with a sweet smile as she asked, "Brother Chen Yang, what's up?" "Nothing much." Chen Yang picked up a starch sausage from the side and asked with a smile, "I bought a sausage, do you want to eat it?" "Brother Chen." Zhou Hao wanted to say that Xintao didn't like this kind of starch sausage, he had bought it before, and she hadn't even glanced at it. However, Xintao's response left Zhou Hao utterly stunned. Xintao happily exclaimed, "Sure, my favorite is starch sausage, thank you, Brother Chen Yang." "Ha?" Zhou Hao was completely dumbfounded, watching Xintao, who was so compliant with Chen Yang. He felt like he was about to shatter, standing there in disbelief. This was still the cool goddess he knew. Xintao? After this little episode, Zhou Hao fell completely silent, trailing behind alone, while Chen Yang walked ahead with Xintao and Chen Xingning, chatting away. As they walked, Zhou Hao found an excuse, saying he needed to go back to study, and left directly. Chen Yang didn't bother with Zhou Hao. The reason he brought him along this time was actually to make him give up completely. Only the stark reality could bring the sycophant back to his senses. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Yang had some past connections with him, he wouldn't have bothered with this guy at all. After finishing at the snack street, they arrived at the shopping center. Inside were mostly high-end luxury stores, like Chanel, Gucci, Valentino, and so on, everything one could imagine. "Wow, these brands look so good," Chen Xingning said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Xintao was a bit more restrained, not showing too exaggerated an expression, but she definitely loved these top luxury items in her heart. "If you like them, then let's go in and take a look," Chen Yang said with a smile. "Is that okay?" "They all look so expensive," Chen Xingning said, feeling a bit anxious after seeing the prices of those luxury items. Xintao also said, "Yeah, Brother Chen Yang, if it's too expensive, let's just forget it." They both come from relatively ordinary families. Chen Xingning is a bit better off. Her family has some money, while Xintao's background is quite poor. They wouldn't even dare to step into such high-end luxury stores. "Looking doesn't cost anything," Chen Yang said casually. "Let's go." He didn't wait for the two girls' response and directly walked into the Chanel flagship store. After exchanging glances, Xintao and Chen Xingning gritted their teeth and followed him in. Upon entering the Chanel flagship store, the staff warmly welcomed Chen Yang and the others. Chen Yang took Xintao and Chen Xingning around the store, looking at women's clothing suitable for them. After browsing, Chen Xingning said, all right, we didn't find anything we like, we should leave." "Yes, sorry about that." Xintao also smiled apologetically at the staff. In truth, they had seen many clothes they liked, but the prices were too high for them to even consider. The staff had seen many customers like them who came to look but didn't buy, so it was quite normal. "Okay, please take your time," the staff said. Xintao and Chen Xingning were about to leave, but Chen Yang said, "Since we came all this way, why leave so soon? Didn't you just say there were a few pieces you liked? Try them on." As soon as he said this, both Chen Xingning and Xintao felt a bit embarrassed. The staff also looked awkward. She had thought she could just send these two women away, but it turned out this guy had such low emotional intelligence. Wanting to try on clothes without buying was a bit troublesome. However, she still maintained a professional smile and politely said, "If you want to try them on, you can definitely do so." With that said, Chen Xingning and Shen Tao had nothing more to say. "Then we'll try them on," they replied, steeling themselves, and then they picked out a few outfits they were very satisfied with and entered the fitting room. Chen Yang sat on the sofa outside, scrolling through his phone, waiting for them to change. Girls can be quite troublesome when changing clothes. After about 10 minutes, Shen Tao finally emerged from the fitting room. She had chosen a white spaghetti strap-long dress, a very pure princess gown. After putting it on, her entire aura changed dramatically. From the previous innocent campus goddess, she transformed into a somewhat noble rich girl. The way luxury items elevated her presence was indeed significant. "Chen Yang, what do you think?" Shen Tao twirled in front of Chen Yang, holding the hem of her white dress, looking like a beautiful, lively sprite. Chen Yang stroked his chin, appraising her, and then said, "It looks quite nice. But it's a bit too pure. You need to be a little more alluring for it to suit you better." Hearing Chen Yang's compliment, Shen Tao felt very happy and sweetly said, "Then Chen Yang, next time I will definitely show you my alluring side." "Good. I'll be waiting." Chen Yang smiled slightly. At the same time, Chen Xingning also walked out of the fitting room. As soon as she appeared, both Shen Tao and Chen Yang were somewhat stunned. After changing into a designer outfit, Chen Xingning seemed like a different person. Dressed in an elegant black Chanel evening gown, her tall and perfect figure was accentuated beautifully, her S-shaped curves enchanting, resembling a European noble lady. Every move she made exuded a strong aristocratic charm. Her aura had completely elevated to another level, entirely different from the obedient little fan who used to follow Chen Yang around. "Chen Yang, do I look beautiful?" Chen Xingning smiled as she looked at Chen Yang. She walked towards Chen Yang step by step, like a princess from a movie, exuding an indescribable nobility and elegance. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction and smiled, "Beautiful, it suits you very well." "Hee, that's great." Chen Xingning felt delighted in her heart. She and Shen Tao were wearing these two top Chanel outfits, one black and one white, looking very eye-catching. After admiring each other for a long time, they finally changed out of the clothes. "Alright, brother Chen Yang, let's go," Chen Xingning said with a smile. They had finished trying on the clothes. There was no need to linger here any longer. As for buying the clothes, she really didn't dare to think about it. She had just glanced at the price of that outfit, which was over 100,000. For them, that was an astronomical figure. "Well then, sir and miss, please take care," the shop assistant smiled as she saw Chen Yang and Shen Tao off. Finally, they were leaving. The shop assistant let out a sigh of relief. Although she had no objections to Chen Yang and the others trying on clothes, as a worker, it was always better to have a little less to do. Sending these customers away meant she could go back to slacking off. But Chen Yang smiled and said, "After trying for so long, isn't it a pity to leave?" Shen Tao and Chen Xingning were both surprised to hear this, looking at Chen Yang with confusion in their eyes. They had finished trying on the clothes. What else was there to do if they didn't leave? The shop assistant's heart sank, sensing something ominous. Sure enough, Chen Yang smiled and said, "The dress Xingning just tried on was quite nice. Please wrap it up for us." At this statement, both Chen Xingning, Shen Tao, and the shop assistant were momentarily stunned. Wrap it up? That dress was priced at over 100,000. Chen Yang meant to buy it? Chen Xingning and Shen Tao were in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Chen Yang would buy such an extravagant outfit for Chen Xingning. But the shop assistant was taken aback, thinking Chen Yang was just showing off in front of the two beauties. The one who would end up suffering was her. This was too outrageous. Wrapping up the clothes, if he didn't pay later, it would be a hassle for her. The shop assistant was furious and wanted to explode, but after all, she had received training, and no matter how angry she was, she could only swallow it down. The shop assistant still maintained a polite smile and said, "Sir, the price of those two dresses is around 100,000. Are you sure you want to proceed with the purchase?" She originally intended to use the price to dissuade Chen Yang. Unexpectedly, without a second thought, Chen Yang directly said, "Wrap it up." The smile on the shop assistant's face froze, and she felt a bit frantic inside. "Ah, God of wealth. You can show off all you want. Why do you have to come and torment me, a mere worker, in the middle of the night? Is it easy for me, a worker?" The shop assistant felt bitter inside, but on the surface, she still maintained her smile and said, "Alright, I'll pack it for you right away." No matter how angry she was, the customer was still king. The shop assistant went to pack the items. After a while, she returned with a smile, leading Chen Yang, Shen Tao, and Chen Xingning to the counter. "Sir, the total amount you need to pay is 103,500. How would you like to pay?" The shop assistant stared at Chen Yang, her smile seemingly murderous. Alright, so you want to torment me, huh? Now let's see how you get out of this, what excuse you come up with to run away. The shop assistant was very certain that at this point, Chun Yang would definitely falter, and he would surely embarrass himself in front of the two beauties. She was waiting for this moment. Who told you to torment me, a mere worker? But what the shop assistant didn't expect was that Chun Yang directly took out a Huaxia Bank Dragon card and smiled, swiped the card. He really has a card? The shop assistant was taken aback, took the card, and examined it closely. It didn't seem to be fake. Definitely no money. The excuse later will surely be that the card was frozen or something. The salesgirl took out the POS machine and swiped it. Then, with a beep, the POS machine displayed a message that the payment was successful. The salesgirl was stunned. Ha? Payment successful? Ha ha ha? Bought it? At that moment, she could hardly believe her eyes. This guy, who she thought was just showing off, actually wasn't, and really bought it. No. This was no longer just a show-off. This was a real deal. You have to know, these luxury salespeople earn commissions. Selling something worth over 100,000 means a commission of over 1,000. Heaven has finally favored her little cow. The salesgirl's attitude immediately did a 180 degrees, smiling broadly at Chun Yang and saying, "Sir, congratulations, the payment has been successful. Thank you for choosing Chanel. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to reach out to us, and we will do our utmost to serve you." Chun Yang nodded, having a good impression of Chanel. This international brand seems to have excellent service. After buying the clothes, Chun Yang took them to a few more stores, bought some clothes and cosmetics, and the day's activities were about to come to an end. Host has successfully completed a splurge, earning a reward of 220,000. Host has successfully completed a splurge, earning a reward of 200,000. Host has successfully completed a splurge, earning a reward of 250,000. After several splurges, Chun Yang earned nearly $1 million in rewards, and now his total savings were close to $9 million. He was one step closer to breaking the 10 million mark. The rewards tonight were indeed delightful. After spending everything, it was getting late. The three of them sat at a milk tea shop at the mall entrance, drinking milk tea for a while before getting ready to leave. During this time, Shintao left for a while, and it was unclear what she was doing. When she returned, she had changed into a new outfit. The previous white JK uniform was completely replaced with a stylish white coat, which suited her temperament quite well, making her look a bit more mature, giving off a city beauty vibe. Chen Yang and Chen Xingning both felt a bit strange. Chen Xingning directly asked, "Tao Tao, why did you suddenly change clothes?" This question seemed to fluster Shintao, and her pretty face turned red as she said, I felt a bit cold, so I put on a coat." This reason was a bit flimsy. It was the height of summer, and although it was indeed a bit cool at night, it wasn't to the extent of needing a coat. However, since Shintao said so, Chen Xingning didn't think it was a problem and nodded, saying, "Tao Tao, you need to eat more good food to replenish yourself." "I know, Sister Xingning." Shintao nodded. However, while she spoke, she subtly stole glances at Chun Yang, her eyes seemingly holding deeper meaning. After a while, Chen Xingning went to the restroom. Only Chen Yang and Shintao were left. Shintao bit her red lip, seemingly gathering her courage, and said to Chen Yang, "Brother Chen Yang, do you want to come with me? I want to show you something." "Show what?" Chen Yang asked, puzzled. "You'll know when you come over." Shintao's pretty face had turned red to the roots of her ears. After saying that, she stood up from her seat and walked out of the milk tea shop. Although Chun Yang didn't know what Shintao wanted to do, he still followed her. After the two left the milk tea shop, they walked along and arrived at a secluded corner of the square. "What exactly do you want to see?" Chen Yang still felt very strange and continued to ask. Once they reached the spot, Shintao finally stopped. Her pretty face seemed to be dripping with blood as she bit her red lip and said, "Chen Yang, aren't you curious to see my pure and innocent side? I can let you see it now." How do I see it?" Chen Yang was confused. Shintao was wearing a white coat, looking quite elegant, but how was that pure and innocent? However, the next scene left Chen Yang dumbfounded. On the other side, Zhou Hao, who had already returned to school, lay on his dorm bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The scene of Chun Yang and Shintao kept flashing in his mind, their happy expressions making him feel very uncomfortable. Could it really be as Chen Gu said, that he was just a simp? Did Tao Tao have no feelings for him at all? No, absolutely impossible. He had pursued Tao Tao for so long, even if she didn't really like him, she wouldn't see him as a simp. Tao Tao definitely had some interest in him. Chen Ji's feelings for Tao Tao must be those of an older brother for a younger sister. "I'm just being too sensitive," Zhou Hao continued to comfort himself. Self-comforting wasn't enough. After struggling for a while, Zhou Hao called Shintao. He originally thought the call would definitely be hung up, but to his surprise, it connected. Tao Tao. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Hao happily spoke up. Xin Tao's voice on the other end was weak, sounding a bit tired. Zhou Hao organized his words and continued, Tao Tao, how was your shopping? Did you buy what you wanted? It was okay, Xin Tao replied briefly. However, Zhou Hao noticed her breathing was a bit rapid, feeling something was off, so he asked, Tao Tao, what's wrong? You sound really tired. I got tired from shopping, Xin Tao responded. But Zhou Hao definitely wouldn't think of anything else. He had unconditional trust in Xin Tao and immediately said with a smile, if you're tired, you should go back quickly. Let Xinge take you. With him around, it must be very safe. I know, thank you. After Xin Tao finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Hearing Xin Tao actually say thank you made Zhou Hao's heart bloom with joy. Tao Tao actually thanked him. And they talked on the phone for so long. Tao Tao's voice was so pleasant. It turned out he had been overthinking. He still had a chance with Tao Tao. Zhou Hao was overjoyed. At that moment, he heard his roommate on a voice call with his goddess. Do you want to go out for dinner tomorrow night? I'll pay, and I'll arrange everything, you just need to come. This guy was showing off his simp behavior. In the end, he was still brutally rejected. His roommates mocked him in a group. Even Zhou Hao couldn't help but say, you're such a simp. A clown. Ha ha. As for himself, could he be a simp? Clearly not. When Shen Yang and Xin Tao returned to the milk tea shop, it was almost half an hour later. Xin Tao no longer looked as tidy as before, her hair was a bit messy, her makeup slightly smudged, looking somewhat disheveled. She was still wearing that white coat, but this time it was tightly wrapped around her. To be honest, what was underneath the coat was a bit too revealing. I don't know how to hold back my strength, Xin Tao complained softly. I just got a bit emotional earlier, Chen Yang said with an awkward yet polite smile. Bad guy. Xin Tao shot Chen Yang an annoyed glance. Chen Xingning had waited for a long time in the milk tea shop before Chen Yang and Xin Tao returned. She immediately examined Xin Tao and Chen Yang with her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion, Brother Chen Yang, Tao Tao, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back? Xin Tao didn't know how to respond and could only silently look at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, however, smiled and said, Tao Tao just found a piece of clothing she liked, so I took her to pick it out, which took a bit of time. Oh. Chen Xingning replied, then looked at Xin Tao and asked in confusion, then Tao Tao, why is your face so red? The weather. It's a bit hot, Xin Tao casually made an excuse. But weren't you just feeling cold? Chen Xingning's confusion deepened. Xin Tao didn't know how to continue the conversation. Chen Yang smiled and said, she had a bit of a cold earlier, so we went to drink some herbal tea, and she's feeling much better now. Oh, okay. With that explanation, although Chen Xingning felt it was strange, she didn't press further. After this little episode, it was about time. Chen Yang should take Xin Tao and Chen Xingning back to school. As usual, Chen Yang took Chen Xingning back, while Xin Tao took a taxi alone. It seemed that he would need to buy a 4-seater luxury car in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the pleasure of having both sides embraced. In the Ferrari 812, Chen Xingning sat in the passenger seat, her pretty face showing a happy expression as she smiled and said, Brother Chen Yang, thank you so much today. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, just thank you? Brother Chen Yang, what else do you want to do? Chen Xingning's eyes sparkled with affection. I haven't thought of anything yet, Chen Yang replied with a smile. However, Chen Xingning covered her mouth and giggled, saying, but Brother Chen Yang, I've already thought of something. Oh, tell me about it, Chen Yang said with interest. But Chen Xingning said mysteriously, I won't tell you yet, you'll find out later. Chen Yang's lips curled up, and he didn't press further, directly starting the Ferrari 812. Boom! The Ferrari 812 emitted a dazzling exhaust and disappeared down the street. After returning to the communication university, after a while, Xin Tao also came back. Chen Yang took Chen Xingning and Xin Tao back to their dormitory. By this time, the night was deep, and there were hardly any people left on campus. It was very quiet and serene. The three of them chatted and laughed as they returned. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, Xin Tao was originally going to say goodbye with Chen Xingning, but Chen Xingning smiled and said, Tao Tao, you go back first, I still have some things to discuss with Brother Chen Yang. Although Xin Tao was a bit puzzled and didn't know what Chen Xingning wanted to do, she obediently nodded. Okay. Xin Tao went upstairs to return to her dormitory. After Xin Tao left, Chen Yang smiled and asked, what else is there? Chen Xingning looked at Chen Yang, her eyes filled with growing affection, and directly leaped into Chen Yang's arms, sweetly smiling, Brother Chen Yang, didn't I say I already thought of how to repay you? How to repay? Chen Yang asked with a smile as he held Chen Xingning. Go to your dorm? Chen Yang asked with a laugh. No need, there are too many people in the dorm, Chen Xingning said as she leaned closer to Chen Yang, her breath fragrant, and said, the little grove over there is enough for me. 40 minutes later, Chen Yang left the communication conference and returned to the driver's seat of the Ferrari A12. He looked refreshed. His good little sister really knew how to have fun. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Detected that the host successfully established an intimate relationship with a female and completed the binding. Name, Chen Xingning, age, 21, height, 165 cm, weight, 48 kg, measurements, 45, waist, 89, chest, 89, hips, relationship, lover, closeness, 88, loyalty. Chen Xingning's various attribute information appeared before Chen Yang. Immediately after, another task was activated. Intimacy task activated, campus date, description. The innocent love of campus life is always something to yearn for. Requirements. Complete a campus date with Chen Xingning. Reward, 1 million, 1 attribute point. This intimacy task is quite good. Starting with a reward of 1 million, and 1 attribute point. As for what this attribute point is, Chen Yang wasn't quite sure yet, but it would definitely be useful later. The campus date task probably isn't as simple as it seems. This date likely refers to more than just a date. Chen Yang seemed to understand something, smiled slightly, and stopped thinking too much, driving back to the Xiwan community. After returning to the Xiwan community, Chen Yang parked the car outside the community and then returned to the apartment. Today was really tiring. Chen Yang felt quite sleepy. However, just as he returned to the apartment, he immediately heard charming female voices coming from the side room. What are you doing? Why aren't you getting on? Too frustrating. You're selling me out again. You're driving me crazy. This was clearly the voice of Jamumu, his little sister-in-law, who was indeed quite the homebody. From noon until now, she had been gaming for a whole half day. She really was dedicated. Chen Yang had no way to deal with her. Jamumu had this personality, and even when Jiro was around, she couldn't be persuaded or changed. She was a true esports girl. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Chen Yang went to bed to sleep. This sleep lasted until dawn. Not sure if it was because he didn't indulge last night, but this morning, he felt quite energetic. After getting up and washing up, Chen Yang prepared breakfast and then went to the side room, knocking on the door. Moo moo, are you having breakfast? Chen Yang called out a couple of times, but there was no response inside. It seemed she had played games all night and had already fallen asleep. Chen Yang felt helpless towards this esports girl, so he left a portion of breakfast for her and then changed into sportswear and went out for a run. A day's plan starts in the morning. He wanted to improve his health index. Morning exercise was definitely essential. He still did his usual stretching. After finishing the stretches, Chen Yang started running, another 5 kilometers this time, and he completed it in about 40 minutes, which was slightly better than before. But he was still quite exhausted. After finishing the 5 kilometers, Chen Yang added another 2 kilometers, and after exhausting all his stamina, he finally stopped to rest. Host successfully increased health index by 1%, increased by another 1%. Although it's not much, it's better than nothing. Take it slow. Chen Yang sat on a park bench, scrolling through his phone while sipping water. At that moment, a message came in. It was from Lemon Sauce. Lemon Sauce, good morning, Chen Yang Gij. This little girl probably just woke up. Chen Yang smiled slightly and responded. Mu Yang, good morning, how did you sleep last night? Lemon Sauce, well, not too well, I thought about you all night, Chen Yang Gij. When can you come to our school to play again? Last night was also the first time for Chen Xingning. A girl in her first bloom, she must be unable to sleep. Chen Yang pondered for a moment and responded. Mu Yang, it depends on when you have time. Lemon Sauce, I have time tonight. Mu Yang, so eager? Lemon Sauce, I can't wait any longer, Chen Yang Gij. The implication in this little witch's words was already very obvious. Chen Yang had sensed it since last night. Chen Xingning's constitution was quite sensitive, and after the first time, she would definitely want a second. However, the next time for Chen Yang would not be as simple as last night. It naturally couldn't be so quick. He would take it slow, letting this little girl fall step by step. Next time, he had to complete the task. Mu Yang, not today, let's wait a couple of days. I'll come find you then. Lemon Sauce, alright, I'll listen to Chen Yang Gij. Soon, Chen Xingning's message came through. Lemon Sauce, Chen Yang Gij, this milk is so annoying, it spilled all over me. Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied. Mu Yang, I know how to keep the milk from spilling. Next time we meet, I'll feed you. Lemon Sauce, that would be great, Chen Yang Gij, I'm looking forward to it. The simple exchange ended. Chen Yang became interested in this little demoness. Next time he went to school, he not only had to complete the task but also teach this little demoness a good lesson. Let's see if she dares to be so fiery again. After chatting with Chen Xingning, it was about time for Chen Yang to head back, but as he was returning, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure by the lake in the park. This figure was voluptuous and alluring, mature and beautiful. Wasn't that the landlady? What was she doing here? Chen Yang moved closer to take a look. There was a drawing board in front of the landlady, so she must be painting. Chen Yang had heard before that the landlady seemed to be an artist, so she stayed at home all day and rarely went out. Landlady. Chen Yang approached to greet her. The landlady, who was focused on her painting, turned her head upon hearing this and smiled when she saw it was Chen Yang. Chen Yang, what a surprise! What are you doing here? Chen Yang smiled and said, I came for morning exercise. What about you, landlady? Are you painting? Yes, the scenery in this park is quite nice. I wanted to capture it to look at occasionally, the landlady replied with a smile. Chen Yang took a closer look at the landlady's painting and praised, Landlady, this is really good, it can rival a professional artist. I am a professional artist, the landlady said with a playful smile. Chen Yang continued to ask, I always knew you were an artist, but I never knew about your works. I wonder if you could share a bit. The landlady shook her head and said, my works aren't suitable for the public, and they aren't serialized domestically. Are they from abroad? Chen Yang looked at the landlady's painting style and smiled, is it in the two-dimensional style? Like manga? Yes, something like that, the landlady nodded. Chen Yang was a bit surprised and said, I wouldn't have guessed. You seem like such a traditional and elegant woman, yet you engage with the two-dimensional world. In his impression, the landlady was quite conservative. Living a secluded life, she seemed like a refined lady, completely unrelated to the two-dimensional world. I just like staying at home. It doesn't mean I don't know anything, the landlady said playfully. Besides, one shouldn't judge by appearances. Often, there's a big difference between outward appearance and inner self. Maybe I understand more than you do. That's true, Chen Yang chuckled. The two chatted for a while longer. When Chen Yang was about to leave, the landlady said, Chen Yang, you're just in time. Why don't you help me take a few photos? Take photos? Chen Yang was slightly taken aback, not expecting such a request from the landlady. Yes, to document it. The landlady nodded and then took out a camera. Do you know how to use it? Of course. Chen Yang took the camera and nodded. He had used it many times before. When he was with Giraud, she also loved taking photos. So, he had been trained in this. Then help me take a few. They should be a bit sexy, the landlady said, her face slightly flushed. Okay. Although Chen Yang found it a bit strange, he didn't ask further. After fiddling with the camera, he was ready to start shooting the landlady. She walked to the lakeside and struck a few poses. However, her poses were quite conservative, mostly peace signs and the like, looking very proper. They were completely different from the sexy photos she wanted. Landlady, if you want it to be sexier, you can't pose so ordinarily, Chen Yang said to her. Ah, the landlady looked a bit confused and asked, then what should I do? Just listen to me. Chen Yang searched for a few pictures online and said to the landlady, these kinds of poses are better. The landlady glanced at them, her heart racing, and her face turned even redder. The models in the photos were all striking various poses, showcasing their curves, long legs, and deep V necklines. Just a glance was overwhelming. The landlady bit her red lip and said, isn't this a bit too much? If you want it to be sexier, this is the only way. Chen Yang said helplessly. All right, then I'll give it a try. The landlady attempted to strike a few alluring poses. I must say, the landlady had a talent for this. She already had a perfect figure with a curvy bottom and slim waist, and when she made these sexy movements, the impact was quite strong. Several times, Chen Yang found it hard to look away. After taking the photos, Chen Yang looked at them and couldn't help but feel regretful. With her figure and looks, it was a pity she wasn't an internet celebrity. How did it go? The landlady asked, her cheeks flushed. Chen Yang smiled, you can see for yourself. The landlady took the camera and carefully flipped through the photos. With each photo she looked at, her face became a bit redder. The poses were just too sexy and tempting. They completely overturned her image. However, the photos were indeed taken very well, and the landlady was quite satisfied, smiling. Chen Yang, your photography skills can rival some professional photographers. It's alright. Chen Yang chuckled. The landlady hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, in a few days, I have a shooting task that will take place in the apartment, and my photographer is out of town. If you're free, could you come help me take a few sets of photos? I will pay you. Chen Yang was taken aback, not expecting such a request from the landlady, so he asked, what type of photos? This. The landlady's face turned crimson as she whispered, you'll know when the time comes. Let's see, find a time and let me know then. Since he had nothing else to do, Chen Yang simply agreed. Okay. Then see you then. The landlady smiled brightly. Alright. Chen Yang nodded. The two parted ways. Chen Yang left the park and headed back to the Shiwan community. As the landlady watched Chen Yang's gradually disappearing figure, she glanced at the photos on the camera, the corners of her mouth curling up, revealing a meaningful smile. This deep V and perky but, these photos, they were really well taken. Back in the apartment, Chen Yang took another shower, then noticed that the breakfast on the table hadn't been touched at all. Jamumu hadn't even gotten out of bed, she was probably still sleeping. Could something have happened? Chen Yang walked to the door and knocked again. Moo moo, if you're there, just reply. There was no response. Chen Yang frowned, initially thinking of using the key to open the door, but unexpectedly, a lazy voice came from inside. This queen is sleeping. Don't disturb this queen. It was a mature woman's voice, very, very mature, just like in an anime. After hearing it, Chen Yang was slightly taken aback, but soon he felt a bit angry. This little girl stayed at home every day, stayed up late playing games, and was still putting on airs. No way. He had to take the opportunity to educate her properly. Before, Jiro was around, and Chen Yang felt embarrassed to intervene, but now that Jiro was gone, he certainly wouldn't indulge his little sister-in-law. However, for now, he decided to let her rest. Chen Yang was also tired, lying down on the sofa and falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept, but suddenly, a rapid ringtone rang out. Chen Yang groggily picked up his phone and answered the call. Hello? On the other end, a cold voice quickly came through. Chen Yang, today is your final deadline. I've already reported your situation. If you don't come to the company today, just wait to be fired. It was Xia Long's voice. After saying this, Xia Long directly hung up the phone. Chen Yang sat on the sofa, taking a while to recover. This guy was back at it again, right? He was quite persistent. But it wasn't surprising. Chen Yang was the backbone of the team, and he did a lot of the work. Chen Yang had gone on strike. He must be very unhappy about it. Just as Chen Yang was planning to ignore it, the system's voice rang out again. Host has successfully triggered asset task, teach Xia Long a lesson. Description: as a team leader, Xia Long relies on the protection of the minister, often bossing people around, being arrogant and oppressive, exploiting employees. The host has deep grievances against him and naturally cannot let him off easily. Requirements: teach Xia Long a lesson, teach Zhang Qing a lesson. Reward: 5% shares of Tianma Entertainment. The sudden task left Chen Yang stunned. 5% shares of Tianma Entertainment? That was quite a sum. Tianma Entertainment was the company Chen Yang worked for, a large internet enterprise worth several hundred million. 5% of the shares would be over 10 million. That was already very high. Moreover, after obtaining the shares, there would be a continuous stream of dividends. Wasn't that delightful? But how to teach Xia Long and Zhang Qing a lesson? Xia Long was his team leader. Zhang Qing was the minister of the department. As a small employee, it wasn't a simple matter to teach them a lesson. He couldn't really find someone to put them in 2 sacks and beat them up, right? The system probably wouldn't do that. Don't think about it for now, since it's a company task. Let's go check it out at the company. Chen Yang didn't dwell on it too much and directly went downstairs, leaving the Shawan community. Boom! The Ferrari 812 sped out, heading towards the company. Deep City. Central Avenue. This is the core financial district of the entire Deep City. All the famous large companies in Deep City are located here without exception. The headquarters of Tianma Group is also here. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari 812 to the headquarters of Tianma Group. After parking the car, he walked straight towards the building. However, just as he reached the entrance, someone called out from behind, "Brother Chen." It was a familiar voice. Chen Yang turned around and saw a young man in a suit, a standard white-collar appearance. This young man was Li Chang, a colleague from his company, and they had a decent relationship. Seeing Chen Yang, Li Chang hurried over and said, "Brother Chen, you finally made it. I thought you really didn't want to come anymore. You have no idea how angry Xia Long is right now. He scolds you 4 or 5 times a day in the group." Chen Yang smiled nonchalantly. "So what if he scolds me?" Li Chang replied, "The key is that Xia Long isn't just scolding. He reported it to the department head. If you don't come today, you might get fired. I was about to call you, but luckily you came on your own." "That's great." Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain appeared on Chen Yang's face. Fired? He didn't care at all. If it weren't for the system task, he wouldn't have come to the company at all. Since he was here, he wanted to see what tricks Xia Long would pull today. "Let's go. We're going up," Chen Yang said directly. "Okay." Li Chang nodded and followed Chen Yang upstairs. Inside the department. Although it wasn't time to start work yet, the place was already crowded. The department was the most competitive in Tianma Group, with many employees not leaving during lunch breaks, and quite a few still working. Thus, it emphasized a so-called wolf culture. Chen Yang and Li Cheng entered the department and arrived at Group 4, which was Chen Yang's group. Most of the employees in Group 4 were present, chatting among themselves. Ugh, I'm so exhausted. Xia Long is like a madman, piling so much work on us all day. Tell me about it. We can't do anything about it. This guy is related to Minister Zhang, so complaining is useless. It's all Chen Yang's fault. If he hadn't angered group leader Xia, we wouldn't be suffering like this. Yeah, Chen Yang is fine, but he's made us miserable. Everyone had some grievances against Chen Yang. It was a busy time, and when Chen Yang suddenly quit, Xia Long must have been furious, taking it out on the other group members. Naturally, they were being tortured. However, they had no way to blame Xia Long, so they vented their anger on Chen Yang. While they were discussing, Chen Yang and Li Cheng returned. When everyone saw Chen Yang come back, they were first slightly taken aback, then their faces lit up as if they had seen a savior. They all rushed over. Chen Yang, you're finally back. That's great. It's really great that you're back. Have you had lunch? Do you want some fruit? These people were all eager to please. If Xia Long wanted to cause trouble later, he could only find trouble with Chen Yang. Moreover, the main thing was, before Chen Yang could even take a seat, his colleagues started saying again, Chen Yang, when group leader Xia gets angry later, you must apologize properly. That's right. Although group leader Xia is very angry now, as long as you apologize, everything will be fine. Don't provoke group leader Xia again. Chen Yang, hurry up and apologize, we don't want to suffer anymore. These people naively thought that Chen Yang had come back to soften up and apologize to Xia Long, begging for his forgiveness. So, they were all looking forward to it, hoping that after Chen Yang's humble pleas for mercy, their lives would be a bit easier. However, Chen Yang hardly paid any attention to these people. Among the four groups, he only had a slightly better relationship with Zhang Chang. The others were either scabs or sycophants, and his relationship with them was quite ordinary, so there was naturally no need to give them any good face. I know how to do my job, I have my own sense of proportion. There's no need for you all to teach me. Chen Yang said lightly. As long as you have a sense of proportion, that's good. A few colleagues also showed smiles on their faces, naively thinking that Chen Yang had come to terms with things and was ready to compromise. Even Zhang Cheng whispered, Chen Yang, I know you've been too tired lately, and you want to resign, but please think it over. The current job market is tough. How many college graduates can't find work? If I leave now, finding another place will be very, very difficult. If you just endure a little and lower your head to team leader Xia, everything will be fine. Don't act on impulse. This guy also came to advise Chen Yang, but Chen Yang sneered coldly in his heart. In the past, for the sake of money and work, he indeed had to endure. Now, was it still necessary? Later, he would let this Xia Long know the truth. Always using a feather as a command? If he didn't teach him a lesson, would he really think of himself as someone important? Chen Yang said nothing, and the others returned to their own workstations. Time passed by minute. Finally, after 2 o'clock, work hours began, and the entire department became bustling with activity. Only Chen Yang remained seated at his workstation, motionless, playing on his phone. The other colleagues looked on curiously but didn't know what Chen Yang was doing and didn't dare to say much. After a while, the door to the team leader's office opened. A tall middle-aged man walked out, holding a thermos, with a serious expression on his face. He was, of course, the team leader of the fourth group, Xia Long. After Xia Long came out, he first poured himself a cup of water, then scanned the busy crowd, nodding. Just as he was about to take a sip from his thermos, his gaze locked directly onto Chen Yang, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Chen Yang, finally here? He thought this Chen Yang was really tough enough to not come to work. Unexpectedly, he was just a softy. With a casual word, he came running over, truly a funny guy. After taking a sip of water, Xia Long shouted directly, Chen Yang. This loud shout instantly made all the employees of the fourth group turn to look at Chen Yang. In the eyes of the fourth group's employees, there was a hint of gloating. They knew Chen Yang was definitely going to be dealt with by Xia Long. Zhang Chang also sighed. If Chen Yang didn't back down today, Xia Long would definitely not let him off the hook. Yet Chen Yang showed no fear, coldly looking at Xia Long, and said lightly, Is there something you need? Is there something you need? Chen Yang's attitude made Xia Long's face twitch a few times, and the anger in his eyes intensified. In his view, Chen Yang had returned to the company to beg for his forgiveness, yet his attitude was so bad, this guy really had never been dealt with before. Chen Yang, these past few days have been the busiest time for the company. You skipped work for 3 days, causing our group's performance to fall short, and you were publicly criticized at the department meeting. You better give me a reason, or I'll make sure you regret it. Xia Long was unceremonious, his tone growing colder. Chen Yang looked at Xia Long and sneered, "Does my skipping work for 3 days have a direct relationship with the performance not meeting the standard? Why don't you, Xia Long, have any self-awareness about why the performance didn't meet the standard? You are trying to show off in front of the minister, regardless of how much work pressure our team is under, taking on everything in the group. You keep saying it's for the company, that you can handle any amount of work, but in reality, you haven't done much work since you started, and all the burden has fallen on us. Now that the work targets haven't been met, what face do you have to shift the blame onto us?" Chen Yang's words were neither humble nor arrogant, and they were clear and logical. All the employees in Group 4 were taken aback. They had thought Chen Yang would return to beg for mercy, but unexpectedly, he spoke so assertively and directly confronted Xia Long. Damn! This was the voice of many of them. Xia Long was nothing but a big-time scab, caring only for his own performance and completely disregarding the well-being of his subordinates. The employees of Group 4 had long been grumbling about it, but they mostly dared not voice their anger, as everyone knew that the minister of the division, Zhang Qing, was Xia Long's relative. Anyone who dared to go against Zhang Qing would surely be dealt with. Chen Yang was probably in for a rough time today. Chen Yang's words had already darkened Xia Long's expression. He slammed his thermos cup down on the table and shouted angrily, "Chen Yang, what do you mean by that? The company is a big family. Is there anything wrong with helping each other out in this family? I know I've taken on quite a bit of work for Group 4, but this is to train you. Only when your performance meets the standards can your future have a chance to reach higher positions, to accomplish even better work. My good intentions have been twisted by you like this. Chen Yang, it seems you've completely forgotten our company's excellent culture." This guy was directly starting to preach values and PUA others. Who would believe such talk? Chen Yang maintained his smile and said, "Since you, team leader Xia, understand the company's excellent traditions so well, shouldn't you do more work? Compared to us, I should need this promotion opportunity even more, right? So, I can hand over most of my work to you. After all, I don't want a promotion. I just want to be a small employee." Xia Long nearly exploded with anger upon hearing this. In the past, when he used company values to pressure the employees of Group 4, almost every employee accepted it submissively, not daring to refute. Yet Chen Yang gave him no face at all. This kid really thought he wouldn't dare to deal with him? And Chen Yang's next words infuriated Xia Long to the extreme. Chen Yang casually said, "By the way, weren't you asking me why I was absent for 3 days and wanted a reason? Now, I give you a reason. Simply put, I just didn't want to come to work. I wanted to take a break. Is this reason sufficient?" Chen Yang wore a sarcastic smile on his face. Xia Long was completely enraged, slamming the table and growling, "Good. Chen Yang, this is all self-inflicted. Just you wait." Xia Long stormed out, heading to the minister's office. Clearly, he was going to deal with Chen Yang. Chen Yang, however, didn't care at all. Confronting that idiot felt really good, as if he had vented all the accumulated anger since he started working. As for what Xia Long would do next, there was no need to worry at all. Xia Long could at most fire him. What else could he do? The employees of Group 4 looked at Chen Yang with complex expressions. They felt that Chen Yang's confrontation with Xia Long was very satisfying, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief, but they also felt a deep sympathy for Chen Yang. Chen Yang was being impulsive. It seemed he wouldn't be able to keep his job. Zhang Cheng sighed and said to Chen Yang, "Brother Chen, you shouldn't say that. It's really not worth it to provoke someone like Xia Long just for a moment of satisfaction." Chen Yang merely smiled and remained silent. Not to mention that he now had a system. Even without it, he would have eventually confronted this guy. A young person can endure for a moment, but can they endure for a lifetime? Just then, the system's voice sounded. Detected that the host followed their heart and successfully countered workplace PUA, rewarded with 5% shares of Tianma Group. The host now holds 5% of Tianma Group's shares and has been promoted to manager of the Tianma Group's business department. This sudden news left Chen Yang momentarily stunned. A 5% equity reward, plus, being the manager of the business department? This was truly a huge stroke of luck. Setting aside the 5% shares, being the manager of the business department was no small position. It was Zhang Qing's direct superior. The system's reward came at just the right time. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's phone rang quickly. Answering the call, he heard the voice of a strange woman. "Manager Chen, I am Jiang Xiu, the head of the HR department. Your appointment from the board has been issued. When do you plan to take office?" Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, "I'm already in the business department, you can come over." Okay. The call ended. Chen Yang looked in the direction of the minister's office, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery. It seemed there would be a good show to watch today. In the minister's office. "Minister, this is what happened. This Chen Yang is disorganized and undisciplined, completely ignoring the company's rules. The atmosphere of the entire fourth group has been led astray by him. I request the minister to severely punish Chun Yang. Xia Long gritted his teeth, furious as he spoke to Zhang Cheng. Zhang Qing was a portly middle-aged man, and upon hearing this, the flesh on his face couldn't help but twitch a few times as he angrily said, "Is there such a thing? In our business department, there are still employees who dare to be so unruly?" "Every word is true, minister," Xia Long said solemnly. "Let's go take a look." Zhang Cheng stood up from his seat, intending to find Chen Yang. He wanted to see what kind of person this Chen Yang was. However, just as he was about to leave the office, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, is there any issue with Chen Yang's file?" Xia Long was momentarily taken aback, not immediately understanding what Zhang Qing meant, but he quickly understood and whispered, "There's no problem, he's just an ordinary employee, with no background." "Good." Zhang Qing's expression darkened. An ordinary employee dared to be so arrogant. It seemed today would require a heavy-handed approach. Zhang Cheng and Xia Long arrived at the fourth group. Seeing Zhang Qing's arrival, the employees of the fourth group sighed. Chen Yang was truly finished this time. "Where is Chen Yang? Come out." As soon as Zhang Cheng arrived at the fourth group, he shouted loudly. Chen Yang glanced at him and calmly replied, "I am Chen Yang." Zhang Qing's gaze immediately locked onto him, his eyes cold. "Chen Yang, you have been absent for 3 days, disorganized and undisciplined. Team leader Xia kindly advised you. You still refuse to repent and even insult team leader Xia, is this true?" Chen Yang smiled lightly and said, "If you think that reasoning is also an insult, then that's understandable." "Ha! Chen Yang, even Minister Zhang is here, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Do you really think this company is your home?" Xia Long sneered. In his mind, he was already convinced that Chen Yang would definitely be fired today. Chen Yang remained neither humble nor arrogant, responding, "Aren't you always telling us to treat the company like home? You." Xia Long was furious but had no rebuttal. Indeed, he had said such nonsense many times before. Zhang Cheng would never engage in a verbal spar with Chen Yang on such matters. With his hands clasped behind his back, he assumed a leadership demeanor and said, "Since you've already admitted it, according to company regulations, you must punish yourself. 3 days of absence, full deduction of this month's salary, defiance against your superior, arrogant and overbearing, completely disregarding the company's rules. I now announce that the company will terminate Chen Yang's employment." This outcome did not surprise anyone. Chen Yang had enjoyed himself today, letting several leaders scold him, but wanting to enjoy oneself certainly came at a price. Being fired from the company would leave a mark on his record, making future job hunting difficult. This was the consequence of acting on impulse. The employees of Group 4 looked at Chen Yang, all shaking their heads. This Chen Yang was still too young. After announcing Chen Yang's punishment, Zhang Cheng then asked, "Chen Yang, do you have any questions?" "No." Chen Yang still wore an indifferent expression. This demeanor of Chen Yang's infuriated Xia Long. He had thought that once Chen Yang was fired, he would be scared and begging for mercy. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang remained unfazed. This guy was too pretentious. Xia Long gritted his teeth and said, "Since you have no objections, then pack your things and get lost." Hearing Xia Long's words, Chen Yang coldly laughed. "Well said. But I think, today, the ones who should get lost are you." At this statement, both Xia Long and Zhang Cheng, as well as the employees of Group 4, were baffled, not understanding what Chen Yang meant. Get Xia Long and Zhang Qing to leave? Was Chen Yang out of his mind? How could he say such bold words? Just as they were trying to comprehend, a tall and beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the department. "Is Minister Zhang here?" The tall figure, wearing high heels and holding documents, walked briskly towards them. Zhang Qing and Xia Long immediately turned their attention to the striking figure. They certainly recognized this woman. The Minister of Human Resources, Jiang Shiyu. Zhang Qing hurriedly approached her, smiling ingratiatingly. "Minister Jiang, what brings you to our department amidst your busy schedule? Is there something you need to instruct us on?" Zhang Qing's attitude towards Jiang Shiyu was still very flattering. Although they were both ministers, their functions were worlds apart. The Human Resources Department held the power of life and death over the entire company, and being the Minister of Human Resources, Jiang Shiyu's background was not to be underestimated, far beyond what this small minister could compare to. Jiang Shiyu nodded, then said, "There is indeed something very important." "Minister Jiang, please go ahead," Zhang Qing smiled. Jiang Shiyu took out a document from her hand and said, "Isn't your department always in need of a manager? The personnel arrangement from the board just came down. Your department's manager has already been arranged." Zhang Qing was taken aback upon hearing this. How could a manager suddenly be assigned? As the minister, he hadn't heard a whisper about it. This kind of parachute manager was likely someone with a background. When will he be coming over? Jiang Cheng asked again. With a timeline, he could prepare himself to be subservient. Jiang Cheng had become this minister by flattering others, and he still had that attitude. He has already arrived. Right here in the department. Jiang Shiyu replied. Ah, where? Jiang Cheng looked around the entire department, bewildered. It had already been an hour since work started, and he hadn't seen any manager come in. He is called Chen Yang. Here is his information. Jiang Shiyu directly took out a document. Chen Yang? Upon hearing this name, both Jiang Cheng and the eavesdropping Xia Long changed their expressions, but they quickly returned to normal, for in their view, this Chen Yang could not possibly be the one they knew. What a joke! That Chen Yang was just a small fry, how could he be a manager? Jiang Cheng took the document handed to him by Jiang Shiyu and looked it over carefully, but after reading it, he was completely frozen, as if turned to stone. Chen Yang, an employee of the fourth group in the department. Chen Yang, promoted to the general manager of the department. How could this be possible? He almost stiffly turned to look at Chen Yang, who was sitting to the side with a smile on his face, his eyes filled with fear. Xia Long, however, found Jiang Cheng's reaction puzzling and asked, Minister Zhang, what's wrong with you? He also glanced at the document in Jiang Cheng's hand. Just one look, and he too was completely frozen. Chen Yang, how could it be? Chen Yang? He turned his head and stared hard at Chen Yang. At that moment, Chen Yang stood up from his seat and smiled at Jiang Shiyu, saying, Minister Zhang, thank you. I am the new manager of the department. Chen Yang. Boom! This statement exploded like a heavy bomb, shattering the silence in the entire fourth group. All the employees in the fourth group stopped what they were doing, looking at Chen Yang in utter shock. Chen Yang is the new manager of the department? How could this be? Wasn't Chen Yang just a corporate slave? How could he be the newly appointed manager? Almost everyone found it hard to believe what Chen Yang had said, but then Jiang Shiyu's actions shocked them to the extreme. Jiang Shiyu walked over to Chen Yang with a beaming smile and said, Manager Chen, here are your promotion documents. From now on, you are the department manager. Let's work together to create more benefits for the company. Yes, thank you, Minister Jiang. Chen Yang smiled as he took the document from Jiang Shiyu's hand. After handing over the promotion documents, Jiang Shiyu's task was complete, and she left the department directly. After Jiang Shiyu left, the entire fourth group of the department fell into silence. All eyes were focused on Chen Yang, filled with deep fear and apprehension. Jiang Shiyu's attitude. It undoubtedly confirmed everything. Chen Yang is the new manager of the department. Now, there was definitely a good show to watch. Chen Yang, holding the promotion document, smiled at Jiang Cheng and Xia Long, saying, Now, do you still think I should get lost? Jiang Cheng and Xia Long were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. They shivered and fell to their knees. Chen Yang. No. Manager Chen, we were just joking earlier. Please don't hold it against us. Yes, you are magnanimous. Please don't take it to heart. From now on, we will work like oxen and horses. We won't complain. Manager Chen, we know we were wrong. The two were already terrified. Chen Yang was the new department manager, which meant he was their direct superior, holding their fates in his hands. How could they not be afraid? But how could Chen Yang believe their words? They were just scared, not truly remorseful. In the evening, when Chen Yang left the company, everything had basically been settled. After taking office, Chen Yang simply held a departmental meeting, during which the group leaders and employees brought up various pieces of evidence against Jiang Cheng and Xia Long. In the end, it was easy to get them out. As for who would be promoted, Chen Yang had someone in mind. He had been in the department for 3 years, and he was quite clear about who had the capability. After promoting a diligent and orderly deputy minister to minister, Chen Yang's own matters were also concluded. His position as department manager was essentially just a nominal role. There was hardly any specific work, and it didn't matter whether he showed up or not. Chen Yang was too lazy to have a job. He came to the company merely to complete tasks. Who would want to go to work? Now, with the godly rich system, living freely and indulging in life was the truth. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari 812 on the roads of Deep City, with the convertible top down, enjoying the cool night breeze and feeling the envious and jealous gazes of those around him. It felt absolutely wonderful. At that moment, the system's voice also rang out. The host has successfully completed the asset task, successfully taught Jiang Cheng and Xia Long a lesson, and received a reward, 5% shares of Tianma Group, 1 million. Another million credited. Chen Yang's total savings had finally broken through 10 million. Now, Chen Yang could be considered a millionaire, something he wouldn't have dared to imagine before. But with the system, it had become effortless. Life felt like it had switched to easy mode. And he had 5% shares of Tianma Group. Calculating it, he already owned 10% of Tianma Group, making him a not insignificant shareholder. Just the dividends alone would be a substantial amount. It was truly exhilarating. The feeling of having a system was fantastic. In a moment of joy, Chen Yang couldn't help but sing, "Today only shines with brilliance," welcoming glorious years. Boom! The Ferrari 812 sped away in Deep City, heading back to Shawan Community, America. New York International Airport. Inside a hotel, Jiro had just finished a flight mission and was now in a resting state. She took a shower, changed into a bathrobe that covered her perfect figure, and while drying her smooth long hair, she was on the phone. "Sister Chin, I should be returning to the country next week. Can you help me arrange a few interviews with entertainment companies? I want to give it another try." On the other end of the line was Chin Lan, an agent from an entertainment company in Deep City. She had initially planned to help Jiro enter the entertainment industry, but due to various reasons, Jiro had been unable to break in, so she had given up. "Jiro, you should just give up. To be blunt, you have no connections and won't accept the unspoken rules. It's very difficult for you to survive in the entertainment industry. Even if you get into a company, it won't mean anything." Chin Lan was trying to persuade Jiro, but Jiro stubbornly replied, "I want to try one last time." In fact, with Jiro's qualifications, entering an entertainment company shouldn't be a problem. It was just that she had previously rejected a wealthy second-generation heir in Deep City, who had significant influence in the local entertainment scene, and that had completely shut her out. Seeing Jiro like this, Chin Lan could only sigh, "Alright, I'll help you contact a few medium-sized companies." Like Tianma, you can't be picky. As long as there's an opportunity, I absolutely won't be picky. Jiro's eyes lit up. Chin Lan sighed again, "I really don't understand you. With your qualifications, even if you don't accept the unspoken rules, finding a second-generation heir in the entertainment industry to build connections would still allow you to thrive. Why make it so hard for yourself?" Jiro pressed her red lips together and said, "I'll try again." "Okay, that's it." Chin Lan hung up the phone. After the call ended, Jiro looked at the messages sent to her by the rich second-generation boys in the exclusive group of her contacts, and she let out a deep sigh. This is the last time. If it doesn't work. Jiro felt that she was about to lose her bottom line. Perhaps, as Su Jing said, yielding to reality would make life easier. But she really didn't want to do that. She should still have a chance. No, there definitely is. In the evening, Shawan Community. Inside the apartment, Chen Yang sat on the sofa, looking seriously at Jamumu in front of him. At that moment, Jamumu was disheveled, her clothes in disarray, wearing a cute bear pajama set that was all askew, with the pink bra peeking out from the edges, but she didn't care at all. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, her delicate face wore a naturally dazed expression, her beautiful eyes looking confused and lost. This esports girl was clearly still half asleep. Yes. After returning home, Chen Yang saw that the breakfast he had prepared for her in the morning was still untouched by the evening. In a fit of anger, he immediately yanked Jamumu up from the bed. "Put your clothes on properly." Chen Yang scolded with a stern face. Oh, Jamumu clearly hadn't reacted yet, just obediently tugging at her clothes, but originally her clothes were skewed to the left, and with her tug, they shifted to the right, exposing her snowy white shoulder, completely unkempt. Chen Yang, helpless, could only take matters into his own hands and fix her clothes. Then, Chen Yang asked seriously, "Do you know what you did wrong?" "Wrong?" Jamumu, looking dazed, replied, "What did I do wrong? I was just sleeping." Half asleep, Jamumu spoke in her natural voice. Her voice was very pleasant, not the kind of high-pitched tone, nor a mature voice, but a crisp, sweet tone that was refreshing to hear. Chen Yang really didn't know what to do with her, saying, "When your sister was here, she told you 1,000 times not to stay up all night. Staying up all night is bad for your skin and can greatly damage your looks. You didn't listen to a single word of that." Chen Yang didn't know why he felt the need to manage this little sister-in-law, but he just didn't want to let her indulge like this. When it was time to speak up, he had to say a few words. After being lectured by Chen Yang, Jamumu became a bit more awake, pouting her lips and huffing, "What does my sister know? She doesn't play games and doesn't understand how fun it is to rank up online. Especially in the early morning when everyone is extremely tired, I can strike hard." Jamumu waved her little pink fist, looking very excited. But one sentence from Chen Yang extinguished her enthusiasm. "When others are struggling to stay awake in the early morning, are you really that alert?" I. Jamumu lowered her head, thinking for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. "I'm different. I'm the champion of staying up late." Chen Yang was speechless. He helplessly spread his hands and said, "Then you should sleep well first. After you've had enough rest, wake up in the early morning and deal with them fiercely." "Isn't that a faster way to rank up?" Chen Yang's casual remark made Jamumu's beautiful eyes light up, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Right. Brother-in-law, why didn't I think of that? Brother-in-law, you really are a genius." Jamumu's face was full of excitement, as if she had discovered a new world. Chen Yang was somewhat at a loss for words regarding his cute but clueless sister-in-law. How could she not understand such a simple principle? And she still had the nerve to call herself a top student, a genius girl. He was too lazy to continue talking about Jamumu and casually asked, "Did you tell your sister about staying here?" "I did," Jamumu nodded and said, "I mentioned it last night." "How did your sister respond?" Chen Yang continued to ask. Lu Mumu leaned back on the sofa, stretched her long legs, and made herself comfortable, saying, "She said I could stay for now. After a while, when she finishes her business trip and comes back, she'll come to pick me up." Chen Yang nodded in response. "That works. Jiro's business trip should last about 10 days, and by the time she returns, she can take Jamumu away, saving him the trouble." At this moment, Jamumu seemed to think of something and continued, "Brother-in-law, I actually think you and my sister still have a chance." "What chance?" Chen Yang smiled lightly and said, "Once you're apart, it's basically over." This was Chen Yang's long-held view on love. Once separated, cracks would form, and once there was a crack, it could never be repaired. Although he now had a system and was wealthy, what was the point of getting Jiro back? It would just be for money, forcing them together. Moreover, Chen Yang believed that even if Jiro knew he was rich, she probably wouldn't reconcile with him, because he understood Jiro, he knew she was a person like him. "I really don't understand you guys. Why break up when everything was fine?" Jamumu said discontentedly, "Especially my sister, brother-in-law, I really misjudged her. I never thought she would be a gold digger, it's just too much. Compared to my noble character, which sees money as dirt, there's no comparison." Jamumu felt a bit smug. Chen Yang truly believed that Jamumu's desire for money wasn't that strong right now. After all, she was still a college student, full of innocence and vitality, believing her future was limitless. But once she entered society, everything would likely change gradually. Jiro was like that. Their personalities were quite similar. Alright, your character is noble. Don't stay up late tonight, okay?" Chen Yang said seriously. "Okay, brother-in-law, I got it." Jamumu switched to a cute voice and acted spoiled towards Chen Yang. To be honest, his little sister-in-law was quite adorable when she acted like this. After a while, Jamumu suddenly remembered something and said, oh no, brother-in-law, something big has happened." "What happened?" Chen Yang was confused. Jamumu rubbed her smooth long hair and said with a pale face, "I forgot that my classmates are coming over to play today. I need to prepare food and entertainment for them." "Coming to play? Here?" Chen Yang was a bit stunned. "Yeah, they should be here around 8. Brother-in-law, what should I do?" Jamumu said nervously, "What can I prepare to entertain them in such a short time?" Chen Yang jokingly said, "Just prepare 2 buckets of instant noodles, they know you're a homebody, or rather, an esports girl." "Stop joking. I'm a goddess at school, I have so many handsome guys pursuing me. I'm still the campus belle on the forum. I can't let my image collapse." Jamumu looked distressed. Goddess? Campus belle? Chen Yang really couldn't see it at all. But it seemed to be true. He had heard Jiro say before that Jamumu was very well behaved at school, and staying up all night playing games was basically non-existent. Jamumu focused on studying and participated in various activities, gaining a high reputation. That's why she called herself a genius girl. "Brother-in-law, what should I do?" Jamumu looked like a little pitiful creature, gazing at Chen Yang with pleading eyes. Chen Yang listened to her words and could only say, "What else can we do? There's still time, so let's hurry up and prepare." Right, let's start preparing." Jamumu finally calmed down, but soon she asked innocently, "How should we prepare?" Chen Yang was at a loss. He helplessly shrugged and asked again, "What kind of image do you have at school?" "Ha?" When it came to this, Jamumu's pretty face flushed, and she lowered her head, saying, "Well, I guess it's someone who can manage both the parlor and the kitchen, knowledgeable and reasonable, diligent and capable, and somewhat proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting." Chen Yang was speechless again. Was this really the same Jamumu he knew? Managing both the parlor and the kitchen? Jamumu's cooking skills were limited to boiling a bucket of instant noodles and knowing to use her phone to hold it down. Then let's start with cooking. Chen Yang had no choice with his little sister-in-law and said, "Let's go buy some groceries first." "Okay, thank you, brother-in-law." Jamumu smiled sweetly, revealing 2 small dimples. Outside the Shaowan community, Old Boutique Supermarket, a high-end chain supermarket that mainly sells very luxurious ingredients. Woo! Jamumu pushed the shopping cart, gliding through the supermarket like a little girl, her pretty face full of happy smiles. Chen Yang followed behind, buying things and occasionally reminding her, "Be careful, don't knock over the shelves." Jamumu stuck out her pink tongue but continued to play happily. This little sister-in-law really was a handful. However, as the supermarket got busier, Jamumu became much more subdued. In front of others, she seemed like a different person, becoming much quieter and silently pushing the shopping cart beside Chen-yang. "You really know how to adapt on the fly," Chen-yang said with a smile. Jamumu lightly huffed. "Sister said that in front of others, I should be aloof. Am I not an outsider?" Chen-yang asked with interest. "You're my brother-in-law, so you're definitely not an outsider," Jamumu replied. "I'm no longer your brother-in-law," Chen-yang continued. "Doesn't matter," Jamumu pouted her red lips and said, "You're still my brother-in-law, always will be." Chen-yang had no choice but to let her think whatever she wanted. The two wandered through the supermarket. Chen-yang first bought a fish, a pound of pork ribs, 2 boxes of beef, then some side dishes, vegetables, and fruits, and finally some seafood. That should be enough to make 4 or 5 dishes. When it was time to pay, Jamumu rushed to pay the bill. "Brother-in-law, let me do it." "You." Chen-yang wanted to say something, but before he could finish, Jamumu interrupted him. "Brother-in-law, I'm treating my classmates to a meal, so I have to pay." After saying that, she didn't wait for Chen-yang to respond and walked up to the counter, politely asking, "Excuse me, how much is it in total?" When she spoke to outsiders, she added a little charm, just the right amount, and her voice was very pleasant. The salesgirl smiled and said, "Miss, your total is 7,150. Ha!" Upon hearing this price, Jamumu's beautiful big eyes widened in surprise. "Over 7,000? Is this still a supermarket? That's way too expensive. Is this a scam?" Of course, it wasn't a scam. It was just that the ingredients Chen-yang bought were quite high-end. The fish was grouper, costing over 1,000 for one, the beef was wagyu, with one box costing 1 to 2,000, and the various seafood ingredients added up to over 7,000, which was still somewhat acceptable. "I'll take care of it." Chen-yang pulled Jamumu behind him, and this time Jamumu didn't dare to show off, only standing meekly behind Chen-yang like a well-behaved little girlfriend. After Chen-yang completed the payment, the salesgirl looked at the beautiful and charming Jamumu and smiled, "Sir, your girlfriend is really both beautiful and lovely." This sentence made Jamumu's pretty face flush. Chen-yang just smiled and said, "Thank you." The two left the old boutique supermarket. Once outside, the system's voice sounded. "Detected that the host has completed a lavish expenditure, reward, 50,000. Even buying groceries comes with a reward of tens of thousands. Happy, truly happy." They returned to the Shawan community. Jamumu leaned against the kitchen door, looking at the array of ingredients inside, and asked nervously, "Brother-in-law, can you really finish all these ingredients by yourself?" "Don't worry, it's an easy task," Chen-yang replied with a smile. He wasn't bragging. Cooking was something he was quite skilled at, it came naturally to him. "Oh," Jamumu responded with a long sound, watching Chen-yang's busy figure, her beautiful eyes flickering, but she didn't remain idle. While Chen-yang was cooking, she picked up a broom and mop and began to clean the room. Once the cleaning was done, Chen-yang had already prepared several dishes. Looking at the colorful and fragrant dishes, Jamumu transformed into a little glutton, staring intently at the braised ribs, pitifully asking, "Brother-in-law, I want to eat a piece of rib." Switching to a cute girl voice. This sweet and adorable tone, combined with her charmingly spoiled demeanor, was truly irresistible. Chen-yang could only helplessly say, "Then go ahead and eat, it's just right to try the taste." "Yay!" Jamumu was overjoyed, extending her delicate white fingers, wanting to grab one. Chen-yang directly slapped her little hand and said seriously, "Goddess, elegance. Understand?" "Oh." Jamumu responded longingly, then picked up the chopsticks on the table, gracefully picking up a piece of rib and bringing it to her mouth. Jamumu's little mouth moved, chewing, and then she revealed a happy little expression, contentedly saying, "Delicious. So delicious. Brother-in-law, you're amazing." Being praised by his sister-in-law made Chen-yang quite happy. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Jamumu had already picked up another piece of rib and sent it to her mouth. "What a little glutton. Don't eat too much, or you'll run out later," Chen-yang reminded. "Got it, brother-in-law." Jamumu then put down her chopsticks, but her beautiful big eyes were still fixed on the plate of braised ribs. Chen-yang planned to return to the kitchen to continue cooking. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned around. Sure enough, Jamumu was picking up her chopsticks again, wanting to grab another piece of rib. Upon seeing Chen-yang turn around, her actions immediately stopped, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. "Brother-in-law. He. Silly and dazed." It was completely disproportionate to her stunning looks. "Don't sneak eat again," Chen-yang warned again. Jamumu stuck out her cute little pink tongue, very adorable. However, when Chen Yang returned to the kitchen, she picked up another piece to eat. Humph, I want to eat. Although Jamumu was a bit tsundere, she knew her limits. After finishing 2 or 3 pieces of ribs, she got up and left to wash up and put on makeup. Jamumu rarely wore makeup because she didn't really need it. She was naturally beautiful, with an exceptionally high appearance. Every time she wore makeup, it was just a light touch, enough to captivate many men. While Jamumu was doing her makeup, Chen Yang had already prepared most of the dishes, filling a large table with a dazzling array of food, all rich in color, aroma, and flavor, looking very appetizing and quite impressive. There was only one plate of small fish that had a bit too much salt when stir-fried, making it overly salty. He would just remind her about it later. After finishing the meal, Chen Yang quickly washed up to get rid of the smell of oil and smoke, then returned to the dining table to continue waiting. At that moment, Lu Mumu had finished her makeup and came out of the bedroom. Chen Yang glanced at her and was stunned. Beautiful. She was truly stunning. After her makeup, Lu Mumu's face was absolutely gorgeous, her features exquisite, her skin even fairer, and any small blemishes on her face were completely covered. Her pretty face was simply more beautiful than a movie star's, complemented by her nearly perfect figure and her pure and bright outfit. Not to say she was a beauty that could topple kingdoms, but at least she was a stunning beauty. No wonder she could become the school belle, her looks were indeed striking. Feeling Chen Yang's amazed gaze, Jamumu was very pleased, secretly delighted in her heart, but on the surface, she completely changed her demeanor and said coldly, "Man, am I pretty?" This time, her voice was that of a domineering female CEO, very mature, and it felt quite fitting. Not bad. Chen Yang gave the highest praise a man could give. Ha, man. Jamumu still maintained her cold, mature tone as she elegantly sat down in a chair and glanced at the dishes on the table. Everything looks great. I'm very satisfied. This little girl was really putting on an act. Chen Yang smiled slightly, suddenly thinking of something, and said, "Among all these dishes, the one I like the most is this fried small fish. It's really good. Do you want to try it?" Jamumu looked at the plate of fried small fish, golden and crispy, indeed very tempting. Her little greedy cat nature was stirred up again. "Since you made it with care, I'll give it a try." She still kept her cold demeanor, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and grabbed a small fish, putting it into her mouth. She had thought it would be a delicious treat, but to her surprise, it was overly salty. Tui tui tui. Jamumu completely broke character, her cold image vanished, as she kept spitting into the trash can. "Brother-in-law, what did you make?" Jamumu pouted in anger, looking very cute. Chen Yang laughed out loud. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. However, at that moment, a knock on the door sounded. "Mumu, are you there?" A pleasant female voice came from outside. It should be Jamumu's classmates. Chen Yang and Jamumu stood up and went to open the door together. Chen Yang opened the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw 3 people standing at the door. 2 girls and 1 boy. Both girls were very beautiful. One wore glasses and a white long dress, looking elegant and very much like a campus beauty. The other had heavy makeup but didn't look gaudy, wearing a long red dress, exuding a bit of allure. One had a campus style, the other a nightclub vibe, which was quite distinctive. The remaining boy was also quite handsome, sporting a slicked back hairstyle, dressed in a full Gucci outfit, wearing an Apple Watch, looking like a typical rich second-generation student. The 3 were taken aback to see a man opening the door. What was going on? Wasn't this Mumu's home? How could there be a man here? Moreover, the main point was that Chen Yang was quite handsome. Could it be that Mumu had a live-in boyfriend? The one who reacted the most strongly was the boy. His expression changed, and his eyes revealed a hint of anger. However, their doubts were quickly dispelled. Jamumu leaned out from the side, smiling. "Chin, Sister Lu, seniorly, you're here? Come in and sit down." The 3 were welcomed inside by Lu Mumu. Chen Yang also closed the door. Once they entered the apartment, Jamumu directly introduced, "This is my brother-in-law, Chen Yang. Brother-in-law, they are my classmates. Zhou Qin, my roommate from the same class. Lu Shu, a senior who often takes care of me at school. Li Zhengyang, a senior of mine." Jamumu introduced them one by one. In front of her classmates, she was indeed a stark contrast to the silly and cute demeanor she had in front of Chen Yang. Now, she exuded a sense of grace and poise. "Hello, everyone." Chen Yang smiled and greeted them. So it was just a brother-in-law. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Jamumu had really found a boyfriend and was living together, countless men at school would have their hearts broken. The atmosphere relaxed. "Hello, Brother Chen. Hello, Brother Chen. Hello, Brother Chen." They all smiled and greeted Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled and said, "You all came at the right time. Mumu has been busy all day and has prepared a big table of dishes. Let's sit down and eat." As he said this, he glanced at Jamumu. Jamumu's pretty face flushed slightly, but her acting skills were good. She quickly returned to normal and smiled. Yes. Let's sit down and eat. Try. My cooking. This was a bit shameless. Zhou Qinqin, Lu Shu, and Li Zhangyang all saw the array of dishes on the table and immediately gasped in surprise. Wow, these dishes look great, full of color, aroma, and flavor. Yes. Mumu's cooking is truly remarkable. Without years of practice, one couldn't cook such good dishes. Mumu is indeed the campus belle of our deep city university. Not only is she beautiful and graceful, but her cooking skills are also top-notch. She's just perfect. The continuous praises from the three made Jamumu feel a bit embarrassed. However, Chen Yang said nothing and gestured for her to sit down. The five of them took their seats. They each served themselves a bowl of rice, eyeing the dishes on the table, eager to dig in. The intelligent beauty Zhou Qinqin spoke first, then Mumu, I won't be polite. Go ahead. Jamumu smiled. Zhou Qinqin directly picked up a piece of rib and put it in her mouth. After tasting it a few times, her pretty face was filled with satisfaction. So delicious. Really so delicious. Mumu, I would like to call you the strongest chef in our school. Flattery came pouring in. This time, Jamumu was not too embarrassed and gladly accepted the compliments. Although she didn't cook the dishes, her brother-in-law did, and since he was her sister's boyfriend, they could be considered family. If her brother-in-law was a great cook, then by extension, she was great too. No problem. Is it true? I want to try too. The charming beauty Lu Shu also picked up her chopsticks. After tasting a piece of grouper, a smile appeared on her beautiful face as she said, Mumu, this dish is indeed delicious, on par with restaurant quality. Jamumu was overjoyed inside, but on the surface, she smiled shyly and said, Senior, you're overpraising me. The last person was Li Zhangyang. I'll try too. Li Zhangyang also picked up his chopsticks. Unfortunately, he clumsily grabbed a piece of the crispy fried small fish. This small fish looks really good. This. Chun Yang and Jamumu both wanted to say something, but it was too late. Li Zhangyang had already put the small fish in his mouth. He chewed a few times, but then his expression changed, turning as if he had seen a ghost, looking very unpleasant. Senior Li, what's wrong? Is it not good? Zhou Qinqin asked. No way? It looks pretty good. Lu Shu also said with confusion. Jamumu looked at Li Zhangyang with her big eyes, her gaze filled with a hint of expectation. Feeling Jamumu's gaze, even though Li Zhangyang's mouth was already salty and bitter, he gritted his teeth, chewed a bit more, and swallowed. Li Zhangyang forcibly swallowed the overly salty little fish and then smiled with satisfaction. Delicious, really delicious. Chen Yang and Jamumu exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. This guy really could endure. Chen Yang also noticed that Li Zhangyang was clearly Jamumu's pursuer, and he must have ulterior motives for coming over this time. Sure enough. They hadn't eaten much when Li Zhangyang spoke up. Mumu, actually we came to find you because we have something to discuss. Jamumu was focused on eating when she heard this, blinked in confusion, and asked, what is it? For next week's welcome party, we want you to represent the student council and perform for everyone, Li Zhangyang said with a smile. Me? Perform on stage? Jamumu was a bit stunned. She was just a gaming girl, what could she perform? Lu Shu smiled and said, yes, Mumu, you've been in the student council for so long and have never participated in any school activities. You're always so aloof, like a dragon that appears and disappears. Everyone is very curious about you. At this welcome party, you should make an appearance and let the new students know what our university flower is capable of. Upon hearing this, Jamumu hesitated and said, isn't that bad? I don't have any talents. Letting her play the mid lane and dominate is fine, but asking her to go to a welcome party is really hard for her to accept. Zhou Qinqin laughed. Senior Mumu, who says you have no talent? When you told stories at the broadcasting station, your voice captivated so many people. If you just perform that, the new students will definitely be in awe of you. Your position as the university flower will be even more secure. Can voice acting be considered a talent? Jamumu was a bit confused. Li Zhangyang said, of course it counts, but the main point is not really about talent. It's just to let you show your face. You are the head of the broadcasting department in our student council. You can't always stay behind the scenes. You're so beautiful, you should get out more. Their continued persuasion left Jamumu unsure of how to respond. In fact, she was more eager for Friday to come so she could sit on her suitcase and go to her brother-in-law's place to play games. The welcome party was too much hassle. Jamumu looked at Chun Yang, who was focused on eating. Chen Yang was a bit puzzled, wondering why she was looking at him. He wasn't from their school. Brother-in-law, what do you think? Jamumu asked quietly. Chun Yang thought for a moment and said, it would be good to participate. There's a saying that one cannot have both youth and the feeling of youth. If Shamumu participated in this welcome party, it would surely become a beautiful memory in the future. But if she continued to stay up all night playing games, she would only feel regret when looking back. Alright. Since Chunyang said so, Shamumu could only nod and say, okay, I'll participate then. Upon hearing this, Li Zhangyang and the others all smiled. After a moment, Li Zhangyang continued, after the welcome party, we have a gathering in a banquet format organized by our student council, and we hope you can grace us with your presence. The plot thickens. The welcome party was not the goal. This so-called banquet was the real purpose of Li Zhangyang's visit. Chunyang couldn't help but curl his lips into a sarcastic smile. This kind of college student was still too low in rank. Let's skip the banquet. Shamumu directly refused. She hated these so-called banquets the most. Because every time there was a gathering, as long as she was there, she would become the center of attention, and then all sorts of troubles would follow, which made her very, very insecure. But Zhou Qinchin and Lu Shu kept persuading her. Lu Shu said, Mumu, this banquet organized by Zhang Yang is quite large, many freshmen including the heads of the student council will attend, and even counselors and teachers will be there. It's being held at the Jasmine Wine Party, which is a relatively upscale place, and it won't be cheap. You should come and have some fun, let everyone get to know you. Zhou Qinchin chimed in, yeah, Senior Mumu, don't be so aloof. Who knows, there might be some handsome guys among the freshmen. The two were clearly being used by Li Zhangyang. This made it hard for Shamumu to refuse, so she turned to Chunyang, her expression a bit pitiful. Chunyang thought for a moment and said, since it's a school-organized gathering, it's fine to attend. Shamumu could only obediently say, okay. This matter was settled. After eating for a while longer, Chunyang got up to go to the bathroom. After Chunyang left, Zhou Qinchin curiously asked, Senior Mumu, your brother-in-law is so handsome, he really looks like a male star on TV. Yeah, he is indeed quite handsome, and his temperament is also very good, Lu Shu agreed. She had just secretly observed Chunyang for a long time. He gave her the impression of being both handsome and mature, the type of her dream man. Li Zhangyang, however, was a bit unhappy. Handsome, my foot. Besides, what's the use of being handsome? In today's society, without money, nothing matters. He had long been a bit displeased with Chunyang because during dinner, the interaction between Shamumu and Chunyang felt a bit too intimate, which was strange. When it came to Chunyang, Shamumu was a bit pleased and proudly said, isn't he handsome? As for my brother-in-law, I won't say anything else, but his looks are definitely top-notch. If there's a chance in the future, I'll let him become a star, and then I'll be the little sister-in-law of a big star. Shamumu was quite proud, completely forgetting that Chunyang had already broken up with Zhiro. At this moment, Lu Shu curiously asked, Mumu, I've always heard you talk about your brother-in-law, but what about your sister? Where is she? Zhou Qinchin also wondered, yeah, Senior Mumu, shouldn't your sister and brother-in-law be living together? Li Zhangyang found this question quite strange. It's odd for the sister to be absent while the brother-in-law and little sister-in-law are together. What's going on? What Shamumu said next almost made everyone drop their jaws. While eating, Shamumu casually said, my sister and my brother-in-law broke up, she has already moved out. Now it's just me and my brother-in-law living here. This statement left everyone present dumbfounded. What the hell? The sister has already broken up with the brother-in-law. The little sister-in-law has moved in instead. What is going on? Lu Shu asked in disbelief, Mumu, do you mean to say that you and your brother-in-law are living together now? I guess so, Shamumu nodded. This left the three of them stunned again. It turned out their previous guesses were indeed correct. This top flower of the prestigious university was really living with a man. This is too crazy. Li Zhangyang's reaction was undoubtedly the biggest. His eyes widened as he said, Mumu, how can this be? A man and a woman alone together, what if something happens? You don't need to worry about that, Shamumu said with a smile. My brother-in-law treats me very well, we are like a family, nothing will happen. But, although Li Zhangyang knew that Shamumu and Chunyang would definitely not have anything happen, the fact that they were living together still made him feel a bit of a heart attack, as if his goddess had been taken away, leaving him with nothing but a vast green pasture above his head. At this moment, Chunyang returned. This topic was also considered closed. The meal quickly came to an end, and Li Zhangyang, Lu Shu, and Zhou Qinchin left soon after. After they left, Shamumu finally collapsed onto the sofa, her long, fair legs resting directly on the couch, her pretty face now only showing exhaustion. I'm so tired, so tired. Dealing with these people is really troublesome. Her lazy appearance was indeed a stark contrast to the goddess image she had in front of her classmates. Chunyang sat on the side of the sofa and said, don't lie down yet, go wash the dishes. Ha? Me wash the dishes? Shamumu was first surprised, then indignantly said, no way, brother-in-law, my hands are so delicate, so beautiful, how can I wash dishes? My sister doesn't even make me wash dishes. Jiro often spoiled Jamumu and really didn't make her do much work. But Chen Yang wasn't going to indulge her, saying, washing dishes has nothing to do with how delicate, beautiful, or pretty your hands are. Washing a dish won't make your hands ugly. I cook for you, so it's only right for you to wash the dishes. Hurry up. Jamumu pouted, dissatisfied, and said, But I just want to lazily lie down right now. I don't want to work. Brother-in-law. Don't be like that. She switched to a cute, whiny tone, directly starting to act spoiled. Fortunately, Chen Yang had developed a certain resistance to her cute, whiny voice and said with a straight face, go wash, or I'll make you move out tomorrow. In the end, Jamumu still succumbed to Chen Yang's pressure. Fine, I'll wash. Jamumu could only respond angrily, and she went into the kitchen to start washing the dishes. La la la, I'm a happy little chef. Scrub scrub scrub. While washing, the girl even sang. To be honest, she sang quite well. Halfway through, Jamumu suddenly thought of something and called out to Chen Yang outside, by the way, brother-in-law, you should come with me to the welcome party on Wednesday. What do I need to go with you for? That's your school's welcome party, Chen Yang said, somewhat confused. Jamumu's face turned red as she quietly said, I get a bit social anxiety on stage. If there are no familiar faces in the audience watching me, I don't dare to perform. It used to be my sister who went with me, but now that she's not here, you should accompany me, brother-in-law. Chen Yang really couldn't tell that his school flower sister-in-law actually had social anxiety. But thinking about it, he indeed had nothing planned for Wednesday, so going to have some fun didn't seem like a problem. I'll think about it, Chen Yang replied. Jamumu huffed, no thinking. You just asked me to participate in the welcome party. If you asked me to participate, you have to accompany me. Chen Yang was speechless. It turned out that when Jamumu asked for his opinion earlier, she was setting a trap for him. Alright, I'll accompany you. Chen Yang responded helplessly. Yay, that's great. Jamumu was overjoyed. After a pause, she suddenly said, by the way, brother-in-law, there's also that gathering tonight. I know, I'll accompany you there too, Chen Yang nodded. He still needed to consider whether to go to the welcome party. But he definitely had to go to this gathering. From what Li Zhengyang had just said, Chen Yang felt that this guy was up to no good, and with the mix of people at the banquet, it was indeed quite dangerous for Jamumu to be alone. Accompanying Jamumu to this banquet wouldn't be a problem at all. After all, Jamumu is his sister-in-law, so as her brother-in-law, it's quite necessary to take care of her. Brother-in-law is so nice. Jamumu said excitedly, switching to a cute girl voice, I like brother-in-law the most. That voice was quite pleasant. No wonder she is a genius girl. However, Chen Yang asked seriously, Li Zhengyang has a bit of interest in you. You should have noticed that, right? I noticed. After washing a bowl, Jamumu put it into the cupboard and said, he has been pursuing me, but I don't like him. He has a bit of money at home and shows off all the time. I guess he invited me to this gathering just to show off. It's so annoying. If he weren't the vice president of the student council, I wouldn't even bother with him. Although Jamumu is lively and innocent, she isn't really brainless. She understands Li Xinyan's intentions quite well. This guy does have some issues. You should try to stay away from him in the future, Chen Yang advised. Got it, brother-in-law. Thank you for your concern. I'm so happy, Jamumu sweetly replied in her normal voice. That voice sounded even better. After washing the dishes, it was already late, and both Chen Yang and Jamumu got ready for bed. After taking a shower, Jamumu, wearing her pink cartoon pajamas, sat on the sofa in her room, eyes closed, meditating. It's getting late, hurry up and sleep. Don't stay up all night today, Chen Yang said. Okay, brother-in-law, don't disturb me, I'm meditating. I'll go to sleep soon, Jamumu replied, still with her eyes closed, pretending to be deep in thought. Seeing this, Chen Yang didn't say much and returned to his bedroom. Once Chen Yang entered his room, Jamumu secretly opened one eye, then chuckled softly, tiptoeing to close her bedroom door and hanging a Do Not Disturb sign outside. Immediately after, she dove into the esports room. Today is Saturday. Not staying up all night? That's impossible. Life goes on, and the battle continues. Charge. Chen Yang returned to his bedroom, lay on the bed, and scrolled through his phone. At that moment, a message from Yao Na came in. Xiao Nana, Chen Yang, do you still know Song Sinew? Song Sinew? That's a very familiar name. But Chen Yang couldn't quite remember, so he asked. Mu Yang, who is he? Xiao Nana, you really forgot. Song Sinew was our friend when we were kids. We all lived in the same place and played together often, but he moved away later, and we lost contact. With that reminder, Chen Yang recalled. Among their friends back then, there was indeed someone named Song Sinew, and they had a good relationship. He really had forgotten over the years. Mu Yang, I remember now. What's up with him? Xiao Nana, he went abroad to study before and just returned recently. He plans to invite us old friends to get together the day after tomorrow, and he invited you too. Chen Yang, are you coming? Mu Yang, sure, it's been so many years since we last met, it would be nice to catch up. Xiao Nana, okay, then I'll reply to him. We'll go together. The last sentence was sent as a voice message from Yao Na. Chen Yang listened to her voice message, accompanied by the sound of running water. Chen Yang then asked, Mu Yang, Nana, where are you right now? Why is there water sound in the middle of the night? Xiao Nana, I'm taking a shower, playing on the phone while showering. That fits the habits of modern people. Suddenly, Chen Yang thought of something, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face, and then he directly clicked on video call. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, the sound of the phone rang for a while before it connected. But on Yana's side, the screen was pitch black, and nothing could be seen, while a somewhat shy voice from Yana came through. Good little brother, what are you doing? You suddenly called for a video, what do you want to do? Chen Yang laughed and said, I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Then hang up. Yana huffed directly. Don't, Nana, since I've called, we definitely need to chat and see each other. Chen Yang said with a smile, it's been 2 days apart, and I miss you a bit, why not turn on the video? Humph, little pervert, don't think I don't know what you're up to, Yana said in a delicate voice. However, despite saying that, she still turned on the camera. The scene of the bathroom appeared on the video. In the thick mist, Yana's stunning face appeared with a blush, followed by her extremely graceful S-shaped figure, which was very alluring. However, Yana was wrapped in a bathrobe, so nothing could be seen. Are you satisfied now? Yana shot Chen Yang a glance. Chen Yang smiled and said, Nana, I didn't know you were so conservative when you bathe. Of course, it's to prevent others from peeping. After all, I'm so beautiful, what if someone peeks or takes a picture? What would I do in the future? Don't you think so, good little brother? Yana laughed charmingly, her smile exuding seduction. It's indeed necessary to take precautions. Chen Yang nodded, yawned, and said, I'm not chatting anymore, I'm sleepy, going to sleep now. You're sleepy already? Yana suddenly blinked her beautiful eyes, her jade hand moving to pull her bathrobe down a bit, revealing a glimpse of her proud whiteness, and she asked with a smile, are you still sleepy now? Chen Yang's gaze locked directly onto that glimpse of whiteness, smiling, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel more awake, though I'm still a bit sleepy. Yana's red lips curled slightly, and she gently pulled her bathrobe down a little more, laughing, what about now? Still sleepy? The playful look in Chen Yang's eyes deepened, and he laughed, I'm almost completely awake now, just a little bit sleepy left. The bathrobe slipped further down. That entire proud whiteness was about to be revealed. Yana's beautiful eyes glistened with moisture, her hand tugging at her bathrobe, biting her red lips, and she said seductively, then, her little hand moved down gently. The bathrobe slipped off. Just as that undeniable huge benefit was about to be revealed, at that moment, Yana directly turned off the camera, smiling as she said, if you want to keep watching, you'll have to come find me to unlock it. Yana chuckled lightly, then hung up the video call. Chen Yang was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled, realizing that his good sister really knew how to tease. Now, he was a bit eager to see Yao Na. She really knew how to play. Yao Na's message quickly came through. Xiao Nana, good little brother, see you the day after tomorrow. Mu Yang, see you the day after tomorrow. After the chat ended, Chen Yang lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone for a while. Unexpectedly, while browsing a certain app, he stumbled upon a familiar live streaming room. This was a streamer named Sad Melancholy Rib Soup. She was live streaming a game, without showing her face, only the game screen. But her voice made Chen Yang feel extremely familiar. You've provoked me, let's see how I deal with you. Auntie is here, everyone clear out. Oh no, how did I get solo killed? It's all because of the bad internet, boo-hoo, so sad. I have 2 guns, one is called shoot, and the other is called. This queen is giving you all a chance to surrender. If you don't surrender, then die for me. The streamer switched between various voices while playing the game, from sweet girl voice to mature woman voice, queen voice, and cute girl voice, each one sounding incredibly good and vivid. Who else could have such voice acting skills besides my sister-in-law, Jamumu? Moreover, the game she was playing was exactly the same as Jamumu's. No need to look. This must be my school beauty sister-in-law. This guy has been talking all day today, still playing all night, and even live streaming. Chen Yang felt a bit helpless, but there was nothing he could do about her. After all, Jamumu was still young, and she liked to do things freely. It was meaningless to restrict her all the time. Jamumu's live streaming room didn't have many viewers, only a few dozen. After all, without showing her face, it was very difficult to gain traffic in such a competitive live streaming environment relying solely on voice. Chen Yang watched for a while, not taking it to heart, and was about to go to sleep when a comment popped up in the live stream's comment section. How much for the live stream to call me husband? The commenter, named Shengshir Wanggu, had a level over 60 and had already spent over $1 million on Douyin live streaming. Jamumu completely ignored this guy and continued to play the game seriously. Unexpectedly, this guy was relentless and directly sent a Porsche, along with another comment. Streamer, call me husband and let me hear it. A Porsche cost over $100. If it were another streamer, they might have given in. But Jamumu didn't care at all and replied bluntly, not calling, my live stream doesn't have that service. Her personality was quite proud, and she was clearly a bit unhappy. Why did such a person have to show up while she was playing the game? So annoying. Jamumu wanted to kick him out of the live stream, but this guy was over level 60, a high-level VIP, and she, as a small streamer, had no authority to do that. She couldn't even mute him. This guy continued to send comments. Shengshir Wanggu, pretty tough. I'll make you call me immediately later. Shengshir Wanggu sent a Douyin no. 1x1. Douyin no. 1, worth over $1,000. This guy really had a bit of money. Shengshir Wanggu, will you call? Just call me husband once, and I'll send you one. The better you call, the more I'll send. In his view, after sending this Douyin no. 1, the small female streamer would definitely yield. But unexpectedly, Jamumu got even angrier and switched to an angry tone, saying, I said there's no such service, get lost. This sentence made Shengshir Wanggu a bit angry too. He had been in so many female streamers' rooms. Who had ever seen a level over 60 like him not being treated with respect? Even those top female streamers had to give him some face and call him Wanggu. How dare a small streamer like Jamumu challenge him? Shengshir Wanggu, isn't it just about wanting money? Today, I'll just send you off. Shengshir Wanggu sent a Douyin no. 1x5. $5,000. Just like that. Shengshir Wanggu, call me husband, and I'll send you 5,000, hurry up. Jamumu was furious, I don't need your money, get out of my live stream. Shengshir Wanggu sent a Douyin no. 1x10. $10,000. He sent it directly. Shengshir Wanggu, call me husband, $10,000, this is already the limit, don't be ungrateful. With Shengshir Wanggu sending out 10 Douyin no. 1s, hundreds of people flooded into Jamumu's livestream. They saw Shengshir Wanggu's big spending and began to comment, wow, Wanggu is so generous. Number 1 Douyin, so envious. Call me hubby and I'll give you 10,000? My goodness, is there really such a good deal? Hubby, look at me, I can also do a mature voice, I'm cute too. This female streamer was quite tsundere before, always ignoring Wanggu, now for 10,000 she probably has to kneel down and call him. These people thought Jamumu would definitely yield. This was very normal. After all, most female streamers nowadays are like this. For money, they don't need any bottom line. It's just a pity that Jamumu was still a college student who hadn't entered society yet, and her desire for money wasn't as strong as they imagined. Jamumu's sweet girl voice became even more intense as she said, I said no. Stop bothering me. She was clearly very unhappy. Today was Sunday, she had happily eaten with her brother-in-law and played games, intending to do a live stream to show her superb skills to the audience. She didn't expect such an annoying person to show up. It was bad enough that this guy was annoying, but he even brought a bunch of people with him. So infuriating. Shengshir Wanggu saw that he had spent 10,000 but still received this attitude, and he was obviously angry too. Shengshir Wanggu, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? Just because I gave you a little tip, do you really think you're something? You're just a streamer. What are you acting like a big shot for? This guy had completely lost his cool. Not only did he lose his cool, but he also brought a bunch of lackeys to the live stream to mock her. Pretending, huh? Wanggu asking you to call him hubby is giving you face, being a whore while trying to maintain a facade. Calling once for 10,000. Wanggu is too generous to this woman. If it were me, I wouldn't even pay 100. If Wanggu went to a top female streamer's room and sent some gifts, she'd probably call him too, really knows no shame. Her voice is indeed nice, but in reality, she's probably a Xiao Biluo, right? Various sarcastic remarks came one after another. To many, Jamumu's behavior was just pretending. In today's society, who wouldn't want to call someone hubby for 10,000? For 10,000, they'd eat shit if asked. You guys? Jamumu looked at these comments, not knowing how to retort, feeling wronged to the point of tears. Chen Yang watched this scene, unable to help but frown. This so-called Wanggu was indeed shameless. Since he was acting so pretentious, Chen Yang decided to play along. Chen Yang directly posted a comment. Mu Yang, if she doesn't want to, what are you barking about? Do you really think having a few tens of thousands makes you superior, that you can do whatever you want? As soon as Chen Yang sent this comment, it was unsurprisingly quickly drowned out. No one cared what this little white account was saying. But now, Chen Yang was least afraid of spending money. It's just money, right? Just spend it. Chen Yang directly posted a comment worth 1,000 do coins, 100 renminbi. Mu Yang, if she doesn't want to, what are you barking about? Do you really think having a few tens of thousands makes you superior, that you can do whatever you want? This comment immediately turned red and appeared in a very prominent place. As expected, once this comment was posted, it stirred up a storm in the comments section. Countless people began to attack Chen Yang frantically. Who is this loser? Does Wang Gu need your permission to play however he wants? Exactly, Wang Gu has a level 60 account, spending over 1 million, isn't he qualified to be someone important? A few tens of thousands? You, who only spent 100, can you even come up with that much? What a joke, even if you're a flower protector, you should consider whether you have the strength for it. Just a clown. These people were all acting like Wang Ge's sycophants. This is also normal. Although they didn't gain any benefits from this Wang Gu, many people now, especially those in the live streaming platform, just love to flatter the rich. As for why, it's simply the mindset of a sycophant, admiring the strong, believing that being wealthy is impressive. And this Shangshi Wang Gu is also quite unreserved, directly sending 100 yuan. Shangshi Wang Gu, get lost. Just when everyone thought Chen Yang would quiet down, unexpectedly, an eye-catching barrage appeared again. Mu Yang, so what you mean is, as long as you have money, you can be our father, right? If I spend a little money, you all have to kneel and lick me? Ha! Chen Yang's provocative reply completely enraged the viewers in the livestream, each one starting to respond sharply. You? Ha, a character that's only been created for a few years and is only level 7 or 8, dares to say such things? You still want us to kneel and lick you? Do you have that kind of capital? Don't even mention 10,000, you probably can't even send out 1,000, right? Ha, what a big mouth, a poor loser trying to play the hero, now slapped in the face, panicking, huh? We beg you to spend money, let us see how much financial power you really have. These people didn't believe Chen Yang had any financial power at all, he was just a pretentious show-off. Shangshi Wang Gu even directly dismissed Chen Yang's barrage, confronting him head-on. Shangshi Wang Gu, who can't talk big? If you really have financial power, then show everyone, don't just pretend here. If you can send out 100,000 right now, I'll call you father, dare you? This guy probably is a local boss in real life, speaking arrogantly, completely disregarding Chen Yang. However, the thoughts of the crowd in the livestream were similar. They didn't believe Chen Yang could send out 100,000. Jamumu, already in tears from anger, saw this scene and was about to speak up for Chen Yang. After all, the other party was helping her, she couldn't just watch him being mocked by the people in the livestream. But before Jamumu could say anything, suddenly, a barrage of Douyin no. One was sent out in the livestream. Mu Yang sent Douyin no. 1x1 in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream. Mu Yang sent Douyin no. 1x10 in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream. First, 10 were sent out, but it wasn't over yet. Soon, another 10 were sent out in succession. Mu Yang sent Douyin no. 1x50 in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream. Mu Yang sent Douyin no. 1x100 in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream. Finally, amidst the shocked gazes of the audience in the livestream, Mu Yang sent a total of 100 Douyin no. Ones before stopping. 1 Douyin no. 1 costs 1,000 yuan. 10 sends out 10,000. 100 sends out 100,000. This Mu Yang, a newbie character not even at level 10, actually sent out 100,000 in the livestream. At this moment, the audience in the livestream was completely stunned. All the mocking words they had just said, now not a single one could be uttered. The so-called Shangshi Wang Gu fell silent as well. But while he was silent, Chen Yang was not. Chen Yang continued to confront him. Mu Yang, what? Not talking anymore? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? 100,000 made you speechless? Alright, I guess you're still unconvinced in your hearts, definitely going to say, isn't it just 100,000? It's not a big deal, to prevent you from barking, I'll add a bit more. Just as this eye-catching barrage ended, immediately, boom, boom, boom. Another barrage of Douyin no. Ones was sent out. Mu Yang sent Douyin no. 1x100 in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream. Another 100. Another 100,000. This is just too crazy, right? The audience in the livestream was even more shocked than ever. And this wasn't over yet. Mu Yang's barrage appeared once again. Mu Yang, is that enough to make you shut up? If not, I'll throw in some more. Boom boom boom. Douyin no. 1 was launched again. Mu Yang sent Douyin no. 1x100 in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream. Another 100,000. That's a total of 300,000 now. At this moment, the number of viewers in Jamumu's livestream had already surpassed 1,000. Many new viewers, seeing Chen Yang's extravagant spending, began to send barrages. 6,666. 300,000, just like that. So strong. Wow, Mu Yang is really a big brother, way stronger than that Wang Gu. Ha, where are those who were just shouting? Why is everyone quiet now? Didn't they say whoever has money, you have to worship them? And that Shengshi Wang Gu, hurry up and come out to call me daddy, 300,000, you have to call 3 times. Many of these people were just there to stir the pot. Now they all jumped out, putting pressure on this so-called Shengshi Wang Gu. This Shengshi Wang Gu had spent over 1 million and was somewhat famous on Douyin livestreams. If he ran away now, he would probably become a laughingstock. This guy, pushed to the edge, finally sent a conspicuous barrage. Shengshi Wang Gu, daddy, daddy, daddy. Then, he left the livestream in disgrace. The audience in the livestream burst into laughter, and those who had mocked Jamumu earlier felt their faces burning, completely slapped in the face. Jamumu was initially very angry, but after seeing this scene, she revealed a sweet smile. This was truly satisfying. The slap in the face was so refreshing. At the same time, she silently noted down Mu Yang's ID. Chen Yang lay in bed. After dealing with this Wang Gu, he could now wait for the system's reward in peace. Logically speaking, this kind of spending in a livestream should also be considered indulgence, and there would definitely be rewards. Sure enough, the reward came quickly. The host successfully indulged in a spending spree and received a reward of 600,000. Spent 300,000, and directly got back 600,000. This was truly a good deal. He could sleep soundly tonight. Chen Yang left the livestream, just about to sleep, when he saw a message come in. It was from Jamumu. Sad and melancholic pork rib soup. Are you there? Chen Yang frowned upon seeing Jamumu's message. What was going on with his sister-in-law? Why was she so proactive in reaching out? Was she really like other female streamers, trying to cozy up to a rich guy? That shouldn't be the case. Jamumu didn't seem like that kind of person. Chen Yang replied to her. Mu Yang, here. Sad and melancholic pork rib soup. Thank you so much for earlier. Can I add you on WeChat? Adding on WeChat. What was going on? Could it be a personal account? Chen Yang, feeling suspicious, sent Jamumu one of his WeChat accounts. Jamumu didn't have a personal account. She added him using her main WeChat account. As for why she wanted to add him, Chen Yang quickly understood. Sad and melancholic pork rib soup. Big brother, I'm really grateful for what happened today. You helped me, and I don't know how to repay you. The money you spent today, after deducting the platform's share, I will refund you in full on this WeChat. You don't have to send me money anymore, just come watch my livestream, and I'll be very happy. A refund, indeed. Chen Yang truly didn't know if his sister-in-law was silly or naive. In today's society, girls like her who were so kind were already rare. What a kind-hearted sister-in-law. However, since the money had already been spent, Chen Yang didn't plan to ask for it back. It was quite nice to help Jamumu improve her life a bit. Jamumu's living conditions were not particularly good. She basically relied on the money she earned from voice acting to get by, and every year she had to borrow money from Jiro. With this money, she could live a bit more comfortably. A girl should have a little money in her hands, especially for a college student like her, where temptations abound. Mu Yang said, forget about the money. Perhaps to you, it seems like a lot, but to me, it's just pocket money. You're a streamer, and I send you gifts, that's nothing. If you really want to thank me, then, use your Sundara older sister voice to say a few words of thanks. Jamumu was silent for a long time before sending a voice message. Stinky man, thank you for helping your sister today. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you, but don't think that you can get close to your sister with this kind of trick. Your sister will always be your unattainable goddess. Thank you. It was indeed Sundara enough, and definitely had that older sister vibe. After hearing this, Chen Yang felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Not bad at all. With that, the events of the night finally came to an end. Chen Yang lay in bed and fell into a drowsy sleep. The next day, he woke up at 8 in the morning. Chen Yang went through his usual morning routine of washing up and having breakfast, while Jamumu, having rested all night, was probably still asleep. Chen Yang didn't disturb her. She was going back to school tonight, so it was best to let her rest well. After finishing breakfast, Chen Yang headed out to exercise. It was still the usual 5-kilometer slow jog in the park. After running, Chen Yang was panting and exhausted, but he still forced himself to run another 2 kilometers before finally stopping. Sitting on a park bench to drink water, the system message appeared once again. The host's health index has successfully increased by 1%, another 1%. Too slow. Really too slow. Chen Yang looked at his current attributes. Host, Chen Yang, age, 27, height, 180, weight, 70 kilograms, strength, 21, stamina, 25, mental, 38, assets, none, wealth, 1,153,000, health, 35%. His health had increased from the initial 30% to the current 35%. It was a small improvement. However, his physical condition was still far from the healthy 60%, and the likelihood of him getting sick was still very high. I can't delay going to the gym any longer. I need to arrange it quickly. Chen Yang planned to check out a nearby gym tonight and get things sorted out. While he was thinking about these things, a stunning figure ran over from a distance. Chen Yang looked over and was momentarily dazzled. It was a very beautiful woman, her beauty different from Jamumu and Yaona. Hers was a sporty kind of beauty. Her figure was fantastic, with delicate collarbones, an A4 waist, and a defined abdominal line, with no excess fat on her body. Her long, straight legs were particularly striking. Most eye-catching was her alluring curves. She was wearing a sports outfit that seemed unable to conceal her assets, at least a D-cup, and her pert peach-shaped bottom was simply perfect. Her skin was tanned, radiating a sporty vibe. Chen Yang couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Seeing such a vibrant beauty so early in the morning was indeed a beautiful sight. Since it was still early, he decided to sit and rest for a while. Chen Yang sat in his spot, enjoying the cool morning breeze while admiring the pleasing sight of the athletic beauty running. However, after a few laps, it seemed that the athletic beauty had also noticed Chen Yang's gaze. When she ran up to Chen Yang again, she stopped with a smile, approaching him. "Handsome, have you seen enough?" Chen Yang didn't expect this athletic beauty to be so proactive, but he wasn't shy either and replied with a smile, "Well, it's okay, I haven't seen enough." The athletic beauty wasn't angry, her smile grew wider as she said, "Do you think I'm pretty?" "Very beautiful," Chen Yang complimented. The athletic beauty nodded, seemingly very happy, and said, "That's good if you like it." After a pause, she continued, "How about adding me on WeChat?" "Ha?" Chen Yang was a bit stunned. "What's going on? Are beauties this proactive now? Already taking the initiative to add on WeChat?" Although Chen Yang knew he was quite handsome, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? But as the saying goes, one should not refuse a visitor. If she wants to add, then let it be. What does a guy have to fear? Okay. Chen Yang smiled slightly and opened his phone. After successfully scanning the code, they added each other on WeChat. The athletic beauty smiled and waved, saying, "Alright, I'm leaving now. If there's anything, we can chat on WeChat." After saying that, she waved and jogged away. Watching her beautiful figure gradually disappear, Chen Yang felt a bit bewildered. Just like that, they added each other? So simple? Chen Yang looked at the athletic beauty's WeChat. Her ID was Missinen, and her profile picture was of herself, quite beautiful, without excessive editing. He opened her home page. The videos inside were all, without exception, showcasing her fitness. There were clips of leg workouts, chest workouts, and glute workouts. Her figure was already good, and the videos were even more enticing. What's going on? Could she be one of those fitness influencers? Chen Yang made a hasty judgment based on her quick addition on WeChat. But soon, he was wrong. Because not long after, a message came through. "Hey there, I'm Chenanen, a fitness coach at Spartacus nearby, focusing on fitness and nutrition for 5 years, and I've had many successful students. If you're interested in fitness training, feel free to contact me. Spartacus is the largest gym around here, with all kinds of equipment, a 24-hour heated swimming pool, and high-end shower facilities." This beauty sent a long introduction about Spartacus, ending with, "How about checking out swimming and fitness?" Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle at this. No wonder she was so proactive. Turns out she's a fitness coach. However, her eye for talent was indeed quite good. She immediately noticed that Chen Yang needed to work out. So, Chen Yang asked, "How much is it to get a membership?" And then replied quickly, "Missinen, a seasonal card is 2,300, and an annual card is 4,200. Our prices are considered on the higher end in the entire city because we are a more upscale gym. If you sign up now, there's a promotion where you can participate in the Golden Egg event, with a chance to win a free membership. 4,200 for an annual card." The price was indeed very high. Back when Chen Yang was in school, a gym membership only cost a few hundred a year. However, if the environment is good, it can be acceptable. This little money isn't much. What Chen Yang was most concerned about wasn't this, but, "Mu Yang, how much is the personal training fee per session?" Although Chen Yang wasn't very knowledgeable about fitness, he understood that it could be quite dangerous. Improper movements could lead to injuries. Moreover, having a dedicated personal trainer or nutritionist would greatly help with training, and this Missinen seemed quite good. At least she was pleasing to the eye. "Missinen, my personal training fee is a bit expensive, 888 per session, but I only serve one member at a time for at least 2 hours, providing full attention and service to ensure you won't encounter any issues during training. I'm also a national level 2 nutritionist, capable of creating a specialized diet plan for you. And then introduced herself with a long list of selling points, and in the end, she revealed her biggest selling point. Miss Anan, the main thing is, I'm beautiful enough, and my figure is good enough to greatly enhance your training mood. There is no doubt about Anan's beauty. Her looks and figure are definitely striking. Even Chen Yang found it hard to look away. Anan continued to promote, in the past, I didn't serve male members, I only worked with female members. However, due to the current economic situation, there are fewer female members, and besides, you're so handsome, I made an exception to promote to you. If you purchase my personal training sessions, you will be my first male member. Don't worry, I will provide you with comprehensive and attentive service that will leave you very satisfied. Anan's enthusiasm for selling was almost overflowing from the screen. Chen Yang looked at the series of messages and couldn't help but smile slightly, then asked, if I buy 10 personal training sessions at once, will there be any special services? Miss Anan, there will be 3 special massage sessions to help with your post-workout stretching and relaxation. Mu Yang, what if it's 100 sessions? Miss Anan was silent for a moment before responding, if you buy 100 personal training sessions at once, you will be my supreme VIP, and the massage sessions will be unlimited. My guidance will be more dedicated, ensuring that no issues arise. Mu Yang, what about 500 sessions? Miss Anan was silent for even longer, then replied, if it's 500 sessions, then you will be my everything. You can arrange me however you like. I will serve you like a nanny, preparing pre-workout and post-workout meals, getting everything ready. As long as you are happy, I will do anything. This was indeed quite sincere, but it was also very normal. 500 personal training sessions. At 888 per session, that adds up to 440,000, which is no small number for a fitness trainer. If someone buys 500 personal training sessions, they would definitely be the biggest sponsor. Chen Yang smiled without speaking, responding with a simple, not bad, quite sincere. Miss Anan, in that case, little brother, I'll be waiting for you to come and sign up tonight. The personal training sessions aren't important, you just need to come and get a card so I can earn a little commission. Anan clearly thought that Chen Yang's previous remarks were just a joke, and he wouldn't actually come to buy personal training sessions. Getting a card was already her biggest hope. Mu Yang, okay, I'll come by tonight to take a look. Chen Yang replied. Their conversation ended. Chen Yang glanced at the time, it was getting late, and it was time to leave the park. He jogged back towards the Shawan community. When he returned to the entrance of the community, Chen Yang suddenly saw a familiar figure. Beautiful appearance, curvy hips and slim waist, with a ponytail that fell to her chest, wearing a blue and white housewife dress, holding a shopping basket, who else could it be but the landlady? At that moment, the landlady seemed to have just returned from grocery shopping, but she didn't go back into the community. Instead, she was taking a photo with a sports car in the parking space outside the community. The sports car was very beautiful, with a bright red body and highly technological lines, exuding a sense of luxury typical of supercars. This was naturally Chen Yang's Ferrari 812. After coming back from going out, I had been standing here without moving. Chen Yang walked over and smiled, landlady, taking pictures? His greeting clearly startled the landlady, but when she turned to see it was Chen Yang, she breathed a sigh of relief and awkwardly yet politely smiled. Yes, I haven't seen such a beautiful sports car around here, so I wanted to take a picture. A bit of vanity, this is basically a common trait among all women, and men are no exception. That's just how society is today, nothing surprising. Chen Yang didn't mind and smiled. Do you want me to help you take the picture? The landlady's face flushed, uncertainly asking, is that okay? Of course. Chen Yang nodded and smiled. With such a beautiful landlady and a gorgeous car, it's a perfect scene that should definitely be captured. What am I beautiful for? I'm already 30. The landlady retorted, but inside she felt quite pleased. 30 is the most mature and perfect age for a woman, Chen Yang said with a smile, then took the landlady's phone, saying, come on, landlady, let's start. After she responded, the landlady began to pose next to the Ferrari 812, starting to take pictures. The earlier shots were fine, quite standard, but as they continued, Chen Yang felt they were becoming rather ordinary. Landlady, you're still too conservative, you should be a bit more open. With a beautiful car and a beautiful woman, you need to fully showcase your beauty and sexiness. Otherwise, everyone will just look at the car and not at you. Chen Yang had quite a bit of experience with photography. The landlady asked, a bit confused, what should I do to attract everyone's attention? Chen Yang smiled, it's still that method from last time. "Landlady, your figure is unbeatable, you should showcase it from all angles. Your poses can't be too conservative. For example, you can lean on the car with one hand, and then." Chun Yang demonstrated, striking an incredibly alluring pose, lifting his hips. The landlady couldn't help but chuckle softly, then blushed and asked, "Is this really okay?" She was a conservative and traditional woman, seemingly not used to taking such provocative sexy photos. "It's fine." Chun Yang smiled and said, "Everyone takes pictures like this now." "All right." Although the landlady felt a bit anxious, she ultimately agreed, blushing as she struck the pose Chun Yang suggested. The landlady's figure was already unbeatable. With a slim waist and curvy hips, making such an enticing pose completely outlined her curves. It was too sexy. Chen Yang hurriedly took a few shots, then guided the landlady to take several more. "Landlady, sit on the car." When the mood was right, Chen Yang directly commanded, "Sit on the car?" The landlady felt a bit uneasy and said, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Sitting on someone else's car, especially such an expensive one, made her quite worried. Chen Yang smiled, "It's fine, sitting on the car won't break it, and besides, landlady, you're so beautiful, taking pictures sitting on the car will make the owner very happy." "Really?" The landlady still had some concerns. "Don't worry," Chen Yang directly encouraged. "Just kidding. He was the car owner himself, let alone the landlady sitting on the car to take pictures. Even if she quietly got inside to snap a few, he wouldn't mind at all." "All right." In the end, the landlady came around and sat directly on the hood of the Ferrari 812. I must say, the landlady's temperament truly matched this 812 perfectly. After she sat down, she gave off both a sexy and glamorous vibe, as well as a luxurious feel of a socialite. This was far better than Su Mengyao, the car model. Chen Yang quickly pressed the shutter, capturing the stunning moment of this beautiful woman and her exquisite car. After half an hour of fussing around, they finally finished the shoot. The landlady took the camera and flipped through the photos, her cheeks growing redder with each glance, and she huffed, "You've made me look like a borderline live streaming host. As long as you look beautiful and sexy, landlady, you don't need to worry about the rest." Chen Yang smiled slightly. The landlady could accept it. She had never taken such revealing photos until she met Chen Yang. She used to think these things were quite taboo. Now, it seemed really beautiful. Her charm had been fully unleashed. "Thank you then," the landlady smiled sweetly. "No problem." The two chatted as they returned to the apartment. By the time Chen Yang got back to the apartment, it was already noon, so it was time to cook. As usual, he prepared a nutritious lunch, cooking 2 chicken legs paired with some vegetables and rice, which was quite satisfying. As for Zhuamumu, he didn't prepare anything for her. That little girl was probably still asleep. Preparing food for her would just be a waste. After finishing his meal, it was the same old story. Drowsiness hit him. Chen Yang yawned and collapsed onto the sofa, ready for a nap. This wealthy life was truly dull and tedious. Ever since binding the system, Chen Yang often felt like he had lost something. Now that he thought about it, it seemed he had lost worries. Every day was so carefree and happy. It was really nice. Before sleeping, he still had to play on his phone, a habit that modern people absolutely couldn't change. After scrolling for a bit, a message came in. It was from his good little sister, Chen Xingning. "Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, I overslept and just woke up now #ROND#." Seeing this message, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile and replied, "Mu Yang, so you overslept, just oversleep then, you don't have to go to work anyway." "Lemon sauce, but I wanted to send you a breakfast video, I want you to guide me on how to eat breakfast." Breakfast video? Were those breakfast videos even proper breakfast videos? Just as Chen Yang was thinking about how to respond, he saw Chen Xingning send another message. "Lemon sauce, but there's no breakfast video, there's a lunch video, hee. Brother Chen Yang, take a look." Soon, a video was sent over. Chen Yang's lips curled up, he had no idea what this little vixen was up to. He clicked on the video that Chen Xingning sent. In the video, Chen Xingning was still alone in her dorm, wearing a loose black nightgown, her hair messy, and her eyes slightly dazed as she sat in front of the camera. She always filmed breakfast videos without makeup, and her looks were still very striking. "Brother Chen Yang, the breakfast video is here again." "No, wait. It's lunch now." Chen Xingning's pretty face wore a sweet smile, revealing her cute little tiger teeth. "But even though it's lunch, I'm still eating the same as breakfast. Brother Chen Yang, I'm about to start eating." After chatting with the little vixen, Chen Yang felt drowsy again. He lay on the sofa and gradually fell asleep. This time, he didn't sleep long before waking up, and the reason he woke was that he heard a knock on the door. It seemed someone was looking for him. Chen Yang yawned, stood up from the sofa, and walked to the door. When he opened it, he saw a stunning figure. With stunning beauty, a curvy figure, mature charm, and an air of elegance, the landlady stood at the door in a simple white housewife dress, her braided hair cascading down her proud, ample chest. Who else could possess such a perfect figure but the landlady? At this moment, she stood at the entrance, her pretty face slightly flushed, as if she had encountered something terrifying, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. "Landlady, what's wrong?" Chen Yang couldn't help but ask, noticing her shaken demeanor. The landlady bit her red lip and trembled as she said, There's a mouse." Chen Yang followed the landlady into the apartment. The usually graceful and dignified landlady was now shivering, her delicate body trembling as she shrank behind Chen Yang. She pointed to a nearby pile of clutter and said, It's right there." Her small face was pale, clearly very frightened. Chen Yang had no real fear of mice. He picked up a broom from the side and slowly walked over. When he reached the pile of junk, he poked around with the broom but found no trace of the mouse. "There's nothing here," Chen Yang said, puzzled. "Ah, that's impossible, it was just there." The landlady's face turned even whiter. At times like this, it wasn't the fear of the mouse running around that was troubling, but the fear of not being able to find it. If it couldn't be found, she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully at night. "Chen Yang, could you help me look for it?" The landlady's pretty face showed a hint of pleading, clearly feeling very helpless. Chen Yang searched the room with the broom but found nothing. Just as he turned to ask the landlady something, he saw her trembling body pointing not far away, saying, Chen Yang, over there." Chen Yang looked over. There, beneath the cabinet, was indeed a dark mouse, quite large, with its head down as if searching for something on the ground. Chen Yang walked up slowly, raising the stick in his hand high. Then, he swung down suddenly. Smack! Unsurprisingly, he missed. The mouse, clearly startled, darted away in a flash, and it ran straight towards the landlady. "Ah!" The landlady screamed in fright and immediately leaped into Chen Yang's arms, trembling as she said, "Chen Yang, quick, hit it." A beauty in his embrace. The scent of her perfume wafted around. Chen Yang, who had initially been full of determination to help the landlady deal with the mouse, now smiled slightly and naturally wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her close and saying, "Landlady, don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen." Okay. The landlady's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. So, Chen Yang held the landlady and began the mouse hunt. Unsurprisingly, the mouse, Jerry, managed to escape from under Chen Yang's hand several times, causing the landlady to scream repeatedly, her graceful body shrinking into Chen Yang's embrace, not daring to move at all. At that moment, Chen Yang suddenly understood the depth of the saying to raise a thief is to raise a danger. In the end, Jerry was finally dealt with. The landlady, still shaken, made tea for Chen Yang. They sat across from each other and began to drink. "Chen Yang, thank you so much this time." The landlady's face flushed as she expressed her gratitude to Chen Yang while adjusting her disheveled clothes. Just moments ago, it was Chen Yang who was dealing with the mouse, but somehow, her clothes had become messy. Most importantly, her outer jacket had fallen off, and that jacket was the only thing covering her upper body. The long white dress she was wearing at home was actually quite revealing, with two thin straps that exposed her fair and smooth collarbone, and the straps were in a deep V shape. The landlady's figure was already quite impressive. Therefore, because it was too revealing, every time she wore such a dress, she had to throw on a little jacket. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, "It's just a small effort." At that moment, the landlady also caught on, thought of something, and smiled, saying, "Chen Yang, why was your aim so poor just now? You clearly should have hit the mouse several times, but why did it go off course at the critical moment?" The landlady was, after all, a mature woman, not a little girl, and was not so easily deceived. Chen Yang was not embarrassed and laughed. Who knows, maybe that little mouse was just too fast. Was it the little mouse that was too fast, or was your hand too slow? The landlady's eyes sparkled with amusement. This sentence also carried a deeper meaning. Just now, Chen Yang's hand had been resting on her slender waist. At that moment, the landlady was too scared to notice, but now that she thought about it, her tenants seemed a bit improper. Chen Yang still smiled and said, "It's probably a bit of both." The landlady snorted lightly and shot him a playful glance, full of charm. The two chatted for a while longer. At this point, the landlady picked up the jacket that had fallen to the side, intending to put it on to cover her impressive and wicked curves. Seeing her action, Chen Yang suddenly asked with a smile, "Landlady, your figure is so good, why do you have to cover up on ordinary days?" "There's really no need," she replied, and this was indeed a fact. In today's society, a woman's greatest assets are her beautiful face and impressive figure. The landlady had both, yet she covered up her perfect figure, which was undoubtedly a huge loss. Hearing this, the landlady smiled and said, "Oh, you think my figure is good?" "Very good," Chen Yang praised without reservation. The landlady's figure was indeed the most seductive and rule-breaking he had ever seen. Flattered by Chen Yang's compliment, the landlady felt sweet inside and smiled, "Thank you." Then, she tossed her smooth long hair and, with a hint of melancholy in her beautiful eyes, said, "As for why I cover up, it's because it's too revealing. If I don't cover up, many people will pay attention to me, and their gazes won't be very kind, so, it's better to be conservative." When the landlady spoke about this, it seemed to evoke some sad memories, and a trace of worry appeared on her pretty face. Chen Yang noticed the change in her expression and roughly understood her meaning, smiling, "Landlady, you're thinking too much. Others pay attention to you simply because your figure is too good, they envy and are jealous. Why should you choose to close yourself off because of these gazes?" The landlady shook her head with a bitter smile and said, "You don't understand. When I was in school, they often talked about me, especially in college, where they spread rumors about me, saying I was some kind of indecent woman. At that time, many people in school thought I was really promiscuous, and some even publicly said on forums how many men I had been with." So, at this point, Chen Yang understood why the landlady was so conservative and traditional. The landlady's beauty and figure were indeed a perfect gift that many people dreamed of. But this gift had brought her distress. Her overly sexy figure always attracted criticism. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Those people are just trying to destroy what they can't have. Landlady, do you think if you dress conservatively, they will let you off? They will still criticize you, still spread rumors about you, because you softened. As soon as you soften, they feel they have gained something, and they will push even further. This is human nature. Just like when you play a game, if someone insults you and you break down, the more you break down, the happier they become. But if you ignore them and let them keep barking, they will slowly find it uninteresting and stop talking. And when you focus on developing yourself, after a few rounds of operations, and then say to them, barking, they will completely break down. After they break down, if you say, 'Are you anxious?' they will get flustered." The landlady listened to Chen Yang's words, feeling a bit moved. Her red lips slightly parted, but she didn't know what to say. Chen Yang continued, "When facing such people, you can choose to ignore them first, keep doing your own thing, slowly release your charm, and when you gradually become a star on campus, like the school beauty, pursued by countless people, they will truly break down. By then, those idle gossip will mean nothing to you." This sentence struck the landlady even deeper, especially the mention of the school beauty. It could be said to be her lifelong regret. Indeed, as Chen Yang said, she was qualified to compete for the title of school beauty. At that time, the student council organized a competition that was somewhat beauty-oriented, with revealing outfits. The landlady really wanted to participate. But thinking about how if she joined, everyone would focus on her figure, the rumors on campus would only increase. So, the landlady hesitated. This hesitation changed her life. The champion of that competition eventually became the school beauty, a prominent figure, and was approached by a special internet celebrity company for training. Now, she not only became a big internet celebrity but also a second-tier actress. She became an existence that the landlady could only look up to, and all of this was something she had the opportunity to fight for. Her figure and looks were far superior to the others. Chen Yang quickly added, "Landlady, when being criticized, don't be too eager to find your own problems, you should think about others' issues. Isn't she brainless? Is she envious? Is she jealous? There's no need to let yourself suffer." After hearing the last words, the landlady bit her red lips tightly, her delicate body trembling slightly. Yes, over the years, she had been hiding, and what was the result? The rumors were still plentiful, and she had become increasingly closed off, buying only conservative clothes, not daring to show her figure. She seemed to have gotten used to this kind of life. She had never thought that she should have another kind of life. A life that is beautiful, generous, confident, and even the center of attention. The landlady said softly, "Chen Yang, thank you for telling me this. I will think carefully about it." Chen Yang knew that the landlady's character couldn't change overnight. He thought for a moment and smiled. "How about this, landlady, you go to the park tomorrow morning, and I'll wait for you there. Then we can try to see if we can completely change your concept." "Try?" The landlady's beautiful eyes showed confusion as she asked, "How to try?" "You'll know when the time comes." Chen Yang smiled slightly, keeping a little mystery. "Okay." The landlady nodded, hoping she could make a bold change. The two chatted until the tea was almost finished. Chen Yang suddenly asked, "By the way, landlady, weren't you looking for me to take photos before? Now that I have time, why not take the photos now?" In the afternoon, Chen Yang was quite free and thought about finishing the shoot with the landlady. However, after thinking for a while, the landlady shook her head and said, "Another day, I'm not ready yet." Chen Yang didn't say much and then took his leave. After seeing Chen Yang off, the landlady's beautiful eyes sparkled as she walked back to her room's wardrobe. She opened the wardrobe. Inside were a dazzling array of various outfits, but most of them were quite conservative. However, after pushing the conservative clothes aside, the layer underneath was filled with stunning pieces. Black silk OL uniforms, bikini swimsuits, bodycon skirts, black silk JK outfits, backless sweaters. There was even a t-shirt featuring Squirtle and Pikachu. They were very beautiful and incredibly sexy. These sexy clothes were bought by the landlady over the years, but she had never dared to wear them outside, only wearing them at home to secretly admire her sexy figure. She had once mustered the courage to wear a full OL professional outfit out, but it was just too eye-catching. The gazes of passers-by made her anxious, reminding her of the first time she wore a skirt in school, feeling targeted by various girls. So, she shrank back. Since then, she had hardly worn anything out. But after hearing Chen Yang's words today, her heart felt a bit lighter. Perhaps these things were just the shadows of her subconscious at play. Maybe the more she shrank back, the more afraid she became? The landlady took down the black bodycon skirt. This black bodycon skirt was paired with a matching outfit, a black bodycon skirt plus a white off-the-shoulder fitted top. What is an off-the-shoulder top? It's a type of clothing that exposes the shoulders and collarbone, very sexy. However, the most seductive part was the lower half, the black bodycon skirt plus black silk, which accentuated her already long legs even more, and the killer was a pair of high heels. This outfit, while not overly revealing, showcased the landlady's perfect figure entirely, undoubtedly having a huge impact. This was also the landlady's favorite outfit, yet the one she dared not wear outside. How about trying to wear it out for a walk tonight? The landlady just held the outfit, casually showing it to herself in the mirror, and felt her heart racing, incredibly shy. In the end, she didn't muster the courage to wear the outfit out for a walk. When Chen Yang takes my photos, maybe I can give it a try. The landlady hung the black bodycon skirt back in the wardrobe. Originally, she wanted to take photos with Chen Yang, just very conservative ones, like wearing housewife clothes or outfits that didn't reveal her figure much. But now, perhaps she could boldly give it a try. Showing herself in front of just Chen Yang. Should not be so shy, right? The landlady's lips curled slightly, revealing a charming smile. Chen Yang returned from the landlady's apartment. After a bit of fuss, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Chen Yang planned to wake up Jamumu, but when he returned to the apartment, he found Jamumu's room empty. She seemed to have gone back to school. I wonder if she even said goodbye. Chen Yang felt a bit helpless. His sister-in-law really was a handful. At this time, it was about time to prepare dinner. After dinner, Chen Yang planned to go to the gym to meet Miss Anan from this morning, just in time to set up the upcoming fitness and diet plans. Just as Chen Yang was about to arrange dinner, a phone call came in. The number displayed on the phone was Zhou Shu. This Zhou man was someone Chen Yang recognized, the deputy director of the department, whom Chen Yang had just promoted. Why was she calling? Chen Yang answered the phone. Hello, is this Manager Chen? Zhou man's voice came through the line, quite pleasant, a knowledgeable female voice. Zhou man was also a rather intelligent and capable woman, usually dressed in a white OL uniform, wearing glasses, refined and meticulous in her work, with a good reputation in the department. Chen Yang responded, yes, what's up? Zhou man said, Manager Chen, most of the new internet celebrities for this month have arrived at our company. As per usual, you and the director need to select a few with potential to be the company's future training targets. I wonder if Manager Chen has time to come to the company sometime soon. Zhou man's tone was very gentle, her words polite, a standard workplace beauty. Moreover, her inquiry was quite appropriate. It should be noted that the selection of internet celebrities in the department didn't actually require the manager's involvement. The director could handle it alone. But then again, this was about selecting internet celebrities. There were quite a few beauties. For someone like Chen Yang, who had been parachuted into management and had connections, it was natural to have a fondness for these matters. That's why Zhou man made this call. Chen Yang smiled slightly. It was rare to have such an understanding female subordinate. However, Chen Yang wasn't particularly interested in selecting internet celebrities. No matter how beautiful they were, could they compare to his good sister? Could they compare to Jamumu? Definitely not. But he still wanted to go and take a look. Because he wanted to see if he could activate the asset task again and earn more company shares. That was the right path. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, how about the day after tomorrow at noon? I'll come by then. Okay, I'll let the director know. Just as Zhou man hung up the phone, suddenly, another call came in. Chen Yang looked at the caller ID, which displayed, Miss Mumu. This was the note Jamumu had changed on Chen Yang's phone herself. When Chen Yang and Zhiro had just started dating, she changed it. At that time, Jamumu was lively and cute, very playful, but now she had completely blossomed into a beautiful girl. He wondered what this little girl was calling about. Chen Yang answered Jamumu's call. Jamumu spoke in a cute, sweet voice on the other end. Brother-in-law. Chen Yang directly asked, "What's up? Are you back at school?" "What do you mean back at school?" Jamumu sounded a bit confused. Chen Yang was also a bit puzzled and asked, "Aren't you back at school?" "Not this early, I'm going back tonight," Jamumu replied. "Then what are you doing?" Chen Yang continued to ask. "I won't tell you," Jamumu said playfully, then added, "Brother-in-law, don't eat dinner tonight, I have a big surprise for you." "No, as long as you don't scare me, that's fine," Chen Yang said helplessly. His little sister-in-law, while cute, was also quite unpredictable and prone to causing trouble. "Humph. Stinky brother-in-law, you actually look down on me," Jamumu said proudly. "Just wait, I'll make you regret it." After saying that, Jamumu hung up the phone. Chen Yang felt his little sister-in-law was being inexplicable and didn't know what she was up to. But since she said not to eat dinner yet, he decided to wait. Let's see what kind of mischief Jamumu could come up with. Chen Yang didn't plan to cook, so he lay back on the sofa and, taking advantage of the free time, sent a message to Misanin. "Kochinen, I'll come by your gym tonight, around 8. Misanin took about 10 minutes to respond. "Misanin, sure, are you coming to get a card? I'll be waiting for you then." "Muyang, yeah, I'll get a card first, then buy a personal training session to see how your teaching quality is, Misanin. If the quality is good, I might really buy 100 sessions. Misanin, hashtag little cat happy hashtag that's great. As a valued member, you can rest assured that I will make your training very enjoyable." Although Chenanan said this on the surface, she probably still felt that Chen Yang was just boasting. 100 personal training sessions, 88,000. It's not something an average person can easily afford. Chen Yang couldn't be bothered to explain, he didn't like joking around. If Chenanan's teaching quality and attitude were really good, let alone 100 sessions, 500 would be fine. After all, he had rewards. After finishing the conversation with Chenanan, Chen Yang waited for a while longer, but Jamumu still hadn't returned. What on earth was this girl doing? Chen Yang thought about calling to hurry her up, but then decided against it. There was nothing much to do anyway, so he might as well wait. Half an hour later, at 6 o'clock in the evening, a crisp and pleasant voice finally rang out from outside. "Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! Open the door! Your incredibly cute, beautiful, sexy, pure, and irresistible little sister-in-law is back." Jamumu's sweet voice was indeed very pleasant, but the words she said were somewhat cringeworthy. Chen Yang went to open the door. "Don't you have a key?" He frowned and looked at the door, only to see Jamumu carrying a lot of things, with one hand holding what seemed to be food in several large takeout boxes. In the other hand, she was holding a small box, but it was unclear what was inside. Jamumu, carrying so many things, was already sweating profusely and quickly said to Chen Yang, "Brother-in-law, please help your cute little sister-in-law with this." Chen Yang took the takeout boxes from her hands and asked curiously, "Why did you buy so much food? You could have just ordered takeout. You can't get takeout." After handing the takeout boxes to Chen Yang, she didn't give him the small box but hugged it to herself and entered the apartment. "What can't you get?" Chen Yang took the takeout boxes, closed the door, and returned to the living room, placing them on the dining table. As soon as he opened the takeout boxes, a fragrant aroma wafted out. All the dishes were exquisitely prepared, including typhoon shelter crab, braised abalone, imperial bird's nest, and crab meat with sea tiger fin. Each dish must have been quite expensive. Chen Yang looked at these dishes and felt somewhat familiar but couldn't recall where he had seen them, saying, "This is." Jamumu smiled sweetly, revealing 2 small dimples, and said, "These are from the Cantonese Hong Kong restaurant. I left at 3 o'clock to queue up and buy them." The Cantonese Hong Kong restaurant is a famous trendy spot in Deep City and also a high-end establishment. The average cost per person is in the thousands. Just these few dishes would probably cost 5 or 6,000. Moreover, to dine there, one has to queue, which is quite a hassle. Chen Yang didn't expect that Jamumu had skipped school to go buy food. Jamumu continued, "Brother-in-law, look further down." Her tone had a hint of pride, as if there was something good below. Chen Yang opened the last takeout box, and inside was a fragrant East Star Grouper. Steamed East Star Grouper. This is one of Chen Yang's favorite dishes, but it's quite expensive, and the portions are very small. "Mumu, what is this?" Chen Yang looked at Jamumu with a somewhat complicated expression. Jamumu sat cross-legged on the sofa, her pretty face full of sweetness as she smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, a few years ago when I first came to Deep City to find my sister, our first meeting was at the Canton Hong Kong restaurant. Don't you remember? At that time, I had just come up from the countryside, and after eating, I really felt it was so delicious. I remembered it right away. Also, I remembered that brother-in-law loves to eat the East Star Grouper. I thought to myself, in the future, I want to treat brother-in-law and sister to a meal, and I've thought about it for a long time. Now it's finally realized. Jamumu seemed to have accomplished something remarkable, and her smile became even sweeter and more charming. Chen Yang listened to Jamumu's words and recalled the events of that year, feeling somewhat complicated, and helplessly said, after all these years, you still remember. These dishes must not be cheap, right? Where did you get the money? Chen Yang had already formed a stereotype about Jamumu, which was that she was very poor and borrowed money from her sister every day, so he instinctively asked. Jamumu happily said, brother-in-law, I earned money. Yesterday I did a live stream, and a big brother gave me a lot. Brother-in-law, don't worry, I won't be short of money in the future. Only then did Chen Yang remember that he had given Jamumu 300,000 yesterday. Even after deducting the platform fees, there was still a lot left. No wonder this girl dared to spend money so lavishly. However, Chen Yang was quite happy that his little sister-in-law, after having money, didn't just think about enjoying herself but also remembered what he liked. That 300,000 was well spent. What big brother could give you so much money? Is he the number one big brother? Chen Yang still asked knowingly. Yes, he is the number one big brother. But brother-in-law, it feels a bit strange the way you're asking. Jamumu blinked her beautiful big eyes. Chen Yang continued, I just want to tell you, being a streamer is fine, but don't do anything inappropriate for money. Jamumu was innocent and cute, with a natural silly charm. She had not yet been corrupted by the vanity of society. So, Chen Yang was still quite worried about her falling into depravity, which was why he reminded her. Brother-in-law, do you not trust your clever, kind, cute, and invincible little sister-in-law? I'm not really interested in money. Of course, having it is the best. And if I really did something inappropriate for money, I would have done it in school. Jamumu huffed, brother-in-law, you don't know how many people pursued me in school, rich second-generation heirs from big groups, and I didn't even look at them. You underestimate me too much. This was indeed the truth. Jamumu spoke. She was the campus belle of Deep City University. What kind of place is Deep City University? It is one of the top and most luxurious universities in the entire Deep City and even the whole Pearl River Delta, where rich second-generation heirs are everywhere. With Jamumu's looks, finding a rich second-generation heir would be an easy task, and she wouldn't need to rely on live streaming to fish for them. Jamumu simply liked live streaming for the feeling of being praised. Chen Yang nodded and then looked at the box that Jamumu had been holding, asking curiously, what is this? Jamumu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile as she said, this is a very precious thing. Oh, I won't tell you yet. I'll tell you later. Chen Yang didn't press further and said, let's eat. He was indeed a bit hungry. Jamumu had bought so many dishes, and they looked sumptuous, including his favorite grouper, which really whetted Chen Yang's appetite. Let's eat. Jamumu smiled sweetly, her little dimples very charming. After all the dishes were set, Chen Yang and Jamumu each served themselves rice and were ready to start eating. However, at that moment, Jamumu quietly took out a bottle of red wine and giggled, brother-in-law, this red wine is 2,000 yuan, do you want to have some? Have you learned to drink now? Chen Yang smiled slightly. In his impression, Jamumu wasn't really into alcohol. Moreover, Jiro had always been very strict about it, hardly letting her touch any drinks. Jamumu pouted and said, I'm not a child anymore, and with my sister not here, it's normal to have a little wine. But I usually don't drink. I made some money today, so I'm happy to have a drink with my brother-in-law. Come on, Chen Yang said with a smile. Jamumu opened a bottle of red wine, poured herself a glass, and then poured one for Chen Yang. Cheers, Jamumu said happily. After clinking glasses, Chen Yang downed his glass. The red wine was quite good, although it wasn't as exquisite as a top-tier wine worth over 100,000, it was still quite fragrant. Jamumu's reaction was more pronounced. After gulping it down, she started coughing, her beautiful brows furrowing as she complained, brother-in-law, why is this red wine so bitter? It's too hard to drink. In her understanding, wine made from grapes should be sweet, right? Why was it both bitter and astringent? Chen Yang couldn't do much about his little sister-in-law and chuckled, that's how fermented wine is. He walked to the fridge, took out a bottle of Sprite, opened it, and poured it into Jamumu's glass, mixing it with the red wine. Try it this way. Chen Yang smiled. Jamumu picked up the red wine again, tasted it carefully, and found that the mixture with Sprite was indeed much better. It's really good. I never thought wine could taste this good, brother-in-law, you're a genius. Jamumu seemed to have discovered a new world, looking at Chen Yang with a hint of admiration. Chen Yang felt a bit helpless. His little sister-in-law, who lived a sheltered life, was an esports girl and had hardly ever been to bars or parties, having no concept of cocktails. Although the wine was good, one shouldn't overindulge. Chen Yang and Jamumu didn't drink much. When Jamumu became slightly tipsy and her face turned red, Chen Yang told her to stop. They still had to go to school later, and it would be troublesome if she got drunk. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Jamumu said with some distress, "Brother-in-law, what should I perform at the new student conference on Wednesday? You're in an entertainment company, can you help me plan something? I've been racking my brain and can't come up with anything." She was quite serious about this new student conference. After all, it was organized by the student council, and the school leaders valued it, so she couldn't be careless. Chen Yang, while eating grouper, said, "What talents do you have? Singing, dancing? Just perform something. I can sing a little, but I can't dance at all." Jamumu frowned, thinking for a moment before her eyes lit up, and she smiled. "Brother-in-law, I thought of something, I do have a talent." "What is it?" Chen Yang asked, just putting a piece of fish in his mouth. "I can take my laptop up and perform a Jinx pentakill, just like that. What do you think?" Jamumu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed she really thought that was a good idea. Chen Yang was speechless. "You're a goddess, remember your image. Don't promote those little hobbies everywhere. Besides, if you really do that, the school leaders will come looking for you the next day." "That's true." Jamumu felt a bit disappointed, as if cold water had been splashed on her. "Then, what should I perform?" Jamumu looked a bit lost and could only turn to Chen Yang, using a cute voice to plead, "Brother-in-law, I can only rely on you now, help me think of something." Chen Yang stroked his chin, looking Jamumu up and down, and with a flash of inspiration, he smiled, "How about you go up as a cosplayer?" However, Jamumu didn't seem to like this suggestion, pouting and saying, "Huh? Isn't cos too ordinary?" That night, there should be a lot of COS. University talents are either singing or dancing, and then there's cos. Although Jamumu is beautiful, her cos would definitely stand out even more, but it's still not enough to explode and ignite the whole venue. What she needs is that kind of campus goddess vibe. Chen Yang, however, smiled and continued, "Ordinary COS definitely won't do. With your amazing voice acting, your beauty, and your great figure, you could put on a versatile cos stage show. From sweet girl, cute girl to mature woman, paired with quick costume changes, it should be very good." Just kidding. Chen Yang is the planning type in the company, and many internet celebrities were promoted by him. Of course, the final credit was taken by Xia Long. Arranging a freshman party is still an easy task for Chen Yang. Listening to Chen Yang's words, Jamumu was a bit confused, unable to imagine what the scene would be like, and could only ask, "Brother-in-law, are you really that amazing?" It should be fine." Chen Yang smiled, full of confidence. "Okay, although I don't know what you want to plan, I'll listen to you, brother-in-law, please don't let me down." Jamumu's eyes sparkled with a charming smile. Chen Yang nodded. The decision for the freshman meeting on Wednesday was made simply, with Chen Yang helping her plan it. After that, they had almost finished eating. After taking a small sip of red wine, Jamumu gathered her courage and said to Chen Yang, "Brother-in-law. Is there anything else?" Chen Yang also looked at her. Jamumu's expression was rarely serious, her beautiful eyes looking at Chen Yang with a hint of gratitude, and she solemnly said in her own voice, "Brother-in-law, thank you for all these years, for always helping my sister take care of me. I know I'm very willful, very spoiled, and I have many problems, but you've never disliked me. So, I prepared a gift for you." Jamumu bit her red lips and took out the mysterious box. Chen Yang also put down his utensils, wanting to see what this little sister-in-law could give him. "Brother-in-law, actually, I don't really understand what you guys like. I can only give you what I think is the best and most suitable gift for you." As Jamumu spoke, she tried to open the box in her hands, but soon she looked at Chen Yang with a pitiful expression, pouting, "Brother-in-law, I can't open it." Chen Yang smiled helplessly, took the box from her hands, and said, "Let me do it." Chen Yang took out a small knife from the side, cut open a slit, and then opened the outer box. After opening the outer box, there was a beautifully packaged large box inside, and on this large box, there was a very eye-catching alien logo. "This is..." Chen Yang had already figured out what it was, his expression slightly stunned. Jamumu's pretty face also revealed a sweet smile as she said, "Dell Alienware, the top-tier laptop, and it's the highest configuration, i9 plus 4090. Brother-in-law, this is so expensive." Jamumu paused for a moment, a bit nervously asking, "I noticed you wanted to change your computer, so I bought this." "Brother-in-law, do you like it?" Jamumu still wasn't sure. As an esports girl, she definitely loved Alienware, it was even her dream. But after all, Chen Yang was different from her. Chen Yang was still stunned, looking at the Alienware in front of him, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Of course, he liked it. Back in school, he played games every day with a laptop that cost 1 or 2,000, which was lagging terribly. At that time, he thought that once he had money, he would buy a better one, an Alienware. But unfortunately, this dream has never been realized, and even after binding the indulgence system, he had long forgotten this once fervent desire. Over the years, the harsh realities of society had made him forget many of his initial dreams. But now, Jamumu actually gifted him an Alienware, bringing this long-lost dream back to him. In today's social environment, for a girl to spend a fortune to give you an Alienware laptop, how fantastical is that? Jamumu, his innocent and adorable sister-in-law, made it happen. Alienware laptops are very expensive. This top configuration one probably costs around 50,000. Yesterday, he had rewarded Jamumu 300,000, and after deducting platform fees and taxes, he only received a little over 100,000, with more than half spent on this. Jamumu looked at Chen Yang in a daze, not responding to her. Feeling even more anxious, she cautiously asked, "Brother-in-law, do you not like it?" "I can return it if I don't like it," she said, her tone carrying a hint of panic. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Of course I like it. What man can refuse an Alienware?" After hearing this, Jamumu finally laughed out loud, happily saying, "Yay, that's great. As long as brother-in-law likes it. What a sweet and lovely sister-in-law she is." After accepting the Alienware laptop, Chen Yang directly asked, "So Mumu, what about you? Aren't you planning to get a new computer?" Jamumu is an esports girl. She must be very particular about configurations for gaming, so logically, she should be the one to get a new computer. "Me?" Jamumu smiled lightly and said, "I don't need one. My computer is fine, it can still play. I don't have that many requirements." She said this on the surface, but deep down, she still very much desired a new computer. Her old computer could still work, but it was already lagging behind the current mainstream, especially her monitor, which only had 60 frames. Now good monitors have hundreds of frames. When she played games, because the frame rate was too low and her reactions were too slow, she had been ambushed many times, breaking her defenses. So, she also really wanted a new computer. But after calculating, she gave up. The tens of thousands in rewards, a meal at the restaurant cost quite a bit, and giving her brother-in-law a computer took up half of it, leaving only a few tens of thousands. Soon, she would have to pay school fees and other expenses, a lot of places needing money. It was better to save this little bit for emergencies. She didn't want to keep borrowing money from Giraud every few days. Chen Yang naturally saw that Jamumu was being stubborn, and he smiled slightly, not saying much more. Hadn't he already bought a computer before? Now that Jamumu gifted him an Alienware, the use of that computer was not significant anymore. That computer was the top configuration, so he planned to take it apart and give this little girl a new one. Chen Yang had already made up his mind. After chatting for a while longer and cleaning up all the dishes, it was about time for Jamumu to leave. Pulling her cute pink suitcase, Jamumu was about to depart, and before leaving, she said to Chen Yang, "Brother-in-law, see you on Wednesday. Everything depends on you. I hope you can help me shine in the whole school and not let me down." Jamumu was still full of expectations for Chen Yang. "My brother-in-law is invincible, capable of anything." Chen Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, no problem." He had planned concerts for tens of thousands of people, let alone a small freshman party. "Brother-in-law is the best," Jamumu said in an adoring tone. With this versatile little sister-in-law, the emotional value was directly maximized. Chen Yang asked, "Do you want me to see you off?" "No need, brother-in-law, you don't have a car. My counselor is here to pick me up. I'm leaving." Jamumu waved her hand and left Chen Yang's apartment. After the sister-in-law left, only Chen Yang remained in the apartment, and the quiet atmosphere returned, with a hint of desolation. Chen Yang didn't think much of it and carried the alien computer back to his bedroom, not opening it right away, because he didn't have time for that at the moment. It was already around 8 o'clock, it was time to go out. Chen Yang was a punctual person, and since he had made an appointment, he certainly wouldn't stand anyone up. After changing into his sportswear, Chen Yang left the apartment and headed downstairs. Spartacus Gym was not far from Shawan Community. Chen Yang drove over and arrived in just a few minutes. Spartacus Gym was one of the high-end gyms in Deep City, quite large in scale, with a full range of equipment and a very nice decor. As soon as he walked in, he felt a strong sense of sports atmosphere. The gym instructors were mostly handsome men and beautiful women, all with great physiques, completely devoid of any subpar trainers. Chen Yang approached the front desk. The receptionist was a tall girl who smiled and asked, "Sir, do you need to get a membership card?" "Yes, Coach Anan asked me to come." Chen Yang replied. "Okay, please wait a moment while I contact her." Just as the receptionist was about to reach out, a clear and melodious voice rang out. "Mr. Chen." Chen Yang turned his head and couldn't help but brighten up. The one calling him was, of course, Chen Anan. Anan looked much more beautiful in the evening than during the day, she wore a very short white tank top that was extremely fitted. Her lower half was clad in gray yoga pants that perfectly wrapped around her hips and long legs, forming a perfect silhouette. It must be said that the physiques of these gym instructors were truly exceptional. Chen Anan walked up to Chen Yang and smiled. Mr. Chen, are you planning to get a membership card? Yes. Chen Yang nodded. His physical condition was still quite poor, and getting a gym membership was urgent. However, to Chen Yang's surprise, Chen Anan didn't directly arrange for him to get a membership but instead smiled and said, Mr. Chen, aren't you going to take a look first? Indeed. It was better to check it out before getting a membership, otherwise, if there were any issues, it would be too late to regret. Chen Anan's reminder was quite thoughtful. However, Chen Yang didn't really mind. A membership costing a few thousand yuan was nothing. Then let's take a look, Chen Yang said with a smile. Come, follow me. Chen Anan led Chen Yang into the gym. Since it was a high-end gym, there weren't many people inside. During the prime time of the evening, there were only about 20 people training. The equipment was more than sufficient. Chen Anan introduced, at Spartacus, whether in the strength area or the cardio area, we have a complete range of equipment. Any well-known equipment from both domestic and international brands can be found here. In addition, our showers are very clean and hygienic, and privacy is not an issue at all. We also have a swimming pool, sauna, and a dedicated stretching room. Under Chen Anan's introduction, Chen Yang got a general idea of Spartacus. It was indeed a high-end gym with all kinds of facilities, far better than any gym he had been to before. Our coaching service is also top-notch. As long as you come to class, I can guarantee you 100% personalized guidance, Chen Anan said with a smile. Thinking of this, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile and said, Can I take a personal training session today to experience it? One-on-one personal training session? Chen Anan was taken aback. She had never tried that before. Generally, personal training sessions start at 10 sessions, with 5 being the minimum, and it's rare for someone to buy just one. This morning, Chen Yang clearly said he wanted to buy 100 sessions, or even 500. Did it shrink so quickly? However, Chen Anan was a professional coach, and her professionalism was quite high. She smiled and said, Sure, experiencing it in advance is fine. Then, let's not buy a session for now. If the experience is good, I'll buy 100 sessions directly, Chen Yang said half-jokingly. Alright, thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Anan didn't take Chen Yang's joke seriously. So, Chen Yang didn't get a membership card and directly paid 888 to buy a personal training session with Chen Anan. The class began. Chen Anan led Chen Yang to a private area. Before we start working out, we need to do some stretching first. Watch my movements. Chen Anan demonstrated a few stretching exercises. Her figure was already stunning, and when she performed these stretches, it was even more alluring, showcasing her body perfectly with every movement. However, Chen Yang didn't just focus on those distractions, he remembered the movements. He began stretching as well. Since he was just starting to work out, his movements were definitely not very standard. Fortunately, Chen Anan kept her word and provided him with thoughtful guidance, helping him correct every movement seriously. Moreover, Chen Anan was quite gentle, speaking at a calm pace, which felt very pleasant. The first impression this female coach gave Chen Yang was quite good. After the stretching, the workout officially began. For someone with a weaker physique like you, who isn't overweight and doesn't need to lose weight, you don't need to do too much cardio training. Let's start directly with strength training. Chen Anan wrote down a training plan for Chen Yang. 5 training sessions a week, divided into 3 parts. The first day for chest and shoulders, the second day for back and arms, the third day for legs, the fourth day for chest and shoulders again, the fifth day for back and arms, and weekends off, repeating this cycle. It was quite an efficient training plan. In addition to the training plan, Chen Anan also created a diet plan for Chen Yang. She arranged all 3 meals for the week. After handing over these plans to Chen Yang, he couldn't help but laugh. I only bought 1 session, and you've arranged everything for me? Chen Anan smiled and said, As long as they are my members, I will arrange it. This is my job. Chen Anan's work attitude was indeed commendable. Chen Yang nodded and didn't say much. Chen Anan continued, When training, you also need to prepare protective gear. She took out wrist wraps, gloves, elbow pads, and a belt, placing them on the table. Only by wearing protective gear can you prevent injuries. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. Coach Anan, you're really thoughtful, even considering this. Chen Anan rolled her eyes at him and smiled. If I weren't thoughtful, could I sell it for 888? That was true. Chen Yang put on the protective gear. The training officially began. The two of them approached the bench press. Chen Anan helped Chen Yang take the weights off the bar and said, Let's try with just the empty bar first. Empty bar? Chen Yang was taken aback. Who did she look down on? Chen Yang had worked out before, although he hadn't been serious about it. He wasn't weak, right? Handling this weight should be a piece of cake. Chen Yang lay on the bench press, looking at the bar in front of him. Under Chen Enen's guidance, he performed the movement correctly and then suddenly exerted force to lower the bar. After the bar came down, Chen Enen said, "Lower the bar to the lowest point, touch your chest, and then push it up." Chen Yang followed Chen Enen's instructions. However, after the bar came down, he couldn't push it back up no matter what. Even with a flushed face and using all his strength, he couldn't lift the bar. The situation became quite awkward for a moment. "Coach Enen, help! Help me out," Chen Yang finally managed to say, feeling embarrassed. Chen Enen, however, smiled and walked to Chen Yang's back, helping him lift the bar. Then, she placed her hands on the rack, lowered her head, and said to Chen Yang, "The weight of the empty bar is 20 kilograms. It's normal for beginners not to be able to lift it, so don't be discouraged." Chen Enen smiled and said, "Come on, let's continue." Chen Yang shifted his focus back. Since he was already at the gym, exercising was crucial. After several more sets of training, Chen Yang's first day of chest training was basically complete, and he was extremely tired. He was drenched in sweat. He had never exerted himself so much in his life. However, after finishing the chest training, there was still shoulder training to do. Chen Yang pushed himself to the limit and finally completed the workout. After the training, Chen Yang was exhausted and panting. He lay on the yoga mat, not wanting to move at all. "Can't take it anymore?" Chen Enen walked over with a smile, handing Chen Yang a bottle of Maidong. "I can't take it, I'm done for," Chen Yang gasped, taking the Maidong and drinking a few sips to recover. Today, he finally realized how weak his physical strength was. No wonder the system's rating was so low. Chen Enen looked at Chen Yang lying on the ground, her beautiful eyes sparkling, biting her red lip, and suddenly said, "Seeing you struggle so much, I'll give you a free stretching class." "Stretching class? What's that?" Chen Yang frowned, asking in confusion. Chen Enen smiled slightly and said, "You'll know soon. Lie down." Following Chen Enen's instructions, Chen Yang lay on the yoga mat. After the stretching session, Chen Yang felt completely relaxed and laughed. "I didn't expect Coach Enen to offer this kind of service. This is a special service, only once. I usually only stretch female members. You're the first male member," Chen Enen said with a smile. "The first time?" In Chen Yang's dictionary, there was no such thing as a first time. Once there was a first, there would be a second. Chen Yang smiled slightly. After the workout, Chen Yang said goodbye to Chen Enen. "Coach Enen, today's experience was great," Chen Yang said with a smile. "So, will you get a membership?" Chen Enen had never thought that Chen Yang would fulfill his promise of 100 fitness classes. She just hoped he would get a membership card. "Don't worry, I will. I'll also arrange your personal training sessions," Chen Yang replied with a smile. Chen Enen politely responded, "Okay, I'll be waiting." Chen Yang left, heading towards the gym exit. When he reached the front desk, he stopped and approached the receptionist. He smiled at her and said, "Help me get a membership card. May I ask if you want a monthly, quarterly, or yearly card?" The receptionist asked with a smile. No, Chen Yang shook his head and smiled, "Just a simple fitness card, the kind that can be recharged." The receptionist frowned. She had never seen anyone apply for a rechargeable fitness card. However, they did have such cards. "All right." The receptionist took Chen Yang's ID and began processing the card. After a short while, she smiled and said, "It's ready, Mr. Chen. Now you can recharge the card." "Excuse me, would you like to recharge it?" She thought there was a high probability that Chen Yang wouldn't recharge it. After all, if he really wanted to spend money, he could just get a fitness card directly. Why make it so complicated? But then, Chen Yang's next words completely shocked the receptionist. "Recharge. Let's start with 200,000. Chen Yang smiled faintly and took out his Huaxia Bank Dragon card. 200,000? The receptionist was completely shocked. Charging 200,000 in a gym? What was he planning to do? Was he going to take over the gym? However, she reacted quickly, directly taking Chen Yang's Huaxia Bank Dragon card and processing it. When she saw that the recharge was completed, the shock in her eyes became even harder to conceal. It really worked. Chen Yang actually spent 200,000 to recharge his gym card. That was too extravagant. After regaining her composure, the receptionist excitedly asked, "Sir, how do you plan to spend this 200,000? Are you going to buy personal training sessions or?" Chen Yang merely smiled slightly and said, "Just hold on to it for now. When I want to use it will depend on your coach's performance. Who knows, I might withdraw it at any time." He still wanted to have some fun with Coach Enen. This 200,000 was just bait, waiting for the fish to bite. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he left directly. No sooner had he left than a phone call came in. "What's going on? Why did 200,000 suddenly appear in the company account? This was the voice of the gym owner. After the receptionist explained the whole situation, the gym owner excitedly said, "Quick, gather all the coaches in the gym, we need to hold an emergency meeting tonight." He had to make sure Chen Yang stayed. Inside the gym after Chen Yang left, not long after, a female coach approached Chen and smiled, and why didn't he even get a card? Who knows, maybe he has some objections. Chen didn't pay much attention. For fitness coaches like them, encountering people who don't get cards was too common. Most people just want to exercise for a fleeting moment. The female coach said, just looking at him, he doesn't seem like someone here to work out. He just came over to take advantage of your looks. You're taking him too seriously, I could just brush him off. Chen helplessly replied, still, he did spend money to buy a session. He only bought one session. I've never seen someone so stingy. The female coach couldn't help but scoff. I just heard he seems to want to buy 100 personal training sessions from you? The female coach continued to ask. Chen nodded, he did say something like that. Ha! He looks like a guy who pretends to have money but really doesn't. The female coach said mockingly, hurry up and delete him from your WeChat, he'll probably start bothering you next. I don't think so. Chen shook her head, he doesn't seem like that kind of person. How does he not seem like it? He just knows how to disguise himself. I've seen too many men like him. The female coach seemed to have Chen Yang all figured out. However, Chen didn't respond and changed the subject, saying, let's not talk about this anymore, it's getting late, and there are no classes tonight. Let's go grab a late-night snack. Alright, whatever you say. The female coach saw that Chen was stubborn and could only agree casually. The two headed outside. At that moment, the receptionist hurried over. Coach Coach Lee Xin, don't leave the gym for now, the boss has something to discuss in a meeting. The receptionist said. Something to discuss? Both Chen and the coach named Lee Xin showed a hint of confusion in their eyes. What could the boss possibly need at this late hour? Meetings should be held in the morning. Why was it so urgent? Lee Xin asked with a smile, what exactly is it? Did the boss say? The receptionist responded, there is a member who topped up 200,000 into their gym card, saying they want to spend it at our gym and see how a few trainers perform, so the boss rushed back overnight. As soon as these words were spoken, both Lee Xin and Chen were completely shocked. 200,000? They topped up 200,000 into a gym card? This is too extravagant, right? What are they planning to buy? 200 or 300 fitness classes? Who is this wealthy person? Lee Xin couldn't contain herself any longer and quickly asked, which member is it? Do I know them? If not, send me their WeChat, I want to get to know them. The receptionist looked at Chen and then said, it's that Chen Yang who just came with Coach Mr. Chen. Upon hearing this, the shock on Chen and Lee Xin's faces deepened. What? It's actually Chen Yang? The one who only bought one class? How is that possible? The most shocked person was Lee Xin, who directly asked, are you sure? She couldn't believe that the guy from just now had topped up 200,000 all at once. That's just too exaggerated. Absolutely certain, the receptionist said firmly. At that moment, Lee Xin fell silent, looking at Chen, unable to say a word. Chen, on the other hand, trembled slightly. Thinking of what Chen Yang had just said, an endless ripple stirred in her heart. This Chen Yang, he can't really be planning to buy 100 fitness classes, right? Outside, in the Ferrari 812, Chen Yang sat tiredly in the driver's seat, planning to rest for a while. He was too exhausted, really too exhausted. Not only that, but his muscles were sore. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Just as Chen Yang was contemplating whether to lie in bed all day tomorrow, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected that the host has completed a lavish expenditure in the gym, reward, 500,000, spend 200,000, reward 500,000. One word, awesome. However, besides the reward, another system voice sounded. Detected that the host has completed the daily gym check-in, reward, 1 attribute point, working out can also reward attribute points? Chen Yang's eyes lit up. But what are these attribute points for? Just as Chen Yang was puzzled, the system's voice rang out again. Attribute panel activated, stamina, endurance, intelligence, only these 3 options, all of which can be allocated points. Without hesitation, Chen Yang directly allocated it to stamina. Point allocation successful, stamina +1, immediately, after the system's voice ended, a warm current quickly surged through his entire body, and he felt a wave of pleasure. The original fatigue and soreness disappeared without a trace. Now, Chen Yang felt revitalized, as if he could easily train for another 2 hours. Moreover, after gaining the stamina point, even his physical strength seemed to have greatly increased. Now he felt that not only could he push an empty bar, but even lifting 40 kilograms would be a piece of cake. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Chen Yang, age, 27, height, 180, weight, 70 kilograms, strength, 30, stamina, 35, spirit, 38, assets, none, wealth, 1,241,000, health, 40%. After increasing by 1 stamina point, Chen Yang's various physical data saw a significant boost, with both strength and stamina increasing considerably. These attribute points are indeed very useful. And after completing his workout, his health finally broke through 40%. He finally escaped the possibility of sudden death at any moment. Now, Chen Yang could really go all out. A smile crept onto Chen Yang's lips. Open the WeChat on my phone. I don't know if it's a telepathic connection. My good sister Yao Na actually sent me a message. Xiao Nana, Chen Yang, the long night is endless, and I can't sleep. I really miss you a bit. It's quite lonely. Mu Yang, do you want me to help you sleep? Yao Na's reply came quickly. Xiao Nana, good brother, if you help me sleep, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at all tonight. Don't rush, sister has to work today, I'm so tired. Tomorrow, sister has a day off, so I need to prepare well. Tomorrow night, you must not be shy. Yao Na's words were full of teasing. Chen Yang smiled slightly. After so many years, it was indeed about time to achieve something with his good sister. Mu Yang, okay, tomorrow night, let's not miss each other. Xiao Nana, let's not miss each other, sister is waiting. The chat ended. Just as Chen Yang was about to start his Ferrari 821 and leave, he didn't expect Yao Na to send another message. It was a picture. Chen Yang opened it to see a beautiful photo of Yao Na. In the photo, Yao Na was wearing a deep V black evening gown and high heels. Her already tall figure looked even more graceful in this outfit, giving off a bit of a celebrity vibe. Below was Yao Na's message. Xiao Nana, this is what I'm wearing tomorrow night, Chen Yang. If you don't like it, tell sister in advance, and she will change into something you like. Tomorrow, you must bring out your strongest combat power. This sentence was also full of hints and had a different flavor. Chen Yang wasn't that picky. This black evening gown looked quite nice, elegant and noble. If it were on the bed, it would create a strong contrast. After a simple exchange, the two ended the call. Boom! The Ferrari 812 drove along the streets of Deep City, heading back to the Shawan community. After returning to the community, Chen Yang finished washing up, casually scrolled through his phone for a while, and then went straight to bed. As for the alien notebook, he didn't have time to play games now, so it could gather dust for a while. He slept until morning before getting up. Morning exercise was definitely essential. After getting up and washing up, Chen Yang went straight out. He arrived at the park and started with a run. 5 kilometers a day, without fail. After gaining the attribute boost from yesterday, Chen Yang found running much easier. Compared to the first day when he finished running out of breath, he could now say he was quite at ease. After 5 kilometers, Chen Yang didn't feel too tired. After resting for a while, he ran a few more kilometers, pushing his body to the limit before stopping. That should be enough. Time to head back. Chen Yang wiped off his sweat, finished his morning workout, and returned to his apartment. After taking a quick shower, Chen Yang was having a nutritious breakfast. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Chen Yang got up to open the door and saw the landlady standing outside. At this moment, the landlady was still so conservative and traditional, wearing a long home dress and a coat that completely covered her perfect figure. She had her hair styled in a standard braid that fell over her large chest, looking very elegant and beautiful. The landlady's figure was quite impressive, but unfortunately, this outfit did not showcase any of her advantages. Chen Yang was taken aback when he saw the landlady, momentarily not realizing why she was looking for him. But soon, he remembered that he had told her yesterday to come find him in the morning. He didn't expect the landlady to come so obediently. Good morning, landlady, you look really beautiful today, Chen Yang complimented with a smile. Good morning. The landlady smiled faintly. Chen Yang said, come in and sit. Have you had breakfast? Want to eat together? I've already eaten. The landlady walked into the apartment, glanced around Chen Yang's place, and smiled. It's quite well kept. Yeah, it's okay, Chen Yang replied with a smile. The two sat facing each other. The landlady got straight to the point and asked about the purpose of her visit today, smiling as she said, Chen Yang, you said yesterday that you wanted me to change a bit. I wonder how I should change. After Chen Yang had said those words to her yesterday, she hadn't slept well all night, constantly thinking about it. After so many years of following the rules, she indeed wanted to change. What woman wouldn't want to become more beautiful? Chen Yang smiled and said, landlady, since you want to change, then don't be so conservative. Chen Yang walked to her side and directly took off the coat she was wearing. Although the landlady's face turned red, she did not resist and allowed Chen Yang to remove her coat. Once the coat was off, the landlady's perfect figure was revealed. The housewife dress she wore was designed with straps and a deep V-neck for convenience, which was very cool and bold. It was just that the coat had covered it up. Now that the coat was off, a large expanse of white skin was exposed, revealing much of the landlady's perfect upper body. Her delicate collarbone, snowy neck, and the deep cleavage that seemed ready to burst out of her clothes were enough to captivate any man who glanced at her. Is it really okay to dress like this? The landlady's face turned even redder, filled with shyness. Chen Yang said, "What's wrong with it? Landlady, just take a look around on the street. Anyone with a good figure dresses like this." "I'm different." The landlady still resisted a bit. "What's different?" Chen Yang asked with a smile. I. The landlady bit her red lip, struggling for a moment before saying, I'm too big. Indeed. There was no denying that. She was much larger than the average woman. Chen Yang's smile remained as he continued, "Landlady, isn't that an advantage?" This statement left the landlady stunned. Indeed, it was too big. Wasn't it an advantage? When did it become a source of shame? But, the landlady still hesitated. Chen Yang said, "No buts, landlady. How about this? Let's try it this morning. You wear this outfit, and then we can go out for a stroll. What do you think, landlady?" Chen Yang's suggestion made the landlady's cheeks flush even more as she said, "Wear this outfit? No coat? What coat? This is enough." Chen Yang smiled. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" The landlady found it hard to accept. She could already imagine what it would be like to walk down the street in such revealing clothing. "There's nothing wrong with it, landlady. Since you want to change, you have to be bold and try. If you're unwilling to try, then there's nothing I can do." Chen Yang shrugged helplessly. In fact, he had already seen through the landlady's thoughts. Although she was indeed a traditional and conservative woman, deep down, she clearly wasn't, because there were more conservative styles of housewife dresses available. Yet, the landlady had chosen the deep V-neck, strapless design. This indicated that she secretly liked her figure and wanted to be a bit sexy, but for various reasons, she had always been too afraid to do so. Today, Chen Yang planned to help the landlady try her best. Sure enough, after much hesitation, the landlady bit her red lips and nodded, saying, "Okay, then I will give it a try." After tidying up a bit, Chen Yang and the landlady went downstairs. The two walked side by side in the community. Indeed, just as the landlady had said, when she stepped out in such revealing attire, many people's gazes in the community were all directed at her. Some whispered, some looked on enviously, some pointed, and some even stopped to admire her. There were all kinds of people. This made the landlady feel extremely self-conscious. She stopped in her tracks, lowered her head, and said to Chen Yang with a face full of disappointment, "Chen Yang, maybe I should just forget it. I can't do this. I feel like the whole world is watching me. My heart is racing." The landlady wasn't socially anxious. She was actually experiencing something called beautiful shame. She didn't want to be the center of attention and was afraid to wear beautiful clothes. Over the years, she had gotten used to it. "Don't be afraid, landlady, you'll get used to it." Chen Yang offered a warm smile and comforted her. But I feel like their gazes are all problematic." The landlady still felt uneasy. Chen Yang smiled and said, "You're just too sensitive, landlady. You're projecting your inner thoughts onto others. The malice you perceive in others' eyes is actually just your own thoughts. This is a psychological issue. Many socially anxious people always think about how others will view them after doing something, how others will mock them. In reality, such situations rarely occur. Others might not even care about you. These are merely projections of one's inner thoughts. That saying is quite true. In life, there aren't that many spectators." After hearing Chen Yang's words, the landlady hesitantly said, "Really?" "Yes." Chen Yang nodded. The landlady's emotions began to ease a bit. Although she still felt awkward, she no longer felt the urge to retreat. The two walked side by side, continuing towards the exit of the community. Along the way, they encountered quite a few people, most of whom cast their gazes at the landlady. There was no helping it. The landlady's figure was truly strikingly attractive. It was hard not to look. When they reached the entrance of the community, they encountered two young girls. Upon seeing the landlady, the girls waved and greeted her, "Landlady." The landlady's cheeks instantly flushed again. She might have been able to remain calm in front of strangers, but what to do when she encountered someone she knew? How would they view her in such revealing clothing? What to do? What to do? The landlady didn't know how to respond and could only force a reply, "Hello." Just as the landlady thought the girls would make some harsh comments about her outfit, the two girls instead burst into peals of laughter, saying, "Landlady, you look so beautiful today." "Wow, landlady, I didn't know you were this pretty. I'm so envious of your figure." "Hee hee, landlady, are you going on a date? We won't disturb you." "Landlady, bye." The two girls giggled as they left, and upon seeing Chen Yang beside the landlady, their cheeks also flushed slightly, their bright eyes filled with envy. Clearly, they were very envious of the landlady for having a boyfriend like Chen Yang. The landlady was momentarily stunned by the girl's words. Their attitude towards her was completely unexpected. Isn't it normal to just greet each other perfunctorily, roll your eyes, and gossip behind each other's backs? She used to think it would be like that. Next to her, Chen Yang smiled and said, "Madam Landlady, do you feel better now?" I feel a bit better." The landlady's heart was in turmoil, and her thoughts quietly began to change at that moment. Outside, Chen Yang originally planned to take the landlady for a nice drive in his Ferrari. However, the landlady drove out her own Mercedes GLC and invited Chen Yang to get in. Not wanting to force a show, Chen Yang got into the landlady's Mercedes GLC and they headed off not far away. "Chen Yang, where are we going?" the landlady asked while driving. Her mood had improved quite a bit. Indeed, just as Chen Yang said, as long as she got used to it slowly, it felt like she could really start to move on and not care so much about others' gazes. "It's noon, the sun is so bright, and there aren't many places to go. Let's go to the East Gate, Madam Landlady, I'll show you around," Chen Yang said with a smile. East Gate? The landlady's face paled slightly at the mention. The East Gate pedestrian street was the largest pedestrian street in Deep City. Every day, countless tourists came and went, and for the landlady, who was dressed like this, going to the East Gate would surely make her the center of attention. Thinking of this, the landlady's hands trembled slightly, and biting her red lips, she said, "Chen Yang, isn't that inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate about my outfit?" Chen Yang replied with a smile. "There are many beautiful women at the East Gate, and a lot of internet celebrities too, much more revealing than you. You're just dressed normally. It's not a problem. But I'm different." The landlady still resisted a bit. Chen Yang looked at the landlady's deep neckline, stroked his chin, and smiled slightly. "You are indeed different. Madam Landlady, with your figure, this outfit is quite conservative." The landlady's face turned as red as a peach, and she huffed, "I'm trying to be serious here." "I am being serious," Chen Yang shrugged and smiled. "Come on, Madam Landlady, we're already here." No one from Huaxia could resist the phrase, "we're already here." Moreover, although the landlady seemed to resist on the surface, deep down, she still had a little expectation. She had never experienced going to a pedestrian street dressed so boldly. She actually wanted to know if her charm was enough. The answer to the landlady's question was undoubtedly clear. When Chen Yang and the landlady appeared on the East Gate pedestrian street, they became a small focal point. Whether it was pedestrians walking by or street vendors, they occasionally cast glances toward the landlady. The landlady wasn't a star, but she was even more eye-catching than one. At that moment, Chen Yang finally understood why the landlady was afraid to dress too revealingly in public. The feeling was indeed quite overwhelming. "Chen Yang, let's find a cafe to sit down for a bit," the landlady said, her eyes flickering, instinctively wanting to cover her prominent features with her hands. This feeling of being the center of attention made her a bit uncomfortable. However, Chen Yang gently held her hand and said, "Don't be afraid, Madam Landlady, just imagine yourself as a star, or at least as an internet celebrity. Look over there, people are singing and live streaming, and they are surrounded by many onlookers, right? They are completely unfazed, so what do you have to be afraid of?" Chen Yang's words indeed comforted the landlady. Yes, other stars and internet celebrities are all the focus. There's really nothing to worry about. The landlady even forgot to shake off Chen Yang's hand, letting him hold it, and it seemed to calm her heart quite a bit. She bit her red lips, mustered her courage, and was no longer so afraid. Chen Yang held the landlady's hand as they strolled through the East Gate pedestrian street, sometimes entering shops to take a look, and sometimes visiting roadside stalls. The two really looked like a young couple. With their talents and looks, they attracted quite a bit of envy from others. The landlady gradually stepped out of that social anxiety feeling. Instead, she began to enjoy the attention and being the center of focus. This feeling seemed really quite nice. As the landlady thought about these things, a battery-powered vehicle rushed towards them, and Chen Yang whispered, "Be careful." Then, he gently pulled her over, right into his embrace. The landlady naturally fell into Chen Yang's arms, her face flushed. "Don't get distracted, landlady," Chen Yang said with a smile. "I did get a bit distracted," the landlady replied, somewhat embarrassed. Chen Yang, however, no longer held her hand but instead wrapped his arm around her slender waist, holding her gently. "That's a bit too much." The landlady shot Chen Yang a glance. Holding hands was one thing, but now he was hugging her. Chen Yang laughed. "This is for your safety, landlady." "Smooth talker," the landlady huffed, saying, "It's fine for me, but if you do this with other girls, they might call the police." "So does that mean you don't mind?" Chen Yang tightened his hold, his smile growing wider. "Whatever, since you make me happy, I'll make you happy too, the landlady winked, looking a bit flirtatious. To be honest, after breaking free from conservatism and tradition, the landlady seemed quite open. Chen Yang chuckled, holding the landlady tightly as they continued to stroll through the East Gate pedestrian street. They wandered around until they reached an arcade. They noticed a crowd gathered, and Chen Yang and the landlady joined in the fun. It turned out a popular internet celebrity was dancing on a dance machine. This celebrity looked about 85 points, with a very nice figure, tall and slim, a dancer with great flexibility. Unfortunately, she had a flat chest, making her and the landlady two extremes. Wow, it's little Jasmine, the landlady exclaimed, surprised upon seeing the internet celebrity. Chen Yang naturally recognized this celebrity as well, since he worked in an internet celebrity company and knew many of them in the city. Little Jasmine was also a well-known internet celebrity in the city, with over 2 million followers, mostly dancing on dance machines in arcades, with thousands watching her live streams, gaining some fame in the city. However, Chen Yang didn't expect the landlady to know little Jasmine. Have you watched her live streams? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Of course, I watch live streams when I have nothing to do at home. There was a time when I really liked her, the landlady replied with a smile. I originally thought she was pretty just because of filters, but I didn't expect her to look so good in person. Chen Yang laughed, she's much worse than you. Nonsense, she's way prettier than me, the landlady shot Chen Yang a glare. Chen Yang chuckled, not arguing. This wasn't nonsense. Little Jasmine, as an internet celebrity, had a flat figure, and there was no comparison with the landlady. At most, she was just a better dancer. While the two were discussing, little Jasmine's dance had already ended. She got off the dance machine, panting, and said to the audience in the livestream, friends and family, Molly is a bit overwhelmed and needs to take a break. Next up is the random passerby segment. I wonder if any passerby would like to come up and give it a try. If you dance well, there are prizes. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding audience responded eagerly. I'll do it. I'll give it a try. Molly, I'm your longtime fan, let me do it. The landlady's eyes also revealed a hint of desire. Landlady, I remember you said before that you practiced dancing when you were young. Do you want to give it a try? Chen Yang noticed the landlady's thoughts and asked with a smile. No, I haven't danced in a long time. The landlady hesitated a bit. She had indeed practiced dancing before, but that was before her body had fully developed. Now that she had matured, she no longer dared to dance. It would be so embarrassing to shake around. Just give it a try, it'll be fine. Chen Yang continued to persuade her. I can't, there are so many people here. The landlady was still a bit timid, but Chen Yang ignored her and gently held the landlady's hand, raising it high. Let's give it a try. Little Molly had already noticed the landlady's sexy figure in the crowd. She had been waiting to choose her. Now that the landlady had stepped forward, little Molly naturally smiled and quickly said, Great, this young lady, why don't you come and give it a try? Little Molly pointed at the landlady, and everyone's gaze turned to her. Ha, me? The landlady never expected that with so many eager participants, little Molly would choose her right away. Was this luck? She was a bit dazed as little Molly led her to the camera. When the landlady appeared in front of the live stream camera, the comments in the chat exploded instantly. Wow, wow, wow. This is way too big, right? My god, standing next to little Molly, it's like the difference between a small pond and Poyon Lake. And not only is it big, but it's also beautiful, with an S-shape, curvy front and back. This is just too sexy. Full hips and a slim waist, so charming, this is definitely a top-notch beauty. The real streamer has arrived. Who is that assistant next to her? Get out of the way. The audience in the live stream was, without exception, ecstatic. They had thought little Molly's flat figure was decent, but now, compared to the landlady, it was far too different. The heat in the live stream also broke through 10,000 for the first time. It was so exaggerated. The brothers in the live stream are really enthusiastic. Little Molly smiled at the landlady and said, This young lady, would you like to introduce yourself to the audience in the live stream? No, that's not necessary. With so many people watching, the landlady felt extremely awkward and confused, frequently glancing at Chen Yang. Chen Yang gave her an encouraging look, which helped calm her flustered emotions a bit. Alright then. Since the young lady is unwilling to share, we won't force it. What dance do you plan to perform? Little Molly continued to ask. The landlady looked at the dance options on the tablet beside her, selecting for a long time before finally choosing one that wasn't too revealing or sexy. This one. The landlady stepped onto the dance machine. As soon as she stood on the dance machine, the number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 15,000 and was still rising. Little Molly watched the surge in numbers, feeling a bit sour inside. She had been live streaming for so long, working hard, and only managed to attract a few thousand viewers in the end. And what about others? No need to do anything, just showing up, and the audience in the livestream has already surpassed 15,000. This comparison is really infuriating. However, it is indeed very rare to see a figure as sexy as the landlady's. After everything was ready, the landlady took a deep breath and started dancing. This dance was much more conservative than the Korean dance that little Jasmine performed. It was just simple body movements without any exaggerated jumps or actions. Even so, it directly pushed the number of viewers in the live stream to over 20,000 and it kept rising. Wow, this is too good, too sexy. Just a casual twist, and it probably beats any pure desire ceiling. Amazing, Jasmine, where did you find this streamer? What's her Douyin number? I need to check it out right now. The audience's reaction was enthusiastic. Not only the viewers in the live stream but even the passers-by in the arcade were amazed, filled with envy for the landlady's perfect figure. After a simple dance ended, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, praising her. Good. You danced really well. Not only is she beautiful, but she dances so well too. So beautiful. The landlady felt a bit awkward and quickly got off the dance machine, somewhat embarrassed as she said to little Jasmine, I'm sorry, I didn't dance very well, it affected your popularity. Little Jasmine smiled and said, it did affect it, and it affected it a lot. My live stream has already surpassed 25,000 people, and it's almost heading towards 30,000. If you dance a couple more, it might even reach 50,000. Little Jasmine was genuinely surprised. The landlady was simply a born internet celebrity. Ha! The landlady was a bit stunned, looking somewhat adorably dazed as she said, is it because I danced too poorly? Whether you danced well or poorly doesn't matter anymore, little Jasmine said with a smile, as long as you have the looks, that's enough. I'm not pretty, I'm much worse than you. The landlady wasn't being modest, this was her heartfelt thought. She truly thought little Jasmine was very beautiful, confident, generous, and high in looks. She dared to showcase herself in front of so many people. Little Jasmine replied, Sister, if you say that, I'm going to be angry. With my looks, I can only score 6 or 7 points at most. You are a perfect 10. You're subtly praising and criticizing me. The landlady was taken aback. She didn't expect her favorite internet celebrity to say such a thing. Moreover, it didn't seem like flattery. The other person genuinely seemed to mean it. Could she really think that? Looking at the amazed gazes of the passers-by around her and the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, she stood there in a daze. At that moment, she gained a new understanding of her own charm. Dongmen Pedestrian Street. Inside the Shirluo Western Restaurant. This is also a relatively upscale Western restaurant within Dongmen. Chen Yang and the landlady sat across from each other. How was my dance just now? Please give me an objective evaluation. As soon as the landlady sat down, she asked Chen Yang, her eyes filled with anticipation. She didn't care about others' evaluations, she was more concerned about Chen Yang's opinion. It was okay, Chen Yang casually replied, saying, It's just what? The landlady asked a bit nervously. Chen Yang smiled and said, It was just too conservative. Who dances like that? You barely twisted your waist, look at little Jasmine, all those various Korean dances. The landlady was taken aback, then huffed lightly, being conservative is good, with so many people around. Besides, I can dance Korean too, I just didn't feel like doing it just now. Chen Yang crossed his arms and smiled, saying, So, do you mean, Mrs. Landlady, that next time when there are fewer people, you could dance? I could give it a try, Mrs. Landlady still couldn't let go. She had just begun to overcome her long-standing mental block, but the thought of dancing such revealing K-pop in public was still a bit hard for her to accept. After all, she could already imagine how she would look dancing K-pop, and it would definitely be quite a sight. Well, how about this, Mrs. Landlady, next time I'll book the arcade just for you, and you can dance alone. What do you think? Chen Yang's smile carried a different flavor. Mrs. Landlady seemed to have guessed Chen Yang's little intention and said with a hint of annoyance, You want me to dance just for you, right? Someone has to appreciate it, Chen Yang replied, not feeling awkward at all. We'll see, Mrs. Landlady neither agreed nor refused. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and a bold idea had already formed in her mind. Since she was already planning to change outfits for Chen Yang's photos, what would it be like to wear the sexiest clothes and dance a bit afterward? Just thinking about it made Mrs. Landlady's face feel hot. For her conservative self, it was a huge challenge. And it would be a treat for that guy Chen Yang. The two ordered steaks and chatted while eating. Just then, a surprised voice came from the side. Shuya? Chen Yang and Mrs. Landlady immediately turned their gazes. They saw a woman who was quite good-looking, tall, and with delicate features, but heavily made up, exuding a strong sense of local customs. She looked to be about the same age as Mrs. Landlady, but in reality, she appeared to be quite a bit older. Tang Hua? Mrs. Landlady was slightly taken aback upon seeing the heavily made-up woman, her expression somewhat complex. Shuya, it really is you. The woman named Tang Hua quickly walked over and sat down next to Mrs. Landlady, smiling as she said, "We haven't seen each other in so many years, have we?" Mrs. Landlady nodded and replied, "It's been 6 or 7 years since we graduated from college. I really missed you." Tang Hua looked at Mrs. Landlady's perfect figure, her eyes carrying a hint of jealousy, but her words were cheerful. "Shuya, I didn't expect that after all these years, your figure is still as good as ever." As Tang Hua spoke, her gaze fell directly on Mrs. Landlady's deep cleavage, her tone laced with sarcasm. "It's all right." Faced with Tang Hua's slightly sarcastic gaze, Mrs. Landlady felt a bit uncomfortable. Such ambiguous remarks made her feel as if she had returned to her college days. Chen Yang also noticed that Tang Hua probably didn't have a good relationship with Mrs. Landlady. He immediately smiled and said, "Shuya's figure is definitely good, she doesn't need heavy makeup, just a light touch is enough to be very beautiful, and wherever she goes, she is the center of attention." Just the other day while shopping outside, even an internet celebrity with 1 million followers came up and asked Shuya to be on camera. Such treatment is something that women with slightly lower looks or those with a techie face would never encounter. When Chen Yang mentioned the techie face, he emphasized it, making it quite clear who he was referring to. Tang Hua was not just heavily made up, her face was also full of a techie vibe, looking quite stiff. Originally, Tang Hua didn't care about Chen Yang at all. After all, in her eyes, a woman like Mrs. Landlady would definitely not find a good boyfriend. Now, hearing Chen Yang's words, Tang Hua's expression changed slightly as she looked directly at Chen Yang and said, "And you are?" Chen Yang, not feeling awkward, directly responded, "Shuya's boyfriend, Chen Yang." The landlady's face flushed slightly at the words, but she did not refute. She knew Chen Yang was helping her vent her frustrations. "Boyfriend?" Tang Hua looked at Chen Yang's handsome face, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes as she said sarcastically, "I didn't expect you, Shuya, to be a case of an old cow eating young grass, actually having such a young boyfriend. With such a good figure, it seems you can do whatever you want." This remark implied that the landlady had risen to her position through her body. This woman's words were indeed sharp. The landlady wanted to retort, but Chen Yang spoke first, smiling, "An old cow eating young grass? I don't see it that way. Shuya's looks are high, and she takes good care of herself. She looks like she's just in her early 20s, with a good figure and tender skin." As he spoke, Chen Yang casually wrapped his arm around the landlady's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. The landlady did not resist, her pretty face flushing, allowing Chen Yang to hold her. Chen Yang continued, "Unlike some women who don't take care of themselves, who have undergone procedures, their faces are stiff, and those in their 30s look like they're in their 40s. For such women, forget about an old cow eating young grass. Even if they find an old man, he probably wouldn't want them." "You." This statement nearly made Tang Hua's makeup run, her teeth clenched in anger, yet she found herself unable to retort. It was a joke. Chen Yang worked at an entertainment company, dealing with all sorts of oddities every day. A woman like Tang Hua was still too low level. However, Tang Hua was still defiant, continuing, "What a coincidence, my boyfriend is also a handsome guy, and not only is he handsome, but he's also very wealthy, some people can't compare." Just as Tang Hua finished speaking, a middle-aged man in his 30s, slightly overweight and balding, walked over. "Hua Hua, where have you been? I've been looking for you for ages," the slightly plump middle-aged man asked. Chen Yang and the landlady's gazes fell on this man. The landlady's pretty face revealed a hint of mockery as she said, "Tang Hua, is this your boyfriend?" Tang Hua's smile froze instantly, her face burning with embarrassment. The slightly plump middle-aged man, upon seeing the landlady, had his eyes light up slightly and smiled, "Yes, I'm Hua Hua's boyfriend, Zhanghua. May I ask how to address this beautiful lady?" "Qiu Shuya," the landlady replied simply. "Good. What a lovely name, it's so beautiful," Zhanghua said, acting like a sycophant, a typical greasy middle-aged man. Tang Hua couldn't hold back anymore and said, "Enough, Zhanghua, why are you saying so much? Aren't you friends? What's wrong with me complimenting her?" Zhanghua completely disregarded Tang Hua's question. Tang Hua felt a bit angry, but then she thought of something and suddenly smiled, saying, "Darling, we've almost finished eating, shouldn't we be leaving? Has your Kayan been brought over?" This woman had changed tactics. Since she couldn't compete with the landlady in terms of figure and looks, she was now going to compare financial power. Upon mentioning this topic, Zhanghua looked quite pleased, saying, "Of course, it's parked downstairs." Then, He looked at the landlady and Chen Yang, smiling. I see you two have almost finished eating as well. You're all Huahua's friends, so why don't I give you a ride? The landlady directly refused, saying, no need, we have a car. But Tang Hua mocked, Shuya, don't be so polite with us, our Cayenne has plenty of space, lots of seats, and the interior is really, really nice. Sitting in it is a different luxury experience. Don't you want to give it a try? The landlady frowned, feeling a bit unhappy, just about to refuse. Beside them, Chen Yang smiled and replied, sure, Shuya, I've never even sat in a luxury car like a Cayenne in my life. Now that we have the chance, let's go experience it. The landlady wanted to say something more, but Chen Yang gave her a look, and she nodded silently, no longer speaking. Meanwhile, the mockery in Tang Hua and Zhang Guo's eyes grew even stronger. Young people are just young people. 3 sentences and they fell into the trap. When they get downstairs, they're bound to lose face. The 4 of them left the Western restaurant together. Upon reaching the parking lot outside, a brand new Cayenne was parked there. The Cayenne was indeed quite beautiful, with its bright yellow body, imposing model, and exquisite interior, exuding a sense of luxury. At a glance, one could tell it was a million-level luxury car. Shuya, our Cayenne is nice, right? And this is just one of Zhang Guo's cars, said Tang Hua. We also have a G-Class and an X6, all of them. We change cars every day, it's quite annoying not being able to sit in them all. Tang Hua seized the opportunity to show off to the landlady. The landlady frowned, clearly quite angry, but she had no way to refute it. They indeed had a bit of money. Bro, the Cayenne isn't actually that expensive. If you work hard, you can earn enough for one too, don't lose heart, Zhang Guo said, patting Chen Yang's shoulder earnestly. Both of them thought Chen Yang would surely be speechless or would look at them with admiration. But unexpectedly, Chen Yang smiled and said, so this is a Cayenne? I thought it was some high-end luxury car, but it looks pretty average. Average? Chen Yang's words left Zhang Guo and Tang Hua momentarily stunned. However, they weren't angry. Instead, they were even more pleased. Tang Hua laughed, Shuya, your little boyfriend's knowledge is a bit shallow, calling the Cayenne average. Ah, that's normal, he's young, Zhang Guo added, taking it a step further. The Cayenne isn't really that expensive of a luxury car, mine is only about 1.8 million. You're still young, work hard, and in 10 or 20 years, you might even be able to take out a loan to buy one. Keep it up. Their words were filled with mockery. Chen Yang, however, smiled and said, that's true, for someone like me who's young, if I don't work hard, I can only drive a Ferrari. Can't drive a Cayenne then. Zhang Guo and Tang Hua were taken aback again. A Ferrari? What does that mean? Is this guy out of his mind? Just as they were about to mock Chen Yang again, he pulled out a car key and pressed it lightly. Immediately, the lights of a Ferrari 812 parked not far away lit up, and the beautiful scissor doors slowly opened to the sides, looking very cool and attracting many passers-by to stop and watch. The Ferrari 812 was brought over by Qin Yang through Song Lin, just for such unexpected needs, and now it was indeed coming in handy. Tang Hua and Zhang Guo were instantly stunned upon seeing the Ferrari 812. What was going on with this Ferrari? Did Chen Yang just light it up? How could that be possible? They knew the 812, a top-tier supercar worth over 5 million. How could Chen Yang, a young fool, afford it? But the most shocked was the landlady. At that moment, she covered her mouth, looking at the Ferrari 812 with disbelief in her eyes. She remembered this 812 very clearly. She had seen it outside the community and even took a few photos, with Chen Yang helping her take one while she sat in the car. How could this top-tier supercar appear here? Once again, she thought of how this car was lit up by Chen Yang. In an instant, a terrifying guess formed in the landlady's heart. Yet Chen Yang still wore a carefree expression, wrapping his arm around the astonished landlady and walking straight towards the Ferrari 812. Shuya, let's go. For poor people like us, we can only drive a car like the 812. I'm sorry to put you through this. Chen Yang helped the landlady into the Ferrari 812. V-room. The Ferrari 812 roared to life, slowly moving forward. When they reached Zhang Guo and Tang Hua, Chen Yang even rolled down the window and smiled, saying, Boss Zhang, your Cayenne is indeed quite nice. I need to work harder in the future. Just don't end up like you, in your 30s, still hugging a tech-savvy face, driving a Cayenne, trying to show off everywhere. Chen Yang laughed heartily, rolled up the window, and pressed down on the accelerator. Boom! The Ferrari 812 emitted a roar characteristic of supercars, spewing out exhaust as it disappeared down the streets of Deep City. Behind them, Zhang Guo and Tang Hua looked as if they had just eaten something terrible. Especially Tang Hua. Her jealousy was about to explode. Why could Xiao Shuya find such a young, handsome, and wealthy boyfriend like Chen Yang, while she was stuck with this greasy middle-aged man who had little money? Today, the pride she had maintained in front of Chiu Shuya for several years was ruthlessly trampled underfoot. It was too humiliating. Boom! The technologically advanced Ferrari 812 roared down the roads of Deep City. Inside the car, the landlady's beautiful eyes were still filled with shock as she kept looking at Chen Yang. "Landlady, do you have something you want to ask?" Chen Yang smiled. "Of course, is this car yours?" the landlady asked directly. "Yes." Chen Yang nodded. "Is it rented or from a company?" the landlady continued to inquire. In her mind, these were two major possibilities. After all, Chen Yang had been renting from her for a year or two, and she had a decent understanding of his situation. How could he afford such a luxury car worth millions? Chen Yang smiled and said, "Can it be that I bought it?" "It could be, but..." the landlady still found it hard to believe. Chen Yang laughed. "Landlady, what if I told you I'm actually a hidden rich second generation, and I've been pretending all along? Would you believe it?" "I believe it." The landlady nodded seriously. "So straightforward?" Chen Yang was a bit surprised. The landlady helplessly said, "If you don't want to say, then I'll believe you." Indeed, the landlady was quite clever. After a moment, she continued, "Chen Yang, thank you so much for today." "Just to thank you?" Chen Yang asked with interest. "What else do you want?" The landlady shot him a glare and said, "You've hugged me and touched me today. Could it be you want to get even closer?" "That's not impossible." Chen Yang replied calmly with a smile. "You really have ulterior motives." The landlady huffed, but then she said seriously, "Honestly, I really want to thank you today. Not just because of Tanghua, but you took me shopping and gave me all sorts of new experiences." "Indeed. I finally realized that for so many years, I had been overthinking. This world, it turns out, isn't so dark after all." The landlady's pretty face once again revealed a heartfelt smile. She seemed very, very happy. After this day, she finally unraveled the knots in her heart that had troubled her for years. She felt as if even the air was no longer so oppressive, and the whole world had become much lighter. Chen Yang smiled and said, "So will I be able to see the sexy landlady often in the future?" "Well, not necessarily," the landlady replied, her face slightly flushed. "It won't change that quickly, it needs some time." After a pause, she bit her red lip and said, "In front of outsiders, I still have to be a bit reserved. But, Chen Yang, in front of you, it's okay. Whatever you want to see me in, whatever clothes you want me to wear, just say it, and I can try." By the end of her sentence, the landlady's face was as red as a peach. The implication of her words was quite strong. Chen Yang smiled slightly. It seemed that, as he had guessed, although the landlady appeared traditional and conservative on the surface, deep down, she was still a woman with desires. Just thinking about this elegant and traditional landlady, if she were to change into a professional OL outfit, a black body-hugging skirt, or perhaps a high-slit cheongsam, or even black or white JK uniforms, the sight of the landlady in that state would be incredibly enticing. There was a sense of guilt in dragging a good woman down that path. He was actually looking forward to it. Boom! The Ferrari 812 sped down the roads of Deep City, heading back to the Shiwan community. Upon returning to the Shiwan community, Chen Yang and the landlady parted ways in the hallway. The landlady smiled and said, "Chen Yang, don't forget to come take photos for me when you have time. This time, I'll make sure you feel something different." The landlady's heart had completely opened up, and she was ready. Next time Chen Yang came to take photos, she would definitely leave her most seductive look. "Okay." Chen Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. The two bid farewell. Chen Yang returned to his apartment. It was now afternoon, and there was still some time before his evening appointment with Yao Na. He decided to rest for a while. After wandering around, he felt a bit tired. Chen Yang lay down on the sofa and took a short nap. The landlady returned to her own apartment. After today's events, she felt an unprecedented confidence. Especially after watching the dancing video from the arcade, seeing the likes and comments below only boosted her confidence further. This beauty is so pretty. She could easily be an internet celebrity. Internet celebrity? I think she could be a star. Yeah, with that face and figure, just being a pretty vase would be enough. Within a minute, I want all her contact information. Wow. 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 Sister is just too beautiful, I love her so much. The more the landlady looked, the more her smile grew. Today, she realized for the first time just how charming she was, and it was surprisingly significant. And this was just a slightly revealing housewife dress. What if she wore something even sexier? The landlady stood in front of her wardrobe, her gaze sweeping over various sexy outfits, finally landing on a black high-slit bodysuit. What is a high-slit bodysuit? It's like a one-piece bikini, a V-shaped strap that wraps around the alluring parts of the upper body, while the lower half only covers the private areas, fully exposing her long, fair legs, and the back is completely smooth and exposed, incredibly sexy, just a glance evokes endless imagination. Moreover, a high-slit bodysuit is also a piece of lingerie that one normally wouldn't dare to wear out. Of course, even now, the landlady would definitely not dare to wear it. She didn't even have the courage to wear it at home because it was just too revealing. However, after today, she gained confidence and wanted to try on the high-cut bodysuit at home. When the landlady took the bodysuit down from the wardrobe, her cheeks were already slightly flushed, and she could feel how sexy and scandalous she would look in it with her figure. Forget it. Not wearing it for now. I'll wait until Chen Yang comes over to try it on. The landlady's red lips curled slightly, like a mature and sexy woman, teasing her little boyfriend. She could already imagine Chen Yang's reaction when she appeared before him in that high-cut bodysuit. Perhaps, in a private setting, Chen Yang wouldn't be able to help but pounce on her. The more the landlady thought about it, the more her beautiful legs slightly closed together, and her face turned crimson as she quickly returned to her room, gently closing the door. Upon waking up, Chen Yang felt invigorated. Recalling how he felt when he woke up from his nap before, he had been parched and uncomfortable. Now, he felt relaxed all over, with boundless energy. It seemed that improving his health index was indeed quite important. A disciplined diet, and keep pushing forward. Chen Yang casually prepared some dinner and started eating. He still had to meet Yao Na for a gathering later, so he ate a little less, but he couldn't skip eating altogether. Before meeting Yao Na, Chen Yang also planned to work out. He couldn't miss his daily check-in. Coincidentally, the time he agreed to meet Yao Na was around 8 in the evening, so he should have enough time. After finishing his meal, Chen Yang changed into his workout gear and headed out to the gym. Arriving at Spartacus Gym. Since it was still early, there weren't many people inside. When Chen Yang entered the gym, he could feel all eyes on him. Every fitness instructor stopped what they were doing to look at him, their gazes filled with a hint of heat. It was only natural, considering the 200,000. That was no small amount. Soon, a female instructor in yoga pants, with a curvy figure and a peach-shaped bottom, quickly approached him. Mr. Chen, you're here early today. Would you like me to guide you through a set? However, as soon as she finished speaking, another female instructor with equally sexy curves immediately chimed in, smiling, Mr. Chen, come to me. I've been professionally training for 10 years. Mr. Chen, pick me. I practice yoga, I have long legs, a slim waist, and a flexible body. One by one, the female instructors desperately showcased their figures in front of Chen Yang. Even several male instructors joined in. Mr. Chen, why train with women? You should train with us men, we'll make you big. That's right, Mr. Chen, women will only slow down your progress. Come train with us strong men. All the fitness instructors in the gym were showing off their skills. Chen Yang wasn't surprised. This was the power of money, so straightforward and crude. However, he wasn't paying attention to these instructors at all. He quickly spotted Chenanan, who was standing at the back. Today, Chenanan wasn't wearing yoga pants or a tank top. She wore a tight black jacket, long-sleeved, with black shorts on the bottom. She looked much more conservative today than yesterday, but it was only in appearance, as her black jacket had a zipper. The zipper on the upper part was completely undone, revealing a very sexy inner layer that looked like a bikini, with her ample assets pushed together, exposing a deep cleavage. This outfit looks conservative, but in reality, it is very revealing and extremely sexy. It gives a different kind of feeling. It's like holding a peepa while half concealing one's face. Chen Yang smiled slightly at Chenanan and greeted her. Good evening, Kochenan. Good evening, Chenanan replied with a smile, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. She was still quite anxious, afraid that Chen Yang might be taken away by someone else. But it seemed that all was well. Her effort in dressing up today had indeed paid off. Let's go, time to practice, Chen Yang said with a smile. Okay, Chenanan nodded and led Chen Yang towards the training area. The other coaches, witnessing this scene, felt both disappointed and envious, realizing they probably had little chance to compete with someone as stunning as Chenanan. It was just too difficult. Arriving at the training area, Chen Yang put away his things for the day and couldn't help but glance at Chenanan's outfit again, smiling. Kochenan, you look really beautiful today. Chenanan, not shy at all, flicked her hair and slightly puffed out her chest, accentuating her alluring curves, and replied, thank you for the compliment. Chen Yang continued with a grin, but with this outfit, you shouldn't be wearing a bikini underneath, right? Kochenan has a deep understanding of fashion. If you don't wear a bikini and don't put in some effort, wouldn't you just get taken away? Chenanan replied straightforwardly with a laugh. What are you talking about? Kochenan provided me with such thoughtful service last time, I would definitely choose Kochenan, and it has nothing to do with other reasons, Chen Yang said, appearing unmoved by her beauty. Unfortunately, he quickly broke his composure. Chen Nen laughed and said, "Should I zip up my jacket then?" "Well, let's not do that. Since you've already worn it, there's no need to hide." Chen Yang quickly stopped her. "That would be a joke. If the zipper was up, how boring would the training be?" "You really are a man." Chen Nen covered her mouth and laughed, then added, "But since you are my boss and a valued member, my service will definitely be on point. You can rest assured." With that, Chen Nen directly pulled down the zipper of her black jacket, revealing her deep V neckline completely. "Nice. Very, very nice." Chen Yang showed a satisfied smile. And it wasn't over yet. Chen Nen took out a lot of things from her bag. "Today, besides preparing the protective gear you need for training, I also brought some protein powder, nitric oxide, creatine, and other supplements for you. You should focus on muscle gain for now, and I've also prepared a post-workout meal for you. I hope you won't mind." Chen Nen thoughtfully laid everything out in front of Chen Yang. Hearing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Aren't these things supposed to be prepared by him? Why did the coach prepare them first? It seems his 200,000 had made an impact. "Thank you, Coach Nen." Chen Yang smiled slightly. Chen Nen also smiled and said, "Then let's start training. Let's begin with muscle stretching first." During the previous stretching session, Chen Nen had kept a distance from Chen Yang, but today was completely different. After a wonderful stretching session, they moved on to the formal training segment. Since yesterday was just a preliminary attempt, we didn't increase the intensity much. Today, we'll continue with chest exercises. The intensity might be a bit higher today, Chen Nen said playfully while preparing Chen Yang's protein powder. They didn't increase the intensity yesterday? Chen Yang was taken aback. He had already been pushed to his limits yesterday, and yet today he hadn't even started with any intensity. He was afraid he would suffer greatly today. However, he didn't really need to worry because his physical strength today was no longer comparable to yesterday's. After gaining that little bit of stamina points, all his physical data had seen a significant improvement. Now that he was well rested, he could train vigorously without any problem. Chen Yang followed Chen Nen into the strength area, standing before the bench press rack. "Let's start with the empty bar," he suggested. "Today, let's see if I can add 5 kilograms plates." Chen Nen stood behind the bench press, observing Chen Yang's physical condition. "Coach Nen, are you underestimating me? 5 kilograms plates are too easy," Chen Yang replied with a smile. With his enhanced strength, he felt that even adding 10 kilograms plates wouldn't be a problem. "Talking big, huh?" Chen Nen shot him a glance and said, "Training has to be gradual, you can't rush it. Being able to add 5 kilograms plates today is already quite good. Come on." Chen Yang smiled and didn't argue further. He knew that only by proving himself would he convince his beautiful coach. Once again, he lay back on the bench press, looking up, his view almost entirely occupied by Chen Nen's impressive figure. So big. This was indeed the best mental booster. Just a glance made Chen Yang feel invigorated. "Let's start." Chen Nen got ready to assist him. She had originally thought that Chen Yang would struggle with the empty bar just like yesterday. To her surprise, after lowering the bar, Chen Yang found it incredibly easy, completing 12 reps with the empty bar without needing any help from her. "Ha!" After finishing, Chen Yang let out a breath and smiled. "That was pretty easy, Coach Nen." Chen Nen was completely stunned. What was going on? Chen Yang was now doing sets with the empty bar without any pressure? Just yesterday, he had struggled with it. Such a huge improvement in just one day? A hint of confusion flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, "You have great talent. After just one day of training, your strength has skyrocketed." "Not bad, I guess," Chen Yang casually replied. What talent could he have? Everything was thanks to the system. "I originally thought you were joking when you said 5 kilograms was easy, but now it seems I underestimated you." "It's time to increase the intensity," Chen Nen said as she grabbed 2 5 kilograms plates and added them to the sides of the bench press. A total of 10 kilograms added. Now it was 30 kilograms. For a beginner, that was already quite heavy. "Give it a try." Chen Nen was more serious this time, watching the bench press bar with a focused expression. The 30 kilograms weight was not light. She was worried that Chen Yang might not be able to lift it after lowering the bar and could get injured, which would be bad. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang clapped his hands before grabbing the bench press bar, lowering the bar. Originally, Chen Yang thought that 30 kilograms would be extremely heavy, but to his surprise, after lowering it, although it was still a bit challenging, it was actually quite manageable with his current strength. He completed another set of 12 reps quickly. "This weight is a bit of a challenge," Chen Yang said, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, Chen Nen, who was ready to assist him, was completely stunned. 30 kilograms. he managed to push it up so easily? This progress was a bit too fast, wasn't it? It felt somewhat exaggerated. Chenanan had been working out for so long and had trained many students, but she had never seen anyone who could push 30 kilograms on the second day after struggling with the empty bar on the first. Chen Yang, could he be a natural fitness prodigy? Let's try adding a bit more. Chenanan couldn't believe it. Could Chen Yang really not handle it today? She added 5 kilograms to each side, bringing the total to 35 kilograms. That was no light weight. Chen Yang lay down again, lowered the barbell, and pushed it up in one go. This time, it was indeed a bit strenuous. Chen Yang managed to push about 10 times before he was completely exhausted. 35 kilograms was already close to his limit, but there was still no limit. Chenanan added another 5 kilograms to each side. Now it was 40 kilograms. If it were any other student, even the most talented ones would take at least half a month or even more to reach this weight. If Chen Yang could lift it, that would truly be extraordinary talent. Come on. Chenanan focused intently on assisting Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded, took a deep breath, and lowered the bar. 40 kilograms was indeed no small feat. This time, Chen Yang was really struggling. In the end, he could only manage 4 reps before reaching his limit. When he racked the bar, the surprise in Chenanan's beautiful eyes deepened. 4 reps at 40 kilograms. This progress was indeed a bit exaggerated. Just yesterday, he couldn't even lift the 20 kilograms empty bar. Chen Yang, are you on steroids or something? Chenanan could hardly believe it. Chen Yang laughed. Chenanan, what do you mean by that? I'm here to get fit and healthy. Why would I do something harmful to my body? With a good foundation, there was no need for those messy things. Just kidding. This time, even Chenanan looked at Chen Yang deeply and said, impressive. The following training was indeed not as easy as before. Knowing Chen Yang's physical strength, Chenanan changed his training plan and arranged some high-intensity workouts for him. After more than an hour of training, Chen Yang felt like all his strength had been drained, and he lay on the ground, panting. However, despite the exhaustion, the results were excellent. Chen Yang could feel that all the muscles in his body were pumped, and his muscle mass was rapidly increasing. Chenanan was indeed quite professional, not just a pretty face. After the training, Chenanan helped Chen Yang wipe off his sweat and smiled. To be able to train like this the next day, you must be truly gifted. She was very close, and a fragrant breeze wafted over. Chen Yang smiled. Chenanan, the last massage class was quite a nice experience. After today's workout, I'm sore all over. Should we schedule another massage class? This statement made Chenanan's pretty face blush slightly. That massage class was quite intimate, requiring a lot of close contact, and it was prepared for female members. Yesterday was the first time she had given it to a male member like Chen Yang. She had thought it would be a one-time thing and that she could never do it again. But now, then let's have another one today. It won't be possible in the future. Chenanan was somewhat resistant. Chen Yang laughed. Alright, I respect Chenanan's choice, but the other female coaches in the gym should also be able to do massage classes. I think they would be very willing to help out. Chen Yang's tone was teasing, but the meaning behind his words was already quite clear. What Chenanan feared most was that Chen Yang would be taken away by other female coaches. Hearing this, she could only helplessly say, fine. There will be more in the future. Who told you that you are my esteemed member? Lie down. I'll give you a massage. In the end, Chenanan still fell for Chen Yang's tempting financial allure. Chen Yang smiled slightly and lay down on the yoga mat. And it wasn't just a simple massage, it was something deeper. For instance, hugging Chen Yang from behind to help him relax his muscles. Or gently kneading Chen Yang's hands, allowing him to feel that tender touch. The massage lasted a full half hour. After the massage, Chen Yang felt completely relaxed, and there was only one last step left, the post-workout meal. This was personally prepared by Chenanan. It was a perfect opportunity to taste her culinary skills. After all, Chenanan was a professional nutritionist, and the fitness meal she made was indeed very delicious. Chen Yang finished it in one go. With that, today's fitness plan was finally completed. Today's experience was truly wonderful. His beautiful coach had generously shared her knowledge. Chenanan, today's experience was great, Chen Yang said with a smile. As long as you're satisfied, Chenanan replied, feeling quite tired from giving the massage, her fragrant sweat glistening. Well, I'm off now, Chen Yang said as he left directly. Hey! Chenanan called out to him. Chen Yang turned around, looking at her with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Chenanan's red lips moved, wanting to say something but hesitating, ultimately smiling and saying, it's nothing. Chen Yang probably understood her meaning, smiled in response, and left directly. Since his Chenanan had already put in the effort, Chen Yang would definitely repay her, that was a certainty. Watching Chen Yang's retreating figure, Chen Anan felt a bit disappointed. After a whole day's effort, Chen Yang hadn't mentioned anything about buying lessons. Was he going to keep her hanging?
Meanwhile, female coach Li Xian approached, smiling, "Anan, you really worked hard today, with massages, stretches, and even arranging a fitness meal."
I can hardly believe it. So, what was the result? Did he buy any lessons? Li Xian asked Chen Anan with some anticipation. However, Chen Anan's expression turned bitter as she shook her head and said, "He hasn't bought any. Not even one?" Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Anan forced a smile and said, "Maybe he still wants to observe a bit more." "What is there to observe?" Li Xian said bluntly, "You've already done so well. If he really wanted to buy, he would have done it by now. This guy probably just loaded money onto his fitness card to fish for something." Thinking about it, who in their right mind would spend hundreds of thousands on fitness? And then, don't be fooled. Next time, don't be so enthusiastic. Li Xian felt she had seen through Chen Yang, and thankfully, she hadn't approached him like other female coaches, otherwise, it would have been incredibly awkward. Chen Anan remained silent, unsure how to respond. Could it be that Chen Yang was really the kind of person Li Xian described? Li Xian continued, "Anan, your performance hasn't been great lately. Don't waste too much time on this Chen Yang. You should quickly find a few more clients and boost your performance first." Chen Anan's recent performance had indeed been poor. Many of her old members had already trained enough and stopped coming, which was why she had made an exception to develop male clients. If this situation continued, Chen Anan's performance would likely be at the bottom of the gym. She had originally been around the middle tier, but now, if she fell to the bottom, she would probably lose various benefits and bonuses. Moreover, she needed money urgently due to some recent issues. This had become very, very awkward. Chen Anan sighed, unsure of what to do next. While the two were discussing Chen Yang, suddenly, the receptionist rushed over in a hurry. "Coach Anan! Coach Anan!" she shouted while running, attracting the attention of many coaches present. Li Xian and Chen Anan also looked over, their faces filled with confusion. Chen Anan directly asked, "What happened? Is there something wrong?" The receptionist reached Chen Anan's side, breathless, and said, He bought. This sentence left the two feeling even more baffled. Bought? What was bought? Who was he? Li Xian vaguely seemed to guess something and quickly asked, "Who bought it?" After catching her breath, the receptionist said directly, "It's Chen Yang. He directly bought 200 personal training sessions with Coach Anan, and he has already paid in full." As the receptionist said this, she looked at Chen Anan, her eyes filled with deep envy. Boom! The receptionist's words exploded like a heavy bomb, completely shattering the atmosphere in the Spartacus gym. All the fitness coaches, whether it was Chen Anan or Li Xian, had expressions of shock on their faces. What? 200 personal training sessions? All bought? How? How is that possible? It should be known that Chen Anan's personal training session price is considered very high in Spartacus, at 888 per session, 200 sessions amounting to 170,000, nearly 180,000. Such a large sum of money, just used to buy personal training sessions? This is too exaggerated, right? After a brief silence, all the coaches in the gym turned their gazes to Chen Anan. Their eyes were filled with both envy and jealousy. Chen Anan was so lucky to encounter such a young and handsome rich second generation. So great. Especially some female coaches, who felt a pang of jealousy in their hearts. They regretted not being bold enough to attract Chen Yang. The one who reacted the most was Li Xian. She covered her mouth, looking at Chen Anan in disbelief. 200 personal training sessions, all bought? A full 170,000. This is too crazy, right? Just now, she was still thinking that it was good she didn't go up to flatter Chen Yang, and believed that Chen Anan was definitely being played by him. Now she really wished she could slap herself for not going to flatter Chen Yang. Clearly, she also had the chance. Now, it was too late to say anything. Chen Anan was also stunned in place, her beautiful eyes first filled with confusion and shock, then transformed into excitement and joy. Great! Chen Yang really didn't lie to her. 200 personal training sessions, an income of over 100,000. This could be said to have solved her urgent problem. Moreover, with these 200 personal training sessions, she was likely to become the top seller in the gym. She had been in this gym for several years, and because the price of personal training sessions was so high, she had never become the top seller. She didn't expect that Chen Yang alone would fulfill this dream for her. It seems that the previous efforts still had their rewards. Although she was taken advantage of by Chen Yang, the return was still very generous. She would have to work harder in the future. A smile of joy appeared at the corner of Chen Anan's mouth. After leaving the Spartacus gym, Chen Yang sat in his Ferrari 812, and the system's voice echoed in his mind.
Detected that the host has completed the daily fitness check-in, gaining 1 attribute point, not bad.
Another attribute point. As before, Chen Yang directly allocated it to stamina. Point allocation successful, stamina +1. The next moment, a warm current spread throughout Chen Yang's body.
Originally exhausted from training, Chen Yang was now fully revitalized, and his physical strength had undergone a significant change.
The physical strength has increased once again. Given his current situation, pushing 50 kilograms should be no problem at all. This improvement is indeed a bit too fast. Chen Nen might start questioning her life choices soon. A smile crept onto Chen Yang's lips. Moreover, another piece of news followed.
Detected that the host has completed a lavish expenditure, gaining a lot of attention. Reward of 330,000, another generous reward.
Truly delightful. Indulging continuously while wealth accumulates. This is the real enjoyment of life.
Chen Yang felt refreshed, gripping the steering wheel of his Ferrari 812 with one hand, speeding along the roads of Deep City. He returned to the Shiwan community. Chen Yang took a shower, changed his clothes, and lay down on the sofa. There was still about half an hour until the time he agreed with Yana, just enough to rest for a bit. After looking at his phone for a while, Chen Nen had already sent a message. Coachinen, Chen Yang, thank you very much for your expenditure. From now on you are my supreme VIP client. Chen Yang smiled slightly upon seeing this message and replied directly.
Mu Yang, besides saying these empty words, does Coachinen have anything else to express? Coachinen, don't worry, my service to you in the future will definitely make you very satisfied. Mu Yang, so about the massage class.
Coachinen, unlimited sessions, as long as you're happy, whenever and however you want.
The corners of Chen Yang's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Indeed.
With money, one can do as one pleases.
After a brief chat with Coachinen, the time was almost up. Yao Na had also sent a message. Xiao Nana, Chen Yang, I'm heading out now, you should hurry up too.
As Yao Na sent the message, she also sent a photo of herself getting ready to go out. It was still the same outfit from last time, a black deep V evening gown, paired with high heels, which highlighted her figure and temperament exceptionally well, giving off a noble vibe of a socialite at first glance.
Xiao Nana, what do you think? Does this outfit of mine elevate my aura to the max? Mu Yang, not bad, but it's too elegant, not sexy enough. It doesn't match your temperament, Nana.
Xiao Nana, being noble and elegant is for outsiders to see, being sexy and alluring is for you to see in private. If I dressed provocatively to attend a party, would you really be happy about it?
Chen Yang chuckled. Indeed.
In front of others, it's better to be a bit more noble and elegant.
Women, after all. The stronger the contrast, the more intriguing it is. After chatting casually for a while, Chen Yang changed his clothes and headed out.
Today, the place they agreed on was the Swan Cocktail Party located in Nanshan, Deep City. It was also a relatively high-end cocktail party, with a considerable average expenditure. It wasn't too far from where Chen Yang lived. Driving his Ferrari 812, he soon arrived at the Swan Cocktail Party. After parking the Ferrari in the parking lot, he stepped out and walked towards the venue. Exiting the parking lot, he reached the entrance of the Swan Cocktail Party. From a distance, Chen Yang spotted a tall, slender figure in black. She wore a black deep V evening gown that perfectly outlined her S-shaped curve, dignified and elegant, with light makeup on her delicate face that didn't appear gaudy. Holding a handbag, her posture was very standard, truly a city beauty. No need to look closely.
This must be his good sister, Yao Na. However, beside Yao Na stood another person at that moment.
Dressed in a white suit, tall and upright, young and handsome, with a hint of British style.
Chen Yang recognized this person as well. Childhood playmate, Song Sinyu.
The two were standing side by side, chatting with each other. When they saw Chen Yang approaching, Yao Na immediately disregarded Song Sinyu and walked over with a beaming smile to greet him.
Chen Yang, over here.
Chen Yang walked over and smiled. Nana, you look really beautiful today.
This evening gown suits your temperament perfectly.
They had just communicated online. Now, Chen Yang was once again displaying the stunning impression of their first meeting. His acting skills were quite good. Yao Na smiled lightly and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Their exchange was very polite and elegant. It was hard to tell that their previous online interactions had been so heated, which gave Yao Na a stimulating sense of contrast. Meanwhile, Song Sinyu, standing nearby, was completely oblivious and said with a smile, "Chen Yang, long time no see."
Chen Yang glanced at Song Sinyu and nodded in response. It has indeed been a long time, over 10 years, right?
Yeah, after finishing high school, I went to the capital for university, then studied abroad, and worked outside for a few years. It really has been over 10 years since we last met. This guy was casually showing off with every word. The capital, studying abroad. Chen Yang was starting to sense something was off. The old Song Sinyu was not like this, he must have changed quite a bit over the years.
Impressive, I can't compare. I can only stay in Shenzhen,
Chen Yang said with a faint smile. Shenzhen is good too, a big city with many opportunities, but it's best to go abroad for some experience and broaden your horizons, Song Sinyu replied with a smile.
Yeah, if I get the chance, Chen Yang casually brushed it off.
Song Sinyu turned to Yao Na and said, Na, you too, there aren't many opportunities in the country.
If you get the chance, you can come abroad to find me. I have some connections in America. I can help arrange it.
In response to Song Sinyu's words, Yao Na smiled and said, no need, I'm not really interested in America.
I'm fine staying in the country.
With that one sentence, she pushed back against Song Sinyu.
Song Sinyu had nothing to say and could only smile. Alright, it's about time. Let's go in, we don't want to keep them waiting. Song Sinyu led the way into the Swan Gala. Chen Yang and Yao Na followed behind.
This guy has changed a lot, Chen Yang said as he walked alongside Yao Na. It's normal, he's a study abroad student. Most of them are like this, they come back with a strong sense of superiority, Yao Na replied with a smile. But interestingly, it seems he has a bit of a crush on me. He was just fawning over me and showing off in front of me. Yao Na looked at Chen Yang with a smile, seemingly trying to make him feel a sense of urgency. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang calmly said, isn't that great? He's a study abroad student from America, high-end and sophisticated, and he's handsome. Quite suitable for you, Na. I'm the first to support it. Get lost. Yao Na rolled her eyes and huffed, you're really not a good man. I was just about to take the initiative to send myself to you, and you want to push me to someone else? Chen Yang smiled slightly, gently wrapping his arm around Yao Na's slim waist, and said, how could I possibly push you to someone else? A guy like that is just showing off. There's no need to take it to heart. Yao Na felt quite happy being held by Chen Yang. The two followed Song Sinyu into the Swan Gala. The Swan Gala. The environment was quite nice. One independent booth after another, with elegant music echoing around. Song Sinyu had already reserved a booth. The three quickly arrived. Upon entering the booth, there were 2 men and 1 woman inside, and as Chen Yang and Yao Na walked in, their gazes immediately turned towards them. Of course, they looked more towards Yao Na. As for Chen Yang, he was somewhat overlooked. Wow! Na, it's been so many years since we last met, you really are getting more and more beautiful. Sister Na, with your looks and temperament, you could definitely be a star. No wonder you're the flower of our trio, after all these years, you're even more beautiful. The praises from a few people rang out. They were all childhood playmates of Chen Yang and Yao Na, with the 2 men being Zhouyu and Sun Changkuan, and the girl named Chen Jieyu. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. Thank you for the compliments. In front of these people, Yao Na remained quite elegant, smiling slightly and graciously. After praising Yao Na, their gazes turned to Chen Yang. Chen Yang? I didn't expect you to come too. You've become so much more handsome. Your temperament has changed a lot. Indeed, you're different from before. The three were clearly a bit surprised by Chen Yang's appearance. Because in childhood, Chen Yang was basically a transparent presence. Aside from being a bit closer to Yao Na, he had average relationships with the others, and not many people paid attention to him. After growing up, he rarely appeared at their gatherings. Occasionally, he would show up once or twice, but back then, he was just a pure-hearted boy, timid and lacking presence. However, today, as soon as Chen Yang appeared, he exuded a strong aura. It even felt like his temperament was a bit stronger than Chen Sinyu's. That's why everyone felt somewhat surprised. Chen Yang sat in his seat and smiled. It's been over a decade, a bit of change is normal. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Once everyone was seated, there was no ordering process, as this was a treat from Song Sinyu, who had already arranged everything. Everyone chatted among themselves. The focus of the conversation was naturally on Song Sinyu and Yao Na. In their eyes, these two were the most outstanding among them, while Chen Yang remained marginalized. Zhouyu smiled and said, Sinyu, I heard you're doing really well over in America, earning $10,000 to $20,000 a month, and your network is expanding greatly. You're really going to make a fortune. With someone praising him, Song Sinyu quickly took over the conversation. He smiled and said, it's okay, the monthly salary isn't the most important, the key is still the resources. I'm still in the accumulation stage, waiting for an opportunity to explode. If I open a company in America, I might need you guys to help out. This guy was really straightforward. Everyone was quite willing to accept this, responding enthusiastically. Alright, then thank you for taking care of us, Sinyu. From now on, it's Boss Sinyu. I've never been abroad in my life. If I could work in America, that would really be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. This is how adult gatherings are. There are no real feelings, just interests and flattery. Therefore, Chen Yang generally didn't like attending such gatherings. Song Sinyu then looked at Yao Na and smiled. Nana, you're so beautiful and have such a great figure. When my company gets started, I'll definitely ask you to be a model. Remember to give me face. No need, I don't like being a model. I've said it before, I prefer to stay in the country, Yao Na replied directly. Zhou Yu then said, Nah, your perspective is a bit short-sighted. Developing in America is definitely better. The environment here can't compare to America. America is where you can make big money and has a future. Zhou Yu had always been somewhat of a sycophant to foreign things. Yao Na smiled elegantly, ignoring him. Chen Yang, however, smiled and said, if you have the ability, you can make money anywhere. If you don't, it's the same no matter where you are. One sentence. Unreserved. Facing such a guy, there was no need to be polite. Zhou Yu's smile froze for a moment, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but he didn't explode. Instead, he asked, so, Chen Yang, it seems you've been doing well in the country, have you made some money? Chen Yang nodded and said, it's okay, at least I can live quite comfortably. Ha! Zhou Yu scoffed, not saying much more. In his view, Chen Yang probably didn't have much money, just barely enough for daily life. Song Sinyu then said, Chen Yang, Zhou Yu is right, America is indeed a civilized place, much better than our country. Only in such places can wealth be generated. Chen Yang casually asked, so, have you made any money? Song Sinyu replied with a sense of pride, I've already said, I'm currently in the early stages of development, accumulating resources. Besides, my monthly salary is between $10,000 to $20,000, which is a decent income. This guy spoke with such conviction, as if he truly had achieved something. But Chen Yang could see at a glance that this guy was all show and no substance. Who was Chen Yang's ex-girlfriend? Jiro, a flight attendant who flew all over the world. Although Chen Yang had never been abroad, Jiro had told him a lot about various places around the world, with the most being about America. America has a global market and is indeed a place with huge opportunities, but due to changes in the global environment in recent years and various restrictions from countries around the world, the situation in America isn't that great either. For someone like Song Sinyu, an Asian who went to college in the country, studied abroad for a few years, and just started working, earning $10,000 to $20,000 is almost impossible. Unless Song Sinyu's family background is strong. And as far as Chen Yang knew, Song Sinyu's family was just an ordinary middle-class family in the country, providing no help at all. So, what this guy said was mostly false. Even if it were true, so what? Is $10,000 to $20,000 a lot? Chen Yang smiled and replied, well, you really are capable. Unlike us, if we went to America, we'd probably just be washing dishes. Chen Yang emphasized the words washing dishes. Clearly, he could see Song Sinyu's expression change, as if he had hit a sore spot. Ha! As expected, this guy's job, while not washing dishes, certainly wasn't much better. At this moment, Zhou Yu said, washing dishes in America is also pretty good. It's better than many jobs in our country. Hearing this, Chen Yang almost threw a plate at him. This guy was really to the point of being blindly infatuated with foreign things. After this little episode, the atmosphere at the dining table became a bit tense. However, at this time, the dishes began to be served one after another. The dishes ordered by Song Sinyu were basically things like salmon sashimi, tuna sashimi, caviar, sea urchin, and lobster, a seafood platter, and for hot dishes, there were only borscht, roasted pork knuckle, and steak, which were all Western-style dishes. This guy really didn't order any Chinese food. Not to mention Yao Na and Chen Yang, even Chen Jiayu couldn't help but speak up. Sinyu, why didn't you order some vegetables? Eating so much meat in the middle of the night isn't good for digestion. Song Sinyu smiled and said, want vegetables? Then I'll order a salad. Don't. Salads are so unappetizing. Chen Jiayu frowned and said, order a cold dish. I see there are many cold dishes here, they should taste good, or stir-fry some greens. Upon hearing this, Song Sinyu seemed a bit displeased and said, those cold dishes are heavy on oil, salt, and spice. What's so good about them? Zhou Yu echoed, yeah, salads are great, so nutritious, just order a salad. Both of them said so, and Chen Jiayu had no choice but to refrain from arguing. Song Sinyu was just about to order a salad when Chen Yang spoke up, if you want to eat grass, then you can eat it yourself, I still want to have some vegetables. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. Waiter. The waiter quickly came over, and Chen Yang directly ordered a stir-fried vegetable dish and 2 cold dishes, completely disregarding Song Sinyu. Song Sinyu's expression changed slightly, clearly not expecting the previously timid Chen Yang to dare to challenge him, but given the situation, he couldn't explode in anger and could only force himself to suppress his fury. Since you've ordered, let's forget about the salad. After this incident, the atmosphere at the dining table became even more tense, with both Song Sinyu and Zhou Yu harboring no good feelings towards Chen Yang. Of course, Chen Yang felt no fondness for these two either. The dishes were quickly served. Everyone began to eat. The steak and pork knuckle were indeed good, but at night, they were quite uncomfortable to eat, including the raw and cold seafood, which was even more unpleasant. In the end, the most consumed were the vegetables and cold dishes. Only Song Sinyu and Joyu didn't touch a single piece of vegetable or cold dish, still stubbornly gnawing on the steak and pork knuckle. After eating for a while, Song Sinyu was ready to show off. He took out a jar of caviar and said with a smile, "Everyone has eaten caviar, but actually, not many know the proper way to eat it. Caviar used to be a luxury. It requires a lot of attention when eating. You have to do it like this." As he spoke, Song Sinyu scooped a spoonful of caviar with a small spoon, placed it on the web of his thumb, and continued, "Caviar is cold, so you need to warm it up in the web of your thumb first. After warming the caviar with body heat, you can gently eat it in one bite." Song Sinyu popped the caviar into his mouth, and then with a look of ecstasy, he exclaimed, "What a delicacy!" Chen Yang listened to this guy and almost burst out laughing. Caviar is something that is both pungent and salty, and no matter how it's prepared, it won't taste good. Warming caviar with body heat? That's just pure pretentiousness, fooling oneself. Yet, there was a fool who fell for it. This fool was naturally Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, as if discovering a new world, said with a smile, "So there's this way to eat it, let me try." He also took a spoonful of caviar, placed it on the web of his thumb, and then swallowed it in one go. Immediately, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face as he said, "Wow. Sinyu was right, this is really delicious." Song Sinyu was very pleased and smugly said, "Of course, this is a hidden way of eating that nobles used back in the day, you all should try it." He even glanced at Yao Na and smiled, "Na, you should try it too." "Me? Forget it." Yao Na shook her head with a smile. She didn't like caviar at all. Meanwhile, Chen Yang picked up the caviar, then took a small cracker, placed the caviar on the cracker, and added a slice of sauced beef on top of the caviar, saying with a smile, "Na, try this combination." Song Sinyu also looked over. Upon seeing Chen Yang's combination, he couldn't help but sneer, thinking it was a low-class way of eating, with crackers and sauced beef, lacking any sophistication. Just when he thought Yao Na would definitely refuse, unexpectedly, Yao Na smiled and said, "Okay, but I want you to feed me." Yao Na even opened her mouth. Chen Yang chuckled and brought the caviar cracker to her mouth. Yao Na savored it for a moment, then her eyes lit up as she said, "This combination is indeed good. The cracker and sauced beef balance out the salty flavor of the caviar, making it much better than eating caviar alone." The others, upon hearing this, also began to imitate. "It does look good. Let's give it a try." After they finished eating, they all praised, "It really is much better than just eating caviar. I used to think caviar was hard to eat, but now it seems I just hadn't unlocked the right way to enjoy it." As for Song Sinyu's noble way of eating hot dishes, naturally, no one paid any attention to it. No, wait. There was one person who did, and that was Joyu. At this moment, both Zhou Sinyu and Joyu had very unpleasant expressions. "A few country bumpkins," Joyu muttered quietly. Just then, Chin Jieyu leaned over to Yao Na's side and asked with a smile, "Nana, you're so beautiful, with such a great figure and excellent temperament. Have you not thought about finding a boyfriend all these years?" The topic finally turned to Yao Na. Yao Na smiled politely and said, "I've been very busy with work, so I haven't had the opportunity." With someone bringing up this topic, Song Sinyu naturally wouldn't let the chance slip by and immediately said, "Nana, work is work, and life is life. They should be separated. A graceful and beautiful woman like you should have found a boyfriend long ago. If you really don't want to find one, I can help you. I know many outstanding young talents, and some handsome foreigners, whom I can introduce to you." Song Sinyu's words were just an excuse to get closer to Yao Na. In fact, his gaze towards her had already become somewhat heated. How could such a beautiful Yao Na not stir his heart? "With Sinyu introducing you, Na, it must be fine," said the sidekick Shoyu. However, Yao Na still refused, saying, "No need, I have my own plans, no need to trouble you." Chen Jieyu laughed and said, "Nana must have high standards, a goddess like her must have countless admirers." That's right, Nana is the dream goddess of many men. Waiting a bit longer to find a boyfriend is also quite good. Even Sun Shankang, who had been mostly silent, spoke up, and there was a hint of infatuation in his gaze towards Yao Na. This guy had also been a long-time admirer of Yao Na. Yao Na just smiled and said nothing, her gaze drifting to Chen Yang, who had been eating, with a hint of pride, as if to say, "Aren't I impressive? Anyone would be captivated by me." At that moment, Chen Jieyu teased again, "I think Chen Yang is quite good. Nana, you and Chen Yang have known each other since childhood, should you two give it a try?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on everyone's faces varied. Song Sinyu scoffed, "Chen Yang? What qualifications did this guy have to be with Yao Na? Yao Na would absolutely not look at him."
Sun Changkon's expression also carried sarcasm. Yao Na was his goddess. A goddess so high above, he didn't even dare to pursue her. What qualifications did Chen Yang have? They all believed that there was absolutely no possibility between Yao Na and Chen Yang, and even Chen Jieyu had just said it casually, not taking it seriously. But Yao Na smiled at Chen Yang and said, "We can give it a try." Chen Yang also smiled slightly. The banquet was coming to an end. The remaining time, they changed venues to the Swan Banquet, where there were entertainment rooms with plenty of facilities for singing, drinking tea, and having fun, quite complete. Yao Na went up to sing Red Bean. Her voice was already very pleasant, and her musical talent was high. After singing Red Bean, it was very melodious and enjoyable. Everyone applauded. As expected of Na Na, beautiful and sweet-voiced. Goddess. Na Na. You truly are my goddess. Na Na, with your looks and singing voice, it's a pity you're not a star. Compliments came one after another. Song Sinyu looked at her with a somewhat heated gaze and said, "Na Na, come to America to develop. You're truly underappreciated in Huaxia." He really is a bit obsessed with Yao Na and has already thought about pursuing her. But Yao Na shook her head and said, "I don't have that plan for now." Song Sinyu felt a bit disappointed, but he wasn't discouraged. He thought to himself, Yao Na's personality is a bit aloof, I can't rush it. I'll take my time. As long as I invest time and money, I will eventually win her over. Song Sinyu was filled with confidence, believing that with the persona of a talented young man he had created, he would definitely be able to catch Yao Na's attention. He could already imagine the expression on the faces of people like Sun Changkong and Chen Yang when he and Yao Na appeared together at a gathering. Just as Song Sinyu was lost in his fantasies, Yao Na stood up from her seat, smiled gracefully, and said, "You all continue, I need to go to the restroom." Everyone nodded in agreement. However, when she reached the door, Yao Na suddenly stopped, turned to look at Chen Yang, and smiled, saying, "Chen Yang." This sudden call left everyone present puzzled. Chen Yang also looked at Yao Na. Yao Na didn't say much more, she just winked at Chen Yang and then left. Everyone was a bit baffled, not understanding what Yao Na was up to, but they didn't think much of it. What important matter could she have with Chen Yang? However, Chen Yang and Yao Na had been in sync for over 20 years, so he immediately sensed what Yao Na meant. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. His good sister was indeed quite bold. He then got up from his seat and headed outside. In the restroom. The Swan Club's restrooms are independent for each private room, with a very nice, clean, and upscale environment. Yao Na was in front of the restroom mirror, fixing her makeup. Looking at herself in the mirror, dressed in a black evening gown, tall and slender, with a delicate face, she exuded elegance and grace, truly a socialite. Yao Na couldn't help but smile at her reflection. Yao Na, oh Yao Na, you are truly beautiful. No wonder so many people see you as a goddess. She felt joyful and was very confident in her looks. At that moment, a pair of large hands reached around from behind, wrapping around her waist. "Ah, who is it?" Yao Na exclaimed like a startled little rabbit. Chen Yang's handsome face appeared in the mirror. He was holding Yao Na and smiling as he said, "Na Na, you really are beautiful." Yao Na naturally knew it was Chen Yang, and she huffed, "You dare to come into the ladies' room? You really are bold. Didn't you ask me to come?" Chen Yang replied with a smile. Yao Na's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "Who asked you to come? Don't say such things. Should I leave now?" Chen Yang's smile grew wider. "You've already hugged me, and you still want to leave? Is it that my charm as an older sister isn't enough?" Yao Na looked at Chen Yang in the mirror, her gaze softening. Chen Yang laughed. "So, dear sister, what did you call me over for this time?" Yao Na's red lips curled up as she said, "I saw you being neglected, and it made me unhappy. In front of them, I'm a goddess, but here, I'm yours." Half an hour later, the people in the private room were a bit confused. What's going on with Na Na? Why has she been gone for over half an hour and still hasn't returned? I don't know, could something have happened? It shouldn't. What could happen at the Swan Club? Should we call to check? I just called, she said she's fine and will be back soon, but from her tone, she seems a bit uncomfortable. Maybe she's not feeling well. The group began to discuss. However, all their attention was focused on Yao Na, while Chen Yang was completely overlooked. After waiting for a while, the door to the private room was finally opened, and Yao Na walked in from outside. At this moment, although Yao Na was still as elegant and beautiful as ever, there was a strange feeling about her. As soon as Yao Na returned, everyone rushed forward to ask her questions. "Na Na, where have you been? Why did you take so long? Na Na, are you okay?" Among them, the most enthusiastic was Song Sinyu. He directly asked, "Na Na, are you feeling alright? Do you want me to contact a doctor for you? I know a few directors at the nearby Central Hospital." But the more they asked, the redder Yao Na's face became as she said,
no need, I just felt a bit unwell, I just need to rest for a while. At this moment, Chen Yang also walked back in from outside, but not many people paid attention to him. They could never have imagined that Yao Na had just been with Chen Yang. After this matter concluded, everyone had a bit more to drink and entered a tipsy state. The gathering was nearing its end. The final segment was the pretentious show-off before the meeting dispersed. Zhou Yu, where are you working these days? How's it going? Song Xinyu was the first to ask, inquiring about his lackey Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu awkwardly replied, I'm doing food delivery now, I only make a few thousand a month, and I still need you to help me out, take me to America to make a fortune. Zhou Yu had always struggled academically, dropping out after middle school, so it was understandable that he had ended up like this. As Song Xinyu listened to him, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Although Zhou Yu had been flattering him in various ways at the gathering, he still looked down on such a person. However, he couldn't say that openly, so he smiled slightly and said, alright, I'll definitely take care of you when the opportunity arises. What about the others? Song Xinyu's gaze swept over the remaining few. Sun Chankuan was in a slightly better situation than Zhou Yu, working at a small company with a monthly salary over 10,000. Chen Jieyu also graduated from a prestigious university, so her job after graduation was decent, with a salary between 10 to 20,000. The remaining ones were Yao Na and Chen Yang. Yao Na's situation was needless to say, with a Vacheron Constantine, everyone basically knew. As for Chen Yang, everyone turned to look at Chen Yang except for Yao Na. They really didn't know what Chen Yang did. Especially Song Xinyu, who looked at Chen Yang with a hint of contempt. Wasn't this Chen Yang always trying to show off? He wanted to see what kind of capital Chen Yang had to show off. Facing everyone's gaze, Chen Yang remained calm and directly said, I'm doing alright. I own 10% of Tianma's shares and hold a nominal position as general manager. With salary and bonuses, it's about $1 million a month, just a small amount, nothing much. In fact, Chen Yang was being very conservative, $1 million? He could earn that in a day. But saying it out loud was indeed a bit shocking. It was better to be conservative. Even though Chen Yang had already been quite conservative, it still left everyone present in shock. What? Owning 10% of Tianma's shares? Holding a nominal position as general manager? A monthly salary of around $1 million, and annual income in the tens of millions? How is that even possible? Chen Yang was just a recent college graduate. Moreover, everyone knew about Chen Yang's family background. He had no connections, so it was absolutely impossible to achieve that. At this moment, whether it was Zhou Yu, Song Xinyu, or Sun Changkuan and Chen Jieyu, all had expressions of disbelief, completely unable to accept Chen Yang's words. After a moment, Song Xinyu came back to his senses and revealed a rather impolite smile, saying, Chen Yang, we've all grown up together, saying that is just pointless, isn't it? Sun Changkuan also echoed, yeah, Chen Yang, everyone knows you well, why do you have to deceive us at the gathering? Zhou Yu laughed mockingly, Chen Yang, I know it might be because your job isn't very glamorous that you would say that, but it's really nothing. I deliver takeout and I'm not afraid to say it. What do you have to hide? There's no need to lie just to show off. No one believed Chen Yang at all. Chen Yang could only helplessly shrug, why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, then so be it. Although no one said anything on the surface, in their hearts, they looked down on Chen Yang, thinking he was just trying to show off. After everyone had a few more drinks, it was about time to wrap up the meeting. Chen Yang, help me a bit. Yao Na seemed to be drunk, her face flushed, and she stumbled on her long legs. Everyone else was eager to help Yao Na, but she only allowed Chen Yang to assist her. Chen Yang wrapped his arm around Yao Na's slim waist and helped her outside. Song Xinyu, Zhou Yu, and Sun Changkuan watched their backs, filled with envy and jealousy. This guy Chen Yang, not very capable but loves to show off, yet his luck is really good. He has been close to Yao Na since childhood and now they are so close. However, they all believed that Chen Yang could never really be with Yao Na. After all, how could a goddess like Yao Na ever look up to someone like Chen Yang? The group left the Swan banquet and went outside. Song Xinyu directly took out his car keys and lit up an Audi A8 parked outside. Before he could say anything, Zhou Yu spoke up. Wow, Xinyu, an Audi A8. You can actually afford such a luxury car. Zhou Yu looked shocked. The Audi A8 is worth nearly $1 million. He, a delivery guy, wouldn't even dare to think about it. Just bought it for commuting, Song Xinyu said, a bit smug. Although the car wasn't his but the company's, so what? Out here, you have to create your own image. He looked over at Yao Na, hoping for a look of admiration from her. But to his surprise, Yao Na didn't give him any admiring glance, not even looking at him, just chatting with Chen Yang. This made Song Xinyu very angry. What was so good about Chen Yang? Did Yao Na really care that much? He couldn't hold back and directly said, Chen Yang, didn't you just say you have 10% shares in Tianma and earn millions a year?
Then the car you drive must be great, right?
Song Sin-yu directly challenged him, and the others naturally followed suit.
Jo-yu chuckled, if you earn millions a year, you should at least be driving a Porsche 911 or a Mercedes G-Class, right? Chun-yang, if you have a nice car, show it to us. Sun Chong-kuan added, yeah, let us have a look.
Everyone wanted to see Chen Yang make a fool of himself.
Chun-yang just smiled and said, it's not a great car. Since everyone wants to see, then fine.
Chen Yang handed the slightly tipsy Yao Na over to Chen Jieyu and then headed straight to the parking lot.
Now you know to say it's not a great car to save face? Song Sin-yu sneered inwardly. He really thought Chun-yang must be driving something not good. Maybe a BYD or something.
When Chen Yang brought it out later, he would mock him properly, and maybe he could make Yao Na see the reality, realizing Chen Yang had no real ability.
If he could get Yao Na into his car, that would be amazing. Song Sin-yu was happily fantasizing in his mind.
At that moment, a deafening roar of an engine erupted. Everyone's gaze turned towards the parking lot.
A bright red, highly futuristic supercar roared out of the parking lot, speeding away. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of this stunning supercar. How beautiful is this car? It must belong to some rich young master or a socialite.
But what they never expected was that the red supercar, after leaving the parking lot, drove straight up to them. The red supercar came to a stop. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the car window gradually rolled down, revealing Chen Yang's handsome face in front of everyone. Chen Yang smiled and said, this is my car, a Ferrari 812, just average, around 5 million or so. It's quite luxurious, but the space is small, only fits 2 people, really a hassle. This statement was like a thunderclap to Song Sin-yu and the others.
They were all stunned, standing there with their mouths agape. No way. A Ferrari 812 worth over 5 million. It actually belongs to Chen Yang? How is that possible? Isn't Chen Yang just an ordinary office worker? How could he be so wealthy? Could it be that Chen Yang wasn't just bragging? Was what he just said true? Is he really a shareholder in a listed company, earning millions a year?
At that moment, no matter how much disbelief they had, the ironclad reality before them made them completely believe it. Only Chen Jieyu was full of surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Wow! Chen Yang, this car is so beautiful. I've never seen such a high-end luxury car in my life. I wonder if I could sit in the passenger seat and experience it.
Chen Jieyu said with an expectant expression.
However, Chen Yang smiled and replied, sure, but not today. Today I need to take Nana home. After saying that, he helped Yao Nana into the passenger seat. Before leaving, he glanced at Jo-yu and smiled, Jo-yu, I wonder if this counts as making a lot of money?
Jo-yu was almost petrified at that moment, staring at the dreamlike Ferrari 812, his lips pale, unable to utter a word.
He was just a delivery guy. Even if he worked for 300 years, he couldn't afford this car. Chen Yang couldn't be bothered to continue entangling with these people, sat back in the passenger seat, and pressed the gas pedal. The Ferrari 812 roared away down the streets of Deep City. Chen Yang didn't drink tonight because he was driving. After the Ferrari 812 left, Sun Chongkuan, Jo-yu, and Song Sin-yu were still frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief. Especially Song Sin-yu, who looked at the Audi A8 key in his hand, fell into a crisis of self-doubt. Compared to Chen Yang's Ferrari 812, what was his Audi A8 worth? And ironically, this worthless Audi A8 wasn't even his, it belonged to the company. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he and the others were truly a huge joke in front of Chen Yang. Boom! The Ferrari 812 sped down the roads of Deep City. After getting in the car, Yao Nana became a bit more alert, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Chen Yang, this car, is it really yours? She couldn't quite believe it. A Ferrari. How many people dream of owning one? Chen Yang actually bought it just like that? Although she had known for some time that Chen Yang had become quite wealthy for some reason, seeing him driving a Ferrari 812 worth over 5 million still felt too surreal. At that moment, it was as if a drama had come to life. The brother who used to follow her around was now grown up, becoming a true male god. Chen Yang drove the Ferrari with one hand, smiling slightly. Yeah, it's beautiful, right? It's so beautiful. I never thought in my life that I could sit in the passenger seat of such a top luxury car. Although Yao Na still had a drunken look on her face, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Chen Yang and said, Brother Chen Yang, you're amazing. Being praised by Yao Na made Chen Yang feel quite pleased. After all, Yao Na was his good sister, his former goddess. With her eyes hazy from the alcohol, Yao Na leaned closer to Chen Yang and softly said, I'm tired, let me rest for a bit, brother, can you take me to the hotel? Sure, Chen Yang replied. A sweet smile appeared on Yao Na's pretty face, and then she drowsily fell asleep. Boom! The Ferrari 812 sped along the roads of Deep City. Deep City.
Overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. This is the most luxurious, top-tier hotel in all of Deep City. Even the most ordinary room costs 5,000 a night, extravagant and lavish. The most luxurious of all is the Sky Garden Presidential Suite in the Overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. 88,000 a night. As the name suggests, the Sky Garden Presidential Suite occupies an entire floor of the hotel, transformed into a sky garden, complete with a private cinema, gym, spa, bathing area, restaurant, and more, everything one could wish for. Moreover, this presidential suite is equipped with a dedicated butler service, featuring chefs from various countries and a dazzling array of cuisines. It can be said that the Sky Garden Presidential Suite at the Overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel is one of the most top-tier, luxurious presidential suites in the entire Dragon Country. Tonight, Chen Yang brought Yao Na to stay here. All the way, they were attended by dedicated butler service, taking a luxurious elevator up to the presidential suite. What greeted their eyes was a variety of rare green plants, very pleasing to the eye, and the walls adorned with priceless famous paintings, full of artistic flair. Entering the bedroom area, a 180 degrees panoramic floor-to-ceiling window overlooked the bustling night scene of Deep City, with top-quality bedding from around the world, showcasing luxury. Even the fragrance in the air was from the world's top fragrance brands. It was luxurious to an unimaginable degree. Upon arriving here, Chen Yang also looked at the sleeping beauty Yao Na in his arms. To his surprise, Yao Na had already woken up and was looking at him, her beautiful eyes still hazy with drunkenness, filled with a dreamy allure. Sister Na. Chen Yang finally called her sister today, wanting to say something more. But Yao Na placed her delicate finger over Chen Yang's lips, preventing him from continuing. With a flushed face and dreamy eyes, Yao Na said, "Good brother, don't talk. Come on." Chen Yang felt a rush of heat and softly replied, "Okay." The next morning, when the sunlight streamed into the presidential suite, it was already a mess. Chen Yang woke up in a daze, greeted by the breathtaking cityscape of Deep City at dawn and the first rays of the rising sun. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt the clear sky, and the gloom in his heart was swept away. Is this what it feels like to be rich? It's truly wonderful. However, soon a sense of emptiness washed over him. He had indulged too much yesterday, and today he felt a bit hollow. While Chen Yang was admiring the early morning scenery of Deep City, Yao Na, soft and delicate, snuggled into his arms like a beautiful snake. "Good brother, it's really early." Yao Na's hair was a bit messy, her pretty face full of fatigue. Although she was barefaced, her beauty was still striking and captivating. Chen Yang looked at his beautiful neighbor sister, his white moonlight, and smiled, "Still calling me brother? What else should I call you?" Yao Na blinked her beautiful big eyes, asking in confusion, "Call me husband and let me hear it." Chen Yang's smile remained unchanged. Yao Na's pretty face turned slightly red, calling Chen Yang husband? This was something she had never dared to think of before. In her eyes, Chen Yang used to be just an ignorant younger brother, but now. However, she ultimately complied and said with a smile, "Okay, husband." She even called him in a spoiled tone, delicate and weak, like a gentle little woman. That one word husband resonated in Chen Yang's heart. Chen Yang smiled slightly, feeling a stir in his heart, and he tightened his embrace around Yao Na once more. So, until 10 in the morning, when the sun was high in the sky, Yao Na, drenched in fragrant sweat and utterly exhausted, finally lay back in Chen Yang's arms. "Husband, I'm tired. I want to rest for a bit," Yao Na said weakly. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, "Rest then, this presidential suite is available until the evening, there's still plenty of time, no rush." "Okay, husband. Husband, you're so nice." After Yao Na said this, she fell into a deep sleep, her posture beautiful, returning to the appearance of a sleeping beauty. It must be said, Yao Na is truly beautiful. If given the chance in the future, she might enter the entertainment industry. Although the entertainment industry is chaotic, with Chen Yang around and the system in place, he is confident that Yao Na will not suffer any harm. But those are all matters for later. After a night passed, the system's voice also sounded. Detected that the host has completed a hedonistic consumption, reward obtained, 1.6 million, this consumption was indeed quite indulgent. Spent 880,000, received a cashback of 1.6 million, a difference of about 800,000, which is quite pleasing. Detected that the host has engaged in an intimate relationship, successfully bound, name, Yao Na, height, 170 cm, weight, 51 kg, measurements, 48, waist, 92, bust, 90, hips, relationship, lover, loyalty, 75, binding successful. Soon, an intimate task was also released. Hedonistic consumption, description, one must enjoy life when in good fortune, do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty, since you have embraced a beauty, naturally you should enjoy life together, requirement, complete a hedonistic consumption with Yao Na, amount over 5 million, reward, 2 million, 2 attribute points, date money, 10 million, this is a consumption task.
Quite nice.
With 10 million in date money, spending 5 million will suffice.
Plus, there's a reward of 2 million and 2 attribute points, not bad at all.
However, spending 5 million does have some difficulty. One cannot buy a house or a car, after all, it's about enjoying life together, so one must think about where to spend it. Thinking of this, Chen Yang suddenly remembered that his intimate task with Chun Xingning seemed to be incomplete. He opened WeChat and immediately received a daily greeting from Chun Xingning. Lemon sauce, good morning, brother Chen Yang, today is another super day where I miss you a lot.
What a vibrant girl, full of energy every day.
At the same time, she sent a photo, one from the campus, still wearing a black JK uniform, youthful and sweetly cute. Chen Yang smiled slightly, his good little sister provided a very high emotional value. Before he could reply, Yao Na, nestled in his arms, hazily opened her eyes, saw the beautiful photo of Chen Xingning on the phone screen, and couldn't help but laugh. What a beautiful little sister, are you keeping a student girl outside? Yao Na said with a smile, though her tone held little anger. Chen Yang calmly replied with a smile, just a junior, known for many years.
Just a junior? Yao Na's smile carried a different flavor. Yes, just a junior. Chen Yang's smile remained unchanged. She is indeed just a junior. Just a junior with a closer relationship. Chen Yang replied to Chen Xingning's message.
Mu Yang, since you miss me so much, I'll come to school to find you tonight, so be ready. Lemon sauce, #happycat #sure, brother Chen Yang, I've been ready for a long time, just waiting for you to come.
Chen Xingning's tone was clearly filled with excitement.
Chen Yang smiled slightly, it felt a bit strange to miss his good little sister after not seeing her for a few days. In his arms, Yao Na snorted lightly, you're deceiving the pure and lovely little junior.
Chen Yang was taken aback, then laughed, she's pure and lovely? Na, are you sure?
Of course, what a lovely little sister.
Yao Na seemed to quite like Chen Xingning.
Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, you'll know whether she's lovely or not in the future.
What about me, am I not lovely?
Yao Na breathed softly, her eyes charming.
Chen Yang shook his head, not lovely. Why?
Yao Na's eyes widened, and she said with a hint of grievance,
is it because you got what you wanted and started to complain? No.
Chen Yang smiled, because little ones are the ones who are lovely.
Na, you're not little.
Yao Na's face turned crimson, giving Chen Yang a glare, full of charm.
Chen Yang and Yao Na didn't get up until 4 in the afternoon.
When Chen Yang woke up, Yao Na was already awake. She had finished washing up and changed into a black nightgown, sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked the entire city, taking various photos. The evening glow streamed into the bedroom, casting light on Yao Na's sexy and graceful body. She was already very beautiful, and now, under the lighting, she was even more stunning. Chen Yang had just gotten up and was momentarily stunned by this breathtaking scene.
After lying in bed and admiring for a while, Yao Na finally noticed Chen Yang, revealing a lovely smile and saying, awake?
Chen Yang smiled, keep taking pictures, you look so good. Yao Na's face turned slightly red. Without shoes, her delicate white feet quickly walked over and directly leaped into Chen Yang's arms, laughing. Good brother, sister is your little lover. When you were sleeping, sister could be a bit vain.
But now that you're awake, how can sister ignore you? Sister's only role is to provide you with emotional value. Yao Na's tone was half joking. But in reality, she truly thought this way. Now that Chen Yang was not only young and handsome but also wealthy, she knew she couldn't possess him alone. She was a smart woman, aware of what she should do and where she should be.
Chen Yang smiled slightly. Being able to lie on a big hotel bed, admiring your beautiful figure, this emotional value is already high enough for me. Upon hearing this, Yao Na also smiled, suddenly blinking her beautiful eyes and mischievously saying, then,
do you want to see me in an even more beautiful way? How to see? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You'll know soon.
Yao Na smiled, then gracefully walked towards the huge floor-to-ceiling window, slightly tugging at the ribbon of her nightgown, which slowly fell away.
The sunset and the beauty. Truly the best scenery.
However, Chen Yang didn't admire for too long before he washed up, then took Yao Na to dine in the Sky Garden.
The dining experience here was definitely top-notch. Chefs from all over the world provided one-on-one service, serving various top-tier dishes to delight the taste buds. Beautiful women, delicious food, stunning views. At this moment, Chen Yang was truly enjoying a life of indulgence.
It turns out that after having money, this world is surprisingly beautiful.
Sigh. Damn rich people. Fortunately, I should be damned too. Dinner is over, and it's time to leave the overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel.
Chen Yang and Yao Na are riding in the spacious and luxurious elevator, accompanied by the female manager of the hotel. At this moment, she is carefully attending to Chen Yang and Yao Na, afraid of any slight negligence. As the three of them reach the lobby entrance, Yao Na realizes she forgot something and goes back with the female manager to get it.
Chen Yang waits a moment at the door. However, while waiting, he sees a familiar figure walking in from outside. Mr. John.
Don't worry, the hotel I booked for you this time is definitely the most upscale in our dragon country.
Whether it's the environment, service, or any aspect, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Flattering words, a fawning attitude. This person is none other than Chen Yang's old classmate, Song Sinyu.
He didn't expect to run into him here. It's quite interesting. This guy is leaning next to a foreigner, his attitude so obsequious it's like he's a servant. The foreigner, on the other hand, is arrogant, looking at him as if he were a servant. As Song Sinyu and the foreigner walk in, they happen to see Chen Yang standing at the door.
Chen Yang?
Song Sinyu is momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment.
He also didn't expect to see Chen Yang here. After all, this is the Overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel, one of the top hotels in Deep City.
Regarding the incident last night with Chen Yang driving the A12, he has been replaying it in his mind all day yesterday and today, ultimately concluding that Chen Yang must have rented the car to put on a show of wealth. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom how Chen Yang could afford to drive an 812.
Damn it!
Last night, that kid Chen Yang got away with it, not only showing off but also sending Yao Na home. Now seeing him again, it's truly a narrow road for enemies.
He wouldn't think that something had happened between Yao Na and Chen Yang. After all, in his view, Yao Na would never look at Chen Yang that way. She only sees him as a younger brother. As for why Chen Yang is here,
a waiter? A valet?
Yes.
This guy must be a valet at the Overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. No wonder he can drive such a top-tier luxury car.
With this thought, Song Sinyu foolishly believes he has found the truth.
Chen Yang also notices Song Sinyu but ignores him, his expression indifferent.
However, this guy directly approaches him, dragging 2 suitcases, and says, Chen Yang, I'm calling you, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and help me take Mr. John's things upstairs. He pretends to hand the suitcase to Chen Yang.
Chen Yang furrows his brow, feeling confused, not understanding what this guy means, but he quickly realizes that his all-black outfit resembles the hotel uniform somewhat.
This guy thinks he's a hotel staff member? Chen Yang replies coolly, I'm not anyone's servant, why should I help him carry his luggage?
This statement is unceremonious. There's no need to be polite with someone like Song Sinyu, who is pretentious and fawning over foreigners.
You!
Song Sinyu never expected Chen Yang would say this, his face turning red, wanting to retort but not knowing how to respond. Right now, he does indeed look like John's servant.
John also notices Song Sinyu and Chen Yang, immediately frowning, his expression cold, and says in his poor Chinese, isn't it just about wanting a bigger tip?
Chinese people are indeed so greedy. As he speaks, he takes out several bright red bills and throws them at Chen Yang.
Pick it up. This is my tip for you. Serve me well, and the tip will be more.
John was an American, a very traditional white man, born with a sense of noble superiority, believing that having white skin made him better than others, so he looked down on anyone with a different skin color. Before Chen Yang could react, Song Sinyu, who was beside him, smiled broadly and said, Mr.
John is indeed generous, but for someone like him, a few dozen will do. Why give so much? It's too wasteful.
He then turned to Chen Yang and coldly said, Chen Yang, why aren't you thanking Mr.
John yet? This guy really was a loyal dog. No wonder this foreigner dared to be so arrogant. Chen Yang looked at the two of them with a cold smile and said directly, you think a few $100 will get someone to help you? You might as well throw it at a beggar.
I'll offer 1,000, no,
2,000.
Chen Yang pulled out a thick stack of cash from his designer wallet and placed it on the table, his smile growing cold. I came here to have fun with Chen Yang, and we stayed for a night.
The environment here is quite nice.
This statement from Yao Na completely shattered Song Sinyu's resolve.
Came here to have fun. Stayed for a night. That was just last night, right? Song Sinyu certainly couldn't think of Chen Yang as some kind of paragon of virtue, able to remain calm while sharing a bed with a top beauty like Yao Na. Last night, Yao Na and Chen Yang must have.
Seeing Yao Na walk with a slight stumble, Song Sinyu felt a surge of anger. This was his goddess.
Chen Yang's next words dealt a further blow to Song Sinyu. The hotel environment is indeed nice, but I've been a bit busy lately, not enough time. Nah, next time we have time, let's stay for a week. I'll accompany you to have fun every day, how about that?
Chen Yang said with a smile. Yao Na naturally understood that having fun meant something else. Her face flushed as she smiled and said, sure, we must have a good time next time. Song Sinyu felt like he was about to spit blood.
Damn it! Dog man and woman. Absolutely a dog woman. Song Sinyu was left speechless.
Meanwhile, John, seeing the stunning Yao Na, had a glint of heat in his eyes and directly said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, why stay with these useless huaxia men? Come with me. Today, I'm checking into their Sky Garden suite, which costs over $100,000 a night. It's a very beautiful and luxurious presidential suite. I would like to invite this beautiful lady to dinner with me." This American was indeed arrogantly dismissive, not even considering Chen Yang, directly inviting Yao Na in front of him. Before Yao Na could respond, the sycophant Song Sinyu spoke up. "Na, you're so lucky to be noticed by Mr. John. You should thank Mr. John properly." This guy's spine had already bent, completely turning into a spineless creature. He actually thought that John noticing Yao Na was her good fortune. Even though Yao Na was his goddess, he was willing to offer her up. "Sorry, I'm not interested in foreigners." Yao Na directly refused. Chen Yang also sneered, "Mr. John, if you don't mind, please give me the contact information of your sister, wife, or girlfriend. I can also stay in the Sky Garden presidential suite, and I can take them to enjoy the scenery." Upon hearing this, John's face darkened. He had been in Long Country for so long and had never encountered a local who dared to speak to him like that. He could provoke these local women's interest, but for a local to try to flirt with his women was an insult and desecration. John looked at Chen Yang with disdain and then said, "You? A person living at the bottom of society in Long Country, do you have the money? You want to stay in the Sky Garden suite, over $100,000, can you afford that?" Song Sinyu also sneered, "Mr. John, this guy is just putting on a brave face, he's a bottom-tier poor person. Forget the Sky Garden presidential suite, he probably can't even afford the most ordinary room." Their words were filled with mockery, belittling Chen Yang to the lowest point. Chen Yang wasn't angry, he just smiled slightly and looked at the female manager standing nearby. "At this time, our room should not have been checked out yet, right?" The female manager finally reacted, nodding and saying, "Yes, the official checkout time is 6 o'clock in the evening." "Great, then help me extend for 2 more days." Chen Yang took out the long card from Huaxia Bank and handed it to the female manager. The female manager was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion, "Extend for 2 more days? Mr. Chen, do you want to continue your stay?" No. Chen Yang shook his head, yawned, and said, "I won't stay, but I also don't want to let the dog stay." As he spoke, he cast a cold glance at John and Song Sinyu in front of him. John and Song Sinyu didn't take it seriously at all. They didn't even know what Chen Yang was doing. Extend the stay for 2 days? Extend what? The storage room? Ha. However, what the female manager said next left them dumbfounded. The female manager took out the POS machine and completed the card swipe directly. After the card was successfully swiped, she respectfully said to Chen Yang, "Honorable Mr. Chen, you have spent 1,760,000, successfully extending your stay in the presidential suite of our overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel for 2 days. You are now a black gold VIP of our overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. From now on, as long as you are within the entire Shenzhen area, you can enjoy services from our overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. We wish you a pleasant stay." This sentence undoubtedly left John and Song Sinyu shocked in place. Chen Yang had actually extended his stay in the Sky Garden presidential suite? Over $100,000 a night, hundreds of thousands of RMB for the Sky Garden presidential suite? This is too exaggerated, right? Moreover, it was an extension, which meant that he and Yao Na had already stayed there last night. Adding the 2 days of extension, the expenditure had already exceeded 2 million, enough to buy a Porsche 911. Song Sinyu was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. John, however, regained his composure and angrily said, "This is impossible. How can a lowly Dragon Country person like you afford such a luxurious presidential suite? It must be fake. Where are the staff? I want to check into the Sky Garden presidential suite, come over and assist me." This guy's arrogant nature was revealed as he shouted in the lobby in his broken Chinese. The female manager approached directly, took out her name tag, and said, "Hello, Mr. John. I am Lin Yun, the general manager of the overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. I was the one who contacted you before. You could have checked into the Sky Garden presidential suite, but unfortunately, Mr. Chen has already checked in. I hope you can change to another room, and our hotel sincerely apologizes." The female manager's tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Listening to the female manager's words, John finally understood that this was not fake. This Dragon Country person had really extended his stay in the Sky Garden presidential suite for 2 days. He stared fiercely at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, however, didn't care about his gaze at all, wrapping his arm around Yao Na and heading towards the entrance of the overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. Before leaving, he added one last remark.
Manager Lin,
I may not necessarily come to stay in this presidential suite for the 2 days I extended.
but you must keep an eye on it for me. Just don't let the dog come in to stay.
It was already obvious who the dog referred to. The female manager smiled lightly and said, Mr.
Chen, please rest assured.
After a hearty laugh, Chen Yang left the overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel with Yao Na.
Behind them, John's impotent rage erupted.
FK. Meanwhile, Song Sinyu was struck by lightning, petrified in place as he watched Chen Yang leave with Yao Na in his arms. At this moment, he finally realized. Chen Yang had not been lying before.
Chen Yang's financial power.
It was probably beyond his imagination. In front of Chen Yang, he was just a clown. The gap between Chen Yang and him had already become vast.
Boom!
The Ferrari 812 left the overseas Chinese Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel.
It was now evening.
The sunset clouds in the sky were beautiful, and a cool breeze was blowing, making it quite pleasant. Chen Yang opened the convertible of the Ferrari 812, and together with Yao Na, they enjoyed the cool night breeze, feeling relaxed and joyful. Yao Na was very happy, her beautiful face full of delight.
Honey, that was so awesome just now. Did you see that arrogant foreigner getting put in his place? It was so funny.
These despicable and shameless foreigners should have been dealt with long ago. Yao Na was also a woman with a strong sense of values. She wasn't extremely xenophobic, she welcomed friendly foreigners with joy, but she found arrogant and greedy foreigners like John the most disgusting. In the past, for work, she always had to put on a smiling face. Today, Chen Yang had truly helped her vent her frustrations, and it felt so good. A smile appeared on Chen Yang's face as he playfully asked, Is your husband amazing or what? Yao Na instantly transformed into a cute, feminine demeanor, sweetly saying, Honey, you're so amazing.
I really like it.
Chen Yang laughed heartily, driving the Ferrari with one hand, carrying Yao Na, his former goddess, speeding through the deep city in the evening. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent expenditure, reward granted, 2,200,000. The reward for the recent indulgence had arrived. Spending over 1,700,000, the reward was over 2 million. This feeling was simply exhilarating.
Beautiful cars and women. A life of luxury.
At this moment, Chen Yang felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of life.
Happy community.
This was the old neighborhood where Chen Yang and Yao Na used to live. Unlike Chen Yang, who had rented a place in Happy Community and moved away during middle school, Yao Na and Song Sinyu had always owned a home there. So they had always lived here.
Chen Yang drove the Ferrari to Happy Community.
Sitting in the car, looking at the old and dilapidated Happy Community, with peeling walls, Chen Yang felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling bits and pieces of the past. So many years have passed, and this place hasn't changed at all.
Chen Yang smiled slightly. Yao Na sighed, what can change?
Happy Community isn't in the central area, it's in the suburbs. The demolition plan won't even come up for at least 100 years. This place will always be like this, it won't change.
Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed.
Happy Community was an old district of Deep City, essentially a village within the city, and it was unlikely to be demolished. Chen Yang parked the Ferrari 812 under the apartment building where Yao Na lived, then got out of the car with her.
Shall we go up and sit for a while? Yao Na asked with a smile.
Of course, I haven't been here in many years, and I haven't seen uncle and auntie in a long time either, Chen Yang replied with a smile. He used to have a good relationship with Yao Na's parents and often kept in touch.
Great.
Yao Na was also quite happy, suddenly feeling a strange sense of meeting the parents. The two walked side by side into the apartment building, heading upstairs.
How have uncle and auntie been these years? Are they in good health? Chen Yang asked as they walked. My dad is okay.
When it came to this, Yao Na's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly as she said, My mom's health isn't very good, she got sick a couple of years ago and has been undergoing treatment.
Is it serious? Chen Yang frowned and asked.
It's okay, she's had several surgeries, but she has to keep spending money on various imported medicines.
Other than that, there are no major issues, Yao Na sighed.
It was clear that the medical expenses were not a small amount. No wonder Yao Na had been at Vacheron Constantine all these years, never leaving or choosing another job to pursue her dreams. It turned out there was this pressure.
Chen Yang nodded, not saying much more. The two quickly arrived at the apartment.
After opening the door, Chen Yang immediately smelled a pungent herbal medicine scent. Looking around the apartment, although it was clean and tidy, it was quite old. The living environment was far inferior not only to a hotel but even to the Shaowan community.
It's a bit messy, don't mind it, Yao Na said as she turned on the light. The apartment became a little brighter.
Chen Yang nodded, sat on the sofa, and looked at the apartment in front of him, smiling as he said, This place really brings back memories.
Yeah, we used to play here a lot when we were kids, and watch TV, Yana reminisced, her lips curling into a smile as she added, back then, you always snatched the remote from me, but you could never beat me, I had you under control. I didn't expect that after so many years, now it's you who has me under control. When Yana said the word control, her smile grew even more pronounced, clearly carrying a deeper meaning. Chen Yang also fell into memories. Yes, everything back then was so warm and happy, but unfortunately, more than a decade has passed in a flash, and all that beauty can only exist in memories now. While the two were chatting, a voice suddenly came from the room. Na, are you back? It was a woman's voice. As soon as Chen Yang heard it, he knew who it was, Yana's mother, Zhanghua, also known as Aunt Zhang to him. Yes, Mom, I brought a friend back, Yana replied. A friend? Zhanghua seemed a bit surprised, and then there was the sound of a door opening. The door to the side bedroom opened, and Zhanghua walked out, her eyes filled with a hint of surprise. Is it a boyfriend? Chen Yang also saw Zhanghua. At that moment, Zhanghua was completely different from before. She had been beautiful, which was why she could give birth to a daughter as stunning as Yana. Now, however, Zhanghua was extremely thin, her hair gray, and she looked very old. Clearly, she had been severely tormented by illness. Aunt Zhang, long time no see, Chen Yang greeted with a smile. Zhanghua looked at Chen Yang, her eyes filled with confusion. After a while, she seemed to recognize him and said, You are Chen Yang? Yes, that's right, Chen Yang nodded with a smile. Upon realizing it was Chen Yang, Zhanghua's expression turned joyful as she said, It really is Chen Yang. I didn't expect you to have grown up so much. And you look quite handsome too, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Aunt Zhang, your charm hasn't diminished at all. But Zhanghua sighed sadly, Oh, don't flatter me. I know very well what I look like now. I'm old, sick, and no longer the same. Mom, what are you talking about? Your illness is almost better, Yana quickly interjected. Zhanghua coughed twice and said, I probably won't recover from this illness. I fear I will have to take medicine for the rest of my life. Nah, she continued, your mom is counting on you. Hurry up and find a boyfriend, otherwise, I don't know how to handle my medical expenses in the future. With just 2 sentences, Zhanghua had brought up a very sharp issue. Marriage pressure. Yes, this was currently Yao Na's #1 concern. You see, Yao Na was already approaching her 30s, considered a leftover woman, and it was indeed time for her to get married. Being pressured about marriage face to face, Yao Na's expression was not very pleasant. Clearly, the pressure from home was weighing heavily on her. Mom, since Chen Yang is here today, can we not talk about this? Yao Na tried to stop Zhanghua from bringing up the marriage issue. But Zhanghua continued, so what? Chen Yang is not an outsider, what's the problem? Nana, recently your aunt she introduced you to a Mr. Wang who runs a catering company, he's quite wealthy. He's also very interested in you. You should arrange to meet him sometime. Zhanghua was reminding Yao Nana of these things. Chen Yang, who was listening nearby, frowned. The Zhanghua of the past was not like this. She used to be gentle and kind, and she respected Yao Nana greatly. Now, however, perhaps it was the years of suffering from illness that had changed her temperament. Chen Yang, who was also quite emotionally intelligent, understood that Zhanghua's words had a hint of urgency, so he smiled and said, Then Aunt Zhang, Nana, you two can chat. I'll take my leave. Chen Yang tactfully stood up to leave. Yao Nana saw Chen Yang was about to go, and a hint of reluctance flashed in her beautiful eyes. She instinctively called out, old. The word husband was stopped just in time. Yao Nana changed her words, Chen Yang, aren't you going to have a meal before you leave? No, I have some things to attend to. Let's get together another day, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Alright, Yao Nana nodded. Zhanghua also spoke up, come visit again when you have time. Chen Yang nodded and left. After Chen Yang left, Yao Nana expressed her dissatisfaction. Mom, he came to our house as a guest, why do you have to say all these random things? What do you mean by random? Isn't this the most important thing right now? Zhanghua retorted without hesitation. Such things can be discussed privately. I don't know what you're thinking saying them in front of others. Yao Nana was a bit angry. Zhanghua, however, replied bluntly, do you think I don't know? I'm just afraid that Chen Yang and you are getting too close, so I deliberately made him give up on that idea. Isn't Chen Yang good? Young and handsome, Yao Nana continued. Can being young and handsome put food on the table? Zhanghua snorted and said, Nana, how old are you? Your thoughts are still so naive. If you want to live well in the second half of your life, relying on being young and handsome is useless. You still need to have money. Without money, you're nothing. Upon hearing this, Yao Nana smiled and said, Mom, how can you be so sure that Chen Yang has no money? Don't I know Chen Yang well enough? Zhanghua replied confidently, we all lived in the same place before,
we saw each other all the time. Chen Yang's family conditions are so poor, the house in the community is rented. Now that he's graduated and has been working for a few years, how much money could he possibly have? Zheng Hua wasn't looking down on Chen Yang, she was just calculating based on reality. It was normal for a college student with no family background who had just started working a few years ago to have no money. However, the smile on Yao Nana's face grew even brighter as she said, "What if Chen Yang has money?" "Impossible," Zheng Hua shook her head directly. "I said what if?" Yao Nana repeated. "If Chen Yang had money, then everything would be negotiable." Zheng Hua's tone softened slightly. Yao Nana smiled and said, "As long as Chen Yang has money, I can be his mistress and let him support me. How about that?" "What are you saying? You're so beautiful, with such a good figure, why would you be a mistress?" Zheng Hua said discontentedly. "Didn't you say to bow to reality?" "I'm bowing to reality now," Yao Nana said with a playful smile, "just say whether it's possible or not." "Mom." Zheng Hua thought carefully for a moment, then finally smiled and said, "Well, it's not impossible." Outside Happiness Community, Chen Yang got into his Ferrari 812. He had just sat down for a short while, and the car hadn't even started yet. A WeChat message chimed in. It was a message from Yao Nana. "Little Nana, hubby, I'm sorry, my mom is like this. After being sick for these years, and since I haven't found a boyfriend, she's a bit too anxious. This good sister is really very considerate." Knowing that what just happened must have made Chen Yang uncomfortable, Chen Yang smiled and replied directly, "Mu Yang, it's fine, I can understand. I just don't know if you want to meet that General Manager Wang in a couple of days?" Xiao Nana, "Humph, what nonsense General Manager Wang, compared to my husband, he is nothing. I don't want to meet you, I belong to you for life, husband." The sweet words made Yao Na seem like a little woman. This also directly boosted Chen Yang's emotional value. Moreover, she was afraid Chen Yang would think too much, so she added another sentence. "Xiao Nana, and husband, I'm very understanding, you can have as many women outside as you want, I won't mind. I'm just your little lover, as long as you're lonely, come find me, and I will definitely make you very, very happy." Yao Na is a very smart woman, she knows Chen Yang is already very wealthy now. She absolutely cannot control Chen Yang to only like her. After all, although she is Chen Yang's goddess, she is not true love has already left Chen Yang. She has no right to demand anything. As Chen Yang looked at Yao Na's words, he seemed to think of something, his expression complex. He sent a message. This message, however, was not any words, but a transfer. 300,000. The long card transfer from Huaxia Bank has no limit, so there would be no problem. After Chen Yang's 300,000 transfer was sent, Yao Na was silent for a while before replying. "Xiao Nana, husband, what is this? Mu Yang, aren't you going to be my little lover? Since I've been supporting you, how can I not give you money? 300,000, is that enough?" 300,000 is nothing to Chen Yang. He had actually thought about it. Originally, he wanted to casually send Yao Na some bags or jewelry. After all, Yao Na is a good sister who has helped him so much over the years, and now they have finally come together, so she should receive some benefits. However, after looking at Yao Na's family situation, Chen Yang still felt that giving money directly might be the best option. Although this was a bit blunt, it was the most efficient way to help Yao Na. Yao Na's reply came quickly. "Xiao Nana, husband, so much money is not needed, just give me 10 or 20,000, a few thousand is enough. I'm not worth that much money." Yao Na said this, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed to accept it. "Mu Yang, what can 10 or 20,000 do? Since you, Nana, are willing to be my little lover, there will naturally be corresponding rewards. From now on, 30,000 a month, is that enough for you?" "Xiao Nana, huh? 30,000 a month? That's too much, absolutely not. 30,000 a month is an astronomical figure for her as a corporate slave." Chen Yang was silent for a moment before replying. "Mu Yang, sister Na, this 30,000 is nothing to me, but it will be very useful for you. Accept it, take this money, improve your life, move to a better place. You always live in such a place with poor security, I worry about you. Also, take good care of Aunt Zhang's health, Uncle Yao should still be working, right? I remember he works in a factory, which is very demanding, don't let him work so hard. You helped me a lot back then, and you have been helping me all these years, this money is my heartfelt gratitude to you." Chen Yang's words were heartfelt. He no longer has many relatives in this world, and someone like Yao Na, who is so close and sincere, is already considered family to him. Yao Na has given everything for him, and it is only right for him to help her. Yao Na was also silent, and after a moment, she responded. "Xiao Nana, thank you, husband. I understand, this money, I will accept it. In the future, I will definitely serve you with more dedication. I will be a good little lover, husband, please rest assured." In the end, Yana also sent a voice message. Husband, love you. Those 4 words filled the emotional value to the brim. Chen Yang's sense of satisfaction also surged. He felt joyful, refreshed, and the air on the road seemed fresh. Moreover, after indulging all night last night, Chen Yang didn't feel too tired, indicating that his physical condition had improved quite a bit, and everything was developing in a good direction. This kind of life is the true carefree life. It's so comfortable. However, at this moment, another message came in. Lemon sauce, which is Chen Qingning's message. Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, tonight, Tao Tao and I are all set to go, just waiting for you to come over. You must not stand us up. Chen Qingning also sent a selfie of herself and Xin Tao. In the photo, Xin Tao and Chen Qingning were not wearing the usual black and white JK uniforms, but rather black and white strap princess dresses. They were originally pure and lovely college students, and wearing these black and white princess dresses exuded an unbeatable youthful cuteness. Sister flowers are indeed sister flowers. Very nice. Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied. Mu Yang, rest assured, we will definitely meet. Lemon sauce, okay, brother Chen Yang, Tao Tao and I are waiting for you. You must not stand us up, or I will really be very sad. Chen Qingning reminded him one last time. She was not joking. If Chen Yang really didn't show up, she would probably be very sad. Because today is not an ordinary day. Today is actually Chen Qingning's birthday, but she didn't tell Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang knew, he had known for many years, and he had already prepared a birthday party for his good sister. Things were almost settled. Chen Yang started his Ferrari 812, speeding through the streets of Deep City, heading back to Shaoan Community, New York International Airport. In the hotel, Giraud had already changed into her flight attendant uniform, standing in front of the mirror, slightly lost in thought. Giraud had always known she was beautiful. From childhood to adulthood, she was the goddess adored by all, excelling in elementary school, middle school, high school, and university. She had many admirers. Originally, she should have been able to stand on stage, shining brightly. Unfortunately, until now, she had not been able to fulfill that wish. But she wouldn't blame Chen Yang for it. She could only say that her abilities were still insufficient, lacking the strength to pursue her ultimate dream. At the same time, a phone call came in. It was Qin Lan. Qin Lan was a manager at an entertainment company in Deep City, who had been responsible for Giraud for a period of time. Sister Qin Lan, how did the last matter go? After answering the call, Giraud directly asked. The last matter was her request to Qin Lan to help her contact some entertainment companies in Deep City to see if there was any possibility of being cultivated. Qin Lan's reply came quickly. I've already contacted them, but because of your age, many entertainment companies in Deep City don't have much hope for you. Only a few companies think your looks are acceptable and want you to give it a try. These companies are all medium-sized entertainment companies. I helped you pick, and in the end, Tianma is the most suitable. Qin Lan was still very professional and quickly made the arrangements. Tianma? Giraud had a certain understanding of these entertainment companies and knew that Tianma was neither large nor small in scale and capacity in Deep City. Their main focus was on the internet celebrity field. However, they had also launched 1 or 2 second or third tier stars, showing some development potential. Qin Lan continued, Tianma is already quite good. You've been out of the scene for so long, you should give it a try. Alright, when is the interview? Giraud finally nodded. Qin Lan said, next week. Next week. Just in time for Giraud's return to Langhua. Qin Lan added, Tianma has had some changes recently. I heard that the manager in charge of the interviews is a newly appointed connection, probably a rich kid, so be careful. A rich kid? Giraud's beautiful eyes dimmed for a moment. If that's the case, then the hope seems very slim, right? You have to know that these parachuted rich kids love to play by the rules behind the scenes. They probably already have a predetermined list of candidates. Sigh. Giraud sighed. Now even getting into a medium-sized entertainment company was a luxury. Speaking of which, Chen Yang was still an employee at Tianma, but as a low-level staff member, he probably wouldn't have any contact with these collaborations. Although Giraud's fame was not what it used to be, her looks, figure, and temperament were still very good. If she really signed with Tianma, the person she would be dealing with should be at the managerial level. Qin Lan said, Ro, back when you just graduated from university, how many companies were looking for you? You insisted on announcing your relationship and staying in Deep City. Now, years have passed, and things are so different. Giraud, do you regret it? Back then, Giraud was the brightest star at the communication university. She was the dream goddess of many men and had quite a reputation in Deep City. Unfortunately, one wrong step completely ruined her entertainment career. Giraud shook her head and smiled, saying, what's there to regret?
Many things in life need to be tried.
I was with Chen Yang and enjoyed a lot of sweetness, even though the final outcome was not satisfactory.
But at least I had it. That's enough.
Zhiro smiled lightly, looking at herself in the mirror, confident, generous, and elegant.
In the Shaoan community, there was still some time before Chen Qingning's invitation.
Chen Yang returned to the apartment and rested for a while.
He was also on the phone. Manager Chen, this batch of internet celebrities is of a slightly lower tier.
In a week, another batch will come, and their tier will be much higher.
If you want to see them, I can arrange it for you.
The deputy manager of the department, Zhou Man,
a very capable female subordinate. She reminded Chen Yang whether he wanted to come and see the female internet celebrities.
If it were someone else, a rich kid, her doing this would definitely be very savvy.
Unfortunately, she was facing Chen Yang. That was also quite savvy.
Tomorrow, Chen Yang indeed planned to go to the company. A new batch of internet celebrities had joined, and as a manager, he needed to go take a look.
Of course, he definitely wasn't going to see any pretty internet celebrities. He just wanted to see if he could activate asset tasks and increase his stake in Tianma. Tianma was a publicly listed entertainment company, and its shares were quite valuable.
If he could get another 5% stake, reaching around 15%, he would have absolute say in Tianma Group, which would be very beneficial for Chen Yang's future development.
All right, I'll go over tomorrow. Chen Yang agreed. Zhou Man also hung up the phone. The time was about right. Chen Yang changed his clothes and was ready to head out.
Just as he stepped out of the apartment and was about to head downstairs, he suddenly felt a soft impact from behind, as if someone had bumped into him, followed by a crisp "ah" sound.
Chen Yang quickly turned around.
What came into view was a voluptuous figure, curvaceous and very sexy. The only person who could possess such an exquisite body was, of course, the landlady.
Chen Yang hurried over to help the landlady up and asked with concern, "Landlady, are you okay?" I'm fine." The landlady's face turned red, and then she blinked, asking in confusion, "Chen Yang, can you recognize me?" Chen Yang was speechless. How could he not recognize her? Yes.
The landlady was wearing a baseball cap, a mask, and glasses, looking thoroughly wrapped up, but that figure was impossible to conceal. He recognized her at a glance.
"Landlady, this isn't a TV drama. Wearing a mask doesn't mean you can't be recognized,"
Chen Yang said with a helpless smile. The landlady's pretty face flushed even more, as if she had done something shameful and had been caught.
"Landlady, what are you doing out at this hour, dressed like this?"
Chen Yang asked while helping the landlady pick up the things she had dropped. The landlady had dropped a few packages. Chen Yang picked them up. The packages were tightly wrapped, making it hard to tell what was inside. Seeing Chen Yang pick up her packages, the landlady's face turned even redder, and she quickly said, It's
nothing. I just went to pick up a package."
She hurriedly took the package from Chen Yang's hands and hugged it to her chest, as if it were something valuable, afraid that Chen Yang would discover it. Chen Yang was taken aback, then smiled. "You're so nervous, it must be something good."
"Not at all, just some ordinary, everyday items. Enough of that. I'm leaving now." The landlady fled in a hurry.
Chen Yang watched her S-shaped figure and joked, "Landlady, take care, don't bump into anyone again."
"I know," the landlady replied, but then she paused and looked at Chen Yang, saying, "By the way, Chen Yang, when do you have time to come over and take some photos of me?" When the landlady said this, her pretty face was filled with anticipation. She was indeed looking forward to it. Although that day, Chen Yang had taken her out and helped her ease her worries, the shadows of so many years could not be erased. Only in front of Chen Yang did the landlady feel a bit braver. So, she had prepared so many beautiful outfits and was eager to wear them. Whenever Chen Yang came, she would wear them to take photos. She couldn't wait to see her sexy and charming self. Photos? Chen Yang thought for a moment. It seemed he didn't have time in the next couple of days. He had to attend Chen Qingning's birthday tonight, go to the company tomorrow, and then to his sister-in-law's freshman orientation. How about the night after tomorrow? That should work. Chen Yang gave a time. "Okay. Then I'll be waiting." "Oh, you must not stand me up the night after tomorrow." The landlady's beautiful eyes were full of expectation. "Don't worry, being able to take photos of the landlady is a great benefit. I'm happy to do it. Why would I stand you up?" Chen Yang teased half-jokingly. "Poof." The landlady huffed, playfully scolding Chen Yang, "You're not serious." Then she left. Chen Yang also went downstairs and soon left the Shaoan community. Once he reached the parking lot outside, he got into his Ferrari and drove towards the place he had agreed upon with Chen Qingning. On the other side, at Yao Na's home, "Nana, come eat." Yao Hai, Nana's father, had already prepared the meal and set it on the table. "Coming," Nana replied and came out with Zhang Hua, sitting on opposite sides of the table. The three began to eat. During the meal, Yao Hai smiled and asked, Nana, I heard from your mom that Chen Yang came over today?
Yes, he did, Nana said, holding her bowl, nodding her head, but glanced at Zheng Hua and said unhappily, but mom chased him away.
Ha! Yao Hai was puzzled and looked at Zheng Hua, saying, why did you chase Chen Yang away?
It's been so many years since you last saw him, why not let him stay for a meal?
Zheng Hua replied bluntly, what's there to stay for? You think Chen Yang and Nana's relationship is that simple? It was already off before. Today, it was even more off.
The way Nana looks at Chen Yang, it's almost like she's about to melt.
I can feel it.
Making him leave quickly is to protect our Nana, so she won't be deceived by this kid. Zheng Hua, after all, was Nana's biological mother and was quite perceptive, immediately noticing the issue between Nana and Chen Yang.
Is that true? Yao Hai was slightly taken aback and looked at Nana in surprise. Nana, is what your mom said true?
Don't listen to her nonsense, Nana retorted directly. Chen Yang and I have a pure sibling relationship. There's nothing between us. As she said this, Nana's pretty face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. She and Chen Yang were indeed quite pure.
Pure enough to have spent several nights together.
Stop pretending, I can see through it, Zheng Hua said confidently, continuing, besides, even if nothing is going on, I'm just being cautious, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yao Hai said, what you're saying is too exaggerated. Chen Yang isn't that bad, is he? He's not as terrible as you say.
It's not that I look down on Chen Yang, Zheng Hua said bluntly, but having Chen Yang and Nana together is not good for either him or us.
You know Chen Yang's family situation isn't great, it's even a bit worse than ours.
And our family's situation is so poor right now, I have an illness, and when you get old, only Nana can earn money to take care of me. If Chen Yang and Nana are together, we would become a burden to him, and he can't provide us with any help. So, doing this is not good for either of our families.
Although Zheng Hua's temperament had changed a lot over the years, she wasn't completely unreasonable.
After rationally analyzing the situation, she continued to speak to Nana. Nana, given our family's current situation, we can only look for a wealthy person.
It's not that mom doesn't support you, it's just that we have to face reality.
In a place like Deep City, finding a wealthy person will greatly help our future life.
And with your figure and looks, Nana, you can definitely find someone. With our family's conditions, we shouldn't go and harm others. Zheng Hua advised Nana.
Yao Hai beside her side, Nana, although your mom's words are a bit rough, they do make sense.
Chen Yang really isn't suitable.
Nana's family situation had been very poor in recent years. Zheng Hua's medical expenses alone were over 10,000 a month, and after deducting daily expenses from the salaries of Nana and Yao Hai, they barely had enough to get by, which didn't improve their quality of life at all. Living in such a dark old neighborhood had indeed made people feel irritable. Therefore, their thoughts were quite realistic. Hearing this, Nana appeared calm on the surface, but felt a wave of sweetness in her heart. Previously, she thought it was quite abrupt that Chen Yang directly gave her 300,000 a month. It felt a bit strange, as if their sibling relationship had changed.
Wasn't it just spending a night with my good little brother? Is it really necessary to throw money at her? How vulgar. Yao Na's feelings were genuine, okay?
But at this moment, Yao Na could only sigh that her good little brother was truly wise. In this world, watches and bags are not important, only real money matters the most.
300,000. So tempting. The corners of Yao Na's mouth curled up, revealing a playful smile as she said, Mom and Dad, what you mean is, as long as there's money, I can be with whoever I want? What are you talking about? Yao Hai said directly, at least it has to be someone presentable.
Zheng Hua added, as long as it's not some old man, of course, if he's very rich, that's also acceptable.
Good, with your words, I can rest assured.
Yao Na took out a bank card and placed it on the table, saying, there are 200,000 in this card. Enough for mom's medical expenses and our family's expenses for a year. You can take this money first, I will continue to give more every month.
I only have one request.
That is, you must not interfere in my romantic issues, no matter who I date, whether I become a mistress or a lover, you cannot interfere.
This is what you said.
Yao Na's smile carried a hint of mischief, feeling like her scheme had succeeded.
200,000?
Zheng Hua and Yao Hai were taken aback, looking at each other in disbelief.
Where did Yao Na get so much money?
They wanted to ask Yao Na more questions, but she had already left, heading straight back to her room. Only Zheng Hua and Yao Hai remained in the living room, staring blankly at the bank card. After Yao Na returned to her bedroom, her smile grew even more pronounced as she took out her phone and sent a message to Chen Yang.
Hubby, thank you. Deep City, Dapang New District, by the sea.
At this moment, night had fallen, and there were still many tourists playing on the beach, bustling with activity. On the nearby road, a bright red, technologically advanced Ferrari 812 was parked. Chen Yang was looking at his phone in the car.
Xiao Nana, hubby, thank you.
Chen Yang smiled slightly at the message, roughly guessing what his good sister was thanking him for, and immediately replied.
Mu Yang, just to thank you? Xiao Nana, what else? Do you want me to come find you? Or are you coming to my house? I can warm the bed for you, hubby.
Yana had completely fallen for him. It hadn't been long since they had just finished, and she was already saying such tempting words again. In fact, this was Yaona's true nature. Yaona had never been a particularly serious woman. She was the mischievous older sister next door. She hadn't had a boyfriend before, so she hadn't unlocked that side of herself. Now, she had been completely unlocked by Chen Yang.
Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied. Mu Yang, I have some things to do tonight, so I'll let you off this time. Next time, I will definitely come to see you in person. Xiao Nana, okay, hubby, I'm waiting. The conversation with Yaona ended.
Soon after, another message came in. It was from Missanen, also known as Chenanan.
Missanen, dear esteemed member, are you not coming to work out today?
And Anne's message carried a teasing tone.
Mu Yang, I have some things to do today, so I can't make it for now.
Missanen, alright, I prepared everything. Personal training, massage, stretching classes, all set, just waiting for the boss to show up. Chen and Anne's attitude had changed significantly. The already considerate and coach now had a somewhat servile tone. The effect of spending money was fully evident.
Mu Yang, I hope Coach Anan can give me a different experience. Maybe I'll spend a bit more. Miss Anan, I definitely will. Next time, I'll let the members experience new training. Chen Yang was quite looking forward to it.
Chen Anan was the woman with the best figure among those he knew, with a defined waist, peach-shaped bottom, and 30-60 bust.
What would Coach Anan's new experience be?
After finishing the conversation with Coach Anan, there was another message. This time, it was from the main character of today.
Chen Xingning's lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, it's so late, why aren't you here yet?
I'm getting a bit anxious, #little cat is wronged #.
Deep City, inside a high-end KTV outside the Media University.
At this moment, the sounds of music, dice rolling, and drinking games filled the air. The KTV was quite crowded, with about 20 to 30 people, all handsome guys and beautiful girls, mostly students. Among these people, the most beautiful were undoubtedly Chen Xingning and Shen Tao, both wearing princess dresses, one black and one white, their exquisite faces paired with perfect figures, making them stand out among the crowd.
Their looks were exceptionally high.
Among the girls, Chen Xingning and Shen Tao were the most beautiful. Among the boys, there were also a few handsome ones, all with striking features and tall figures, but without exception, they occasionally cast heated glances at Chen Xingning and Shen Tao.
Is brother Chen Yang coming or not? Shen Tao asked anxiously.
I'm asking, Chen Xingning replied, then looked at Shen Tao, her beautiful eyes sparkling with interest as she smiled. Tao, why do I feel like you're more concerned than I am?
No way.
Shen Tao's face turned slightly red as she said, today is your birthday, Sister Xingning. I'm just asking for you.
Really just asking for me?
Chen Xingning's smile was playful, her eyes filled with teasing as she looked at the younger Shen Tao. Sister Xingning, stop probing, it's so embarrassing.
Shen Tao's face turned even redder.
Since the last incident, she had indeed been daydreaming often, frequently recalling moments spent with Chen Yang. So, she was filled with anticipation for tonight. Chen Xingning, however, let out a delicate laugh, stroking Shen Tao's smooth long hair, and said, young girls in love are so cute.
It seems my plan is about to succeed. My sister will soon be with brother Chen Yang. Sister Xingning, don't say that.
Shen Tao's heart raced. She wasn't like Shen Tao, a little vixen. She was still a relatively pure college girl and didn't dare to follow Chen Xingning's lead. She quickly changed the subject, saying, Sister Xingning, it's almost 10 o'clock, brother Chen Yang still hasn't come.
He wouldn't have forgotten, would he?
Speaking of this, Chen Xingning's beautiful eyes dimmed a bit as she sighed. I don't know. I actually never told brother Chen Yang that today is my birthday.
Ha! Shen Tao said in surprise, Sister Xingning, if you don't tell brother Chen Yang, how would he know?
He probably thinks today is just an ordinary gathering and won't take it to heart, Chen Xingning said, resting her chin on her hands, blinking her beautiful big eyes, and added, if I told brother Chen Yang, it would feel a bit like moral coercion.
Forcing him to come celebrate my birthday. I don't like that. Even if I'm not happy, I won't make brother Chen Yang unhappy.
This was not just a green tea statement, her feelings for Chen Yang were indeed very deep.
Shen Tao said with a hint of envy, Sister Xingning, you're really good to brother Chen Yang.
Of course, without brother Chen Yang, I don't know what I would be like now.
Chen Xingning smiled sweetly, completely unconcerned. Just then, the phone rang. Both Chen Xingning and Yaona's eyes lit up. This should be a message from Chen Yang. The two opened WeChat. Sure enough, it was Chen Yang's reply.
Muyang, I won't be coming today, you guys come over, I'll treat you to a late night snack. After saying that, Chen Yang directly sent an address.
Da Pang New District. Deep Affection Midnight Spicy Hot Pot.
Chen Xingning and Yao Nao were slightly taken aback upon seeing this message. They didn't expect Chen Yang not to come and instead asked them to go over.
Xin Tao's little face immediately fell, and she said somewhat gloomily, "It seems that brother Chen Yang really forgot." Chen Xingning and Xin Tao had actually prepared some programs for tonight, just waiting for Chen Yang to arrive. Now that Chen Yang wasn't coming and had sent a location for spicy hot pot instead, it probably meant he didn't even remember that today was Chen Xingning's birthday.
Although Chen Xingning was very obedient to Chen Yang, she felt a bit disappointed inside, but she still replied directly.
Lemon sauce, okay, brother Chen Yang, we'll be there soon.
Mu Yang, I'll wait for you. After sending the message, Chen Xingning put down her phone and smiled at Xin Tao. Tao Tao, get ready, let's go?
Ha! Xin Tao said somewhat anxiously, Sister Xingning, isn't this inappropriate? This KTV gathering was specially arranged by Senior Zhou for you. It's specifically to celebrate your birthday. If we leave now, it wouldn't be good.
This gathering was organized by a senior named Zhou Rui, who was part of the student council and had a certain prestige in the school, so he specially organized this gathering to celebrate Chen Xingning's birthday. Of course, this guy was also one of Chen Xingning's admirers.
Saying it was a birthday celebration was just a way to show loyalty.
Chen Xingning glanced around but had no interest at all, shaking her head. If brother Chen Yang isn't coming, it won't be meaningful.
Let's get ready to go for late night snacks.
All right. Xin Tao could only obediently nod in agreement. While the two were packing their things, on the other side at the booth, several boys were chatting among themselves.
Jogu, today's arrangement is really good.
You remembered Chen Xingning's birthday so long in advance, and today you specially organized this gathering to celebrate her birthday. She must be very, very touched.
Of course, Zhou Ji's skills in pursuing girls are top-notch.
We wouldn't even dare to think about a goddess-level beauty like Chen Xingning, and it looks like Jogu is about to win her over.
So envious, we're all in the same dormitory, how is Jogu so outstanding?
Soon we'll be calling Chen Xingning's sister-in-law. These boys were all flattering Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui was a bit older than them, had some money in his family, and was part of the student council, so he naturally held a certain prestige among this group. In their eyes, he was a definite success. Zhou Rui, dressed in a white suit and slicked back hair, listened to their words with a proud smile. It's just some small tricks, nothing to brag about.
To win over a goddess like Chen Xingning, the most important thing is to be sincere and understand the other person first.
You guys can learn slowly, there's still more to learn. This guy was really boasting to himself, as if he had already won over Chen Xingning.
The roommates all echoed, Jogu is amazing. We will definitely learn from Jogu in the future. Strive to find a partner soon.
Zhou Rui, flattered to the point of floating, continued, just inviting her out to celebrate isn't enough. If you want to truly enter the goddess's heart, you need some skills.
Watch me.
After Zhou Rui finished speaking, he stood up directly from his seat and, under the admiring gazes of several roommates, walked to the karaoke stage and chose a song, Because of Love. Then, holding the microphone, he asked, everyone, please be quiet. Today is Xingning's birthday, and this party is specifically prepared for her.
I hope everyone has a great time.
Of course, what I hope the most is that Xingning has a great time. Here, I also plan to dedicate a song, Because of Love, to Xingning.
I wonder if she can sing along with me. Zhou Rui finished this speech in front of everyone. The crowd gasped in unison.
Wow, Zhou Rui prepared a birthday party just for Senior Xingning, how romantic.
Zhou Rui is young and handsome, and his family is quite wealthy. He is so thoughtful towards Senior Xingning, I really envy her.
It's obvious with this song, Zhou Rui is going to confess to Senior Xingning.
So romantic. I wonder if Senior Xingning will accept. She should, right? Who could refuse Zhou Rui? All eyes in the KTV turned to Chen Xingning.
At that moment, Chen Xingning had just finished packing up with Xin Tao and was looking for an excuse to leave. Under the spotlight, Xin Tao's face turned bright red, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in, feeling completely at a loss about what to do. Xin Tao's old admirer, Zhou Hao, was also in the crowd, watching Xin Tao's flustered state with a protective gaze.
Tao Tao must be looking forward to such a romantic confession, right?
If I were a bit more proactive, maybe I would have a chance, he fantasized in his heart. But the thought of being the center of attention made him retreat, lacking the courage. Chen Xingning, however, remained calm and unaffected.
Xingning, I really envy you.
After 4 years of college, it seems your love life is finally here, said one of Chen Xingning's roommates, a senior named Gao Yao, who was slightly older than her and looked at her with envy.
Everyone thought Chen Xingning would definitely agree to sing along.
Unexpectedly, Chen Xingning only showed an awkward yet polite smile and said directly, "I'm sorry, I can't sing well. Tao Tao and I have some things to attend to. We have to leave now." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the KTV was almost stunned. She refused. Chen Xingning actually refused. And the reason was so flimsy, she couldn't sing well? It should be known that Chen Xingning became famous in school because she served as a publicity officer in the cultural department during her freshman year, often singing beautifully, and many people in the school knew about it. This was clearly a refusal for the sake of refusing. What surprised them even more was that not only did Chen Xingning refuse, but she also intended to leave. What was going on? This party was entirely prepared for Chen Xingning. Zhou Rui had even ordered a birthday cake and planned how to celebrate her birthday later. Now Chen Xingning was actually going to leave? What was the point of this party then? Zhou Rui's expression suddenly turned sour, and he said directly, "Xingning, this isn't right. I specifically prepared this party for you." Chen Xingning replied, "I know, and I really appreciate it, but I truly have something to do today. I'm sorry." In fact, she wasn't trying to play Zhou Rui. She was completely unaware of this party. It was Zhou Rui who took the initiative to organize it, and she was invited by her roommate, Gao Yao, who mentioned it was just a regular gathering, never saying it was Chen Xingning's birthday party. Zhou Rui wanted to surprise Chen Xingning, but it depended on whether Chen Xingning would like it. Zhou Rui was at a loss for words. Today he had really embarrassed himself. Zhou Yao quickly stepped in to ease the situation, smiling as she asked, "Xingning, it's already this late into the gathering, why are you leaving? Do you have other plans?" Chen Xingning nodded and replied, "Yes, I already have an appointment." As soon as she said this, the crowd was in an uproar. An appointment? To ditch so many people and go meet someone else? Who could it be? Was it really that important? Ha! Gao Yao was also slightly surprised and asked curiously, "Xingning, whose appointment is it? Why do you value it so much?" "A friend's." Chen Xingning smiled lightly and said, "I'm going to have a late-night snack with Tao Tao, you all enjoy yourselves." After saying that, she gave Shen Tao a glance. Shen Tao quickly stood up and followed Chen Xingning's side. Just as they were about to leave, Gao Yao said with a smile, "Xingning, wait a minute, I'm a bit hungry too. I want to have a late-night snack as well. Can I go with you?" This woman was quite gossipy. She really wanted to see who could sway Chen Xingning's heart. After all, in 4 years of university, Chen Xingning had never been in a relationship. With Gao Yao's words, several female college students who were close to Chen Xingning chimed in, "Senior Xingning, we want to have a late-night snack too." Yes, if it's someone that Senior Xingning values so much, the late-night snack must be really delicious, right? "Senior Xingning, let us join you for the late-night snack." They were all quite eager. In their eyes, if Chen Xingning could refuse Zhou Rui, she must have found someone better. Even Zhou Rui, with a somewhat ugly expression, said, "Xingning, since it's to celebrate your birthday, why don't we celebrate together? Let's all go." Upon hearing this, Chen Xingning was unsure how to refuse. After all, these people had come to celebrate her birthday. It really wouldn't be nice to leave. But if they all went, what about brother Chen Yang? "I'll ask." Chen Xingning took out her phone and began to inquire with Chen Yang. The reply came quickly. "Sure, the more the merrier, I don't mind." After receiving this reply, Chen Xingning was quite happy and smiled, "Alright, if you all want to come, then let's all go together." Upon hearing this, everyone showed joy on their faces. Their curiosity was ignited. They all wanted to know who this mysterious person was that could make Chen Xingning so compliant. The group left the KTV, each taking a taxi or driving towards Dapeng New Village. Chen Xingning, Shen Tao, and Gao Yao shared a car. Gao Yao asked with a smile, "Xingning, the person who has you so invested must be a wealthy and handsome guy, right? He's celebrating your birthday tonight, it must be quite a grand affair. Are you going to some Michelin star restaurant?" Gao Yao was filled with anticipation. When it came to this, Chen Xingning was momentarily taken aback. A Michelin star? It seemed a bit off, because the address Chen Yang gave her was a place called Deep Affection Spicy Hot Pot. Chen Xingning had been there before, and quite a few times, mostly brought by Chen Yang. This hot pot place was located by a dock in Dapeng New Village. With a simple environment and average conditions, it was not just a far cry from a Michelin star, it was worlds apart. Chen Xingning naturally didn't mind, as long as she was with brother Chen Yang, it didn't matter what they ate. But now, with so many people going along, it still made Chen Xingning a bit awkward. "I'm not too sure either. What we eat isn't important, a Michelin star restaurant might not even be as good as a street stall." Chen Xingning replied with a gentle smile. Gao Yao also covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "That's true, but for something like a birthday, we still need to show some appreciation. We can't really go to a roadside stall, right? At least it should be a Western restaurant."
Chen Xingning smiled but said nothing, unsure of how to respond.
Beside her, Xin Tao's little feet were a bit tense, feeling quite awkward. She knew where Chen Yang had made the reservation. She could already imagine how jaw-dropping it would be for their large group to arrive at a spicy hot pot roadside stall. However, Xin Tao had no good way to handle it and could only wait quietly. 5 or 6 cars left together, following the streets of Deep City, heading straight for Dapeng New Village. About half an hour later, they arrived at Dapeng New Village, and everyone got out of the cars one after another. They looked around at the somewhat desolate surroundings, and a hint of surprise showed in their eyes. This place is a bit desolate. It doesn't look like there are any high-end restaurants here. Yeah, I've been to Dapeng Port before, and there aren't any upscale restaurants at all. So what's going on? Someone as attentive as Senior Qingning wouldn't be unable to afford a high-end restaurant, right? Hard to say, maybe they arranged for a high-end farmhouse. Everyone was discussing, each with their own opinions.
Gao Yao smiled and asked, Qingning, where is he? Hurry and take us there. Yeah, we're all looking forward to it. One of Chen Qingning's close friends chimed in. Even Zhou Rui and the others looked at Chen Qingning with complex expressions.
They all wanted to see who had made Chen Qingning cancel the gathering and come all this way for.
Chen Qingning didn't hesitate. Instead, she smiled and said, if I remember correctly, it should be over here. Everyone follow me. Chen Qingning led the group deeper into the dock.
The further they walked, the more desolate it became, and there were fewer people.
The feeling in everyone's hearts grew stranger. What was going on?
After walking for a short while, they saw a roadside stall selling spicy hot pot by the seaside. This roadside stall was a couple's shop, and the husband and wife were busy with each other. It was called Deep Affection Spicy Hot Pot. However, there weren't many customers at this Deep Affection Spicy Hot Pot, only 1 or 2 tables of people eating.
This was normal.
Roadside stalls at the dock usually serve sailors late at night and in the morning, and since it wasn't time yet, naturally, there wouldn't be many people. When everyone saw this spicy hot pot stall, they didn't take it seriously at all. In their eyes, the simple hot pot stall had nothing to do with tonight's gathering.
But then, a surprising scene unfolded.
As soon as Chen Qingning and the group arrived at the spicy hot pot stall, she immediately waved her hand excitedly and shouted, Brother Chen Yang. Immediately, a handsome young man who had been sitting at the hot pot stall playing on his phone turned to look. Upon seeing that it was Chen Qingning calling him, the handsome young man also smiled and said, Qingning, you're here. The handsome young man was, of course, Chen Yang. He had been waiting for quite a while.
Chen Qingning happily jogged over to greet and chat with Chen Yang.
The other classmates were completely stunned by this scene.
What was going on? Why was the person Chen Qingning was actively greeting someone eating spicy hot pot by the roadside? Could it be that the person she was looking for today was him? That couldn't be possible. To know that Chen Qingning had even cancelled the gathering Zhou Rui had specially prepared just to come over for some spicy hot pot? It couldn't be. There must be someone else. Everyone still held on to their fantasies.
Even Zhou Rui couldn't believe that the guy in front of him, eating spicy hot pot, could possibly be his rival in love.
Chen Yang was indeed not his rival, as Chen Yang had never regarded him as a competitor. Chen Yang also noticed the large group of people following Chen Qingning and couldn't help but frown, asking in confusion, so many people? Chen Qingning awkwardly replied, today is a special day, so there are quite a few people. Special day? What's so special about it? Isn't today Tuesday?
Chen Yang feigned ignorance, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing this, although Chen Qingning had no expectations of Chen Yang, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed.
Brother Chen Yang really forgot.
Beside her, Xin Tao quickly said, Brother Chen Yang, today is actually Sister Qingning's.
She wanted to say more. Tao. However, Chen Qingning stopped her, smiling, Brother Chen Yang, let's not talk too much, let's eat some late-night snacks. I'm a bit hungry.
Chen Yang nodded, glanced at the number of people, and said, so many people, I wonder if there's enough space in the shop. Then, he shouted to the boss, Brother Sun, I've brought you a big business, make some arrangements. Brother Sun was the owner of this beloved spicy hot pot shop.
Hearing Chen Yang's words, Brother Sun looked at the large group of over 10 people, his face brightening up, and he laughed, Brother Chen Yang, this is indeed a big business. I need to arrange well for you all. He moved out several tables and chairs, set up a few more tables, and then said to everyone, please take a seat. If there's not enough space, just let me know, and I'll get more chairs. Looking at Brother Sun's face beaming with enthusiasm, everyone was once again stunned. What is going on? The tables and chairs were all arranged. Are they really going to sit down and eat spicy hot pot? This was completely different from what they had imagined for the gathering. It could only be said to be utterly unrelated. Gao Yao couldn't help but laugh and asked, Qingning, are we Are we really going to sit down and eat spicy hot pot?
Her tone was filled with disbelief.
Chen Xingning nodded and smiled. Yes, didn't I say we were coming for late night snacks? Spicy hot pot is quite good. But, Gao Yao hesitated, unsure how to respond for a moment. Eating spicy hot pot was fine. But whose good person has a birthday and comes to a place like this to eat spicy hot pot? What on earth is this? The others present were also reacting similarly to Gao Yao. The classmates exchanged glances, their expressions varied. They had never encountered such an abstract situation before. Even Shin Tao was lowering her head, her face nearly as red as an apple. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. How could brother Chen Yang forget sister Qingning's birthday? Now sister Qingning would definitely not be able to hold her head high at school anymore. And among them, the one with the worst expression was none other than Zhou Rui. What is this? Eating spicy hot pot? His carefully prepared gathering turned out to be less significant than a spicy hot pot? Has Chen Qingning gone mad? In the midst of their bewilderment, everyone took their seats. After they sat down, Chen Yang directly smiled and said, "Everyone, feel free to order. Today, I'm treating." If it were any other time, everyone would have chimed in with a "Thank you, boss, the boss is generous." But today, everyone just found it a bit amusing. Even if they ordered a lot, a roadside spicy hot pot stall would only cost a few hundred at most, and each person could fill up for just 20 or 30. This felt a bit shabby for a birthday celebration. However, as the saying goes, since they were already here, they might as well eat a bit. The group of students began to order. Chen Yang, Gao Yao, Chen Qingning, and Shin Tao sat at one table. Chen Yang looked at Chen Qingning and Shin Tao, smiling. "Qingning, Tao, what do you want to eat? Just order it yourself." "Okay." Chen Qingning obediently replied and got up to order. After Chen Qingning stood up, Shin Tao quickly asked in a low voice, "Brother Chen Yang, did you forget something?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Forget what?" It's. Shin Tao organized her words and said, "It's something very important." "No way, I have a good memory." Chen Yang smiled slightly. Shin Tao had nothing to say. Gao Yao beside them looked at Chen Yang with a very complicated expression, not knowing what to think. Meanwhile, everyone had already finished ordering. Brother Sun and his wife were also working hard, starting to prepare various hot dishes. Brother Sun was quick with his hands and feet, and soon, the dishes ordered at each table began to arrive one after another. This deep affection spicy hot pot was also a very old restaurant, and the craftsmanship was undeniable, with color, aroma, and taste all present. After everyone ate, they couldn't help but praise it repeatedly. "The taste is really good. It's been a long time since I've had such flavorful spicy hot pot. This is definitely better than any Western meal for a late night snack. Usually, I would come here for a meal, but today..." Everyone was chatting, but there were hidden meanings in their words. After all, no matter how delicious it was just a spicy hot pot. How could it be used for a birthday banquet? Chen Qingning, however, didn't mind these things. While eating the spicy hot pot, she revealed a sweet smile. "Brother Chen Yang, I didn't expect that after so many years, this spicy hot pot would be so delicious." Chen Yang smiled and said, "Otherwise, why do you think I invited you here?" Deep affection spicy hot pot. During college, Chen Yang and Chen Qingning had visited many times. After graduation, Chen Yang also brought Zhou here a few times, still full of confidence in the taste. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Chen Qingning's smile became even brighter as she said, "Brother Chen Yang, you were so nice." Gao Yao beside them was a bit confused. What was going on with Chen Qingning? Was this still the same Qingning who hadn't dated anyone for 4 years? How could she be so happy in front of this man, acting like a naive infatuated girl, just because of a spicy hot pot? Gao Yao couldn't help but ask, "Qingning, do you have any plans after this late night snack? If not, we can go back, the KTV room is still there." As soon as she said this, Zhou Rui at the next table also said, "Yeah, Qingning, after the late night snack, it's about time, let's go back and have some fun. I've prepared a lot of activities for you." Zhou Rui was almost fuming. He couldn't understand what magic this spicy hot pot had that could make Chen Qingning give up the gathering to come over. However, after hearing this, Chen Qingning didn't agree immediately. Instead, she looked at Chen Yang and asked, "Brother Chen Yang, are you going?" Chen Yang replied lightly, "I won't go. After we finish the late night snack, I have other plans, so there's no need to run back so far." As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, Chen Qingning smiled and said, "Okay, I'll follow Brother Chen Yang's arrangements." Gao Yao and Zhou Rui's expressions became complicated again. Chen Yang had other plans? What plans? After eating the spicy hot pot, would they take a stroll by the dock? That was indeed very possible. Zhou Rui finally couldn't hold back and said, "Qingning, today is your birthday, how can it be so shabby? Coming to eat spicy hot pot, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. If you continue to stay with us in the KTV, I've arranged everything for you. Not only will there be a grand birthday banquet, but there will also be someone specially celebrating for you, helping you sing the birthday song. You can not only take videos but also enjoy everyone's blessings for you. And now, eating street-side spicy hot pot, this is too embarrassing. Zhou Ruwei was getting agitated. The surrounding students, to varying degrees, looked over. Gao Yao also turned to Chen Yang, wanting to know how he would respond. Before Chen Yang could speak, Chen Xingning, somewhat angrily, said, Zhou Ruwei, what are you talking about? What's wrong with me wanting to eat spicy hot pot? Besides, brother Chen Yang doesn't even know today is my birthday, he just wanted to have a simple late-night snack with me, and you all insisted on coming along. And what's wrong with eating spicy hot pot? Can't you celebrate a birthday with it? Chen Xingning stood firmly in front of Chen Yang, defending him. Although she felt that today's birthday wasn't celebrated well, it wasn't brother Chen Yang's fault, he just didn't know. If brother Chen Yang had known, he would have definitely arranged something for her. The crowd was taken aback by Chen Xingning's words. They never expected her to go this far to defend Chen Yang. The relationship between Chen Xingning and Chen Yang must be quite special. Zhou Ruwei was even angrier now and said directly, Xingning, don't you understand? Not knowing means not caring at all. Someone like me, who thinks about you all the time and helps plan gatherings and various activities, is the one who truly has feelings for you. If he can even forget your birthday, what right does he have to pursue you? He naively thought that Chen Yang was pursuing Chen Xingning. Chen Xingning was about to continue speaking up for Chen Yang, but at that moment, Chen Yang had already spoken. Sitting in his chair, Chen Yang smiled and said, Who said I forgot Xingning's birthday? At this, everyone was stunned. Chen Yang's words implied that he hadn't forgotten Chen Xingning's birthday at all? Wasn't that even more outrageous? If he had forgotten, inviting Chen Xingning to eat spicy hot pot would be understandable. But now that he hadn't forgotten and still invited her for spicy hot pot, wasn't that even more abstract? Not to mention others, even Chen Xingning was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Chen Yang was up to. If you haven't forgotten and arranged this, do you really plan to let Xingning spend her birthday eating spicy hot pot? Gao Yao couldn't help but ask. Chen Yang's lips curled into a playful smile as he replied, Although Xingning and I have no blood relation, we've known each other for so many years, she is my sister, and I naturally won't let her suffer any grievances. As for what I've arranged, I'm not obligated to tell you, right? Chen Yang retorted without hesitation. Zhou Ruwei couldn't stand Chen Yang's pretentiousness and said directly, What arrangements can you have? After eating spicy hot pot, are you going to have a barbecue? A group of college boys also smiled in agreement. This indeed matched their expectations. However, Chen Yang completely ignored them. He looked at his phone, where a message had appeared. Mr. Chen, we have arrived. Upon seeing this message, Chen Yang's lips slightly curled up, revealing a teasing smile as he said, Since you all want to see, let's open your eyes today. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of honking sounds echoed from the distant coast. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. They saw a huge white luxury cruise ship slowly approaching across the dark sea. The luxury cruise ship is incredibly beautiful, adorned with colorful light strips that resemble a rainbow, and it is also very luxurious, with a total of 8 floors, each one resplendent and grand. Moreover, this luxury cruise ship is quite famous in Deep City. It is a popular venue for some of the top wealthy individuals and socialites in Deep City, often seen near Deep Bay. As people watched the luxury cruise ship slowly approach, they were all amazed. Wow! It's actually the Princess Mary, it's so beautiful. I've only seen it in short videos before, I didn't expect it to be so stunning in real life. Isn't the Princess Mary usually active in Deep Bay? Why has it come to Dapeng? Who knows, maybe there's some rich second-generation kid here wanting to party. It seems to be coming towards us, could it be? The more they talked, the more uneasy they felt, because they realized that the Princess Mary was indeed heading straight towards them, as if this was the destination. Remembering Chen Yang's incredibly confident tone earlier, a terrifying guess formed in their minds. It couldn't be. Zhou Rui's expression also changed slightly, and he thought, impossible, absolutely impossible. The Princess Mary, such a luxurious cruise ship, is something that ordinary rich second-generation kids can't afford. Chen Yang definitely can't. He was sure he didn't believe it. But soon, reality slapped him in the face. After a series of deep horn blasts, the Princess Mary bravely sailed to the dock where Chen Yang and the others were. As the Princess Mary approached, everyone could see the scenes on the ship. They saw that several banners had been hung on the Princess Mary, fluttering in the wind. The Princess Mary comes to welcome today's true princess, Miss Chen Xingning today. All the staff of the Princess Mary wish Miss Chen Xingning a happy birthday. The Princess Mary welcomes Princess Xingning,
and we will do our utmost to ensure her 100% satisfaction. Please, princess, board the ship. The appearance of these banners left all the students present utterly stunned.
The meaning of these banners is that the Princess Mary really came for Chen Xingning? This Princess Mary was truly booked to celebrate Chen Xingning's birthday? At that moment, they felt their worldview had been completely overturned. In the past, even some wealthy young men would only book a floor for activities on the Princess Mary. It was rare to book the entire ship. The price of the Princess Mary is extremely high. Booking a floor would cost at least 100 to 200,000. Booking the entire luxury cruise ship would start at least at 1 to 2 million. This price is quite outrageous. But today, it was really booked. This Chen Yang, who took Chen Xingning to eat spicy hot pot, actually booked the entire Princess Mary. This is just too crazy. Among them, the most shocked were Zhou Rui, Gao Yao, and others.
Gao Yao's beautiful eyes could no longer hide her shock. Chen Yang's move had completely refreshed her previous impression of him. This is just too rich. She had previously thought Chen Xingning was a naive little girl, but now she felt she was the most naive one. It turned out that Chen Xingning was much smarter than her. Zhou Rui felt like his worldview was about to collapse. He had originally thought that going to a high-end KTV to sing was already enough to feel wealthy and superior.
But now, his sense of superiority was completely shattered by Chen Yang. Booking an entire luxury cruise ship for a birthday celebration was something he wouldn't even dare to imagine. At this moment, he only felt his hands and feet were icy cold, finally realizing that Chen Yang was not his rival in love, because he simply did not qualify to be Chen Yang's rival. The Princess Mary slowly approached the shore. Watching the gradually nearing Princess Mary, Chen Xingning also covered her mouth, trembling with excitement. Her original thought was the same as everyone else's, believing that Chen Yang had probably forgotten her birthday. That's why he chose to come to this spicy hot pot. But now it seemed that she had underestimated Chen Yang's trustworthiness. Brother Chen Yang had not forgotten her birthday. Instead, he had prepared such a grand birthday surprise for her, enough to be remembered for a lifetime. Brother Chen Yang. Chen Xingning's eyes were moist as she directly leaped into Chen Yang's arms. Chen Yang embraced Chen Xingning and smiled. Why are you crying? Is it because you don't like it? Woo woo. No.
It's not that, it's because I like it too much. I'm too excited.
Brother Chen Yang, you are really too good to me. Woo woo.
Chen Xingning cried like a little girl, her tears like rain, moving to behold.
Chen Yang also smiled slightly.
Over the years, Chen Xingning had always been very obedient to him, providing a high emotional value. She was his good little sister. Now, it was time for her to receive some return. Chen Yang would not treat his good sister poorly. Meanwhile, the Princess Mary had already docked at the pier, the huge gangway lowered, and a number of tall, elegantly dressed hostesses in kipayos stepped out, standing respectfully on either side of the gangway. After they stood in place, a beautiful foreign woman with golden hair and blue eyes, elegant in demeanor and exuding a noble aura, dressed in a professional OL uniform, a fitted skirt, black stockings, and high heels, with long legs, slowly walked down from the deck. She smiled and respectfully addressed Chen Yang and Chen Xingning, saying, Mr.
Chen. Miss Chen.
I am the stewardess of this Princess Mary, Catherine.
Tonight, I will do my utmost to serve you.
If you have any requests or questions, please feel free to ask me. Now, on behalf of the Princess Mary, I welcome everyone aboard.
Welcome our Qingning princess aboard. Catherine spoke this passage in standard Chinese. After she finished speaking, the hostesses behind her echoed, Welcome Princess Qingning aboard. Welcome Princess Qingning aboard. Welcome Princess Qingning aboard. This way of welcoming, though somewhat cliché, made Chen Xingning feel like a true princess, her status elevated. Chen Xingning's face flushed. She had never enjoyed such treatment before.
The other classmates were filled with envy towards Chen Xingning, especially some of the female classmates, who were incredibly jealous.
Wow, wow, wow. Renting an entire luxury cruise ship for a birthday celebration, this is a scene that only appears in TV dramas and novels. So dreamy, I really envy Senior Qingning.
Previously, when Senior Qingning rejected Senior Zhou Rui, I thought she was a bit silly, but now it seems we were the foolish ones. Yeah, compared to this brother Chen Yang, Senior Zhou Rui is nothing at all. Brother Chen Yang is also very handsome. I want to be brother Chen Yang's little fan.
I want to be too.
A group of female college students had starry eyes. Shen Tao was no exception. She looked at the spotlighted Chen Xingning, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation.
If she became brother Chen Yang's woman, would she also receive such treatment?
Thinking of this, Shen Tao felt shy. The male college students, on the other hand, had increasingly grim expressions. They could say they had been completely overshadowed by Chen Yang, having no advantage at all in front of him. Especially Zhou Rui, who wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in.
He no longer has the qualifications to dare to oppose Chen Yang.
After tonight, Chen Xingning will probably become famous in the media college. This is also the effect that Chen Yang wants. Since they want to show off, they need an audience to see it. Only by gathering all these people can it be effective and greatly satisfy their vanity. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Chen Yang also led Chen Xingning onto the boat, with Shen Tao following closely behind, while others also wanted to board. But they were stopped by Catherine. Sorry. Tonight, our Princess Mary is exclusively serving Princess Xingning. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary trouble, we can only allow women to board. Moreover, only those designated by Princess Xingning can board. Catherine smiled as she spoke to the crowd. Upon hearing this, the male college students felt somewhat displeased. This was aimed at them. Isn't Chen Yang a man too? Why can he board? However, they just grumbled a bit. What status does Chen Yang have, and what status do they have? If they were to blame anyone, it would be Zhou Ruwei for being too showy before. Men can't board, and women must be designated. Chen Xingning is truly enjoying the treatment of a princess. If it were something else, other girls would definitely be angry and might even hold a grudge against Chen Xingning. But in this case, they dared not hold a grudge. Because that is the Princess Mary, and for ordinary female college students like them, they might never get the chance to board even once in their lifetime. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chartering the Princess Mary to sail on the sea is something too dreamy. Even just taking photos to post on social media would greatly satisfy their vanity. Senior Qingning, choose me. Senior Qingning, I've always liked you and supported you. Senior Qingning, I can take photos. I can board to take pictures for you. Senior Qingning. A group of female college students looked at her with longing in their eyes. It seemed that being chosen to board would be a tremendous blessing for them. Chen Xingning didn't expect such an arrangement. After a moment of daze, she turned to look at Chen Yang, her eyes filled with confusion. Clearly, she didn't know how to choose. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Today, whatever happens is according to your wishes. Anyone who has a bad relationship with you or whom you don't like doesn't need to be given a chance. They didn't give you face before, so you don't need to be so polite." Hearing Chen Yang's words, Chen Xingning nodded. "Brother Chen Yang, I understand." Then, Chen Xingning glanced at the female classmates below. In the end, she chose a few who had a better relationship with her and who had not slandered her before. The selected female classmates were all extremely excited, while the remaining female students were filled with envy and jealousy. They truly regretted it now. Had they known it would be like this, they should have built a good relationship with Chen Xingning from the start. And whether it was intentional or not, the girls chosen to board were mostly quite attractive, which made the remaining male classmates very unhappy. Someone said, "Xiao Xian, this boat doesn't allow men on board, it clearly isn't proper. You shouldn't go either, let's go eat at the restaurant together." "No way, I want to go up and see what's improper about it." Hee, this is the Princess Mary. If we miss this opportunity, we might never have it again in our lifetime. How could we not go? We want to board. One by one, beautiful and innocent female college students boarded the boat. Only a group of lonely male college students remained, disheveled in the wind. At this moment, they finally witnessed the power of money. It truly lived up to that saying, with money, one can do as one pleases. Beep beep beep, the Princess Mary slowly sailed through the waters near Deep City, riding the waves. Although it was already late at night, the beach of Deep City was still crowded with many tourists, who looked at the luxurious Princess Mary with envy and longing. They were packed on the crowded beach, while others sat on the cruise ship, watching them as if they were monkeys. The world of the wealthy is truly different. This feeling of superiority greatly satisfied the vanity of the female college students standing on the deck, watching the beach. Many of them had little concept of money before, but now they finally realized how powerful the allure of money could be. No wonder so many women become gold diggers. The shift in mindset added a touch of admiration and fervor to their gazes towards Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang completely ignored these female college students. He, along with Chen Xingning and Shen Tao, was being shown around this cruise ship, which could be considered the most luxurious in Deep City, under Catherine's guidance. The Princess Mary had a total of 8 decks. Each deck had exclusive areas, including a swimming pool, sauna, bathing facilities, dining, guest rooms, entertainment, a private cinema, and KTV. Everything one could think of was available. Moreover, there would always be dedicated staff to provide service wherever you went. As long as you were on the Princess Mary, you could play however you wanted, for as long as you wanted, without any issues. The Princess Mary was undoubtedly a paradise of indulgence. It's amazing, Brother Chen Yang. I never dared to dream I could board such a luxurious cruise ship in my lifetime. Chen Xingning stood at the bow of the Princess Mary, gazing at the ship cutting through the waves, her pretty face flushed, suddenly feeling a romantic vibe reminiscent of the Titanic. The atmosphere was simply perfect. Chen Yang wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind and smiled, There will be many more opportunities like this in the future.
Brother Chen Yang, you're so nice. Chen Qingning's face was filled with happiness.
She turned around, her eyes glistening with tears, her beautiful eyes dreamy, suddenly taking a step forward and kissing him on the lips. Chen Yang lowered his head and kissed her back.
The scene of the two kissing on this luxurious cruise ship was even more reminiscent of the Titanic.
Xin Tao, still nearby, was watching in a daze and quickly took out her phone to capture the moment. After taking the photo, Xin Tao suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in her heart as she looked at Chen Qingning with envy. She wondered if she would ever have the chance to enjoy the same treatment as Sister Qingning in her lifetime.
After the kiss ended, the two separated.
Chen Qingning suddenly looked at Xin Tao beside her, smiled sweetly, revealing her little tiger teeth. Tao Tao, come here.
Ha!
Xin Tao didn't expect Chen Qingning to call her suddenly, her pretty face slightly flushed as she walked over and asked, Sister Qingning, what's up?
Chen Qingning smiled and said, sneaking a photo from the side comes with a price, you know.
Then she turned to Chen Yang and said, Brother Chen Yang, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable and need to use the restroom.
Can you let Tao Tao keep you company for a bit?
Sure.
Chen Yang's lips also curled into a smile. Sister Qingning. Xin Tao's face turned even redder.
She knew why Chen Qingning was doing this, as they had trained together in the dormitory.
Tao Tao, you must make Brother Chen Yang happy, okay?
After saying this, Chen Qingning waved her hand and said, I'm leaving now, see you in a bit.
Brother Chen Yang, you and Tao Tao, enjoy yourselves.
Chen Qingning walked away with a light and happy step, showing no signs of discomfort at all. Only Chen Yang and Xin Tao were left. Chen Yang looked at Xin Tao, who was wearing a white princess dress, looking pure yet exuding a hint of sexy innocence, and smiled. Tao Tao, you look pretty today.
Really?
Being praised by Chen Yang, Xin Tao felt sweet in her heart and said, Brother Chen Yang, today's outfit was specially chosen for me by Senior Qingning.
She said you would like it. Qingning really understands me. Chen Yang smiled and asked, what else did she say?
Senior Qingning also said. Xin Tao hesitated for a moment, gathered her courage, gently took Chen Yang's hand, allowing him to wrap his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace, and then, with her face blushing, said, Senior Qingning also said,
Brother Chen Yang, you're a bit of a pervert.
A pure and beautiful girl like me falling into your hands, there's no way to escape.
Brother Chen Yang, is what Senior Qingning said true?
As Xin Tao spoke, she blinked her beautiful big eyes, as if at that moment, she was innocent and naive. Chen Yang smiled slightly, tightened his hold on Xin Tao's slim waist, and whispered, Qingning, she really understands me.
Half an hour later,
Chen Yang and Xin Tao returned to the luxurious cabin. At this point, Xin Tao was already in a disheveled state, her clothes had been torn apart, her stockings had several small holes, and even her knees were bruised. Fortunately, the luxurious cabin was filled with innocent female students, completely unaware of anything unusual between Chen Yang and Xin Tao.
Tao Tao, what's wrong? Why do you look so disheveled? A pure-hearted female student asked in confusion. Xin Tao's pretty face was already flushed, and she casually replied, I accidentally fell outside just now, and it was Brother Chen Yang who helped me up. You fell?
The pure-hearted female student looked even more puzzled.
Can a fall really tear clothes apart? Just then, Chen Qingning appeared and said sweetly, oh no, Tao Tao fell so badly, should we see a doctor? No need, it's just a little torn clothing.
Xin Tao was so shy that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She had never done anything so bold in her life. Then hurry and change your clothes.
Chen Qingning quickly urged Xin Tao to leave.
Okay, Xin Tao replied. At the same time, Gao Yao, who had boarded the ship with them, said, by the way, we should also change into some clothes.
Why?
The pure-hearted female students were puzzled.
Gao Yao smiled and said, since we're on a luxury cruise, how can we not wear swimsuits?
I just saw that there's a special clothing room on the ship with all kinds of swimsuits,
bikinis, dead stock, everything you can imagine.
Talking about this, the group of pure-hearted female students also blushed, feeling a bit shy. They were all college students, and their thoughts were still relatively conservative, not as open as women in society. Most of them were too shy to wear bikinis. If the ship were filled only with women, it would be fine, but there was still Chen Yang, right?
Senior Gao Yao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? A pure-hearted female student said nervously. Another pure-hearted female student glanced at Chen Yang, feeling shy, and said, Brother Chen Yang is still here, it would be awkward if he sees us. Chen Yang was sitting on the sofa in the cabin, smiling, I don't think it would be awkward at all. Wearing swimsuits on a cruise is very normal. Chen Yang was all about welcoming anyone, and how could he miss such a great opportunity to feast his eyes? Gao Yao then chimed in, it's just wearing a swimsuit, nothing to worry about. It's just for better photos, and besides, Brother Chen Yang is the big sponsor tonight. Even if something happens, I wouldn't mind.
Brother Chen Yang, since they don't want to change, I'll be the first to change.
Does Brother Chen Yang prefer bikinis or sailor suits, or perhaps something even more attractive?
Gao Yao's eyes sparkled, her charm like silk. This woman was relatively mature, more adventurous than other female college students.
Moreover, she was indeed quite beautiful, tall and fair-skinned.
Chen Yang glanced at her and smiled, with your figure, of course, it's a bikini.
Okay. Brother Chen Yang, just wait for me, I'll be back soon. Gao Yao left.
After a moment of hesitation, the remaining innocent female college students also followed suit, all going to change into swimsuits. Only Chen Xingning and Chen Yang were left.
Brother Chen Yang, tonight is going to be full of benefits. Chen Xingning lay in Chen Yang's arms, like a well-behaved little kitten. Chen Yang looked at her and said with a hint of annoyance, did you arrange this on purpose? How could I? I wouldn't arrange such things.
Although Chen Xingning said this, a little witch-like smile had already appeared on her face. Chen Yang had long seen through it. The girls Chen Xingning invited were not those she was close to in college, but rather those with good figures and high looks. Even Gao Yao was invited. He could naturally guess his good sister's intentions.
Today is your birthday, not mine.
Chen Yang pinched her little face.
As long as Brother Chen Yang is happy, I'm very satisfied.
Chen Xingning's smile carried a hint of infatuation.
What a good sister.
Chen Yang stroked her hair, feeling even more affection for Chen Xingning.
Brother Chen Yang, I need to change clothes too. Today, both Tao Tao and I have prepared swimsuits.
Later, you can evaluate who looks prettier.
Chen Xingning also stood up from Chen Yang's embrace. Go ahead. Chen Yang nodded.
To be honest, he had never seen Chen Xingning and Shin Tao in swimsuits.
He was quite curious. Chen Xingning smiled lightly and turned to leave.
With the innocent female college students gone, and Chen Xingning and Shin Tao also left, only Chen Yang remained in the luxurious cabin. Leaning on the world-class branded sofa, Chen Yang snapped his fingers.
The blonde, blue-eyed Catherine walked over with a smile and asked, Mr. Chen, what can I get for you? It's almost midnight.
Please prepare the birthday cake, dishes, and red wine. I hope for a grand birthday party later, don't let me down, Chen Yang said lightly.
Mr. Chen, please rest assured, tonight's birthday party will definitely satisfy you.
A confident smile appeared on Catherine's exquisite face.
Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. After a moment, Catherine asked again, would you like to prepare red wine, or should we mix it into cocktails? This question seemed harmless, but in reality, Chen Yang understood immediately.
Ordinary red wine is bitter and astringent, and with a high alcohol content, these female college students probably wouldn't be able to drink much. However, if it were changed to cocktails, the alcohol content would be similar, but the taste would be much better, sweet and easy to drink, and they might end up drinking too much without realizing it. Catherine, as the stewardess of the Princess Mary, had served many rich second-generation heirs and naturally understood this principle. She regarded Chen Yang as one of those rich heirs. If Chen Yang wanted, this situation could indeed be arranged.
But Chen Yang wouldn't do such a thing, nor was it necessary.
Chen Xingning and Shin Tao were enough for him. These two girls were completely obedient to him, and he didn't need to resort to such despicable means.
Red wine is fine. Make it a higher grade. Chen Yang responded. Okay. Catherine nodded and continued to ask, what grade are you looking for? What's the highest grade you have here? Chen Yang asked.
Catherine revealed a professional smile and said, on our Princess Mary, we have a prestigious winery with a wide range of fine wines, everything you could possibly want.
The highest grade is the 135W83 vintage Lafite.
This bottle of red wine has been treasured on our cruise for a long time and has never been opened. As soon as Catherine finished speaking, Chen Yang directly said, this one.
Ha! Catherine was momentarily taken aback. This one? Was Chen Yang referring to the 135W vintage Lafite?
Before Catherine could react, Chen Yang had already taken out a Huaxia Bank Dragon card and said casually, swipe the card. Catherine, with a hint of shock in her eyes, took the Huaxia Bank Dragon card and left. When she returned, her delicate, oval face was filled with joy as she smiled and said, Mr.
Chen, congratulations on your successful purchase.
You have now become our most distinguished member on the Princess Mary. From now on, all the staff on the Princess Mary will wholeheartedly serve you. We will ensure your satisfaction.
The way Catherine looked at Chen Yang had changed, becoming even more fervent. She had a new understanding of Chen Yang's financial power. Got it. Chen Yang waved his hand. Catherine left. Chen Yang waited a little longer. Finally, the first innocent girl returned.
The first one, of course, was Gao Yao. This woman was quite scheming, being the first to go and the first to return, all to make an impression on Chen Yang. I have to say, Gao Yao was also quite beautiful. Although her looks were only around 85 points, her figure was above 90. At 170 centimeters tall, with a mature body, she had curves in all the right places, a 9-head body ratio, a slim waist, and a pair of long, beautiful legs, all flaunting her strong assets. Most enticing was that she was wearing a black bikini, incredibly sexy.
Brother Chen Yang, am I pretty? Gao Yao confidently and generously stood in front of Chen Yang, allowing him to admire her perfect figure. Chen Yang glanced at her but did not react much. Although Gao Yao's figure was decent, it still paled in comparison to Zhiro, Chenin, and the landlady. Not bad. Chen Yang gave his assessment. Receiving the not bad evaluation, Gao Yao was not angry. Instead, she directly sat down beside Chen Yang and smiled. Not being able to satisfy brother Chen Yang is my problem. I will continue to work hard in the future. Wait until I develop a little better, then I'll let brother Chen Yang fully appreciate me. As Gao Yao spoke, she leaned closer, her fiery figure pressing against him, her ample curves almost on display before Chen Yang. This woman was indeed much more mature than other female college students and knew how to provide emotional value. She was also quite open. Chen Yang nodded, not saying much.
After Gao Yao returned, one after another, several innocent female college students came back. These few innocent girls were not as generous as Gao Yao. Although they were all beautiful and had great figures, they were all shy, wearing bikinis but not daring to let Chen Yang appreciate them, some even covering themselves with their hands. This was the true essence of innocent beauties. It was precisely this sense of temptation, like holding a peepa half hidden, that gave these female college students a charm that surpassed that of women in society. On the luxurious cabin, the youthful, vibrant, and adorable swimsuit-clad female college students formed a beautiful scenery. However, among the female college students, only two could truly be called the pinnacle of beauty. Naturally, they were Xin Tao and Chen Xingning. The first to change and return was Chen Xingning. Unexpectedly, Chen Xingning was not wearing any bikini or similar swimwear. She was dressed in a black strapless top that was very short, revealing a pair of long, straight legs completely, and it was backless as well, showcasing a fair and beautiful back that was very attractive. After changing into her swimsuit, Chen Xingning displayed her nearly perfect figure to the fullest. This little enchantress truly had both a great figure and beauty. Brother Chen Yang, how is it? Chen Xingning smiled as she walked gracefully towards Chen Yang, turning around in front of him to showcase her stunning figure.
Very nice. Why have I never seen you wear something like this before?
Chen Yang said with a smile.
Before, wearing this in front of others would just be giving them a benefit, and I didn't want that. Now, with only brother Chen Yang here, I can wear whatever I want.
Chen Xingning sweetly smiled, revealing her cute little tiger teeth.
In fact, she wanted to say, I even want to wear nothing, but she couldn't bring herself to say it, especially with so many classmates around. Chen Yang smiled slightly and directly pulled Chen Xingning into his embrace. Their relationship didn't need to be hidden anymore. Everyone more or less knew by now. The other female college students had no other thoughts. They looked at Chen Xingning with envy in their eyes, all fantasizing. If only they could be in Chen Yang's arms. Especially Gao Yao, who felt a bit inferior. Compared to Chen Xingning, she was still too far behind. Chen Xingning lay in Chen Yang's arms, blinking her beautiful big eyes, and said, Brother Chen Yang, this is nothing yet. When Tao Tao comes back, you'll see just how high the bar is for female college students.
Oh, is Tao Tao very pretty?
Chen Yang asked with a smile.
Of course. I helped her dress up carefully. She will definitely make brother Chen Yang very, very satisfied.
Chen Xingning's face showed a proud expression.
After hearing this, Chen Yang felt quite expectant. Xin Tao was already very beautiful. Now that she had been carefully dressed up and was wearing a swimsuit, how stunning would she be? Soon, a slightly shy and charming figure appeared outside the luxurious cabin.
Xin Tao had returned. Everyone turned to look. After seeing Xin Tao's appearance, they were all stunned in amazement.
Just as Chen Xingning had said, after being carefully dressed up, Xin Tao in a swimsuit was truly breathtaking. She wasn't wearing a traditional swimsuit but a V-shaped pink strap top that was very revealing, barely covering the important parts and very tight-fitting. Her figure was already the best among female college students, and wearing such a tight and revealing swimsuit naturally exuded temptation. On her tightly toned long legs, she wore leg straps that accentuated her curves. Most importantly, she had tied her hair into cute twin ponytails, perfectly showcasing the youthful and vibrant image of a female college student. The pink swimsuit, fair skin, and cute twin ponytails, all these elements combined on Xin Tao. Her natural beauty was fully unleashed, she was simply stunning. However, it seemed to be the first time Xin Tao wore such revealing clothes, and her pretty face was filled with shyness and embarrassment. She didn't dare to look at the other female college students, only blushingly gazing at Chen Yang. She nervously asked, Brother Chen Yang, is it okay for me to wear this?
Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, very beautiful.
After receiving this response, a sweet smile finally appeared on Shintao's face. No matter what, as long as brother Chen Yang was satisfied, that was enough. Thus, the white-clad Shintao also entered his embrace. With Shintao and Chen Xingning around, the other innocent female college students on the boat seemed to pale in comparison. After Shintao and Chen Xingning returned, the grand birthday party finally began. A variety of exquisite dishes were served one by one. The top-grade abalone from Cantonese cuisine, the finest Buddha jumps over the wall from Fujian cuisine, the best boiled cabbage from Sichuan cuisine, the premium braised sea cucumber from Shandong cuisine, and so on. In addition to these Chinese dishes, there were also many Western dishes, including the highest-grade Wagyu beef, top-tier king crab, premium geoduck, and top caviar. The portions of the dishes were small, emphasizing high quality. The pure-hearted female college students gasped at these luxurious dishes. As ordinary college students, they had never seen such high-end cuisine in their lives. Each dish here was worth enough to cover the gathering that Zhou Rui had just arranged. Therefore, it was only natural that when these dishes arrived, the first thing they did was not eat, but take photos. Crazy photo-taking. Even Shintao and Chen Xingning were not spared, pulling out their phones to take pictures for their social media. Chen Yang was also dragged by the pure-hearted girls, posing for shots from various angles. The posts on social media made the male college students who had just been there and the female students who couldn't board the ship utterly envious and jealous. Oh my god, each of these dishes must be worth thousands, right? This is too extravagant. Wow, wow, wow. I'm so envious, I should have insisted on boarding no matter what. And the environment on the ship is just too good, right? Such a luxurious cabin, it's truly a dream place. What a pity. The female college students were anxious about not being able to board the ship. The male college students were gritting their teeth. Damn, such beautiful swimsuits, so many gorgeous girls, just serving one man, Chen Yang, this is just too damn awesome. What level of exposure are their swimsuits at that they even need to be censored before posting? I really want to see. Ah, Xiaoxin has never worn such revealing swimwear in front of me. Chen Yang, you really are something. The male college students were practically howling in despair. Although the posts from Shintao and the others were mostly censored, they could already imagine how daring those swimsuits were. Chen Yang could see it all without any barriers. The entire traditional university, more than half of the beauties, had given Chen Yang a treat. How could they not be anxious? But what good was their anxiety? The Princess Mary was still sailing, and the gathering in the luxurious cabin was still ongoing, with no one able to stop it. After the dishes were served, red wine was also brought out. A golden-haired Catherine, wearing white gloves and holding a beautifully packaged box, appeared in the luxurious cabin. This blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty had also put on a swimsuit at some point. For a blonde beauty like her, the swimsuit was naturally a bikini. Mature and sexy, she formed a stark contrast with the pure-hearted female college students in the cabin. Good evening, dear guests. The bottle of red wine in my hand is from. Catherine spoke about the origins of the red wine, tracing its history from ancient times to modern, sharing all the information about it. The pure-hearted female college students listened in a daze. They found it very impressive but didn't feel much more than that. However, Catherine's final sentence left them all in shock. This bottle of Lafite from 1983 is a global limited edition, worth 1,300,000. Tonight, Mr. Chen specially opened it for Princess Qingzhu's birthday celebration. I wish you all a pleasant dining experience. Boom! Catherine's words were undoubtedly like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of the pure-hearted female college students. 1,300,000 for a bottle of wine? This number completely exceeded their understanding. It was simply astronomical. Over $1 million could buy a house in a county. It could buy a luxury car. Now, unexpectedly, a bottle of red wine has been bought. This is too crazy. The pure-hearted girls were completely shocked by Chen Yang's financial power, and they even doubted whether Chen Yang's life was a cracked version. Brother Chen Yang. Chen Xingning's eyes were dreamy, her voice sweet and tinged with a slight tremor, as if she were about to melt away. She was not a vain woman. But which woman doesn't have a little princess dream in her heart? Today, Chen Yang had completely helped her realize it. Chen Yang smiled and said, I told you, on your birthday, I will make sure you don't suffer any grievances and that you won't be worse off than anyone else. Brother Chen Yang. Tears fell from Chen Xingning's eyes as she directly leaped into Chen Yang's arms, crying like a little girl, her tears like rain, moving to behold. She was truly touched. After the dishes and drinks were served, the birthday banquet finally began. The large luxurious cabin turned into their entertainment venue, with people either drinking, singing, dancing, or even partying. Originally, a group of pure-hearted girls was quite shy, not daring to expose themselves too much. But as the night went on and they drank some red wine, they gradually let loose, dancing and partying, especially doing Korean dance, which was incredibly sexy. They were now wearing relatively revealing swimsuits, truly a feast for Chen Yang's eyes. As the clock struck 12, the birthday cake was brought out. This was naturally customized and quite expensive, and the pure-hearted girl's social media was flooded with posts. The Princess Mary was docked in Deep City Bay. A grand fireworks show immediately erupted in Deep City Bay, prepared for Chen Xingning. Chen Xingning was as excited as a little girl, and under the magnificent fireworks display, she took the initiative to kiss Chen Yang. The affection was palpable. After the fireworks show ended, everyone on the luxurious cruise ship played freely for another 2 or 3 hours. Eventually, they all grew tired. One by one, they lay on the luxurious sofas on the deck, waiting for the sunrise. Chen Yang was definitely on the left with Chen Xingning and on the right with Shen Tao, and even behind him was Gao Yao, who had come over on her own, saying she wanted to give Chen Yang a massage. The other pure-hearted girls were mostly drunk, sprawled out in disarray. Such an environment is truly easy to lead to crime. No wonder rich second-generation kids love to throw parties on yachts. When the time reached around 6 in the morning, as a blazing sun broke over the horizon, all the pure-hearted girls woke up, eagerly taking out their phones to take pictures. It was so beautiful. Watching the sunrise from a luxurious cruise ship, they probably would only have this opportunity once in their lives. Gao Yao was also taking pictures when she suddenly noticed that Chen Yang and Chen Xingning were missing. So she curiously asked Shen Tao, Tao, where are Xingning and brother Chen Yang? Ha! They were just here. Shen Tao, still half asleep and a bit dazed, said, I'll go look for them. Okay, we can't miss such a beautiful sunrise. Gao Yao smiled. Shen Tao nodded and went back inside the luxurious cabin to search. After a while, Shen Tao returned. However, her face was flushed, and it was unclear what she had discovered. Tao, what's wrong? Where are they? Gao Yao asked in confusion. Shen Tao bit her red lips, thought for a long time, and finally said, They changed places to watch the sunrise. Ha! Gao Yao was even more puzzled. Wasn't the deck the best place? But she didn't ask further and continued taking pictures. Next to her, Shen Tao's face grew even redder. Brother Chen Yang. Sister Xingning. You are really too bold. Time passed. By 8 in the morning, the Princess Mary had already docked at the pier. All the pure-hearted girls have changed their clothes and disembarked one after another. Chen Yang and Chen Xingning still haven't appeared. According to Catherine, it seems they left the Princess Mary as soon as it docked, and no one knows where they went. The others didn't mind and took photos in front of the Princess Mary, commemorating the unforgettable trip of the night. Brother Chen Yang, Sister Xingning, where could you be? Shen Tao murmured, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. When everyone returned to school, it was already past 10. Although the night had been enjoyable, Shen Tao still felt a bit tired. She had taken a day off and had no classes, so she hurried to rest. Upon returning to the dormitory, she found it empty. Her roommates were either in class or out having fun. Shen Tao washed up, changed into her pajamas, put on a face mask, and went to bed. Just as she lay down on her bed, she felt a soft touch. There was someone on the bed. Ah! Shen Tao screamed in fright and instinctively slapped the person on the cheek. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed. Oh, Brother Chen Yang, I already begged for mercy. A familiar voice came from under the covers. Chen Xingning groggily poked her head out from the blanket, looking dazed as if she hadn't fully woken up. Seeing that the person on the bed was Chen Xingning, Shen Tao finally came to her senses and said in confusion, Sister Xingning, why are you here? Ha! Tao, do you want to join? Chen Xingning asked sleepily. Join what? How did you end up on my bed? Shen Tao was baffled. You're already on your bed, Chen Xingning said hazily. I remember I was on my bed with Brother Chen Yang. Shen Tao was taken aback but quickly understood what Chen Xingning meant. Sister Xingning, did you and Brother Chen Yang come back last night? Chen Xingning, not shy at all, nodded and said, yeah, we came back. Brother Chen Yang said he liked our dormitory, it reminded him of his youthful days, so he brought me back to relive the feeling. So, you too. Shen Tao's cheeks flushed, unable to continue. Chen Xingning yawned and said, Tao, stop talking about that, come sleep with me. I'm so tired. No way, it still smells, Shen Tao protested with a flushed face. But Chen Xingning smiled sweetly, revealing her little tiger teeth, and said, what smell could there be? In the future. You'll get used to it, Chen Xingning said, pulling Shen Tao into the blanket and hugging her tightly. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had returned to the Shiwan community. After washing up, he sat on the sofa, and the system's voice soon rang out. The host followed their heart, indulged in a lavish expenditure, and received a reward of 5 million. This expenditure was indeed substantial. Including the chartered boat, buying alcohol, fireworks, and various other expenses, the total exceeded 3 million. Now the reward amount was a full 5 million.
That was an extra 2 million. This was true indulgence. It was extravagant. Moreover, another system voice sounded.
Detected that the host has completed the intimacy task with Chen Xingning, received a reward of 1 million and 1 attribute point.
This task was finally completed.
Chen Yang allocated the attribute point to his stamina, and his physical strength changed once again.
He wondered how much he could bench press now. He would have to try it out when he had the chance. Soon, another task was released. Chen Xingning's intimate mission begins. Family romance synopsis. After the innocent campus love, family romance always follows. Requirement: understand Chen Xingning's family situation and complete a date at her home. Reward: 3 million, 3 attribute points. A family date? This shouldn't be too difficult. However, thinking carefully, it seems that Chen Xingning's family situation is something he doesn't know much about. Over the years, Chen Xingning rarely mentioned her family, and he didn't know why. He should find an opportunity to ask her someday. Chen Yang thought to himself. With the release of this last task, the events of the night finally came to an end. He had gained a lot. Just from the task reward, he had over 7 million, and this kind of super indulgent spending was truly exhilarating. Chen Yang's savings were about to surpass 20 million.
Once he broke through 20 million, he could make even bigger purchases and gain more rewards.
The peak of life was just around the corner. Moreover, he had added several WeChat friends, all of whom were pure and innocent girls, including Catherine.
This foreign beauty had been quite proactive last night, drinking with Chen Yang and leaning against him.
Chen Yang even felt that as long as he had the idea, getting her into bed would be an easy task. Foreign beauties were indeed quite open-minded. Chen Yang was lost in these thoughts.
Soon, a wave of fatigue hit him. Although the night had been enjoyable, it was also very tiring. It was time to rest.
When he woke up, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. After a simple lunch, Chen Yang headed out. He still had things to accomplish today.
First, he needed to go to the company to check on the so-called internet celebrity selection and see if he could activate the asset task.
Besides that, he also had to visit Deep City University.
His kind little sister-in-law was eagerly waiting for him to arrange a stage show for her.
The Ferrari 812 roared down the roads of Deep City.
While waiting at a traffic light, a message came through.
From Xiao Nana. Xiao Nana, hubby, work is so boring, I miss you so much. What are you doing? After completely becoming a woman, Yao Nana's personality had changed a bit. Although she still appeared to be the sexy and perceptive neighbor sister, she had become a bit clingy behind the scenes. This contrast was quite nice. Mu Yang, you love work so much? 30,000 a month, and you still go to work?
Xiao Nana, I have nothing to do at work, it's very easy, and I don't know what to do if I don't work.
You can't come find me every moment, and besides,
hubby, even though I'm just your little lover, I still need to help you prepare for the unexpected.
What if one day you have an accident in your career and go bankrupt? I can work to support you, right?
Don't you think so? Hubby Xiao Nana was indeed a qualified little lover, considering things quite thoroughly. The emotional value was off the charts.
Chen Yang felt happy and amused, replying with a smile. Mu Yang, Xiao Nana, you're so thoughtful. Do you want some rewards?
Xiao Nana, what rewards?
Are you coming to find me tonight?
Hubby, I've been waiting.
Tonight wasn't really possible.
Although Chen Yang's body had improved a lot, he wasn't at the point of being full of energy. After being tossed around by Chen Xingning, this little enchantress, for several hours last night, if he went to find Yao Nana, this mature woman, again, he might not even be able to walk.
Better to wait for another day. Mu Yang, are you working in the store all day today?
Xiao Nana, yes, hubby.
Mu Yang, okay, I'll come by later.
Xiao Nana, okay, I'll wait for you.
The call ended.
Chen Yang thought carefully. The company wasn't far from where Yao Na worked. After finishing up at the company, he should go visit his good sister. It had only been a day, but he missed her dearly.
Yao Na's myriad charms were truly captivating. Boom! The Ferrari 812 was cruising down the roads of Deep City, heading towards the headquarters of Tianma Entertainment, Australia, Melbourne Airport. In the lounge. Ruru, I've almost arranged everything for Tianma. After you return to the country next week, just go for the interview. Xin Lan's call came through again. Dressed in a red flight attendant uniform, elegantly sitting and sipping coffee, the beautiful and graceful Zhururu felt a weight lift from her heart upon hearing Xin Lan's words. She smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Sister Xin Lan." "It's a small matter," Xin Lan replied, then said seriously, "But Ruru, there's something I need to tell you." "Go ahead." Zhururu listened intently.
Xin Lan continued, "Although the manager of the business department is nominally in charge of interviewing you at Tianma, that rich kid doesn't really care about the company's affairs. So, he might not handle your admission. The one who will truly affect you is Tianma's operations supervisor, Zhang Shang. This guy has quite a reputation in the industry. His father is one of Tianma's board members, wielding significant power. To get into Tianma, you first have to get past him. He contacted me yesterday, wanting to take you out for a meal. I don't know if you're willing? Xin Lan's words were quite straightforward. A meal? Maybe some drinks. A hotel visit. Just the usual unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. Jaruru was very clear about this. She sighed deeply, not expecting that even a medium-sized Tianma group would have such people. The entertainment industry was truly chaotic. However, for Jaruru, this was just one last attempt. If it didn't work out, so be it. She was only pursuing her dreams and would naturally not accept any unspoken rules. At worst, she could just be content as a flight attendant. I've been very busy lately, flying all over the world, so I don't have time, sorry. Jaruru directly refused. After a long silence, Xilan finally responded, alright, Ruru, this is your choice, and I respect it. I wish you good luck. At this point, the situation was pretty much over. No matter how well Jaruru performed, without giving Zhang Shang face, her chances of being selected were almost non-existent. Jaruru's dream seemed to be completely shattered. Sitting in the lounge, Jaruru's stunningly beautiful face was filled with suffocating despair. Inside Tianma Group, Chen Yang walked side by side with his female subordinate, Zhou Man, in the business department. Zhang Shang? Chen Yang frowned. He had heard of this person before. The operations supervisor at Tianma was not a good character and had a poor reputation in the company. Isn't he from the operations department? How did he get involved with the business department? Zhou Man had just told him that Zhang Shang would also be attending the interview, even responsible for the recruitment part. This puzzled Chen Yang. As an operations supervisor, Zhang Shang should be in charge of promotion and traffic, so when did it become his turn to meddle in interviews? This is a special duty assigned to Zhang Shang by the higher-ups. It's been quite a while already. And, Manager Chen, you should understand what's behind Zhang Shang. Zhou Man answered seriously. Zhou Man is a standard career woman, dressed in a black suit and black trousers, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, both intellectual and beautiful. Chen Yang nodded in response. He had some understanding of Zhang Shang's background. There is a director at Tianma Group named Zhang Dong, who is his father. However, Chen Yang couldn't be bothered with the relationships and factions within such a group. He just wanted to see if he could activate a task. As for working? Not a chance. These people can do whatever they want. Besides, to be honest, Chen Yang didn't need to pay any attention to this Zhang Dong, Zhang Shang, or Zhang Dongxing. He now held 10% of Tianma Entertainment's shares, making him one of the major shareholders. If these people dared to show off in front of him, Chen Yang wouldn't mind letting them taste the iron fist of capital. The two chatted as they made their way to the conference hall, the main venue for the interview. As they walked, Chen Yang suddenly noticed that Zhou Man's figure was quite good, a perfect S shape, very graceful. With Zhou Man's figure, if she dressed a bit more revealingly and put in some effort, she could also be a beautiful office lady. Now, with her black-framed glasses, she looked scholarly and conservative, completely unassuming for someone with such a good figure. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Man, you're quite low-key. Manager, what do you mean by that? Zhou Man asked, puzzled. Chen Yang smiled and said, with your figure, if you wore a black silk bodycon skirt in the company, you'd definitely make quite a name for yourself. Your outfit is a bit too conservative. Your looks and figure are not much worse than those internet celebrities. Zhou Man, upon hearing this, was not embarrassed and smiled lightly. After all, the company is a workplace, there's no need to flaunt oneself. It's good that you have that awareness, Chen Yang chuckled and said, but, does that mean you're not like this in private? Zhou Man smiled and teased, if we have a chance to meet privately, then Manager Chen will know. Chen Yang just smiled in response. He was merely joking and didn't intend to say more. The two continued walking. Zhou Man then said, this interview is just for internet celebrities, it's not very important. The celebrity interviews next week will be more significant. Manager Chen, will you come? I should, Chen Yang replied calmly. Whether he would come depended on whether the asset task was triggered. If the task didn't trigger, there wouldn't be much point in coming to the company. Okay, then in a few days, I'll send you the resumes of the candidates for the celebrity interviews. I've heard that there's a very strong potential candidate among them, who previously had a good chance of becoming a top-tier star but later gave up for some reasons. Her looks are outstanding, and her temperament is great. Zhou Man specifically mentioned this. This female subordinate really thought that Chen Yang came to the interview just to see these internet celebrity beauties and star beauties. Okay, Chen Yang replied. The two quickly arrived at the conference hall. They pushed the door open and entered. At that moment, there were already 5 people in the conference hall. 3 of them were the teachers responsible for the review, and the remaining 2 were a middle-aged man, the head of the department, Ju Kai, and a young man, tall and dressed in a suit, with a slicked-back hairstyle and somewhat handsome looks. This guy was naturally Zhang Shang. Chen Yang had seen him a few times in the company. Upon seeing Chen Yang enter, everyone in the conference hall respectfully called out, "Manager Chen!
Manager Chen! Manager Chen!" Even Zhang Shang greeted Chen Yang.
Clearly, although Zhang Shang was considered a second-generation rich kid, he wasn't completely brainless.
Chen Yang nodded and then took his seat.
He was the overall person in charge of this interview, naturally seated in the main position, while Zhou Man stood behind him like a little secretary. As soon as he sat down, Ju Kai from the department next to him immediately handed over several documents.
"Manager, this is the personal information of several candidates for today's interview. Take a look."
Ju Kai was the supervisor of the department, promoted by Chen Yang, and was naturally quite loyal to him. Chen Yang took the documents handed over by Ju Kai and casually flipped through a few pages.
Most of the candidates were internet celebrities, aged between 18 and 24.
They all had a certain number of fans, some with hundreds of thousands, others with millions, but they were all stuck in a bottleneck, which was why they came to seek cooperation with the entertainment company. Looking at the photos, they were all quite similar, a uniform lineup of sweet girls. Only the last one, a woman named Li Wei, was relatively beautiful, but she was also the oldest at 24. After glancing at them casually, Chen Yang lost interest and said, "Let's start directly."
"Okay." Ju Kai responded. The interview began.
This interview process was somewhat like a show, with beautiful women coming in wearing various pretty and revealing outfits, performing various talents, whether dancing or singing, some even crossing the line. Then, 3 teachers would give scores, and after the scores were in, Ju Kai and Zhang Shang would review them, with Chen Yang making the final decision. As long as the internet celebrities signed, it would be a 3-year contract, gaining the company's traffic support, which was quite good.
However, Chen Yang only glanced at their selections and didn't take it to heart.
Although he understood the internet celebrity business, he was far from as professional as the few teachers.
With them selecting, there shouldn't be any problems. Right now, Chen Yang was mostly thinking about when he could activate the task. Little sweet sauce. Teacher Zhang, 5 points. Teacher Zhou, 4 points. Teacher Li, 5 points. Successfully passed.
By the time they reached the 3rd round, Chen Yang clearly felt something was off. This little sweet sauce was a true vixen, not very good looking but heavily made up, and her singing was off-key. Yet, this type of person completely crushed the scores of the 2 other internet celebrities who had both talent and looks, getting high scores and being selected. Chen Yang squinted his eyes and noticed that little sweet sauce occasionally threw flirtatious glances at Zhang Shang. The answer was already very clear. This guy was using underhanded tactics.
If even the interview teachers were his people, then what was the point of this interview? Chen Yang sneered. The entertainment industry was indeed not a good place.
However, he didn't want to seek unnecessary trouble. The entertainment industry had operated under these rules for so many years, and it wasn't just Tianma Group. As long as it didn't affect him, he couldn't be bothered. After all, in his eyes, Tianma Group was just an asset for dividends. They continued with several more rounds of selections. Zhang Sheng didn't go too far. There weren't too many people inserted into the underhanded rules, only 1 or 2, while the rest followed the normal process. Finally, they arrived at Li Wei, who had previously seemed quite good-looking. Li Wei was indeed very beautiful, with a score above 90, and her figure was top-notch, with a standard A4 waist, a slim waist and curvy hips, 36D, elegant temperament, and a stunning presence.
She resembled a mature beauty.
However, her dressing style leaned towards a sweet girl look, which didn't seem to match very well.
Hello, teachers.
My name is Li Wei, and I am a female trainee from the 09 third phase. I am here for this interview in hopes of continuing my contract with the company. What I have prepared for you teachers is a singing and dancing performance of Sweetheart Cutie, and I hope you all like it.
Li Wei deeply bowed to everyone. Chen Yang had also learned about Li Wei's information beforehand.
She is already 24 this year, and unlike other internet celebrities who came for interviews, she is here to seek a contract renewal. She has actually been with the company for 6 years. Since she was 18, she entered Tianma and has been trying various things, but nothing has really taken off. In the first 2 years, when there was a slight improvement, for some unknown reason, she was put on ice by the company again. Now her contract has expired.
She can only seek a renewal.
Because for someone like her, who entered the company at 18, with no education and no work experience, even if she goes to another entertainment company, she is already too old, and others wouldn't look at her at all.
Renewing her contract with the company will be her only way out.
Actually, when Chen Yang saw Li Wei's resume, he was quite surprised. With such good conditions, Li Wei shouldn't have been unable to rise all this time.
Could it be that his taste was off? Or was it that this Li Wei couldn't sing in tune and would trip over herself while dancing? Chen Yang held on to this doubt as he watched Li Wei's performance.
The result was beyond his expectations. Li Wei's performance was very complete. There were no flaws in either her singing or dancing. It was clearly something she had practiced countless times, far better than those clumsy internet celebrities before her. Her only problem was that the sweet girl style no longer suited her. Li Wei, whether in looks or figure, had matured significantly. Although she was still quite sweet, compared to others who were 18 or 19, she was far behind. But this did not overshadow her merits.
Normally, Li Wei's score should have reached a full 5 points. However, to Chen Yang's surprise, the scores given by the 3 teachers were: Teacher Zhang, 2 points; Teacher Zhou, 2 points; Teacher Li, 3 points. The total score was even less than what a single teacher had given to a little sweet sauce. Seeing this, Chen Yang instantly understood something and looked at Zhang Sheng beside him. The latter was watching Li Wei, his eyes seemingly filled with mockery and anger. Clearly, this guy had done something. After seeing this score, Li Wei's pretty face turned pale, tugging at her clothes, biting her red lips, lowering her head, tears welling up in her eyes as if she was about to cry at any moment. Chen Yang frowned. He didn't feel much when other internet celebrities were eliminated. Because, to be honest, those internet celebrities really didn't have much strength, and they probably hadn't trained seriously, their looks weren't high, and besides, they were still young, so they had opportunities. But Li Wei was different. Whether in singing or dancing, it was evident that Li Wei had trained very hard, with hardly any mistakes. Moreover, Li Wei was not young anymore. These years were her last chance. If she left the company, it would probably be her last opportunity to turn things around. Most importantly, with Chen Yang's years of experience in the entertainment industry, he saw great potential in Li Wei. Sure enough, just as Chen Yang was about to speak, the system's voice rang out. Successfully detected an S-level talent asset task triggered rise to fame. Description: the host wants to completely take control of Tianma Entertainment. Fame and prestige are essential requirement. Create a viral short video and launch a top internet celebrity reward. 5% shares of Tianma Group. As soon as the system's voice fell, information about Li Wei appeared before Chen Yang. Name: Li Wei. Level: S. Exclusive profession: internet celebrity. Star: special attributes: mature woman. Pure desire. When Li Wei's information appeared in front of Chen Yang, he couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling enlightened. When he saw Li Wei for the first time, he felt she had great potential, but he had always been uncertain about her specific direction. The words of the sweet girl definitely won't work. No matter how beautiful Li Wei is, she can't compare to those sweet girls who are 18 or 19. The mature woman style could work, but it still feels a bit lacking. Li Wei has probably tried the mature woman style in her many years at Tianma, but it seems she couldn't make it popular. The pure and innocent mature woman style is a direction that Chen Yang never expected. Because the mature woman style is currently a niche market in short videos, there hasn't been a true blockbuster yet. Moreover, it seems Li Wei has never even been in a relationship. Who would think she suits the mature woman style? However, after the system recommended it, Chen Yang found it increasingly fitting. Yes, only the pure and innocent mature woman style can fully showcase Li Wei's charm. Furthermore, although the mature woman style is still a niche market, it has subtly begun to show signs of becoming popular. As an S-level talent, Li Wei might become a top influencer in this field. Chen Yang was planning Li Wei's future path in his mind. At this moment, however, Li Wei was trembling, biting her red lips, and almost pleadingly said, "Teachers, I might have made a mistake just now. Can you give me another chance? I beg you. Really, please give me another chance. I really need this contract." Li Wei's tone was extremely humble, bowing repeatedly to everyone, her voice filled with grievance. The 3 teachers, however, did not respond and turned to look at Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng said with a serious expression, "The company has its rules, and we have our processes for selecting influencers. A chance is a chance. Once it's gone, it's gone. Pleading won't help. Let's go. Come back next time and work harder." His words were said with righteous authority, as if he were truly standing on the company's side. Li Wei was completely despondent. She looked at Zhang Sheng with a hint of fear in her eyes, as if she had already realized something. Finally, she lowered her head in disappointment and prepared to leave. At that moment, Chen Yang let out a sneer and said lightly, "Wait." The eyes of everyone in the room instantly focused on Chen Yang, and Zhang Sheng's expression became somewhat complex, as if he sensed something was off. "Manager Chen, is there a problem?" Zhu Kai asked. Chen Yang looked at Li Wei below and smiled. "I quite like this contestant.
I want to talk to her alone, is that okay?
Everyone was a bit stunned.
They never expected that Chen Yang, who they thought was just there as a mascot, would take the initiative to make a request. Zhang Sheng's face changed slightly, but he quickly adjusted and forced a smile. Manager Chen, the company's rule is that there is only one chance. If we open this door, it might be unfair to the other contestants.
This guy is quite clever, trying to use the company's rules to pressure Chen Yang. But would Chen Yang be afraid?
Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and casually said, I know, right?
I don't think I've ever said I wanted to break the rules. I just want to have a chat with her. Why are you all reacting so strongly? This sentence completely shut Zhang Sheng up.
Zhang Sheng's expression changed, and he finally responded, alright, then Manager Chen, you can talk.
Chen Yang ignored this guy and directly looked at Li Wei, asking, do you want to chat?
Li Wei looked at Chen Yang but didn't seem very happy, her eyes still showing a hint of fear, clearly thinking of Chen Yang as someone like Zhang Sheng.
However, in the end, she nodded and said, okay. Chen Yang and Li Wei left and entered a private meeting room. Watching their backs, Zhang Sheng's expression was unpredictable. What is this guy trying to do? Inside the private meeting room, Chen Yang and Li Wei sat facing each other.
Chen Yang looked at Li Wei, his gaze sharp, while Li Wei felt somewhat constrained, not daring to meet Chen Yang's eyes, only lowering her head.
After a long silence, Chen Yang finally spoke. Do you know why you were eliminated today?
Li Wei was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yang to ask such a question, and replied, I know, it's because my performance wasn't good enough, I didn't work hard enough.
You're lying,
Chen Yang said with a smile. Although Li Wei had entered the entertainment company at 18 and was somewhat naive, she wasn't a fool, she certainly understood the underlying reasons. Lowering her head, she bit her red lip, hesitating for a long time before saying, Manager Chen, if you just want to talk about this, then I think we
might not need to continue this conversation. I do cherish this opportunity, but if I really can't get it, then I can only give up. Li Wei thought Chen Yang was trying to exploit her and was about to leave.
Chen Yang just smiled, remained silent for a while, and then said seriously, Li Wei,
let me ask a different question. Do you want to be famous?
Upon hearing this, Li Wei did not hesitate at all and replied directly, yes, I dream of it. The expression on her pretty face was incredibly determined. Being popular was the dream pursued by every internet celebrity.
I can give you a chance, but I have only one requirement, Chen Yang said calmly. Li Wei was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yang to say this.
She knew she had provoked Zhang Sheng, who had a deep background in his company, and no one dared to oppose him, so she had basically been kept in the shadows all these years. Yet here was Chen Yang, who dared to say he would give her a chance. Didn't he fear Zhang Sheng?
After a moment of silence, Li Wei finally spoke. What is the requirement? Chen Yang smiled faintly. It's very simple, I just need you to be obedient. Obedient?
Upon hearing this, Li Wei immediately thought of some unpleasant things.
Being obedient meant letting herself be subjected to various abuses, right?
She had fallen to this point precisely because she refused to comply with Zhang Sheng's exploitation. How could she possibly submit to Chen Yang? Just as she was about to speak, Chen Yang had already seen through her thoughts and said, when I say obedient, I mean in terms of your career. What style you want to pursue, what route you want to take, what clothes you wear, what kind of short videos you shoot. I will personally take charge of all of it.
You cannot have any objections, understand?
This statement left Li Wei stunned again. If it was just like this, it was indeed acceptable. After all, her career was already a mess, and there was no room for decline. As long as it doesn't touch my bottom line, I can listen to you on any arrangement. Li Wei bit her red lip, her pretty face showing determination.
Okay. Chen Yang nodded.
With Li Wei's words, he felt reassured.
Why did he want to talk to Li Wei about this alone? It was simple. He wanted to test Li Wei's character.
An internet celebrity's personality could not be too rebellious, they had to be obedient, or one day they might cause some trouble, and after a scandal, it would be bad enough for her, but he would also suffer the consequences. So, Chen Yang wanted to see if Li Wei was the kind of willful person. It seemed she was not. Li Wei appeared to be under a lot of pressure, already on the verge of breaking down. Chen Yang was her last lifeline.
Let's go.
After finishing the conversation, Chen Yang directly said to her,
Go. Li Wei was somewhat stunned.
She thought they would delve deeper into something, but it turned out to be so simple.
But now the question arose. Did Chen Yang really have a way to deal with Zhang Sheng? Li Wei was filled with doubt.
The two of them came out of the private meeting room. The crowd outside had been waiting for a long time.
Manager Chen, how did it go?
Zhang Sheng stepped forward and asked with a smile. Chen Yang returned to his seat and replied with a smile, it was fine.
So about Li Wei?
Zhang Sheng inquired tentatively.
Chen Yang maintained his smile and continued, I think Li Wei is quite good.
I plan to sign her and train her personally."
As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference hall fell into silence. Li Wei had already been clearly eliminated. Now Chen Yang wanted to sign her.
This was clearly an abuse of privilege. Using privilege in the company wasn't surprising, but what shocked everyone was that Chen Yang didn't give Zhang Sheng any face at all. Many present knew that Li Wei had a grudge against Zhang Sheng, and her being sidelined these past few years was also related to him.
Thus, everyone turned to look at Zhang Sheng.
The smile on Zhang Sheng's face stiffened slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and continued to smile, saying, "Manager Chen,
isn't this a bit inappropriate? The teachers have already deemed Li Wei unsuitable for the company.
If you sign her now, it might be hard to explain to the others." Zhang Sheng was also a smart person. No one confronted Chen Yang directly, instead, he pulled in those so-called teachers. After hearing this, the teachers also spoke up. "Yes, Manager Chen, although Li Wei is good-looking, she is quite average in other aspects. Forcing her to stay in the company won't be beneficial. Manager Chen, Li Wei is already 24 years old, her prime has already passed more than half. There's no need to keep her."
"Manager Chen, keeping Li Wei will only occupy the company's resources."
These teachers spoke with conviction, firmly believing that Li Wei wouldn't make it, sounding quite righteous about the company.
But Chen Yang understood that these people were just taking sides.
They were unaware of his background, but they were very clear about Zhang Sheng's. He was the son of a director, and they knew which side their bread was buttered on.
Li Wei listened to their words, her expression bitter, and sighed.
Zhang Sheng had already come this far. She felt she had no chance left.
But Chen Yang's next words completely stunned her.
Chen Yang said calmly, "This internet celebrity interview is managed by our department.
I am the manager of the department and have the right to select internet celebrities for it. You think Li Wei won't succeed? I don't think so.
I believe Li Wei has great potential, and she will definitely succeed. Therefore, for the future development of the company, I plan to sign her."
"Do you have any questions?"
Chen Yang glanced at the three so-called teachers, his gaze indifferent and emotionless. It seemed he didn't regard these three at all. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, the three teachers broke out in a cold sweat. They knew Chen Yang had a background too, a manager parachuted in, someone they couldn't afford to provoke. So, they could only look at Zhang Sheng again.
Zhang Sheng's expression was gloomy. He wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat.
In the end, he still smiled and said, "All right. Since Manager Chen is so keen on signing Li Wei, I certainly have no objections. I hope Manager Chen can train Li Wei well and help her become a big star in the future."
Zhang Sheng conceded. This surprised many people.
At the same time, they were somewhat terrified to think that this person with a director father had given way to Chen Yang.
What kind of terrifying connections did Chen Yang have behind him? "All right, I will definitely make her work hard." Chen Yang smiled and then looked at the three teachers, asking, "Do you three still have any objections?"
At that moment, the three teachers dared not voice any objections, all smiling and saying, "No, since Manager Chen has such a good eye, how could we dare to have any objections? Yes, I've noticed that Li Wei is not simple. After Manager Chen signs her, she will definitely become a top star.
Li Wei, the future is promising." The change in attitude was indeed swift.
Even Li Wei found it hard to believe all of this.
Just like that, she was signed?
She had worked so hard for so long, training for half a year just to prepare for today's interview.
Unexpectedly, her training was of no use at all. Instead, it was a single word from Chen Yang that easily resolved all the issues. Reality is truly brutally stark. The interview was over. Arrangements for Li Wei would begin shortly.
Everyone started to leave the conference hall. As they left, Zhang Sheng smiled and shook hands with Chen Yang, saying, "Manager Chen really has a unique vision. I thought about it later, and Li Wei indeed has great potential. Such talent should not be easily let go by the company." This guy was still flattering Chen Yang.
Chen Yang's gaze was sharp.
This Zhang Sheng was much more scheming than he had imagined. He originally thought this guy was just a spoiled rich kid from novels and TV shows, but it seemed it wasn't that simple. Since the other party was all smiles, Chen Yang had nothing more to say.
"You're too polite, Supervisor Zhang," Chen Yang replied. The two parted ways.
Chen Yang and Zhou Man left.
Zhang Sheng watched Chen Yang's retreating figure, the smile on his face gradually fading into coldness. A teacher approached and asked, "Supervisor Zhang, why didn't you force Li Wei to leave just now?" The teacher was still puzzled. Zhang Sheng's background was one of the directors.
If he wanted to give Chen Yang a hard time, it wouldn't have been difficult.
He also didn't want Chen Yang's background to be deeper than his own. So, Zhang Sheng's concession to Chen Yang left him somewhat confused. Zhang Sheng smiled and said, "This Chen Yang has a mysterious background, even I don't know the specifics.
Although it might not be too strong, there's no need to clash with him.
It's just a Li Wei, if he wants her, let him have her. I don't care. Zhang Sheng appeared open-minded, able to bend and stretch. Of course. He wasn't a magnanimous person. Shen Yang taking Li Wei from him did indeed make him very angry. If it were in the past, he might not have given Shen Yang any face. After all, he had coveted Li Wei for so many years and had never been able to get her. How could he let her go so easily? But now, he was no longer very interested in Li Wei. Because he had a new target. Next week's interview is the top priority. It must be arranged well, and no accidents should occur. Zhang Sheng said in a flat tone. Supervisor Zhang, don't worry, I've already spoken to the other judges about next week's interview. There will definitely be no problems. At that time, we will all follow Supervisor Zhang's orders. The teacher had a flattering expression. Good. Zhang Sheng nodded in satisfaction, then looked in the direction Shen Yang had left, muttering to himself, this time, I gave you face. In the future, I hope you can be more sensible. Next week's interview. Shen Yang was still one of the main responsible persons. If this guy dared to act pretentious again, he wouldn't have so much face to give. Li Wei was selected. Today's matters were almost completed. Next, they would wait for Li Wei to get ready, sign various contracts, and then arrange for filming. No rush. Take it slow. The time had come to the afternoon, and Shen Yang planned to leave the company. Before leaving, Zhou Man reminded, Manager Chen, the star interview next week will be a cross-review, and the management teams from several departments will conduct the interviews together. You will be in the second round. The first round will be conducted by Supervisor Zhang and 2 other supervisors from different departments. Zhou Man briefly introduced the process of the star interview to Chen Yang. This was also something Chen Yang had asked about. Participating in the internet celebrity interview had already activated the asset task, and if he participated in the star interview next time, it might activate again. The rewards would probably be even higher. So, Chen Yang was quite concerned about it. So, first let Zhang Sheng and the others filter out around, and then I will be responsible for the review? Chen Yang roughly understood the meaning behind it. Yes, that's about it. Zhou Man nodded. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. That could be interesting. With Zhang Sheng's personality, if he had to play tricks during the internet celebrity interview, would he let the star interview go? Chen Yang was curious to see what tricks this guy could come up with. Remember to send me the files for the star interview in a few days. I want to take a look at their information. Chen Yang instructed. Through the information, he should be able to roughly figure out who Zhang Sheng's target was. Moreover, it was said that this time's star interview had a person with extremely high looks, who once had the opportunity to become a key figure in the first tier. He really wanted to see just how high that looks could be. Okay. Zhou Man replied. The company's events had temporarily come to an end. Chen Yang left the company, driving his Ferrari 812 towards the shopping plaza where Yao now worked. On the way, someone sent a message. Sad rib soup, brother-in-law, it's already 4 o'clock, where are you? You're not playing me, are you? Brother-in-law, I'm counting on you to save me. And there was more than one message. Just a few seconds later, another message came in. Sad rib soup, brother-in-law. If you don't come soon, I'm going to be done for. My mind is blank right now. What am I going to do when I go on stage? Soon, another one came. Sad rib soup, stinky man, how dare you neglect me and stand me up, you're so mean. And, sad rib soup, woo-woo, brother-in-law, what should I do? Woo-woo, brother-in-law, please don't leave me behind. No need to ask, this was naturally his school flower sister-in-law. This series of bombarding messages, with both a mature tone and a cute tone, showed that his sister-in-law was quite anxious. However, Chen Yang was not in a hurry. As an employee of an entertainment company, he had been responsible for many performances. Participating in this new student party would undoubtedly be a low-level attack. As long as he prepared various costumes and props, he could be ready in an hour without any worries. Mu Yang, I remember, I'll head over soon. Sad rib soup, soon? Brother-in-law, it's already 4 o'clock, the welcome party starts at 8 tonight. Brother-in-law, I'm not rushing you, but please have some pity on the child really can't handle it. Jamumu was worried that the time was too short and that arrangements wouldn't go well, so she wanted Chen Yang to come over early. After all, the others who were going on stage had already started preparing. Mu Yang, don't worry, there's enough time, trust your brother-in-law. Sad rib soup, okay then. Since Chen Yang said so, Jamumu couldn't say anything more and could only wait patiently. After a pause, Jamumu sent another message. Sad rib soup, in a few days, my sister is coming back to the country. She wants to come and take me away, and she also wants to invite me to dinner, so she asked me to ask for your opinion. Chen Yang was taken aback upon hearing Jamumu's words. Jiro was coming back? Calculating the time, it indeed seemed about right. Chen Yang was not opposed to meeting. A peaceful breakup didn't require making the relationship so tense. Mu Yang, okay, let your sister choose a place then. Sad Bone Soup, After a moment of silence, Sad Bone Soup sent another message. Sad Bone Soup, brother-in-law, I actually think you and my sister have a chance. Mu Yang, let it be. Chen Yang casually replied without saying much more. He didn't have much obsession with Jiro. Jiro probably wouldn't have much obsession with him either. Everything was left to fate. The call ended. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari 812 to the shopping plaza where Yana worked, inside the Vacheron Constantin flagship store. As usual, there were no customers, no business. Several salespeople were gathered around the counter, seemingly looking at something novel. Yana was standing in the center of several female salespeople, holding a mysterious box. The box was beautifully packaged, with a large logo on it, Huawei. It was a phone box. Nana, is this the latest foldable Mate X5 from Huawei? Wow. The box looks really high-end. Of course, this phone isn't cheap. The lowest configuration costs over 10,000. What price did you buy it for, Nana? The female salespeople chattered continuously, discussing among themselves. Yana smiled and said, the top configuration, 16G plus 1 terabyte collector's edition, with various insurances, it's about 20,000. 20,000 for a phone. That was no small amount. The female salespeople were all slightly surprised upon hearing this. Nah, you're too generous. Spending 20,000 on a phone, just like that? Yeah, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Nana is really going to become a rich woman. The saleswomen were filled with envy, seemingly believing that Yana was buying the phone for herself. However, Yana responded, who said I was buying it for myself? This is for Chen Yang, he hasn't changed his phone yet. Yana was quite observant. After binding the system, Chen Yang had changed his outfit, but he had indeed neglected to change his phone. To him, a phone was just a daily necessity, and it shouldn't be too expensive. There was no need to indulge, and changing phones was a hassle, so he hadn't changed it. When the saleswomen heard it was for Chen Yang, they were equally astonished. Are you giving it to Chen Yang? One of the saleswomen asked in confusion. Yes, Yana nodded. Another saleswoman laughed and said, Nana, I didn't expect you to be such a thoughtful woman. Usually, it's the men giving gifts to women. How often do you see a woman giving a gift to a man? That's right, Nana, Chen Yang is so rich, he doesn't need a gift from you. You really don't have to. Just enjoy it. Another saleswoman responded. These women, having been somewhat poisoned by toxic ideologies, rarely thought in terms of mutual giving, believing that as long as they were beautiful, nothing else mattered. Yana replied, you all don't understand. Although Chen Yang is indeed wealthy and doesn't need me to give him gifts, but providing emotional value, you don't get it. As long as the details are taken care of, the feelings can deepen. Yana didn't care about their words. No one understood her good brother better than she did. She knew that as long as this gift was given to Chen Yang, he would definitely be very happy. Just having that made her feel satisfied. After all, she was Chen Yang's little lover, and all she needed to do was provide good emotional value for her husband. The female sales assistants listened to Yana's words and couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle, responding, alright, it's still our Nana who thinks things through. Yes, that's why our Najia can find a young and handsome rich second generation. We can't do that. We should humbly learn from Najia. The female sales assistants didn't take it seriously at all and directly teased Yana. Go away. Yana's face turned red, she was still a bit shy. At the same time, Chen Yang, dressed in a sharp suit, walked in from outside and smiled. It's quite lively here, what's going on? Everyone's gaze instantly fell on Chen Yang. Compared to before, Chen Yang looked even more handsome now, with much less of that frail aura and a more robust feel. Some of the younger female sales assistants didn't dare to look Chen Yang in the eye, feeling a bit shy. A slightly older female sales assistant smiled and said, we're discussing the gift Nana wants to give you. Chen Yang, you're really lucky to be able to pursue our Nana. The female sales assistants looked at Chen Yang with smiles on their faces. Gift? Chen Yang was taken aback, a bit surprised, and looked at Yana, asking, you prepared a gift? Yana's face turned red as she nodded. She looked around and said, there are too many people here, let's go over there to talk. Yana then took Chen Yang's hand, and the two headed towards the coffee shop on the side of the mall, while the female sales assistants behind them wore smiles like ants, as if they had seen something very happy. Inside the coffee shop, in a corner booth. Hubby, I miss you so much. Once they got here, Yana, who appeared somewhat aloof and dignified in front of others, completely transformed into an incredibly clingy and cute woman. She didn't sit across from Chen Yang but squeezed into the same seat with him.
With her soft and fragrant body beside him, Chen Yang naturally wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace, and smiled, "How much do you miss me?" Yana blinked her eyes, suddenly grinning mischievously, and said, "Like the yellow river's water, endlessly flowing." This phrase had a bit of a twist to it. This also highlighted the difference between a mature woman and a girl. If it were Xintao or Chen Xingning, they definitely wouldn't be able to casually make such innuendos. Yana, being this mature woman, was both charming and generous, completely unrestrained. Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, "There are so many people here, you really dare to say anything?" Yana huffed, "Flirting with my husband? What's there to be afraid of? I just want them to see that even a big beauty like me is completely devoted to you, hubby, you're the most capable." Yana's face was filled with happiness, as if she were truly a woman intoxicated by love. Chen Yang held her even tighter. "I must say, being with this good sister of mine brings a sense of joy and accomplishment that is hard for others to match." After a pause, Chen Yang asked, "Aren't you going to give me a gift?" "What gift?" Only then did Zhao take out the Huawei Mate X5 from her bag and said, "Look, hubby, you're still using an old phone. So, I bought you a new one. I don't know if you'll like it." Yana was actually a bit nervous inside, not quite sure if Chen Yang wanted to change his phone. Seeing the phone box on the table, Chen Yang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He truly never expected that Yana would understand him so well, knowing that he indeed planned to change his phone. He just hadn't thought much about it and hadn't changed it. You have to know, his current phone was bought for 2,000 a few years ago. It was already a bit laggy. Now, seeing the phone box on the table, a warm current surged in Chen Yang's heart, and he smiled. "A good sister is indeed a good sister. How thoughtful of you. Do you like it?" Yana blinked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of joy. "Of course, it's a gift from my good sister, how could I not like it?" Chen Yang's smile grew wider, clearly happy. "That's great, as long as you're happy, my husband." Yana directly kissed Chen Yang on the cheek, feeling completely blissful. Next, Chen Yang opened the box. He took out the Huawei Mate X5, which had a great texture and was exquisitely crafted, truly worthy of being Huawei's high-end flagship. "I was originally going to buy an Apple, but then I thought about it carefully. There are apples everywhere now. It doesn't reflect your status, husband. So, I chose this one," Yana continued. I have to say, Yana really knows how to understand Chen Yang's mindset. Indeed. Although getting an Apple would be fine, if we're talking about prestige, this folding screen phone is definitely more high-end. People can tell at a glance. Chen Yang was quite interested and played with it for a while, liking it very much. "Thank you, Xiao Nana. It's nothing." Yana smiled, but soon she said seriously, "I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do about my family's situation." "Thank you, husband." Yana meant every word. The burden of her family had weighed her down for far too long. Every day she had to work frantically for her mother's medical expenses, bowing and scraping to clients. It was exhausting. Only after Chen Yang's money came through did she feel an unprecedented sense of relief. She no longer had to worry about money. She could slightly improve her life. Therefore, she felt even more grateful to Chen Yang. No matter what, as long as Chen Yang was happy, that was enough. Chen Yang just smiled in response. In this world, money really can solve many, many problems. However, Yana added, "But there's one thing that's bothering me." "Tell me about it," Chen Yang asked. Yana frowned slightly and said, "After I gave the money to my family, they kept asking me where it came from, whether I did something, and it was so annoying. They also keep wanting to meet my boyfriend." I didn't agree. "I guess they'll keep bothering me in the future. Husband, help me come up with an excuse to brush them off." Yana was quite troubled. Suddenly having this amount of money indeed made it hard not to raise suspicions. Chen Yang, however, smiled lightly and said, "Why brush it off? Just say it was from your boyfriend." "Huh?" Yana was slightly taken aback, then said, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? If I say it was from my boyfriend, then they'll definitely keep asking who my boyfriend is and so on." "Just say it directly," Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. "Can we really say that?" Yana felt a bit guilty. "Why can't we say it? We're not doing anything sneaky," Chen Yang said very openly. "Just kidding." Chen Yang was being serious. "About supporting Yana, okay?" Yana didn't mind much, saying, "I'm not afraid, but if I say it, they'll definitely want to meet you, asking me to arrange for you to come out. That would cause you unnecessary trouble, husband." Yana was still thinking of Chen Yang. Chen Yang, however, smiled and said, "What's the trouble? It's just meeting up, having a meal, right? There's no need to hide it. Just say it boldly." "Just kidding. Having money is meant to be flaunted, right? Being low-key is not Chen Yang's style." "Alright, then. If anything happens in the future, you can't blame me, I'm innocent." Yana took out insurance for herself. "I won't blame you,
How could I blame my good sister? Chen Yang's lips curled into a smile. That's good. Yaona's pretty face also showed a happy expression. In fact, she had wanted to say it for a long time, but she was always worried that Chen Yang wouldn't be happy. But since Chen Yang agreed, she naturally had to be generous. Husband, you are the best. Yaona stepped forward and kissed Chen Yang on the cheek. She gave a light peck and quickly pulled away. But how could Chen Yang let her go? He directly pulled her into his arms. Still want to escape? In the next moment, Chen Yang kissed her soft pink lips. Yaona was caught off guard, her face flushed, and her whole body softened in Chen Yang's embrace. This feeling was truly wonderful. After a moment, the two separated. It was about time. Husband, are we going to eat together later? Yaona wiped her lips with a tissue and asked. No, I have something to do later, Chen Yang replied. It was already late, and if he had another meal, his kind little sister-in-law would really go crazy. Alright then, let's go. Yaona was also about to return to work. Chen Yang nodded. Just as the two were about to leave, they suddenly heard a commotion from next door. Don't you know what day it is today? Today is Music Valentine's Day, and you didn't prepare a gift for me. Let's break up. This sentence immediately caught the attention of Yaona and Chen Yang. Music Valentine's Day? What is that? They exchanged glances and looked over. They saw a woman of average looks, not particularly beautiful, with a mediocre figure, but dressed flamboyantly like a socialite. In front of her stood a trembling man. The man weakly said, Baby, I've never heard of Music Valentine's Day. That's because you're uneducated. In the West, it's a very grand holiday. Don't you realize your mistake? Kneel down. The woman scolded loudly. The man, upon being scolded, actually knelt down. The people in the cafe were all astonished. How pathetic, kneeling for such a ridiculous reason. Yeah, really no bottom line. This woman isn't even pretty. I really don't know what he sees in her. Ha ha. It's quite normal. There are many couples like this now. Sigh. Who says otherwise? I'm also afraid of the tigress at home. The crowd was buzzing, as if this kind of thing had become the norm. At this moment, Yaona, with a smile, nestled into Chen Yang's arms and sweetly said, Husband, I've already taken care of the baby at home, mopped the floor, washed the clothes, and done all the housework. I've done everything you asked for. I even prepared a candlelight dinner. Tonight, I have all kinds of outfits ready for you, like a bunny girl, maid outfit, nurse uniform, flight attendant uniform. Husband, you can choose whatever you like for me to wear. I'm very willing to serve you. When Yaona said this, she deliberately raised her voice so that everyone in the cafe could hear. At once, all eyes turned to her, including that couple. Upon seeing Yaona's stunning beauty, everyone was amazed. Wow, such a beautiful woman is so obedient to her husband? My God, this guy is incredible. It's a stark contrast. This is what a normal relationship should be like. It's not every day that someone is kneeling or being scolded. Are you raising a dog? Envy, I'm so envious. His wife is both beautiful and understanding, while my wife not only doesn't reach 1/5 of her looks, but her temper is even less than 1%. How tragic. The crowd's envy for Chen Yang turned a deep shade of purple. Did this guy save the galaxy in his past life? How could he have such good treatment? Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Chen Yang's mood lightened considerably. He smiled and tightened his embrace around Yaona's slender waist as they left. His good sister really knows how to have fun. After they left, the man who had been kneeling on the ground finally gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, stood up, and said, If we break up, then we break up. With that, he walked away. The woman's face changed dramatically, and she shouted, You dare to break up with me? Stop right there. Unfortunately, he no longer looked back. After leaving the cafe, Yaona accompanied Chen Yang out of the shopping mall. They chatted as they walked. When they reached the central hall of the shopping mall, they saw an event in full swing. What caught Chen Yang's attention was that the event was hosted by more than a dozen security personnel in black suits, looking fierce as if they were protecting some valuable item. Chen Yang asked in confusion, What kind of event is this? Such a big deal. Yaona replied, This is an event organized by a top luxury clothing brand from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, aimed at promoting their clothing. There are top luxury clothing brands in Jiangsu and Zhejiang? Chen Yang was somewhat puzzled. He really hadn't heard much about it. Yaona smiled and said, Of course, these top domestic luxury brands are very niche, usually only accessible to the upper class, rich second-generation socialites. For example, the one organizing this event is from Zhongshan Yunjin. Zhongshan Yunjin mainly produces high-end kipaos, with an annual output of only 12 sets, one set per month. Each set is valued between 300,000 to 880,000. The dress for this event is the Ruyan Shipao, worth 560,000. I just went to see it with my colleagues.
It's very beautiful, really stunning. As Yana spoke, her expression became somewhat yearning. Such niche luxury items have a much greater impact on women than big brands like Prada or LV.
Owning one would make anyone feel incredibly confident while walking down the street.
Chen Yang took a rough glance from the outside. Indeed, the displayed qipao was quite impressive, with a bright red color that exuded elegance, exquisite craftsmanship, and meticulous attention to detail, along with a very well-designed qipao style.
At first glance, one could feel the elegance, nobility, and grace.
Most importantly, this qipao would suit Yao Na perfectly. With Yao Na's sexy figure, wearing this qipao would feel.
Chen Yang thought it was quite nice.
Especially at night, if Yao Na could wear the qipao, then
it would be a different kind of experience. However, Chen Yang didn't show it, smiling and saying, "So that's how it is. Let's go." They didn't linger and left directly.
After sending Chen Yang off, Yao Na returned to the Vacheron Constantin flagship store. Seeing Yao Na come back, the sales staff gathered around.
"You're back so soon? After sending him off, shouldn't you have gone for a meal or something?" "Yeah, I thought you wouldn't be back tonight."
"Nah, I was already prepared to help you ask the manager for leave, didn't expect you to be back so quickly." Several female sales staff teased her.
Yao Na, however, helplessly said, "He has other things to do, and what are you all thinking about every day? Really not serious." In front of her colleagues, Yao Na was still that reserved, mature woman. "Isn't it serious? He gave her a phone worth nearly 20,000, and Chen Yang hasn't given anything in return? That's too much. Our Nana has been so proactive, and Chen Yang really has no sense of romance."
"Exactly, Nana, at least he should take you to a high-end restaurant for a meal, that's not sincere."
The female sales assistants were still teasing.
Yao Na didn't care at all and huffed, "I told you he has things to do, he will definitely make it up to me later, and even if he doesn't, so what?
Chen Yang is my good little brother. What's wrong with me giving him a gift and flattering him a bit? You all stop talking nonsense and ruining our feelings."
Yao Na's words left the female sales assistants stunned. They didn't expect the usually aloof Yao Na to say such things, but soon, they began to tease her.
"Alright, we talked too much. I really envy Chen Yang, having such a good sister like Nana. I want a good sister too." The female sales assistants spoke with a hint of mockery.
Yao Na felt helpless against them and decided not to continue the conversation.
Just then, a few tall women in kipeos walked over from a distance. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to them. People from Yunxiang Jiangjin? What are they coming over for?
I don't know, but they look quite formal.
Are they here to shop? No matter what they're here for, let's get moving and return to our posts.
Although the female sales assistants were surprised and didn't know what the people from Yunxiang Jiangjin wanted, they all returned to their positions with smiles on their faces.
The people from Yunxiang Jiangjin quickly approached. The female sales assistants greeted them with smiles. "May I ask what you all need?"
Among the Yunxiang Jiangjin group, a tall beauty in a blue-on-white porcelain qipao stepped forward, gracefully bowed, and smiled. "We are employees of the Yunxiang Jiangjin team. We came here to find Miss Yao Na.
Is she here?"
The beauty in the blue-on-white porcelain qipao spoke softly, exuding an air of a refined lady.
"Looking for Yao Na?"
The female sales assistants all turned their gazes toward Yao Na, their eyes filled with confusion.
What could the people from Yunxiang Jiangjin want with Yao Na? Yao Na herself was a bit bewildered as she stepped out from the crowd and asked in confusion, "I am Yao Na. Are you looking for me?"
Upon seeing Yao Na, the beauty in the blue and white porcelain qipao smiled and looked her up and down, saying, "Indeed, you are a very beautiful lady." After complimenting her, the beauty smiled and said, "Miss Yao, we came here to invite you to try on some clothes."
Try on clothes? Yao Na was even more puzzled. Doesn't Yunxiang Jiangjin have its own models? Why come here to have her model? That was the first thought that crossed her mind. And it was the most likely scenario.
But then, the next thing the other party said left her stunned.
The beauty in the blue and white porcelain qipao smiled and said, "Yes, a Mr.
Chen spent 560,000 at our Yunxiang Jiangjin and bought the famous Ruyan qipao.
Moreover, he specifically requested it to be given to Miss Yao.
So, we would like to invite Miss Yao to try it on.
Would that be convenient for you?"
As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Vacheron Constantin flagship store was in shock.
Mr. Chen spent 560,000 to buy the renowned Ruyan qipao for Yao Na.
Who this so-called Mr. Chen was already obvious.
It must be Chen Yang.
My goodness, casually spending 560,000 on a piece from Yunxiang Jiangjin.
They could hardly believe it. The female sales assistants were almost left with their jaws dropped. Just now, they still thought that Yao Na sending a phone to Chen Yang was a bit of a licking dog behavior, but now it seems they are the real clowns. At this moment, Yao Na was also stunned in place, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. She never expected that just a casual remark would lead Chen Yang to buy it for her. This is simply a princess-like plot from a dream.
At this moment, an infinite warmth surged in Yao Na's heart, and her affection for Chen Yang was about to overflow.
Good little brother. From now on, no matter what you say, no matter what you ask your sister to do, your sister will definitely listen to you. Deep City University. Chen Yang parked his Ferrari 812 outside the university at Guiyao New Village, then walked into Deep City University. Deep City University is an open university.
As long as it is not past 10 o'clock at night, anyone can come and go freely. Walking along the paths of the university, various slogans about the welcome party were everywhere, along with busy students. Many were cosplaying, applying makeup, or practicing.
It was bustling and lively.
Jamumu was in the direction of the university's sports field.
However, Chen Yang did not head towards the sports field but went to the university's security department. He needed to arrange some matters first. Meanwhile, inside the university's sports field, there were already many people here, all organizing the stage, setting up sound and lighting.
A group of boys and girls were standing on one side of the field. In the center stood the incredibly beautiful and perfect girl, Jamumu. She was extremely anxious, her small face filled with worry.
Beside her, her classmate Jo Chin asked, "Mumu, how is it? Has your brother-in-law arrived? He said he was coming, but..."
Jamumu said with a slightly dejected expression, but he also said he had to handle some matters at school before he could come.
It's almost 6 o'clock, what else needs to be handled? It's about to start.
A younger student beside her said in surprise. Li Zhongyang was also there and directly said, "Your brother-in-law doesn't seem very reliable, Mumu, it's better not to wait for him.
Let me organize some people to help you arrange things." Everyone thought this suggestion was good.
It was already 6 o'clock. They still needed to do makeup, practice, and various other things. If they kept waiting like this, they might not make it in time. But Jamumu shook her head and said, "Thank you all.
It's just,
my brother-in-law said he would make it in time, so he should be able to.
I'll wait a bit longer."
But, Li Zhongyang wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat.
Jamumu trusted Chen Yang so much, what could he say?
However, he felt a bit displeased inside. He wanted to see what kind of ability this so-called brother-in-law of Jamumu had.
With only a few hours left, he didn't believe Chen Yang could manage without their student council's help. Just wait and see the show. Maybe Jamumu would even ask him for help later. Li Zhongyang was full of confidence. Everyone waited a little longer.
Finally, they saw Chen Yang in a white casual outfit walking over from a distance.
Brother-in-law.
The moment Jamumu saw Chen Yang, it was as if she saw a savior, and she immediately shouted.
Everyone's gaze turned to Chen Yang. Chen Yang was quite calm and smiled. "Waiting for me? Of course we're waiting."
Jamumu's anxious little face turned a bit red as she said, "Brother-in-law, it's almost 6:30.
What on earth have you been doing? You're killing me with worry."
In front of Chen Yang, Jamumu was like a proud little girl, her tone filled with complaints. Chen Yang casually said, "Don't worry, there's still time." Hearing Chen Yang say this, Jamumu felt a bit more at ease. If her brother-in-law said there was time, then there should really be time. Li Zhongyang laughed and said, "I estimate Mumu will be on stage around 9 o'clock. It's 6:30 now, and there are still more than 2 hours left.
Time is tight. 2.5 hours. Completing makeup, costumes, and rehearsals, how could that possibly be enough?" Other contestants had started preparing a day in advance. Now Jamumu only had 2.5 hours, which was an impossible task.
So, Li Zhongyang was just waiting to see Chen Yang make a fool of himself.
However, while this was indeed an impossible task for the students, for Chen Yang, what did it matter?
"The time is fine, still quite ample," Chen Yang said lightly. Everyone laughed but said nothing, all wanting to see how Chen Yang would handle it. Jo Chin directly said, "Brother-in-law Chen Yang, tonight's freshman party is very important for senior Mumu. Many freshmen are very interested in her and want to see the charm of the campus beauty of Shenzhen University. If it goes wrong, senior Mumu won't be able to hold her head high in school anymore." Jo Chin had a good relationship with Jamumu and was very concerned about her. The alluring beauty Lu Shu beside her also said directly, "Yes. This freshman party is not just an ordinary event. There will be live broadcasts and various leaders present. If the performance is good, it will greatly enhance Mumu's reputation at Shenzhen University and even throughout the entire city. This welcome party is indeed very, very important for Mumu." Their words reminded Chen Yang of the significance of this freshman party. Jamumu looked at Chen Yang with a pitiful expression. Although she had infinite trust in her brother-in-law, the situation felt off no matter how she looked at it.
2.5 hours, how could they possibly prepare well?
Chen Yang, however, said nothing more and just looked at the time.
After a few minutes, Chen Yang smiled and said, "Alright, they are here. Let's get started." They are here? Who is here? Everyone was puzzled. But soon, they understood. Boom! 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 A series of booming sounds echoed. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw 3 white Mercedes-Benz trucks slowly driving in from outside and stopping at one side of the sports field. "Let's go over," Chen Yang said with a smile. Although everyone was still confused, they followed Chen Yang over. They arrived in front of the 3 Mercedes-Benz trucks. A few stylishly dressed men and women got out from the passenger seat of the truck and walked directly in front of Chen Yang. Among them, a fashionable woman in a suit smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, everything you requested is ready. Let me introduce you. This one is our costume truck." The woman in the suit led Chen Yang and the others to the first truck. In an instant, the back of the Mercedes-Benz truck opened, revealing what looked like a spacious dressing room inside. There were all kinds of clothes, a dazzling array, with hundreds of pieces. Moreover, there were professional costume designers inside, waiting at all times. The students had never seen such a scene and were immediately stunned, unable to believe their eyes. What was going on? Was this the costume Chen Yang arranged for Jamumu? A whole truck? This was too crazy. It should be noted that others had to rent costumes from outside, and being able to rent 1 or 2 sets would be good enough. A truck? This was simply unimaginable. And what followed was even more shocking to them. They saw the woman in the suit continue towards the next Mercedes truck, saying, "And one of them is our makeup truck, all our various cosmetics are in this vehicle." The back of this Mercedes truck opened again. This back compartment did not open from the rear but swung open like a large door, directly from the middle to both sides, and even had a staircase that descended. Inside the back compartment was a beautifully arranged room, filled with all kinds of cosmetics, and without exception, they were all high-end brands, showcasing luxury. Several makeup artists were already inside the compartment, standing by in readiness. The crowd was once again left speechless. The woman in the suit walked towards the last Mercedes truck and introduced, "This last one is our rehearsal vehicle." The back of the last Mercedes truck also opened. Inside were various broadcasting equipment capable of sound adjustment, rehearsal, and polishing, very comprehensive. After all 3 Mercedes trucks had been showcased, the woman in the suit smiled at Chen Yang and said, "Our Century Fashion staff have been waiting inside for a long time. Mr. Chen, shall we start now?" Chen Yang looked at Jamumu and smiled. "Mumu, are you ready?" At this moment, Jamumu was still caught in indescribable astonishment. She had originally thought that when Chen Yang said he would help her with makeup and get her on stage, it would be just him doing it. Now, the gap was just too big, right? But soon, her pretty face flushed with excitement as she said, "Okay, I'm ready." She couldn't wait any longer. After all, who wouldn't want to experience the feeling of being a star? "Go on up." Chen Yang instructed the woman in the suit to take Jamumu onto the truck. Jamumu first went to the rehearsal vehicle. Although this was just a freshman gala, it was still necessary to rehearse to avoid any mishaps. As for makeup, there was no rush, they could do it in the last hour. After Jamumu got on the truck, Chen Yang looked at Li Zhangyang and the others with a smile, asking, "Now, do you think 2.5 hours is enough?" Li Zhangyang, Zhou Qingqin, Lu Shu, and the other students were at a loss for words. 2.5 hours was not enough for ordinary students. Compared to someone like Chen Yang, who casually had 3 trucks, 2.5 hours seemed more than sufficient. Especially for Li Zhangyang, he felt as if he had eaten something terrible. This guy, Chen Yang, was really showing off. Lu Shu then spoke up, "Century Fashion, if I remember correctly, should be the top entertainment logistics team in the entire Deep City, right? Many stars who come to perform in Deep City are served by this team. Their quote shouldn't be too low, right?" Lu Shu was quite knowledgeable, looking intently at Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Yes, you're right. Century Fashion has indeed served many stars, including first-tier ones like Jiang Shishir and Chen Shuru. As for the quote, it's over 500,000 for a single service. Not too high." This casual remark from Chen Yang was enough to leave the students once again stunned. A team that had served Jiang Shishir and Chen Shuru. To know that these two were first-tier stars in Long Country, their songs were often played in schools. Jamumu actually had the same treatment as first-tier stars. And a service costing over 500,000 was not considered high? For the students, this was simply astronomical. This was too exaggerated. At this moment, they had a whole new understanding of their brother-in-law, Chen Yang. What great powers you have. With a professional team backing her, Jamumu no longer needs Chen Yang to think too much about the upcoming events. He just has to wait for the welcome party to start. Jamumu has arranged a seat for Chen Yang. Sitting in his spot, Chen Yang was scrolling through his phone. Just then, a message came in. It was from Xiao Nana. Xiao Nana, hubby, am I pretty? Along with the message, Yana also sent a photo. In the picture, Yana had already changed into the top tier, smoke-like Qipao from Jiang Shangyun. As expected, just as Chun Yang had anticipated, after putting on this Qipao, Yana's personal charm was fully unleashed. First of all, her looks were beyond doubt very high. Her temperament was also exceptional, belonging to the level of a socialite princess. Her body proportions were incredibly graceful, a standard S-shape. Previously, wearing a black silk bodycon dress was already tempting enough, not to mention this very fitted high-slit Qipao. A pair of snow-white beautiful legs in high heels, subtly visible beneath the high-slit Qipao, exuded a sense of allure. This version of Yao Na was truly a mature and alluring woman. Xiao Nana, hubby, is this outfit beautiful enough? Mu Yang, not bad, but it lacks a bit of flavor. Xiao Nana, what flavor is missing? Mu Yang, well, it's hard to say right now. If we have the chance another day, let's go to a hotel together, and I'll personally guide you. Xiao Nana, hubby, that would be great, but you can only guide me, okay? Nothing else. Mu Yang, don't worry, I'm a gentleman. Xiao Nana, okay, then Nana will wait for you. I must say, the way Yana called him hubby really struck a chord with Chen Yang. It felt quite nice. Besides Yao Na, another message came in at that moment. Xinjia Xiao Tao, brother Chen Yang, are you there? Hashtag CatCat looks forward. Hashtag Chen Yang looked at the ID and avatar, feeling quite puzzled, unable to recall who the person was for a moment. But soon, he realized. Xinjia Xiao Tao was naturally Xin Tao. It was surprising that this girl hadn't sent him a message before. It had always been Chen Xingning. Mu Yang, Tao Tao, what's up? Xinjia Xiao Tao was silent for a moment before responding. Xinjia Xiao Tao, brother Chen Yang, do you have time the night after tomorrow? I want to have dinner with you. It was indeed rare for Xin Tao to extend such an invitation. Xin Tao and Chen Xingning were good friends, always sticking together, but she was still a typical college girl, relatively shy, and wouldn't usually be so proactive. Chen Yang smiled and said, sure, the day after tomorrow is Friday, right? You and Xingning pick a time. Xinjia Xiao Tao, no, there's no Xingning, just me, and you, brother Chen Yang. Is that okay? Hashtag little cat is shy. Hashtag this delicate Xin Tao actually asked Chen Yang out alone. How interesting. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly. He was quite interested in Xin Tao as well. Both her looks and figure were at the level of a campus beauty. Most importantly, Xin Tao's personality gave off a vibe of being delicate and easily toppled, which was quite tempting for a man. Mu Yang, alright, you arrange it. Xinjia Xiao Tao, okay, then we'll have dinner first, and then go watch a movie. After receiving Chen Yang's promise, Xin Tao made a simple plan and ultimately decided. First dinner, then a movie, and a little shopping. As for what to do after shopping, it would probably be around 10 or 11 at night by then. How to arrange things then was still unclear. After ending the call with Xin Tao, Chen Yang sent a message to Chen Xingning. Mu Yang, did Tao Tao come to meet me because you arranged it? Lemon sauce, no, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Chen Yang Gij, don't slander me, I really didn't. Mu Yang, not you? Lemon sauce, of course not, I was out playing with classmates, Tao Tao wasn't with me, it seems her family came to find her today. Chen Yang was slightly taken aback. It was indeed unexpected that Xin Tao took the initiative to find him. Lemon sauce, wow, Tao Tao was really scheming, actually trying to steal my Chen Yang Gij behind my back, so despicable, I'm going to spank her little but when I get back. Mu Yang, alright, as long as it's not you. Chen Yang paused for a moment, as if thinking of something, and continued to ask. Mu Yang, by the way, Xingning, we've known each other for so many years, but I don't really know much about your family situation, where are you from? Lemon sauce, I'm a local from Deep City, Chen Yang Gij. A local from Deep City? This made Chen Yang momentarily stunned. Deep City is a place where every inch of land is precious, and locals there are basically all wealthy. For example, Chen Yang used to have a colleague from a village in Deep City. Although it was called a village, it was actually filled with high-rise buildings, and every year there were dividends worth over 100 million. He didn't need to work and could still earn millions, just lying flat was enough. Chen Xingning, being a local from Deep City, should have a decent family background. Mu Yang, locals are all rich. Xingning, you're hiding it deep. Lemon sauce, who says that? It's all prejudice. I can only say my family isn't poor, but we aren't that rich either. Mu Yang, I don't believe it. Lemon sauce, I'll take you to my house to have a look another day, Chen Yang Gij. Chen Yang was waiting for Chen Xingning to say this. To complete the system task, he definitely needed to visit Chen Xingning's house, and then at Chen Xingning's house. Cough cough. Mu Yang, okay. Chen Xingning was going to continue shopping.
Their brief conversation quickly came to an end. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Detected that the host has completed a lavish expenditure, reward, 880,000, the system reward came again. Spending 500,000, rewarded over 800,000. It was really exhilarating. Chen Yang's savings had already surpassed 20 million, and he should consider making some large expenditures in the future. Directly spending over 10 million at once, rewarded with tens of millions. Now that was truly exhilarating. Chen Yang was thinking about these things. At this moment, a considerable commotion arose from the crowd present. Wow, so beautiful. Yeah, no wonder she's one of our candidate school beauties, so stunning. After being carefully dressed up, Zhang Qi isn't necessarily much worse than Jamumu. Miss Qi Qi tonight is really going to shine throughout the event. Chen Yang also looked in the direction of the commotion. What came into view was a tall, exquisitely beautiful girl. She was very pretty, with an oval face, peach blossom eyes, a small delicate nose, and cherry lips, adorned with exquisite makeup, and her long, smooth black hair fell over her fragrant shoulders, exuding an intellect and maturity not typical for her age. Her figure was also outstanding, a standard 9-head beauty, with incredibly long legs, definitely a leggy beauty, and her development was quite mature, curvy in all the right places, but compared to Jamumu's E-cup figure, she was still a bit lacking, probably just barely a D-cup. Her outfit was certainly well thought out. A complete set of pure white princess dress, in European style, looking noble, elegant, and very beautiful. It complemented her model-like figure, making her aura truly stand out. This girl was indeed very beautiful. However, after spending so much time with top beauties like Jiro, Yana, and Jamumu, Chen Yang's impression of her was just average, without much attention. However, he didn't pay attention, while the other person walked straight over. The girl in the pure white princess dress approached Chen Yang and the others under everyone's gaze and directly asked, "Where's Mumu? Why haven't I seen her?" The girl's voice was also very pleasant, sweet, and captivating. She was here to find Jamumu. Sitting beside her, Zhou Qinchin replied, "Senior Mumu is still rehearsing." Rehearsing? The girl in the pure white princess dress was taken aback upon hearing this. It was almost time to start. Still not in makeup and still rehearsing? Last-minute scrambling? It seemed the rumors on the campus forum were true. Jamumu really wasn't prepared. At this, a look of delight appeared on the girl's delicate face as she smiled and said, "That's great. Let Mumu rehearse well. I'll go on stage first to warm up the atmosphere for her." After saying this, the girl in the pure white princess dress smiled lightly and then turned to leave. Watching her beautiful figure, Zhou Qinchin huffed in dissatisfaction. "I'm helping Mumu warm up the atmosphere. I'm really a master of tea art." Hearing this, Chen Yang sensed that this girl seemed a bit problematic. So, he directly asked, "Who is she? Is she close to Mumu?" Zhou Qinchin explained, "Her name is Zhang Qi, a senior in the finance department. Before senior Mumu came, she was the campus belle of Deep University, but after Mumu arrived, she was pushed aside. So, she has always been at odds with senior Mumu, always trying to compete with her in various activities. For this new student gala, she must have prepared well, wanting to showcase herself in front of the freshmen and completely surpass senior Mumu to reclaim the title of campus belle." After listening to Zhou Qinchin's explanation, Chen Yang had a rough understanding. No wonder he thought Zhang Qi's makeup didn't look like something a student could do. She probably spent some money hiring a professional makeup team. Such open and covert competition was quite common on campus. It's just a pity that Zhang Qi might be miscalculating. Tonight, no one could surpass Jamumu. Time passed. Soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The welcoming gala for new students at Deep University officially began. First, of course, were the various speeches from the two hosts and the passionate addresses from the school leaders. This phase lasted about 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, it was time for the students' performances. The performances by these college students were top-notch in creativity. There were those who sang rap off-key, dancers who almost fell off the stage, and even a cosplay of the past Sham8 style performing Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. It was full of laughs. This also reminded Chen Yang of his own college days. The memories of youth were truly beautiful. However, besides the comedic acts, there were also many good performances, such as a chorus of Distant You that deeply moved the audience, and a K-pop dance from the dance academy that ignited the atmosphere. Once the atmosphere was thoroughly warmed up, it was already 9 o'clock. According to the program schedule, Jamumu was supposed to go on stage at 9. But due to the students' performances dragging on too long, Jamumu's stage time could only be pushed back to 9:30. And at 9, someone else took the stage. That's right. It was this Qi person, Zhang Qi. Next, we warmly welcome one of our campus goddesses from Deep University. She has held the top spot on the campus goddess list multiple times.
finance major Zhang Qi, goddess Chen. What she brings us is a song by Fei Wong, In a Hurry for Everyone. As the host's voice rang out, the audience below erupted in cheers and applause. Goddess Qi Qi. Goddess Qi Qi, I will love you forever. Goddess Qi Qi, I want to be your dog. Qi Qi goddess. A chorus of male university students howled like wolves. It was evident how famous Zhang Qi was at Shenzhen University. Amidst the howls, boom, the spotlight on stage suddenly went out, plunging the scene into silence. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the stage. Soon, the spotlight lit up again, focusing all its light on the center of the stage. Dressed in a simple white princess gown, Zhang Qi, looking like a princess stepped out of an anime, appeared under the spotlight. At the same time, her melodious singing spread throughout the sports field. In those hurried years, how many times did we say, after saying goodbye, we delay? Unfortunately, who has not loved? It's not just a game. The eloquence of emotions. Zhang Qi was the type of sweet beauty, her voice very sweet, although it didn't quite match with Fei Wong's timbre. Her rendition of In Those Hasty Years brought a different flavor. A sweet girl singing such a heartfelt song. This contrast made all the male university students present restless. Almost everyone was entranced by Zhang Qi's singing, until the last note fell. Who is willing to just let go, with no ties or connections? We must owe each other, we must have lingering ties. The scene was silent. Not a sound. Under the spotlight, Zhang Qi bowed to everyone. I am Zhang Qi from the senior finance department, thank you all for your support. Her words completely shattered the silence. In an instant, applause erupted. Invincible. Qi Qi goddess, so beautiful. She's a legend now. Qi Qi goddess truly deserves the title of sweetness queen. Tonight she has completely become a legend. I used to think that Jamumu was the only campus flower at our university, that Qi Qi goddess was a bit lacking in looks and figure, but now it seems I was completely wrong. Qi Qi goddess's talent is unmatched. In the upcoming campus flower voting, I will definitely vote for Qi Qi goddess. Exactly, I will too. Qi Qi goddess, I want to be your dog. The scene instantly boiled over. Countless students present were completely captivated by Zhang Qi's rendition of In Those Hasty Years. Tonight's program, I'm afraid, has nothing that can surpass In Those Hasty Years. So strong. Enjoying the flattery of the crowd, Zhang Qi felt immensely proud. Humph. Jamumu, let's see how you compare to me. Her competitive spirit was already very strong. Ever since Jamumu enrolled, she had always overshadowed her, making her very unhappy. Today, she finally felt she could surpass that annoying person. How could she not be happy? Meanwhile, those around Chunyang were also discussing among themselves. Zhang Qi's performance this time was outstanding. After tonight, she will probably be famous at Shenzhen University. She is likely the most dazzling person at this welcome party. Don't speak too soon, Jamumu hasn't performed yet. Jamumu? She's still a bit lacking, although she's beautiful. This time Zhang Qi came prepared. How could Jamumu possibly compare? Yeah, I heard Zhang Qi spent over 10,000 on makeup, and had special rehearsal training, practicing for 3 whole days to achieve this effect. I just saw Jamumu, and she seemed unprepared. It's probably hopeless. The position of campus goddess is about to be relinquished. The surrounding students all believed that no matter what, Jamumu would likely not be able to surpass Zhang Qi. But Chen Yang was unconvinced. Zhang Qi's performance was indeed of high quality. However, students are still students, they don't fully utilize their strengths. Zhang Qi is a sweet beauty, and while singing such a heartfelt song creates a contrast, it's not entirely suitable. So the performance lacks a bit of tension. Also, aside from singing, Zhang Qi hasn't arranged anything else, which also lacks explosiveness. Although her singing is good, it doesn't achieve a truly stunning effect. College students are still too immature. Chen Yang is confident. The program he arranged for Jamumu is more than enough to overshadow Zhang Qi. Time passes. Another program has gone by. Jamumu is about to perform. However, at this moment, a staff member from Century Fashion ran over to Chen Yang and whispered, Mr. Chen, Miss Xue is looking for you. What's the matter? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and asked directly. The performance is about to start. What does Jamumu want him for? The staff member replied, she didn't say, just wanted you to go over. Chen Yang nodded and, along with the staff member, headed towards the few white Mercedes trucks. Chen Yang entered the dressing room set up by the Mercedes trucks. Upon entering, he saw 4 makeup artists busy with final touches and retouching, while Jamumu sat in her seat, allowing the makeup artists to work on her. Jamumu had already changed her clothes. However, from just her back, it was hard to tell what she was wearing. Moo. After Chen Yang came in, he called out directly. Jamumu immediately turned her head and, upon seeing Chen Yang, happily exclaimed, brother-in-law. When Jamumu turned around,
Chen Yang was completely stunned by her makeup and appearance. Jamumu's delicate face was adorned with an incredibly exquisite makeup look, with pink eye makeup, pink foundation, and even light pink eyebrows, enhancing her invincible beautiful girl aura. Besides the makeup, Jamumu also wore a fluffy pink wig. This combination completely amplified Jamumu's youthful vibe, exuding a pure and vibrant feeling. Chen Yang, who often played games, recognized that Jamumu's makeup was a cosplay of a character from a game, Seraphine.
This is the invincible beautiful girl that has taken the internet by storm. Jamumu is just perfect for it.
Jamumu had also changed into her outfit, stood up from her seat, lifted her pink skirt, and twirled in front of Chen Yang, sweetly smiling. "Brother-in-law, how is it? Does it look good?" Chen Yang nodded. "It looks great, very beautiful, Seraphine suits you very well." To be honest, the moment Chen Yang saw Jamumu, he felt like he was looking at the real Seraphine. Her beautiful girl aura was just too fitting.
"Thank you, brother-in-law." Jamumu's smile widened, becoming even sweeter. Chen Yang smiled and asked, "What did you want to see me about?"
Jamumu lowered her head, tugging at her skirt, her beautiful eyes downcast as she said, "Brother-in-law,
I'm a bit nervous, afraid I won't perform well. What to do? So that's the reason. This little sister-in-law's personality is indeed quite different from Jiro's.
Jiro would never be stage fright in front of a big audience. Jamumu, on the other hand, has a bit of social anxiety, which is also why she rarely attends events.
Chen Yang smiled. "That's very normal. It's called performance anxiety, many people experience it, but it's also quite easy to overcome. Just imagine the audience in front of you as yourself, or picture them as a bunch of pigs. Don't think of them as people, and that fear will diminish a lot." Chen Yang had learned about this. After all, coming from an entertainment company, there are many artists like Jamumu. "Imagine them as myself. Imagine them as a bunch of pigs?"
Jamumu tried to immerse herself in the moment, and indeed, her feeling of tension had diminished quite a bit.
"Much better, thank you, brother-in-law."
Jamumu once again broke into a sweet smile. Chen Yang gently held her small hand and said with a smile, "No need to be nervous, brother-in-law has checked everything for you. The performers tonight are all quite average. If you take the stage, they won't stand a chance.
Tonight, you are the focus of the entire stage. Do you understand?"
Jamumu, holding hands with Chen Yang, felt shy in her heart, but hearing Chen Yang say this, she nodded heavily.
Brother-in-law, I got it." The time finally arrived at 9:30. It was finally time for Jamumu to take the stage.
The crowd in the venue was already buzzing with discussions.
Jamumu is finally going on stage. Yeah, the goddess Mumu is quite mysterious.
Although she was photographed when she just entered her freshman year and became widely known on the campus forum as the first school flower, she hasn't participated in many events over the past year and rarely shows up.
I wonder what her performance will be this time. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe it will be even better than Goddess Chi-Chi. Not likely.
Goddess Chi-Chi has participated in various events throughout her 4 years of college, spent money, and prepared thoroughly to achieve today's results. It's too difficult for Jamumu to surpass Goddess Chi-Chi.
Let's see. Most people didn't believe Jamumu could really surpass Zhang-Chi.
But after all, Jamumu was the first school flower, and they were still looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Zhang-Chi crossed her arms, her gaze intense, her pretty face full of pride. She wanted to see how Jamumu could compete with her when her own performance was already perfect. At the same time, the host appeared in the center of the stage and announced loudly, "After everyone's heartfelt performances, our welcome party is about to come to an end. As we approach this conclusion, our student council has arranged a special project for everyone. From the second-year information college, Jamumu will perform for you all. Please give the warmest applause to welcome our campus goddess, Jamumu, to the stage." As the host's voice faded, thunderous applause erupted, and cheers instantly filled the air.
"Goddess Mumu, you finally came. Goddess Mumu, YYDS. Goddess Mumu, I want to be your dog. Goddess Mumu."
Various cheers echoed endlessly.
Amidst the crowd's cheers, boom! The dazzling spotlight dimmed. The entire venue fell into silence. Everyone's gaze focused on the stage. The stage was pitch black. The first to appear was not Jamumu, but her voice. "I want to open your heart, really want to have a future with you. I really never dared to think, for one person, I am willing to wait." The song began. But this time, it was an incredibly sweet voice, as if the entire venue was filled with sweetness. "I feel like I've heard this song before, but I can't remember. So familiar. This is." Many male students who liked gaming had already realized. At this moment, the singing suddenly stopped. Then, the sweet voice continued. "The meaning of life is not to avoid the storm, but to dance in the rain. Hello everyone. I am the star singer, Salafini.
When this cheerful voice ended, the spotlight lit up again, all focused on the center of the stage. In the center of the stage, dressed in a Seraphine cosplay, with long pink hair and an exquisite face, the stunningly beautiful Jamumu appeared before everyone. With a confident smile on her pretty face, she truly looked like a superstar, standing on the stage and gazing at the audience below. The aura of an unbeatable beauty was completely unleashed at that moment. Boom! The atmosphere at the scene exploded. Everyone looked at Jamumu, who was almost perfectly in sync with Seraphine, feeling as if the dimensional wall had been shattered, as if Seraphine had truly appeared on stage. So similar. Really too similar. Jamumu's makeup, looks, outfit, and demeanor all had an 80% similarity to Seraphine. So beautiful. After a brief silence, the cheers erupted. Wow wow wow. So beautiful. I've seen so many Seraphine cosplayers on Douyin, but I've never seen anyone who looks this much like her. Not only does she look like her, but she's also stunningly beautiful. Is this really our university's first beauty? She's truly goddess level. Similarity aside, did you notice? Goddess Mumu's voice is exactly the same as Seraphine's. There's no sense of incongruity at all. Damn, I thought it was dubbed. If this is her real voice, it's just too amazing. Goddess Mumu. So perfect. The audience was in a frenzy. During college, there were many gaming enthusiasts, and most of the male students spent their days holed up in their dorms playing games. Now, seeing Jamumu cosplaying as Seraphine right in front of them, they were completely crazy, cheering excitedly. This strong sense of immersion was something Zhang Qi couldn't compare to before. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi's face was filled with surprise, a bit hard to believe. What was going on? Clearly, Jamumu hadn't prepared anything at all. How could she suddenly have such exquisite clothing and such beautiful makeup? It took her professional makeup team half a day to create her nearly perfect look, with all sorts of touch-ups. Just a few hours ago, when she saw Jamumu, she was still wearing light makeup she had done herself. How could this be? Zhang Qi felt as if she had seen a ghost. At the same time, Jamumu on stage began to move again, like a joyful singing sprite, walking across the stage with a microphone, her pretty face full of sweet smiles, continuing to say, "Every city has its unique music, and the music of Zuan and Piltover is a charming duet, and our Xinjiang is a grand chorus belonging to everyone. Come on, friends, dance along with the music." Jamumu, using Seraphine's voice, directly stirred the emotions of everyone in the audience, and she began to sing again. Always on the outside through a window looking in, never the right time, so the chance goes by again, the lines begin to show when we feel broken. This time, it was directly in English. This was Seraphine's theme song. Jamumu's English was also top-notch, with authentic British pronunciation, perfectly paired with Seraphine's beautiful voice, making it very pleasant to hear. The atmosphere in the venue was ignited. All the audience members were completely entranced, their bodies swaying with the music. At this moment, it felt as if this was no longer a welcome party. It was more like a personal concert belonging to Jamumu. Amazing. The effect was truly perfect. Wow, Chunyang brother-in-law, you made Mumu look so beautiful, you are really incredible. Even Zhou Qinchin, sitting next to Chunyang, cast an admiring glance at him. Lu Shu was the same, looking at Chunyang with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. They all originally thought that with just over 2 hours left, tonight's welcome party would definitely be a disaster for Jamumu. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang stepped in and effortlessly changed everything. Jamumu stunned the entire audience. Chen Yang, however, remained calm, showing no special expression. Because he hadn't done anything extraordinary, he had just spent money. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. Soon, Jamumu's song came to an end. The roaring applause erupted once again. After the applause subsided, Jamumu, with a sweet smile, said, "Thank you all for your support. Salafini, I will always love you." The cheers from the audience grew even louder, surging like a tidal wave. The stage lights gradually dimmed, plunging back into darkness. In the darkness, only the murmurs of the crowd remained. Jamumu's performance was too perfect. She truly is a Salafini, so sweet. I'm afraid I'll dream of her tonight. She's really a goddess in my dreams. So, who do you think performed better, Jamumu or Zhang Qi? Jamumu, the sweet goddess, who can compete with her? I think Zhang Qi is also pretty good. Yeah, although Jamumu is strong, Zhang Qi is not bad either. Both goddesses are outstanding. Tonight's performances, they are tied for first place. Although the male college students loved Jamumu's performance, in the end, Jamumu was still just an ordinary cosplay. Stunning as it was, it lacked that explosive element. So, everyone thought that Zhang Qi and Jamumu's performances were not much different, with Jamumu being slightly stronger. Hearing these discussions, Zhang Qi felt a sense of relief in her heart. At least she wasn't overshadowed by Jamumu. That was enough. But soon, she felt something was off. because the spotlight on stage had been dark for too long, and there was no next performance.
It seemed that Jamumu's performance had not ended.
Just as everyone was puzzled, a cold, aloof voice suddenly rang out.
Determination, courage, admiration, hatred, all will be distorted and transformed in the river of time. Do you want to be my enemy? The high and cold voice instantly broke the silence in the venue. The audience's attention was once again drawn to the stage, and they realized something, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. This line is, boom! The spotlight on stage suddenly lit up, shining with purple light. All the spotlights focused on Jamumu in the center of the stage. At that moment, Jamumu had completely changed her makeup. She transformed from the sweet Salafini into the aloof Raiden Shogun. Even her aura underwent a tremendous change, shifting from sweetness to an arrogant demeanor that kept people at a distance. The purple pupils sparkled under the spotlight. It was as if Jamumu had truly become the invincible Raiden Shogun, looking down at the crowd below. After a brief moment of silence, the audience erupted into cheers. Wow, wow, wow. It's actually the Raiden Shogun. My god, so beautiful. That gaze, that aura, absolutely stunning, completely no sense of incongruity. Goddess Mumu, I want to be your dog, step on me.
At this moment, all the boys had transformed into Zemumu's devoted admirers. If Zemumu's cosplay of Seraphine had merely amazed them, then her current embodiment of Raiden Shogun had completely set them ablaze.
She could switch effortlessly between sweetness and aloofness. Zemumu was truly the undisputed campus beauty.
At this moment, Zemumu spoke again.
I am your past. I am the unchanging law.
In her tone, there was no longer any trace of a college student's naivety, all that remained was the chilling aura of a mature woman. As she spoke the final lines, her small hand slowly reached into her chest and gradually drew out a purple one-handed sword. Holding the sword in one hand, she stood on the stage, the spotlight shining down on her. She delivered her final line. I am the eternal guardian. Although this line was overly dramatic, combined with Zemumu's cold and proud appearance, her emotionless mature voice, and the exclusive music of Raiden Shogun, it completely ignited the atmosphere on site.
So beautiful. A milky blade. So invincible. Oh my god, is this really a freshman event?
I feel like I'm watching a top-tier comic convention performance.
Goddess Mumu, you are our eternal goddess. The iconic scene of the Milky Blade undoubtedly elevated Zemumu's aura to the max.
At this moment, not only the audience present but even Zhou Qinqin, Lu Shu, Li Zhangyang, and others were stunned.
Zemumu's overwhelming success as Seraphine had already shocked them.
Now, this Raiden Shogun had completely overturned their perceptions. It turned out that the usually gentle and graceful Zemumu had such a mature side. Among them, the most surprised was Zhang Qi. Just a moment ago, she was relieved that she hadn't been overshadowed by Zemumu, but now, she was probably feeling so small she couldn't lift her head.
What's so impressive about it?
Zhang Qi still tried to act tough, but looking at Zemumu on stage, the center of attention and radiating brilliance, she muttered somewhat sheepishly, but
she really is beautiful.
Tonight's performance was a great success. Whether on campus forums, school Tiabat, or even Douyin, there were already many clips about Zemumu's cosplay.
Many people had a new understanding of this stunning campus beauty from Shenzhen University.
Zemumu's fame had completely taken off in the entire Shenzhen University, or rather, the whole city of Shenzhen. The school leaders had taken notice of her. People from major entertainment companies were also paying attention to her. Zemumu's future would undergo significant changes because of this welcome party.
After the welcome party ended, the student council organized a banquet.
Many students attended, along with some school leaders and entertainment company representatives. At the banquet, Zemumu was naturally the most dazzling star, attracting everyone's attention, with various rich second-generation heirs trying to get close to her.
But Zemumu, without exception, rejected them all.
She simply stayed by Chen Yang's side, sipping some drinks and chatting happily with him.
Their interaction made the other students very unhappy, and they were all curious about Chen Yang's identity. Who exactly was this guy? Why was he so favored by Zemumu?
However, Zemumu and Chen Yang paid no mind to the gazes of these people and continued chatting in their corner.
Brother-in-law, tonight was truly amazing.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known I was so outstanding.
I feel like a big star. I'm so happy.
Jamumu had a bit to drink and was slightly tipsy. Her adorably silly personality began to show, a stark contrast to her previous goddess-like demeanor.
Since he had to drive, Chen Yang didn't drink and smiled. Be careful, a lot of people are watching you.
Oh, Jamumu finally came to her senses and quickly returned to her campus goddess appearance.
The pretense of being dignified was somewhat cute. After thinking for a moment, she said, Brother-in-law, was what I did just now wrong? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked, what do you mean?
Those people from the entertainment companies wanted to chat with me, to drink with me, and I rejected them all.
Isn't that not so good? Jamumu said a bit nervously.
Why do you say that?
Chen Yang replied lightly, if you don't like it, there's no need to accommodate them. Most of these people have ulterior motives.
What you did was right. Chen Yang's words eased Jamumu's worries a bit, and she sweetly smiled. Brother-in-law, you're so nice. My sister wouldn't say that.
She would just blame me for not seizing the opportunity, saying I don't understand the ways of the world.
Jamumu pouted, her pretty face showing a bit of grievance.
Chen Yang was slightly taken aback and then asked, did your sister tell you that?
Jamumu flicked her smooth long hair and nodded. Yes, brother-in-law, my sister already knows about my performance just now.
She said tonight is very important for me. It's a very, very important opportunity for me alone. I must seize it.
I need to socialize with those people from the entertainment companies and the school leaders.
Of course, it has to be under the condition of ensuring my own safety.
Such opportunities are very, very rare. I definitely can't miss it.
Jamumu expressed this complex feeling to Chen Yang. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang fell silent.
He naturally understood why Giro would say such things. Giro had many opportunities in the past, and she was very close to being a first-line star, if not a second or third-line one. Unfortunately, for various reasons, Giro never seized them.
Of course, among those reasons was Chen Yang himself.
It was precisely because of this past experience that Giro would say these things to Jamumu. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang said, what your sister said is indeed correct.
Opportunities are important.
But, don't worry, with your brother-in-law here, you will never lack opportunities. If you really want to be a star, your brother-in-law will definitely support you wholeheartedly.
I will make sure you shine brightly. Chen Yang's tone was incredibly firm. He wasn't boasting. After acquiring the indulgence system, he was confident he could help Jamumu rise.
He was also confident he could protect her from any harm from the entertainment industry, allowing her to become a first-line star, or even a top-tier one.
Still, the saying goes, with money, one can do as one pleases. This could also be seen as a form of compensation for Giro.
Jamumu, already a bit drunk, felt deeply moved by Chen Yang's words and said, brother-in-law, boo-hoo, you're so nice.
Jamumu actually cried out of emotion.
She really was a girl made of water.
It was about time. The banquet was nearing its end.
Chen Yang supported the slightly tipsy Jamumu and planned to leave the event.
A few rich second-generation students immediately approached. Let me take Mumu home. I'll take Senior Mumu home. I have a nice car, I'll take her. My G-class is spacious, Senior Mumu can ride in my car. Just typical male college students.
Still quite inflated, especially after having a bit of money and drinking some alcohol. They each truly believed they had great power. This group of male college students followed Chen Yang and Jamumu to the entrance of the banquet hall. Immediately, these male students pulled out their car keys one after another. Mercedes, Audi, BMW, Porsche, everything was there, and the most expensive was a Lamborghini worth over 2 million. When that Lamborghini lit up, the college girls gasped in amazement.
Wow, Qin Xiao is so powerful. A Lamborghini, I've only seen it on TV. Is this really Qin Xiao?
A Lamborghini worth over 2 million, just like that.
And Qin Xiao is also very handsome. Which woman could refuse?
All the college girls were infatuated without exception. The owner of this Lamborghini was a handsome young man with a tall figure, impeccably dressed in a suit. He ignored the infatuated college girls and walked straight up to Jamumu, smiling, Mumu, you've had too much to drink.
Can I take you home?
This guy spoke elegantly and amiably, looking like a refined gentleman. The surrounding college girls gasped again, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Jamumu.
To be personally invited by Qin Xiao, how lucky could that be? But Jamumu only glanced at him and then said in a cool, aloof tone, man, even though I've had too much to drink, don't think I don't know what you want. Step aside. I, Jamumu, would rather sit on a bicycle and laugh than sit in a Lamborghini and cry. Jamumu's dramatic persona was back. Everyone was taken aback by her words. Laughing on a bicycle and crying on a BMW, they all thought it was a joke. They never expected Jamumu would actually say that in reality. Especially to Qin Xiao. Jamumu truly deserved to be the campus goddess, she was really something. Qin Xiao's expression also darkened. It was the first time he had been rejected by a woman like this, and to hear something about sitting on a bicycle and laughing was quite shocking. This Jamumu was really drunk. Naive. Qin Xiao said coldly, not bothering to cling on stubbornly. He had seen many college girls like this, who treated money like dirt and acted high and mighty. After 2 years of being beaten down by society post-graduation, they would become completely honest. By then, dealing with such women would be an easy task.
There was no need to rush. Most people present also felt that Jamumu was a bit too naive. However, they soon realized that the naive ones seemed to be themselves. Chunyang supported Jamumu and said lightly, Mumu, I won't let you cry in a BMW, nor will I let you laugh on a bicycle.
If you want to laugh, do it in the Lamborghini.
After saying this, Chunyang took out the car key and lit it up. The headlights of a Ferrari A12 parked not far away suddenly lit up, its streamlined supercar body resembling a shooting star in the night sky, and the beautiful butterfly doors looked like wings, exuding a sense of technology and luxury. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to this Ferrari A12, and they all gasped in surprise. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I can't be seeing this wrong, is that a Ferrari A12? A12? Is it expensive? How does it compare to Qin Xiao's Lamborghini? It crushes it. Qin Xiao's Lamborghini is at most over 2 million, but the Ferrari A12 is the flagship of Ferrari, costing a full 5 to 6 million.
My god, 5 to 6 million? That's terrifying?
Yeah, this is a real luxury supercar. Everyone was utterly astonished by the sight of the Ferrari A12. They were completely shocked by Qin Yang's financial power, which refreshed their worldview.
No wonder Jamumu had always been by Qin Yang's side.
Previously, they thought Jamumu was too young and naive, but now it seemed that she was much smarter than they were. And that Qin Xiao, at this moment, also had a dark expression, unable to say a word. This time, he was thoroughly crushed by Qin Yang. As for that Li Zhangyang, there was no need to mention him.
He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Earlier, he had been showing off in front of Chen Yang. Chen Yang probably looked at him like he was a clown.
Lu Shu had been watching Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a strange light, not knowing what she was thinking.
Boom!
The Ferrari A12 started up and quickly left the place.
The Ferrari A12 drove along the coastal road of Deep City.
It was already late at night, and Chen Yang opened the convertible top of the Ferrari A12, letting the sea breeze blow in, which was very pleasant. With the sea breeze blowing, Jamumu's drunkenness faded significantly. Her little face was flushed as she gazed at Chen Yang, who was driving the Ferrari with one hand, looking mesmerized, her eyes filled with a hint of infatuation, like a little fangirl.
Chen Yang looked at her in confusion and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Looking at you, brother-in-law."
Jamumu was not embarrassed at all and smiled, saying, "Brother-in-law, you look really cool driving the Ferrari with one hand."
Chen Yang chuckled. Any man driving a Ferrari with one hand would look cool, right? Jamumu continued, "Brother-in-law, did you buy this Ferrari?"
"Yeah, just bought it."
Chen Yang did not hide it. "Wow! Brother-in-law, you're amazing."
Jamumu's little face was filled with admiration as she excitedly said.
Chen Yang laughed. "Weren't you the one who said money is like dirt? Why are you so excited now?"
"I definitely don't care about others, it's not mine." Jamumu sweetly smiled and said, "But brother-in-law, you're different.
You bought a nice car, so of course, I'm very happy. We're family, right? Family. Family?" Chen Yang couldn't help but shake his head and smile self-deprecatingly.
He and Jiro had already broken up, and now his relationship with Jamumu was quite strange.
At this moment, Jamumu cautiously asked, "Brother-in-law, can I stand up?"
Chen Yang nodded, "Of course, but you need to be careful."
"I know."
Jamumu carefully stood up from her seat, spreading her arms wide to feel the sea breeze blowing in. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and ease.
"Wow! So happy. Brother-in-law, you're amazing."
"Don't worry, when my sister comes back, no matter what it takes, I will definitely get you and my sister back together."
"I will definitely do it. Woo!" Jamumu's shouts echoed along the entire coastal road.
After an hour of fun, Chen Yang took Jamumu back to the Shawan community.
Jamumu had no classes the next day and could come back to rest. After drinking and having so much fun, she was already very tired.
She had fallen asleep in the car. When they got back to the community and went upstairs, Chen Yang carried her up.
"Brother-in-law, I will help you get my sister back,"
Jamumu murmured in her sleep while in Chen Yang's arms. Looking at Jamumu, who lay in his embrace like a sleeping beauty, exquisite and beautiful, Chen Yang's gaze softened, and a smile appeared on his lips. His little sister-in-law was pleasing to the eye. She had a lively personality, but overall, she was quite cheerful. She was also very considerate of him.
What a kind little sister-in-law.
Chen Yang hoped that her innocence would not be destroyed, and no matter what happened in the future, he would absolutely not let Jamumu be harmed.
Even if
he had no relationship with Jamumu.
Chen Yang sent Jamumu back to her room.
After washing up, Chen Yang lay on the sofa in the living room, letting out a long sigh.
Finally, this day was over.
He had accomplished quite a bit today. First, he managed to save over 2,000, marking a small breakthrough. He also recruited a talent like Li Wei, activating the asset task, making it easier to open up asset lines in the future. Although this progress, compared to the male leads in those novels and TV shows who seem to have cheat codes, was still quite slow, Chen Yang was already satisfied. He didn't need to rush. He had plenty of time. Take it slow. Step by step, grounded in reality, that is the truth. Sleep. Chen Yang got up and headed back to his room. However, when he reached Jamumu's room, he heard some noise coming from inside. His kind little sister-in-law must have woken up again. She was probably getting ready to play games. Chen Yang felt a bit helpless. A girl addicted to the internet is just a girl addicted to the internet. Just a moment ago, when he was holding her, she was still dazed, but now that she's back in her room, she's immediately up and ready to game. It seemed to be ingrained in her bones. Forget it. Jamumu had performed so well today. Letting her play a bit could be considered a reward. Chen Yang stretched and went back to his room to sleep. On the other side, in Jamumu's room, she had already changed into cute pink bear pajamas, her pretty face slightly flushed, and with a hint of alcohol in her system. Jamumu, barefoot with her snow-white feet, had put on her headphones, her expression excited, ready to start battling. She turned on her computer, entered the training ground, and began some recovery training. Why is it so smooth? Jamumu was dominating in the training ground when she suddenly felt something was off. This computer was quite old, bought for her by Giraud after much pleading, costing around 4,000 to 5,000 back then, and it had been years since then, so the specs were long outdated. But today, she suddenly found that the computer was running exceptionally smoothly. Not just the computer, even the monitor had become incredibly clear. What was going on? Jamumu rubbed her eyes, and upon looking closely, she realized her monitor had been replaced. The cheap HTC had been swapped for a top-of-the-line Alienware monitor. Jamumu quickly opened her configuration list, and just one glance made her breath quicken. i9-14900K, 4090, Corsair Blizzard's 32GX2, Samsung's 4TB SSD, and a complete overhaul of various hardware, with the keyboard and headphones all replaced with ones costing over 4,000. This entire setup would cost at least 40,000 to 50,000. She pulled off the cloth that had been covering the case. Inside, various high-end hardware sparkled with dazzling light. Divine light synchronization. For others, this might be light pollution, but for Jamumu, it was pure enjoyment. Jamumu's pretty face instantly turned rosy. These specs were something she had never even dared to dream of. It was simply too surreal. The blush on the girl's face said it all. For Jamumu, if you gave her a Prada or an LV, she might not feel happy. But if you gave her a top-tier computer, she would practically want to leap into your arms. Of course, Jamumu knew who had given it to her. Naturally, it was her gentle and handsome brother-in-law. The warmth in Jamumu's heart surged even more, her beautiful eyes slightly dazed. She smiled dreamily and said, "Brother-in-law, you are really so warm. I'm so happy. Brother-in-law, don't worry, I will definitely help you and my sister get back together in the future. If my sister doesn't get back together with you, then I will." Jamumu's pretty face flushed red, biting her red lips tightly, waving her little pink fist, and sweetly said, "Then I will take care of her." After making her vow, Jamumu put on her headphones. Tonight is definitely going to be another sleepless night. She was going to take this top-of-the-line computer worth tens of thousands and dominate the battlefield. Keyboard warriors. Your aunt is here. She wanted to let all those who used to show off in front of her know how powerful she was with her top-notch equipment, as if she had hacked the game. Tonight, it would be another storm of blood and chaos. Chen Yang had a pretty comfortable night. Very pleasant. When he got up, it was just after 8 in the morning. His biological clock was very punctual. It was probably the result of his health improvement. After escaping the state of being on the verge of sudden death, all his physical discomforts were gradually disappearing. Previously, he would wake up feeling dry and dizzy. Now, he felt refreshed. It was truly delightful. Chen Yang got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, and after coming out, he went to Jamumu's room, hearing noises coming from inside. Obviously, Jamumu was still awake. She really could stay up late. No wonder she was an esports girl. Chen Yang didn't interrupt her. Let her keep playing. After all, there were no classes today, and with the new computer, it was a bit of indulgence after the party. Chen Yang changed into sportswear and went out. The morning is the foundation of the day. Morning exercise is quite important. He arrived at a nearby park, did some simple stretching, and then started running. The cool morning breeze and the sounds of birds and flowers were very pleasant. This time, Shin Yang completed his 5 kilometers in just half an hour. With the absolute improvement in his physical fitness, his athletic performance had greatly enhanced. 5 kilometers were a breeze. During a break, while Chen Yang was sipping water, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure.
A mature and beautiful face, sun-kissed skin, full of athletic vitality.
But what stood out the most was her figure.
An utterly perfect physique.
She was tall, with no excess fat on her body, a standard 9-head body, model-like figure, curvy in all the right places, an A4 waist, and a defined abdomen, now dressed in tight sportswear.
Her fiery figure was completely outlined.
Especially those large, enticing assets that moved with her running, it was simply mesmerizing. Only one person could have such an unbeatable figure.
That was our coach Anan. Chen Anan. Coach Anan was also very disciplined. Her morning runs were a must.
Chen Anan seemed to notice Chen Yang's gaze, smiled slightly, and said to him, "Handsome, what's the use of just looking?
Want to run with me?"
Coach Anan said this on purpose, as her alluring figure attracted the attention of many around, their eyes burning with desire, like wolves eyeing their prey. They were all trying to figure out how to strike up a conversation with this top-tier athletic beauty. Now she was actively inviting Chen Yang, which certainly boosted his status.
Sure enough,
after Chen Anan said this, the looks from the crowd towards Chen Yang were filled with envy and jealousy.
Why did this guy deserve it? Was it just because he was a bit handsome? Okay. Chen Yang smiled slightly, took a sip of water, stood up from his spot, and began to run behind Chen Anan. In fact, after running 5 kilometers, Chen Yang was already a bit tired.
But now, being invited by Coach Anan to run together, that feeling of fatigue instantly vanished. With such a stunning coach running in front of him, it was invigorating. Especially this coach has a perfect figure, and when she runs,
it's truly a feast for the eyes. This is definitely the strongest mental booster. No one can compare.
Chen Anan has been running with Chen Yang, from the bustling area to the depths of the park to a place rarely visited by people. Once they arrived here, it seemed that Chen Anan was doing it on purpose, her movements became larger, and the benefits were maximized. Finally, they reached the artificial lake deep in the park. Chen Yang and Chen Anan had run 10 kilometers and finally stopped. After 10 kilometers, Chen Anan was also drenched in sweat, her clothes soaked and clinging to her body.
Chen Yang was panting, feeling a bit tired.
15 kilometers was indeed a bit intense.
However, at that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and Chen Anan picked up a towel and came over to wipe Chen Yang's sweat. I didn't expect you to be quite impressive.
You managed to run 10 kilometers.
And you could keep up with me. As Chen Anan wiped Chen Yang's sweat, she spoke with a hint of surprise. She wasn't just flattering Chen Yang, it was indeed a fact.
Previously, Chen Yang would be out of breath after just a few practice runs, but now he could run 10 kilometers. And he had probably run a few kilometers before that, totaling over 10 kilometers. This progress was already significant. Maybe I just have a natural talent for sports, Chen Yang smiled slightly.
Just kidding. With the system in place, how could his athletic talent be lacking?
Before meeting Chen Yang, Chen Anan didn't really believe that anyone could have a natural talent for sports.
It still required years of training.
But after getting to know Chen Yang, her perception completely collapsed.
Chen Yang's rate of improvement was just too fast.
It was beyond her understanding.
Perhaps, sports really do require talent.
While Chen Anan was pondering these things, Chen Yang suddenly took the towel from her hand.
Chen Anan was taken aback, not knowing what Chen Yang wanted to do. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Anan coach, let me help you wipe off some sweat too." Chen Anan was still in a daze, but she quickly understood.
Chen Yang's towel gently wiped her forehead and cheeks, and continued downward.
Just wiping my face is enough, right? Chen Anan's pretty face flushed, wanting to stop Chen Yang. But Chen Yang smiled and said, "That won't do, we should wipe everywhere. If we don't wipe it clean, it'll be easy to sweat." Alright then.
Chen Anan had no choice. After all, Chen Yang was her big benefactor. After wiping off the sweat, Chen Yang and Chen Anan sat by the lake, enjoying the scenery. Chen Yang lay on the grass, looking up at the sky, murmuring, "The weather is really nice.
No work, no job, exercising and relaxing every day."
Occasionally stopping to enjoy the scenery by the roadside, with beautiful women for company.
This feeling is truly wonderful.
Chen Yang suddenly added, "Just missing a pillow, this grass is really uncomfortable." It was indeed quite uncomfortable. The young woman sitting next to him, Chen Anan, hesitated for a moment, bit her red lip, and then said, "Lie here." She gently patted her long, beautiful legs, signaling Chen Yang. After she said that, her pretty face flushed, seeming a bit embarrassed and shy.
Chen Yang was taken aback, not expecting Chen Anan to say that.
But he could only comply respectfully. Chen Yang directly lay on Chen Anan's long, beautiful legs, which were soft and smooth, very comfortable. At first, Chen Anan felt a bit uneasy, but she soon got used to it and even actively helped Chen Yang massage his shoulders, allowing him to relax.
Coach Anan's service was truly top-notch. "Do you have time to go to the gym tonight?" Chen Anan asked while helping Chen Yang massage his shoulders.
Chen Yang thought for a moment. He needed to go to the company this noon and visit the landlady in the afternoon. In the evening, he should still have time.
Yes, Chen Anan smiled gently and said, that's great. I'll prepare everything and wait for you in the evening.
I have some special preparations too. Chen Anan's tone carried a hint of mystery.
What special preparations? Chen Yang asked with interest. You'll know when you come in the evening, Chen Anan teased without revealing more. Chen Yang nodded. He knew that Ko Chen Anan wouldn't be boasting.
The service from Ko Chen Anan was undoubtedly excellent, and if there were special preparations, they must be very good. But what could she prepare for just a workout?
Chen Yang was quite curious.
On the other side, in the Shawan community, inside the apartment.
In Jumumu's room. No boundaries Azura.
When those 4 characters and the icon appeared on the screen, Jumumu, who had been exhausted all day, felt as if her soul had been pulled away. This super beautiful girl slumped in her chair, her beautiful eyes filled only with fatigue.
One whole night.
She had played all night long. Finally, she had ranked up after being stuck for several months. It was both joyful and exhausting. Jumumu, you are just too strong, too amazing. She clenched her little pink fist, her pretty face full of joy, and said, of course, there's a little equipment boost, but it's not much.
Ultimately, it's still because Mumu, you are very strong. Jumumu was pleased with herself, talking to herself. However, after playing for so long, she was indeed exhausted. Jumumu yawned, stretched lazily, her perfect curves outlined vividly in the midday sunlight. Even after an all-nighter, she was still that super beautiful girl. Naturally beautiful, there was nothing she could do about it. Jumumu tidied up the trash in her room and cleaned up a bit. She was a very tidy person, although she had played games all night, she couldn't stand a messy environment. After cleaning up, she left her room and looked for her brother-in-law, but he was already gone, probably out. She didn't mind. After happily washing up, she returned to her bedroom, turned on the air conditioning, stripped down, and lay in bed, her wonderful body shivering with delight. The bed after an all-nighter was just so comfortable. Jumumu's pretty face was filled with bliss as she took out her phone, planning to watch some videos before sleeping. As soon as she started watching, she found that all the videos were from last night's welcome party. And they were all her videos. Raiden Shogun's milky knife. Sailor Feeney's wonderful singing. Last night had completely blown up the university campus circle in Deep City. Some videos taken casually with phones had tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of likes. It was incredibly hot. The comments below were even more explosive. Wow wow wow. So beautiful. This is simply my ideal Sailor Feeney and Raiden Shogun, the restoration is too high. Yeah, other cosplays might only resemble the appearance, but Goddess Mumu, whether it's her looks, temperament, demeanor, or voice, is incredibly similar. This is a comprehensive, flawless recreation. Even if Goddess Mumu doesn't cosplay, she's stunning. This beauty and temperament are absolutely top-notch, easily surpassing so-called campus beauties, even reaching star level. Goddess Mumu, from now on, I'm your fan for 10 years. 10 years isn't enough? Goddess Mumu, I want to be your devoted fan. I will always be Goddess Mumu's dog. The comments section was filled with enthusiasm. Everyone regarded Jumumu as their dream goddess. Jumumu looked at these comments, feeling a mix of pride and a bit of embarrassment. She felt a little awkward with all the praise. She's called a goddess who doesn't partake in the mundane world, a noble daughter of heaven and all that. What a joke. Jumumu admits she's a bit pretty, but it's not to such an exaggerated extent, okay? If these people knew that their dream goddess had just battled through the night, playing games all night long, I wonder if their filters would shatter completely. I won't let you know. Only my brother-in-law can know my true self. In front of you all, I, Jumumu, am a goddess. Jumumu's pretty face flushed with a hint of pride. In front of outsiders, she still enjoyed this feeling of being in the spotlight. After playing for a while longer, Jumumu yawned, feeling a bit sleepy, and was getting ready to sleep. However, just at that moment, a message came through. Under the cherry blossom tree, did you rest well last night? Under the cherry blossom tree, of course, was Jiro's ID. Jiro was still quite worried about Jumumu's safety. Although she had let Jumumu socialize yesterday, she kept a close eye on her, making sure Jumumu sent her a message every hour to ensure her safety. It wasn't until Jumumu returned to the Shawan community that it ended. Sad bone soup, I rested really well, slept until dawn, sister. This beautiful girl was lying to Jiro without batting an eye. Under the cherry blossom tree, that's good. Did you meet any high-ups in the entertainment industry last night, or develop any connections? Jiro was still quite concerned about this. After all, it was related to Jumumu's future. But Jumumu's response was simple and straightforward. Sad bone soup, no, I rejected them all. Under the cherry blossom tree. After a long silence, she sent another message. Under the cherry blossom tree, you really don't know how to seize opportunities. Why don't you listen to me? Jiro's tone was already a bit angry. This wasn't surprising. Jiro had suffered a loss once. Back then, she was too proud and didn't connect with those in the entertainment industry, missing out on many opportunities, which led to today's situation. Naturally, she didn't want Jamumu to repeat her mistakes. Jamumu nonchalantly said, I don't like that kind of socializing, it's exhausting, troublesome, and disgusting. Besides, it was my brother-in-law who told me not to get too involved with those people. He has a way to get me into the entertainment industry in the future without me getting hurt. Jamumu had great faith in Chen Yang's words. Jiro fell silent for a while before responding. Under the cherry blossom tree, did Chen Yang really say that? Sad bone soup, yes, my brother-in-law promised me that last night with great conviction. Jiro's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing this message. She couldn't quite understand. How could Chen Yang make such a promise? One must have the corresponding strength to make such guarantees. But as far as Jiro knew, Chen Yang definitely didn't have that, and she could be sure of it. After all, Chen Yang was her man, her former man. Under the cherry blossom tree, I don't know why Chen Yang said that, but don't trust his words too much. You still have to rely on yourself, understand? Sad bone soup, I trust my brother-in-law. Under the cherry blossom tree. Speechless. Sad bone soup, sister, you don't know, my brother-in-law has changed so much recently, completely different from before. Under the cherry blossom tree, changed in what way? Sad bone soup, I won't tell you for now. Aren't you going back to the country the day after tomorrow? I'll tell you then. Jamumu kept it a secret. Deep down, she had a playful thought. She wanted to see what expression her aloof sister would have if she saw Chen Yang now driving a Ferrari with one hand. To know, Jiro left Chen Yang back then because she felt there was no future following him, right? Now, her brother-in-law has a bright future. Under the cherry blossom tree, alright, I'll see when the time comes. You silly girl, I really don't know what kind of love potion Chen Yang has given you for you to trust him so much. Jiro felt a bit helpless towards Jamumu. Her sister was great in every way, but she felt a bit too naive, which led to her not being very bright. Jamumu's next reply further confirmed Jiro's thoughts. Sad rib soup, brother-in-law is the best. Jiro was speechless for a while before sending a message. Under the cherry blossom tree, stop calling him brother-in-law all the time. We've already broken up, he's not your brother-in-law anymore. Sad rib soup, I don't care, he is. You two broke up, but I unilaterally don't acknowledge it. Jamumu's proud and willful personality came out. Under the cherry blossom tree, fine, do as you wish. The call ended. Jamumu finally lay comfortably on her soft big bed, patted her pillow, and drifted off to sleep. The rest by the lake soon came to an end. Chen Yang and Shannon parted ways. Chen Yang was planning to return to Xiaowan community, prepare some breakfast, rest a bit, and then go to the company at noon. However, at that moment, a message came through. Lemon sauce, good morning, brother Chen Yang. The adorable little sister Chen Shengning had woken up again. Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied, Mu Yang, it's already late morning, not early. Lemon sauce, I've been too tired lately, just woke up. Mu Yang, you had no classes yesterday, what's so tiring? Lemon sauce, I had no classes, but I needed to rest, brother Chen Yang. Otherwise, what if I can't handle it next time you come over? Chen Yang naturally understood what lemon sauce meant. The reason they ended early yesterday was that Chen Shengning was not feeling well. On the surface, Chen Shengning was a little witch, but in reality, she was still a pure college student with a low tolerance. Meanwhile, Chen Shengning sent a photo. Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, this is my wake-up photo. Upon opening the photo, it was clear that Chen Shengning had just woken up, her bare face looking fresh, and her natural beauty was striking. What stood out even more was her outfit. Since she had just woken up, she was only wearing a loose pink nightgown, revealing her snow-white skin, and her perfect figure was subtly visible, captivating anyone who looked. This little enchantress really knew how to tease. Mu Yang, aren't you having breakfast today? Lemon sauce, no more breakfast, if I eat again, it'll be against the rules. Chen Yang chuckled, those breakfast videos this little enchantress sent before were indeed quite against the rules. However, looking at Chen Shengning in the photo, Chen Yang suddenly felt a bit heated and wanted to find this little enchantress. Mu Yang, you don't have classes this morning, right? Lemon sauce, no, brother Chen Yang, why? Mu Yang, wait for me at school, I'll come find you. Lemon sauce, okay, brother Chen Yang, hurry over. After a moment, Chen Xingning seemed to think of something and weakly sent a message. Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, you're not coming to have breakfast with me, are you? Mu Yang, you'll know when the time comes. Chen Yang smiled knowingly, then ended the call and drove his Ferrari 812 straight to Deep City Media University. Deep City Media University. Chen Yang quickly arrived here.
Chen Shengning had already come out of her dormitory and was waiting for him at the previous milk tea shop. Chen Yang headed to the milk tea shop.
From a distance, Chen Yang spotted Chen Xingning.
Now, Chen Xingning had applied light makeup, not wearing the black JK uniform, but instead a short black skirt and a sleeveless off-shoulder top, looking a bit sweet yet very sexy.
She was chatting with someone.
Sitting across from her was a stunning woman in a white OL uniform, exuding a cool and elegant aura, with a figure that was quite alluring. Judging by her age, she was probably in her late 20s, fitting the mature and charming type. She looked less like a student and more like a teacher at the school.
Chen Yang walked over.
However, he didn't approach Chen Xingning directly, as she was seriously engaged in conversation with the OL uniform beauty, and he didn't intend to interrupt.
He sat down nearby, quietly waiting. As he got closer, Chen Yang could hear the conversation between Chen Xingning and the other woman.
Xingning, the companies I contacted for you are quite reputable. You're already in your senior year, it's time to plan for your future, the OL uniform beauty said. She should be Chen Xingning's counselor, arranging internships for her, which made her quite a good counselor.
Chen Xingning smiled and replied, "Thank you, teacher. I will think it over carefully."
The OL uniform beauty nodded in satisfaction and said, "Xingning, you're the most obedient student I've had over the years, both clever and compliant, with good grades. You receive a scholarship every year. Having a student like you is truly a stroke of luck for me." The OL uniform beauty looked at Chen Xingning with a hint of fondness, clearly very fond of her. Chen Xingning smiled sweetly, revealing her little tiger teeth. "I'm also very lucky to have a teacher like you." The two exchanged compliments. The OL uniform beauty chuckled and continued, "But besides your internship, I'm more worried about another issue."
Chen Xingning obediently asked, "What is it, teacher?" The OL uniform beauty teased, "In your 4 years of college, have you had a boyfriend?"
Upon hearing this, Chen Xingning seemed quite shy, her face slightly flushed as she said, "Teacher, you know my focus has always been on studying."
The OL uniform beauty sighed in exasperation, "You can balance study and life."
Xingning, you're just too obedient and don't know how to showcase your strengths. You're so beautiful. During college, you should be adored by everyone.
Being single for so long isn't right.
After a pause, the OL uniform beauty added, "It's not good for boys to be too honest, and it's not good for girls to be too obedient." Sitting nearby and eavesdropping, Chen Yang nearly spat out the sip of water he had just taken upon hearing this.
Was Chen Xingning too obedient?
This was the first time he had heard such a statement. To be clear, in front of him, Chen Xingning was a genuine little enchantress.
Chen Xingning brushed her bangs and said somewhat awkwardly in a low voice, "I don't know how to interact with boys." The OL uniform beauty laughed, "Isn't that simple? I can give you a lesson sometime, so you can learn about this aspect."
"Seeing such a beautiful girl like you without a partner, I'm quite anxious." Chen Xingning nodded obediently, Thank you, teacher." The OL uniform beauty had said enough, picked up her bag, and smiled, "Alright, teacher has to go now. You should look into the job situation.
And, remember, once you enter society, you can't be so naive anymore." Chen Xingning replied, "I understand, teacher." The OL uniform beauty left.
As she passed by Chen Yang, she smiled at him, noticing such a handsome guy. It seemed she was indeed quite skilled at socializing, just as she had said.
After the OL uniform beauty left,
Chen Yang finally revealed a smile, picked up his cup of milk tea, walked over to Chen Xingning, and said with a grin, "Beautiful lady, may I ask if I can sit here?"
Chen Xingning looked up at Chen Yang and then smiled lightly. "If I say no, will you still sit? I respect your decision. But, I still want to sit."
Chen Yang chuckled and directly sat down next to Chen Xingning, his hand naturally wrapping around her slender waist. Chen Xingning's face flushed, glancing at the direction the OL uniform beauty had left. She huffed softly, "Don't be so excessive, it won't be good if the teacher sees when she comes back."
"What's wrong with that? Didn't your teacher always encourage you to date?"
Chen Yang maintained his smile.
Chen Xingning rolled her eyes at Chen Yang and said, "That's different. In the teacher's eyes, I'm still the good girl, the little cutie. If she knew I was holding you, my image in her mind would collapse. You're quite good at pretending."
Chen Yang laughed, "You really can't tell that you have this good girl side."
Chen Xingning blinked her beautiful big eyes and said seriously, "Brother Chen Yang, is it possible that the good girl is my true self? I just let loose in front of you to make you happy." Chen Yang carefully examined this little enchantress, Chen Xingning.
On the surface, she did seem like a pure and cute good girl, but thinking back on the years he had known her and all her alluring tricks, that good girl image instantly vanished. Chen Yang smiled and said, I can believe that my good sister is indeed a good girl. As he said this, his restless hand began to move up along Chen Xingning's slender waist. Although Chen Xingning's face was full of shyness, she did not stop Chen Yang. Instead, she actively hugged him and giggled. "Brother Chen Yang, I'm even more of a good girl at home. You want to unlock this side of me?" This made Chen Yang interested. He really wanted to see how much of a contrast his good sister could show. "Okay, I'll visit uncle and auntie another day." A smile appeared at the corner of Chen Yang's mouth. "Great, brother Chen Yang, I'll be waiting." Chen Xingning breathed softly, then said enticingly, "Brother Chen Yang, what about now? You came out early to find me, you must have something to discuss, right?" "Nothing much." Chen Yang smiled. "I was quite bored early in the morning, so I came to see you." "Just to see me?" Chen Xingning blinked her beautiful big eyes. "What else? I can't come see my beautiful good sister whenever I want?" Chen Yang chuckled and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. "No, of course, brother Chen Yang can see me anytime. I just thought." "Brother Chen Yang, you came to play some different game with me." Chen Xingning smiled sweetly, with a hint of meaning. "What different game?" Chen Yang asked knowingly. "Like forest adventures or climbing high peaks?" Chen Xingning spoke with an innocent expression, like a little white rabbit who knew nothing. "Is this the good girl?" "Indeed. Very good." Chen Yang said with a smile, "These games sound quite interesting. We can play them if we get the chance. But right now, there's something more important." "What more important thing?" Chen Xingning blinked her beautiful big eyes. Chen Yang's smile grew wider. "Didn't you used to love sending me breakfast videos? Did you want me to guide you on how to eat breakfast? Now there's just the right time." "Eat breakfast?" Chen Xingning was taken aback by these words, realizing something, and her pretty face turned even redder as she shot Chen Yang a glance. "Brother Chen Yang, it's daytime now, how inappropriate." "If you don't want to, then I'll leave," Chen Yang said with a smile. "Don't!" Chen Xingning quickly called out to stop him, then leaned closer to Chen Yang, revealing a mischievous smile as she said, "Brother Chen Yang, I just like daytime. Let's go back to the dorm. I have a way to get you past auntie." Chen Xingning's voice was sweet and charming, but her words were utterly enticing. Truly a little enchantress. Chen Yang smiled knowingly, wrapped his arm around Chen Xingning, and stood up, heading towards the girls' dormitory. More than an hour later, school cafeteria. Having taken his shower and feeling relaxed, Chen Yang appeared here. Beside him was Chen Xingning, her complexion slightly flushed, her eyes still carrying a hint of daze. "It's all your fault. It's already noon, we missed breakfast." Chen Xingning shot Chen Yang a glance, full of charm. "Brunch is fine too." Chen Yang smiled slightly and then said meaningfully, "Besides, didn't you already have breakfast?" Chen Xingning realized the implication in Chen Yang's words, her pretty face blushing even more, and she couldn't help but retort, "Shut up." Chen Yang chuckled. The two entered the school cafeteria. By this time, it was almost noon, and lunch was already prepared. Chen Yang didn't order anything extravagant, just a few simple dishes paired with rice, making it a combination of lunch and brunch. It feels just like before. Chen Yang felt the surrounding environment and couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Once upon a time, he often had meals with Giro in the cafeteria, chatting and laughing, very happy. Time flies too fast. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed, and he and Giro had already become strangers. But speaking of which, calculating the time, Giro should be back soon. Jamumu seemed to have mentioned that Giro planned to treat him to a meal after she returned. They would meet then. Although the significance of the meeting wasn't great, since the other party had invited him, Chen Yang wouldn't be so heartless. After they ordered their dishes and took their seats, just as they were about to start eating, a pleasant female voice rang out. "Xingning?" Chen Yang and Chen Xingning immediately looked over. The speaker was none other than the OL-uniformed female teacher from earlier. At this moment, she was also holding a tray, seemingly planning to have a meal as well. "Teacher Zhao." Seeing her, Chen Xingning seemed a bit guilty, her pretty face flushing, and she asked, "Are you having a meal too?" "Yes, I just finished work." The OL-uniformed beauty named Teacher Zhao smiled, then directly sat down opposite Chen Yang and Chen Xingning, her gaze landing on Chen Yang as she asked curiously, "Who is this student?" "He." Chen Xingning couldn't think of how to introduce Chen Yang for a moment. But Chen Yang generously smiled and said, "Hello, Teacher Zhao, my name is Chen Yang, I'm a friend of Xingning's, here to visit her today." "Friend?" The OL uniform beauty's beautiful eyes scanned Chen Yang up and down, her smile meaningful, but she didn't say much more, only introducing herself, "I'm Zhao Ying, Xingning's counselor, nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you." The two greeted each other, and they were considered acquainted. Next, the three of them had lunch together. Zhao Ying and Chen Xingning chatted about academic matters, while Chen Yang just listened on the side. It must be said, just as Chen Xingning had mentioned, being with Zhao Ying was Chen Xingning seemed to have completely changed, as if she had become a different person, transforming from a little witch who teased with various words into a well-behaved girl who listened to others. The contrast was so great that even Chen Yang began to doubt whether this was the same person. As they talked, Zhao glanced at Chen Yang, then at Chen Xingning, and smiled. Xingning, it seems you really took to heart what I said this morning. To Zhao, this sentence was something only she and Chen Xingning could understand. Because she had told Chen Xingning in the morning to consider the matter of dating a boyfriend. She didn't expect Chen Xingning to arrange it so quickly. Teacher, you're overthinking it. Chen Xingning's face turned red, like a shy girl. Zhao Ying's smile grew wider as she turned to Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang, I have something I want to ask you, can we chat for a bit? Just after finishing a meal and sipping on mung bean soup, Chen Yang was taken aback at first, not quite understanding what Zhao Ying meant, but he didn't resist and nodded with a smile, sure. Chen Yang and Zhao Ying stood up together and sat at a nearby table. Teacher Zhao, is there something you want to talk to me about? Chen Yang had a rough idea of Zhao Ying's purpose but still pretended to know nothing. Zhao Ying smiled, looked at Chen Yang for a while, and said, Chen Yang, are you planning to pursue Xingning? Just as expected. This beautiful teacher really came for this matter. Chen Yang showed an awkward yet polite smile and said, Teacher Zhao, you notice that? You young people are still too naive. These are all things the teacher has left over from back in the day. Zhao Ying spoke in a tone of someone who had been through it all. To be fair, Zhao Ying might not even be older than Chen Yang. It's just that Chen Yang looked quite handsome, appearing youthful, like a male college student. You're impressive, teacher. Chen Yang complimented her. Zhao Ying seemed quite pleased and said, Chen Yang, I'm Xingning's counselor, and I will inquire about many things in her life, so don't mind me. I have a good impression of you, you're young and handsome, speak appropriately, and have high emotional intelligence. You and Xingning together can be considered a match made in heaven. Put in some effort to win Xingning over, and the teacher will bless you. Zhao Ying was encouraging Chen Yang. In her eyes, Chen Yang was probably still just a devoted pursuer of Chen Xingning. Chen Yang didn't mind, pretending to be an innocent young man, scratching his head and saying, okay, teacher, I will do my best, but I don't know if I can succeed. Well, Zhao Ying thought for a moment and said, it really isn't easy to succeed. Xingning is still quite aloof. But there's a saying that goes, where there's a will, there's a way. The teacher believes that as long as you persist, you will definitely succeed. Zhao Ying was cheering Chen Yang on. Chen Yang nodded and said, okay, teacher, I will definitely work hard to win Xingning over as soon as possible. Zhao Ying nodded, seemingly quite pleased. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she said seriously, but Chen Yang, I must remind you, Xingning is a very innocent girl. She has never been in a relationship and has always been well-behaved and sensible. If you dare to hurt her, I will not let you off. Innocent, well-behaved and cute. Listening to these descriptions, Chen Yang felt a bit confused. Was this the same Chen Xingning he knew? However, he didn't say much, just nodded. Don't worry, teacher, I will treat Xingning very, very well. Zhao Ying was quite satisfied and said, you wait here for a moment, I will go back and talk to Xingning, help you say some good words. All right. Chen Yang nodded. Zhao Ying returned to Chen Xingning's side. Xingning, Chen Yang is quite a good person, I just got to know him a little, said Zhao Ying. He's young and handsome, and he speaks with confidence, he's really quite suitable. This time, don't resist him too much. You're already in your senior year and will soon enter society. It's time to seriously consider these matters. Do you understand? Zhao Ying's expression was serious as she earnestly advised. Don't resist brother Chen Yang too much. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingning's face turned bright red. She was already close to losing herself when she was with Chen Yang. Just a moment ago in the dormitory. If she didn't resist any longer, they might end up in the classroom tonight. However, what she thought in her heart, Chen Xingning naturally wouldn't express. On the surface, she still acted like a good student, shyly responding, Teacher, I still think academics are more important. Chen Xingning was being insincere, pretending to be reserved. Zhao Ying looked at her with disappointment, saying, Your academics are already impressive. One must have a life too, and you're so young and beautiful, don't waste your youth. Listen to your teacher, have a relationship, be a little bolder, it won't affect your studies at all. Chen Xingning shyly replied, Then teacher, I'll give it a try? Give it a try, Zhao Ying said happily. Alright, Chen Xingning appeared to compromise. Teacher, you're the one who told me to give it a try, to be a little bolder. If I and brother Chen Yang end up doing something outrageous, don't blame us. Zhao Ying then seriously reminded her, but when you're dating, you still need to be a bit reserved. Don't be fooled by a few words, especially don't go out drinking at night or to the movies, understand? Zhao Ying was still very concerned about this aspect. Chen Xingning was too innocent. What if she got tricked later? Chen Xingning's face turned even redder. It seemed that brother Chen Yang didn't need any tricks to do something with her, just a word would suffice. But Chen Xingning obediently nodded. Teacher, I understand. Hearing this, Zhao Ying's smile grew even brighter. She felt like she was about to successfully matchmake. A sweet campus romance seemed to be unfolding. At this moment, who could distinguish between her, Zhao Ying, and the matchmaker? After playing the matchmaker, Zhao Ying quickly left. Chen Yang and Chen Xingning sat together again. Xingning, can I pursue you? Chen Yang looked at Chen Xingning with a playful expression. Brother Chen Yang, I need to think about it, Chen Xingning said, her delicate face breaking into a sweet smile, revealing her little tiger teeth. Chen Yang took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her slender waist, laughing. What if I don't let you think? Brother Chen Yang, you're too domineering. Be careful, I might tell the teacher, Chen Xingning pouted. Your teacher is very supportive of me pursuing you, Chen Yang said confidently. Ah, Chen Xingning pretended to be a startled little rabbit, saying, then, what should I do? She looked pitiful, evoking sympathy. Chen Yang's smile widened. From now on, you need to listen well. I want to experience your obedient side. Alright, brother Chen Yang, I understand, Chen Xingning said with her big, sparkling eyes. Brother Chen Yang, even though I'm not as beautiful as other women, I'll be much more obedient in front of you. She picked up a piece of rib and brought it to Chen Yang's mouth. Brother Chen Yang, open your mouth. Chen Xingning looked like a little maid, her face serious. Chen Yang felt pleased and opened his mouth. The rib was placed into Chen Yang's mouth. This feeling is truly quite happy. Do you want another piece, brother Chen Yang, or do you want to eat something else? Chen Xingning continued to ask thoughtfully. Having such a beautiful woman with such high looks feeding him in public felt pretty good, but Chen Yang sensed something was off as many people around cast unfriendly glances. There are so many people watching. Aren't you afraid your goddess filter at school will shatter? Chen Yang said with a smile. What's there to be afraid of? Serving brother Chen Yang is what I should do. Besides, the teacher isn't here. What do they count for? Chen Xingning was completely unbothered, picking up a piece of rib and bringing it to Chen Yang's mouth, her smile revealing a hint of playfulness. Little witch is indeed a little witch. Sometimes she could really give Chen Yang a very pleasant feeling. Chen Xingning wasn't afraid, and Chen Yang had nothing to worry about, smiling as he accepted her feeding. Their intimate interaction made the surrounding male college students gnash their teeth in envy. Chen Xingning was their goddess. In the past, they could barely stutter a word to her, and now she was actively feeding someone else. Who on earth was this guy? How could he be so impressive? However, this feeling of envy and jealousy was something Chen Yang quite enjoyed. Living a life is just to satisfy that little vanity, right? Chen Xingning satisfied all of her. Chen Yang had already arrived at the gate of Deep City Media University. Sitting in the Ferrari A12, he felt relaxed. His good little sister was indeed impressive. Just playing with her for a morning made him feel much better, as if the fatigue of the day had been wiped away. Checking the time, it was already noon. It was about time. He should head to the company. However, at that moment, a phone call came in. The caller ID showed it was the landlady, probably regarding the filming. Chen Yang answered the call. Landlady, what's up? The gentle voice of the landlady quickly came through the phone, saying, Chen Yang, I've already set up the equipment for the filming location this afternoon, you mustn't stand me up. Don't worry, I'll be there on time, Chen Yang assured with a smile. That's good. The landlady paused for a moment, suddenly sounding a bit shy as she said, Chen Yang, there's something I want to tell you in advance. Go ahead, Chen Yang responded. The landlady hesitated for a while before saying with some reluctance, today's filming will be a bit special. The clothes I'm wearing might be a bit daring. Chen Yang, please don't mind. Daring? Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. The bolder, the more interesting. However, since the landlady had been so conservative before, Chen Yang didn't think she would wear anything too daring. So, he didn't take it to heart. Don't worry, landlady, I'll just focus on filming. As for the rest, I won't care at all. Chen Yang vowed. That's good. The landlady happily ended the call. After finishing the call with the landlady, Chen Yang drove to the company. Tianma Group. By the time Chen Yang arrived here, it was already working hours. Today, Chen Yang mainly came for Li Wei. Today was the day Li Wei officially entered the business department. Li Wei was going to do a costume change shoot and complete her first video. This was very important for Chen Yang. As long as he helped Li Wei rise, his shares would reach 15%, making him the largest shareholder of Tianma in name. By then, his authority in Tianma would be enormous. This was something he desperately needed right now. After all, if he wants to fulfill his promise in the future and help Jamumu enter the entertainment industry, he definitely needs a few entertainment companies under his control. Upon arriving at the company, Chen Yang was naturally greeted by his very understanding female subordinate, Deputy Minister Zhou Man. Zhou Man's outfit today was still as rigorous as ever, a black suit and black trousers, completely concealing her graceful S-shaped curve.
It seemed she intentionally dressed modestly in the company. Manager Chen.
Li Wei is already waiting in the H3 live broadcast room.
Zhou Man got straight to the point.
The live broadcast room is a place specifically designed for internet celebrities to get ready, equipped with makeup rooms, broadcasting halls, recording studios, and clothing rooms, with all sorts of hardware available.
Chen Yang nodded and followed Zhou Man into the live broadcast room.
As they walked, Zhou Man continued, I also have the files regarding the star interviews coming up in a few days.
I've organized them on my end as well. They should be ready the day after tomorrow. If you want to take a look in advance, you can pull them up now, Zhou Man said. Again, it was about the star interviews. It seemed this interview was quite important for the company. Chen Yang wasn't in a hurry and replied, let's look at it then. Okay.
Zhou Man responded, then smiled. However, Manager Chen, among the selected stars this time, only the one we mentioned before has better looks and figure, while the others are quite average. If you're interested, I can help you arrange a meeting in advance. Zhou Man really knew how to read her superior's mind. Arranging a meeting in advance was quite considerate.
However, Chen Yang wasn't someone like Zhang Shang, who had any interest in unspoken rules.
You really know how to relieve your leader's worries, Chen Yang said with a playful smile.
I'm just doing my job, Zhou Man replied with a smile. This seasoned professional wouldn't easily fall into a verbal trap.
No need to worry about this matter, just follow the process for the star interviews, Chen Yang said lightly.
Understood. Zhou Man nodded in response.
But then she seemed to think of something and said, Manager Chen, if you want to follow the process, it might not work.
Oh, why? Chen Yang frowned, a bit puzzled. Did it really have to be done through unspoken rules? Zhou Man said directly, you can follow the process, but others can't.
As far as I know, Zhang Sheng has already started contacting the candidates. So, even if you want to select according to the process, it would be very difficult to implement. Chen Yang nodded slightly at Zhou Man's words. It was indeed the case. With a pest like Zhang Sheng around, sticking to the normal process didn't hold much significance.
Was it easy to deal with someone like Zhang Sheng? This was a good opportunity to clean out all these pests. After all, Tianmo was his company in the future, and it needed to make money for him. It couldn't be harmed by these people.
Chen Yang thought this in his heart but didn't say it out loud, just walking with Zhou Man toward the live broadcast room. Inside the H3 live broadcast room, Li Wei had already arrived early. She stood in front of the mirror in the live broadcast room, looking at herself in the reflection, her expression both anxious and nervous.
The Li Wei in the mirror was very beautiful.
Since being selected yesterday, she had been carefully preparing her style, and she had already spent over 4 hours just on makeup today. Her outfit was a pink JK uniform paired with white stockings, making her look youthful and vibrant overall.
This is also a style she really likes.
Even though she is no longer of the age of a young girl, she has hardly experienced society, and her youthful heart is still very strong.
Li Wei, you can do it. Li Wei encouraged herself in the mirror.
However, just at that moment, the door of the live broadcast room was pushed open, and several men and women walked in from outside.
Today's shooting plan is quite important, we need Lin Lin to assist.
Although it's just a supporting role, if the video gets a lot of views, Lin Lin, your earnings will also be high.
It's fine, I don't have any shooting tasks recently, I'll do my best for the company.
The few men and women were discussing. After they entered the live broadcast room, without exception, everyone's gaze was fixed on Li Wei. Among them, the one walking in front was a stunning beauty, probably scoring over 85 in looks, tall and mature, with an E-cup figure and a full-on mature woman vibe.
Upon seeing Li Wei, she was even more surprised and said, Li Wei, what are you doing here?
Li Wei also recognized this tall beauty. Her name was Zhang Ruorua, one of the top internet celebrities of Tianma Group, with about 5 million fans and strong capabilities.
Li Wei had previously worked as her assistant. Sister Ruo.
Li Wei quickly greeted her, feeling a bit awkward as she said, I
was sent here by the company. Zhang Ruorua was slightly surprised to hear this. Sent by the company?
What was Li Wei sent here for? It should be known that Zhang Ruorua was only arranged to be a supporting role this time. Was Li Wei also sent here for that?
Probably not. She guessed Li Wei was just a passerby.
Zhang Ruorua thought to herself, but her expression didn't show much reaction. She just smiled lightly and said, since it's arranged by the company, we will definitely be collaborating together later.
Li Wei, happy cooperation. Okay. Li Wei felt a bit flattered. Zhang Ruorua didn't pay much attention to Li Wei's presence and started to do her makeup.
Li Wei didn't know what to do now, so she could only sit quietly in a corner, sipping coffee and waiting for what would happen next. After a while, Chen Yang and Zhouman finally appeared at the door of the live broadcast room. Everyone in the live broadcast room, including Zhang Ruorua and Li Wei, stood up upon seeing Chen Yang and shouted, "Manager Chen! Manager Chen! Manager Chen!" Chen Yang just nodded and didn't say much, walking straight into the live broadcast room. Zhang Ruorua immediately approached him with a smile, saying, "Manager Chen, I've already prepared everything for this shooting task, you." She wanted to curry favor with Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang ignored her and turned his gaze directly to Li Wei, saying lightly, "Li Wei, come with me." After saying that, Chen Yang headed straight for a private dressing room on the side. "Okay." Li Wei followed closely behind. After the two left, Zhang Ruorua stood there in shock. What was going on? Why did Manager Chen take Zhang Ruorua away alone? Zhang Ruorua, filled with confusion, asked, "Department Head Zhou, what exactly is going on with this Li Wei? What is she here for?" She had already sensed something was off. Zhouman smiled and said, "Today's main shooting subject is Li Wei. She is one of the internet celebrities that Manager Chen is focusing on cultivating next." What? Zhang Ruorua's face instantly lost color. Li Wei was the main character being cultivated today? She was here to support Li Wei? What? What was going on? In the dressing room, Chen Yang sat in his seat, examining the pink JK outfit on Li Wei. Li Wei stood a bit awkwardly, tugging at her skirt, seemingly very nervous. After a while, Chen Yang asked, "How long have you been following the sweet girl style?" Li Wei was taken aback for a moment before responding, "About 2 or 3 years. Have you succeeded?" Chen Yang continued to ask. "I have succeeded, once I reached over 500,000 followers, but later, due to some issues, I lost almost all of them," Li Wei continued. Over 500,000 followers is called success? Chen Yang shook his head. He had been an old employee at Tianma and had a deep understanding of the internet celebrity field. Over 500,000 followers, to put it bluntly, was equivalent to nothing, especially for female streamers like them. The monthly earnings would be very little. Li Wei became even more nervous, lowering her head and saying with a dejected expression, "Manager Chen, this is already my best result. Maybe I'm really not suited for this industry. Why not change to another person?" After so many years in the company, Li Wei must have experienced many failures. These setbacks had made her somewhat insecure and very sensitive. "No, you have great potential," Chen Yang said directly, then continued, "but still, you need to listen." "How? Should I listen?" Li Wei blinked in confusion. Chen Yang said, "First, the sweet girl style doesn't suit you, and the mature woman style doesn't suit you either. Your style needs a complete change." Chen Yang directly opened the wardrobe behind him. Inside the wardrobe were all kinds of dazzling clothes, whether it was JK, bodycon skirts, or other styles, everything was available. Chen Yang selected a few sets and placed them on the table. "Try these outfits first." "These outfits?" Li Wei stared blankly at the few sets on the table, a black OL uniform with a bodycon skirt, a white S-shaped stepmother dress, a sexy off-the-shoulder backless outfit, and a light blue floral housewife dress. Each piece looked very figure-hugging and explicit, and every one of them was a mature and sexy outfit for a woman. Would it really be appropriate for a naive girl like Li Wei to wear such clothes? Li Wei's cheeks flushed as she said, "Manager Chen, I don't think this style of clothing suits me." "There's nothing inappropriate about it, just try it on," Chen Yang replied directly. "But Manager Chen, I feel I'm more suited to a purer and more lively sweet girl style." Li Wei still resisted a bit. Chen Yang was too lazy to argue with her and said directly, "Do you remember what you just promised me?" Li Wei was taken aback. Of course, she remembered promising Chen Yang to listen. She bit her red lip, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "I understand, Manager Chen." Then, Li Wei glanced over the outfits on the table and finally chose one that was not too revealing, a white fitted top and blue skinny jeans. This outfit looked very normal, with no hint of ambiguity at all. Li Wei took this outfit into the fitting room. Chen Yang saw that Li Wei had chosen this set and a smirk appeared on his lips, revealing a hint of playful amusement. This outfit could be considered a trap he had set for Li Wei. Although it looked completely non-revealing, the white top and blue jeans were actually very fitted and form-hugging. And Li Wei's figure, being a curvy and charming S-shaped slightly plump woman, would definitely exude a mature allure when wearing such a tight outfit. Chen Yang was indeed looking forward to it. However, Chen Yang did not choose this outfit just to see Li Wei's figure. Li Wei indeed needed to try on this type of clothing to see how it looked. Everything was for work. Li Wei's fitting was unusually long. After waiting for half an hour without seeing Li Wei come out, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Trying on clothes wasn't like taking a bath or putting on makeup. How could it take so long to change outfits? Chen Yang directly asked, "Li Wei, is there a problem with the clothes?"
Why is it taking so long?
A somewhat flustered voice came from the fitting room.
And no, it's not that, Manager Chen. I'll be out soon.
It was clear that her tone was very shy. Chen Yang seemed to sense something and smiled slightly, waiting quietly. After a while, the door to the fitting room opened.
Li Wei walked out from inside.
The moment Chen Yang looked up and saw Li Wei, he was completely stunned. At that moment, Li Wei had tied up her long, beautiful black hair into a standard married woman's braid, which hung down to her chest. Her upper body was dressed in a very tight white top, almost clinging to her body, perfectly outlining her impressive curves, captivating. Even more eye-catching was Li Wei's lower body outfit. The blue jeans clung tightly to her slightly plump long legs, accentuating her curvy hips, and that already exaggerated S-shaped curve was highlighted to perfection.
Her figure was already stunning enough. The blush on Li Wei's delicate and beautiful face added a touch of shy charm, giving her a soft, neighborly married woman vibe.
Perfect. So beautiful.
No wonder she was chosen as an S-level internet celebrity by the system.
After changing into this trendy married woman's outfit, her charm skyrocketed from 85 to 95. It truly confirmed the saying that people rely on their clothing just as horses rely on their saddles. One must have a style that suits them. However, Li Wei was very resistant to her outfit. She stood nervously in front of Chen Yang, her pretty face already as red as a peach, her small hands fidgeting as she looked at Chen Yang.
Manager Chen, do I look ugly in this?
Li Wei had never worn this style before. She had always been the sweet girl type, so she didn't know how she looked in it. Chen Yang came back to his senses and smiled. I can guarantee that in the entire Tianma, no one is more suited to this married woman style than you.
Ha! Li Wei was a bit taken aback. No one was more suited to the married woman style than her? How could that be?
She had never even been in a relationship. How could she fit the married woman style so well?
No way, Manager Chen. I think. Li Wei wanted to say more.
But Chen Yang calmly said, what you think doesn't matter, it's still the same saying, just listen.
Try on the next one.
Oh, Li Wei didn't dare to refute Chen Yang. He was her only hope now, so she could only obediently comply.
Li Wei picked another outfit from the table. A white stepmother dress.
The stepmother dress was also a classic outfit for married women. Any woman with a good figure would have one as a must-have when going out. Although Li Wei was a reserved girl, she thought others looked pretty in stepmother dresses, so she wanted to try it herself.
Li Wei took the stepmother dress and entered the fitting room.
This time, it didn't take long before she came out.
After putting on the stepmother dress, Li Wei also made Chen Yang's eyes light up. The stepmother dress was very form-fitting, and since Li Wei had long legs and a curvy figure, wearing the stepmother dress was incredibly impactful.
Even someone like Chen Yang, who has seen many beautiful women, was momentarily captivated by Li Wei, whose figure was fiery and exuded the charm of a mature woman. Li Wei truly embodied the perfect style of a mature woman. Graceful and elegant, she formed a stark contrast to the timid Li Wei from before, making her seem like an entirely different person. Yet, Li Wei's shy, youthful aura prevented her from looking too much like an ordinary internet celebrity. A mature woman with an incredibly hot figure, yet brimming with youthful charm, could undoubtedly be considered a killer for countless men. Li Wei was truly exceptional. Meanwhile, as Chen Yang was assessing Li Wei's outfit, on the other side, in the Shaoan community, in the apartment of the landlady, she had also donned a tight, milky white stepmother dress from somewhere. At that moment, the landlady was standing in front of the mirror, admiring her figure. Her body was extremely exaggerated, even more so than Li Wei's, reaching a level of excess. Now, wearing this tight stepmother dress only showcased her already breathtaking figure to the fullest.
Shuya, how can you be so beautiful? With this figure, which man could resist?
The landlady looked at her cartoonish, proud curves, feeling a slight joy in her heart.
And it wasn't even the kind of serious cartoon.
However, she only dared to admire herself in front of the mirror. Although she had healed a lot after the last incident, she still felt quite timid. If Chen Yang wasn't around, she wouldn't wear anything too revealing. But today, Chen Yang was coming over, and he was going to take pictures of her.
Is the stepmother dress too conservative? That guy Chen Yang isn't very serious. Should I wear something more tempting?
The landlady's cheeks flushed at the thought.
Shuya, what are you thinking?
Chen Yang isn't serious, and you want to wear something so revealing. What if he? But even as she thought this, her little hand reached for a set of clothes in the closet. That outfit, if it could be called that, was really just 3 pieces of fabric. 3 thin pieces of white cloth that barely covered the essential parts. If I wear this, Chen Yang might just eat me up, the landlady thought, her heart racing as she held the so-called clothes, and her flushed cheeks became even more pronounced. However, even though she had feelings for Chen Yang, she certainly wouldn't dare to wear something like that. It was just a thought.
Let's try it on first.
The landlady, almost unconsciously, changed into the outfit she held. After she finished putting it on and looked in the mirror, her face was as red as a ripe peach, as if it could ooze juice with a squeeze. This was too revealing. The landlady's excessive figure was now completely on display. If she wore this for Chen-yang, she might not be able to walk tomorrow. Shuya, what on earth are you thinking? The landlady scolded herself, but her thoughts continued to wander in that direction. Her long, slightly plump beautiful legs gradually came together. Chen-yang was very satisfied with Li Wei and had her try on several outfits, all of which looked great. He then finalized the outfit for the short video shoot, the initial tight white top paired with tight jeans. Although this outfit was simple and plain, it showcased the figure the best, and shooting with this outfit would definitely send the online crowd into a frenzy. Once the outfit was chosen, the next steps were makeup and filming, which didn't require much concern from Chen-yang. He could leave it to Joe Man. Chen-yang and Li Wei exited the private live streaming room, where Joe Man had been waiting outside for a long time. As soon as Chen-yang came out, she approached him. Manager. Chen-yang nodded, glanced at her, and then said, "Take Li Wei to get her makeup done." Okay. Joe Man nodded and led Li Wei and the makeup artist into the makeup room. From then on, Chen-yang basically didn't need to worry about anything. He just needed to wait for Li Wei to become popular. He didn't have to manage the video shooting. Tianma had a dedicated team for that. Chen-yang sat in his seat playing with his phone and checked the time. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. He had been at work for an hour and a half and was quite tired. It was time to get off work. Chen-yang yawned and stretched. If other employees heard him say this, they would surely want to kill him. Starting work at 2 and leaving at 3:30, that was just too much. Just then, a phone call came in. It was from the landlady. Chen-yang answered the call and directly asked, "What's up, landlady?" Soon, the landlady's mature and alluring voice came through the line. "Chen-yang, why haven't you come yet? I'm getting sleepy waiting." The landlady sounded very lazy, with a hint of fatigue, which felt a bit strange. Chen-yang smiled and said, "I'm busy with some things. I should be there around 4, landlady, you need to be ready. Don't worry, I've prepared everything. Just waiting for you." The landlady continued to respond. "Okay." Chen-yang nodded. The landlady was silent for a moment before reminding him again, "Chen-yang, just a reminder, tonight's shoot might be a bit bold, so be prepared. Don't back out at the last minute." Bold? How bold could it be? With the landlady's conservative style, it couldn't be that daring. Besides, even if it were bold, what was there for Chen-yang to be afraid of? He was a man and wasn't worried at all. "Got it, landlady." Then I'll wait for you. I can't take it anymore. I'm a bit sleepy, I need to rest for a while. When you come back, just let yourself in. The password for my apartment is 65231. Sure. After ending the call, Chen-yang rested for a while, looked around the company, and figured there wasn't much to do, so he planned to leave. However, at that moment, a female voice called out to him. "Manager Chen. Wait a moment." Chen-yang frowned and turned to look. It was none other than the female internet celebrity, Zhang Ruoruo, who had just called out to him. "Is there something?" Chen-yang asked, puzzled. Zhang Ruoruo winked at Chen-yang and smiled charmingly. "Manager Chen, I do have something to discuss with you. Can we talk privately?" Chen-yang felt that something was off with Zhang Ruoruo. It seemed that whatever she wanted to discuss wasn't anything serious. But he was also curious about what it could be. It needed to be examined closely. So, Chen-yang nodded and walked with Zhang Ruoruo towards the private dressing room. As soon as they entered the dressing room, before Chen-yang could say anything, Zhang Ruoruo closed the door behind them with a smile on her face. Knowing the answer, Chen-yang asked, "Why close the door?" "It's nothing, I just don't want outsiders to disturb us." Zhang Ruoruo's smile grew wider as she walked over to Chen-yang's side and said, "Manager Chen, please have a seat." Chen-yang sat down on a nearby chair. Zhang Ruoruo also sat down next to him. Although Zhang Ruoruo had 1,000,000 followers and her looks couldn't compare to Li Wei or Zhua Mumu, she was still considered a beauty. Now, sitting beside Chen-yang, with a fragrant breeze wafting around, she indeed had a certain charm. "Manager Chen, would you like some tea?" Zhang Ruoruo was almost leaning against Chen-yang, her delicate hands gently caressing his shoulder, giving off a somewhat alluring vibe. This woman was also very calculating. Her outfit today is a black and red jacket with a white shirt underneath. Her figure is not small either, the white shirt is stretched tight, and it seems she has deliberately undone a few buttons at the top. Quite unfathomable. When she leaned closer, Chen-yang happened to catch a glimpse of this scenery, and his heart stirred a little. However, Chen-yang wasn't particularly interested in this kind of woman. He quickly regained his composure and directly asked, "No, I have things to do later." "What do you want from me?" Zhang Ruoro's smile on her delicate face became even more charming as she leaned next to Chen Yang, her breath fragrant as she said, Manager Chen. What Li Wei can do, I can do too. Manager Chen, why do you only favor Li Wei? Whatever you want to do, I'm fine with it. As Zhang Ruoro spoke, she began to unbutton her white inner shirt, instantly revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin, quite eye-catching. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang smiled slightly. This woman is indeed a pure internet celebrity. As long as she can rise to the top, she will use any means necessary. Really, anything goes? Chen Yang took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Zhang Ruoro's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Of course, as long as Manager Chen is happy, and can give me a little reward afterward. How to play and for how long, isn't it up to you, Manager Chen? Zhang Ruoro's beautiful eyes looked at Chen Yang, captivatingly enticing. Shall we start now? Chen Yang's smile grew wider, and his hands became restless. Don't! Zhang Ruoro gently pushed Chen Yang away, smiling seductively, Manager Chen, don't rush. I'll come find you tonight. But first, you need to help me fulfill a small wish. I don't want to play a supporting role. Zhang Ruoro appeared delicate and charming, as if Chen Yang could push her down at any moment. But Chen Yang understood very well. A woman like Zhang Ruoro is a typical green tea type. She can use various means to entice you, to fish, but she won't pay any price. For the previously innocent Chen Yang, such a woman might have worked. But for the current Chen Yang, her level is simply too low. Moreover, this woman isn't even that pretty, hardly piquing Chen Yang's interest. Chen Yang directly pushed Zhang Ruoro away and said lightly, 1 carat, 1 pit, you should be in the position that matches your ability. Chen Yang was unceremonious. Zhang Ruoro's smile froze on her pretty face. She didn't expect Chen Yang's change of attitude to be so swift, but she still smiled charmingly and leaned closer to Chen Yang again. Manager Chen, what do you mean by that? But Chen Yang didn't let her get close, coldly saying, sorry, I'm not interested in you. Zhang Ruoro felt humiliated again and said angrily, Manager Chen, then tell me, if 1 carat, 1 pit, what makes Li Wei better than me? Yes, she is good looking, but what use is that? The market doesn't buy into her style at all. I have over 2 million fans, and what about her? Only a few 100,000. Is this what you mean by 1 carat, 1 pit? Zhang Ruoro's heart was definitely unbalanced. For so many years, Li Wei had been submissive and cautious in front of her, and now suddenly her status skyrocketed, stepping on her head. How could she possibly accept that? Chen Yang calmly said, what the company values is Li Wei's potential. Although she hasn't been recognized by the market yet, her future holds great opportunities. Ha! What future can she have? Zhang Ruoro scoffed, then said, besides, don't I have a future? I have over 2 million fans, isn't my future stronger than Li Wei's? Chen Yang's gaze remained calm as he continued, you do have over 2 million fans and were popular for a while, but what about now? This statement completely diminished Zhang Ruoro's pride. Indeed, the former Zhang Ruoro was quite popular, one of the key internet celebrities nurtured by the company, with countless resources directed her way. Back then, she was full of confidence, believing she would eventually become a celebrity with millions of followers, a shining star. Unexpectedly, just a month later, her follower count had stagnated. No matter how many resources the company invested, there was no movement. The rate of fan loss was also rapid, and now, she was left with only 200,000 to 300,000 loyal fans. This was why she had to go to great lengths to please someone like Chen Yang, a mere manager. However, even so, Zhang Ruoro continued, so what? Li Wei's performance isn't necessarily much better than mine. Chen Yang was too lazy to explain to her and directly said, having you collaborate with Li Wei is giving you a chance to turn things around. If Li Wei becomes a hit, as a supporting role, you can also benefit from the traffic. If you really don't want to, I can find someone else. Chen Yang didn't want to get involved in the love-hate relationships among these internet celebrities. What he cared about most was when he could get off work. Zhang Ruoro wanted to refuse firmly, to say, why should Li Wei be popular? But the words stuck in her throat and she swallowed them back. Seeing Chen Yang's attitude, whether it was about unspoken rules or not, it was clear he was determined to protect Li Wei. Whatever she said now was meaningless. Fine, I understand. I'll be the supporting role. I hope Manager Chen won't be disappointed then. After saying this, Zhang Ruoro buttoned up her white shirt without another word, grabbed her coat, and left in a huff. With Zhang Ruoro's departure, today's matter came to a close. Chen Yang leaned back in his chair and yawned. It was about time. Off work. Boom! The Ferrari 812 sped down the roads of Deep City. Soon, the Ferrari 812 returned to the Shaoan community. Chen Yang first returned to his apartment, put his things down, and then went upstairs to the landlady's apartment. The landlady's apartment had a password lock.
Chen Yang directly entered the password. The door opened. Upon entering the apartment, he immediately sensed a fragrant aroma, the scent belonging to the landlady. The living room of the landlady's apartment was bright and spacious, clean and tidy. However, the landlady was not there. She must have gone to rest. Chen Yang didn't rush to disturb her but sat in the living room for a while. Soon, he noticed the camera equipment placed on the coffee table. Sony's Cam Z200. Over 30,000. The landlady was indeed quite extravagant. It wasn't surprising. The landlady collected rent every month, making her somewhat of a wealthy woman. Chen Yang picked up the Cam Z200 and fiddled with it for a bit. This high-end camera was indeed quite useful, producing very clear photos. However, Chen Yang found it strange. What did the landlady take so many photos for? She didn't go out every day. What was the purpose? Chen Yang couldn't quite understand. Perhaps it was just a little hobby of the landlady, who wouldn't like to have their beautiful side captured? After wandering around the living room for a bit, Chen Yang discovered several of the landlady's paintings. To be honest, they were quite well done. There were portraits, landscapes, and animal paintings, all very vivid. The landlady was indeed quite dignified and virtuous. While Chen Yang was admiring the landlady's artwork, he suddenly noticed that the door to the adjacent bedroom was not closed, just slightly ajar. The landlady should be resting inside. Chen Yang had no intention of disturbing her and was about to continue sitting in the living room for a while. Unexpectedly, a voice came from the bedroom. "Ah Yan, no. You can't do this." The voice was soft and sweet, very pleasant to hear. Chen Yang was somewhat puzzled. "Ah Yan? Who is that? Could it be him? That shouldn't be the case. Or is it the landlady's son?" But he hadn't heard anything about that. Chen Yang softly called out, "Landlady, are you awake?" There was no response from the bedroom. He originally didn't want to enter the bedroom, but now his curiosity was piqued, and he had ample reason to do so. Moreover, the landlady had given him the apartment code, and the bedroom door was slightly ajar, clearly indicating she didn't mind. Chen Yang simply pushed open the bedroom door. As soon as the door opened, the scene before him made Chen Yang's heart race. Inside the bedroom was only the landlady, with no one else around, and at that moment, she was lying on the soft bed, wearing only a thin lace nightgown. Since it was summer and quite hot, she hadn't covered herself with a thick blanket. Perhaps due to her restless sleep, the black lace nightgown hung loosely, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. Her graceful figure was mostly on display before Chen Yang. It was known that the landlady had an incredibly alluring figure. Now, dressed so lightly and lying on the bed, the temptation she exuded was simply irresistible. So beautiful. This figure was too enticing. While Chen Yang was marveling at the landlady's maddeningly beautiful figure, she spoke up. "Do you think it's beautiful?" Chen Yang was slightly startled, thinking the landlady had woken up. Just as he was about to speak, he realized she was still asleep, talking in her dreams. "Beautiful. Just look more, appreciate it. I like being looked at by you." The landlady even turned over, giving Chen Yang a better angle. Chen Yang's heart instantly burned with desire. Such a dignified and elegant landlady, he couldn't help but wonder what she was dreaming about to react this way. However, Chen Yang was a gentleman. After standing at the door and seriously admiring for 20 minutes, he left the bedroom. Before going out, he also helped the landlady close the bedroom door. What if a bad person saw her? Chen Yang returned to the sofa and continued to wait. After another half hour, around 5 o'clock, there was finally some movement in the bedroom. "Chen Yang, are you there?" The landlady's pleasant voice rang out. "Yes, I'm here," Chen Yang responded. He thought the landlady would tidy up and change clothes after getting up, but unexpectedly, the bedroom door opened directly. The landlady, wearing only a thin lace nightgown and looking a bit drowsy, walked out of the bedroom. "Sorry, I was really tired just now, and I made you wait for a long time." As she spoke, the landlady yawned and stretched. Her perfect curves were fully outlined with that stretch. It was truly a standard S shape. Chen Yang stared at the landlady, momentarily dazed. Feeling Chen Yang's gaze, the landlady looked a bit confused and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" "Nothing, I just think you look very beautiful today, landlady," Chen Yang said with a smile. The landlady snapped out of her sleepy daze, realized what Chen Yang was looking at, and her face turned slightly red as she said with a hint of annoyance, "Wearing less makes me beautiful, right?" The landlady wasn't too awkward or shy, after all, she was a mature woman. "No, the landlady is very beautiful on a regular basis." Sweet talk was something Chen Yang was quite good at. The landlady shot Chen Yang a glance, then put on a coat, covering her alluring curves. She sat down opposite Chen Yang and, after a moment of thought, directly asked, "Did you go into the bedroom while I was sleeping just now?" "No, why would I go into the bedroom?" Chen Yang had a thick skin.
I didn't, it wasn't me. Don't say such things.
As long as I don't admit it, the blame won't fall on me. Really not? The landlady's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement, scrutinizing Chen Yang. No. Chen Yan remained unflustered, repeating the same line. Then who closed the door? And who was leaning against the door?
The corners of the landlady's mouth curled up, looking at Chen Yang with interest.
Well, Chen Yang pretended to ponder, thought for a moment, and said, it must have been the wind that accidentally closed the door. As for who was at the door, landlady, you must have been dreaming, right?
Chen Yang's face didn't flush, and he showed no signs of being caught.
A man's mouth is a liar's ghost, the landlady said softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, landlady, since you already know, why ask? Oof. You took all the advantage, and I can't even ask a question?
The landlady had a hint of girlish pride.
Landlady, you're slandering me.
I just came in and saw the door was open, so I thought I'd help you close it.
It just took a little longer. Chen Yang was still talking nonsense. A little longer? Almost half an hour. This Chen Yang was really not honest.
But this also gave the landlady a strange thrill, a feeling akin to a secret crush.
In fact, the landlady hadn't specifically let Chen Yang in.
She was essentially a very conservative and reserved woman.
She had originally planned to lie down for a while after finishing, but unexpectedly, she was too tired in bed and didn't want to get up to close the door, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. As for why she didn't get up when Chen Yang came in, it was because she thought it was a dream. The things she said in her sleep were also because she thought she was dreaming. Now that she woke up and thought about it carefully, the more she thought, the more it felt wrong. It seemed this wasn't a dream.
Then she had let Chen Yang take advantage of her for nothing. The more she thought about it, the more shy she felt, her face turning red. However, the landlady was still very mature, and after a brief moment of shyness, she smiled and said, you really can defend yourself well.
All right. You've seen what you should see and what you shouldn't see. You've taken all the advantage. Today, you have to work a little harder, okay?
The landlady winked at Chen Yang with her beautiful eyes, full of charm, incredibly enticing.
Of course. Chen Yang smiled slightly. He picked up the camera on the table and asked with some confusion, by the way, landlady, what do you take these photos for?
The landlady was slightly startled by the question, as if she was hiding something, and said, I
just want to document my life. Moreover, for so many years, I've been so conservative, never wearing anything nice. After what happened last time, I've thought it through. I want to record my most perfect looks in figure. When I get old, I want to look back and reminisce.
The landlady's words did make some sense.
Yes.
If I don't record it at the most perfect age, it will probably be a regret in the future. And now, it is indeed the most perfect age for the landlady. A woman at 30 is undoubtedly the most alluring. She has completely shed the youthful innocence of a girl, replaced by the maturity of a young woman and a unique charm that comes after 30.
This charm is undoubtedly very deadly for men. Moreover, after 30, it is also the age of the most mature development. Curvy is no longer enough to describe the landlady's figure.
She is voluptuous and stunning, like a ripe peach that makes it hard to resist just one glance. Additionally, the landlady possesses a unique aura that she has cultivated, that of a dignified and elegant housewife. Outwardly composed, yet inwardly passionate, this is also what makes the landlady so enticing. Chen Yang nodded and smiled, alright, then I'll help the landlady document this well, making sure to capture your most beautiful self.
Okay, I believe you, the landlady smiled sweetly, very pleased. Next, it was time for the photo session.
At first, the landlady was quite conservative in her poses, although she changed into some sexy outfits, they were still relatively modest, like kipeos and evening gowns. Nevertheless, the results were fantastic. The landlady, with her excellent demeanor, truly looked like a socialite.
After taking some normal outfits, it was time for something a bit more revealing. First up was the black silk OL bodycon skirt, a uniform style that many men adore. Chen Yang, is it inappropriate for me to wear this? The landlady felt a bit anxious. Landlady, with your figure, this uniform is a perfect match, Chen Yang said sincerely. Uniforms require a certain body type to pull off, someone flat would never manage it. The landlady's S-shaped curves were undoubtedly a perfect fit for the uniform. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, the landlady felt a surge of joy and said, then wait a moment, I'll go change. The landlady went to change clothes. Chen Yang waited in place for a while.
Soon, the landlady walked out of the bedroom. The moment Chen Yang saw her, he felt as if he had stepped into an anime. The landlady's figure was truly unbeatable, with a standard comic waist, comic legs, and comic bust, now complemented by this professional OL outfit. The bodycon skirt hugged her tightly. The white shirt was so snug it seemed ready to burst at any moment. And those long legs in black stockings were simply eye-catching.
The landlady's outfit was just too fitting. How do I look, Chunyang?
The landlady asked, a hint of shyness on her face. This OL uniform seemed either too small or just very tight, making her quite uncomfortable. And being so tight, it completely showcased her figure, leaving nothing to the imagination, which felt a bit excessive to Chunyang.
Perfect.
Chunyang simply said 2 words, then smiled. Landlady, start posing, I'm going to take pictures.
Okay. The landlady began to strike various poses.
Click, click, click. Chunyang took quite a few photos.
Finally, he asked the landlady to strike a more seductive pose. The landlady hesitated and asked, Chunyang, are you sure this pose suits me? Isn't it a bit too much?
Chunyang laughed. From a man's perspective, I would very much like to see you do this pose, landlady. The landlady shot him a glare and said, to put it bluntly, you just want to see it.
Chunyang, not embarrassed, smiled generously and said, you could say that.
The landlady let out a light hum and said, alright, since you're here to help me today, I'll satisfy you. Little lecher. The words little lecher were drawn out, carrying a hint of a spoiled tone. Thus, the landlady really struck the pose that Chunyang wanted. Click, 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 another round of photos taken. Next, the outfits the landlady changed into were even bolder. There were stepmother skirts, bodycon dresses, short skirts with high heels, and crop tops, everything one could imagine.
The landlady's mature and fiery figure was thoroughly showcased.
Moreover, after arriving here, the landlady's original shyness had diminished significantly. She was now generous and confident. After the last set of deep V bodycon black stockings and short skirt was photographed, Chunyang said with great satisfaction, landlady, if you post these photos online, I'm afraid you wouldn't know how many men would come to lick you.
What do I need them to lick for? The landlady huffed.
Just looking privately is enough. I don't need them to lick.
Then, landlady, can I take a look?
Chunyang said with a smile. The landlady sighed, you took the photos, can I stop you from looking? After a pause, the landlady smiled and said, how about I make a copy and send it to you, so you can enjoy it slowly?
The previous landlady would never have said such things.
But now, as the shooting continued, the ambiguous atmosphere had already arisen. The landlady's heart, which had been silent for many years, also stirred with a ripple. After all, having kept a lonely vigil for so many years, it would be a lie to say she wasn't lonely. It's not impossible. Chunyang didn't have too much thought. Although the landlady was indeed tempting, he also knew that deep down, she was still a relatively conservative woman.
If he really wanted to have something happen with the landlady, the timing was definitely not right yet.
Landlady, you said earlier that tonight's shoot might be a bit bold.
Outfits like bodycon skirts, stepmother skirts, and black short skirts were actually considered normal attire for others.
But for the landlady, it was indeed a bit of a challenge.
But it couldn't really be called bold, could it?
Talking about this, the landlady was still filled with shyness and directly said, I do have bolder clothes.
But Chunyang, if you see them, don't say I'm not decent. I just
want to record myself.
The landlady was still giving Chunyang a warning.
Don't worry, Chunyang didn't care at all. It was a joke. A serious person like Chunyang loved the indecent the most.
Alright then.
The landlady bit her red lips and then directly opened the second layer of her wardrobe.
The moment the second layer of the wardrobe opened, Chunyang finally understood what the landlady meant by bold.
First and foremost, there was a large pile of camisoles, black, white, pink, lace, and so on, without exception, all very, very short. They were paired with various short skirts. If the landlady wore them, a large expanse of snow-white skin would definitely be revealed. In addition, there were other items, high-neck backless sweaters with a horizontal cut that perfectly revealed a deep V, as well as various maid outfits. There were also tight tops featuring Squirtle and Pikachu, bunny girl outfits, black JK, white JK, everything was available. There were also quite a few swimsuits, bikinis, school swimsuits, deep V one-piece dresses, etc. Among them, the most outrageous were some extremely flimsy pieces, seemingly made of just a few scraps of fabric, barely covering the key areas. The clothes in here could no longer be considered clothing. This was a lingerie specialty store. Although Chunyang knew that the landlady was not as dignified and traditional as she appeared, he didn't expect her to be so wild behind the scenes. He looked at her, somewhat dazed. The landlady's pretty face felt as if it were on fire, and she pretended to want to block the wardrobe, saying, how about
we just forget it? Let's not take these anymore.
At this critical moment, the landlady still felt a bit guilty. Chunyang, however, smiled and said, landlady, if you really didn't want me to take pictures, you wouldn't have come to me. Upon hearing this, the landlady's face burned even more, but she helplessly smiled and said, you really understand me.
All right, then I won't hold back. I mainly came to take pictures of these clothes. You've got a bargain.
A hint of mischief sparkled in the landlady's beautiful eyes.
Chun Yang shrugged and said, "Landlady, how can you say it's a bargain for me? I'm here to help you take photos. If you keep saying that, I might just leave." The landlady said irritably, "Then I beg you to help me take them."
Chen Yang, just help her take the pictures.
She likes having you take them.
The landlady pretended to be a young girl, her tone carrying a hint of coquetry, even taking Chen Yang's hand. To be honest, the way the landlady, a mature woman, acted spoiled was quite different from other women.
"Fine. Then I will reluctantly accept,"
Chen Yang said with a smile.
"Virtue." The landlady shot Chen Yang a glance, then looked at the wardrobe. Which piece should she start with? It seemed that every piece felt extremely embarrassing. After a series of mental preparations, the landlady finally decided to start with the camisole. The landlady in a camisole was definitely a perfect sight. The camisole was already very hot, perfectly showcasing the landlady's alluring figure, making Chen Yang unable to resist feasting his eyes on her, exclaiming in admiration. After the camisole, there were various QQ outfits. Maid costumes, bunny girl outfits, all took turns appearing. The landlady's charm was displayed to the fullest. This was a stark contrast to the usual landlady. Who would have thought that the landlady, who used to wear a coat when going out, would look like this behind closed doors? After the maid and bunny girl outfits, the landlady changed into a turtleneck sweater. This turtleneck sweater also belonged to the QQ outfits. Why? Because it was a one-piece.
From the front, it looked very conservative, with a high collar, only a deep V being somewhat inappropriate.
But the back was different. It was backless, and even had a lifted bottom.
"This outfit can't be seen from the back," the landlady blushed and warned Chen Yang.
The back was indeed a bit too revealing. It was no different from not wearing anything. "Okay." Chen Yang naturally agreed. However, as they continued taking pictures, Chen Yang used various reasons and excuses to get the landlady to turn around. Although the landlady was very resistant, she couldn't counter Chen Yang's words, since she was already wearing it. If they didn't take pictures like this, it would be meaningless to wear it. This way looked better. Thus, the landlady gradually fell into Chen Yang's trap. This backless turtleneck sweater could be said to be the best outfit they shot today. It showcased the landlady's dignified elegance while also revealing her inner passion and desire, perfectly balanced. "Landlady, not bad, right?" Chen Yang smiled at the landlady. It is indeed quite good, but it's too revealing." The landlady was even a bit afraid to look. The photos taken in this turtleneck sweater were indeed a bit too much. She didn't know how she had inexplicably accepted Chen Yang's request to turn around, and was directly seen through by him. Well, it's still the landlady who's too conservative. You must have heard of private photos, right? What they take is much more explicit than this, Chen Yang said confidently. He wasn't exaggerating. Indeed, many women take very provocative private photos, some even fully nude. The landlady's situation was just a minor example. "Alright, you have the final say. With your slick tongue, if I let you keep talking, I'm afraid I won't just be letting you take photos today," the landlady said with a hint of resentment in her tone. "What else can we do besides taking photos?" Chen Yang smiled and reached towards the landlady's waist. "Be serious." The landlady swatted away Chen Yang's unruly hand, then tossed her smooth long hair and said, "I'll go change clothes, and we'll continue shooting later." "Okay." Chen Yang nodded. The landlady turned to head back to the bedroom, but as soon as she turned, she immediately felt something, and her pretty face flushed. She was still wearing that backless sweater. With this turn, wasn't she just letting that guy Chen Yang? The landlady seemed to sense Chen Yang's gaze behind her, feeling shy, but she bit her red lip and didn't react too much. After all, she had already been seen. Let this guy take advantage of it. So, the landlady swayed her graceful waist, her face flushed, and headed towards the bedroom. The landlady thought this way, but she misunderstood Chen Yang. He was a gentleman. How could he look? He simply picked up the camera and took several shots of the landlady's stunning S-shaped silhouette from behind. This is more like it. A beautiful scene. It should always be recorded. After that, Chen Yang helped the landlady take several sets of clothes, and they were finally about to wrap up. In the last shot, the landlady stood in front of the wardrobe wearing an extremely figure-hugging bikini. "That's enough. Let's not take any more photos today." The landlady's beautiful face was flushed, clearly still a bit shy. Today could be said to be her boldest attempt in the past 30 years. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang looked at the remaining outfits in the wardrobe and said, "But there are still a few sets left, and they look pretty good." The landlady's gaze fell on those outfits. They were the most revealing ones, with only a few pieces of fabric covering the key areas. This was no longer just a QQ product. This was already battle attire. The landlady could imagine that after putting on these outfits, not to mention whether Chen Yang could control himself,
she might not be able to control herself either. Forget it. No need to take photos of these. The landlady was still quite resistant. Landlady, we've already taken photos, why not? Chen Yang wanted to use his old trick, but the landlady directly huffed, talking about this is useless. Next time, I'll let you take photos. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Chen Yang didn't continue to say anything. With the landlady, it was still necessary to take it slow. There was no need to rush, otherwise, it would backfire. Alright, then let's call it a day. Chen Yang stretched, finally wrapping up. After the photo session, the landlady invited Chen Yang to stay for dinner. She cooked herself. She changed back into a homey dress, regaining her virtuous and dignified appearance. Chen Yang leaned against the kitchen door, chewing on an apple while watching the busy landlady in the kitchen, and smiled. Landlady, you look completely different now compared to just a moment ago. The landlady is cooking, and she turns around to give Chen Yang a glance. What a difference, am I not just me? Chen Yang laughs and says, the you just now, was like a more open celebrity influencer, and the you now is more like a conservative full-time housewife. The landlady, not shy at all, smiles and asks, so which version of me do you prefer? I like them all, Chen Yang replies, wanting them all. You scoundrel, with your sweet talk, you can only choose one, the landlady huffs. Chen Yang takes a bite of an apple, thinks carefully, and smiles, then it must be the more open celebrity influencer. The landlady, handling the ingredients, is not surprised by the answer and playfully says, as expected, all you men are the same. The less I wear, the more you like it, the hotter I get, the more you like it. Once you marry them, you won't look at them the same way. The landlady's tone carries a hint of resentment. This is unique to married women. Other women don't really feel this way. Chen Yang laughs, it's different, landlady, you should also prefer being able to wear many beautiful clothes, right? What I like is the most beautiful version of you. This statement strikes a chord with the landlady. Women, after all, how could they not like sweet words? Although she feels sweet inside, the landlady still huffs, you're just being evasive. Chen Yang smiles and continues to lean against the door, watching the landlady cook. As he watches, a small thought suddenly crosses his mind, and he says, landlady, I feel like what you're wearing to cook isn't quite suitable. The landlady replies, somewhat surprised, what's unsuitable about it? I don't know, it just feels a bit off. Chen Yang smiles. The landlady seems to realize something and beams, then what do you think I should wear that's suitable? Chen Yang's mind flashes back to the clothes the landlady wore before, finally settling on a maid outfit. How about trying on a maid outfit instead? The black and white maid outfit on the landlady would be something else entirely. What? Do you want me to be your maid? The landlady says, not in the best of moods. Chen Yang laughs, landlady, I've helped you so much today and didn't even ask for money, just this little request. Isn't it possible to fulfill it? I might as well just pay you. The landlady still strongly resists with her words. It's all up to you, I won't force you. Chen Yang laughs. The landlady gives Chen Yang another glance, full of charm. After chatting for a while, Chen Yang returns to the living room, playing on his phone while waiting for the food. Dinner's ready. Just as Chen Yang is focused on his phone, the landlady's enchanting voice rings out. Chen Yang looks up. Just one glance, and he is completely stunned. At that moment, the landlady has changed into a black and white professional maid outfit. The landlady already has the aura of a full-time housewife, and now in the maid outfit, that feeling is even more pronounced, especially since her figure is incredibly alluring. Wearing the maid outfit makes her look anything but a proper maid. What are you looking at? Your eyes are wide open, it's not like you haven't seen it before. The landlady is still a bit shy as she places the dishes on the table. I saw it when taking photos, but it didn't feel like this, Chen Yang laughs. When taking photos, it was just a formality, but now that she is really wearing the maid outfit to serve, it is truly full of temptation. Want to feel something? The landlady's beautiful eyes sparkle, and she suddenly smiles mischievously, then do you want to experience an even better feeling? Chen Yang is still a bit confused, not understanding what the landlady means. Unexpectedly, the landlady sat directly beside Chen Yang and said in a delicate voice, Master, these dishes were specially made for you. You should try them. If you find them not to your liking, you can scold me as much as you want. The landlady, a dignified and virtuous full-time wife, actually revealed such a demeanor, which truly delighted Chen Yang to the utmost. The landlady really knows how to have fun. Chen Yang smiled and said, I'm satisfied. As long as you made it, I will definitely be satisfied. The landlady's face turned red. Having dinner at the landlady's place, they didn't finish until 8 in the evening. After bidding farewell to the landlady, Chen Yang returned to the apartment, feeling quite content. As soon as he opened the apartment door, he saw a beautiful figure lounging on the sofa, a pair of snow-white legs kicking playfully.
This figure was none other than Jamumu.
Although she was lying down, her impressive curves were still very apparent, dressed in a cute pink cartoon pajama set.
Finally awake, Chen Yang said with a stern face, somewhat displeased.
Jamumu didn't turn around, still lying there, continuing to play on her phone, her sweet voice sounding a bit tired. Chen Yang walked over and directly slapped her beautiful leg.
Sit up straight. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap echoed. Ah!
Jamumu, who was playing on her phone, suddenly exclaimed and quickly turned to sit up, looking pitiful as she said, "Brother Chen Yang, what's wrong?
You just got back and hit me."
Her voice seamlessly switched to a sweet tone, both aggrieved and melodious, evoking sympathy. Chen Yang looked at Jamumu and said helplessly, "Staying up all night playing games, sleeping all day, turning day into night, you won't grow taller like this."
"I'm already 1.7
meters tall, Brother Chen Yang, that's tall enough, I don't need to grow anymore," Jamumu retorted.
"That's not good for your development either," Chen Yang continued.
Jamumu then proudly emphasized her impressive features, saying, "Brother Chen Yang, my development is already quite good."
At this, Chen Yang was left speechless. Indeed, Jamumu's development was truly exceptional.
Just as Chen Yang was feeling a bit of a headache, Jamumu giggled and said, "Brother Chen Yang, I know, you're concerned about me.
I'm very happy about that.
Don't worry, Brother Chen Yang, I promise I will definitely go to bed on time from now on. Early to bed and early to rise, I'll be a beautiful big girl,"
Jamumu earnestly guaranteed.
Chen Yang decided to believe her. After all, there wasn't much he could do. After Jamumu finished speaking, she seriously added, "Brother Chen Yang, I still want to thank you for the new computer you got me."
"Thank you so very much. This is the best gift I've ever received in my life."
When Jamumu said this, her voice returned to its original tone. It was clear that she was genuinely touched.
Chen Yang smiled and said, "It's nothing, didn't you also give me a gift?" Jamumu smiled sweetly. Mutual effort truly is the best. Looking at the silly smiling Jamumu, Chen Yang asked, "Have you eaten?"
At the mention of this, Jamumu finally felt her stomach rumble, and she said pitifully, "No.
Brother Chen Yang, I'm going to starve to death." She began to act cute again. "Can't you just order takeout?"
Chen Yang said helplessly. "Takeout is so dirty, just look at the news, it's all about pre-made dishes and gutter oil."
"I can't eat that. I'm a very health-conscious beautiful girl." Jamumu spoke as if she really meant it. Why didn't she say that when staying up late?
Chen Yang helplessly said, "Alright, I'll take you out to eat, I really can't do anything about you."
"Brother Chen Yang, you're the best."
Jamumu's pretty face broke into an even sweeter smile. After tidying up a bit and changing into a new outfit, Chen Yang took Jamumu downstairs, left the apartment, exited the Shawan community, and arrived at the parking lot outside, getting into the Ferrari 812.
V room. The Ferrari 812 sped straight out of the parking lot. Deep City, on the coastal avenue. V room. The Ferrari 812 raced down the roads of Deep City. Wow! Riding in a supercar, this is amazing.
Jamumu felt the refreshing sea breeze of Deep City at night, feeling invigorated and very happy. Chen Yang was also quite pleased, slightly increasing the speed to further satisfy the girl's joy. Jamumu was simply overjoyed. She had never experienced the thrill of riding in a supercar before.
It was wonderful.
Once they entered the city roads, the speed of the Ferrari 812 gradually decreased.
Jamumu also cooled down from her excessive excitement.
However, she still excitedly said, "Brother Chen Yang, you're really incredible. I wouldn't even dare to dream of owning such a supercar, and you actually bought one."
"That's amazing." Jamumu's eyes sparkled with admiration for Chen Yang. "It's nothing much," Chen Yang casually replied, feeling quite happy inside.
Jamumu continued, "Brother Chen Yang, if my sister knew how outstanding you are now, she would definitely regret it so much, right?"
"Did you tell her?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at Jamumu beside him.
Although he wasn't the type to show off in front of Giraud, he still had a basic sense of vanity and wanted to know if Giraud was aware of it.
"Of course not."
Jamumu blinked her beautiful big eyes and smiled. "I want my sister to discover it herself when she comes back. I want to see her jaw drop."
"Humph, damn gold digger."
Jamumu waved her little pink fist, seemingly looking forward to that moment. Although Jamumu was Giraud's sister, she was naturally rebellious and didn't stand on Giraud's side, leaning more towards Chen Yang. Seeing Jamumu like this, Chen Yang could only smile slightly.
This was quite nice. Your sister isn't really a gold digger, her choices aren't actually wrong. Chen Yang said calmly. "What do you mean not wrong? Brother-in-law, you and my sister have such a good relationship, and she just says to break up and that's it, and that's not a problem?" Jamumu defended Chen Yang. "Feelings can't determine whether a relationship can continue. In the end, it still depends on reality." Chen Yang's expression was complex as he sighed. If feelings could dictate everything, then there wouldn't be so many divorce dramas in this world. I don't believe it. I believe that love is the truth.
Jumumu disagreed with Chen Yang's statement. Whether she was naive or pure-hearted was uncertain.
However, Chen Yang didn't think Jumumu was a completely clueless little girl. After all, who was Jumumu? The campus beauty of Deep University. Although she was a bit introverted, she certainly wouldn't lack handsome rich second-generation boys around her.
It was almost impossible for her to have such naive thoughts. The reason Jumumu said this was merely a beautiful longing in her heart. Thinking of this, Chen Yang fell into a slight contemplation. Perhaps he had the opportunity to help Jumumu realize all of this, allowing her not to succumb to reality. With Jumumu's looks and various conditions, along with her versatile voice, it wouldn't be a problem for her to become a top star, shining brightly, or at least a social media influencer with millions of fans, living a worry-free life. After all, Jumumu hasn't done any marketing yet, but has already gained a lot of attention online thanks to her image at the freshman party. This shows that Jumumu has great potential. If she were to be packaged and given more exposure, she would definitely have the chance to become a huge hit. However, all of this is a matter for later. What Chen Yang needs to do now is to secure the shares of Tianma first. Speaking of which, Li Wei's video should have been filmed by now. It's likely to be promoted tomorrow. Let's see how the traffic goes then. Chen Yang is quite confident. The system is carefully selected. It must be right. The Ferrari 812 didn't go to any high-end restaurant. Instead, it came to a famous night market in Shenzhen, Guimiao Village. This is a dining area located at the entrance of Shenzhen University, essentially serving as the university's cafeteria. Jumumu loves to stroll and eat here, feeling very happy. After parking the Ferrari 812, Chen Yang and Jumumu got out of the car and headed towards Guimiao Village. Brother-in-law, you have to try this, it's really delicious.
And this one. Brother-in-law, this is also very tasty. Woo-woo. Brother-in-law, I can't eat anymore, you have it. Brother-in-law. Although they said they were exploring the night market together, it was mostly Jumumu doing the buying. This kind-hearted little sister-in-law loves to buy and eat everything she sees, but every time she buys something, she only takes a bite or two and then hands it over to Chen Yang. Now Chen Yang's hands are full of food. Chen Yang helplessly said, if you're going to buy, can you finish it? I'm not your boyfriend, I don't have the function of eating on your behalf. Jumumu, who was eating an ice pop, heard this and shyly giggled, brother-in-law. I just want to try everything, that's all. Besides, even though you're not my boyfriend, you're my brother-in-law, and my sister is your girlfriend, your future wife. My sister and I are like one heart, so rounding it off, you're kind of my half-boyfriend. Jumumu seriously explained this twisted logic to Chen Yang. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, so rounding it off, you're also my half-wife? He thought Jumumu wouldn't know how to respond to this half-joking remark. Unexpectedly, Jumumu nodded seriously, exactly. Then, she blinked her beautiful big eyes, imitating Jiro's voice, and sweetly said, hubby just help me eat. Chen Yang, who was sipping fruit tea, almost spat it out upon hearing Jumumu's words. Wow! The imitation was quite good. Chen Yang was a bit speechless. Jumumu, however, was giggling uncontrollably, looking very happy. This kind-hearted little sister-in-law really leaves one helpless. Chen Yang could only play the role of this half-husband for Jumumu. He finally understood why Jumumu always boasted that she wasn't afraid of gaining weight from eating anything. She only takes a couple of bites of everything. It's no wonder she wouldn't gain weight. In the end, Chen Yang and Jumumu found a Luckin coffee to sit down. They had been out for a while and were quite tired. Jumumu, however, was full of energy. Not long after sitting down, she said she wanted to go find a senior at school and would come back later. Chen Yang didn't mind and started playing on his phone. Just then, a message came through. Kochinen, my esteemed VIP, are you too busy to come and work out tonight? Seeing this message, Chen Yang suddenly remembered that he had originally planned to go work out tonight, and had mentioned there would be a surprise. He had completely forgotten about it. There were just too many chaotic things going on, it couldn't be helped. Mu Yang, no rush, Kochinen, I'll definitely come another day. Kochinen, alright, I'll wait for you. After sending this message, the call with Kochinen ended. Next came a message from Yaona. Little Na, hubby, I miss you so much. Yaona sent a message that was both sweet and clingy, yet very pleasant to hear. It was nice, enjoyable to listen to. Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied, Mu Yang, thinking of me as soon as night falls? Little Na, yes, hubby, especially before going to sleep. I really want you to hold me while I sleep. The mature woman truly lived up to her title. She could handle any conversation. However, recalling the sense of satisfaction he felt when holding Yaona while sleeping, he found it quite joyful. The two chatted for a while,
and the conversation was quite heated. At this moment, Yao Na brought up something. Little Nana, hubby, my guess was right, my family really wants to meet you, what should we do? Meet? Chen Yang was slightly taken aback but quickly regained his composure. This was to be expected. He gave Yao Na 300,000 every month, which was an astronomical sum. It was no wonder her family was suspicious. Chen Yang responded with a smile. Mu Yang, as I said, if they want to meet, let them meet, there's no need to hide. Little Nana, but... Yana hesitated, seemingly afraid of causing trouble for Chen Yang. Mu Yang, no need to worry, if there's a chance, just bring them out. Little Nana, alright, then the day after tomorrow, it's the weekend. What do you think, hubby? Mu Yang, okay. Little Nana, hubby, you're the best, I love you to death. Yana was clearly very happy. Mu Yang, just saying? Little Nana, hubby, I know what you like, I've already prepared it. Oh, prepared what? Chen Yang was quite curious. At that moment, a video pop-up appeared. Seeing this video pop-up, Chen Yang seemed to realize something and immediately went to a corner of the cafe, then silently clicked to accept. Sure enough, the scene from that day appeared. Steam filled the air. Yao Na was actually taking a shower. She was only draped in a towel, her fair skin slightly flushed, her pretty face also blushing, making her look both tender and alluring. She was surrounded by a hazy mist, exuding a beauty that was partially concealed. She was holding the towel with one hand, smiling at the camera. Hubby, do I look good like this? The voice coming from Yao Na in this state carried a different kind of charm. Fortunately, Chen Yang had brought headphones in advance, otherwise, everyone would probably think he was watching some adult film. You look good. Especially good. Chen Yang smiled. Speaking of which, he and Yao Na had never been in the bathroom together before. If there was a chance in the future. Yao Na continued, laughing. So, hubby, do you want to see me looking even better? As she spoke, she gently loosened her grip on the towel. The towel slipped slightly. A glimpse of Snow White gradually revealed itself. Yao Na was indeed quite impressive. Chen Yang's smile grew even wider as he said, Little Nana, I'm at Luckin right now, are you sure you want to do this? Yao Na, however, showed no fear, playfully laughing. Hubby, I trust you, no matter what, nothing will happen to me. Really? Hubby. Yao Na's voice was truly enchanting, soft to the core. This was indeed the case. Yao Na was Chen Yang's woman, and he would definitely not let her face any problems. In this position, at this angle, even surveillance wouldn't capture a thing. Meanwhile, Yao Na's smile became even more seductive. In the end, she gently let go of the towel. Hubby, last time I didn't let you unlock it. This time, it's all unlocked. The bath towel slipped away. Fair and enchanting. The call with Yao Na also ended. Back at his position, Chen Yang had a third message. This time, it was finally something serious. It was from Joe Man. Manager Chen, Li Wei's video has been filmed and is now in post-production. It can be uploaded tomorrow. Do you want to review it? Joe Man's work efficiency was still very high. The actions were also very quick. It was all handled in one afternoon. This was quite normal. Internet celebrities are different from stars. Stars need careful packaging. Internet celebrities can be mass-produced, and internet celebrity videos can be filmed in a studio, with several completed in a day. After all, a video is only a few dozen seconds, or even just a few seconds long. Spending an afternoon polishing it is actually quite a lot. Mu Yang, send it over for me to take a look. Man, okay. Soon. A video was sent over. This video was actually nothing special, just a standard internet celebrity borderline video. Moreover, it was the most borderline mother-daughter theme. The mature woman was naturally played by Li Wei. The daughter was played by Zhang Ruoro, who had a youthful face, which was why she was chosen to be Li Wei's supporting role. Zhang Ruoro had no highlights, just an ordinary performance as a sexy little vixen. Even in such a short clip, it was evident that her dancing skills were lacking, not graceful enough, not charming enough. Li Wei was completely different. Li Wei was already very, very beautiful, and after being on video, she was even more stunning, especially with the outfit guided by Chen Yang, a white top paired with blue jeans, which looked very normal, even a bit old-fashioned, belonging to retro fashion. But the essence of this outfit was that it was tight. Very, very tight. Whether it was the white top or the blue jeans, they seemed to cling tightly to Li Wei's body. And Li Wei's figure was voluptuous and sexy, the most typical S-shaped pear figure beauty. Wearing such tight clothes, her entire outline was completely outlined, sizzling to the extreme. With such a figure, as long as there was a suitable outfit and style, Li Wei didn't need to do anything else, just standing there would probably attract countless views. But Li Wei had an even more outstanding point, which was that she had diligently practiced dance. Her dancing skills were far better than Zhang Ruoro's. A few simple moves, without needing to be overly flirtatious, could showcase her graceful figure to the fullest. Another treasure was that Li Wei's pretty face had a shy expression of wanting to refuse yet still inviting. Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Li Wei was definitely a natural beauty of a mature woman. No wonder she was carefully selected by the system. This was just too amazing. Chun Yang could already imagine how much traffic Li Wei would gain online once this video was released and resources were slightly tilted in her favor. This time, it's settled. Mu Yang, tomorrow, temporarily stop promoting the other internet celebrities. Gather all the traffic on Li Wei. I want her to become an overnight sensation. Man, okay, Manager Chen, I understand. On the other side, after a tiring day of work, Li Wei returned home. The place she lived in was an old rental, small and cramped, forming a stark contrast with her stunning image. The small rental had only a living room and a bedroom. Due to the limited space, there was even no room for a large wardrobe, so various clothes were hung all over the living room. The entire living room had practically become a large wardrobe. Only a small area was left for resting. Even in this resting area, a yoga mat was laid out, as she needed to practice dancing at night. Li Wei was very tired today. As soon as she returned home, she lay down on the yoga mat, not wanting to move at all. Although it was just a short video of a few seconds, she had spent 4 to 5 hours filming it, and her whole body ached from the movements. Maybe I won't practice dancing tonight, Li Wei thought secretly to herself. She wanted to give herself a little break. She was trying to convince herself that the video was already done. There was no need to be so strict anymore. I'll just order some takeout, maybe. Snail noodles, I really haven't had that in a long time. Just thinking about it made Li Wei swallow hard. She was different from Jamumu. She wasn't the kind of woman who could eat anything without gaining weight. On the contrary, she gained weight easily because she had a pear-shaped figure, so she had to strictly control her diet. Over the years, she had rarely eaten anything high in calories. Even on her birthday, she only dared to order a bowl of snail noodles or a bowl of Chongqing noodles to satisfy her cravings. She didn't even dare to touch cake, her favorite food. Now that the video was done, she was really craving it, wanting to have a serving. Li Wei took out her phone, a Xiaomi 6, which was already very old. But she had kept it in great condition, with no signs of damage, as if it were brand new, because she had known from the moment she bought it that she would use it for a long time. Li Wei opened the video on her phone. Staring at the short video of only 20 to 30 seconds, she was lost in thought. Since noon, she had watched this video many times. At first, she felt quite good about it, thinking it was really well done. But soon, Li Wei fell into self-doubt and self-denial. She began to question herself. Was it really good looking? Did she really look good on camera? Zhang Ruoro seemed much prettier than her. Gradually, she felt that the video didn't seem good at all, thinking that her lack of looks led to the low quality of the video. This couldn't be blamed on Li Wei. She had filmed quite a few videos before and had once thought that she looked really beautiful in many of them, believing she had a chance to go viral. But every time the videos were streamed, the response was mediocre. Li Wei began to think it was her problem, completely losing her confidence. Moreover, this time, Chen Yang had put her on a different track, looking at the video of herself in a sexy outfit, a young woman's style. Li Wei's face flushed slightly, and she also questioned herself, was she really suited for this style? She didn't know. She could only quietly wait for the results. Just as Li Wei was opening Meituan to order some snail noodles as a reward for herself, a message came in. It was from her mother. Hey, if you really can't stay in the city anymore, just come back to the town. Your dad and I have found someone for you. He runs a small shop in the town. He's quite nice, very honest, but his education level is a bit low, just a middle school graduate. Come back and get to know him. If things go well, you could get married by the end of the year, and your dad and I can have a grandchild sooner. This message made Li Wei, who had been in a relatively good mood and was thinking of rewarding herself, feel completely disheartened. She didn't respond, just silently exited Meituan. She sat there, looking through the narrow window at the distant neon lights and towering skyscrapers of the city, lost in thought for a long time. Finally, she stood up, took the vegetables and chicken breast from the cupboard beside her, and quietly began to prepare tonight's dance. She still had to practice. No matter how much you practice, you still have to practice. Jamumu is back. Accompanying her is her senior. That is the rather enchanting Lu Shu, along with a tall, handsome guy who has been chatting with Lu Shu, seemingly her admirer. Lu Shu was originally chatting with him casually, her expression quite aloof. However, when Lu Shu saw Chen Yang, her aloof expression faded significantly, replaced by a somewhat charming smile as she greeted Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded, glanced at Lu Shu, then at the tall handsome guy beside her, and smiled. Who is this? His name is Zhang Xing, he is one of our seniors, Jamumu quickly responded. Hello, Chen Yang greeted with a smile. Hello, Zhang Xing was quite polite as well. After the greetings, Jamumu secretly leaned in and whispered in Chen Yang's ear, brother-in-law, it was actually my senior who wanted to meet you, so I brought her over. I didn't expect Zhang Xing to insist on coming along. And he seems to be Lu Shu's admirer, following her around all day, showing off in various ways. Jamumu explained the situation. Chen Yang nodded, he could tell, but he didn't take it to heart, such matters had little to do with him. Once everyone was seated, Zhang Xing began to boast. He first mentioned how the economy was bad this year, and his family's company was not doing well, earning tens of thousands less each month compared to last year. He then talked about how severe the job market was lately, advising Jamumu and Lu Shu to plan their post-graduation jobs while still in school. Finally, he mentioned which villa and car he had his eye on. In short, he was trying to show off as much as possible. He even specifically pointed out Chen Yang, asking, Chen Yang, you must have graduated a long time ago, right? Which big company are you working for now? Chen Yang casually replied, I haven't really been working, I guess I'm a freelancer now. He wasn't lying. He really wasn't in a working situation, a freelancer, spending freely, and making money through the system. Freelancer. That's pretty good. Zhang Xing didn't say much more, but his mysterious confidence seemed to grow even stronger. When the conversation turned to cars, Zhang Xing asked Chen Yang what kind of car he liked. Chen Yang's answer was still quite casual. Any car would do, as long as it could get him around. Zhang Xing became even more confident, thinking that the commuting car Chen Yang mentioned was probably something like a BYD. In any case, this brief gathering was mostly Zhang Xing showing off. Jamumu and Chen Yang chatted privately, hardly paying him any attention. Lu Shu occasionally responded to Zhang Xing, but her peach blossom eyes were fixed on Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes sparkling with something unknown. The meal was finished. The milk tea was also consumed. It was about time. Everyone began to get up and leave. Shu, let me drive you back, I came by car, Zhang Xing said, quite satisfied with his performance tonight, feeling he should be able to get closer to Lu Shu. Lu Shu said nothing, neither agreeing nor refusing. Zhang Xing continued with a smile, Chen Yang, Mumu, don't take a taxi, let's all go in my car. I'll drive you back, my car is spacious. As he spoke, he took out his car keys. A nearby Audi Q7 lit up its headlights. To be fair, Zhang Xing did have some capability. An Audi Q7 starts at around 600,000, which is quite impressive for a college student. He was quite proud, thinking that by showing off his Audi Q7, Jamumu and Chen Yang would surely praise him. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang just smiled lightly and said, no need, we drove here. Zhang Xing didn't insist, laughing, alright then. He looked at Lu Shu beside him and said, Shu, get in the car, I'll take you for a ride. Just as Chen Yang and Jamumu were leaving, he and Lu Shu could enjoy their time together. Lu Shu hesitated, about to speak. At that moment, suddenly, a bright red, highly futuristic supercar lit up its headlights not far away. Passers-by on the street turned their gazes, and upon seeing the bright red supercar, they were all amazed. Even Zhang Xing and Lu Shu looked over. Zhang Xing showed off a bit, smiling as he said, Ferrari 812, Ferrari's top flagship, worth over 5 million. I wonder whose car it is, it's really beautiful. As soon as he finished speaking, the next scene left him somewhat dumbfounded. Chen Yang and Jamumu walked straight up to the Ferrari 812. Without saying a word, Chen Yang opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, while Jamumu took the passenger seat. In Zhang Xing's shocked gaze, the Ferrari 812 started up, and as it approached them, Chen Yang smiled at him and said, we're off. You guys have fun. Before Zhang Xing could react, the Ferrari 812 had already sped away. After the Ferrari 812 left, Zhang Xing was left dumbfounded, caught in shock. This Ferrari 812, it actually belonged to Chen Yang? The Chen Yang who had just been listening to him boast, had the money to buy such a top luxury car worth 5 million? At that moment, an indescribable sense of shame surged in his heart. Just a moment ago, he had been bragging in front of Chen Yang, saying he planned to buy a luxury G-Class worth over 1.5 million. Chen Yang had just been humoring him, making him think Chen Yang couldn't keep up with the conversation and had no financial power at all. Now it seemed, he simply looked down on it. This is too embarrassing, right? Zhang Xing regained his composure, wearing an awkward smile as he looked at Lu Shu beside him and said, Shu, they've left, let's go too. But Lu Shu was looking in the direction the Ferrari 812 had left, shaking her head and saying, no, I still have something to do, I need to go back to school. Zhang Xing could only feel like crying without tears. The Ferrari 812 quickly returned to the Shaoan community.
After getting back to the apartment, Jamumu went to her own room. With her personality, tonight was likely to be another sleepless night. Chen Yang also washed up and went to bed. Before sleeping, he casually scrolled through his social media, not finding much content. He did see a beautiful photo. It was Lu Shu's from earlier. This charming beauty had posted a photo of herself drinking alone. She was already stunning, and with the atmospheric photo, she looked quite beautiful, with a certain allure. Below it was a line of text. The wine doesn't intoxicate, but people get drunk. Chun Yang saw Lu Shu's post and thought it was nice, so he liked it and commented, very beautiful. Then, he yawned, planning to sleep. However, not long after he liked the post, suddenly, a message came through. Lu Shu, brother Chen, do you like my photo? I have many more, can you help me see if they're pretty enough? Immediately after, a series of photos were sent. Some were sexy, some were hot, and there were also innocent ones, even a few in minimal clothing, like swimsuit photos. In short, it seemed Lu Shu wanted to show off her most perfect side. After Chen Yang looked at them, he didn't reply, just smiled slightly. Women. So interesting. Sleep. New York Airport. Juro, are you coming back home? The interview for Tianma is about to start. Hurry back to prepare. Lan's call reached Juro's phone. Dressed in a flight attendant uniform, Juro was dragging her suitcase through New York Airport, responding to Lan's question. Today is my last mission. In about 15 hours, I can return to the capital. It will take a few hours to get from the capital to Shenzhen. I should be able to arrive tomorrow night. Juro calculated the time and continued, Sister Qin, don't worry, this time I'm serious. I will definitely be prepared and there won't be any problems. After this mission, I will resign. I will focus on my entertainment career. Juro said this with a determined look on her pretty face. Clearly, she had made up her mind. One last push. Indeed. Juro had the capital for it. She was at the peak of her looks and figure. She just needed one opportunity, a good one. Got it. I'll wait for you in Shenzhen tomorrow night. Lan quickly hung up the phone. Juro stood in silence for a moment before continuing on her way. After arriving in Shenzhen tomorrow, she would first go find Lan, then arrange her luggage, and go pick up Shamu. This troublesome younger sister had stayed with Chen Yang for so long without feeling awkward. As for Chen Yang, Juro felt a mix of complex emotions and a bit of anticipation at the thought of seeing him again. Although she wasn't the type of woman who was indecisive and lost in love, she still had feelings for Chen Yang. Meeting again would inevitably be a bit bittersweet. Since it's in the past, let it be. Juro regained her inner calm. Although Chen Yang could give her endless warmth, what she pursued was not just that. She had grown up surrounded by the admiration of others, and she had pride in her heart. She didn't want to live a mediocre life. She wanted to fight, she really wanted to fight for something. That kind of ordinary life was not what she wanted. So, she wanted to change all of this, which meant she was destined to part ways with Chen Yang. Being with Chen Yang would only keep her sinking in the warmth of love. Thinking of this, Juro looked ahead, at the plane returning home, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Change starts from this moment. Boom! The passenger plane slowly took off, heading back towards Huaxia. When she woke up, it was already early the next morning. Chen Yang stretched, got up to wash up, then changed into sportswear and went out to exercise. Morning exercise was definitely essential. This morning's workout went smoothly without any incidents, and he didn't run into Chenanan, finishing quickly. When he returned to the entrance of Shaoan community, he saw a familiar figure. The landlady. At that moment, she seemed to have just returned from grocery shopping, chatting with a few other ladies at the entrance. Chen Yang smiled slightly and walked over. As he got closer, he could hear their conversation. Shuya, you are really beautiful. You're already 30, but you maintain yourself so well, even better than those girls in their 20s. Yes, Shuya is actually a year older than me. I become a yellow-faced woman, but Shuya is both beautiful and youthful. Skin is secondary, Shuya's figure is just amazing. At 30, I've already started to sag, but Shuya not only hasn't, but she's so perky and firm. Even as a woman, I can't help but drool. Shuya, you are truly beautiful, making us all envious. But your only problem is that you are too conservative. With such a great figure and high looks, you hide away all day. What a waste. That's right, if I were you, I'd wear all kinds of skirts every day to mesmerize those stinky men. The ladies chattered, mostly praising the landlord's figure and looks. The landlord was so flattered that she felt a bit shy, her face slightly flushed. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Yang beside her laughed and said, I agree with that. If you were bolder in your style, there wouldn't be a man in this world who could resist you. Everyone's gaze turned to Chen Yang. The landlord also looked over, and upon seeing him, a hint of shyness appeared in her beautiful eyes.
Others might not have seen her bold side, but Chun Yang had, and he had captured it all on camera.
As soon as you mention stinky men, they come running. You want Shuya to wear sexy clothes to please you? Dream on.
Exactly, our Shuya is gentle and graceful, not into that sort of thing at all.
Do you understand what a proper young lady is? Shuya's style is the norm.
Once Chun Yang arrived, the lady's focus shifted directly to him. This was quite normal. A group of women could comment on the landlord, but a man like Chun Yang certainly could not.
I take back what I said.
Chun Yang wasn't angry, he just smiled and looked at the landlord with burning eyes. The landlord is indeed a very gentle, kind, dignified, and elegant beautiful woman.
What I just thought was truly tarnishing the landlord's image. Isn't that right, landlord?
The more she heard, the redder her face became, and she couldn't help but glare at Chun Yang, then said to everyone, Chun Yang and I have something to discuss, so we'll be leaving first.
You two take your time. The landlord hurriedly left with Chun Yang. Once they were far away, the landlord finally said, a bit annoyed, am I not elegant? Chun Yang smiled and said, of course you are dignified and elegant. How could our landlord not be dignified and elegant?
As he spoke, he directly wrapped his arm around the landlord's slender waist, pulling the voluptuous beauty into his embrace.
You really are getting bolder.
The landlord's face turned crimson as she glared at Chun Yang, her delicate body twisting in dissatisfaction. It'll be troublesome if someone sees us.
What are you afraid of? You're not married, and I don't have a wife. We're both single. Chun Yang wasn't worried at all. So what you mean is, we're both single, so you can hold me? The landlord huffed. Aren't you not resisting? Chun Yang smiled. The landlord's pretty face flushed.
Indeed, if she truly didn't want Chun Yang to hold her, she could have easily broken free with a little resistance. But she didn't do that because, subconsciously, she thought that Chun Yang holding her didn't seem like a big deal. After all, she had already been seen by Chun Yang like that. The landlord said with a hint of grievance, I have no leverage against you, how could I dare to resist?
Chun Yang was taken aback, not expecting the landlord to say that. Truly a mature woman. What leverage? Landlord, I don't know what you're talking about. How could someone as beautiful, generous, dignified, and elegant as you have any leverage?
Chun Yang said this, yet he held the landlord even tighter. In front of others, she was gentle and dignified. In front of Chun Yang, she was almost completely exposed. The landlord thought of this and her face turned even redder, muttering, taking advantage and still acting innocent.
I don't believe you don't have my photos saved on your phone.
The landlady's gaze was piercing, carrying a hint of scrutiny. By heaven and earth, Chun Yang truly hadn't done such a thing. Mainly, he didn't have that kind of habit. After all, this was the landlady's privacy, existing on his phone.
What if one day he went to get his phone repaired and accidentally exposed it?
That would be a serious matter for the landlady. Besides, Chun Yang had no need to do such a thing. Why look at photos when he could see the real person?
I'm a decent person, why would I save your photos? Chun Yang said this on the surface, yet he held the landlady even tighter. Really?
The landlady's beautiful eyes still held a trace of doubt.
Absolutely. Chun Yang replied earnestly.
He couldn't guarantee other things, but this was definitely not a problem. Chun Yang initially thought the landlady was asking so persistently because she was worried he had saved her photos. Unexpectedly, the next thing the landlady said left Chun Yang somewhat stunned. He saw the landlady's face flush, and with a smile, she said, so, do you want them? When the landlady said this, she leaned in very close, and the fragrance on her body wafted over, quite pleasant.
Chun Yang smiled knowingly and said, what would I want them for?
What you want them for, I don't know, but I think you would find them useful.
Like when it's quiet at night.
After the last filming, the landlady seemed to have let herself go a bit in front of Chun Yang, and her words were full of insinuation. Looking at the landlady's photos in the dead of night indeed seemed a bit interesting.
Landlady, I don't know what you're talking about. Chun Yang responded seriously, then laughed, but,
if you send me a copy, I can check if the filming went well, that wouldn't be a problem.
You naughty boy.
The landlady playfully chided, full of charm. Chun Yang just smiled and returned to the apartment with the landlady.
Noon. Tianma Group. Manager Zhou, what's going on? You've stopped our streaming for an unknown person like Li Wei? Yes, how many fans does Li Wei have? Does she have the qualifications?
Manager Zhou, this is too unfair.
Ha!
We know Li Wei is Manager Chen's favorite, but what you're doing is really too much.
All the female internet celebrities gathered in the department, starting to denounce Chun Yang.
Yesterday, Chun Yang had stopped the streaming for the internet celebrities, intending to use it all to promote Li Wei's new video, which naturally made them very unhappy.
If it were another internet celebrity, it would be one thing, but Li Wei had previously been their little assistant who served them tea. Why should she get this?
Facing the angry female internet celebrities, Joeman smiled and said, "Everyone, don't be angry. Manager Chen has his reasons for doing this." Before she could finish, a female internet celebrity coldly snorted, "What reason? How long has Li Wei been promoting? She's never made it big, promoting her is just a waste of resources." "Right, we wouldn't mind if you promoted any one of us, but promoting Li Wei is really too much. Who does Li Wei think she is?" The aggression from the female internet celebrities was still quite strong. Meanwhile, in the manager's office, Chen Yang stood in front of the single-pane window, looking at the noisy internet celebrities outside, his gaze calm, saying little. Beside him, Li Wei was extremely uneasy, her head lowered, appearing very nervous. Today, Li Wei was wearing a stepmother dress, which suited her very well, exuding a mature charm. After being trained by Chen Yang yesterday, Li Wei's style had completely transformed. Although she didn't like the mature style, she had started to try wearing such clothes for daily outfits. After all, this was what Chen Yang had requested. "Manager Chen, I shouldn't need so much traffic, right? I just need to stream normally, and that should be enough. Or I shouldn't take resources from others." Li Wei lacked confidence, her voice trembling slightly. She felt she wasn't qualified to consume so many resources from the company. Chen Yang glanced at her and said lightly, "If you don't take resources, do you think you can rise?" Li Wei didn't know. She was just afraid that even if she took the resources, she still wouldn't make it. Chen Yang continued, "This kind of thing will happen often in the future. Since you want to become the top star of the company, resource allocation is definitely essential. You don't need to be so afraid. These people may talk a lot, but as long as you become popular, then they won't dare to say another word. From now on, you just need to listen to me. As for others, you don't need to pay attention. Do you understand?" Since Chen Yang wanted to push, he certainly couldn't take it slow. If he was going to push, he had to push hard. To create a top star would better fulfill the system's tasks and also help establish a name in the company. Although Li Wei still felt uneasy, hearing Chen Yang say this, she finally bit her red lip and nodded, "Manager Chen, I understand. If I really can become popular this time, then in the future, no matter what happens, I will listen to you. As long as it doesn't cross the line, I will do whatever you ask." Li Wei had waited too long for this opportunity. She didn't want to return to her small town. She also didn't want to marry someone and become the owner of a small supermarket. If Chen Yang could change her fate, she would truly feel an overwhelming gratitude towards him. Chen Yang didn't say much more. He just watched the time. When it reached 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was almost time. The video could officially go live. Why 4 o'clock? The video streaming needed time. Going live at 4 would peak in traffic around 8 in the evening, the golden hour. As soon as it hit 4, Li Wei's video went live on time. In the first half hour after the video went live, the growth curve was still very slow. After all, Li Wei was still a new account, and the traffic could only be drawn from Zhang Ruoro's account. Zhang Ruoro's fans originally came to see her, but unexpectedly, when they opened the video, they saw the stunning Li Wei. Suddenly, various comments flooded the comment section. Wow, I thought Goddess Ruoro was already the best, but I didn't expect there to be a master? Mother-daughter vibe, love it so much. Goddess Ruoro is both sexy and cute. Compared to Goddess Ruoro, I want to know who this mom is. Her figure and looks are just unbeatable? Yeah, how come I've never heard of such a top-notch mature beauty before? And she hasn't even revealed much, she's dressed so conservatively, yet she's so alluring. What if she showed a little more? Hee, I want to follow her. Me too. Many of Zhang Ruoro's fans were directly attracted to Li Wei. Li Wei's fan count surged by tens of thousands in no time. This made Zhang Ruoro quite unhappy. Her remaining fans were already few and were true fans, and now that part of them had been drawn away by Li Wei, her future survival would likely be even more difficult. Zhang Ruoro was already regretting filming this video. But what she didn't expect was that the mature vibe of Li Wei had such strong fan attraction. If Tianma's resources were invested, what kind of situation would that create? Soon, Zhang Ruoro understood. Half an hour after the video went live, a large amount of Tianma's streaming resources began to operate Li Wei's account video. Matrix, marketing accounts, promotional accounts, all started to exert effort, fully pushing Li Wei. Many users began to come across Li Wei's videos. Regardless of gender, upon seeing the sexy and stunning young woman Li Wei in the video, they couldn't help but stop their actions, either liking it, commenting, or even leaving jealous negative reviews, accusing Li Wei of being flirtatious. In short, after the official streaming began, Li Wei's personal account had completely exploded. Whether they were haters or pure fans, in just over an hour, she gained hundreds of thousands of followers, and the video views surpassed 5 million, continuing to soar. The performance of this video had completely surpassed any previous female internet celebrity or short video streaming results from the company. And this was just the beginning. The heat was still rising. It wasn't even prime time yet. Watching the soaring views and the rapidly increasing likes, the female internet celebrities who had just been shouting about the unfairness of Li Wei stealing their resources were now all silent. They had nothing to say. Li Wei's performance was simply too dazzling. She had already refreshed the entire company's historical records. They dared to strike hard against smaller internet celebrities, but facing the current Li Wei, they didn't even dare to utter a word. Zhang Ruoro had already covered her mouth, her pretty face left with only shock. With the video's popularity, she also gained considerable benefits. Some liked the sexy and voluptuous mother Li Wei, while others liked her sweet and lovely daughter. She was also continuously gaining followers, and her personal video views were rising. At this moment, Zhang Ruoro finally understood what Chen Yang had said before. Shooting videos with Li Wei might truly be her opportunity. The most shocked person at this moment was undoubtedly Li Wei. The results after the video started streaming were almost beyond her wildest dreams. She had originally thought that after the video started streaming, her personal account might slowly gain 100,000 followers, which would already be quite good. But now, in just 1 hour, she gained over 100,000 followers, and it wasn't even prime time. This was too exaggerated, right? Looking at the videos praising her outfits and the hot video trends, Li Wei finally began to doubt herself. Perhaps Manager Chen was right. She really wasn't suited for the sweet girl style. Perhaps this slightly risque young woman style was the most suitable for her. Manager Chen. Li Wei looked at Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes trembling, filled with gratitude. Chen Yang didn't react much because all of this was within his expectations. As an S-level talent in the system, as long as the style was suitable and there was traffic support, being promoted would be no problem at all. Moreover, Li Wei's potential was definitely very high. At least 10 to 20 million followers would be the limit. Right now, it was just the beginning. There was little meaning in staying at the company any longer. After Chen Yang instructed Zhou Man about some remaining matters, he was about to leave. Li Wei offered to see Chen Yang off. When the two walked out of the office, the other internet celebrities outside cast their gazes upon them. They had long lost their previous anger, each with complex expressions. Especially when looking at Li Wei, most of their gazes were filled with envy and jealousy. They could already foresee that after today, Li Wei would surely rise to become a major internet celebrity. Feeling the attention of the crowd, Li Wei's mood was initially a bit anxious. She had been in the company for so long, always a small transparent figure, never having been noticed. All the female internet celebrities present had once been unattainable for her, but now, they were all looking at her with envy. Li Wei's mindset gradually began to change. Perhaps, just as Chen Yang said, she was really about to succeed. She was really going to become a major internet celebrity. Li Wei's gratitude towards Chen Yang grew even stronger. On the other side, Li Wei is actually this beautiful? Zhang Sheng's eyes revealed a hint of fervor when he saw Li Wei in the video. He had always thought that Li Wei had a great foundation, with a good figure and high looks. However, he didn't really like Li Wei's previous style. So, he had only regarded her as an ordinary female internet celebrity before. But now, with her changed style, Li Wei completely amazed him. This mature woman's outfit stirred up the most primal desires in men. This woman was not only beautiful but also exuded a captivating charm. It's a pity that the current Li Wei had nothing to do with him anymore. Chen Yang, oh Chen Yang, you really got lucky. Zhang Sheng's eyes were filled with deep jealousy. In his view, Li Wei probably didn't even know how many times she had been with Chen Yang. However, he only felt a bit of regret in his heart and didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he already had a new target. A target far superior to Li Wei. After leaving the company, it was already evening. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari 812, slowly cruising down the streets of Deep City at night. At this time, Li Wei's personal account had surpassed 500,000 followers. With the company's resources and the platform's traffic recommendations, the video's views had also exceeded 10 million. It had only been 2 or 3 hours. Li Wei's ability to attract fans was truly impressive. And Chen Yang had successfully completed the task assigned by the system. Asset task, Rise to Fame, 1, successfully completed. The host has successfully received the reward, 5% shares of Tianma Group. With 5% of the shares in hand, Chen Yang had finally become the absolute largest shareholder of Tianma Group. He now held absolute power within Tianma Group. The annual dividends were not a small amount either. It was truly delightful. And this was not the end. The system's second asset task was soon released. Rise to Fame, 2, description. The host wants to completely control Tianma Group. Relying solely on Li Wei is far from enough. More star power is needed.
Requirement: the host must sign an S-level or above star talent. Reward: 5% shares of Tianma Group. Another task like this. Finding an S-level or above star talent was not easy. However, Chen Yang was not worried. Wasn't the so-called star audition coming up soon? He should be able to find someone then. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. The host has successfully bound Li Wei. Name: Li Wei. Age: 23. Height: 175 cm. Weight: 55 kg. Measurements: 56. Waist: 99. Bust: 95. Hips. Relationship: subordinate. Loyalty: 45%. Influence: rise to fame: 5%. Li Wei's data appeared before Chen Yang. He had to admit, Li Wei truly had a standard supermodel figure. It was perfect. Moreover, after binding with Li Wei, there was another very important benefit. For every 10% increase in Li Wei's influence, the host will receive a reward of 10 million. This meant that as long as Chen Yang helped Li Wei rise, and her influence grew, he would also gain corresponding benefits. This was quite good. According to the current trend, Li Wei's rise to fame was just a matter of time. He could slowly wait to collect money next. Chen Yang felt refreshed, driving his Ferrari 812, gradually disappearing into the streets. After returning to Shaowan community, as soon as Chen Yang entered the door, he saw a breathtaking scene. He noticed that Jamumu's had woken up at some point and was doing yoga by the balcony. Jamumu's figure was already very graceful, and now, while doing yoga, her perfect body curves were revealed in all their glory. She was truly beautiful. Chen Yang sat on the sofa and admired her for quite a while. Jamumu also came back to her senses, her little face flushed, rolled up her yoga mat, and walked back. "Brother-in-law, you were peeking," Jamumu said with a hint of annoyance. "What do you mean peeking?" "I was looking openly," Chen Yang replied with a smile, not feeling embarrassed at all. Jamumu thought about it carefully and seemed to agree. Chen Yang really hadn't been peeking. However, she still said proudly, "No matter what, you were peeking." Then, she looked at Chen Yang with burning eyes, as if she had discovered something remarkable, and said, "Brother-in-law, do you like me? Now that my sister is gone, you want me, this little sister, to take her place. Isn't that right?" This clever little sister-in-law really didn't know what was going on in her head. Chen Yang actually didn't have many thoughts about Jamumu. Of course, Jamumu was very beautiful, that was beyond doubt. But Chen Yang only appreciated her. "Stop with the theatrics," Chen Yang said helplessly. But Jamumu was in her element, stroking her chin like a detective, and said, "My sister has broken up with you, yet you still keep me around. You actually just want to get close to me. During this time, you've been taking me out to eat and play. You just want to please me. You are my brother-in-law, which allows me to let down my guard, and then you gradually get closer to me. Then one day, when I'm sad, you will take advantage of the situation and completely possess me, fulfilling your plan. Just like that. Brother-in-law, you are so bad." Jamumu spoke with conviction, believing her reasoning was flawless. But Chen Yang's next words shattered all her deductions. Alright. Brother-in-law is exactly the kind of person you described. So, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, you can take your computer and move out from here now. Quickly get away from this bad brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Jamumu, who had just been so certain and disdainful towards Chen Yang, instantly lost all her bravado. She returned to her charming and lovely self, speaking in a soft, sweet voice. "Brother-in-law, I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? How could I say that brother-in-law is a bad guy? Brother-in-law is the best. I like brother-in-law the most." When it comes to changing expressions, Jamumu would be first, and no one would dare say second. This ever-changing beauty was truly hard to dislike. If only she weren't the school beauty. Chen Yang tapped her little head and said, "Alright, your sister will be back soon. Let's see if you can still smile then." Jamumu huffed, "So what? Her coming back is her business. I don't care. Brother-in-law, I've decided, I'm not moving out anymore. I want to live with brother-in-law." This statement left Chen Yang momentarily stunned. He didn't mind, but, "Then your sister will kill you. Am I afraid of her?" Jamumu was not afraid at all, hands on her hips, confidently saying, "When she comes back, let's see if she dares to say a word to me. She's just an old woman. I gave her face." Jamumu concluded, waving her little pink fist. Chen Yang was somewhat speechless. If he hadn't seen Jamumu's demeanor in front of Jiro, he might have actually believed her. To know, Jamumu and Jiro are a pair of sisters who rely on each other for life. Jiro is both an older sister and a mother figure, basically training Jamumu to be obedient. When Jiro is around, Jamumu is truly a well-behaved girl. She wouldn't even dare to play games all night. However, the matters between the sisters are not something Chen Yang is qualified to interfere with right now. He has other things to attend to. Okay. As long as your sister agrees, you can stay as long as you want. I'll change my clothes and head out.
You can handle dinner by yourself later. Chen Yang prepared to return to his room, intending to change into a sports outfit and go to the gym for a workout first. He has a date with Shen Tao in the evening.
Jamumu pouted a bit unhappily and said, "Brother-in-law, aren't you going to eat with me? Do you need someone to eat with you?" Chen Yang replied irritably. "Eating together is more enjoyable."
Jamumu's tone had a hint of a spoiled child, and her expression was very cute.
"There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Chen Yang did not indulge Jamumu and firmly refused.
"Alright then, I guess I'll just have to stay alone and eat by myself." Jamumu's tone carried a bit of grievance.
Chen Yang was speechless.
What kind of words are these? It sounds as if he really neglected her. Jamumu's low mood didn't last long. After Chen Yang came out in his sports outfit, she was no longer in the living room. She must have run back to her room to play games again.
This little sister-in-law is quite innocent by nature. Her moods come and go quickly. That's nice. Chatting with such a lovely girl every day can really lift one's spirits. Deep City Media Academy. Sister Qingning, what do you think of my outfit?
Shen Tao had changed into a pure white high-end dress, which suited her very well. Wearing this dress, she exuded a youthful charm, looking playful and cute. However, Chen Qingning stroked her chin, examined her from head to toe, and finally shook her head. Not good.
It's too pure. Brother Chen Yang doesn't like this style. Chen Qingning gave her evaluation. Shen Tao became a bit flustered and asked, "Then Sister Qingning, how should I dress?" Chen Qingning smiled slightly and said, "Wasn't the previous JK outfit pretty good? Just wear JK. Brother Chen Yang really likes JK."
On this point, Chen Qingning had a lot of say.
Every time she wore JK, Chen Yang was at his most enthusiastic. "Alright, then I'll go change."
Shen Tao obediently ran off to change her clothes.
Shen Tao pulled the curtain to change, and just halfway through, Chen Qingning suddenly walked in. Sister Qingning, what are you doing?" Shen Tao felt a bit shy.
Although Chen Qingning is a woman, this southern girl still felt a bit uncomfortable.
Chen Qingning chuckled lightly, revealing her little tiger teeth. "I just wanted to take a look, is that not okay?" "Look? At what?" Shen Tao's cheeks flushed. "Of course, I want to take a good look at our Shen Tao sister." As Chen Qingning spoke, she looked Shen Tao up and down, admiring her well-developed, smooth, and tender figure, and said with a hint of envy, "Tao Tao, you are really beautiful. Your figure is truly unbeatable."
Shen Tao's face turned crimson as she said, "No way, I'm not as good as you, Sister Qingning."
"You're being modest." Chen Qingning was quite self-aware.
In terms of figure and looks, she couldn't compare to Shen Tao. She could only provide emotional value to Chen Yang. Chen Qingning was still carefully admiring Shen Tao's perfect figure, her gaze somewhat infatuated, gently caressing Shen Tao's fair skin, as if touching a piece of mutton fat jade. Such a beautiful Tao Tao.
"Tao Tao, you should have never been touched by a man, right?" "Definitely not," Shen Tao quickly replied. "I've never had a boyfriend."
During her university years, Shen Tao was quite conservative and reserved, especially before she met Chen Qingning. She was the epitome of a good student. After getting to know Chen Qingning, however, she underwent a significant transformation. But it wasn't that Chen Qingning led her astray. Rather, this was Shen Tao's true nature. The previous Shen Tao was just holding herself back. After meeting Chen Qingning, she began to let herself go a bit, learning how to unleash her charm, how to make herself more beautiful, more attractive, and more eye-catching.
Shen Tao actually enjoyed this feeling.
Every woman hopes to become beautiful, to shine brightly.
"Never had a boyfriend, that's great." Chen Qingning's beautiful eyes sparkled with a witch-like charm as she smiled and said, "With such beauty and a flawless body, it seems tonight will belong to Brother Chen Yang." Upon hearing this, Shen Tao's face flushed, and she retorted, "Sister Qingning, what nonsense are you talking about?"
"I'm just going out shopping with Brother Chen Yang, nothing will happen."
"Sister Qingning, you can come along too."
Chen Qingning covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "I won't go, I don't want to interrupt your little world.
"I have things to do later, I need to go home." "Have fun, you too." After a pause, Chen Qingning added, "Choose a shorter JK uniform, Brother Chen Yang really likes that." "Sister Qingning, you're so annoying." Shen Tao was both shy and irritated. Chen Qingning laughed lightly and turned to leave.
Shen Tao struggled in her little fitting room for a while, and finally, biting her lip, she chose the shortest white JK uniform she could accept. After putting on the white JK uniform, Shen Tao's youthful sweetness was fully displayed. She looked at herself in the mirror, feeling a bit anxious. Although she was a girl, she knew that something might really happen when she went out with Chen Yang tonight. Inside her heart, there was a mix of fear, entanglement, and a little anticipation.
It shouldn't happen, right? Brother Chen Yang is a good person. Spartacus Gym.
Chun Yang had come here after a long time. There were still quite a few people working out in the evening, everyone was enthusiastically lifting weights, and the atmosphere was very intense. However, as soon as Chun Yang appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. To be precise, he was the focus of all the fitness instructors. The way they looked at Chun Yang had a hint of fervor, as if they were gazing at a money tree. Several female instructors in yoga pants, with graceful figures, directly approached him, each one incredibly enthusiastic, saying, "Mr.
Chen, here to work out? I can guide you." Guiding? Mr. Chen, I can provide personal service. Mr. Chen, I'm prettier than them. I can be your sparring partner, teaching you step by step. Mr. Chen, I have a big Mr. Chun. These female instructors were like wolves. This was normal. Chen Yang had spent hundreds of thousands on Chenanan, who wouldn't be envious.
Chen Yang didn't mind. After glancing at these female instructors, he found them average, except for one who was relatively good-looking, but still far from Chenanan.
What's your name? Chen Yang smiled as he looked at the voluptuous female instructor. The female coach immediately blushed with excitement and smiled. Mr. Chen, my name is Zhang Bing, and I am Spartacus's top coach. Whatever Chenanan can do, I can do too. Mr. Chen, if you don't believe me, you can try. Let's go to the private area, and I'll guide you closely. The female coach was extremely excited.
Chen Yang had just asked casually, although this coach was quite attractive, she still paled in comparison to Chenanan.
Just as Chun Yang was wondering where Chenanan had gone, a stunning figure walked out from inside Spartacus. Chen Yang's gaze turned, and he couldn't help but be captivated. The beautiful figure was none other than Chenanan. Today, unlike before, she wasn't wearing the exclusive yoga pants set for fitness coaches but a professional deep blue OL uniform. A small suit, white shirt, pencil skirt, and long black stockings created a strong uniform allure, perfectly complementing Chenanan's well-toned body from years of training, making her incredibly enticing. Even Chen Yang felt a bit dazed. Chenanan was indeed beautiful. Dressed like a female teacher, Chenanan walked up to Chen Yang with a smile and said, "Chen Yang, let's go. I'll take you for training." No need for further words. Chenanan's outfit was already enough to overshadow the other female coaches. It really had a vibe of a female teacher making a private home visit. So enticing. Okay. Chen Yang smiled slightly and followed Chenanan out. The other female coaches watched Chenanan and Chen Yan leave, stunned in place. They couldn't compete. They really couldn't compete. No wonder Chenanan could make Chen Yang spend hundreds of thousands. This charm completely crushed them. In the private fitness area, Chenanan led Chen Yang inside. Everything was already prepared. There were fitness meals, protein powder, various protective gear, creatine, nitrogen pumps, and all the necessary items for fitness that Chenanan had prepared. Besides that, this private fitness area was also cleaned very well by Chenanan, with a hint of fragrance in the air, a stark contrast to the outside smell. "Chenanan, you look quite special today." Chen Yang smiled as he looked at Chenanan. Chenanan's lips curled slightly as she said, "Do you like it? This is a little surprise I prepared just for you." "It's okay." Chen Yang nodded. The allure of a female teacher's uniform was something no man could resist. But, Chen Yang suddenly smiled and said, "Teacher Chen, you're sitting too far away, I can't appreciate your beauty." Chenanan understood what Chen Yang meant, her pretty face flushed, and although she felt a bit resistant, she still sat down beside him. The delicate uniformed teacher Chenanan sat next to him. Chen Yang naturally took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her slim waist, pulling her into his embrace. Teacher Chen, you really are beautiful," Chen Yang said seriously. Chenanan shot him an annoyed glance and said, "Coming to the gym is for working out, not for playing dress-up. A little relaxation is also necessary." Chen Yang was not embarrassed. Since Chenanan was dressed like this, he naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. Just don't get too carried away. Chenanan could only accept it with a flushed face. Chen Yang didn't go too far, just letting his hand rest on Chenanan's beautiful black-stockinged leg. Chenanan, blushing, prepared today's training plan and the necessary items. "This fitness area is really clean. Haven't you brought any other students recently?" Chen Yang asked with some confusion. "I've been waiting for you lately, I've already turned down the other trainees," Chenanan replied. "I have to say, Chenanan's professional attitude is really good. Right now, Chen Yang is Chenanan's biggest client, with hundreds of thousands in spending. She really should provide good service." "So, does that mean I'm your biggest financial backer right now?" Chen Yang smiled without losing his grin. "Otherwise? How could you be so presumptuous?" Chenanan huffed playfully. Chen Yang chuckled. "Is this really being presumptuous? It was just a casual touch, nothing more." Chenanan wasn't wrong either. The main purpose of coming to the gym is to work out. After preparing her things, the warm-up began.
Today's warm-up had a different experience. Chen, dressed in a female teacher's uniform, felt completely different while helping Chen Yang warm up. Chen Yang felt as if he had returned to school, with those female teachers he had fantasized about in the past appearing before him, attentively serving him.
The emotional value Chen provided was truly unbeatable. After the warm-up, the training began.
As always, they started with chest exercises.
The bench press was the first move. Let's start with 45 kilograms, Chen said. Last time, Chen Yang's bench press was around 50 kilograms, so starting with 45 kilograms was quite normal. Chen Yang nodded and didn't say much. 45 kilograms was fine for warming up.
After getting ready, Chen Yang lay back on the bench, looking up. He could still see Chen impressive physique. The feeling of exercise was fully charged. After a brief moment of preparation, Chen Yang took a deep breath and began to push.
45 kilograms. It was a breeze. Chen Yang effortlessly completed 12 reps.
Chen, who had been watching, was once again shocked by Chen Yang's strength, but she was somewhat used to it by now.
Chen Yang's fitness talent had completely surpassed her imagination.
This was incredible. After finishing 45 kilograms, the workout continued.
They kept increasing the weight.
50 kilograms, 55 kilograms, 60 kilograms, all were easily handled. It wasn't until 65 kilograms that Chen Yang began to feel fatigued.
70 kilograms. That was the current limit of Chen Yang's body.
After Chen Yang pushed through the extreme 4 reps at 70 kilograms, the expression in Chen beautiful eyes became extremely complex.
70 kilograms.
This was the maximum weight that many people could only reach after 6 months or even a year of training.
How long has it been for Chen Yang? Just over a week.
This was too crazy. He truly had a natural gift for fitness. In the following training, Chen Yang was still at ease, but Chen increased the intensity, training for over an hour until Chen Yang was completely exhausted before calling it a day.
Alright, let's stop here for today. Chen was a bit tired, beads of sweat forming on her forehead.
Chen Yang lay on the ground and smiled. Teacher Chen, it's such a hot day, wearing so many layers, it's no wonder you're sweating. You should take off your jacket.
Chen felt a bit shy. The reason she hadn't taken off her jacket was that her white shirt underneath was a bit tight. After removing the jacket, the white shirt looked puffy and very tight. Plus, now that she was sweating, the shirt was slightly damp, adding a layer of hazy transparency. This feeling was even more embarrassing. However, since Chen Yang had said so, she could only agree. Okay. Chen took off her blue jacket.
Sure enough, her teacher charm had increased several notches.
Next was the final stretching session.
The sight of Chen stretching Chen Yang was undoubtedly fantastic, especially when they were close together, her delicate fragrance and soft embrace, her breath like orchids, simply wonderful. As the stretching came to an end, after Chen Yang had his fitness meal and protein shake, tonight's workout was finally over.
Teacher Chen, today's training really felt good, he said. I feel completely relaxed. Chen Yang walked alongside Chen as they headed out of the gym.
You must be happy to bully me, Chen huffed without holding back.
How can this be considered bullying?
I'm your biggest sponsor, you should serve me well, Chen Yang replied somewhat shamelessly.
You have money, so you're right. Chen could only respond this way.
Chen Yang smiled and wrapped his arm around her slim waist.
Chen face turned red, and she resisted a bit, embarrassed and annoyed, saying, "What are you doing? There are so many people outside watching."
Although Chen could play various tricks with Chen Yang in private, she still felt a bit timid and shy in public.
Chen Yang laughed. What's the big deal? It's just a hug. It shows our good teacher-student relationship. Besides, Teacher Chen, don't worry. You made me happy today, so there will definitely be a reward. What reward? Chen blinked, a bit expectant.
Chen Yang just smiled and walked to the front desk, taking out his Huaxia Bank Dragon card.
Help me buy 200 personal training sessions for Chen.
As soon as Chen Yang casually said this, everyone present, whether it was the receptionist, the surrounding fitness coaches, or even Chen in his arms, had expressions of shock on their faces.
200 sessions? That's over 100,000.
In that moment, countless envious and jealous glances were cast towards Chen.
Her face gradually turned rosy.
She suddenly felt that everything she had given tonight was worth it. After coming out of Spartacus, Chen Yang returned to Shaoan Community, changed his clothes, and then drove to Deep City Media University to pick up Xintao. On the way, the system's voice sounded. Detected that the host has completed a lavish expenditure, reward, 200,000, host successfully completed the fitness check-in task, stamina attribute point +1, the cashback and rewards had arrived. This time, the cashback was relatively small. It wasn't as much as before. It seemed the system still followed the old rules, not allowing frequent rewards for the same thing, and new experiences were needed. With the stamina attribute point added, Chen Yang's personal attributes also saw a significant improvement. A warm current surged through him. His physical strength had progressed again. However, this time the improvement wasn't as obvious as before. Remember, the changes in the system's strength still need to be supported by the body. I estimate I've almost reached my physical limit now, Chen Yang murmured to himself. There must be a limit to physical strength. It's impossible to keep increasing strength indefinitely. That would be too inhumane. Only when the body's strength keeps up can the power follow. This was no big deal. Chen Yang didn't really need that much strength. It wasn't like he was in some martial arts fantasy fighting and killing. Having great strength, would he go farming? Being healthy was enough. While pondering, the Ferrari 812 arrived at the entrance of Deep City Media University. Shin Tao had not come out yet. Chen Yang lay comfortably in the luxurious seat of the Ferrari 812, playing on his phone, planning to wait a while. At that moment, a message came through. Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, Tao Tao looks very pretty tonight. Seeing this message, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile slightly and replied. Mu Yang, how beautiful is she? Lemon sauce, in short, she's very pretty. Even I, as a girl, can't help but like her. Mu Yang, what about you? Are you ready for tonight? Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, I'm not going tonight. What do I need to prepare? Mu Yang, aren't you coming along? Lemon sauce, of course not. This is your world for two. I don't want to be a third wheel. Or are you saying, brother Chen Yang, do you want us sisters to join? Brother Chen Yang, you're so bad. Mu Yang, nonsense, I just asked casually. Lemon sauce, hee hee, it's just that brother Chen Yang, even if you want me to, I don't have time. I have something to do tonight. Mu Yang, what is it? Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, your desire for control is really strong. Why do you need to ask about everything? Mu Yang, yes, I do have a strong desire for control, so tell me. Lemon sauce, alright, who told you to be such a good brother? I need to go home tonight. There's a family gathering. It happens every month, and everyone has to attend. A family gathering? One that everyone has to attend. Chen Yang had only seen this in dramas. As expected, Chen Xingning's family must be quite good. No wonder she's a local from Deep City. This reminded Chen Yang of his task, to understand Chen Xingning's family situation, and also to, Mu Yang, you really are a rich beauty, hiding it quite well. Lemon sauce, nonsense, brother Chen Yang, my family doesn't have much money, just a lot of rules. After a pause, Chen Xingning continued to reply. Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, last time you said you wanted to come to my house to play, is that true? Mu Yang, of course, just to get to know you better. Lemon sauce, okay, then I'll think of an excuse. Mu Yang, do you really need an excuse? Lemon sauce, of course, brother Chen Yang, I'm a good girl at home, bringing a guy back definitely needs an excuse. Mu Yang, alright then. Lemon sauce, no more chatting, brother Chen Yang, I wish you and Tao Tao a pleasant evening. After a while. Lemon sauce, also, brother Chen Yang, Tao Tao is very delicate, so don't be too rough. Mu Yang, hurry up and go. Lemon sauce, hee hee. The call ended. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly. He was now more curious about Chen Xingning, this good little sister. What kind of family does Chen Xingning have? It seems quite interesting. He'll have to arrange a visit sometime. Just as he finished his conversation with Chen Xingning, he heard a series of knocks on the car window. Chen Yang thought it was Shin Tao coming, so he rolled down the window, only to find it wasn't Shin Tao outside. It was Shin Tao's old admirer, Zhou Hao. This guy was looking at Chen Yang with an excited expression. Brother Chen, I saw this Ferrari from far away, I didn't expect it to be you. What are you doing at school? Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied, picking someone up. Zhou Hao had a knowing look on his face and smiled, Brother Chen, are you here to pick up Senior Xingning? Sort of. Chen Yang casually brushed it off. He couldn't say he was here to pick up Shin Tao, could he? That would really break this guy's heart. That's great. I knew Brother Chen was amazing, you must end up with Senior Xingning. Speaking of this, Zhou Hao's expression dimmed a bit, saying, Senior Xingning is really nice. Compared to Senior Xingning, Tao Tao is just too cold. I've been pursuing Tao Tao for so long, and I haven't had a single chance. Recently, she's been avoiding me, and we're drifting further apart. This guy looked quite sentimental, as if his feelings had been betrayed. Chen Yang glanced at him and said, Isn't it possible that Shin Tao never liked you from the beginning? Why do you have to waste time? Isn't it said that feelings grow over time? Zhou Hao sighed. It's true that feelings can develop over time. But first, your time. Chen Yang smiled and said, Don't hang yourself on one tree. Let me think about it. Zhou Hao looked a bit dejected, then said, alright, brother Chen, I have something to do later, so I'll leave first. Bye-bye. I hope you have a great time with Sister Qingning tonight.
Zhou gave Chen Yang a suggestive glance.
Clearly, this phrase about having a good time had a deeper meaning. Chen Yang chuckled. If this guy knew that tonight, it wasn't Chen Qingning with him, but Shin Tao, he would probably be heartbroken.
Zhou laughed.
After a while, Shin Tao finally appeared.
Just as Chen Qingning had said, Shin Tao looked stunning tonight.
She had applied exquisite makeup, looking perfect, like a porcelain doll, charming and lovely, dressed in a white JK uniform that highlighted her youthful figure, and her alluring long legs in white stockings were round, straight, and graceful.
Her overall aura was simply flawless.
A truly unbeatable beautiful girl. As soon as Shin Tao appeared at the school gate, she immediately attracted a lot of attention. Such a beautiful girl naturally became the focus of everyone. However, Shin Tao had eyes only for Chen Yang, who was leaning against a Ferrari 812, smiling at her.
Brother Chen Yang. Shin Tao joyfully ran over, full of youthful exuberance.
She reached Chen Yang, her pretty face adorned with a sweet smile, her beautiful big eyes looking at him, very captivating. You look really beautiful tonight. Chen Yang couldn't help but compliment the adorable girl in front of him.
Thank you for the compliment, brother Chen Yang. Shin Tao smiled, feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Tonight's makeup was done by Chen Qingning. It took several hours, all for this compliment from Chen Yang. Get in the car.
Chen Yang opened the car door for Shin Tao.
Okay.
Shin Tao replied and directly sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari 812.
V-Room. The Ferrari 812 left the entrance of Deep City Media University, speeding away into the distance. The Ferrari 812 moved slowly along the roads of Deep City.
Shin Tao sat in the passenger seat, her face slightly flushed, not daring to look at Chen Yang, only gazing out the window, filled with youthful nervousness and restraint. Chen Yang, driving the car, could still smell the faint, sweet fragrance of youth emanating from her. It was quite pleasant.
Shin Tao was indeed different from Yao Na and Chen Qingning. She was truly a young and innocent beauty. Chen Yang glanced at the nervous Shin Tao and smiled. Tao, why are you so nervous? It's not your first time in the passenger seat. Shin Tao's little face turned even redder. It wasn't her first time sitting in Chen Yang's passenger seat, but before, Chen Qingning was always there. This was her first time going out on a date alone with Chen Yang.
Shin Tao didn't know what to say. The girl's shyness made Chen Yang feel that this date had a hint of the innocence of their school days.
This feeling was quite wonderful.
Chen Yang noticed Shin Tao's shyness and said with a smile, since you're so nervous, let me take you to do something different to help you get used to the pace.
How about that?
Shin Tao was slightly taken aback, not knowing what Chen Yang meant, but she obediently nodded. Okay, I'll listen to brother Chen Yang.
Tonight, Shin Tao was indeed a well-behaved JK beauty.
Chen Yang smiled slightly and drove to a nearby small park.
Long Lake Park.
In front of the haunted house.
Chen Yang brought Shin Tao here.
Looking at the eerie, clawing entrance of the haunted house in front of her, Shin Tao's little face turned slightly pale, and she said with some fear, Brother Chen Yang, why are we here?
Chen Yang smiled and said, of course, we're here to take a look around.
Shin Tao's pretty face turned even paler, her voice trembling as she said, no.
Brother Chen Yang, this is too scary. I don't dare to go in.
After all, Shin Tao was a beautiful girl, and she was naturally very afraid of such terrifying things.
Chen Yang laughed and said, since we're here, how can we not experience it? With me here, it's fine. Just kidding. If Shin Tao wasn't scared, why would he bring her here?
The more scared she was, the happier he felt.
Okay.
Although Shin Tao was still very scared inside, she didn't dare to refuse Brother Chen Yang's words and could only obediently comply. So, the two of them headed towards the haunted house in front of them. This little haunted house was actually quite simple, with only some fixed mechanisms and no real NPCs. But even so, it scared Shin Tao, this beautiful girl, quite a bit. As soon as she walked in, her delicate body trembled, filled with fear. Chen Yang took her tender little hand and smiled. Tao, don't be afraid. Being held by Chen Yang, Shin Tao felt a bit shy, but her heart calmed down a lot. Chen Yang led her straight into the haunted house. After walking for a while, a mechanical zombie suddenly jumped out.
Shin Tao was startled and directly leaped into Chen Yang's arms.
Chen Yang instinctively wrapped his arms around her and laughed. It's just a fake zombie, nothing to worry about.
Shin Tao nodded and continued walking forward, but after a short while, several more mechanisms appeared, and Shin Tao was so scared that she shrank into Chen Yang's embrace, trembling.
The sweet fragrance of her soft body in his arms eased the girl's tension significantly.
Chen Yang's sense of happiness increased a lot.
The two continued to move through the haunted house, and by the second half, Shin Tao relaxed a lot and wasn't as scared anymore. Just as they were about to exit the haunted house, Chen Yang suddenly thought of something and smiled playfully. He suddenly let go of Shintao and said, Tao Tao, something's wrong. I need to use the restroom urgently, I'll go first.
Ah, brother Chen Yang, wait, take me with you. Shintao's pretty face turned pale again, wanting to call Chen Yang back, but it was too late.
Chen Yang had already walked far away, leaving Shintao alone in the dark haunted house.
Brother Chen Yang, brother Chen Yang. Shintao looked around at the environment, at the coffins, feeling icy all over, not daring to move.
She curled up in a corner, her delicate body trembling, tears streaming down her face from fear.
Woo woo, woo woo. Brother Chen Yang, where are you? Brother Chen Yang, I'm scared. Woo woo.
Shintao helplessly cried out, her tears flowing like rain on a pear blossom. However, Chen Yang didn't let her cry for too long. He turned back and appeared in front of her.
Don't be afraid. I'm here.
Chen Yang gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Shintao's eyes. When Shintao saw Chen Yang again, it was as if she had found support, and with a sobbing tone, she said, Brother Chen Yang. The beautiful girl in front of him, with tears in her eyes, had a kind of broken beauty.
Chen Yang looked at her and couldn't help but lean in to kiss her lips directly. Their lips met.
Although Shintao was a bit shocked, a bit resistant, and a bit shy, she ultimately succumbed to Chen Yang's tenderness, her whole body going soft as she fell into his embrace, allowing him to kiss her.
The two kissed in the haunted house.
Meanwhile, in the back room, the staff member monitoring the haunted house, who had been on duty for a whole day, nearly exploded with anger upon seeing this scene.
Damn it!
The last broken class was exhausting enough.
And on top of that, I had to witness someone flaunting their love.
Whoever falls in love in this damn class can go ahead.
I can't take it anymore.
Chen Yang came out of the haunted house, holding the already somewhat soft Shintao.
Brother Chen Yang, I don't want to play in the haunted house anymore, okay? Shintao lay in Chen Yang's arms, still a bit shaken. Chen Yang smiled and said, as you wish.
Shintao's little face turned red, feeling sweet inside.
Chen Yang continued, so, are you still nervous? Not at all nervous now, brother Chen Yang, you're really amazing.
Shintao smiled sweetly. After the haunted house experience, Chen Yang took her first kiss, but it also completely opened her heart. She no longer felt the distance she had before with Chen Yang.
That's good.
Chen Yang set Shintao down and said with a smile, let's take a stroll.
Sure. Shintao responded cheerfully, then took the initiative to hold Chen Yang's hand, their fingers intertwined.
Her delicate face was flushed, looking very pretty.
Chen Yang couldn't help but smile slightly, tightly holding Shintao's little hand.
The two strolled through the park like a couple from their school days. Shintao was actually the clingy type, always considering Chen Yang, buying various things, prioritizing whether Chen Yang liked to eat them rather than thinking of herself.
Moreover, every frown and smile of hers exuded a cute and pure feeling, very healing.
The emotional value provided by the girl was truly fulfilling. After walking around the park, Chen Yang and Shintao sat on a cool bench in a corner. Chen Yang was eating an ice cream, but it didn't taste very good, so he hadn't eaten much and planned to throw it away later. However, Shintao pouted her red lips and sweetly smiled, Brother Chen Yang, I want to eat yours, can I?
Chen Yang was slightly taken aback and laughed, didn't you say you didn't like it? Shintao said cutely, that's different, I like to eat what you've eaten, Brother Chen Yang.
After saying this, Shintao couldn't help but feel a bit shy. To be honest, this girl really had a bit of a love-struck mentality.
What a strange preference.
Chen Yang ruffled Shintao's smooth hair but still handed her the ice cream, smiling, go ahead.
Brother Chen Yang is so nice.
Shintao's lips curled up, revealing a sweet smile. She picked up the ice cream and started eating.
There wasn't much left anyway, and she quickly finished it. After eating, she wiped her mouth with a tissue, then looked at Chen Yang, pointed to the corner of his mouth, and said, Brother Chen Yang, there's still a bit here. Here?
Chen Yang pointed to the corner of his mouth.
No.
Shintao was about to continue helping Chen Yang correct it, but soon, she seemed to think of something, smiled sweetly, and leaned in. Her cherry-like red lips brushed against Chen Yang's mouth, pecking him like a chick pecking at rice. Then, Shintao pulled back, her pretty face flushed as she said, okay, Brother Chen Yang. Chen Yang was caught off guard by this little surprise.
However, how could Chen Yang easily let this beautiful girl escape? You think you can run after a sneak attack?
With that, Chen Yang's lips curled up, pressing down on Shintao's shoulder, and kissed her cherry-like red lips again. Shintao's beautiful eyes widened, filled with endless water-like emotions, and she fell for him once more.
On the other side, Deep City, Song Family Banquet. This is also one of the top 5 high-end restaurants in Deep City. Chen Xingning drove here, parked the car, and glanced at the entrance of the Song Family Banquet, where several elegantly dressed, flamboyant ladies were standing. They were gathered together, greeting the guests coming and going. After seeing this, Chen Xingning took a deep breath, put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses she had taken from the car,
and then got out, heading towards the Song family banquet. She had already changed into a new outfit. The black JK uniform she had been wearing was replaced with an ordinary black long dress, and her originally pure and innocent aura had undergone a significant transformation. The current Chen Xingning exuded a more elegant beauty. She no longer resembled the little witch in front of Chen Yang, but rather a cultured young lady. Chen Xingning walked gracefully to the entrance of the Song family banquet, a faint smile appearing on her lips as she greeted several noble women: Aunt Zhang, Aunt Li, eldest aunt, third aunt. Good evening, everyone. Chen Xingning greeted them politely. The noble women, seeing such an elegant and courteous Chen Xingning, couldn't help but smile in return. Good. It's been a few months, and Xingning has become even more beautiful. Yes, not only has she become more beautiful, but her demeanor has also improved significantly. She's really very sensible. Xingning truly deserves to be one of the more outstanding young members of the Chen family. Not only are her academic results good, but she is also cultured, polite, and very understanding, unlike my own children. It's still thanks to the third one's good education. A daughter like this, I dream of having. The aunts and uncles had very high praise for Chen Xingning. Chen Xingning was already used to it and smiled lightly, saying, "Aunties, you flatter me. I'll go in now." "Alright, go ahead. Go and have fun with your younger siblings, and educate them well. Let them see what a true young lady is like." The aunts and uncles were quite fond of Chen Xingning. After hearing this, her pretty face turned slightly red. If she hadn't met Chen Yang, she would have truly been a young lady, but after getting to know Chen Yang, especially recently when he had pulled her into the grove, she had become somewhat unaccustomed to this so-called young lady title. However, Chen Xingning maintained her composure and walked straight into the Song family banquet hall. After finishing at the park, it was time for the movie segment. A man and a woman came to watch a movie, and naturally, it was a romantic film. This kind of bubblegum love drama. Chen Yang wasn't very interested. Xin Tao, on the other hand, was quite interested. This was normal, young girls loved to watch such movies. But it didn't matter, as Chen Yang wasn't there to watch the movie. The two entered the cinema and sat in a hidden corner at the back, a place where the camera couldn't capture them. "Brother Chen Yang, why are we sitting so far back?" Xin Tao still didn't understand. Generally, one should sit in the front to watch a movie. Chen Yang smiled and said, "The view is better from the back, and it's quieter." Although Xin Tao had some doubts, she obediently sat with Chen Yang in the back. After they settled in, the movie started. Not long after, Xin Tao realized why Chen Yang had chosen such a back seat. Chen Yang's restless hand had gradually climbed up her slender waist. "Brother Chen Yang, won't anyone see us here? I heard that cinemas have surveillance." Xin Tao's pretty face was full of shyness. "It's fine, I've avoided it." Chen Yang smiled. Oh, in that moment, Xin Tao felt that Chen Yang was quite considerate. Since the surveillance couldn't capture them, Xin Tao no longer felt constrained and allowed Chen Yang to pull her into his embrace. Meanwhile, the movie's plot was gradually advancing. Xin Tao was becoming somewhat engrossed. Chen Yang, however, found it very boring and was almost falling asleep. Xin Tao also noticed Chen Yang's boredom. Suddenly, she thought of something, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Brother Chen Yang, look, the female lead in the movie seems to look a lot like me." Chen Yang had originally felt quite bored, but upon hearing Xin Tao say this, it was as if a new world had opened up for him. The movie was set in a school, and the female lead also wore a school uniform with white stockings, indeed resembling Xin Tao quite a bit, even less pretty than Xin Tao. Thinking about it this way, it was quite interesting. Chen Yang couldn't help but hold Xin Tao tighter in his arms, smiling as he asked, "And then?" Xin Tao blinked her beautiful big eyes, full of youthful shyness, and said, "Brother Chen Yang, you can think of me as the female lead in the movie." After saying this, Xin Tao took Chen Yang's hand and placed it on her beautiful leg clad in white stockings. At that moment, the tension was palpable. The plot of the movie was that the male lead was infatuated with the female lead, always trying to win her over but failing. If he thought of Xin Tao as the female lead, the feeling was indeed different. In the second half of the movie, Chen Yang felt as if he had unlocked a new way of viewing it, finding it increasingly interesting. By the end, he was tightly holding Xin Tao, embracing this beautiful girl as if he were holding the female lead of the movie, fully immersed in the experience. After the movie ended, Xin Tao's cheeks were flushed, her white JK uniform slightly disheveled, her heart racing thump thump thump. Making such a move in the cinema was still too bold for her, a girl who had not experienced much of the world. However, it was indeed quite thrilling. Xin Tao tidied her clothes and nestled into Chen Yang's embrace, like a gentle little kitten, as they left the cinema together. In the banquet hall of the Song family, many members of the Chen family had already gathered. Chen Xingning and her parents, Chen Guohua and Zhang Shuqing, were sitting at a large round table on the side. This large round table was filled with relatives who had a good relationship with Chen Xingning. The Chen family was a typical large southern clan, with many members. This family gathering had already attracted over 100 people. Chen Xingning's family belonged to a branch of the Chen family, and their status within the clan was not very high. At the dining table, everyone was toasting and enjoying their food and drinks. As they chatted, the topic turned to the younger generation, including Chen Xingning. Third brother, Xingning is beautiful, graceful, and well-spoken, and she's a student at a prestigious university. After graduating next year, she will probably be able to enter a big company. Third brother is impressive, raising such an outstanding daughter like Xingning. We should learn from you. One of Chen Xingning's aunts looked at the poised and elegant Chen Xingning with great fondness in her eyes. Others chimed in, yes, we don't educate our children as well as third brother does. My child, only in their teens, is always messing around with motorcycles, racing everywhere, and doesn't listen to scolding. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Sigh. Who can argue with that? Xingning is truly beautiful, but she's not young anymore. I wonder if you, third brother, have arranged a suitable match for her? I have a few suitable candidates on my side. Third brother, would you like to take a look? As they chatted, they began to urge Chen Xingning to get married. Chen Guohua listened to everyone's praises, feeling quite pleased, but when he heard the marriage talk, he immediately looked at Chen Xingning and asked with a serious expression, Xingning, what do you think? Chen Guohua was a lawyer. Therefore, his way of educating Chen Xingning since she was little had been quite traditional and serious, a typical patriarch. This was also why Chen Xingning was so obedient at home. Zhang Shuqing, sitting beside him, also put down her chopsticks and smiled lightly. Yes, Xingning, what do you think? Zhang Shuqing was a teacher, and although her education of Chen Xingning was not as serious and rigid as Chen Guohua's, it was not much different. The two looked at Chen Xingning. However, Chen Xingning was neither hurried nor slow. She first put down her chopsticks, then wiped her lips with a tissue and smiled, saying, Mom, Dad, Aunt, I have considered this matter, but I believe that I should prioritize my studies now and not be disturbed by other things. After graduation, I will think about these matters again. Chen Xingning's response was very standard and was exactly what her parents and relatives loved to hear. Studying. It was still about prioritizing academics. Chen Guohua and Zhang Shuqing were very satisfied and nodded in agreement. Wow. Xingning is really well behaved. This is what a good daughter should be. If my daughter had this kind of awareness, that would be great. I really envy the third one. Various praises followed, making Chen Guohua and Zhang Shuqing's faces flush with pride, feeling a bit elated. Meanwhile, Chen Xingning, who was being praised to the heavens, suddenly flashed a mischievous glint in her beautiful eyes, and an evil thought belonging to a little witch surfaced in her mind. She made an excuse to go to the bathroom, and after arriving at the spacious restroom of the Song family banquet, she sent a message to Chen Yang. Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, are you there? Are you having fun with Tao Tao? At that moment, Chen Yang had just left the cinema with Shin Tao. He was holding Shin Tao in his arms, sitting on a bench outside the cinema, chatting. Upon seeing the message from Chen Xingning, Chen Yang quickly replied. Mu Yang, not bad, what's up? Lemon sauce, nothing, I just miss you, brother Chen Yang, just asking casually. After saying that, Chen Xingning sent a picture. It was her selfie. In the bathroom, wearing a black long dress and gold-rimmed glasses, Chen Xingning looked really well-behaved and intellectual, forming a huge contrast with her usual image. This version of Chen Xingning was quite beautiful. Wow, sister Xingning is really pretty. Shin Tao, nestled in Chen Yang's arms, couldn't help but praise after seeing the selfie. Indeed, not bad. Chen Yang nodded. He had known Chen Xingning for so long but had never seen her like this. Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, is it pretty? Mu Yang, very beautiful, but it doesn't quite match your usual style. Lemon sauce, why doesn't it match? Mu Yang, too pure, it doesn't look like your style, more like Tao Tao's style. Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, you have a new sweetheart now, and you start to dislike me, right? Looking at this tsundere reply, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile, picked up his phone, aimed it at the obedient and sweet Shin Tao in his arms, and took a picture. Shin Tao also obediently posed cutely. The photo was sent. Lemon sauce, wow. Brother Chen Yang, you are too much, you are actually holding Tao Tao, so ambiguous, so bad. Mu Yang, not at all, it's just that Tao Tao is tired, I'm just helping her relax. Lemon sauce, a man's words are deceiving. After a moment, Chen Xingning's message came again. Lemon sauce, brother Chen Yang, my purity indeed can't compare to Tao Tao's, but I have an even more powerful advantage. Mu Yang, tell me about it. Not long after Chen Yang sent his message, a photo was sent over. This photo was not a selfie or a beautiful picture of Chen Xingning, but a picture of her legs. Chen Xingning lifted her black long dress slightly, revealing her fair long legs, on which a few small words were faintly written. Right, right, right. Chen Yang saw these few small words and for a moment did not react, but soon he understood what they meant, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Little witch, truly a little witch. In his arms, Shintao asked in confusion, Brother Chen Yang, what do these words mean? She really did not understand. You'll know later, Chen Yang replied with a slight smile. Lemon sauce, Brother Chen Yang, how about it? Am I much better than Tao Tao? I've helped you take notes. Mu Yang, little fairy, don't play with fire, or I'll make you write a lot. Lemon sauce, hee hee, Brother Chen Yang, I'm waiting, okay? You and Tao Tao have fun, I have to go out first. I'm a young lady, a wealthy young lady, I can't disappear for too long. Mu Yang, go ahead. After playing with fire for a bit, Chen Xingning tidied up her clothes, restoring her dignified and elegant appearance in front of others, and left the restroom to return to the banquet hall to eat. After interacting with Chen Xingning, Chen Yang and Shen Tao had also rested enough. Where do you want to go next? Chen Yang asked, looking at the sweet Shen Tao in his arms, smiling. Shen Tao blinked her beautiful big eyes at Chen Yang and said, Brother Chen Yang, it's almost 10 o'clock, the school will close soon. Don't worry, you guys close at 11, I'll make sure to send you back on time, Chen Yang said with a smile. Oh, okay, then I want to continue exploring the night market. Brother Chen Yang, is that okay? Shen Tao asked with youthful anticipation. Of course, let's go. Chen Yang smiled and took Shen Tao to the nearest night market. They strolled around the night market, not eating too much, just casually walking and playing. Shen Tao was indeed a very considerate beautiful girl, always holding Chen Yang's hand and sticking close to him. She was quite clingy, but the emotional value she provided was also very high. Shopping with her was very enjoyable. However, after they finished exploring the night market, Shen Tao suddenly realized in surprise that it was already past 11, and the time had reached 11:30. Brother Chen Yang, what should we do? The school is closed. Shen Tao looked a bit dejected. Chen Yang shrugged helplessly and said, we played too long, there's nothing I can do. You said you would send me back. Brother Chen Yang, you're lying, Shen Tao pouted, her youthful face showing a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. Alright, it's my fault. But since it's so late, don't think about going back to school. I'll take you home, and then we can go play somewhere else. How about that? Chen Yang said with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. Although Shen Tao felt something was off, she still nodded obediently. Leaving the night market, Chen Yang took Shen Tao to a small tavern located on a hill. The tavern had a nice atmosphere, where they could drink and enjoy the night view of the city from the mountain. At first, Shen Tao was quite reserved and didn't want to drink, but gradually she opened up and started drinking with Chen Yang. After a few rounds of drinks, both of them were slightly tipsy. Chen Yang didn't let Shen Tao continue drinking. He took her out of the tavern and into the parking lot outside. Brother Chen Yang, you have to take me home, Shen Tao said, her cheeks flushed. Okay, I'll take you home. Chen Yang took out the car keys, and just as he was about to start the car, he suddenly noticed something and pretended to be surprised, saying, no way, Tao Tao. I've had some drinks now, driving would be drunk driving. Shen Tao's little face showed surprise, and she bit her red lips, saying, then, what should we do? How about we take a taxi? It's too late, and we're on the mountain, we can't get a taxi. Chen Yang said directly. Ha? Shen Tao's eyes widened, looking confused, not knowing what to do. Chen Yang said, there's no other way. I remember there's a hotel on this mountain. How about we stay there for a night? Hotel? Upon hearing this word, Shen Tao's entire being seemed to heat up rapidly. Her already flushed face turned even redder. Biting her red lip, she hesitated. Brother Chen Yang, this isn't very good, is it? She was still a girl. Although Shen Tao had engaged in quite a few ambiguous actions with Chen Yang, when it came to the final step, she still felt a bit scared and shy. Chen Yang smiled and said, don't worry, Tao Tao, I'll book 2 rooms. Alright then. Shen Tao's beautiful eyes brightened slightly. Booking 2 rooms was indeed a solution. So, Chen Yang led Shen Tao towards the hotel not far away. The hotel at the top of the mountain was a 5-star establishment. A very luxurious scenic hotel. Chen Yang took Shen Tao inside the hotel. He took out his ID card and handed it to the receptionist. Ahem. Young lady, please help me book 2 rooms. Sure. The receptionist cheerfully took the ID card but suddenly felt that the texture wasn't quite right. It seemed something was underneath the ID. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a 100 yuan bill. Looking at Chen Yang and the blushing, shy Shen Tao beside him, the receptionist immediately understood. Sir, I'm sorry, I checked. We only have 1 room left.
the receptionist replied. Well, that's really unfortunate. Chen Yang turned to Shin Tao behind him and asked, Tao Tao, what do you think? There's only one room left? Shin Tao had drunk a bit and was feeling a bit dazed, her mind blank, not knowing what to do. It's still a big bedroom, the receptionist added. Shin Tao's face turned even redder. Chen Yang smiled and said, how about this? Tao Tao, tonight I'll sleep on the floor, and you take the bed. How does that sound? Although Shin Tao felt something was off, she eventually nodded and said, alright, I'll listen to you, brother Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Thus, they successfully booked a room. The two entered the hotel room. Although it was a big bedroom, being a 5-star hotel, it was quite spacious. After Chen Yang and Shin Tao came in, Chen Yang seemed quite relaxed. Shin Tao, on the other hand, was extremely tense, tugging at her clothes, her little face slightly pale, as if she was quite scared. She had completely lost the intimate and ambiguous demeanor she had shown earlier with Chen Yang. This was normal. After all, she was still an inexperienced girl. To ease her tension, Chen Yang directly took the bedsheet off and laid it on the floor, smiling, it's okay. Tao Tao, I'll sleep on the floor tonight. Seeing Chen Yang's action, Shin Tao's tension eased significantly. The two fell silent for a moment, the atmosphere a bit ambiguous and awkward. Chen Yang broke the awkwardness first, smiling, I'm going to take a shower. Okay. Shin Tao's pretty face had turned as red as an apple. She had never been on a date with a man before, let alone stayed in a hotel with one. Listening to the sound of water splashing from the bathroom, Shin Tao buried her little head in the blanket. She could even hear her little heart pounding wildly. After a while, Chen Yang finished his shower. He was only wrapped in a towel, drying his hair as he walked out of the bathroom. Shin Tao stole a glance at Chen Yang, who looked even more handsome after just taking a shower, and his physique was excellent, but he was wearing too little. Shin Tao shyly said, Chen Yang Gij, why are you only wearing a bath towel? Chen Yang was taken aback and smiled, I'm used to it. Shin Tao buried her little head deeper, like a frightened little white rabbit. Chen Yang chuckled, do you want to take a shower? I just played around and drank, so I'm quite dirty. Chen Yang's words reminded Shin Tao that they had just gone to the night market together and drank, and they both smelled of oil and alcohol, feeling quite uncomfortable, especially since Shin Tao was a girl who loved cleanliness. Now, after being reminded by Chen Yang, she felt even more uneasy. But Chen Yang Gij was still here. If she went to take a shower, wouldn't that mean? Shin Tao struggled internally for a long time, and finally bit her red lip. Then I'll go take a shower. Only then did Shin Tao shyly get up from the bed and walk towards the bathroom. Chen Yang didn't think much of it, sitting on the sofa, drying his hair and playing with his phone. About half an hour later, the bathroom door opened, and Shin Tao, who had just finished showering and looked like a water lily, walked out of the bathroom. Shin Tao was already very shy, and after her shower, her whole face was flushed, her fair skin glowing with a rosy hue, as if it could break with a touch. She was only wearing a women's bathrobe. The bathrobe was quite small, and Shin Tao's figure was extremely sexy. After putting it on, her S-shaped curves were fully outlined, with a prominent front and back. The white skin beneath the robe was faintly visible, full of temptation. In fact, Shin Tao didn't intentionally wear this bathrobe, she simply had no clothes to wear, and her previous outfit was dirty and smelly, so she could only wear this. Feeling Chen Yang's gaze on her made Shin Tao feel even more shy, her beautiful legs slightly together, head down, tugging at the hem of her clothing. The girl's shyness heightened the ambiguous atmosphere of the night. However, Chen Yang just smiled and said, Tao Tao, you look really beautiful. Shin Tao felt as if she was bathed in spring breeze from Chen Yang's compliment, her heart sweet. Thank you, Chen Yang Gij. After taking a shower, Shin Tao didn't wash her hair, so she could quickly go to bed. Chen Yang slept on the floor. Shin Tao slept on the bed. Lights out. Until the moment the lights went out, Shin Tao was actually quite anxious. Although she was inexperienced, she knew that a man and a woman staying in a hotel together would definitely lead to something happening. Chen Yang Gij would. Shin Tao felt both scared and a little expectant. But now that the lights were out, Chen Yang hadn't done anything, just sleeping on the floor, which made Shin Tao doubt if she was overthinking it. Chen Yang Gij didn't seem to be doing anything. Shin Tao felt slightly relieved. But after a while, she heard a rustling sound, as if Chen Yang was turning over repeatedly. Shin Tao then realized. Chen Yang Gij was sleeping on the floor. It must be very uncomfortable. The ground was so hard. At the same time, she felt very guilty. It was her who invited Chen Yang Gij out tonight, yet she was sleeping on such a soft bed while he was on the floor. This bed could fit both of them. But, Shin Tao's pretty face flushed. Sleeping on the same bed as a man, she still felt a bit resistant inside. However, soon Shin Tao shook her head. Tao Tao, what are you thinking? Chen Yanggij clearly hasn't done anything to you, what are you afraid of? You can't let your fear make Chen Yanggij uncomfortable. So, Shintao mustered her courage and spoke up, Chen Yanggij, it must be very uncomfortable sleeping on the floor. Chen Yang's voice came. It's fine, it's nothing. I can handle it. Oh, Shintao responded softly. After a while, she heard Chen Yang tossing and turning again, and with her red lips pressed together, she said, Brother Chen Yang, why don't you come sleep on the bed? This bed is quite big. It can fit both of us. By the end, Shintao had shyly buried her little head into the blankets. Isn't that inappropriate? Chen Yang pretended to be conflicted. Shintao spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, It's fine, Brother Chen Yang, we can draw a line in the middle. Everyone should not cross this line. Ah, she is still a girl. Her thoughts are truly innocent and adorable. Alright, I'll listen to you. Chen Yang smiled and reluctantly got onto the bed. They each lay on their sides. Shintao pressed tightly against her side, not daring to inch closer to Chen Yang. But even so, she could still feel Chen Yang's warm masculine presence, making her heart race and her nerves fray. This ambiguous atmosphere would definitely make it hard to sleep. After a moment, Shintao felt Chen Yang's hand seem to have crossed the line. Brother Chen Yang, you've crossed the line. Shintao said, her face flushed. Really? It's just too small. I prefer a bigger space when I sleep. It won't affect you, right? Chen Yang replied. It's fine, it won't affect me. Shintao wasn't that strict, just one hand. But gradually, Chen Yang's whole body crossed the line, pushing Shintao directly to one side of the bed. Brother Chen Yang. Shintao wanted to say something more, but Chen Yang had already wrapped his arms around her from behind. Tao, I like to hold something while I sleep at night, can I hold you for a bit? Shintao's face burned, but she still nodded, okay, but Brother Chen Yang, you can only hold me for a bit. I'll just hold you for a bit. After a while. Brother Chen Yang, your hand. Tao, I'm just touching. Oh, after a while. Brother Chen Yang, how come? It's fine, Tao, I'm just. Oh, after a while. Brother Chen Yang. The next morning. Sunlight streamed into the room. Chen Yang woke up tired from the bed, the beauty in his arms still deep in sleep, with tear stains at the corners of her eyes, looking weak and pitiful. Chen Yang held her tighter. To be honest, Shintao was different from the women Chen Yang had known before. Shintao was truly a pure girl, delicate and charming, gentle as water. She was so pitiful that one didn't want to harm her at all, only wanting to protect and cherish her. This was also why Chen Yang wanted to take things step by step. Although they had already had some ambiguous actions before, it was still Shintao's first time, so he wanted to take it slow and give her enough experience. He also needed to give her enough psychological acceptance. Last night was quite good. Holding this delicate beauty in his arms for a while, Shintao gradually woke up, still blushing, even redder than last night, as if she might bleed. Brother Chen Yang, you are really bad. Shintao said somewhat angrily. Now she had calmed down, recalling what happened last night. The school closing, not being able to get a taxi, in a remote mountain area, yet there was a 5-star hotel. Sleeping on the floor. This must all be Brother Chen Yang's trick. She had fallen into his trap step by step, and in the end, Brother Chen Yang had. Too much. I don't know what you're talking about. Chen Yang laughed and pinched Shintao's little nose. The beautiful girl felt bullied, feeling wronged, huffed, and then unexpectedly bit down on Chen Yang's shoulder. However, she didn't bite too hard, and Chen Yang was quite willing to accept it. After leaving a bite mark on Chen Yang's shoulder, Shintao finally felt a bit of anger and softly said, "Bad guy." Then, she buried her head into Chen Yang's chest, completely turning into a submissive and obedient little kitten. Chen Yang held her even tighter. The two cuddled for a while. Shintao then said, "Brother Chen Yang, it's all your fault. I originally had classes today, but now I can't attend." Although Chen Yang didn't treat Shintao the same way he did with Chen Xingning last night, Shintao was too delicate and had a weak tolerance. Today, she would probably need to rest well in the hotel for the whole day. "It's fine, it's university, missing a day of class isn't a big deal," Chen Yang said with a smile. Shintao could only accept this reasoning, but she still felt a bit strange inside. Skipping class for such a thing was quite embarrassing to think about. Meanwhile, a message came in. "Lemon sauce, good morning, Brother Chen Yang." It was Chen Xingning again, arriving right on time to wait. "Mu Yan, morning. Lemon sauce, Brother Chen Yang, you really woke up? I thought you wouldn't be up until at least noon. Mu Yang, do you think Tao is like you? Lemon sauce, what's wrong with being like me? Brother Chen Yang, are you not happy?" To be honest, being with this little witch, Chen Xingning, was indeed quite enjoyable. But Shintao wasn't bad either.
After all, she was a delicate beauty, pure, cute, and sweet. The experience was also quite fulfilling.
Mu Yang, stop talking nonsense. Are you free right now?
Lemon sauce, yes, I have no classes today.
Brother Chen Yang, what's up?
Mu Yang, come over and help me take care of Tao Tao. Shen Tao still needed someone to look after her in her current state.
Chen Qingning was the best choice. Lemon sauce, huh? Brother Chen Yang, you're too much. You're out there flirting, and in the end, you want me to clean up after you. How despicable. Mu Yang, are you coming or not? Lemon sauce, don't be so fierce, Brother Chen Yang. If you ask me to go, how could I dare not go? I'm just a little servant of Brother Chen Yang. Mu Yang, hurry up, I'm waiting for you here. Chen Yang sent Chen Qingning an address. Lemon sauce, got it, Brother Chen Yang. I'll be there soon.
After ending the call, Chen Yang looked at Shen Tao in his arms. This beautiful girl had her eyes slightly closed, clearly having fallen asleep again.
Last night had been too tiring for her.
In her dreams, Shen Tao looked incredibly beautiful, with a stunning face and delicate features, like a perfect jade carved by the heavens, very pleasing to the eye. Chen Yang held Shen Tao, planning to embrace her a little longer while waiting for Chen Xingning's arrival.
Longjing Community. This is a high-end apartment located in the center of Deep City.
After finishing the call with Chen Yang, Chen Xingning put down her phone and prepared to have breakfast. Zhang Shuqing sat to the side, dissatisfied, and said, eating while playing with your phone, where did you pick up such a bad habit? Chen Xingning then realized that she was at home and quickly smiled, saying, Mom, that was a message from my counselor about academic matters, so I took a look.
A message from your counselor? Zhang Shuqing's expression softened slightly as she said, well, that does need to be checked.
But you need to be careful not to develop this bad habit.
Don't worry, Mom, I know.
Chen Xingning nodded and returned to her very polite demeanor. Only then did Zhang Shuqing feel somewhat satisfied. This version of Chen Xingning was truly her daughter. Zhang Shuqing thought for a moment and suddenly said, Xingning, while it's true that you prioritize your studies, you're in your senior year now.
Is there really no one pursuing you in college? If I meet someone outstanding, I might consider it, Chen Xingning replied. College is different from high school. In high school, dating is absolutely not allowed.
But college is different, especially in the senior year. During university, one should pay a little attention to relationships. Otherwise, when you enter society, knowing nothing, you might get tricked by some clueless guy, and that would be the end. Chen Xingning initially wanted to deny it outright and brush it off with her studies. But after thinking carefully, she suddenly remembered something and smiled. Mom,
there really is someone. Really? Zhang Shuqing's eyes lit up, and she curiously asked, what kind of person is he? Handsome? What's his family background like? He's quite handsome, and his family background is good too.
Chen Xingning pursed her red lips and continued, he's been pursuing me persistently for 2 or 3 years now.
Mom, do you think I should give him a try?
Zhang Shuqing thought for a moment and said, since he's handsome, comes from a good family, and is deeply affectionate towards you, it's definitely worth a try. Chen Xingning pretended to be troubled and said, but I don't have any good feelings for him. He's always been my devoted admirer, showering me with attention.
I find it quite uninteresting.
Zhang Shuqing was very pleased to hear this and said, that's how it should be. Xingning, you're so beautiful, do well in your studies, and have great poise.
Those men must be lining up to pursue you. Most men are chosen by you.
You don't need to rush, take your time to choose. In their eyes, you're a goddess, so you can easily handle them.
Zhang Shuqing was quite confident in her daughter.
With Chen Xingning's looks and temperament, she would definitely be the center of attention at school, a proud daughter of heaven.
Men would surely be easy to choose from. All right, Mom, I'll listen to you.
Chen Xingning chuckled and said, then I'll bring him home to let you and Dad see.
If you think he's suitable, I'll give him a chance. Is that okay? Sure. Zhang Shuqing was very happy. She was eager to see what her daughter's suitor would be like.
Chen Xingning's smile grew sweeter, but there was a hint of cunning in it.
Brother Chen Yang, you better perform well. Capital Airport. The plane from America finally landed.
Jiro's last flight had come to an end.
Ro, goodbye. Hope to see you again someday. Ro, if you become successful in the future, remember us. Goodbye, Judge Ye.
Former colleagues waved goodbye to Jiro one after another. After this flight, Jiro officially entered the resignation phase, and her career as a flight attendant came to an end. Once she completed the resignation procedures, Jiro would treat everyone to a meal.
After that meal, it would truly be a farewell.
Jiro would completely bid farewell to this industry, becoming a free agent, ready to pursue her dreams without worry.
Jiro had been waiting for this moment for an unknown length of time.
After saying goodbye to her colleagues, Jiro planned to return to the hotel first, freshen up, change her clothes, and then head straight to the airport to catch a flight to Shenzhen. Although Giraud was already very tired, her determination to return to Shenzhen was still very urgent. Whether for her dreams, for Zhemumu, or because Giraud lightly bit her red lips, not wanting to think further. While waiting for the car, she called to reserve a table at a high-end restaurant in Shenzhen. Cloud Restaurant. This restaurant is not really considered a top-tier restaurant in the deep city, just relatively upscale. The average spending is around 2,000. Why did she book this restaurant? It's because when Giraud was with Chen Yang, they had planned many times that once they made some money, they would indulge in this restaurant and enjoy it thoroughly. But later, with various plans, when it actually came time to go, they calculated the expenses and couldn't bear it. It seemed that it wasn't that great. It seemed there were smaller shops that could serve as alternatives. It seemed, actually, it was just a lack of money. The reason Giraud is now reserving this restaurant is, first, to thank Chen Yang for taking care of Zhemumu for more than half a month. Second, it's essentially a declaration to Chen Yang that she has completely changed from her past. She is no longer the Giraud she used to be. She must succeed. Giraud's heart was resolute, but when she finally got through to the restaurant and heard the price for a reservation, she couldn't help but suddenly ask the staff, "Do you have any discounts or promotions recently?" At the hotel entrance, in a Ferrari, dressed in a black long dress, gentle and charming, with an exceptional aura, Chen Chengning was sitting in the passenger seat, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Yang, a playful smile on her lips. "Brother Chen Yang, you really are something else. Such a pure and lovely girl like Tao Tao has been ruined by you. How terrible. What nonsense are you talking about?" Chen Yang tapped her on the head and said, "Hurry up and go take care of Tao Tao." "Humph, you can hit me, but you still want to order me around. Brother Chen Yang, I'm also a girl, and I'm still your good little sister. You're bullying me like this." Chen Chengning looked aggrieved. Chen Yang helplessly said, "Alright, help me this time, and I'll reward you later." "What reward?" Chen Chengning's expression changed instantly, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. This good little sister of his really was quite changeable. Chen Yang smiled and asked, "What do you want?" Chen Chengning pondered for a moment and suddenly whispered, "I hope Brother Chen Yang can write me another character, okay?" Another character? At first, Chen Yang didn't understand what that meant. But soon, he realized. One character. It's Wubi. That means, the little witch is still a little witch. Chen Yang instinctively glanced at the hem of Chen Chengning's dress, wondering if this little enchantress still had those characters. "Is that okay, Brother Chen Yang?" Chen Chengning asked playfully. "Sure, what's the problem?" Chen Yang smiled slightly. "You're the best, Brother Chen Yang." Chen Chengning quickly pecked him on the cheek and then said with a smile, "Then I'll go first, Brother Chen Yang." "Go ahead." Chen Yang nodded. Chen Chengning was about to leave. However, she seemed to think of something else, paused, and said, "By the way, Brother Chen Yang, there's one more thing." What is it?" Chen Yang asked. "Brother Chen Yang, didn't you say you wanted to know about my family situation? How about you find some time to come home with me in the next few days? I'll introduce you to my parents." Chen Chengning smiled. "Isn't this just meeting the parents?" Chen Yang's current task with Chen Chengning is to understand her family situation, and he had long wanted to visit her home. Now that there's an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it slip. "Okay, you set a time." Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Chen Chengning giggled and said, "Then I'll take a look." "Brother Chen Yang, if you go to my house and see me in front of my family, don't be too surprised, okay? I'm off now. Bye-bye." Chen Chengning smiled gently, then got out of the car and left. Watching her figure fade away, Chen Yang couldn't help but shake his head and smile. His good little sister had too many tricks up her sleeve. He wondered what new antics she would come up with at her home. Chen Yang didn't think too much about it, started the Ferrari 812, and prepared to leave. It was already noon. He needed to go to the company to handle some matters regarding Li Wei. As for the evening, it would naturally be about Giraud. This matter was still very, very important to him. Thinking back, it had been a long time since he last saw Giraud. So much had happened during this time. Meeting again felt like a lifetime had passed. Boom! The Ferrari 812 emitted a dazzling exhaust, transforming into a beautiful red shadow that disappeared along the mountain road. Brother-in-law, I'm dead. You have to save me. 555,555. Just as he arrived at the company's entrance, before the car had even come to a stop, Chen Yang received a message from Zhemumu. Chen Yang was a bit puzzled and replied, "Mu Yang, what's wrong?" "Sad rib soup. I forgot today is the day my sister comes back. I stayed up all night again last night and haven't slept at all. What should I do, brother-in-law?" "Mu Yang, then hurry up and sleep." "Sad rib soup.
What if I don't wake up and miss picking up my sister at the airport? I'll really be in trouble, brother-in-law. Mu-yang, what are you afraid of? She's just an old woman. Sad rib soup, the older the tigress, the scarier. I'm so tired, I don't care anymore, brother-in-law. I'm going to sleep now, you must come back to wake me up. Mumu's life is in your hands, don't forget. Mu-yang, okay, hurry up and sleep. Sad rib soup, you're the best, brother-in-law. I like you the most. The chat ended.
Chen Yang felt a bit helpless. His little sister-in-law was really too good at staying up late, finding opportunities to play games all night. It was time for Jiro to take care of her. Soon, Jamumu sent another message with the time and address.
7 o'clock in the evening. Baoan Airport in Deep City. Jiro wanted Chen Yang to come along for dinner to thank him.
Chen Yang had already known and was prepared. Before that, he needed to handle some company matters first. Meanwhile, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Detected that the host has entered into an intimate relationship, binding successful, name, Shintao, age, 19, height, 170 cm, weight, 52 kg, measurements, 55, waist, 92, bust, 90, hips, relationship, lover, loyalty, 75%, Shintao's data was quite good. She had a very mature figure, quite different from Chun Qingning's slimmer measurements. The loyalty was surprisingly high, reaching 75%. After all, a girl is still a girl, she tends to be quite serious about her first experience. Intimacy task released, girl's wish, description, every girl has many wishes in her heart, fulfilling any one of them will make them very happy, requirement, fulfill one of Shintao's wishes and complete a date, reward, 2 million, 1 attribute point, fulfilling a girl's small wish didn't seem too difficult.
He could find time to complete it later.
With that thought, Chen Yang got out of the car and headed into the company.
Once inside the company, many colleagues greeted Chen Yang as he passed by.
However, their attitude was different from before. Now, there was a hint of respect in their eyes when they looked at Chen Yang, unlike the previous perfunctory greetings between subordinates and superiors.
Clearly,
yesterday's short video of Li Wei made Chen Yang famous throughout the company.
This was exactly what Chen Yang needed. In the entertainment industry, traffic is everything.
As long as he could generate traffic, turning Tianma into his asset would just be a matter of time. After entering the business department, Zhou Man immediately approached him.
Congratulations, Manager Chen.
Yesterday's video has gone viral, with nearly 20 million views and over 2 million likes now. Li Wei has gained 5 to 600,000 followers, surpassing the highest value of her private account.
Moreover, fans are calling Li Wei the ceiling of Douyin's young married women. Her influence is still spreading.
Manager Chen, you truly have an eye for talent. As soon as Zhou Man met Chen Yang, she showered him with compliments.
Of course, Zhou Man wasn't just talking nonsense.
Yesterday's short video could be said to have exploded, setting the highest record for Tianma's first day. And for Li Wei to gain 5 to 600,000 followers in a day was unimaginable. Previously, various resources had been used to manage Li Wei, and it took months to gain just a few 100,000 followers, most of whom were dead followers. Gaining 5 to 600,000 in a day was beyond imagination. It could be said that this short video showcased Chen Yang's extraordinary vision, allowing Li Wei, this piece of gold, to shine completely. Of course, this had little to do with Chen Yang, the main contributor was still the system.
Regarding Zhou Man's flattery, Chen Yang remained non-committal and instead asked, "Where's Li Wei? Is she in the company now?"
"Yes, she's over in the live broadcast room."
"Manager Chen, I'll take you there." Zhou Man smiled.
After witnessing Chen Yang's capabilities, Zhou Man had a whole new understanding of him.
Previously, she thought Chen Yang was just an empty suit.
Now it seemed that Chen Yang was indeed very capable.
"Let's go," Chen Yang said lightly. He had come to the company mainly for Li Wei.
"Okay." Zhou Man led Chen Yang toward the live broadcast room. Upon arriving at the live broadcast room, as soon as he walked in, Chen Yang immediately saw the charming Li Wei, who was standing in front of the mirror, seemingly adjusting her expression. When she saw Chen Yang enter, she quickly turned around and respectfully said to him, "Manager Chen."
Her attitude towards Chen Yang was now even more respectful.
Clearly, yesterday's success had dispelled her last bit of doubt about him.
Chen Yang nodded, scanning Li Wei from head to toe, and couldn't help but frown slightly.
Li Wei's outfit today was still in the sweet girl style, and she hadn't managed to change it. Although this version of Li Wei was quite beautiful, it paled in comparison to the mature woman style.
"Zhou Man, you can step out for a moment,"
Chen Yang said to Zhou Man.
"All right."
Zhou Man nodded and left the live broadcast room.
After Zhou Man left, the large live broadcast room was left with only Li Wei and Chen Yang.
Chen Yang looked intently at Li Wei without speaking. Li Wei felt uncomfortable under Chen Yang's gaze, but she still bit her red lip and stood straight, allowing Chen Yang to scrutinize her.
After a long while, Chen Yang calmly said, "Do you think you are very suited to be a sweet girl?"
This sentence made Li Wei's pretty face turn slightly pale, and she quickly explained, "No.
Manager Chen, I just thought of an idea last night. I wanted you to take a look." "An idea?" Chen Yang frowned, increasingly puzzled, and asked, "What idea?"
Talking about this made Li Wei's face flush slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she finally made up her mind. Then, she gently lifted the hem of her creamy white casual pants, revealing a pair of beautiful legs beneath. On those beautiful legs, she wore mature and sexy black stockings, which were incredibly tempting.
Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback by this scene. He didn't expect Li Wei to play such a game. The silk in her pants indeed had a different flavor. Li Wei blushed and continued, "Manager Chen, for the next video, I want to switch between the sweet girl and mature woman styles, so the audience can see my contrast. This type of video should have more selling points. What do you think, Manager Chen?"
When Li Wei said this, there was a hint of timidity in her voice, clearly lacking confidence, but there was also a glimmer of heat in her beautiful eyes, as if she felt her idea was quite good.
Chen Yang was once again surprised. He didn't expect Li Wei to come up with video ideas on her own. She truly deserved to be an S-level talent recommended by the system. This idea was indeed quite good. There were simply too many beautiful faces on the internet today. Only by blending multiple styles could one truly leave a lasting impression.
That works.
Chen Yang nodded.
Upon hearing Chen Yang's approval, Li Wei's pretty face revealed a smile, as if his recognition was very important to her. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Detected that Li Wei's popularity has increased by 5%, Li Wei's current popularity, rising star, 10%, host receives influence reward, 10 million, the impact of yesterday's video was indeed significant, directly raising Li Wei's popularity to 10%.
10 million in hand.
That felt quite satisfying.
Chen Yang took another look at Li Wei's current attributes.
Name, Li Wei, age, 23, height, 175 cm, weight, 55 kg, measurements, 56, waist, 99, bust, 95, hips, relationship, subordinate, loyalty, 60%, influence, rising star, 10%. After the video gradually went viral, Li Wei's loyalty to Chen Yang had also significantly increased. It had now reached 60%. It seemed that Li Wei was quite sensible, not the type to bite the hand that feeds her. Soon after, another system voice sounded. Detected that one of the host's subordinates has reached an influence of 10%. The host successfully receives 2 viral video idea rewards. Viral video idea rewards? What is that? Chen Yang had never seen such rewards before.
But soon, 2 ideas floated into his mind. Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. The system truly lived up to its name. If these 2 ideas were made into short videos, the traffic generated would surely be unimaginable. Thus, Chen Yang looked at Li Wei again.
He smiled slightly and continued, "Li Wei, just the contrast alone
isn't quite enough. Do we need something else?"
Li Wei blinked her beautiful big eyes.
Chen Yang smiled and said, "The video also needs a highlight. Just the black stockings aren't tempting enough." "Then, what else should we do?" Li Wei curiously continued to ask.
Chen Yang took out a pair of high heels from the side and handed them to Li Wei. Then he took out a deep V mature stepmother dress and handed that to her as well.
"Put these on," Chen Yang said.
If it had been before, Li Wei might have had some resistance, but after yesterday's video, her loyalty to Chen Yang had increased significantly. She had fully accepted her mature style outfit.
Okay.
Li Wei took the stepmother dress and high heels and went into the fitting room to change.
After changing into the mature outfit, Li Wei truly hit the mark.
A pure and alluring oval face, paired with a sexy and hot body, wearing a mature and charming S-shaped stepmother dress, along with black silk long legs and enticing Valentino high heels.
This outfit on Li Wei makes anyone who sees her dizzy. Even Chen Yang was momentarily lost in thought. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled, "The mature woman style suits you better." Li Wei's face flushed, and she replied, "Manager Chen, this outfit is indeed nice, but
if I only wear this, it would be too ordinary."
"There's nothing special about it." Indeed. Even if Li Wei suited the mature woman style, such a plain video would definitely not attract much traffic and could not become a hit. It's simple.
Chen Yang smiled and directly took out a thick white women's coat, knee-length.
"Put on this coat and cover everything up," Chen Yang said. Li Wei didn't understand Chen Yang's intention but still put on the white coat. After wearing the white coat, Li Wei finally realized why Chen Yang wanted her to wear it. Once the white coat was on, Li Wei's sexy and hot curves, along with the mature and voluptuous stepmother dress figure, were all concealed.
After putting on the white coat, Li Wei no longer exuded the previous mature woman allure. Instead, she had a touch of a socialite's charm. But beneath the coat, there was another kind of temptation. If she made an appearance in the white coat and then opened it to reveal her excellent figure inside, it would undoubtedly be a huge highlight. Thinking of this, Li Wei's pretty face flushed even more, and her gaze towards Chen Yang held a bit more admiration. Chen Yang, so impressive. However, for Chen Yang, this was still not enough. Short videos not only need contrast but also a highlight. As for what the highlight was, it was naturally the creativity just provided by the system. With so many factors at play, Chen Yang believed that Li Wei's second video would definitely go viral. Alright, let's arrange for Joe Man to shoot later, Chen Yang said to Li Wei. Today's work was almost done. An hour. Quite good. Li Wei nodded. However, she stood in place, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Manager Chen, actually, I have a small matter. Go ahead, Chen Yang responded. Li Wei solemnly bowed deeply to Chen Yang and said, Manager Chen, thank you. Thank you for helping me at this time. Thank you for letting me experience the taste of success. Manager Chen, you are my benefactor, so in a few days, I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Is that okay? Li Wei's beautiful eyes sparkled with sincerity. This woman, though inexperienced, had a good character and knew how to be grateful. Li Wei's loyalty increased again. It reached 65%. This was a good thing for Chen Yang. The higher Li Wei's loyalty, the smaller the chance of her falling from grace. It would be unfortunate if the carefully cultivated internet celebrity fell from grace and dragged him down with her. Alright, you set a time. Okay. Li Wei silently noted it down. She would definitely prepare well for this gratitude banquet. The direction for the new video shoot was confirmed, and today's matters were almost done. Chen Yang checked the time. It was just past 2, still early. However, he still had to do another thing, and after that, it would be time to head to the airport to pick up Giro. Just as Chen Yang left the live broadcast room, he saw Joe Man approaching quickly, whispering, Manager Chen, President Su is looking for you. President Su? Chen Yang frowned and asked in confusion, which President Su? The CEO of Tianma, Su Ningbing, President Su. Joe Man replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, not expecting the CEO of Tianma to personally seek him out. It was probably about the video from yesterday. Lead the way, Chen Yang said. Okay, Joe Man nodded. Joe Man led Chen Yang towards the president's office. They arrived at the 12th floor of Tianma Group, in front of the president's office. Joe Man first knocked on the door and said softly, President Su, Manager Chen is here. Come in, a cold female voice responded. Joe Man nodded and opened the door to the president's office for Chen Yang. Chen Yang strode in, entering the president's office. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Su Ningbing, the female president of Tianma Group, sitting in the president's chair, her expression cold, her demeanor capable, dressed in a black suit. To be honest, Chen Yang had seen Su Ningbing from a distance a few times when he was still at the company. This female president was indeed beautiful and impressive, and she had quite a reputation in the company. Unfortunately, it seemed that she was just for show. Tianma Group was currently in chaos, with hidden rules rampant and employees being exploited. One could only wonder how much responsibility this female president bore. Have a seat, Su Ningbing said, her expression unchanged, still speaking in a flat tone after seeing Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded and sat down opposite Su Ningbing. He got straight to the point and asked, President Su, I wonder why you called me here? Su Ningbing smiled lightly and said, I watched the video you planned yesterday, it was very good. The company has been promoting Li Wei for so long but hasn't been able to make it happen, yet you achieved it with just one video. This shows that your ability is quite strong. It was indeed about the video from yesterday. The traffic that Li Wei gained was considerable, so it was normal for President Su to take notice. Thank you for the compliment, President Su, Chen Yang replied politely. The company really needs talents like you. If you have any issues at work in the future, feel free to come to me, I will do my best to help you. Su Ningbing revealed a faint smile. This was a standard polite remark. Chen Yang, being an experienced professional, knew that Su Ningbing had not called him over just to say these pleasantries. Chen Yang directly asked, President Su, you didn't call me here just for these things, did you? If you have something to say, just say it. After obtaining the system, he had long stopped caring about company matters. If it weren't for the task, he wouldn't bother at all. Now that he had become the largest shareholder of Tianma, he didn't need to be overly respectful to Su Ningbing. He could say what needed to be said without wasting time. Su Ningbing was temporarily unaware of his identity, as his shares were actually controlled by a foundation created by the system. Su Ningbing knew that Chen Yang was a shareholder, but she probably didn't know the extent of his power. Su Ningbing clearly did not expect Chen Yang to be so direct. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, "Alright.
Then I'll speak plainly. You should know about the star auditions, right?" Of course, Chen Yang nodded. He still had tasks related to the star auditions. "This star audition is very important for us at Tianma," Su Ningbing said, elaborating. "In the second half of the year, Tianma has many activities that require us to promote some newcomers to participate and gain fame. The older generation of stars at Tianma has either switched jobs, fallen from grace, or retired. There aren't many who can uphold Tianma's image anymore. So, this star audition. I don't want to ask any questions.
I want you to become the general manager of Tianma Group, fully responsible for this star interview."
Chen Yang, are you willing to take it?
Su Ningbing looked at Chen Yang with piercing eyes, her gaze deep and complex, as if she were lost in thought.
Chen Yang fell silent. He could understand being fully responsible for the star interview, but to make him the general manager of Tianma Group?
That part was a bit hard for him to comprehend.
The general manager, not just a department manager.
The general manager in Tianma holds significant power, managing various departments.
Chen Yang could certainly use his identity as a shareholder to take that position.
But now, Su Ningbing was offering it to him.
What did this woman mean?
Chen Yang initially wanted to refuse, but after thinking it over, if Tianma became his asset in the future, he would definitely need to manage it. Otherwise, if something went wrong, he would also be implicated.
To manage Tianma, power was certainly necessary.
Even if Su Ningbing didn't offer him the position of general manager, he would find a way to rise to that position himself.
No matter what Su Ningbing was up to, did Chen Yang need to worry? Not at all.
He was now the largest shareholder of Tianma, and although Su Ningbing was the president, she couldn't stir up much trouble. "President Su, you really think highly of me?" Chen Yang smiled.
"Manager Chen, do you dare to accept?"
Su Ningbing crossed her arms, her gaze scrutinizing Chen Yang.
Chen Yang smiled slightly. "Thank you, President Su."
Su Ningbing didn't expect Chen Yang to be so straightforward. She was stunned for a moment before saying, "It's good that you accepted.
Before the star interview, I will issue a formal appointment notice."
The star interview was very important for the company, and I hope Manager Chen won't take it lightly.
In the future, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Su Ningbing extended her hand to Chen Yang. Chen Yang remained non-committal and shook hands with Su Ningbing. He then left.
Su Ningbing watched Chen Yang's back, remaining silent for a long time before finally letting out a deep sigh. After leaving the company, Chen Yang arrived at the luxury car sales center located in Shili, Deep City.
Inside the Lamborghini flagship store. Boom! A top-spec Lamborghini Urus worth 3.5 million slowly drove out of the flagship store and came to a stop in front of Chen Yang. "Mr. Chen, the paperwork for your reserved top-spec Lamborghini Urus is all ready. You can drive it away immediately." The female salesperson, holding the car keys, spoke to Chen Yang with great respect. Chen Yang nodded and took the car keys. Looking at the Lamborghini Urus in front of him, he felt quite satisfied. Over 3 million. Although it couldn't compare to the Ferrari 812, it had the advantage of being a four-seater, while the 812 was a two-seater, which wouldn't be very convenient when picking up Giro later. Chen Yang had actually considered buying a Maybach, Bentley, or Rolls-Royce. But upon reflection, it seemed odd to drive such types of cars without a chauffeur. If you drove a Ferrari, Lamborghini, or Porsche out, people would think you were a rich second generation, but if you drove a Rolls-Royce, Bentley, or Maybach, people would just assume you were a chauffeur, renting a car, or from a wedding company. So, Chen Yang chose this four-seater Lamborghini Urus. After getting into the Lamborghini Urus, Chen Yang felt quite comfortable. It was indeed a top-tier SUV. Both the visibility and the comfort of the interior space were far superior to that of a low-slung supercar like the Ferrari 812. The driving feel might be a bit lacking, but that didn't matter. As long as it looked impressive, that was enough. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Detected that the host has successfully made a lavish purchase. Reward received, 7 million. The reward for this car purchase was quite substantial. Aside from the 3,500,000 spent on buying the car, there was also an income of over 3 million. Plus, there was the 10 million rewarded for Li Wei's influence before. Chen Yang's savings finally broke through the 40 million mark. This was all achieved in less than a month. 40 million had already arrived. The system was truly insane. Moreover, it wasn't just the savings that had increased. Chen Yang now also had assets from Tianma, and various data about his body had improved as well. It was really delightful. After getting the system, life felt like it had switched to easy mode. It was so refreshing. Thinking about these things, Chen Yang felt invigorated. Boom! He stepped on the gas.
Chen Yang drove the Lamborghini Urus away from the flagship store, heading into the distance. Back at the Shawan community, Chen Yang headed straight for Jamumu's room. That damn girl. She hadn't answered any of the 10 or so calls. She must have fallen into a deep sleep. Chen Yang entered Jamumu's room, initially a bit angry. However, upon seeing Jamumu, his anger dissipated significantly. At that moment, Jamumu was sound asleep on the soft bed, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, her long, smooth hair cascading over the pillow, and the faint sunlight illuminating her exquisite face, showcasing her stunning beauty. She wore a cute pink pajama set, completely covering her perfect figure, with her delicate shoulders slightly slipping, revealing her snowy collarbone and straps. She hugged a large teddy bear she had bought, breathing evenly, in a standard beautiful girl sleeping posture. This scene was truly pleasing to the eye. This kind-hearted little sister-in-law was indeed beautiful. However, she seemed to be having a nightmare, her delicate brows furrowed, her eyelashes fluttering, and her body trembling slightly, appearing quite frightened. Chen Yang walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, patted Jamumu's shoulder, and called out, "Mumu! Mumu! It's time to get up." Jamumu responded softly with a sigh, slightly opening her eyes, still filled with confusion and helplessness. Once she recognized Chen Yang, she suddenly cried out, "Wow!" and directly leaped into his arms. "Woo-woo, brother-in-law! Woo-woo, brother-in-law! You came to save me, brother-in-law! I'm really scared. I was alone in the alley, woo-woo. It felt like there were bad people all around. Brother-in-law, take me away, take me out of here." Jamumu was crying. It was truly heart-wrenching, like a helpless little girl. Chen Yang listened to her words, initially not quite understanding what Jamumu was talking about. But soon, he realized. This was about an incident from Jamumu's childhood. Jamumu and Jiro were raised by their grandparents, relying on each other since they were young. Once, when Jiro went to pick up Jamumu, it was a bit late, and Jamumu, being playful, wandered off and got lost. She didn't know which alley she had run into, trembling in fear until late at night. It was only after Jiro reported her missing that she was found. Since then, Jamumu had developed a phobia, constantly having nightmares and being afraid to go to darker places at night. It was like she had developed PTSD. Chen Yang held Jamumu, gently patting her back, and softly said, Okay, it's alright. Brother-in-law is here, it's fine. Woo-woo, brother-in-law." Jamumu continued to sob, making one feel pity for her. "Brother-in-law, you have no idea how brave I was last night. 3 people were chasing me, and I countered with 100 slash, injuring them badly, then another pull, and when it was late, I just went swish, swish, swish. 1 against 3, counter kill. The teammates can only deduct 666. Brother-in-law, I'm amazing, right?" With light makeup and dressed sweetly and adorably, Jamumu walked alongside Chen Yang, boasting about her glorious achievements. Chen Yang felt a headache coming on. Was this really the same little sister-in-law who had just been clinging to him and whining? How could she seem like a different person once she woke up? She wasn't even that cute anymore. "Since you're so impressive, you should chat with your sister later," Chen Yang replied casually. I don't want to talk to her, that old woman doesn't understand anything." The little sister-in-law was still quite stubborn. Chen Yang smiled. As they went out, they happened to run into the landlady, who was carrying a small basket and returning from grocery shopping. The landlady's outfit today was as conservative and dignified as ever, wearing a white housewife dress with a small jacket, looking very gentle and graceful. Jiro? The landlady was slightly surprised when she saw Chen Yang and Jamumu, especially Jamumu, her face turning a bit red. "Jiro is back? And she's Chen Yang's girlfriend? Doesn't that feel a bit like she's having an affair with Chen Yang?" This made the landlady feel shy, but also had a strange thrill. However, her worries were quickly dispelled as Jamumu directly said, "Sister landlady, I'm not Jiro, Jiro is my sister, I'm Jamumu." She felt a bit dissatisfied inside. How could the landlady mistake me, a naive, cute, and beautiful supergirl, for that old tiger? That's too much. The landlady then realized, awkwardly yet politely smiling, "You sisters do look a bit alike at first glance. But upon closer inspection, the differences are quite significant." In comparison, Jamumu was indeed much more youthful and adorable, while Jiro was more mature and sexy. Chen Yang smiled and asked, "Landlady, did you just come back from grocery shopping?" "Yes, I bought some things for dinner." The landlady smiled and looked at Chen Yang and Jamumu, curiously asking, "Are you going out?" "Yeah, we have something to do," Chen Yang replied. The landlady didn't ask further, just looked at Chen Yang and Jamumu, seemingly thinking of something, and smiled. "Then you two be busy, I'll take my leave." The landlady left.
Watching the landlady's hot and sexy figure, Jamumu couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother-in-law, did you notice? The landlady really has a great figure." "Really?" Chen Yang pretended not to know, saying, "I haven't really paid attention." "Brother-in-law, you're really hopeless. Other men's focus is on beautiful women, but you never pay attention. You didn't even notice the beautiful landlady, no wonder you're still single." Jamumu looked at Chen Yang with a hint of disdain. "Your brother-in-law is a gentleman, he doesn't care about these things," Chen Yang said casually. "I don't believe it." Jamumu stuck out her pink tongue. She looked again at the landlady's stunning figure and continued, "But speaking of which, the landlady's temperament is really exceptional, she has a kind of socialite feel, every move is so elegant. It's really admirable." Chen Yang remained non-committal. A socialite, huh? On the surface, it certainly seemed that way, but behind the scenes, it was hard to say. The two went outside. Jamumu glanced around the parking lot, her big eyes filled with confusion, and asked, "Brother-in-law, where's your car?" "Just a little further outside," Chen Yang said. Jamumu suddenly thought of something and giggled, "Brother-in-law, I actually think you can drive a less expensive car instead of the Ferrari." "Why?" Chen Yang asked, somewhat confused. Jamumu said seriously, "Brother-in-law, think about it. The reason my sister left you and wanted to break up was what? Isn't it for money? Since my sister is so materialistic, you should first trick her with a junk car, make her look down on you, and think you're still the same as before. Later, when she mocks you in various ways, you can reveal your Ferrari. That would drop her jaw in shock. How satisfying would that be? Brother-in-law, don't you think so?" As Jamumu spoke, she became quite excited, as if the thought of slapping Rose's face made her happy too. Chen Yang was somewhat speechless and said, "Where did you learn this? It's so boring. That's how they write in novels." "Brother-in-law, I think it's quite interesting. Just to let that old woman know what it means to have 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river." Jamumu waved her little pink fist, looking full of fighting spirit. Chen Yang said, "Forget it, I have no such thoughts. My relationship with your sister isn't at that level. There's no need to do that. However, I did change to a more ordinary car." Jamumu felt quite disappointed after hearing the first half of Chen Yang's sentence, thinking there would be no good show to watch tonight. But when she heard the second half, her eyes lit up, and she immediately became interested, happily asking, "Brother-in-law, what cheap car did you get? Bid? Wuling Hongguang? Xianyi? Or something else?" "None of those." Chen Yang smiled slightly, took out the car key, and lit it up. Not far away, the headlights of a Lamborghini Urus suddenly turned on, the beautiful orange-yellow body paired with the imposing SUV shape, resembling Bumblebee from a movie, exuding both charm and presence. After seeing the car, Jamumu was first incredibly surprised, then couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! Brother-in-law, is this your new car?" "Yeah." Chen Yang nodded and smiled. "What do you think? Is it okay?" Too cool. This is the most sci-fi SUV I've ever seen." Jamumu's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a hardcore esports girl, she might not feel much about supercars, but she really liked this high-tech luxury car. "Brother-in-law, what kind of car is this?" "Lamborghini Urus, 3,500,000. Chen Yang replied with a smile. 3,500,000. Jamumu covered her little mouth, her pretty face full of surprise. What Chen Yang meant by changing to a cheaper car was from over 5 million to over 3 million. This is too much of a humble brag. However, Jamumu didn't feel much about the money, she just thought, brother-in-law seems really impressive. After they got in the car, Jamumu sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. She looked at Chen Yang in the driver's seat, her admiration overflowing, and said, "Brother-in-law, driving this car feels like driving a mech. Too cool. Is it really that exaggerated?" Chen Yang smiled helplessly. Although the Lamborghini Urus was very good-looking, most men still preferred supercars. On the contrary, women actually liked SUVs more. Of course, this kind of SUV refers to big Benzes, Cayennes, and the like. "Really, I want to drive it too." Jamumu was eager to try. "You don't have a driver's license, how can you drive?" Chen Yang directly refused. Jamumu pouted, feeling a bit wronged, and said, "So you can't drive without a license? Are you pretending to be silly?" Chen Yang pretended to tap her on the head. He. Jamumu stuck out her little tongue and hummed, "Brother-in-law, I was just joking with you, no need to be so anxious. Just wait. When I have time, I'll go take the driving test. I'm a master-level driver in Need for Speed. Taking a driving test is a piece of cake." Jamumu was full of confidence. Chen Yang casually said, "Alright, if you can get your license, this car is yours." "Brother-in-law, you said it, I believe you." Jamumu's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yeah, I said it. Chen Yang was indifferent. Yay! Brother-in-law, you're so nice.
Jamumu was overly excited, already thinking about when to start the second driving test.
Boom!
Chen Yang also started the Lamborghini Urus and left the place.
Evening. Shenzhen Baoan Airport. Chen Yang and Jamumu stood outside the airport plaza waiting.
Once they arrived, the previously lively and cute Jamumu seemed much more restrained, occasionally glancing inside the airport as if she were looking at something terrifying.
When will your sister arrive? Chen Yang asked. She could show up at any time.
Jamumu looked tense, her little face a bit pale.
Is it necessary to be this nervous? Your sister is no ordinary person. Chen Yang was somewhat speechless. She's much scarier than a tigress.
Jamumu spoke with a hint of fear.
Chen Yang had no choice but to ask, did she say anything about reserving a restaurant?
She said she already made a reservation, we just need to wait.
Jamumu replied. Then that's fine.
Chen Yang nodded and stopped asking. He turned to look at the airport entrance, but as he turned, he locked eyes with a pair of cold, clear eyes. These cold eyes were looking at Chen Yang, filled with calmness, anticipation, indifference, and awkwardness. In short, both she and Chen Yang were frozen in place, staring at each other across the bustling crowd of the airport.
The owner of those cold eyes was, of course, Jamumu's sister, Chen Yang's ex-girlfriend, Jiro.
At this moment, Jiro was no longer dressed as a flight attendant. She had changed out of her uniform and was now wearing a cream-colored coat over a white shirt, paired with a black pencil skirt, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, and high heels. She looked like a mature urban beauty. Jiro had indeed changed quite a bit. Her demeanor was more confident, sharper, and she appeared much more capable.
She had a hint of a strong woman vibe.
The two stared at each other in silence.
It was Jamumu who broke the atmosphere.
Upon seeing Jiro, Jamumu immediately transformed into a little soft girl, running quickly towards Jiro, sweetly calling out, "Sister." The strong attitude she had before, calling her an old woman, had completely vanished. Now, only obedience and sweetness remained.
Jamumu jumped into Jiro's arms. Jiro also embraced Jamumu, looking down at her and asking with concern, "How have you been lately? Are you doing well?" "Good, very very good. Brother-in-law treats me very well." "Sister," Jamumu obediently replied.
Jiro nodded, looking at Chen Yang who was walking over, her gaze gradually returning to calmness as she smiled lightly. "Thank you for taking care of my sister recently."
"It's nothing, Mumu is also my friend," Chen Yang said. "In any case, I really appreciate it."
Jiro still wore a smile. She looked beautiful when she smiled, like a breath of spring. Chen Yang didn't continue the conversation, habitually helping her with her suitcase as they headed towards the parking area.
Chen Yang walked ahead.
Jamumu and Jiro were nestled together in conversation behind. After a simple catch-up, Jamumu was met with a barrage of questions.
"You've been staying up all night again, haven't you?" Jiro's tone was icy, devoid of emotion. "No. Sister, how could I dare?
I've been studying hard lately, I don't even dare to play games," Jamumu said, showing no hint of guilt, clearly having told this lie many times before.
"Is that so? Then do you remember that you recently added a game friend named Inglan?"
Although Jiro's tone was calm, her words made Jamumu's heart stop.
"Ah."
Jamumu's little face turned pale, and she immediately protested, "Sister, that's too sneaky of you.
How could you do this?"
Jiro snorted coldly.
"Sister, I know I was wrong. Tonight I'll kneel on the keyboard." No, kneel on the durian."
Jamumu quickly clung to Jiro's arm, her voice seamlessly shifting to a babyish tone, pleading for mercy. "I'll deal with you later." Jiro tugged at Jamumu's ear. Having escaped a crisis, Jamumu quickly changed the subject, saying, "Sister, these are all small matters. Let me tell you, brother-in-law has been really impressive lately." When it came to Chen Yang, Jiro neither resisted nor was particularly interested, simply asking calmly, "How impressive?" "It's just..." Jamumu initially wanted to say more, but after thinking it over, she giggled and said, "I won't tell you yet."
"You'll find out soon." "How mysterious."
Jiro had no idea what Jamumu meant. She glanced at Chen Yang, who was walking ahead, and indeed, his whole demeanor had improved a lot, and he looked quite handsome. But that wasn't much. Chen Yang was already quite good-looking. Jamumu's claim of him being impressive didn't concern her. It had only been a little over half a month. How much could have changed? The three of them walked through the arrival hall. Once outside the airport, Jiro looked at Chen Yang, who must have driven here. Previously, she and Chen Yang had also bought a car together. A Xiaopeng. They bought it during a promotion, for over 100,000. So, Jiro naturally assumed that Chen Yang had driven that car here. "Let's go. The car is over there," Chen Yang said. "Okay," Jiro replied.
Just as the three were about to head over, someone called out, "Ro Ro, you're finally back. I've been waiting for so long." At this, all three turned their gazes. They saw a somewhat handsome young man in a black shirt, standing next to a blue BMW X6, excitedly greeting Jiro. Upon seeing this young man in the black shirt, all three recognized him immediately. His name was Gao Feng. He attended the same university as Chen Yang and Jiro. He was Jiro's pursuer and Chen Yang's rival. During that time, he often pursued Jiro with financial means. But later, Jiro chose Chen Yang, and he gradually withdrew. Now, he had probably heard about Jiro and Chen Yang's breakup and had re-emerged. Gao Feng also noticed Chen Yang, momentarily taken aback, then revealed a somewhat awkward smile, saying, "Chen Yang, you're here too?" "I'm here to pick up Ro Ro," Chen Yang replied calmly. "I'm here to pick up Ro Ro as well," Gao Feng said with a smile, turning to Jiro. "Ro Ro, I heard from others that you were back from the capital today, so I've been waiting at the airport." "I've been waiting all afternoon. You must be tired after a whole day of flying, right? Let's go. I'll drive you home." While Gao Feng spoke, he patted the BMW X6 parked to the side, with a hint of pride. This guy was a rich second generation, with a bit of money at home, and his personality leaned towards a money-driven approach. However, he wasn't the kind of rich kid without brains, who would provoke others. His relationship with Chen Yang wasn't too bad. Jiro glanced at the BMW X6 in front of her, then at Chen Yang, feeling somewhat complicated. Every time it came to this, she felt a bit helpless. Although she wasn't a gold digger, she always thought about living a better life and having hope for the future. But when she was with Chen Yang, every time they encountered such situations, they could only retreat, allowing others to show off in front of them. She was a woman too, and she really wanted to show off a bit, to satisfy her vanity. But it was really impossible. Now, it was the same. However, Jiro wouldn't dwell on these matters anymore. She looked up at Gao Feng, smiled lightly, and was about to refuse him. But Chen Yang beside her spoke up, "Sorry, we drove here." Gao Feng raised an eyebrow, looked at Chen Yang, and said with a smile, "Chen Yang, my car is more spacious and comfortable." The meaning of this was already very clear, implying that his car was more luxurious. This was normal. In Gao Feng's mind, Chen Yang didn't drive a good car. When Chen Yang was with Jiro, Gao Feng had no right to compete. Now that Jiro and Chen Yang had broken up, it was time for everyone to show their skills. Jiro also looked at Chen Yang, her gaze intense, wanting to see how he would respond. Beside them, Jamumu couldn't hold back any longer, forcing herself not to laugh, as if she was about to burst out laughing at any moment. Chen Yang didn't say much, just smiled slightly, took out the car key, and pressed it. Moments later, the Lamborghini Urus, resembling a bumblebee and exuding a high-tech vibe, emitted a sound outside the airport. The surrounding pedestrians, including Jiro and Gao Feng, were instantly drawn to it. Upon seeing the Lamborghini Urus, both Gao Feng and Jiro were completely stunned. They could hear the murmurs of the onlookers. "Wow, a Lamborghini Urus, so cool. I've only seen it online before. So awesome, it looks like a car from a sci-fi movie. I want one." "Over 3 million, don't dream." "Over 3 million? Then forget it, my little electric bike can still hold up." The discussions reached their ears. Gao Feng came back to his senses, looking at Chen Yang in disbelief, saying, Chen Yang, is this your car? Is there a problem?" Chen Yang smiled lightly. At that moment, Jamumu jumped in, giggling, "Gao Feng, my brother-in-law's car should be more spacious and comfortable than yours, right?" Gao Feng was left speechless. It was more than just a little comfortable. This was on a completely different level. The BMW X6 was worth hundreds of thousands, while the Lamborghini Urus was a solid few million. In front of the Lamborghini Urus, his BMW X6 was practically scrap metal. How could he still pretend to show off? Gao Feng had nothing to say. The remaining focus was on Jiro. Jiro stared at the Lamborghini Urus, completely frozen in place. She felt as if struck by lightning, her mind blank, unable to believe what was happening in front of her. This was Chen Yang's car? How was that possible? Boom! The Lamborghini Urus drove out of Shenzhen Baoan Airport. Chen Yang sat in the front driving, while Jamumu and Jiro sat in the back, the two sisters whispering to each other. "Sister, brother-in-law is really impressive. This car is just the one brother-in-law just bought. Brother-in-law has another one, a Ferrari 812. I think it costs over 5 million. I've been in that one, it's a convertible, it was so exhilarating when we went out for a drive. And, brother-in-law's wardrobe is full of designer brands, like Gucci, Versace, and so on. Although I don't recognize them, they seem quite high-end." And Jamumu had been holding back for so long, and now finally had the chance to chatter away with Jiro.
praising Chen Yang with a hint of admiration in her tone. Jiro listened to Jimumu's words, feeling as if she were in a dream. Everything seemed so unreal.
Chen Yang has a wardrobe full of designer brands? Besides the Lamborghini Urus, he also has a Ferrari worth over 5 million? Chen Yang.
Every word from Jimumu made Jiro feel it was all incredibly exaggerated.
Is this really the Chen Yang she knows?
Is this really the Chen Yang who barely made over 10,000 a month? Jiro's worldview seemed to be completely overturned at this moment. They passed the time in a daze, and the Lamborghini Urus finally arrived at the Cloud restaurant. Once there, after parking the Lamborghini Urus, Chen Yang looked at the Cloud restaurant in front of him, feeling a bit emotional. Once upon a time, he had planned to come here countless times, but had never made it. Today, he finally came. Unfortunately, it was already a different time and place.
Chen Yang no longer felt much about this Cloud restaurant. In fact, it didn't seem that high-end. It looked like just an ordinary Western restaurant.
After the three got out of the car, they headed towards the Cloud Western restaurant. To get to the Cloud Western restaurant, they had to take the elevator all the way to the 66th floor.
Cloud. It must be very high.
Inside the elevator, Chen Yang and Jiro were relatively silent, not speaking, and the atmosphere was momentarily quiet. Jimumu stood beside Chen Yang and Jiro, glancing at Chen Yang and then at Jiro, wanting to say something but hesitating, ultimately saying nothing.
The three remained silent as the elevator ascended to the 66th floor.
Just as they stepped out of the elevator, a tall and beautiful waitress immediately approached them.
"Sir, miss, do you have a reservation?" the waitress asked with a smile.
The Cloud restaurant is still a high-end restaurant, generally membership-based, and only accepts reservations on Fridays.
To dine here, a reservation is necessary.
Jiro quickly stepped forward and nodded, responding, "Yes, miss, she made the reservation. The last 4 digits of the phone number are 9154. The waitress checked the information and finally nodded, saying, "Alright, please follow me." The waitress led Jiro, Chen Yang, and Jimumu inside. The Cloud Western restaurant had quite an elegant atmosphere, with a pianist playing soothing music, various flowers decorating the place, fragrant aromas wafting through the air, and large viewing platforms for taking photos. This was one of the reasons Jiro was so determined to come to the Cloud restaurant. This restaurant is a popular spot for social media photos, making it easy to get great shots. However, the waitress did not take them to those areas, nor to a window seat, but only to a position near the center hall of the Cloud restaurant.
Then, the waitress smiled and said, "This is your table." Jiro looked at the position in the hall in front of her, slightly taken aback, and asked in confusion, "Can't we change to a window seat?"
Coming to the Cloud restaurant is all about that window seat. If we sit in the hall, it would be meaningless. The waitress smiled and replied, "I'm sorry, only restaurant members can be arranged for window seats."
"What's the price for your membership?" Jiro continued to ask.
The waitress responded, "For a regular membership, it's a deposit of 50,000, for a gold membership, it's 100,000, for a platinum membership, it's 150,000, and finally, the black gold membership is 200,000. As a member, you can enjoy various benefits from our restaurant.
Miss Xia, I wonder if you would like to consider it." The waitress's attitude remained very polite.
Jiro initially thought that if it were a few thousand, she could grit her teeth and get one. After all, they came to the Cloud restaurant just to catch a glimpse of the Cloud City view, right? Sitting in the hall would really diminish the experience by a large margin. Unfortunately, when the waitress mentioned the price, all of Jiro's thoughts were dashed. A regular membership requires a deposit of 50,000.
That was already a significant amount for her. "No, thank you." Jiro forced a polite yet awkward smile in response.
"All right." The waitress left directly.
"There will always be regrets."
After taking a seat, Jiro smiled faintly at Chen Yang.
Regrets.
It seemed to have become a norm in their lives.
What a ripoff. 5,000 for a membership, that's outrageous. I don't want to eat here.
Jimumu also expressed her indignation. However, such words didn't hold much weight. Others had clearly marked their prices, and there was nothing much to say.
This was merely a complaint born from yielding to reality.
Similar sentiments included, "This thing is so expensive, only a fool would eat here."
A car is meant to be driven, right? Why does it need to be so nice? A house is just for living in.
In truth, saying such things wasn't from the heart, it was merely the helplessness of reality. This helplessness was too prevalent in Chen Yang and Jiro's lives. However, for many people, helplessness wasn't really a big deal.
Especially for Chen Yang at this moment.
Chen Yang's expression was calm. He didn't say much but directly called out, "Waitress."
The waitress quickly returned, respectfully asking, "Sir, is there anything else you need?"
Jiro and Jimumu both looked at Chen Yang, their eyes filled with confusion, not knowing what he intended to do. Chen Yang took out his Huaxia Bank Dragon card and handed it to the waitress.
Help me deposit 200,000 and open a black gold membership.
Then arrange a private room. A casual statement left the three present slightly stunned.
Deposit 200,000? Open a black gold membership? Even the restaurant staff rarely encountered customers who spent so much right away. However, she quickly regained her composure, took Chen Yang's Huaxia Bank Dragon card, and excitedly turned to leave.
Alright, sir, please wait a moment. After the waitress left, all that remained were the astonished gazes of the Zhe sisters. They looked at Chen Yang, their beautiful eyes filled with complexity, as if they no longer recognized him. Jamumu was a bit better. She had already experienced Chen Yang's financial prowess. After a brief moment of shock, she regained her composure and giggled. Brother-in-law is amazing. I said there can't be any regrets in front of brother-in-law. Zhiro, however, looked deeply at Chen Yang, biting her red lip, unsure of what to say.
Chen Yang.
It seemed he had really changed.
Changed too much.
After the black gold membership was processed, under the waitress's guidance, the three successfully entered an exclusive private room. Inside the spacious private room, there was an independent viewing platform and various decorations, all very luxurious and enjoyable.
Even after Jamumu came in, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! This restaurant is amazing. The scenery, the decor, and this perfect location are absolutely worth the price. It's fantastic." Jamumu was overjoyed.
She completely forgot that just a few minutes ago, she had been cursing the Cloud restaurant as a scam.
Jamumu happily ran off to take pictures of the scenery.
Chen Yang and Zhiro sat across from each other. I was actually going to treat you, Zhiro said with a hint of apology in her smile.
It's fine. After all, this was once a dream.
Since we're here, we should indulge and enjoy ourselves. Chen Yang replied with a smile. Zhiro was silent for a moment before speaking. You've changed so much. Her words referred not only to Chen Yang's newfound wealth but also to his change in character. The old Chen Yang, like her, would never have indulged in such spending even if he had money. They would have saved up for a future.
People always change, Chen Yang said with a calm smile, don't they?
Zhiro was slightly taken aback, then revealed a charming smile in response. Yes,
people always change.
She felt that Chen Yang had changed, but hadn't she changed as well? The old Zhiro would never have given up a stable job to chase her dreams. The old Zhiro would never have spent lavishly just to make up for so-called regrets by dining in a high-end restaurant like Cloud.
But now,
everything had changed. Both she and Chen Yang had transformed. After the end of a relationship that wasn't a complete failure, they each had new personalities, new lives, and new goals. At this moment, dusk had arrived, and the sun was setting. The fiery clouds in the sky rolled, and the afterglow of the sunset descended. Looking out from the private room of the Cloud restaurant, the view was breathtaking and flawless. Chen Yang murmured, one must enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup face the moon empty.
Heaven has given me talent for a purpose. Even if I spend a fortune, it will come back.
At this point, Chen Yang stopped and didn't continue. Beside him, Zhiro smiled and picked up, roasting sheep and slaughtering cattle for joy. One must drink 300 cups. Masterson, Dan Xiao Shang, let's drink, don't stop the cups.
Let me sing a song for you, please listen closely.
Chen Yang looked at the stunning Zhiro, at the ex-girlfriend who had once stood by him through many hardships and had shared many warm years with him, suddenly smiled, and couldn't help but continue. Bells and drums, fine food are not precious, I only wish to be drunk and never wake. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely, only drinkers leave their names. Once, Chen Wang feasted at Pinglu, drinking 10,000 cups in joy.
Why does the host say there's little money? Just buy wine to drink with you.
5 flower horse, 1,000 gold fur, call the boy to exchange for fine wine, to share eternal sorrows with you.
If life is lived in fear, how can one change? Enjoy life. Live life freely.
Perhaps that is the true essence. Zhiro closed her eyes, seemingly intoxicated by Li Bai's timeless verses, enjoying the atmosphere, and perhaps reminiscing about the past. Chen Yang also looked at Jiro's captivating face, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up with a smile.
It was still the same as before.
Zhiro always resonated with him on a soulful level. This was also the reason he was able to pursue her in the first place. Their compatibility in various aspects was very high. If they were just to talk about love, they would truly be a very affectionate couple. Unfortunately, for the two of them, just talking about love was far from enough.
Reality had completely shattered their relationship.
Chen Yang and Zhiro exchanged glances, their eyes still holding threads of affection, but it was no longer as it once was. Just then, Jamumu, who had been standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, spoke up.
Wow!
This view is just too beautiful.
Really? Really?
Jamumu struggled for a long time to find a good adjective, and finally blurted out, it's so pretty.
Chen Yang and Jiro couldn't help but laugh at Jamumu's cute and playful demeanor. Soon, the menu arrived. Jiro looked at the menu, seeing the dishes she had previously watched in food videos, and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. The prices were just too high. Especially for some trendy dishes, the prices were all over 1,000 or two. It was truly extravagant. Can we just eat something casual? Jiro looked at Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes sparkling. But Chen Yang shook his head and smiled. Since we're here to make up for regrets, why settle for less? Let's enjoy it properly. Then, Chen Yang snapped his fingers and called over the waiter. On the menu, various trendy dishes and high-end meals that Jiro had longed for were all ordered by Chen Yang. Just ordering the dishes cost tens of thousands. They also opened a bottle of red wine worth over 100,000. 200,000 spent, just for one meal. Jiro had never experienced such treatment and was still a bit unaccustomed, saying, "Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" Similar scenes, she had only encountered in her dreams. Jamumu, however, spoke in a mature tone, "Women with long hair and short experience make a fuss. This amount of money is nothing to my brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law is amazing. Sister, just enjoy yourself. Why are you so chatty?" "Ah. Ouch, ouch. Sister, I was wrong." Naturally, Jamumu was pinched by Jiro, yelping in pain and begging for mercy. Chen Yang watched the interaction between the sisters, feeling quite happy. Whether it was seeing Jiro or Jamumu, it was quite healing for him. This was a feeling that was hard for others to provide. A variety of dishes quickly arrived at the table. Jamumu had already taken out her phone, having waited long enough. For a lively and cute girl like her, encountering trendy dishes meant she had to share it on her social media first. Although Jiro was much more mature than Jamumu, she was still a woman and also took out her phone to take pictures. After the sisters had taken enough photos, they finally began to eat with satisfaction. During the meal, Chen Yang looked at Jiro and directly asked, "I heard you quit your job as a flight attendant?" Jiro, who was about to taste a piece of abalone, froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting Chen Yang to know about it. However, she quickly reacted and looked at the traitor sitting next to her. Jamumu turned her head, looking out the window, pretending to be nonchalant, muttering to herself, "The weather is really nice." It was now evening, and outside was pitch black. Jiro sighed and said, "Yeah, I quit my job. Today was my last flight." "Why did you quit? Weren't you about to get promoted?" Chen Yang continued to ask. Jiro had become a flight attendant not long after graduating. She was good-looking and worked diligently, and in just a few years, she was close to becoming a chief flight attendant. Once she became a chief flight attendant, the salary was quite high, around 20 to 30,000. This was something Chen Yang and Jiro had once looked forward to, and it was a position Jiro had longed for. They had once imagined that as long as Chen Yang became a team leader and Jiro became a chief flight attendant, perhaps they could settle down in the city. Unfortunately, they never managed to reach that moment. Jiro smiled lightly and said, "I'm done. Flying everywhere is too tiring and not very meaningful." This was the truth. Being a flight attendant sounds glamorous, but in reality, it's just being a server. Plus, flying all over the world and dealing with jet lag is very exhausting. And it's also a job tied to youth. Jiro had complained to Chen Yang more than once about it, but she had never had the courage to quit. After their breakup, she finally made this decision. "That's good, follow your heart," Chen Yang agreed with Jiro's choice. They shouldn't be trapped by their past. Jiro smiled, feeling very happy, and put a piece of abalone into her mouth, chewing it. It was delicious, making her even happier. Chen Yang continued to ask, "What are your plans for the future?" "Plans?" Jiro focused on the next piece of abalone, moving her chopsticks as she said, "If I say I want to become a star, a big star, do you believe it?" Jiro put another piece of abalone into her mouth, her eyes playfully looking at Chen Yang. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "I believe it, of course. After all, you already have the potential for it." Yes, the former Jiro was just a step away from the dazzling starlight, but she chose to give it up. Becoming a star requires a lot of early training, and at that time, Jiro had no money and no conditions for it. Back then, Jamumu, that silly girl, had just started high school and was about to go to college. She needed a lot of money. So, she gave up her acting career and found a more stable job. Now, it was different. Jamumu had successfully entered college and received scholarships every year, so money was no longer a worry. Jiro could indeed pursue her dreams. Hearing Chen Yang's response, Jiro's smile became even more beautiful. Meanwhile, Jamumu beside her said somewhat teasingly, "You're almost 30 and still want to be a big star. How shameless." Immediately after, Jamumu's delicate little ear was tugged again. Jamumu was once again reprimanded. Chen Yang smiled, but his gaze was on Jiro.
If Shiro wanted to pursue a career as a star in the future, and he was now almost in control of Tianma Group, perhaps they would have some intersections. He thought about it. The dishes were gradually served. The three of them enjoyed the stunning night view of Deep City while eating and drinking. After finishing a bottle of red wine worth over 100,000, Jiro, Jamumu, and Chen Yang all entered a tipsy state. Chen Yang, you have no idea how funny that customer was. She kept saying her phone was lost and asked us to help find it. We really searched for a long time. In the end, guess where the phone was? Jiro sat beside Chen Yang, her cheeks flushed, her pair of peach blossom eyes fixed on Chen Yang, filled with laughter, very beautiful. They were sitting very close, and Chen Yang could smell the familiar fragrance coming from her. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Yang swirled his wineglass, smiling as he looked at Jiro and said, "Where?" Before he could finish, Jiro seemed to be unable to hold back her laughter, charmingly saying, "It was right in her own hand. And she searched for so long. So funny." Chen Yang smiled at her words. It was indeed quite amusing. Amidst the laughter, Jiro leaned even closer to Chen Yang. He saw her exquisite and beautiful face, her bright and beautiful eyes, and for a moment, he was a bit stunned. Jiro was undoubtedly very beautiful. She was also recognized as the campus belle of the Communication University in recent years. At the same time, in terms of knowledge, temperament, and all aspects, she was absolutely perfect, a goddess-level figure. Jiro also felt Chen Yang's gaze. She looked at him, staring directly into his eyes, silent. The two were locked in a close gaze. At that moment, Jamumu, with her pretty face flushed, glanced at Chen Yang, then at Jiro, and finally spoke up, "Sister, brother-in-law, I think you two are quite suitable. Really, you should definitely be together. Why are you separating? Get back together, okay?" This statement left Jiro and Chen Yang even more silent. After a moment, Chen Yang had yet to speak, but Jiro smiled and looked at Jamumu, half-jokingly saying, "What do kids know about adult matters?" "Me." Jamumu, flustered, placed her hands on her hips, clearly dissatisfied, and said, "Who's a kid?" "You old woman." "Say that again?" Jiro's expression changed instantly, her pretty face clouded with frost. Jamumu immediately wilted, revealing a sweet smile. "Sister, the most beautiful, the best-looking sister in the world, don't be angry. I was just joking." The speed of her backtracking was indeed impressive. Chen Yang merely watched the sisterly banter with a smile, not saying much. Under the night sky, the evening banquet had come to a complete end. The Lamborghini Urus slowly drove out of the hotel where the Cloud restaurant was located. Chen Yang had drunk, but he didn't hire a designated driver. The one driving for him was a female server from the Cloud restaurant. Chen Yang was now a Black Gold member of the Cloud restaurant, so he had this little privilege. Chen Yang sat in the passenger seat, while Jiro and Jamumu sat in the back. Jamumu was a bit drunk, drowsily leaning against Jiro's shoulder. Although Jiro's cheeks were flushed, clearly also a bit tipsy, she remained very alert, sitting straight and looking ahead. The three of them were silent, the car filled with a bit of stillness. After a while, Chen Yang broke the silence and asked, "Where are you staying now? Let's take you back first." "At Honghe Wangjiao in Baoan. I found a place." Jiro replied. "Okay." Chen Yang nodded, then thought of something and looked at his pretty and cute sister-in-law, asking, "What about Mumu? Are you taking her with you?" "Of course." Jiro nodded and said, "It's not good for a girl to always stay at your place." "Indeed." Chen Yang agreed. Although his sister-in-law was very cute and healing, she was no longer a child, and living with Chen Yang was not a good influence. Plus, she played games every day, so it was indeed time for some discipline. Just as they finished speaking, the drowsy Jamumu protested unhappily, "No. Don't. I want to live with brother-in-law. I don't want to live with you, you old tigress. I don't want. However, her protests were clearly ignored by Jiro. The Lamborghini Urus continued down the roads of Deep City, eventually arriving at Baoan, in front of Honghe Wangjiao. Honghe Wangjiao was also a mid-range community. The environment was quite nice. Chen Yang got out of the car and dropped off Jamumu and Jiro at the community entrance. "Can you manage?" Looking at Jiro and Jamumu in front of him, Chen Yang asked with concern. "It's fine, I'm still very alert. Besides, Jiro waved her fist, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Chen Yang suddenly remembered that Jiro was a Taekwondo black belt. He had suffered quite a bit at her hands before. "Alright, I'll head off then." Chen Yang smiled and said, "Bye-bye." "Bye-bye." Jiro waved her hand to say goodbye as well. Chen Yang left, heading towards the Lamborghini Urus. After walking for a while, Jiro looked at Chen Yang's back, dazed for a moment, and suddenly gritted her teeth, shouting, "Chen Yang!" Chen Yang turned around, smiling at Jiro, and asked, "Is there anything else?" Jiro was silent for a moment, wanting to say something but hesitating, yet in the end, she couldn't bring herself to say it and could only smile. It's nothing.
Be careful on your way back.
Okay. Chen Yang took a deep look at Jiro, then turned and left.
Jiro also turned around, supporting Jamumu, and walked towards Hong Kok. Sister. Why don't you get back together with brother-in-law?
In her arms, Jamumu opened her eyes and asked in confusion.
The mirror is already broken. Want to reunite? It's not that simple.
Jiro smiled lightly. In fact, from the moment she met Chen Yang, she never thought about getting back together with him.
She knew that Chen Yang also never considered reuniting with her,
because Jiro was very clear that Chen Yang was the same kind of person as her.
Yes, Chen Yang has money now. Chen Yang has changed. But they really have broken up. Their relationship has truly ended. As for what happens in the future, only heaven knows.
Jamumu didn't know if she understood or not, but in any case, she didn't continue to speak, just leaned against Jiro's embrace, and together they entered Hong Kok. Chen Yang returned to the Shawan community.
He sat back down on the sofa.
His emotions were actually quite stable, not overly sentimental. Like Jiro, he regarded the other as a friend, a relatively close friend.
Chen Yang sent Jiro a message. Mu Yang, have you arrived home safely? Sure enough,
Chen Yang had already come out of Jiro's blacklist.
Under the cherry blossom tree.
I've arrived, just took a shower, thank you.
Mu Yang, that's good.
Chen Yang originally intended to end the conversation there. However, another message came through.
Still from Jiro. And a photo.
In the photo was the beautiful girl Jamumu, lying on the bed, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, her sleeping posture graceful and very pretty.
Under the cherry blossom tree, Mumu was really cute.
Chen Yang was slightly taken aback, initially not understanding what Jiro meant by sending a photo of Jamumu,
but he quickly remembered.
Despite Jiro's stern appearance, she was actually a photo enthusiast, often sending various pictures of Jamumu.
It was one of her little habits. Mu Yang, yeah, Mumu is indeed both cute and beautiful.
Jiro was silent for a moment, then sent another message. Under the cherry blossom tree, Chen Yang, I know this might be a bit inappropriate and could trouble you, but I still want to ask you, I can't protect Mumu all the time by myself. Mumu is innocent and cute, very easily hurt, and you are the only person I trust in Deep City, and Mumu trusts you too, so
I hope that if something happens to Mumu, you can help her. She's quite fragile, okay? Chen Yang was also silent.
In fact, he didn't need Jiro to say it specifically, he already had deep feelings for Jamumu.
A lively and cute little sister-in-law.
A beautiful girl who could buy you things and give you gifts once she made money.
Who wouldn't like that? Mu Yang, don't worry.
Chen Yang replied with just 2 words, but Jiro already felt very satisfied in her heart.
Under the cherry blossom tree, thank you.
The call ended. Chen Yang leaned back on the sofa, his head feeling a bit heavy. He didn't drink much today, but he was already feeling a bit tipsy.
Truly, it was as the saying goes.
Alcohol doesn't intoxicate people, people intoxicate themselves. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Detected that the host has completed a lavish expenditure, reward obtained, 320,000.
Another reward.
Chen Yang's income had now exceeded 40 million.
With a few more tens of millions, he would be able to buy a house.
It wasn't that Chen Yang was particularly obsessed with buying a house, but buying one would definitely yield a significant profit. A luxurious apartment in Deep City, a villa type, would probably cost over 80 million. If Chen Yang bought it outright, the rewards he would receive would be at least 130 to 40 million. By then, he would truly be worth over 100 million.
A billionaire. Something he once dared not even dream of.
Now, with the system, it might be achievable in a month or 2. It really proved that sometimes, luck is more important than hard work.
With good fortune, one could truly have everything.
Even with the system, Chen Yang couldn't compare to those who were genuinely lucky, those real second-generation rich kids who were born with hundreds of billions waiting to be inherited. There was no comparison.
Chen Yang also took a look at his current panel information.
Host, Chen Yang age, 27 height, 180 weight, 72 kilograms strength, 62 stamina, 50 mentality, 55 assets, 15% shares of Tianma Group wealth, 41,210,000 health, 58%. All the data had significantly improved. Strength, stamina, mentality, all aspects had seen considerable enhancement.
Chen Yang indeed felt refreshed.
Especially the increase in health had allowed him to almost completely shake off the sub-health state. With just a little more improvement, surpassing 60%, he would truly reach a completely healthy state.
Both his body and wealth were improving simultaneously. This feeling was really nice.
Chen Yang stood up from the sofa and entered the bathroom for a shower. He needed to sleep early.
He had to go to the company tomorrow. He needed to prepare for Li Wei's short video and the celebrity interview. Tianma. Chen Yang was determined to obtain it.
Only by possessing this asset could he better establish himself in Deep City in the future. The business world was the big goal ahead.
Time to work hard. The next morning,
Chen Yang hazily felt like he had a strange dream.
Chen Yang, why did you abandon me? Chen Yang, I miss you so much. Chen Yang, please, let's get back together? I can't live without you. Chen Yang, boo-hoo. I like you so much. Yes. He dreamed of Zhao Rou.
In the dream, Zhao Rou was pleading desperately to get back together with him, pathetically so. Even in the dream, Chen Yang felt somewhat baffled. No matter what, in his impression, Zhao Rou shouldn't have this kind of image. This dream was too absurd. Chen Yang quickly woke up, opening his eyes. Strangely, even after waking up, he could still hear Zhao Rou's voice.
Chen Yang, let's never, ever be apart, okay? Chen Yang opened his eyes wide.
Upon focusing, he saw a delicate and beautiful face right in front of him. This pretty face was staring at him, with a pair of sparkling big eyes, filled with laughter, very lively.
Chen Yang recognized who this was at a glance.
His playful and cute sister-in-law, Zhao Mumu. It turned out this little girl was mimicking Zhao Rou's way of speaking.
Brother-in-law, you're awake?
Zhao Mumu propped her chin up with one hand, a sweet smile on her lips.
Chen Yang, still feeling a bit dazed, said, what are you doing here? Why can't I be here? This is my home. Zhao Mumu replied unhappily, brother-in-law, are you really going to chase away your super cute little Mumu just because of that old woman?
Chen Yang came to his senses, thinking about getting a cup of water from the table beside him. However, Zhao Mumu had already handed him a cup.
Brother-in-law, I've already filled it for you. Chen Yang took the cup, had a sip, and finally felt awake, asking in confusion, aren't you living with your sister now? What's so good about her place? It's so small that it can't even fit my computer.
Zhao Mumu sat by Chen Yang's bed, hugging his pillow, and said, it's much better here, spacious and comfortable.
I prefer it here too. Chen Yang didn't mind and continued to ask, what about your sister? She said I can go back at night, but I can come over during the day. I have all my computer equipment here. I can come over to play during the day.
And during holidays, I can sneak over without my sister knowing.
Zhao Mumu said happily. So she treats this place like an internet cafe, huh? It's actually a pretty good idea. It's unlikely to get Zhao Mumu, this esports girl, to quit her internet addiction. As long as she doesn't stay up all night, it's fine.
With Zhao Rou keeping an eye on her, it's indeed good for Zhao Mumu.
No wonder Zhao Rou suddenly said those things to Chen Yang last night. It seems she had anticipated it. Sure enough, Zhao Mumu really can't hide anything from Zhao Rou. Alright then. You won't be able to mess around anymore. Study well, and come over during your free time, Chen Yang said.
You sound just like my sister, so annoying. Zhao Mumu rolled her eyes, then giggled, brother-in-law, I even made breakfast for you.
Come eat with me. But you can't cook, right? Chen Yang remembered that well.
Zhao Mumu's cooking skills were hard to describe.
Who said that? I'm a god-level beautiful chef. Making a meal is a piece of cake. You have to try it. Zhao Mumu was quite confident. Is that true? Chen Yang was half convinced.
After getting up and washing up, he went to the living room.
Wow, she really made quite a few good dishes.
There was steamed egg, porridge, noodles, and sandwiches, all quite lavish.
Brother-in-law, sit down. Zhao Mumu kindly pulled out a chair for Chen Yang.
Chen Yang sat down, and under Zhao Mumu's expectant gaze, he began to taste the breakfast.
To be honest, it was really very good. Delicious. While eating, Chen Yang looked at Zhao Mumu and asked, did you really make this? Of course. Why would I lie to you, brother-in-law? Zhao Mumu said earnestly.
Chen Yang laughed. This steamed egg, your sister has made it for me at least 100 times. I remember the taste very clearly. Zhao Mumu's face turned red, but she still stubbornly said, we're sisters, our skills are the same, it's inevitable.
Then, what about this? This sandwich, if I'm not mistaken, the bacon inside should be in the shape of a heart, right? Your sister loves to make that shape.
Chen Yang picked up the sandwich and opened it. Sure enough, there was a heart-shaped bacon inside.
Zhao Mumu was caught,
so she simply said, brother-in-law, why do you care so much about the details? You and my sister aren't getting back together. No matter how well she cooks, it doesn't matter.
It's better if I give it to you, brother-in-law. This way, my image in your eyes is even more perfect. Pretty, cute, good at gaming, and can cook. Is there any woman in this world who can compare to me, Zhao Mumu?
The little sister-in-law was bragging again.
Chen Yang was too lazy to respond and just continued to eat breakfast.
But Zhao Mumu wouldn't stop, chattering away, brother-in-law, I actually think my sister still has feelings for you.
She just likes to act aloof. Always thinking she's beautiful. What kind of goddess is she, high and mighty, unable to lower herself? Actually, she's almost 30 and still doesn't realize it. Jamumu chattered on.
Chen Yang didn't pay her any mind, just listened. Jamumu continued, brother-in-law, I have experience dealing with this kind of woman. I've played many games that are similar. You have to first bring her down from her pedestal and trample on her dignity. Make her gradually submit to you, and in the end, she'll obey you completely.
By then, brother-in-law, won't you be able to handle her at will?
So, brother-in-law, you're just lacking courage.
Jamumu transformed into a strategist, giving Chen Yang advice. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. Then how do I bring your sister down from her pedestal and trample on her dignity? Isn't that simple?
Jamumu mysteriously took out a key, revealing a mischievous smile, and said, brother-in-law, this key is for my sister's apartment.
I've set everything up for you.
My sister probably goes to bed around 11 at night.
By then, you can just go in. With a whole night, won't you be able to make her obedient?
What goddess or whatever, by the next day she'll listen. Chen Yang was drinking porridge and almost spat it out. He looked at the sweet and lovely Jamumu in front of him and couldn't help but ask, who taught you all this nonsense?
I'm not a child anymore. Jamumu bit her chopsticks, feeling a bit guilty.
It seemed she also felt that what she just said was a bit,
lewd. Don't think about such things in the future. Chen Yang couldn't help but scold her. I know. Jamumu said unhappily, I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to play games.
The little sister-in-law ran off to her room to play games. Chen Yang, helpless, could only tidy up his things.
He looked at the time. It was just past 8. Jamumu really was early. Indeed, even Jiro couldn't resist this enthusiastic esports girl, Jamumu.
After dinner, Chen Yang planned to exercise for a while. He needed to raise his health to 60%.
Chen Yang changed into sportswear and went out to exercise.
His body was much better now, and the morning workout had become much easier. He completed 10 kilometers effortlessly. His health didn't increase, so he probably needed to exercise a few more times. After finishing his workout and returning to the community, Chen Yang saw a familiar figure by the bus stop at the entrance. Curvy hips, a slim waist, with a mature charm, who else could it be but the landlady? The landlady was standing by the bus stop, seemingly waiting for the bus.
Landlady. Chen Yang ran over to greet her.
The landlady turned to see Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise, and smiled, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Chen Yang nodded and asked curiously, where are you going?
The weather is nice today, I plan to go out for a stroll.
Maybe to Wanxiang City, and buy some things along the way.
The landlady replied with a smile.
Going out for a stroll? Chen Yang thought for a moment and asked, are you going alone? Yes, I don't have many friends in Deep City.
The landlady smiled awkwardly yet politely. Chen Yang looked at the stunningly beautiful landlady in front of him and suddenly became interested, saying with a smile, since that's the case, how about we go together?
The landlady raised an eyebrow and smiled, what? You want to go to Wanxiang City too?
No, I just want to accompany you, landlady.
Is that not allowed? Chen Yang smiled. Of course it is. What's wrong with that? After all, I'm your maid. I must listen to my master.
The landlady shot Chen Yang a charming glance, full of allure.
Chen Yang couldn't help but recall their previous interactions in the apartment.
It must be said, as a full-time housewife, the landlady's portrayal of a maid was something that others could hardly compare to.
Then, landlady, please wait a moment. I'll go change my clothes. Okay. After changing clothes in the community, Chen Yang went out.
He drove his Ferrari A12, taking the landlady towards Wanxiang City.
Wanxiang City was a relatively large shopping mall near Shaoan Community, a place frequently visited by local residents. After parking the Ferrari A12, Chen Yang entered Wanxiang City with the landlady. Strolling through the vast mall, Chen Yang asked, landlady, what do you plan to buy?
The landlady hesitated a bit and shook her head, I don't know, I just wanted to come and take a look. In fact, her life was quite empty and lonely. She had no friends in Deep City and spent all day at home, with no one to talk to. So, she occasionally needed to go out and breathe some fresh air, otherwise, it was easy to feel depressed. As for shopping, her desires weren't that strong.
Chen Yang thought for a moment and smiled, then how about I take you around?
Okay. The landlady was very compliant.
Chen Yang led the landlady into the Chanel flagship store. They arrived at the cosmetics counter. Chen Yang, what are you doing? The landlady looked a bit confused. Chen Yang smiled, landlady, you should buy some cosmetics. With your figure and looks, actually, light makeup doesn't suit you. A slightly heavier makeup would better highlight your beauty. A stunning young woman. How could she not be stunning? I don't think heavy makeup suits me? The landlady was still a bit shy. Since childhood, she had rarely worn heavy makeup because she always felt it was too gaudy and could easily be criticized as being promiscuous. The landlady was like that, cautious and sensitive, always afraid of doing something wrong and upsetting others. This, in turn, had the opposite effect, leading to her social circle becoming smaller and smaller. If you don't suit heavy makeup, then no one does. Landlady, trust me. After all, I know you best. Chen Yang smiled slightly, his words carrying deeper meaning. The landlady's cheeks flushed. Indeed, Chen Yang was the one who understood her the most. In every aspect, he knew her very well. Chen Yang had the sales assistant at the counter bring out a lipstick in a darker shade and gently applied it to the landlady's red lips. To be honest, after applying the lipstick, it looked really good. It made the landlady's red lips vibrant. Fiery red lips. This suited the landlady's beauty and temperament perfectly. The landlady became even more stunning. Perfect, Chen Yang said with a smile. The landlady looked at herself in the mirror, still a bit anxious as she said, Is this really pretty? Chen Yang didn't speak, but the sales assistant beside them already smiled and said, Ma'am, your husband's taste is indeed very good. This lipstick is absolutely perfect for you. After you put it on, you look stunning. The salesgirl wasn't just flattering, it was genuine praise. The landlady really suited heavy makeup. Listening to the salesgirl's compliments, the landlady felt a surge of joy in her heart, and the more she looked in the mirror, the better she felt about herself. A newfound confidence in her looks gradually blossomed. After buying the lipstick, she also picked up some other items: face cream, body lotion, foundation, concealer, loose powder, eyebrow pencil, false eyelashes, colored contact lenses, blush, highlighter, and eyeshadow. Basically, the landlady's makeup collection was all covered. Chen Yang paid for it. These weren't expensive, altogether, it was actually less than 10,000 yuan. Of course, Chen Yang helping the landlady with her spending came at a cost. In the future, when you need to take photos, you can try doing your makeup first, Chen Yang said with a smile. The effect will definitely be on another level. The landlady retorted playfully, I knew you had ulterior motives. Alright, next time when I accompany you, I'll do my makeup just for you. Are you satisfied now? The landlady's tone carried a hint of playful reproach, which sounded quite charming. Chen Yang certainly appreciated that. Afterward, Chen Yang accompanied the landlady in the mall for quite a while. Indeed, women's shopping ability is innate. After half an hour, Chen Yang was already tired, but the landlady was still enjoying herself. Chen Yang, feeling lazy to continue shopping, simply sat outside playing on his phone while waiting. Just then, it was past 12 o'clock. Joe Man's message came through. Manager Chen, Li Wei's new video is ready. Shall we start streaming it now? The efficiency was quite impressive. The creative work from yesterday was filmed today. Since it was done, there was no need to waste time. Just go live. Li Wei now was different from before. She already had a portion of her own traffic and didn't need to wait for prime time. She just needed to go live. Go ahead. Chen Yang replied to Joe Man. Okay. Joe Man responded. Li Wei's latest video officially went live. Chen Yang, of course, was the first to click in. The video was very short, lasting less than 10 seconds. But that was enough. The shorter the video, the easier it is to spread, mainly relying on Li Wei's looks to support it. He clicked on the video. Upbeat music played. In the video, Li Wei, just as rehearsed, wore a black coat that completely concealed her perfect figure. This version of Li Wei truly resembled a sexy, mature woman, elegant, conservative, and traditional, exuding charm. And just as the audience got used to this traditional and dignified Li Wei, a line of small text appeared at the top of the video. Tips for meeting your boyfriend. The next second, Li Wei in the video directly opened her black coat. Beneath the coat, her perfect figure was fully revealed. The black deep V dress highlighted her S-shaped curves, accentuating her front and back, voluptuous and alluring. Her long legs in black stockings were straight and full, with no excess flesh, and paired with high heels, they exuded a tall and seductive beauty. Most enticing was that Li Wei was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. This beautiful and sexy outfit, combined with the intellectual contrast of the gold-rimmed glasses, was simply striking. Undoubtedly, this short video of less than 10 seconds was enough to deliver a huge impact to the audience. The moment Chen Yang saw this video, he knew it was going to be a hit. And sure enough, Li Wei's video had just gone online for a short while, and various comments came pouring in. Within minutes, the likes had surpassed tens of thousands, and the number of comments was rapidly increasing. Tips for meeting your boyfriend? This is too hot. Goddess Wei Wei, if you wear this to meet your boyfriend, you might not even be able to walk tomorrow. Who said that? I will be very gentle with Goddess Wei Wei. Ha, someone wake him up from his yellow dream.
If Li Wei's contrasting outfits and looks were the explosive points of the video, then the title of the video, Tips for Meeting Your Boyfriend, was the topic of discussion. This topic was sure to spread like a virus across the internet, eagerly imitated and hyped up by others. As the creator of this topic, Li Wei would gain immense attention and traffic. This was the power of the system. Just a few words were a brilliant idea capable of igniting the topic on short video platforms. So strong. Li Wei's success with the second video was already inevitable. Shen Yang no longer needed to keep watching, he would just reap the rewards when he went to the company later. At that moment, Zhou Man's message came through again. Manager Chen, will you come to the company this afternoon? I will go, Chen Yang replied. He indeed had to make a trip to the company in the afternoon to handle some matters. Okay, I've organized the profiles of the contestants for the star audition the day after tomorrow. I'll give them to you personally when you come to the company this afternoon. Alright, this was quite important for Chen Yang. The star audition was his main way to acquire company equity moving forward. He also wanted to see if the contestants this time had enough to meet his task goals. By the way, Manager Chen, Zhang Shang should have also received the contestants' profiles. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, almost forgetting about that guy. This star audition is jointly managed by you and Zhang Shang, so you still need to pay a bit of attention. Zhou Man, this female subordinate, was quite capable, actually sharing this with Chen Yang. Don't worry, Chen Yang replied. The conversation ended. However, Chen Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, this star audition was no longer a joint effort with Zhang Shang. After meeting Su Ningbing that day, he had already become the general manager of Tianma Group, fully responsible for this star audition, while Zhang Shang was just a side dish at most. But Chen Yang couldn't ignore that guy. If a suitable target was really ruined by him, it would truly mess up his plans. It seemed he needed to find some excuse to deal with Zhang Sheng first. Such a pest that harms the company couldn't be left alone. Chen Yang had already made up his mind. As his thoughts returned, Chen Yang put down his phone and glanced at the landlady. The landlady was still picking out clothes. Women, usually delicate and fragile, like they were made of water. But when shopping, each one was a steel lady. Chen Yang originally wanted to continue playing on his phone, but then he saw a familiar figure walking towards him. Brother Chen. The person even greeted Chen Yang. Chen Yang focused and realized this guy was none other than Chen Tao's old admirer, Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao happily ran up to Chen Yang and said, Brother Chen, I just saw someone who looked a lot like you over there, but I was afraid I might be mistaken. I didn't expect it to really be you. Chen Yang smiled and asked, what are you here for? Shopping? Yes, Zhou Hao nodded and said, Brother Chen, did you know that Tao Tao is sick? Sick? Chen Yang was taken aback. That shouldn't be possible, right? Yesterday, Shen Tao was still with him in the hotel. Cough cough. And now she's sick? And if Shen Tao really had any problems, Chen Xingning, who was taking care of her, should have told Chen Yang. That means this illness is somewhat different from what Chen Yang understands as being sick. Shen Tao's body is quite weak. After such intense activity yesterday, she probably needs to rest for a while, and can only say she's sick to the outside world. After coming to this realization, Chen Yang smiled and said, I haven't heard anything. Is it serious? No, it's not very serious. It seems like she just fell and got hurt. She just needs to rest for a bit, Zhou Hao responded. His reply further confirmed Chen Yang's thoughts. Chen Yang smiled and continued, since there's nothing wrong, why did you specially come here to buy something? Zhou Hao scratched his head a bit awkwardly and said, Brother Chen, you know I've been pursuing Tao Tao. Tao Tao being sick is a good opportunity for me. Although it's not a big illness, I can use this excuse to buy something, go see her, and take good care of her. She will definitely be very touched. Maybe she'll agree to our relationship. Zhou Hao was full of hope. Chen Yang didn't know what to say. A simp is just a simp, huh? How can he be so good at overthinking? Chen Yang couldn't be bothered to advise him and smiled, then I wish you success. Thank you, Brother Chen. I will work hard. One day I will win Tao Tao's heart. Zhou Hao was full of confidence. Chen Yang remained non-committal. He knew very well that Zhou Hao would probably only be able to dream of Shen Tao in his lifetime. At this moment, Zhou Hao curiously asked Chen Yang, Brother Chen, what about you? What are you doing in Wanxiang City? Me? Chen Yang was about to make an excuse when he saw the landlady waving at him from a distance. Chen Yang, I'm going to check out the next store, wait for me. Zhou Hao's gaze instinctively turned to the landlady. Upon seeing the stunningly beautiful landlady, he couldn't help but be amazed. Wow! This figure, this beauty, is just too gorgeous. The beauty just called him Brother Chen, could it be? Chen Yang could only respond helplessly, alright, take your time, I'll wait for you. The landlady went to the next store. Zhou Hao, with a beaming smile, said to Chen Yang, "Brother Chen, not bad, you get to accompany such a beautiful lady shopping. With looks and a figure like that, it's truly like a comic book character. So beautiful." Chen Yang just smiled and didn't reply. Zhou Hao then quietly said, "Brother Chen, don't worry, I definitely won't tell Qingning. I'll keep it a secret for you. You have fun with this beauty. I'll head out first. I still need to go see Tao Tao later, can't be late." Zhou Hao bid farewell and left. Chen Yang looked at the guy and couldn't help but shake his head. This kid is quite perceptive. It's just a pity that he's fallen for a woman he shouldn't have. If he knew that the person with Chen Yang was also Shen Tao, he really wouldn't know how much of a blow that would be. But Chen Yang couldn't be bothered to advise him. He had already tried to persuade him before. Since he didn't listen, he could only respect others' fates. Speaking of which, he almost forgot to check on Tao Tao. He wondered how she was doing now. So, Chen Yang sent a message to Chen Qingning. "Mu Yang, how's Tao Tao's health now? Is she recovering?" Qingning, "Humph, scumbag, finally know to care about Tao Tao? You were so harsh to her yesterday and just left without a care, that's too much." Chen Qingning's replies were always quick. After all, Chen Yang was her top contact plus someone she particularly cared about. "Mu Yang, stop talking nonsense, is she recovering or not?" Qingning, "She's almost recovered, she was in pain all day yesterday and couldn't even get out of bed, really doesn't know how to cherish a delicate flower. Heaven and earth have a conscience." Chen Yang was very protective of Shen Tao, even less than 1/10 of his intensity towards Chen Qingning, but Shen Tao was still too delicate. Even so, it would still take a day to recover. "Mu Yang, it's good that she's recovered. Let Tao Tao rest well. I'll go find her when I have time." "Lemon sauce, only Tao Tao? What about me?" "Brother Chen Yang, you really are fickle." "Mu Yang, I'll find you too when I have time, just to fulfill your reward." What the reward was, Chen Qingning naturally knew. "Lemon sauce, okay, Brother Chen Yang is the best." After a while, Chen Qingning sent another message. "Lemon sauce, Brother Chen Yang, Tao Tao and I just took a very special photo together. Do you want to see it?" "Mu Yang, what photo? Send it over." The photo was quickly sent back. In the picture, Chen Qingning and Shen Tao were still in black and white, and they had put on their JK uniforms again. Chen Qingning's black JK, paired with black stockings, looked sexy with a hint of temptation. Shen Tao wore a white JK, paired with white stockings, exuding a pure aura, both innocent and alluring. The sister flowers stood together. Their pretty faces were all flushed with a hint of red, and their fair little hands were lifting their pleated skirts. Underneath the pleated skirts, on their fair thighs, Chen Qingning still had those few characters, and Shen Tao had also been drawn with 2 strokes. Upon seeing this, Chen Yang immediately understood, and his heart couldn't help but ripple with a wave of heat. Little witch. Chen Qingning was truly a little witch. She really knew how to have fun. "Lemon sauce, Brother Chen Yang, I hope you can help me write another one next time we meet, and I hope you can also fill one for Tao Tao." He. After saying this, Chen Qingning slipped away. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. It seemed that next time they met, he would have to properly deal with this little demon. After finishing the conversation with Chen Qingning, the landlady finally finished her shopping spree. She came back with a lot of clothes. These clothes were all kinds, including dresses, shirts, skirts, short skirts, coats, trench coats, and even leather pants and bodysuits. In short, the landlady bought everything she wanted to try. Chen Yang looked at the short skirt the landlady bought. To be honest, it was way too short, almost like a mini. What a little short skirt. "Are you really sure you want to wear this? This is a bit too much, right?" Chen Yang asked in confusion. The landlady giggled, "Of course I'll wear it, but I won't wear it outside, I'm just wearing it to take photos." "Isn't that okay? Taking photos? Wouldn't that just be for Chen Yang to see?" "Of course. The shorter, the better." Chen Yang smiled slightly and said, "Good, it's a very nice skirt. You'll definitely look beautiful in it." "Stinky man." The landlady huffed lightly. After finishing buying clothes and cosmetics, everything was packed into the Ferrari 812's trunk. However, they hadn't left yet. The landlady wanted to watch a movie. She usually went alone, so she felt a bit shy about going to the movies, but she actually loved watching them. Spending most of her time at home, she often watched TV dramas and movies. So, today, going out with Chen Yang was a chance, and she directly took him to the cinema. Chen Yang thought that with the landlady's gentle personality, the movie she chose would probably be some romantic comedy. Unexpectedly, the landlady chose a horror film. Alien. This thing was both bloody and terrifying. "Landlady, aren't you afraid?" Chen Yang asked with a smile. "What is there to be afraid of? I often watch horror movies alone," the landlady said without fear. "That's so boring.
Chen Yang shrugged. What do you mean? Do you want me to be scared?
The landlady's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief.
At least you shouldn't be completely unafraid. Chen Yang smiled. Wasn't it obvious why a couple goes to the movies together? Stop overthinking it. There are so many people in the cinema, just watch the movie honestly. The landlady pouted playfully.
So what you're saying is, if there were fewer people.
Chen Yang pressed on. The landlady's cheeks flushed slightly, and she huffed. We'll see, it depends on your performance. Chen Yang smiled in response, holding popcorn and cola, and entered the cinema with the landlady.
On the other side,
Honghe, Mong Kok. In the community. Sister Lan, I've returned to Deep City. We can meet in the afternoon or evening.
Jero was tying her apron, chopping vegetables while chatting on the phone, looking like a full-time housewife. She had been living with Chen Yang for a few years. In fact, she had already developed some qualities of a wife, which gave her a different kind of allure.
That's perfect. Let's meet in the evening. I'll send you the address.
Xin Lan's voice came from the other end of the line.
Okay. Jero replied. Dress nicely, I'm looking forward to your performance. Xin Lan advised. Got it, Sister Lan.
Jero hung up the phone, her heart filled with anticipation.
She had finally taken this step.
She was one step closer to her dream.
After thinking for a moment, she called Jamumu. Come back early, I need to talk to you. Ha, sis. I only took leave until tomorrow. Today is my last day off, can't you let me enjoy it? Stop talking nonsense, hurry back. Alright, you're the boss, okay. That's really unfair. Meanwhile, Chen Yang and the landlady entered the cinema. They found their seats and sat down. Since it was a weekday, there were hardly any people in the cinema.
Only Chen Yang, the landlady, and a few scattered viewers were present. The seats in the cinema were quite close together, and Chen Yang and the landlady were almost leaning against each other.
A faint fragrance wafted into Chen Yang's nose. Chen Yang smiled and said, Landlady, your scent is really nice. What perfume are you using? I'm not wearing any perfume. The landlady replied while munching on popcorn. Not wearing perfume? Then is that your natural scent?
Chen Yang maintained his smile.
Nonsense.
The landlady shot him a glance and said, There's no such thing as a natural scent. That's just something you men use to trick girls. Natural scent does indeed exist to some extent. But there are definitely fragrances, like shampoos, body washes, facial cleansers, and body lotions. Girls love to use various scented products. Even the room has a fragrance.
Whenever Chen Yang entered the landlady's room, he could often smell it. Women of different ages use different scented products.
So, a young girl has a young girl's scent, and a young woman has a young woman's scent.
There is some truth to that.
But landlady, you really do smell great.
Chen Yang took the opportunity to hold the landlady's delicate hand, squeezing and playing with it.
The landlady's face turned red, and she whispered, There are people here.
So what? Is holding hands not allowed? Chen Yang said nonchalantly.
The landlady thought about it and realized that holding hands didn't seem like a big deal, and she didn't resist accepting it.
The movie soon started. It was quite bloody and thrilling. Surprisingly, the landlady wasn't scared at all. She was completely engrossed, enjoying it immensely. Chen Yang found it quite interesting as well.
Originally, Chen Yang had planned to interact a bit with the landlady during the movie, to create some flirtation, but seeing her so engrossed, he decided not to disturb her.
And so it was.
They both immersed themselves in watching the film until the end.
After leaving the theater, Chen Yang walked alongside the landlady. How do you feel? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Very good, the landlady replied, still somewhat absorbed in the movie.
Although there were some minor flaws, overall it was a very good film.
Chen Yang nodded in agreement.
Suddenly, the landlady pursed her red lips and said with a smile, Also, I thought you were going to take the opportunity to take advantage of me, but I didn't expect you didn't.
You've made me see you in a new light. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I've always been a gentleman. Chen Yang's face remained calm.
Alright, gentlemen, I hope our gentleman Chen won't be looking around everywhere when we take photos next time.
The landlady said with a smile. One thing is one thing. Chen Yang didn't respond, and casually wrapped his arm around the landlady's waist.
The landlady let out a soft hum but didn't pull away, allowing Chen Yang to hold her.
The two left the cinema and headed outside. The movie was over.
The shopping segment with the landlady was also nearing its end.
Chen Yang saw the landlady off at the Wanxiang city. However, as they passed the clothing area, the landlady suddenly said seriously, Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked at the landlady.
The landlady lightly bit her red lip and said, I had a great time today, thank you. I don't even remember how long it's been since I've had such a happy shopping experience. This was the landlady's heartfelt words. Since becoming a widow, her personal life had been very lonely, with no friends and no one to accompany her. While others could invite a girlfriend out to shop, she could only go out alone, without anyone to talk to.
She didn't like this state.
In fact, Chunyang accompanying her to shop and watch a movie today made her very happy.
Hearing this, Chunyang smiled. It's nothing. If you have time in the future, you can always invite me. The landlady's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled and said, Do you have that much time?
No, my time is fine, but if the landlady invites me, even if I'm busy, I have to come.
Chen Yang replied with a smile. Smooth talker, the landlady said with a hint of annoyance, but she was quite pleased inside.
At that moment, the landlady suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, Since you accompanied me today and made me so happy,
then I also have a reward for you. What reward? Chen Yang asked with interest. Just wait.
The landlady didn't say much more, but instead stepped out of Chen Yang's embrace and walked towards a clothing store ahead.
Chen Yang was still puzzled, not knowing what the landlady was up to. Was she planning to buy clothes again? But soon, Chen Yang understood.
The clothing store the landlady went to was a specialty shop for intimate apparel, selling clothes.
Chen Yang smiled knowingly.
After seeing the landlady back to the Shiwan community and agreeing on the upcoming shooting plans, Chen Yang and the landlady parted ways. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, and it was time to head to the company.
Chen Yang drove his Ferrari 812 towards the Tianma Group headquarters.
On the way, he received a message.
It was from Yao Na. Xiao Nana, hubby, what are you doing? I miss you again. Mu Yang, I'm about to go to the company to handle some matters. Xiao Nana, company? Hubby, aren't you not working?
Mu Yang, not working doesn't mean I have no work, I still have things to be busy with.
Xiao Nana, alright. Mu Yang, did you need something from me? Xiao Nana,
Husband, I mentioned to you last time that my parents are very suspicious of my money, so,
they want to meet you. If you have time tonight, if not, then forget it. This matter. Yana did indeed bring it up with Chen Yang. Chen Yang didn't mind and responded with a sentence. Mu Yang, I have nothing to do tonight, you can arrange it. Xiao Nana, okay, husband, you're the best. I love you the most. After Yao Na sent this affectionate message, she didn't say anything more.
Chen Yang looked at the message, the corners of his mouth curling up, revealing a smile. I have to say, my good sister, calling him husband like that, really touches the heart.
It sounds quite pleasant, indeed. Of course, the best time Yao Na called him husband was still when. Soon, the Ferrari 812 arrived at the Tianma Group headquarters. Chen Yang entered the Tianma Group headquarters.
At this moment, almost all the employees of Tianma Group looked at him with changed expressions, no longer with any disdain or mockery, only respect. Their attitude towards Chen Yang had completely changed, each one flattering him, enthusiastically greeting him.
2 videos. Chen Yang had completely made Li Wei popular.
Now, the popularity of Li Wei's videos had reached the level of a top internet celebrity, with fans nearing 1 million. The topic of the videos had even entered the top 10 of the Douyin hot search list, with many internet celebrities rushing to imitate. Such huge traffic was something they had never dared to imagine before. Chen Yang achieved this with just 2 videos.
Chen Yang's strength was thoroughly proven.
Just after Chen Yang entered the company for a short while, his female subordinate Zhou came rushing over.
Manager Chen, you are really amazing.
Just 2 videos, and Li Wei gained nearly 1 million fans. The previous operations in the company are nothing compared to you. Manager Chen, you are truly my idol, my admiration for you. Zhou came up directly, providing emotional value to Chen Yang, showering him with compliments. Chen Yang glanced at her and suddenly said, Zhou, why don't you become my assistant from now on?
Ha!
The sudden statement left Zhou a bit dazed.
Assistant? What assistant? Chen Yang, a department manager, didn't need an assistant.
Moreover, Zhou was a deputy director. How could it be considered a promotion to be an assistant to a department manager?
Manager Chen, did I say something wrong? Zhou thought she had upset Chen Yang. That shouldn't be the case. Although flattering was indeed not good, it shouldn't lead to her demotion, right? Chen Yang smiled and didn't say much. Zhou anxiously followed Chen Yang into the company. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, during work hours, the company organized a lunch meeting. All the management from various departments were present.
Chen Yang usually didn't attend such meetings, but today, he specifically came. The one responsible for hosting this lunch meeting was, of course, President Su Ningbing. Once everyone was seated, Su Ningbing first talked about some recent issues in the company and discussed for more than 10 minutes.
Finally, Su Ningbing looked at Chen Yang. In a situation where the company's traffic is so sluggish,
Manager Chen Yang, with just 2 videos, has brought enormous traffic to the company,
and has introduced Li Wei, a new super internet celebrity. Manager Chen's market judgment and keen control over traffic are undoubtedly very strong. I hope everyone can learn from him. Su Ningbing finished this formal statement. Everyone turned to Chen Yang, and then they began to applaud enthusiastically. Except for a few people, most recognized Chen Yang's recent achievements. Finally, Su Ningbing directly announced, in light of Manager Chen's outstanding performance recently, after unanimous discussion by the company's upper management, it has been decided to appoint Chen Yang as the general manager of Tianma Group. Starting today, Chen Yang will be the new general manager of Tianma Group. He will be fully responsible for all departments of the group. As soon as these words were spoken, the management present was astonished. What was going on? Chen Yang was promoted to general manager? This was too fast, right? Although Chen Yang's recent performance was indeed impressive, he had only just taken on the role of department manager for a short time. Was he really being made general manager just because of 2 videos? This was hard to accept. Especially Zhang Shang, who changed his expression several times after hearing the news of Chen Yang's promotion, seemingly lost in thought. But even if they had objections, what use was it? Chen Yang was now the general manager. It was a decision made by Su Ningbing and the higher-ups. They, as lower-level management, had no power to interfere. Moreover, the position of general manager at Tianma Group had indeed been vacant for a while. It was time for someone to step up. Chen Yang stood up and said, "Thank you, Su General. I hope everyone will support me in the future." Applause erupted once more, and the most enthusiastic clapper was none other than Zhou Man. At that moment, Zhou Man was beaming with joy, her heart overflowing with happiness. She finally understood why Chen Yang wanted her to be his assistant. Being an assistant to a department manager was definitely a demotion. But being an assistant to the general manager was a different story. The general manager held significant power within the company, and the assistant to the general manager was akin to the general manager's right-hand person. If she performed well, the chances of promotion were very high. So, Chen Yang had given her a tremendous opportunity. How could she not be happy? The meeting soon concluded. Manager Chen, starting today, most of the company's traffic plans or the business involving internet celebrities and stars will be your responsibility. Whether you want to cultivate someone or boost someone's traffic, you can do it easily. Su Ningbing briefed Chen Yang on some company matters. Of course, if you don't want to manage, the company's vice president can take over management duties. This last sentence was exactly what Chen Yang wanted to hear. He didn't want to spend too much energy on company management. He just wanted to focus on talent cultivation and completing system tasks. Su Ningbing continued, "This star interview will also be your first project since taking office. You will manage it entirely. I hope you won't let us down." After saying this, Su Ningbing gave Chen Yang a deep look and then left directly. Chen Yang didn't say much. The star interview was also a key project he needed to handle. Even without Su Ningbing, he would still have to do it. After Su Ningbing left, Chen Yang took Zhou Man into the general manager's office. "Let me see the candidate files for the star interview the day after tomorrow," Chen Yang instructed directly. "Okay." Zhou Man responded and quickly went to get the files. Zhou Man's work efficiency had always been very high. She understood the ways of the world and was loyal enough. That's why Chen Yang made her his assistant. From now on, she would be Chen Yang's right hand, as he would mostly leave things to her to manage. Chen Yang took the candidate files Zhou Man handed over and began to read them carefully. Joshiro, gender, female, height, 170 cm, weight. It must be said, the star profiles are much more detailed than those of internet celebrities. Basically, all the information about the contestants is clearly written out, including their past experiences, songs they've sung, TV dramas they've acted in, and what performances they excel at. The personal qualities of the contestants are also much stronger than those of internet celebrities. There are hardly any that are subpar. They all have talents, and even if they lack talent, their looks are top-notch. However, selecting stars is definitely much stricter than choosing internet celebrities. Those without any distinctive features are basically eliminated. Chen Yang looked at several profiles but did not find what he wanted, so he asked, "Is that all? Are there any better ones? What about the one you mentioned before, the one with great potential to become a top-tier star? Where is she?" Chen Yang got straight to the point. This time, the star audition was not for second or third-tier selections, but to cultivate a top-tier face for Tianma. Ordinary internet celebrities simply do not have the qualifications for this. Right here. Zhou Man immediately leaned in, flipped to the middle of the file, and pulled out that particular profile. This is the contestant who has a better chance of becoming a top-tier star. Manager, take a look. Chen Yang took the profile.
At first, he wasn't very concerned, but just a glance at the profile left him completely stunned, because the name at the top of that profile was Jiro. In Hongha Mongkok, Jiro sat in front of the vanity mirror, doing her makeup and styling her look. Behind her, with a pouting face and a reluctant demeanor, Jamumu was combing her hair. Sister, you're already pretty enough. You're already the most beautiful woman in the world, why bother with all this makeup? You could outshine them all without makeup, and yet you drag me back here to torture me. Jamumu was full of complaints. She had originally planned to have a good battle during the day, maybe even score 100 or 2. Now, suddenly being pulled over to do Jiro's makeup, how could she be happy? Stop saying those nonsense. Jiro said very seriously, this matter is extremely important to me. To succeed, you must face it with a perfect attitude. There can be no mistakes. Do you understand? I understand everything. Jamumu said while helping Jiro with her hair. Sister, you said the same thing before. But in the end, Jamumu said this and suddenly realized she had misspoken, quickly correcting herself. No, sister, I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. However, Jiro's expression slightly darkened. Indeed, Jamumu was not wrong. In fact, when Jiro had just graduated from university, she had already tried to sign with entertainment companies to become a star. She had also auditioned for several companies, but the final results were all unsatisfactory. Most of these companies were rife with unspoken rules, often wanting Jiro to accompany their higher-ups for meals, or they would use various disgusting tactics in contracts. Jiro understood. Ultimately, it was because she had no connections, she had no background in the entertainment industry and could only let others bully her. So, in a fit of anger, Jiro gave up on the entertainment industry and found a relatively stable job as a flight attendant. Now, auditioning again, she didn't know how much hope there was. Sister, you're not angry, are you? Seeing Jiro silent, Jamumu felt even more wronged. Angry about what? Jiro laughed. You didn't say anything wrong, indeed. I have failed many times before. Then, Jamumu hesitated for a moment and asked, Sister, do you have confidence this time? No. Jiro shook her head. What confidence could I have? We have no connections or background, so we can only keep trying. This one won't do, let's move on to the next. There are so many entertainment companies, there will surely be a good one. There was a hint of helplessness in Jiro's words. Yes. No matter how good your conditions are, they are meaningless. If you want to succeed, there are many factors influencing it. For someone like her, who has nothing, the only option is to try more. Perhaps she can find a way out, or perhaps she won't and will sink into despair. This is reality. Alright, I believe you will definitely succeed, sister. After all, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Jamumu said very firmly. Okay, let's not talk about that. Jiro said, by the way, Mumu, did you bring your clothes? I brought them, what's wrong? Jamumu replied. I just tried on several outfits and wasn't satisfied, let me try yours. Jiro smiled. Ha! Jamumu pouted, unhappy, and said, it's so unhygienic for you to wear my clothes. Now you're picky about your sister? Jiro said with a hint of anger, when you were little, you stole my stockings and my dresses, why didn't you mind then? Jamumu stuck out her tongue and laughed, hee, sister, I was just joking, don't be mad. Sister smells nice and is sweet, how could I mind? Sister, just wait. I'll go get them for you. Jamumu returned to her bedroom. Jiro looked helpless. Her good little sister was really quite quirky, but also quite cute and thoughtful. However, she didn't have high expectations for Jamumu's clothes. Most of Jamumu's clothes were bought by her or leftovers from her. There wasn't anything particularly good. She figured that when it came time for the interview, she would have to go out and buy a few outfits. Soon, Jamumu came back with a pile of her clothes. There were dresses, t-shirts, JK uniforms, and even stockings and camisoles. She even brought a few bags. Sister, you can pick whatever you like. I have plenty of clothes. Jamumu smiled sweetly. Jiro responded, carefully looking at Jamumu's clothes. The styles and designs seem to have increased quite a bit. They should be bought by Jamumu herself. But these clothes seemed a bit off. Why did they all seem to be designer brands? Especially the few bags Jamumu brought over. Hermes, Armani, Chanel, Gucci. Each one was a top-tier designer bag. Any one of them was worth tens of thousands, even over 100,000. Jiro's pupils suddenly dilated, and her pretty face couldn't help but change slightly. She looked at Jamumu and directly asked, Mumu, where did you get these bags? Jamumu had just taken an ice cream out of the fridge, licked her pink little tongue casually, and said, brother-in-law gave them to me. Brother-in-law gave them to you? Jiro was once again stunned in place. Jumumu smiled and said, "Yes, sister, brother-in-law often gives me bags when he comes home. He just buys one on the way."
This sentence left Jiro even more confused. Just gives one. Buys one on the way. My goodness, these are Hermes, Chanel, Gucci.
How many women dream of owning one? It's incredibly difficult.
Even Jiro herself had only bought one, and it was so precious that she usually didn't want to take it out.
Yet Chen Yang frequently gives Jumumu bags, as if they were cabbages. This is too exaggerated.
After a brief moment of shock, Jiro said somewhat unhappily, "You just take whatever people give you? Do you know how valuable these are? I don't know, and I don't want to know. If brother-in-law gives it to me, I want it." Jumumu huffed a bit stubbornly.
In fact, she knew these bags were quite valuable. She had mentioned it to Chen Yang before, but he said that amount of money was nothing to him. He told her to rest assured and accept them, as long as she was happy.
So, later on, Jumumu didn't think much about it.
Her brother-in-law spoiled her.
Isn't that great? She was quite happy. I really can't do anything with you. Jiro sighed, not wanting to say much more.
She glanced at Jumumu's clothes, all high-end women's fashion.
Louis Vuitton, Versace, Valentino, Dior.
As if they cost nothing, one set after another. Roughly calculated, the total value of these outfits was probably over $1 million. This was simply too crazy.
Jumumu was eating ice cream, giggling, "Sister, seeing so many luxury brands, what do you think?" "What can I think?" Jiro replied with a hint of acidity in her tone, "Chen Yang is really too good to you." "Well, after all, he is my brother-in-law."
Jumumu said a bit, "And now, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river.
Chen Yang has gained power and a background.
The things he couldn't accomplish back then, the woman he couldn't protect, he should be able to do now."
"About Zhang Shang, I'll handle it,"
Chen Yang said coldly.
"All right." Zhou also didn't know how Chen Yang would deal with it, probably just a warning to Zhang Shang. That should be the limit. After all,
behind Zhang Shang is one of the directors, Zhang Dong.
After discussing the star interview, Chen Yang asked about other matters. First and foremost, of course, was Li Wei. "Where is Li Wei?"
Chen Yang had been at the company for half a day and still hadn't seen Li Wei.
Zhou replied, "Li Wei has a brand gala tonight. She probably went to prepare." "Brand gala?" Chen Yang frowned and asked, "What's it for?" Zhou smiled and said, "It's a gala organized by some brands, inviting many internet celebrities."
Attending a brand gala can significantly increase one's visibility. It also allows the brand side to better understand themselves, leading to more endorsements and investments.
With Zhou explanation, Chen Yan understood. It was indeed an important gala.
Zhou added, "However, many executives from entertainment companies will also attend the brand gala. They might invest in poaching Li Wei. After all, the penalty for Li Wei's breach of contract with the company isn't too high."
This was a reminder. Zhou really covered all bases. Chen Yang smiled and said, "It's fine, I trust Li Wei."
He was quite confident in Li Wei's loyalty. After all, it had reached 60 or 70. It wouldn't be so easy to poach her. Moreover, Li Wei wasn't foolish. She knew who was the key factor in her success.
Besides, even if Li Wei were poached, so what? With the system in hand, cultivating another Li Wei would be a matter of course for Chen Yang. All right, today's matters were also settled. It had been over 2 hours since work started. Tired. Sigh. It feels like the working hours have been getting longer lately.
He needed to pay more attention in the future. Chen Yang stretched and said to Zhou, "You go help me coordinate with a few vice presidents for the remaining work.
I have something to do, so I'll leave first." "All right, President Chen." Zhou face flushed slightly.
Although she knew that being Chen Yang's assistant would likely involve much more work than before, her power, work experience, and expertise would also increase significantly. In the department, she needed to endure for at least a few years, even a decade, to become a supervisor. But beside Chen Yang, as long as she did her job well and pleased him, she could gain better promotion opportunities. This was undoubtedly what she dreamed of. After handling these matters, Chen Yang left the office directly, with Zhou following him out. On the way, Chen Yang encountered Zhang Shang. Zhang Shang approached him directly, extremely respectful, and said, "President Chen, congratulations on your promotion." Chen Yang nodded, just glanced at him, said nothing more, and left with Zhou. Zhang Shang was left standing aside, but he wasn't angry. He was a smart man. He had already inquired about Chen Yang's background, a person from the major shareholder. Even though his father was one of the directors, he wasn't someone to provoke. So, whenever he saw Chen Yang, he was always very respectful. However, speaking of which, it was a bit troublesome now. Chen Yang was fully responsible for the star interview, and it could be a bit tricky for Jiro. Hopefully, Chen Yang would secure Li Wei. No more greed. Boom!
the Ferrari 812 emerged from the Tianma Group headquarters. It was already evening.
Chen Yang first returned to the Shawan community, originally planning to have dinner with Jamumu, but unexpectedly, his kind sister-in-law was not home.
Today ended quite early. It seems that Giro is indeed Jamumu's ultimate nemesis.
As soon as Giro returned, Jamumu's internet addiction improved significantly. With Jamumu absent, Chen Yang decided not to eat and changed his clothes, heading straight to find Yao Na. He had an appointment with Yao Na in the evening. Chen Yang went out again, this time choosing not the Ferrari 812, but driving the Lamborghini Urus, leaving the Shawan community and heading into the distance.
Deep City. Swan Gala. A grand banquet was being held here. Celebrities from all walks of life came and went.
High-ranking officials from entertainment companies, big and small internet celebrities, brand merchants, and so on, all attended this banquet. Li Wei, in a black evening gown, stood at the door, feeling a bit nervous. In the past, at similar gatherings, she was just an invisible presence. She had no sense of existence. This time, she had gained a fan base, and she wondered if the situation would change.
Taking a deep breath, Li Wei pushed the door open and walked into the banquet hall.
To her surprise, as soon as she appeared at the entrance, someone immediately noticed her and exclaimed, "Li Wei!
Li Wei is here!"
A stone stirred up 1,000 waves.
In an instant, many people's gazes turned towards her, all landing on Li Wei.
Their eyes held curiosity, anticipation, envy, confusion, but more than anything, astonishment. So beautiful. The offline Li Wei was truly stunning.
After a brief silence, various praises followed one after another. Wow!
Li Wei's looks are truly beyond words.
Yeah, she looks even better offline than online.
So impressive, it feels like being an internet celebrity is beneath her. She should pursue a star career. It seems that in the future, top internet celebrities will definitely have a place for Li Wei.
Countless voices praised Li Wei. Li Wei was completely stunned.
Although she knew her popularity had grown, she never expected it to reach such a level.
All eyes were on her. This was too exaggerated.
As Li Wei gradually walked into the banquet hall, brand merchants and entertainment company agents approached her directly.
"Miss Li, I am the person in charge of launcher. May I ask if you are planning to take on endorsements recently?" "Miss Li, I am from PDD, would you consider advertising?" "Miss Li, I am the manager of Deep City Zongheng Entertainment, would you consider developing with us?" A star-studded treatment. This was the kind of treatment only top internet celebrities could enjoy. Li Wei rejected one brand ambassador after another, continuing to walk deeper into the banquet. Inside, she saw many internet celebrities.
They were all dressed up but could only stand in the corners, ignored by everyone.
They looked at Li Wei with a mix of envy and jealousy. Li Wei had once been one of them, standing in the corner. She even saw several big internet celebrities she had served as an assistant to in the past. Back then, she had been subservient in front of them. Now, it was completely different. This was the stark reality.
In this era where traffic is king, whoever controls the traffic is supreme. As for those failures, no one would spare them a glance. At this moment, Li Wei felt a heartfelt gratitude towards Chen Yang. If it weren't for Chen Yang, she probably would never have this moment in her life. In her lifetime, she would probably only be able to stay in a cramped little room, and might even become a complete failure, returning to the countryside, marrying someone, with no chance of turning her life around. It was Chen Yang who gave her all of this.
Happy community. Downstairs, Chen Yang sat on the Lamborghini Urus, calling Yao Na. "We still need to wait a bit." "How much longer?"
"My mom's medicine is still being brewed, it has to be finished, probably about half an hour."
"Honey, why don't you come up and sit? It's not good to wait down there."
Chen Yang thought about it and realized it made sense.
He was also familiar with Yao Na's family. It was only right to go up and sit for a while.
So, Chen Yang got out of the car and went straight upstairs, heading towards Yao Na's apartment. Arriving at the door of Yao Na's apartment, Chen Yang knocked.
"Coming." Yao Na's pleasant voice immediately rang out. After a moment, the door opened. Yao Na, wearing only a loose ribbon nightgown, appeared before Chen Yang. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. Yao Na was still as beautiful as ever. Perhaps it was because she had just taken a shower. Her skin was fair and rosy, charmingly delicate, and her long legs were straight and slender, very attractive. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Yao Na's beautiful eyes lit up, and she directly leaped into Chen Yang's arms, whispering, "Honey, I really miss you." Chen Yang also embraced his lovely sister's soft body, laughing. "Aren't you afraid your parents will see?" "What's there to be afraid of? My parents are in the room picking out clothes, they won't notice." As Yao Na spoke, she planted a kiss on Chen Yang's cheek, filled with affection. "Besides, we're not sneaking around. We're completely above board, so what's there to fear?" Chen Yang thought about it too. What was there to be afraid of?
So, Chen Yang's hand naturally fell on Yao Na's curvy waist. Yao Na's face flushed, and she chuckled softly. It's better not to be too excessive in front of my parents. I'll let you later when we have the chance. Yao Na said, then kissed Chen Yang on the lips. The soft touch, the faint fragrance. His lovely sister was truly wonderful. Chen Yang smiled and entered the room with Yao Na, sitting on the sofa. Na, who's here? A voice came from inside the room. It was Yao Na's mother, Zhang Hua. Mom, it's Chen Yang. Yao Na replied. Chen Yang? Zhang Hua was clearly a bit taken aback, seemingly not expecting Chen Yang to come over. The room quickly fell silent. Yao Na lay in Chen Yang's arms, laughing. I wonder what my parents would think if they knew the money was from you. Chen Yang chuckled. Aren't you the one who wanted to see their reaction when they find out the truth? Well, who told them to look down on my husband all the time? Yao Na wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck, gazing into his eyes, filled with love. Chen Yang felt quite comfortable. The emotional value that a good sister could provide was truly comparable to that of Chen Qingning. After a while, creak, the door to the room opened. Yao Hai and Zhang Hua were probably coming out. At the Swan Gala, Li Wei sat in the position reserved for internet celebrities. The once inconspicuous Li Wei was now seated at the main table, surrounded by million-level internet celebrities, each treating her with great politeness, chatting and laughing. Those she could only look up to before were now on equal footing with her, and those who once looked down on her were sisterly. I was wrong before, I didn't have the insight. Please don't hold it against me, and take me along if there's any opportunity in the future. Sisterly, what about me? Please take a look at me too. When can we collaborate? Li Jia. Various flattering and fawning voices rose and fell. Once, when Li Wei was an assistant, she could hardly hold her head up in front of these internet celebrities. Now, Li Wei's beautiful eyes gradually turned cold, and her gaze became condescending. A certain long-suppressed emotion within her seemed to be released at this moment. Zhou Xueli, I remember you said that I, Li Wei, with this appearance, am just an ugly monster who will never succeed, right? Shuya, I remember you made me sweep and mop the floors every day, even clean the toilets. Now you're begging me, isn't that amusing? Taozi, I'm a bit thirsty now. Li Wei showed no mercy to any of them, her expression icy, completely devoid of the previous submissive demeanor. One after another, she settled scores. The group of female internet celebrities all turned red-faced, too afraid to speak. Indeed, when Li Wei was their assistant, they bullied her quite a bit. The status of an internet assistant was already low. With Li Wei being so beautiful, they naturally felt uncomfortable. They never expected that Li Wei would have a day like today, rising to become a major internet celebrity. Watching the women who couldn't utter a word, Li Wei felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. She had come from a rural town, struggling from a village girl to this international metropolis, living in a small house, serving tea and water in the city, enduring for so long. Wasn't she waiting for this moment? This feeling of being above others was what she had always desired deep down. Now, she had finally achieved it. At the same time, she was very clear about who had given her this opportunity. Chen Yang, Manager Chen. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. So, she declined all invitations from entertainment companies, believing that as long as she stayed by Chen Yang's side, she would continue to succeed. Manager Chen. I, Li Wei, will never betray you in this lifetime. Absolutely not. A hint of a somewhat morbid glint flashed in Li Wei's beautiful eyes. Inside the happy community, Yao Hai and Zhang Hua came out of the room. When Yao Hai saw Chen Yang, he smiled and greeted him. Xiao Chen, long time no see. Yeah, Uncle Yao, it has indeed been a few years. You look much more spirited. Chen Yang flattered him. Spirited? I'm already old. Yao Hai replied with a bitter smile. Zhang Hua interrupted their small talk and directly asked, Xiao Chen, did you come here for something today? Nothing much, just came to find Nana, Chen Yang replied straightforwardly. Zhang Hua smiled and said, that's quite unfortunate. Nana has something to do and will be leaving soon. Yeah, I know. I'll leave shortly, Chen Yang responded with a smile. This left Zhang Hua a bit puzzled. What was Chen Yang's situation? He had already said there was something, so why wasn't he leaving? Yao Hai laughed and said, Xiao Chen is here, chatting a bit is fine. Aren't you still boiling your medicine? There's still some time, I'll chat with Xiao Chen first, it's been a while. Zhang Hua, hearing this, had nothing more to say and went to the kitchen to boil medicine. Yao Hai directly sat across from Chen Yang and asked with a smile, Xiao Chen, what have you been up to lately? You look much more handsome and your temperament has improved a lot. Have you struck it rich? The last sentence was just a polite remark. Striking it rich. It's not that easy, it was just a casual question. Zhang Hua, in the kitchen, also slightly peeked out, seemingly curious. Chen Yang now indeed felt quite different from before. His temperament was much better than it used to be. It looks glamorous, but I don't know what happened. In response to Yao Hai's inquiry, Chen Yang smiled and said, "It's okay, I've actually made some money recently." "Oh, from what you say, it must be quite a bit," Yao Hai said with interest. "Just a small amount, Uncle Yao doesn't need to take it to heart," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "Alright then." Yao Hai didn't press further, but it piqued his curiosity. Yao Hai continued to ask, "Where are you working lately? You can at least tell your uncle that." Chen Yang thought for a moment and said directly, "I'm currently the general manager of a listed company."
The general manager of a listed company? Yao Hai was taken aback.
Even Zhang Hua in the kitchen stopped what she was doing. The general manager of a listed company.
That must be at least $1 million a year, right?
Once Yao Hai processed this, he repeatedly smiled and said, "Impressive, Xiao Chen, you're really amazing.
When you were little, I always thought you were extraordinary.
Now it seems, indeed, you're different."
Yao Hai gave Chen Yang a thumbs up.
Even Zhang Hua came out of the kitchen, bringing a plate of fruit, smiling as she said, "Yes, Xiao Chen.
Uncle and Auntie have always had high hopes for you. You really are doing well. Come on, have some fruit."
Zhang Hua handed the fruit to Chen Yang, her attitude becoming much warmer.
"Thank you," Chen Yang smiled.
At the same time, Zhang Hua continued, "But Xiao Chen, it's really a pity.
With your achievements, you actually had a great chance with our Nana. But our Nana already has a boyfriend now.
And Nana's boyfriend is also very outstanding. He can give our Nana hundreds of thousands every month.
I can only say it's a matter of fate."
Zhang Hua's tone carried a hint of pride.
Of course, she also wanted to cut off any thoughts Chen Yang might have about Yao Nana.
After all, Chen Yang's words were still uncertain, but Yao Nana's boyfriend was a solid fact, beyond doubt. "That's really quite a pity," Chen Yang said with a faint smile. "Mom, I think Chen Yang is pretty good," Yao Nana directly spoke up, leaning a bit closer to Chen Yang. Zhang Hua frowned at this scene, clearly not pleased, but she didn't explode. She just said to Chen Yang, "Xiao Chen,
we're going out soon. It might not be convenient to entertain you. How about you?" Chen Yang understood Zhang Hua's meaning, smiled, and said, "Alright, then I'll leave first." Chen Yang. Yao Nana still wanted to keep Chen Yang there.
Chen Yang, however, smiled slightly at her and then directly got up to leave.
Chen Yang left. Yao Hai quickly asked Yao Nana, smiling, "Nana, is what Chen Yang said true? Is he really the general manager of a listed company?"
"Of course, he has no reason to lie to us," Yao Nana replied. "That's great." Yao Hai smiled slightly, seeming to feel a sense of accomplishment.
Zhang Hua then said, "Nana, no matter how excellent Chen Yang is, don't think too much about it. You have a boyfriend now. Don't overthink it. But I think Chen Yang is better. We've been childhood sweethearts, our feelings are deeper." Yao Nana responded.
Zhang Hua continued, "No matter how good he is, he can't compare to others. His boyfriend can give you hundreds of thousands a month. That's definitely a rich second generation. Even if Chen Yang is outstanding, he probably won't reach that level in his lifetime, not even half of it.
Just let it go. You just focus on keeping your boyfriend." Yao Hai said unhappily, "What are you talking about? You're so materialistic. Xiao Chen has grown up in front of us.
He's achieved something, and everyone is happy for him.
Why say these things?" Zhang Hua said unceremoniously, "So what?
Xiao Chen was also raised by me. When he was young, I often bought things for him.
One thing at a time.
He succeeded, and I am indeed quite happy for him. But not being able to compare is just a fact, there's nothing more to say."
Yao Hai couldn't argue back, so he could only say, "Long hair, short knowledge." Zhang Hua ignored Yao Hai and smiled at Yao Na. "When is your boyfriend arriving? We are already ready."
Yao Na glanced at her phone and suddenly smiled, "He has already arrived.
He's waiting for us at the restaurant."
"Oh, that's great. Let's hurry up and get ready to go," Zhang Hua said excitedly. She wanted to see who this mysterious boyfriend of Yao Na was.
300,000 a month.
He must be a super Prince Charming. The smile on Yao Na's pretty face grew even brighter as she said, "Mom, if you meet him later, don't regret it."
"Regret what? It's just inexplicable." Zhang Hua didn't understand what Yao Na meant at all.
Yao Na just smiled without saying much.
Deep City. Yotsu Yage. This is a relatively high-end private tea house in Deep City.
Jiro took a taxi here. Looking at the imposing entrance of Yotsu Yage, Jiro, who had already done her makeup and looked very beautiful, took a deep breath and walked straight in. Guided by the waiter, she walked through the long corridor of Yotsu Yage.
They arrived at a high-end private tea room located deep within the pavilion. "Miss Xia,
this is the reserved box," the waitress said with a smile.
"Thank you."
After politely replying, Jiro pushed the door and entered. Inside the private tea room, a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup, slightly plump, dressed in a black suit, exuded a sense of competence and shrewdness, smiled and said, "Jiro,
You finally came back. I've been waiting for you for a long time."
Jiro smiled upon seeing this middle-aged woman and said, "Sister Lan,
Please have a seat." Lan smiled and gestured for Jiro to sit down.
Jiro sat opposite Lan.
As soon as she took her seat, Lan began to scrutinize Jiro's exquisite and beautiful face, exclaiming, "This appearance, this figure, tsk. Jiro, your conditions are truly perfect. Compared to a few years ago, you are even more beautiful now. It's really a pity that you haven't entered the entertainment industry with such conditions." Jiro smiled and replied, "Sister Lan is joking."
It was a surface compliment, but Jiro was filled with confidence inside. She had never doubted her looks in her life.
Lan continued, "Have you learned about the situation over at Tianma?" "Not really," Jiro replied.
She had been busy with work and had no free time. She had just finished her work tasks yesterday, so she definitely hadn't had the chance to understand many things about Tianma.
Lan explained, "Here's the situation at Tianma.
The leading actress over there had some issues recently, her reputation collapsed, and now she's being blackened online, in a semi-retired state. And Tianma had actually prepared a lot of activities and resources for her in the second half of the year.
Now that something has happened, it's completely cut off. But the resources cannot be wasted.
Tianma wants to cultivate its own second-tier artists while also looking for some potential newcomers, trying to take a gamble, to gain a lot from a little.
If you enter Tianma now, it's the best opportunity.
You could very likely become Tianma's leading actress and gain a lot of resource support." The more Lan spoke, the more Jiro's heart was stirred.
She never expected that entering Tianma would present such an opportunity. She thought it would just be an ordinary interview at most. However, everything comes at a price.
Lan took a sip of tea and continued, "The conditions at Tianma are very tempting, but the difficulty is also quite high. Several second and third tier stars have already started working on this matter.
They are also trying to get into Tianma."
Upon hearing this, Jiro vaguely sensed something was off and quickly said, "Sister Lan, don't worry.
My conditions are better than theirs. And I am a pure amateur. Given Tianma's current situation, they should need pure amateurs more."
Jiro was still very perceptive. Her guess was indeed correct.
In Tianma's current situation, pure amateurs definitely have a greater advantage than second and third tier stars. After all, second and third tier stars have invested resources but haven't made it big. If Tianma invests resources in them again, the results may not necessarily be better. Therefore, it would be better for Tianma to invest resources in pure amateurs. Even if it only pushes them to the second or third tier, the returns would be much better than investing in those second and third tier stars. Though that's what you say.
Lan twirled her teacup, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "Jiro, after all these years, is your thinking still so naive?" This statement undoubtedly struck Jiro's heart. Her face instantly turned pale, and the glimmer of hope that had just appeared seemed to vanish in an instant.
Yes, she was no longer the fresh graduate she once was.
After years of harsh realities, she had come to understand many rules very well. She indeed had excellent conditions, in every aspect.
But so what?
Others wouldn't compete with her openly. Behind the scenes, Jiro couldn't outplay anyone.
"Sister Lan, I know.
I have no background and no connections.
It's very difficult for me to get this opportunity. But,
please believe me, Sister Lan, as long as you give me this chance, I will not let you down.
As long as you can give me this opportunity, I will do my utmost to work hard."
"Really, Sister Lan?" Jiro's tone was sincere, and her beautiful eyes were filled with desire and pleading. She truly wanted a chance to prove herself. Even if it really doesn't work out, it would allow her to completely let go. But Lan said indifferently, "Jiro, I also want to give you this opportunity, but I'm sorry, I don't have the power, and I can't do anything."
"Of course, I can introduce you to someone." Lan took out a business card and handed it to Jiro. Jiro picked up the card and looked at it.
The front of the card had two large characters, Zhang Shang.
Below, there was a line of smaller text, Operations Supervisor of Tianma Group.
Lan continued, "This supervisor Zhang has considerable influence within Tianma Group. His father is one of the current directors of Tianma Group, Zhang Dong. As long as you build a good relationship with him,
getting into Tianma Group will be easy."
The meaning in Lan's words was already very clear. Lan added, "Alright, Jiro, think about it carefully. You're not young anymore this year. In a few years, when you reach 30, it will really be past your prime. You are beautiful, but beauty has an expiration date.
Think it over." "Alright, I won't say more."
Lan picked up her handbag and walked outside, saying, "I've already settled the bill here, take your time to consider."
Lan left.
Jiro's expression changed several times as she held that business card, her eyes flashing with humiliation and anger.
It's always like this. Again like this. No matter how many companies she interviews with, no matter how many times she tries, the result is always the same. These people really have no bottom line.
But after the anger, Jiro suddenly stood there in a daze, lost in thought.
Could it be that there really is no way out? Deep City Grand Hotel. One of the famous Chinese restaurants in Deep City.
The decor is grand and resplendent, with dragon and phoenix carvings, very much in line with the mindset of the older generation.
It is also one of the must-visit restaurants for many from the older generation. Back in the day, if they could have a meal at Deep City Grand Hotel, they would feel very proud. At this moment, a taxi arrived at the entrance of Tang Pavilion. Yao Na and her group got out of the taxi.
Zhang Hua complained a bit, saying, "Na, your boyfriend is really something, why didn't he come to pick us up?
We're dressed so formally and still had to take a taxi. So embarrassing."
Yao Na, upon hearing this, was also a bit unhappy and said, "Mom, having something to eat is already good enough, why are you being picky?
Besides, Chen Yang really did come. He was just chased away by you."
Yao Na thought to herself.
"Yeah," Yao Hai echoed, "the place he invited us to eat is Deep City Grand Hotel. That's quite sincere." Yao Hai looked at the Deep City Grand Hotel in front of him, feeling a bit excited. Being able to have a meal here would allow him to boast to his old colleagues later. Zhang Hua also said, "I'm just venting a little." The three of them walked towards the Deep City Grand Hotel. However, just as they reached the entrance, a waiter came up to them, smiling and said, "Ladies, sorry, we are fully booked tonight and are not accepting customers at the moment. We hope you can understand." Fully booked?
Upon hearing this, Yao Na and the others were a bit surprised.
Yao Hai exclaimed, "Who on earth could book the entire Deep City Grand Hotel? That's too powerful, right?" In his impression, Deep City Grand Hotel was synonymous with luxury.
Just being able to have a meal there was already considered impressive.
Booking the whole place? He wouldn't even dare to think about it. Zhang Hua, feeling a bit displeased, said, "Na, what's going on with your boyfriend?
They've booked the whole place and still let us come here.
You weren't tricked, were you?"
She was increasingly doubting the truth of what Yao Na had said.
300,000 a month was already outrageous.
Now this so-called boyfriend was doing these strange things, making him seem like a scammer.
Yao Na also didn't quite understand what Chen Yang meant by this.
Just as she was about to contact Chen Yang, she suddenly thought of something and tentatively said,
"My name is Yao Na. We have a reservation." Yao Na originally just said this tentatively, but unexpectedly, upon hearing her say Yao Na, the waiter immediately broke into a smile. "Miss Yao, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Miss Yao, please come in."
The waiter gestured for them to enter.
For a moment, Yao Na and her companions were once again stunned. What's going on? The waiter means.
They had a bold idea in their hearts but didn't dare to confirm it. The three were led by the waiter into the Deep City Grand Hotel. As soon as they entered, they immediately saw rows of fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged hostesses standing on both sides.
Upon seeing Yao Na, they all respectfully called out, "Welcome, Miss Yao. Welcome, Miss Yao. Welcome, Miss Yao." This scene, although a bit cliché, was indeed impressive.
It startled Yao Hai and Zhang Hua, leaving them completely confused about the current situation.
Only Yao Na smiled slightly. This was indeed the style that Chen Yang could pull off. The three were led to the most central position in the Deep City Grand Hotel and sat down. This place is incredibly luxurious, and the backrests of the seats are extremely extravagant, with several waiters standing by, ready to take orders at any moment. It wasn't until they sat down that Zhang Hua and Yao Hai finally relaxed. Yao Hai was a bit flustered and said nervously, "Nana, does this mean your boyfriend booked the entire Deep City Grand Hotel?"
"Yeah, I guess so," Yao Na replied casually.
This.
Yao Hai was completely at a loss for words, feeling as if he were dreaming. Zhang Hua was also shocked to the extreme. However, she quickly regained her smile and said, "That's really impressive.
Truly worthy of being our son-in-law."
Yao Na snorted, "Whether he's your son-in-law is still up for debate. Don't be so quick to flatter him."
"Nana, that's where you're wrong.
With a rich second generation like this, if you don't work hard, it would be a real waste.
You're already 27 or 8, in a few more years, then there really won't be any chance,"
Zhang Hua earnestly advised. Yao Na smiled playfully, "Mom, I've already worked hard enough. I've tried every way to get close to him. But no matter how hard I try, I can't stop a pig teammate."
"Pig teammate? What do you mean?"
Zhang Hua asked, confused. "When he arrives, you'll know," Yao Na said with a slight smirk, revealing a teasing smile.
"What a good husband. You really know how to play."
Yao Hai and Zhang Hua exchanged glances, completely unaware of what Yao Na was talking about. But just as Yao Na said, they would soon find out. In no time, all the waiters in the Deep City Grand Hotel turned to look at the entrance, then shouted in unison, "Welcome, Mr.
Shun. Welcome, Mr. Shun. Welcome, Mr. Shun."
Their attitude was humble and respectful, as if welcoming a great figure. The gazes of Yao Na, Yao Hai, and Zhang Hua all turned towards the door. They saw a tall young man in a white suit striding in confidently, approaching them amidst the respectful looks of everyone.
This young man was handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor, incredibly charming.
Upon seeing his appearance, Yao Hai and Zhang Hua's faces instantly changed. This handsome face, this tall figure.
Who else could it be but Chen Yang? How could Chen Yang appear here? Could it be?
At this moment, a terrifying thought surfaced in their minds. The person hosting them tonight.
Could it be Chen Yang? Yao Na's mysterious boyfriend. Could it also be Chen Yang?
In that instant, they were once again stunned.
Hongha and Mong Kok.
Juro, don't worry, it's just an ordinary gathering, nothing to think too much about.
Juro, you should think it through. If you don't come, there won't be any opportunity.
Juro, the chance to enter Tianma comes only once. At your age, it's already very difficult to get into a big company for training.
Juro, do you really think you're something special?
Damn it, if you dare to insult me, just wait. Juro walked through the community in a daze, the scene of her recent phone call with Zhang Shang flashing in her mind.
As expected.
It was no different from what she had anticipated. That guy Zhang Shang was no different from the leaders of those entertainment companies in the past. They were all the same kind of scum.
This time was just another empty joy. Juro would never submit.
She was a woman who valued her dignity. Even if she achieved nothing, even if she died, she would never accept such dirty unspoken rules.
But, just as Qin Lan said, she was almost 26 or 7. Really, there weren't many opportunities left. Juro looked at the bright moon in the sky and let out a deep sigh.
She returned to the apartment. As soon as she entered, she saw Jamumu sitting on the living room sofa watching TV, or rather, staring blankly. Her eyes were dazed, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Upon seeing Juro come back, Jamumu, with her bare white feet, immediately rushed over and asked eagerly, "Sister, sister,
did you succeed? Sister, I knew you could do it. You will definitely succeed."
Jamumu was inherently optimistic, always thinking in the best direction. But when she saw Juro's expression, the smile on her delicate face gradually faded.
"Sister, what's wrong? It can't be." Jamumu sensed something and began to feel uneasy.
Juro nodded, forcing a bitter smile as she said, "It's almost a failure."
Ah.
Jamumu's little face instantly drooped, her red lips pursed as she said, "How could this happen?"
"Sister, you are the most beautiful woman in the world, how could you not be chosen?" Juro was speechless and sat back down on the sofa.
Jamumu quickly sat beside her, curling up like a well-behaved little kitten, snuggling into Juro's embrace.
"Sister, is it because of?"
Jamumu surely knew about Juro's situation. She was well aware that her sister had faced many injustices years ago. There was once a competition where Juro had clearly made it to the finals and had a significant advantage, but the next day, she was suddenly reversed and eliminated. That time, Juro returned home and cried in Chen Yang's arms for a long, long time.
It was also because of that incident that Juro completely lost hope and gave up on entering the entertainment industry.
Juro replied softly, her eyes downcast, her delicate face filled with gloom.
"Sister."
Jamumu felt wronged and her eyes began to well up with tears. She sniffled and said, "Then, what should we do?" Seeing Jamumu like this, Juro couldn't help but shake her head and smile. "I didn't cry, so why are you crying?"
I.
Jamumu choked up even more, her tone tinged with a hint of sobbing as she said, "I feel it's unfair for you, sister."
Woo. Clearly you could have a better future.
The more Jamumu thought about it, the more wrong she felt, and she finally burst into tears. Although she hadn't experienced what Juro had gone through, she could sense that Juro had definitely been bullied and wronged. She felt powerless and could only hold her sister and cry. She really felt useless.
"It's okay, we can just try another place."
Juro gently stroked Jamumu's smooth hair, forcing a smile on her delicate face. Inside, she was also feeling very upset, but she couldn't show it like Jamumu did.
Because Jamumu could come to her to cry. Who could she turn to?
In the past, she could turn to Chen Yang, but now she could only rely on herself. The two sisters depended on each other for survival. If she didn't stay strong, she really didn't know how to keep going.
Jamumu softly responded, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes.
Suddenly, she thought of something and said, "Sister, how about
we look for brother-in-law? He should have a way."
No. Juro directly refused.
Why? Brother-in-law is very capable now, Jamumu asked in confusion.
Jiro smiled bitterly. After all, we've broken up, so let's not trouble him with these matters.
Do you understand? All right, Jamumu could only respond.
Inside the Deep City Grand Hotel, in the astonished gaze of Yao Hai and Zhang Hua, Chen Yang walked straight over to them.
Before Chen Yang could say anything, Yana rushed up and threw herself into Chen Yang's arms. Chen Yang, you finally came. Yana smiled sweetly.
Chen Yang gently embraced Yana, then sat down opposite Yao Hai and Zhang Hua, smiling as he said, Uncle Yao.
Aunt Zhang. Sorry to keep you waiting.
At that moment, Yao Hai and Zhang Hua exchanged glances, completely at a loss for words.
Yao Hai, somewhat dazed, said, Xiao Chun, what? What is going on? Zhang Hua also looked bewildered and said, you and Nana.
Chen Yang smiled slightly, holding Yana tighter, and said, Uncle Yao, Aunt Zhang, you're not wrong in what you think.
I am indeed Nana's boyfriend.
Once Chen Yang confirmed this relationship, Yao Hai and Zhang Hua's minds were blown, their eyes filled with disbelief.
Chen Yang was really Nana's mysterious boyfriend.
A boyfriend who earns 300,000 a month. A wealthy boyfriend who could casually book the entire Deep City Grand Hotel. This was truly beyond their expectations. Zhang Hua still couldn't believe it and asked Yana beside her, Nana, is this real?
Of course it's real.
Yana chuckled softly, snuggling in Chen Yang's arms, and said, Mom, I told you before to treat Chen Yang better.
Otherwise, you would definitely regret it. Now, do you understand?
Zhang Hua was completely speechless.
Yes.
She had previously told Yao not to maintain a good relationship with him, but unexpectedly, she had ruined it herself. She really should be ashamed. Zhang Hua quickly flashed a smile at Chen Yang and said, Xiao Chun, I'm really sorry about before, Aunt didn't know, please don't hold it against me. Yao Hai also apologized, saying, Uncle's attitude wasn't good before either. When the drinks come, I'll drink 3 cups as an apology. Their attitudes had completely changed. This was the stark reality. Yana couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Mom, I still prefer your previous rebellious self.
You better shut up.
Zhang Hua's face turned a bit red.
Chen Yang actually didn't take it to heart.
Yao Hai and Zhang Hua were indeed somewhat utilitarian and vain, but that was human nature. They had helped Chen Yang many times before. There was no need to hold grudges over this. To be honest, the old Chen Yang really wasn't that great and didn't deserve Yana, but now, it was completely different.
Uncle Yao, Aunt Zhang, it's all small stuff, it's nothing.
Chen Yang snapped his fingers and smiled. Come on, let's order first.
A waiter quickly approached with a menu.
Yao Hai took the menu, feeling quite spirited. He had never dreamed he would be able to order food at the Deep City Grand Hotel.
However, as soon as he saw the menu, he was dumbfounded.
Just a random dish started at 3,000 or 4,000. Some more luxurious dishes even reached 6,666, 8,888.
This was too exaggerated, right? Just one dish could eat up his entire month's salary. Old Yao, what are you doing? Why aren't you ordering?
Zhang Hua urged when she saw Yao Hai hesitating. You take a look yourself.
Yao Hai handed the menu to Zhang Hua.
Zhang Hua took just one glance and was completely stunned.
Is this food for humans? This must be what gods eat, right?
Chen Yang noticed their thoughts and smiled. Uncle Yao, Aunt Zhang, it's fine, just order whatever you want. Tonight's expenses have already been paid.
Almost all the dishes on the menu are free. Order as much as you want, eat as much as you like. Booking the Deep City Grand Hotel definitely isn't a small sum.
Compared to the money spent on the Deep City Grand Hotel, the money spent on the dishes is nothing.
Chen Yang's words left Yao Hai and Zhang Hua even more shocked. Such expensive dishes. You can order as much as you want, just like a buffet. Isn't this too extravagant? After a while, Yao Hai said somewhat uncertainly, then Xiao Chun, Uncle will order.
Go ahead. Chen Yang nodded with a smile. Yao Hai immediately began to order with a beaming face, and Zhang Hua joined in, pointing and choosing, occasionally complaining about Yao Hai, which was quite amusing. Meanwhile, Yana snuggled up to Chen Yang and whispered with a laugh, Hubby, you really showed off this time.
Chen Yang just smiled in response. He did intend for it to be this way.
Originally, he didn't want it to be like this, he just wanted a simple meal. But after all, having money can make one feel a bit lofty. Especially in front of Yao Hai and Zhang Hua, the two uncles and aunts who had watched him grow up. As the saying goes, returning home in glory, dressed in fine clothes at night.
Sometimes, you have to show off a little.
I guess this is also giving you some face, Chen Yang said with a smile.
Yana felt an infinite sweetness in her heart.
Thank you. Our home hasn't been this warm in a long time.
Chen Yang smiled. 80% of the troubles in this world come from money. Without the troubles of money, most people can live warmly and happily.
the dishes gradually arrived at the table. After these precious and luxurious dishes came out, Yao Hai and Zhang Hua seemed to turn into young boys and girls, each taking out their phones to shoot videos and post on social media. Their posts were basically a video of them circling around, captioned, "The son-in-law is treating me to a meal, delicious." Quite amusing. After finishing the video, they began to eat. At the dining table, Zhang Hua and Yao Hai definitely asked Chen Yang various questions. Most of them were related to money. What? Chen Yang is young and promising, able to earn so much money. Where did all this money come from? Where did he make his fortune? And so on. Chen Yang mostly just found some excuse, saying it was earned from investments. They didn't understand, so he easily brushed it off. After eating and drinking for a while, it was just Chen Yang and Yao Na chatting. "Why are you still living in the happiness community?" Chen Yang said with a hint of dissatisfaction. "What? Is the happiness community that bad?" Yao Na smiled, looking at Chen Yang with a seductive glint in her eyes. She had also had a bit to drink, her face flushed, making her even more enchanting. "The happiness community is too old, and it's not safe," Chen Yang said lightly. "The happiness community is an old neighborhood with a history of several decades, with very outdated facilities, and the security in the area isn't great either." Chen Yang gave Yao Na 300,000, actually to improve her living conditions. Now seeing her still living in the happiness community, he couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy. "Hubby, you care about me, I know." Yao Na leaned closer to Chen Yang, murmuring like in a dream, "I'm already looking for a new place, but I have too many things, so it's not easy to move right away. But don't worry, I'll be moving out soon." Chen Yang nodded. Yao Na continued, "Hubby, actually there's one more thing I want to tell you." "What is it?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Yao Na's expression became more serious as she said, "Hubby, do you remember a few years ago when I went on a business trip to the port city and helped you look into your background? This matter." If Yao Na hadn't mentioned it, Chen Yang would have indeed forgotten. Although Chen Yang grew up in a county under the jurisdiction of Deep City, according to what the people who adopted him said, his parents actually came from the port city and got lost back then. Yao Na knew about this matter. So a few years ago, she helped Chen Yang look for it in the port city, but there was no news. Now that the old matter is being brought up again, what is the reason? What's wrong? Chen Yang asked in confusion. Yao Na smiled and said, "When I was looking in the port city before, I really didn't find any news, but I got to know some people there who are very well informed, though they charge quite a bit. I didn't have much money back then, so I never pursued it. Now that I have money, I spent some to ask around. They really do have clues. If you ever go to the port city, you can look for them, maybe you can get some leads." Chen Yang was taken aback upon hearing this. He had never thought that Yao Na had done all these things. To be honest, he didn't have much attachment to his own background, he didn't even know if he was abandoned or lost. Finding out didn't mean much to him. Chen Yang wasn't particularly fixated on such realizations. If he could find it, he would, and if not, it didn't matter at all. But Yao Na's actions made him feel a warmth in his heart. A good sister is indeed a good sister. So thoughtful. "Well, I'll check it out when I have the chance," Chen Yang said with a slight smile. "Nah, thank you." "Thank you for what?" Yao Na rolled her eyes at Chen Yang, her charm evident, and said softly, "I'm being supported by you, this is what I should do." "Hubby, as long as you're happy." Chen Yang felt very pleased as well. The dinner party ended in a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. After the dinner party, everyone came out of the Deep City Grand Hotel. Yao Hai had already had a bit too much to drink, constantly hugging Chen Yang and boasting. Chen Yang was driving, so he didn't drink and remained quite sober. Meanwhile, Zhang Hua and Yao Na followed behind, chatting away. The four of them arrived at the parking lot. Upon seeing Chen Yang's Lamborghini Urus, Yao Hai instantly sobered up a bit and couldn't help but praise it. Although Zhang Hua didn't understand much, after asking the price, she also looked quite pleased. The four of them got into the car. Boom! The Lamborghini Urus drove away from the Deep City Grand Hotel, heading into the distance. Along the way, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Detected that the host has completed a lavish expenditure, reward, 2 million. The lavish expenditure reward had arrived again. This reward was quite high. Booking the entire Deep City Grand Hotel only cost a little over 1 million. A reward of 1 million was not bad. At the same time, a phone call came in. Chen Yang slowed down the car and answered the call. The caller was none other than his assistant, Zhou Man. "Mr. Chen, the documents regarding Zhang Shang have basically been sorted out." Chen Yang nodded upon hearing this. Good. He had instructed Zhou Man to look for evidence of Zhang Shang profiting from company rules when he left the office today. Zhou Man was quite quick, she had already sorted it out by the evening. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Zhou Man continued, "Mr. Chen, actually, everyone in the company already knows about Zhang Shang's matters.
But no one has any way to deal with it. Even with solid evidence, it's still impossible to get him out of the company. Zhou Man's meaning was quite clear.
Zhang Shang had a chairman father, and with that connection, it was unlikely to get rid of him.
Chen Yang, however, said lightly, "It's fine, I have a way."
The method was simple.
In the face of absolute power, everything else is meaningless.
He didn't actually need any excuses to get rid of Zhang Shang, it was just a matter of saying a word. The reason for collecting this information was merely to have a legitimate basis.
Zhang Dong?
If he dares to speak, it wouldn't be difficult for Chen Yang to kick him out.
Understood, Zhou Man replied.
You've worked hard until so late, hurry up and rest, Chen Yang said with concern.
Thank you, Mr. Chen, Zhou Man responded.
After ending the call, Chen Yang looked ahead at the road, his eyes slightly squinted, revealing a hint of sharpness.
The chaos of Tianma Group over the years. It was time to clean it up.
Previously, Chen Yang was too lazy to manage it, but now Tianma was about to become his asset. He had no choice but to take charge.
Back at Hong Mong Kok,
Zhang Hua helped Yao Hai upstairs. Chen Yang originally wanted to say goodbye to Yao Na before leaving. Unexpectedly, Yao Na looked at Chen Yang with dreamy eyes and a flushed face, saying, "Hubby,
how about not leaving tonight?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Not leaving? Yao Na's parents were at home. Did Yao Na really have the courage to do that?
After all, Yao Na's apartment was not big, and the soundproofing was almost non-existent.
Are you sure?
A smile appeared at the corner of Chen Yang's mouth.
Of course, how could I lie to my good husband? Stay then. But I'm all ready.
Yao Na's eyes glistened with moisture, her gaze filled with heat. Looking at the fiery Yao Na in front of him, Chen Yang, though a gentleman, was not a saint.
In this situation, could he still leave?
So, after parking the car, Chen Yang wrapped his arms around Yao Na and went straight upstairs. To Chen Yang's surprise, the place Yao Na took him to was not her apartment, but another apartment next to hers. This apartment, although old on the outside, had been completely renovated inside, with brand new furniture, creating a stark contrast to Yao Na's old apartment filled with the smell of traditional Chinese medicine, exuding a warm feeling.
Do you remember this place?
After entering the apartment, Yao Na immediately took off her high heels, revealing her fair feet as she walked around. Chen Yang looked around and felt a complex mix of emotions, saying, "Of course I remember."
His impression of this apartment was very deep.
Because this was the apartment where Chen Yang used to live, he was adopted and rented this apartment, being neighbors with Yao Na. They had known each other since then.
However, Chen Yang moved away later and hadn't returned for many years. He didn't expect Yao Na would still remember. You rented it and redecorated it?
Chen Yang looked at Yao Na, surprise evident in his eyes.
Yeah. Spent some money, it looks okay, right?
Yao Na's charming smile lit up her face. So Yao Na had spent her money on these things. One had to say, this good sister was quite thoughtful.
It's pretty good, Chen Yang nodded.
He had no idea how long it had been since he last came back. Now that he suddenly returned, the feelings were indeed profound.
Yao Na seemed to sense Chen Yang's mood. She sat directly on the sofa and smiled. Do you remember?
We used to play poker on the sofa, and whoever lost had to stand on the sofa.
Most of the time, it was you standing there. And then you got caught at night and got beaten up badly. Yao Na reminisced about those past times. Chen Yang's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to those years, to that innocent and youthful time.
Yao Na walked over to the desk and continued, and back then, when I helped you with your homework, it was at this desk.
You were so young then.
You were really silly.
You drove me crazy. Remembering these things, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile. You weren't that old either.
However, upon careful thought, it seems that this statement is not very rigorous. At that time, although Yao Na was young, she had actually developed quite well, belonging to the type of big sister who was relatively precocious. Yao Na smiled gently and said, we often fought over the remote control. A few times, we even ended up fighting, and you tore my clothes apart.
I remember it very clearly.
There was indeed such an incident.
Chen Yang had a deep and lasting impression. And this bed.
Once, when we were playing house, it got a bit out of hand.
You little brat, you actually pushed me down on the bed and said I was your wife. Yao Na continued to speak. Chen Yang also recalled it and laughed, saying, weren't you not really resisting at that time? Who said that? I just didn't have as much strength as you, Yao Na huffed lightly.
Chen Yang's smile remained, and he listened with great interest.
And then, after getting drunk, Yao Na, with a slightly flushed face, recounted past events in the apartment.
Chen Yang looked at her, at this beautiful and charming Yao Na, as if he had returned to those years. Back to the days spent with this neighbor big sister, it was truly nostalgic.
Chen Yang, I only found out until recently.
There's a small hole in your bathroom. When I used to take a shower here, did you already? Yana's beautiful eyes sparkled with laughter as she looked at Chen Yang with a hint of questioning.
Really? Chen Yang smiled and said, I truly didn't know. This was not a lie. He really didn't know.
Although at that time, Chen Yang did regard Yana as an object of fantasy, he had never actually climbed up to the small hole to peek at her showering.
Really didn't know?
Yana's gaze was piercing, and she had stepped closer, gently wrapping her arms around Chen Yang's. A fragrant breeze wafted over. Looking at this stunning beauty before him,
I really didn't know.
Chen Yang also smiled, directly wrapping his arms around Yana's slender waist, and said, but,
that doesn't matter anymore, right? Yana's face was radiant as she looked at Chen Yang and said, yes, it doesn't matter anymore. Now, I am already your wife. You can do whatever you want. Whatever I want? Chen Yang moved even closer to Yana.
Yana responded with a breath, then softly said, husband.
Tonight,
I want the desk, the sofa, beside the TV, in the bathroom, the coffee table.
Is that okay?
Yana's beautiful eyes sparkled, her tone carrying a hint of intoxication. Upon hearing Yana's words, Chen Yang suddenly felt that past memories overlapped with the present. The fantasies he once had about Yana had all turned into reality at this moment.
Of course, it's okay.
Chen Yang gently picked up Yana and carried her to the desk.
The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Sunlight streamed into the apartment.
Chen Yang woke up groggily, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, a sense of weakness continuously surging.
Last night, the intensity was indeed a bit high. A good sister is truly a good sister. She was many times stronger than that naive girl Shintao. He was still a bit unable to recover. After resting for a while, Chen Yang sat up in bed and yawned. He found that Yana was no longer in bed. She must have already woken up. Chen Yang got out of bed, washed his face, and then went out to the living room, where he discovered a beautiful figure busy in the kitchen. Yana had gotten up early and was now making breakfast in the living room. She was wearing a loose ribbon nightgown, without any innerwear, her figure hot and sexy, with curves in all the right places. Beneath the loose nightgown, patches of snow-white skin were faintly visible, which was indeed quite tempting. She tied her hair up and focused intently on cooking, exuding a certain seductive charm of a mature lady. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Yana was indeed much stronger than Shintao in terms of endurance.
No matter how intense it got, it had no effect at all.
She could still get up to make him breakfast. Indeed, there were benefits to being a mature woman. Chen Yang walked into the kitchen and gently wrapped his arms around Yana from behind. Ah!
Yana was startled, her pretty face showing surprise, and she complained, "What are you doing? You scared me."
Chen Yang chuckled and asked, "What are you making?"
"Sandwiches, I want something light for breakfast," Yana replied.
Indeed.
Eating something too greasy in the morning would make one feel uncomfortable all day. "You can wait over there, I'll be done soon."
"Isn't it good for me to stay here with you?" Chen Yang continued to hold Yana, smiling. Yana rolled her eyes at him and said, "What's the point of being all hands-on? And don't hold me, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable."
By the end of her sentence, Yana's pretty face couldn't help but flush slightly. It seemed that Yana was still a bit overwhelmed.
"If you're uncomfortable, then don't do it.
Just take a good rest, we can order takeout," Chen Yang said with concern.
"That won't do," Yana pouted playfully. "I'm your little lover, and you're my good husband. I'm supposed to be taken care of by you. If you can't even cook, what use do I have for you? Just go wait outside."
Yana was indeed both considerate and obedient. Chen Yang smiled, said nothing more, and left the kitchen, sitting back at the dining table in the living room.
Before long, Yana brought out breakfast.
She sat beside Chen Yang, snuggling up like a little woman, saying, "Honey, let me feed you."
"Sure," Chen Yang readily accepted.
The emotional value Yana provided was very high. Just a simple breakfast made Chen Yang feel extremely comfortable.
However, by the end of the meal, Chen Yang noticed a problem and said, "It's a bit dry, don't you have any milk or drinks?"
"No, I forgot to prepare it earlier."
"It's okay.
I'll go buy some," Chen Yang said as he prepared to get up and leave. But before he could step out, Yana bit her red lip and, with a flushed face, said, "Wait, honey."
What's wrong?"
Chen Yang turned to look at her in confusion. Yana's face was flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief as she smiled. "Honey?
No need to buy. Actually, there is some." "There is?" Chen Yang was slightly taken aback, a bit stunned, and asked, "Where, in the fridge?" "No, not in the fridge." Yana had slowly stood up.
Just as Chen Yang was about to speak, he seemed to suddenly realize something, the corners of his mouth curling up. It seemed that indeed, there was no need to go out to buy anything.
Half an hour later, at the apartment door. "Honey." you have to come back often. I think about you all the time. Yana, with a hint of blush on her pretty face, hugged Chen Yang, reluctant to let him go. Okay, Chen Yang nodded. Yana, this good sister, provided a wonderful feeling. Chen Yang naturally savored it and would definitely come to communicate with Yana often in the future. However, Chen Yang also said, Nana, I've prepared 300,000 for you again. Don't spend it recklessly this time. Improve your life a bit. Do you understand? Chen Yang spoke in an almost commanding tone. Yana was taken aback, and then her beautiful eyes filled with infinite gratitude as she hugged Chen Yang tightly, saying, honey, I understand. Thank you, honey. You are really nice. Boom! The Ferrari 812 arrived at the Tianma Group's building. After just leaving the happy community, Chen Yang had already returned to the Shaoan community to take a shower, change his clothes, and have lunch. By the time he arrived at Tianma Group, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just right. Work hours. Chen Yang directly entered the headquarters building of Tianma Group. The moment he stepped into the building, a crisp voice rang out from the side. President Chen. Hearing this, Chen Yang turned his head and found that the person calling him was none other than Zhou Man. President Chen, good afternoon. Zhou Man was still dressed in her professional OL uniform, wearing glasses, and not much makeup, but she indeed looked quite naturally beautiful. You are quite early. Chen Yang smiled. I have been waiting for you, President Chen. Zhou Man replied with a compliment. Chen Yang's smile remained. Zhou Man was indeed very adept at workplace relationships, able to take care of all aspects of her boss, and her abilities were quite good. She was truly a talent. Chen Yang and Zhou Man walked side by side towards the business department. Along the way, Zhou Man cautiously asked, President Chen, regarding Zhang Sheng's matter, should we take it slow, or? Chen Yang said lightly, no need to waste time. You go find Su Ningbing later. Tell her to hold a departmental meeting at noon. Upon hearing this, Zhou Man was slightly surprised and pointed at herself, saying, me? Go find President Su? This is too overstepping, right? After all, Su Ningbing is the CEO of Tianma. She is just an assistant. Going to find Su Ningbing to give the president orders is no different from sending Benbo Erba to capture Tang Sang. Chen Yang glanced at her and smiled, it's fine, just say I sent you, she will understand. Alright, Zhou Man responded. Since Chen Yang said so, she, as a subordinate, had no choice but to say nothing more. The two entered the elevator. As the elevator ascended, Chen Yang looked Zhou Man up and down again. Zhou Man felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze and blushed, saying, President Chen, is there something wrong with me? No. Chen Yang shook his head and smiled, I just keep thinking your figure is really good. It's a pity you don't become an internet celebrity. This was not a lie. Although Zhou Man wasn't wearing clothes that highlighted her figure, her graceful curves were still subtly visible. This woman, usually wearing glasses and looking serious, was actually quite impressive. I don't like being an internet celebrity. Zhou Man shook her head. However, she seemed to think of something, blinked, and smiled. President Chen. If you want to see how I look when I dress up, I can also dress up a bit. Oh, Chen Yang said with interest, then I really want to see. Okay. Zhou Man nodded, her beautiful eyes twinkling, though it was unclear what she was thinking. Chen Yang didn't take it too seriously. In his view, although Zhou Man had a good figure, she probably didn't know how to dress up. Even if she dressed up carefully, she shouldn't be that beautiful. She was probably just an 80-point beauty. The elevator continued to ascend. Soon, they arrived at the business department. Chen Yang directly asked, where is Li Wei now? In the live broadcast room, Zhou Man replied. Chen Yang nodded and said, you go find Su Ningbing first, I will go to the live broadcast room. After saying that, Chen Yang prepared to head to the live broadcast room. However, before he could leave, Zhou Man called out to him. President Chen, wait. What? Chen Yang looked at Zhou Man with some confusion. Zhou Man thought for a moment and said, President Chen, it seems that Li Wei has changed a bit recently. Changed? Chen Yang furrowed his brows even more and asked, what's changed? She. Zhou Man hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't really know how to put it, but she's not quite the same as before. And, I heard that she seems to be in contact with people from the launcher group. Could it be that she wants to? Oh, Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, his gaze gradually turning cold. In the live broadcast room, Li Wei was sitting in front of the vanity, having already done her makeup. It was a mature, sexy look, exuding endless allure. This heavy makeup suited her perfectly, highlighting her rich, alluring womanly charm. Her outfit had also undergone a significant change. Gone was any trace of a sweet girl style, replaced only by a tight, sexy, sultry look of a mature woman, a stepmother vibe.
Today, she wore a gray bodycon dress with spaghetti straps, a deep V neckline, showcasing her sexy figure without a doubt. She no longer resisted this style of dressing as she had before. Instead, she felt very satisfied and confident. Beside her, Zhang Ruoro stood cautiously. "Sisterly, your makeup is already beautiful. In the entire short video field, there are probably not many who can compare to you." Zhang Ruoro, standing before Li Wei, had completely lost her previous arrogance, now meek and submissive, like a little assistant. This was the stark reality. Once you succeed, the people around you become very, very friendly. Li Wei nodded and suddenly asked, "So how do you think I compare to you?" "Me? How can I compare to you, Sisterly?" Zhang Ruoro quickly laughed. "Sisterly, I'm just a small internet celebrity, there's no way I can be compared to you." Zhang Ruoro had already lowered her stance significantly, because the first video she shot with Li Wei had garnered over 70 to 80 million views. Her followers had increased by hundreds of thousands because of that video. Don't underestimate those hundreds of thousands, they are real fans. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Zhang Ruoro finally understood the words Chen Yang had said before. Being around Li Wei would definitely benefit her. So now, she certainly wouldn't dare to go against Li Wei's wishes. Hearing Zhang Ruoro's words, Li Wei chuckled softly but didn't say much more. In recent days, she had encountered many people like Zhang Ruoro. She truly felt the allure of being a successful person. It was indeed captivating. But at that moment, the door to the live broadcast room was pushed open. Chen Yang, dressed in a sharp suit, walked in from outside. "Li Wei!" Chen Yang called out in a low voice, his gaze landing on Li Wei. On the other side, in the president's office, Zhou Man arrived somewhat nervously and knocked on the office door. "President Su, I'm Zhou Man. President Chen asked me to find you, there's something." Zhou Man had already prepared herself for being turned away. But after she finished speaking, a voice from inside the office responded. "Come in." Zhou Man quickly pushed the door open and entered. Inside the office, Su Ningbing was working. Upon seeing Zhou Man enter, she put down the documents in her hand and asked, "What does President Chen want with me?" Su Ningbing asked directly. Zhou Man organized her thoughts and said, "He wants you to organize a meeting this afternoon. During the meeting, he has something he wants to announce." As she said this, Zhou Man felt it was absurd. "President Chen, oh President Chen, what exactly are you doing? You even dare to give orders to the president, you really are lawless." However, contrary to Zhou Man's expectations, Su Ningbing did not get angry at all after hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in response, I understand. You go back and tell President Chen that I will arrange it." She actually agreed? Zhou Man was slightly taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure and hurriedly said, "Okay, President Su, I understand." Zhou Man quickly left the place. Watching Zhou Man's departing figure, Su Ningbing's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Inside the live broadcast room, Chen Yang walked straight in from outside. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Li Wei couldn't help but be startled. Quickly standing up from her seat, her previous arrogant demeanor instantly vanished. She nervously tugged at her skirt, looking at Chen Yang. "President Chen, you're here." Chen Yang said nothing, just coldly walked to the table. "President Chen, please sit." Li Wei pulled over a chair for Chen Yang to sit down. Chen Yang sat down, and Li Wei stood in front of him. Zhang Ruoro sensed that the atmosphere was off and quickly said, "President Chen, you two chat. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first." Chen Yang nodded. Zhang Ruoro left the live broadcast room and closed the door. At this moment, only Chen Yang and Li Wei were left in the live broadcast room. Chen Yang looked at Li Wei in front of him, and compared to before, Li Wei was indeed much more beautiful now, seemingly having fully adapted to this mature style. "President Chen, would you like some tea?" Seeing that Chen Yang was silent, Li Wei immediately asked in a low voice. "No need." Chen Yang said, "Li Wei, I heard you've been doing quite well lately." "It's all thanks to your guidance, President Chen." Li Wei forced a smile. Chen Yang's gaze grew colder as he said, "You still remember it's my guidance? I thought you didn't even regard me." By the end of Chen Yang's voice, it suddenly rose sharply. Li Wei was instantly frightened, her delicate body trembling, her long beautiful legs going weak, and she directly knelt on the ground, saying, "President Chen, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted like this. I have been bullied for too long. I just wanted." Li Wei's voice began to tremble, her eyes brimming with tears. Chen Yang looked down at her, remaining silent, just coldly watching. Li Wei crawled in front of Chen Yang, sobbing, "President Chen, I'm sorry. Really, I'm sorry. Woo-woo. I won't dare again in the future." "That's right, you won't dare again. Woo-woo."
She cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, moving to behold. The other internet celebrities would probably be shocked to see this new top female internet celebrity in the short video field, so humble in front of Chen Yang, truly astonishing. Chen Yang gently lifted Li Wei's smooth and beautiful chin, looking into her pretty big eyes, and said, "You should know, I'm not talking about this matter." Li Wei's demeanor changed. In fact, Chen Yang wouldn't care at all. To put it bluntly, Li Wei's current fame indeed gave her arrogance and the capital for revenge, as long as it wasn't too excessive. What Chen Yang cared about was the matter of Lansher. The reason he chose Li Wei before was that her overall conditions were indeed good, and secondly, her loyalty was high. In the treacherous entertainment industry, this was rare. But this woman, as soon as she achieved a little success, contacted other companies, thinking about switching jobs. This truly made Chen Yang feel frustrated. Such a foolish woman would eventually be played to death in the entertainment industry. Not because of this matter? Li Wei looked confused, thinking for a long time before choked up and said, Then what is it for? She really couldn't remember what else she had done. Chen Yang was too lazy to play the riddle master and said directly, "What exactly is going on between you and Lansher?" Lansher? Li Wei finally realized something and hurriedly said, "Mr. Chen, I have nothing to do with Lansher. I just have a friend at Lansher." We exchanged a few words. A friend? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. Yes, Mr. Chen. Li Wei wiped her tears and explained, "My friend is called Lu Yao. She is an internet celebrity at Lansher. We met at a gathering before, and I caught up with her. I didn't expect the higher-ups from Lansher to show up later. They insisted on keeping me to chat. I had no choice, I could only sit for a while." Mr. Chen, you have to believe me, I absolutely did not do anything to betray you. I, Li Wei, am definitely not that kind of person. As she spoke, Li Wei began to cry again, saying, "Woo-woo. Mr. Chen, you are the one who made me who I am today. How could I dare to betray you? If it weren't for you, I would be nothing. I wouldn't dare. I really wouldn't dare." Li Wei was not pretending to be pitiful or lying, she was indeed speaking the truth. Although her mindset had changed significantly after her successful comeback, she was not foolish and knew that switching jobs now would definitely lead to a bad outcome. Chen Yang calmed down. He did not directly believe Li Wei's words but first checked her information. Name, Li Wei, age, 23, height, 175 cm, weight, 55 kg, measurements, 56, waist, 99, bust, 95, hips, relationship, subordinate, loyalty, 75%, influence, rising fame, 28%, the key point was still loyalty. Last time, Li Wei's loyalty was around 60, now it had risen to 75%. That was quite high. This meant she was indeed not lying. It seemed Zhou Man had made a mistake. But that was normal. With Li Wei just becoming popular, there were naturally many envious people who would spread some unfavorable rumors about her. Thinking of this, Chen Yang's attitude softened slightly as he said, "Get up, mm." Seeing that Chen Yang believed her, Li Wei's pretty face lit up with joy. She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and stood to the side. She still looked a bit helpless and wronged, her shivering appearance forming a huge contrast with her sexy, mature style. "You should be more restrained in the future. You can be a bit proud, but don't be too arrogant. Don't make too many enemies," Chen Yang reminded her. This was something to pay attention to, whether in the entertainment industry or the internet celebrity circle. Understood, Mr. Chen. Li Wei nodded in response, sniffing as she said, "Mr. Chen, the reason I went to chat with that friend alone. There's another reason." "What reason?" Chen Yang asked directly. Li Wei organized her thoughts and said, "My friend is actually quite outstanding, but her situation at Lansher isn't much better than mine. She is also being suppressed. Currently, she only has a few 100,000 followers. But I believe with her talent, she definitely deserves much more." "You think so highly of her?" Chen Yang became interested. Although Li Wei's judgment wasn't great, her high regard might mean the other person had some talent. "Really, Mr. Chen?" Li Wei took out her phone, opened Douyin, and then began to search, "Mr. Chen, if you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Her Douyin ID. It's called Zuluyo." "Zuluyo? I haven't heard of it." Chen Yang looked at the Douyin that Li Wei had opened on her phone. This Lu Yao is indeed quite good looking, but she surprisingly also has a sweet girl style. She is probably a year or two older than Li Wei. It's really out of place. If she could find a suitable style, she might have some potential. Chen Yang thought, and Li Wei continued, "Yao Yao hasn't been doing well at Lansher, so she specifically sought me out, actually to discuss changing jobs. Her contract is about to expire. She wants to ask, President Chen, do you still need internet celebrities?
Even if she gets the worst treatment, as long as you can give her a little opportunity, she is willing to come over. It seems that it's not Li Wei who wants to change jobs, but someone wants to bring Li Wei over. Chen Yang didn't jump to conclusions and said, she does look quite good, but it's meaningless to see her on video, we need to meet in person. Only after meeting in person can the system be used to assess. If she is truly talented, she could indeed be brought into Tianma. After all, there are still very few top internet celebrities at Tianma, and they need to be cultivated. Okay, I'll arrange it. A hint of joy appeared on Li Wei's pretty face. As long as Chen Yang agreed, Luya would still have a chance. Chen Yang looked at Li Wei, who still seemed as obedient as a young girl, and smiled. Li Wei, I misunderstood you this time. It's okay, President Chen. I didn't handle it well, I made it too easy for people to misunderstand. Don't worry, President Chen. There definitely won't be a next time, I promise. Li Wei looked at Chen Yang with her beautiful eyes, her gaze carrying a hint of pity and helplessness. Chen Yang smiled and didn't say much more. The two chatted for a while longer. Li Wei suddenly asked, President Chen, what is the theme of the next video? Have you decided? Actually, I have some ideas. What ideas? Tell me about them, Chen Yang said with interest. What do you think of my outfit today? Li Wei took a step back, her pretty face slightly flushed, striking an extremely alluring pose that outlined her perfect body curve. With a camisole, deep V, and a bodycon skirt, almost all the elements were stacked. Li Wei's fiery figure and mature womanly charm were fully displayed. This bodycon skirt was indeed nice. But Chen Yang shook his head and said, no. Is it that bad? Li Wei was quite confident. She thought her outfit should be fine, but once Chen Yang rejected it, she began to doubt herself. Chen Yang smiled and said, the clothes are not bad, but they are not suitable right now. If you want to become a top internet celebrity, it's not just about showing more skin. It requires some skills. What skills are those? Li Wei listened obediently. Chen Yang actually already had some ideas but didn't say them outright, saying, no rush. You've already released 2 videos, and the heat is quite high. There's no need to keep posting. Take a few days to digest and settle down. If videos are released continuously, the audience will also experience aesthetic fatigue. It needs to be done slowly. Okay, Li Wei responded. Chen Yang continued, later, the company will transfer 500,000 to your account, which is the traffic fee for the videos and the initial cooperation fee we agreed upon. Take this money and enjoy yourself. I know you must have had a tough time these years. Chen Yang had looked at Li Wei's profile. He knew that her family background was very poor. She had been living in a cramped place in Deep City, always on the brink of collapse. This money actually wasn't given by the company. It was given by Chen Yang. Li Wei's videos had just gone online, and they hadn't even negotiated any cooperation for sales yet, so she wouldn't see the money this quickly. Li Wei's influence was now at 28%, bringing Chen Yang 20 million in revenue, so it was only right to reward her a bit. 500,000? After hearing these words, Li Wei's delicate body trembled. 500,000. To her, that was already an astronomical figure. To put it in perspective, her current balance was just over 1,000 yuan, and she was still worrying about how to make it to the end of the month with that little money. But now, 500,000. Once Li Wei regained her composure, her long, beautiful legs went weak again, and she knelt down on the ground once more, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom in front of Chen Yang. Mr. Chen. Woo-woo. Thank you, really. Thank you. Chen Yang stroked her soft, long hair, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In Hongha Mong Kok, Jamumu had returned to school. Only Giraud remained in the apartment. She hadn't dressed up much, wearing home pajamas, sitting on the sofa, talking on the phone. Giraud, oh Giraud, you really have some guts. I went through so much trouble to create an opportunity for you. And you don't appreciate it at all. All you had to do was have a drink with Supervisor Zhang, and you would have entered Tianma, gaining access to all those resources. Not only did you refuse, but you also dared to insult Zhang Sheng. Isn't that asking for death? With your personality, you still want to mix in the entertainment industry? Don't dream. On the other end of the line, Xin Lan was giving her a thorough scolding. Giraud's face darkened, and she said somewhat dejectedly, Sister Lan, I was indeed impulsive. That's good to know. Xin Lan continued, tomorrow is the star audition, you still have a chance. I'll arrange for Zhang Sheng to meet you. Tonight, you need to properly apologize to him. Do you understand? But Giraud remained silent. Do you understand? Xin Lan's voice rose again. Giraud replied directly, Sister Lan, you should know me, I will not accept the unspoken rules. There was a pause on the other end of the line, and then Xin Lan shouted, Giraud, oh Giraud, I could understand you when you said that before. Back then, you were young and beautiful, and you indeed had your pride.
I could understand. But now, don't you know what the situation is? You're almost 30, there aren't many opportunities left. If you want to succeed, you have to accept these things. If you want to be famous, you can't pretend to be above it all. Otherwise, you'll never succeed in your life.
Jiro remained silent. Qinlan was already furious, saying, "Fine, I've already given you a chance.
You don't know how to cherish it. Listen to me.
If you don't meet with Supervisor Zhang tonight,
our cooperation will be completely terminated.
Don't think you're so precious. I can easily find someone to replace you.
Think about it carefully."
After Qinlan finished speaking, she hung up the phone immediately. After the call ended, Jiro stood there, dazed for a long time. 2 lines of tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes.
Her dream, once again shattered. Tianma Group.
Chen Yang and Zhou Man walked briskly toward the conference room.
Mr. Chen, I've prepared all the necessary resources. Zhou Man, holding a thick stack of documents, followed Chen Yang like a little assistant. Well done.
Chen Yang nodded, giving her a compliment.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Zhou Man's pretty face was beaming with a smile. But there's one thing you didn't do well.
Chen Yang's attitude shifted, and he looked at Zhou Man seriously.
Ha? What is it? Zhou Man felt a bit anxious.
Chen Yang said indifferently, "You didn't investigate Li Wei's matter thoroughly and just spread rumors in front of me."
This was something Zhou Man needed to know.
Zhou Man is now his assistant, and many things need to go through her for Chen Yang to understand. If Zhou Man were to speak nonsense, it would have a significant impact. "I'm sorry, President Chen, I really haven't investigated much." Zhou Man quickly began to bow and apologize. She has indeed been too busy lately and hasn't paid much attention to this matter. Just pay attention in the future. Chen Yang didn't take it too seriously. Zhou Man's abilities are quite good, and it's normal to have some oversights. Okay, I will definitely pay attention, and I won't make similar mistakes next time. Zhou Man sincerely admitted her fault.
The two then entered the conference room.
As Chen Yang just walked in, all the managerial staff seated in the conference room stood up and respectfully called out, "President Chen!
President Chen! President Chen!" Each of them looked at Chen Yang with a hint of flattery. Chen Yang's position in Tianma is now second only to the board and the president. Moreover, after pushing Li Wei to become a top internet celebrity, his strength is beyond doubt, and his reputation in Tianma is very high.
Chen Yang scanned the room, looking at these former leaders who once looked down on him, now flattering him so much. He felt as if he had crossed into another world. Money and power are indeed very alluring things.
Chen Yang didn't say much, walking past everyone towards his seat. However, when he passed by Zhang Shang, Chen Yang stopped and looked at him. Zhang Shang bent down, bowing deeply, with a flattering smile on his face, saying, "Hello, President Chen." This guy was still very low-key. After Chen Yang became the general manager, he indeed didn't dare to provoke him anymore. He was actually quite smart. Unfortunately, this was of no use at all. Chen Yang patted his shoulder without saying a word and then directly sat down in his seat. For some reason, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Shang's forehead, and he felt a strange sense of fear. He was puzzled. Aside from the previous conflict with Chen Yang over Li Wei, he hadn't done anything to provoke Chen Yang. Chen Yang wanted Li Wei, and he had willingly stepped aside. He had also been very submissive in front of Chen Yang. Why did it feel like Chen Yang was always targeting him? Did Chen Yang dislike him or something? Zhang Shang was truly baffled. After Chen Yang took his seat, the management team of Tianma was basically all present. Soon, the door to the conference room opened. Su Ningbing, dressed in a sharp white suit, walked in quickly from outside. "President Su! President Su! President Su!" Everyone stood up again. Su Ningbing nodded and sat down in the main seat. Once everyone was seated, Su Ningbing directly spoke. "Thank you all for coming to the meeting today. The main topic is to discuss the star interviews happening tomorrow. Let me announce something first. Tomorrow's star interviews will be fully handled by President Chen. All matters will be directly overseen by him." As soon as Su Ningbing said this, everyone was somewhat taken aback. Although they all knew Chen Yang had strength, that was in the internet celebrity field, which is very different from the star field. The conditions for a star to succeed are extremely harsh. This star interview is particularly important for Tianma. To let Chen Yang take full responsibility was quite shocking to them. Among them, the most surprised was Zhang Shang. He had done so many little tricks for this star interview, and now it was handed over to Chen Yang, which was somewhat unfavorable for him. However, he wasn't too afraid. After all, his father was a board member. No matter what, Chen Yang should still give him some face. Next, let's have President Chen talk about the star interview. Su Ningbing looked at Chen Yang. In fact,
she still had some doubts in her heart. She didn't understand why Chen Yang suddenly called this meeting and what it was for.
Everyone's gaze also fell on Chen Yang.
A new official takes office with 3 fires. They wanted to see where Chen Yang would burn. Chen Yang glanced at everyone and first said to Su Ningbing, "Thank you, General Su, for giving me this opportunity to be in charge of the star interviews." Then he continued, "Regarding the many matters of the star interviews, I believe everyone should know more than I do.
I won't show off here. I just hope everyone can work hard tomorrow and supervise the implementation of this star interview."
This was relatively formal workplace talk.
Everyone didn't take it to heart.
Chen Yang continued, "Also, for this star interview, I have a new principle. What I want is fairness and justice. All the hidden rules, all the back doors, will absolutely not work with me.
If I find out, I will not show any mercy."
The star interview is related to the company's future development, so I hope everyone won't try to be clever about it. Although Chen Yang's words sounded serious, to everyone, it felt like workplace jargon. They said it, but they definitely wouldn't dare to act on it.
Hidden rules. Back doors. This had already become ingrained in Tianma and even the entire entertainment industry.
Chen Yang was just a general manager after all.
Who hated hidden rules the most in Tianma? Zhang Sheng, the director's son. Would Chen Yang dare to act?
Therefore, everyone didn't take Chen Yang's words seriously. Just when everyone thought Chen Yang was going to end the meeting with formalities, he suddenly said, "I know. Many of you here might think that what I said is nonsense.
But, I also want to tell you, I am not someone who likes to speak in clichés. Since I said it, I will do it."
Everyone remained non-committal. Chen Yang then looked at Zhou beside him. Zhou understood and quickly pulled out a letter from the documents in her hand and handed it to Chen Yang. Chen Yang took the letter and smiled. "This letter
was anonymously given to me yesterday. It talks about the hidden rules in the workplace of the company. There is also a list on it. Several people present seem to be on it. Everyone, do you want to take a look?"
A playful smile appeared at the corner of Chen Yang's mouth. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present finally changed. They finally realized that today's meeting seemed a bit off.
Chen Yang seemed to be serious.
Even Su Ningbing was stunned. She never expected that Chen Yang, having just taken office, would dare to do such a thing.
Wasn't this a bit too much?
Chen Yang completely ignored the reactions of those present and smiled. "I have already read this letter.
Everyone can take a look. Perhaps you will see some surprises."
Chen Yang threw the anonymous letter onto the center of the table, and everyone looked at each other, hesitant to move.
"Everyone, take a look."
It wasn't until Su Ningbing spoke that they finally picked up the letter and began to read. But anyone who had seen the letter instantly changed their expression, looking grim. They didn't dare to speak, only passing the letter to the next person.
Eventually, the letter reached Zhang Sheng's hands.
Unsurprisingly, Zhang Sheng's name was prominently listed in the anonymous letter, and he was in the C position, being reported the hardest.
Everyone's gaze fell on Zhang Sheng. After reading the letter, Zhang Sheng's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness.
In the end, he forced a smile and said, "President Chen,
there are many anonymous letters like this every day. You can't take them seriously." Several well-known executives echoed, "Yeah, President Chen, this is just slander.
I don't even know where these people come from to talk nonsense. We need to investigate thoroughly.
How dare they frame us, it's too despicable."
These few people still felt invincible. After all, Zhang Sheng was there to shield them. To deal with them, one would first have to deal with Zhang Sheng.
Zhang Sheng's father was a director. Would Chen Yang dare? Chen Yang really did dare. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Of course, I wouldn't believe an anonymous letter with an unknown origin. But, yesterday, after a little investigation, I found that the evidence pointing to you all is not just as simple as an anonymous letter."
Chen Yang waved his hand towards Zhou. Zhou immediately placed a large stack of documents on the table.
"These documents. I wonder what you all think."
The executives of Tianma turned pale upon seeing so many documents brought by Chen Yang. They sensed something was off.
Chen Yang really didn't seem to be just putting on a show.
They hurriedly picked up the documents on the table, and after just a glance, they fell silent. The contents of these documents all pointed to Zhang Sheng and those few executives, and they were all solid evidence. Among them were many real-name reports, with evidence as solid as a mountain.
Chen Yang, he really wanted to take down Zhang Sheng.
This was too bold, right? On his first day in office, he targeted the son of a director.
Everyone's gaze turned back to Zhang Sheng.
After seeing the evidence on the table, Zhang Sheng's expression twitched a few times, but he still forced a smile and said, "President Chen,
there's nothing to say about these things. If you have any questions, can we discuss them privately?" He never expected Chen Yang would do this. Damn it.
He had clearly given Chen Yang enough face.
Even Su Ningbing fell silent, wanting to see how Chen Yang would respond next. She couldn't interject at all.
Although she was the president, her power was actually quite limited, otherwise, she could have dealt with Zhang Sheng herself without needing to curry favor with Chen Yang. She originally wanted to unite with Chen Yang and the shareholders behind him, taking it slow. Step by step, she planned to find a way to get rid of Zhang Sheng.
Unexpectedly, Chen Yang was so fierce, coming straight for Zhang Sheng. Facing Zhang Sheng's forced smile, Chen Yang said bluntly, "Zhang Sheng, do you think this is a small matter? This concerns the entire company and countless contracted influencers. Is this something you can resolve privately?"
Chen Yang suddenly slammed the table and scolded sharply. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Sheng's forehead. As the son of a director, he had never been scolded like this in the company.
Is Chen Yang out of his mind? Chen Yang completely ignored Zhang Sheng and said to Su Ningbing, "President Su,
now that the evidence is overwhelming, I hope President Su can properly handle Zhang Sheng
and restore a clear atmosphere for Tianma.
And also, give an explanation to those contracted influencers."
The problem was directly thrown to Su Ningbing.
Su Ningbing hesitated. She also wanted to take this opportunity to deal with Zhang Sheng and his group.
But could it really be done? This matter, shouldn't we investigate further? Su Ningbing wanted to give Chen Yang a way out. With so much evidence, what else is there to investigate? Chen Yang did not accept it and continued to criticize Zhang Sheng.
Zhang Sheng could no longer hold back and said directly, "Mr.
Chen, I have no enmity with you in the past and no grievances recently, so why do you have to press me step by step? There are many things we can talk about.
There's no need to make it so tense."
"Talk?"
Chen Yang said coldly, "If you leave the company right now, then I'll talk to you."
"You!" Zhang Sheng was furious, clenching his fists.
However, he soon laughed in anger, leaning back and dropping the pretense, saying directly, "Fine."
"Chen Yang, you want me to leave, right? I don't care. These matters are indeed mostly related to me, but so what? It's just a matter of mutual consent.
I have worked diligently in the company for these years, and even if I have no achievements, I have put in hard work."
"You want me to leave now? I want to see if you have the ability to make that happen." This guy had completely torn off the mask.
After all, with Chen Yang's attitude, there was really nothing to discuss.
Whatever happens, he didn't believe Chen Yang had the ability to kick him out of the company.
Everyone else was silent, afraid to say anything, worried about attracting unnecessary trouble. Chen Yang, however, smiled, "As long as you admit it, that's good."
"Admitted? Then it's easy to handle. Mr. Chen."
Su Ningbing wanted to say something to Chen Yang, but Chen Yang completely ignored her.
Chen Yang just made a phone call and then said, "Alright, wait a moment. Someone will be here soon." At this moment, all the management present exchanged glances, wondering what Chen Yang meant. Was he calling someone from upper management? But no matter how powerful the upper management was, they couldn't compare to the board of directors, right? Competing with Zhang Sheng in terms of connections was like courting death, wasn't it?
However, they still didn't dare to speak, continuing to watch the drama unfold, waiting slowly. Two connected parties were at odds. Even Su Ningbing, the president, didn't have a chance to interject. They could only wait. Zhang Sheng looked at Chen Yang, who was so confident, and although he had a bad premonition in his heart, he still didn't believe it. No matter what background Chen Yang had, he definitely couldn't compare to his father, the director. Today, the one who would leave would definitely not be him, but rather,
Chen Yang. Everyone waited for a while.
Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside. They had arrived. Everyone's gaze turned towards the door. They all wanted to know who Chen Yang had brought. Soon, under everyone's watchful eyes, the conference room door opened. A tall, serious-looking middle-aged man walked in. This middle-aged man was dressed in a sharp suit, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, and his piercing eyes indicated he was someone of high status.
Upon seeing this middle-aged man, everyone present was taken aback. Wasn't this one of the directors of Tianma? Zhang Sheng's father, Director Zhang Dong? How could it be him? Even Su Ningbing stood up respectfully and called out, "Director Zhang."
Zhang Dong merely nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on Chen Yang, without saying a word. Chen Yang also met Zhang Dong's gaze, wearing a mocking smile, seemingly unafraid. At this moment, seeing Zhang Dong arrive, Zhang Sheng was overjoyed. He never expected Zhang Dong would come. He hadn't even sought out Zhang Dong. But no matter how you looked at it, Zhang Dong's arrival was definitely to support him.
Chen Yang, he was bound to lose. Everyone present thought the same. The director's father had come. What could Chen Yang do now?
They had originally thought that Chen Yang dared to speak so boldly because he truly had the ability. Now it seemed they had overestimated him.
Chen Yang was just a reckless youth. Then, Zhang Sheng quickly stood up and smiled. Chairman Zhang, what brings you here? This little matter doesn't require your personal attention. Upon hearing Zhang Sheng speak, Zhang Dong's gaze shifted directly to him, but his eyes grew even colder as he said in a deep voice, if I don't come, you would have turned the world upside down. Immediately after, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone. Zhang Dong quickly stepped forward, walked up to Zhang Sheng, and raised his hand to deliver a slap. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the conference hall. This slap landed squarely on Zhang Sheng's cheek, turning it red and leaving a clear handprint. Everyone present, whether it was Su Ningbing, Zhou Man, or others, was left in shock. What was happening? What was Zhang Dong doing? Instead of reprimanding Chen Yang, he started to discipline his own son. This was too strange. Even Zhang Sheng covered his cheek, looking at Zhang Dong in disbelief, and said, Dad. Chairman Zhang, what do you mean by this? He couldn't fathom the reason for Zhang Dong's outburst. But Zhang Dong coldly shouted, you good for nothing, how dare you act behind my back, using my name to do so many notorious things in the company? If it weren't for Chen Yang exposing it today, I would still be in the dark. You still dare to be so arrogant in front of General Manager Chen and General Su, along with so many management members. Do you really think there's no one in the company who can manage you? Zhang Dong's scolding left Zhang Sheng speechless. He wasn't a fool. At that moment, he seemed to realize something. This situation was very wrong. The others present also reacted, looking at Chen Yang with a hint of astonishment in their eyes. They certainly wouldn't believe Zhang Dong's nonsense. How could he, a director, not know about Zhang Sheng's reckless behavior in the company? The only reason Zhang Dong would react this way was that he was afraid. And why was Zhang Dong afraid? It was obvious that behind Chen Yang, there was an unimaginable force. Sure enough, just as everyone expected, after reprimanding Zhang Sheng, Zhang Dong immediately turned to Chen Yang and said sternly, General Manager Chen, Zhang Sheng has caused so much trouble, it is my failure to discipline him, which has affected the company. You may deal with any issues he has caused, I will not show any leniency. If there's anything you need me to cooperate with, I will definitely cooperate. Zhang Dong's words were truly righteous. It was as if he really knew nothing about Zhang Sheng's actions, truly sacrificing his kin for the greater good. Chen Yang's smile grew wider as he clapped and said, Good. Chairman Zhang is indeed dedicated to the company. Impressive, impressive. In that case, General Su. Chen Yang looked at Su Ningbing, who was still in a daze. Su Ningbing also came to her senses, realizing the current situation. She took a deep breath and signaled to her assistant beside her. The assistant nodded and immediately stood up, saying, Operations Department Supervisor Zhang Sheng, Operations Department Head Zhou Xing, Logistics Department Deputy Head Zhang Tianhua. After reading out the names on the list, the assistant loudly declared, You few, abusing your power for personal gain, coercing the company to sign contracts with internet celebrities, seriously damaging the company's reputation, and crossing the moral line, have been unanimously decided by the company's management to be dismissed. The punishment notice will be communicated to all employees of the company as a warning. As the assistant's clear voice resonated throughout the conference hall, the punishment for Zhang Sheng and the others was finalized. Zhang Sheng's pupils dilated, his legs went weak, and he collapsed directly to the ground. Lost. I really lost. Thoroughly and completely lost. Zhang Sheng looked at Chen Yang, the terror in his eyes deepening. Chen Yang, however, sneered, Zhang Sheng, I told you, today I'm making you roll out of the company, and I mean it. At this moment, the entire room fell silent. No one dared to question Chen Yang's words anymore. Chen Yang's thunderous methods had left a deep imprint in their hearts. Zhang Sheng was dealt with. Many of his documents were handed over to the company's legal department, and if any illegal activities were found, the police would be notified directly. Subsequently, Zhang Sheng's group would never be hired again. The troubles of Tianma Group had finally been eradicated. As for Zhang Dong, although he was quick to show his loyalty, it was all meaningless. As long as Chen Yang completed 2 more tasks and expanded Tianma's assets again, getting rid of Zhang Dong would be an easy task, not worth worrying about. Today's matter was considered a complete success. Chen Yang's position in the company suddenly rose to a whole new height. After the meeting, Su Ningbing walked alongside Chen Yang. Mr. Chen, you were really impressive today. For the first time, a smile appeared on Su Ningbing's cold, beautiful face. It looked quite nice. Chen Yang smiled and said, You're the one who's really impressive, Su. You led me to deal with Zhang Dong, and you played the game of using a knife to kill someone perfectly. Su Ningbing shook her head with a wry smile. I just wanted to cooperate with you, Mr. Chen. Su Ningbing knew about Chen Yang's background.
she had also specifically looked into his character and knew that he and Zhang Shang were like fire and water. That's why she had specifically transferred Chen Yang to the position of general manager. She originally wanted to use Chen Yang's shareholder background to balance out people like Zhang Shang, so she could also rectify the bad atmosphere within Tianma Group. But she didn't expect Chen Yang's background to be much larger than she imagined. There was no need for any checks and balances or any means. He simply indirectly swept away Zhang Shang's group like a breeze sweeping away fallen leaves. It seemed Chen Yang could use the identity of the largest shareholder himself. It seemed Chen Yang himself was the largest shareholder. This was something Su Ningbing hadn't anticipated. However, overall, the result was very good. The scum that had plagued Tianma for a long time was finally eliminated. Chen Yang smiled at Su Ningbing, extended his hand, and said, "We can start cooperating now." Su Ningbing was taken aback, then her face lit up with a smile as she shook hands with Chen Yang, saying, "Good. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation in advance." Pleasant cooperation. The company's matters were settled. Chen Yang drove away in his Ferrari 812, heading back to Shaoan Community. On the way, the system's voice sounded. Detected that the host has successfully completed the side mission, rectifying Tianma Group. The host has successfully obtained a reward, 5% of Tianma Group's shares. The host now holds a total of 20% of Tianma Group's shares. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. The shares had broken through 20%. His position in Tianma was truly unshakable now. Moreover, not only that, after the system voice ended, another system voice sounded. Detected that Li Wei's reputation has broken through to 30%, successfully entering the stage of being somewhat well known. The host receives a reward of 10 million, another 10 million in hand. Li Wei was indeed quite impressive. Calculating it all, Chen Yang's total assets had now surpassed 70 million. It was time to find an opportunity to look for a nice house. He already had luxury cars and beautiful women. A top-notch mansion was a must. Chen Yang thought about these things, feeling pleased, as he drove his Ferrari 812 through the streets of Deep City. At this moment, it was also dusk. The setting sun sank in the west. A gentle evening breeze blew, incredibly pleasant. Chen Yang already felt that he was gradually stepping onto the financial stage of Deep City. He seemed to have begun to blend into this city of extravagant pleasures, a metropolis as splendid as a dream. Boom! The Ferrari 812 gradually disappeared into the streets of Deep City. Shaoan Community. Chen Yang was lying on the sofa, talking on the phone. "Brother-in-law, if you have time, help me comfort my sister. Her mood has been really low lately. I feel so bad watching her." On the other end of the phone, Jamumu's soft and charming voice came through. "What's wrong with her?" Chen Yang asked, somewhat puzzled. "Wasn't Jiro quite happy before?" Jamumu replied with a hint of frustration, "It's because of the interview. She recently applied to a company, but unexpectedly, they didn't treat her like a person. They didn't want to follow proper procedures at all. My sister couldn't take it and scolded them, and now she's almost been blacklisted, with hardly any chances left. That's why she's so sad." Jiro had prepared for this interview for so long that she even quit her job. Now, before it even started, it was already over. How could she not be heartbroken? Listening to Jamumu's words, Chen Yang was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Jiro to have contacted the company so early. If nothing went wrong, the person she contacted was probably Zhang Shang. That damn guy, it's a good thing he dealt with him. Otherwise, he would have been a disaster. While Chen Yang was lost in thought, Jamumu on the other end of the line gritted her teeth and cursed, "All the management of this company are bastards." Put. The sip of water Chen Yang had just taken immediately sprayed out. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong with you?" Jamumu asked curiously. "Nothing. It's just that you can't say that. You can't condemn everyone with one brush. But they are really too much, bullying me and my sister like this. My sister is so sad, it makes me feel terrible. Woo-woo. Brother-in-law, what should we do?" As she spoke, Jamumu also began to cry. The two sisters relied on each other in Deep City, with no one else to turn to. Encountering such a situation, Jamumu felt helpless and very guilty, thinking she was useless. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, isn't there a brother-in-law here? Just leave this matter to me." "Really?" Jamumu seemed to see hope and asked, "Brother-in-law, are you really going to help my sister solve this?" Chen Yang nodded and said, "I couldn't do it back then, but I should be able to now. Trust your brother-in-law, just put your heart at ease. This matter will be fine." "That's great, brother-in-law. Of course, I believe you, you're the most amazing person in the world, no, the entire universe." Jamumu was very happy. In her eyes, with Chen Yang's help, everything would definitely be alright. Chen Yang also smiled slightly, but soon his expression became serious.
The regrets of the past indeed needed to be made up for. Chen Yang was sure of Jiro's capabilities. Tomorrow's star interview would be no problem for her at all. After ending the call with Jamumu, Chen Yang tidied up a bit and then went out. He had an appointment with Coach Chenanan to go work out tonight. Mu Yang, Coach Chenanan, regular training is quite boring. I wonder if you have any surprises prepared for tonight? Coach Chenanan, what kind of surprise do you want? Wasn't the uniform from last time surprising enough?
Mu Yang, the uniform was indeed quite nice, but seeing it too much can get tiresome.
Coach Chenanan, you just get tired of the old and want the new. Mu Yang, you could say that. Coach Chenanan, heh, men.
Mu Yang, if Coach Chenanan isn't willing, I can find another female coach. They should be more than happy to accept.
Coach Chenanan, alright, threatening me again. Can't I do anything? I prepared a surprise for tonight, a big surprise, just wait for you to come over. Mu Yang, okay, I'll be there soon.
Chen Yang drove towards Spartacus while messaging Chenanan. It had been a few days since he last went to the gym, and he wondered what the big surprise that Anan had prepared could be. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth curled up, feeling a bit excited.
The Ferrari 812 soon arrived at the Spartacus gym.
In the evening, it was the peak workout time, and the gym was quite crowded. Everyone was intensely lifting weights.
However, after Chen Yang entered, both the coaches teaching students and those lifting weights stopped their actions, smiling and greeting Chen Yang. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. Their attitudes were respectful, as if Chen Yang were some important figure. Chen Yang smiled in response. As he walked further in, he finally spotted the tall and slender Coach Chenanan. Coach Chenanan was still as beautiful as ever, with a perfect body curve and not an ounce of excess fat. Having worked out for years, her figure was incredibly alluring. Chen Yang knew many women. The most voluptuous and sexy was the landlady, but the most well-proportioned was definitely Coach Chenanan. After all, she had been working out for years. However, today Coach Chenanan didn't seem to have any surprises. Instead, she looked even more conservative than before. She was wearing a light blue single-breasted coat that completely covered her perfect figure, revealing only half of her beautiful legs. It was even less sexy than the tank tops and yoga pants worn by others in the gym. Chen Yang.
Seeing Chen Yang come in, Chenanan quickly approached with a smile.
Good evening, Coach Chenanan.
Chen Yang smiled and naturally wrapped his arm around Chenanan.
Her pretty face flushed, but she didn't resist, saying, the venue is ready, let's go in.
Chen Yang nodded, but he still looked Chenanan up and down, saying, Coach Chenanan, the surprise you have for me tonight doesn't seem very big.
For some reason, Chenanan's face turned even redder, and she whispered, let's talk inside. The two walked into the private gym area of Spartacus.
Once inside the private gym, Chenanan, as always, took out various protective gear, supplements, post-workout meals, and protein powder from her bag.
Each item was carefully prepared by Chenanan.
The various protective gear even emitted a faint fragrance, likely because Chenanan washed them daily, ensuring that Chen Yang wouldn't have any issues when using them. Coach Chenanan is still as thoughtful as ever, Chen Yang praised with a smile, but then he changed the subject and joked. But, the surprise. Hearing this, Chenanan bit her red lip, hesitated for a moment, and then unbuttoned her light blue coat.
The buttons were gently undone. Chenanan took off the heavy coat, revealing what was underneath.
Just one glance at what was beneath the coat left Chen Yang completely stunned.
Underneath Coach Chenanan's coat was an extremely sexy silver-white bikini.
The bikini had very little fabric, and with Chenanan's incredibly good figure, it showcased her exquisite shape and fair skin perfectly. Especially her proud assets and perfect abdominal muscles, the visual impact was immense, unmatched by any other woman. A fitness goddess with an excellent figure appeared before me in a bikini, her allure absolutely off the charts. Under Chen Yang's gaze, Chenanan clearly wasn't quite used to such revealing attire. Her long, beautiful legs were slightly together, showing a hint of bashfulness as if she wanted to refuse yet was still inviting.
Do I look good?
Chenanan blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked.
Very beautiful. Coach Chenanan, your figure is amazing, Chen Yang sincerely praised.
Judging solely by her figure, Chenanan was definitely among the best of the best.
So, is this surprise tonight big enough?
Chenanan seemed to have gained some boldness, taking a few steps forward until she stood right in front of Chen Yang. A fragrant breeze wafted towards him. When Chenanan mentioned big, Chen Yang's gaze happened to fall on her impressive assets.
Really big.
Chen Yang was quite satisfied, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
He directly took Chenanan's delicate white hand and pulled her into his embrace. Let's train.
Chenanan, held by Chen Yang, had a flushed face, with a hint of resistance in her brows.
But Chen Yang smiled and said, Coach Chenanan, no rush.
You used to stretch and massage me before training.
Today, let me help you.
Chen Nin's face turned even redder, as bright as blood, but she didn't resist. She merely let out a soft with her breath.
20 minutes later,
Chen Yang finished stretching and massaging Chen Nin.
Can we start training now? Chen Nin shot Chen Yang an annoyed glance.
She thought he would take advantage of her for just a few minutes, but it turned out to be a full 20 minutes.
It really felt like something out of an online joke. Big brother, can you sing a song? Stop touching. Chen Yang nodded, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. Chen Nin's figure was truly exceptional. It was impossible for any man to resist. After Chen Yang's massage ended, it was Chen Nin's turn to stretch him.
Dressed in a bikini, Chen Nin gave Chen Yang a stretching massage, and the experience was quite different, feeling much more comfortable than before.
What was even more enjoyable was the training that followed. Can you imagine a stunning beauty with an incredible figure, wearing a bikini, personally guiding you through your workout?
The sense of happiness was truly indescribable.
During tonight's training, Chen Yang was full of energy, feeling pumped.
After practicing for over an hour, they finally finished. After the training, Chen Nin kindly came over to wipe Chen Yang's sweat, then took out protein powder for a post-workout meal, feeding him bite by bite. Although Chen Yang came to work out, he was enjoying treatment like a king.
Chen Nin truly lived up to her title.
She really put in thought and effort.
After finishing the post-workout meal, Chen Yang lay on Chen Nin's long, beautiful legs, enjoying her ear cleaning service. Chen Nin, you're so thoughtful and gentle, don't you have any men pursuing you? Chen Yang casually asked while enjoying the service. While carefully and gently cleaning Chen Yang's ears, Chen Nin smiled and said, "What do I need a man for? I'm fine on my own. Besides, with you around, I've made so much money. Should I find a man to spend it with?" After a moment, Chen Nin suddenly said very seriously, "Actually, Chen Yang, you might not believe it. I am sexually indifferent."
Chen Nin said this with utmost seriousness.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yang was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. "Chen Nin, are you joking with me? You're sexually indifferent?" From any angle, Chen Nin didn't seem sexually indifferent at all. "Is it very strange?" Chen Nin said nonchalantly, "I only serve female members. If it weren't for the economic downturn and the difficulty in finding members, I wouldn't be looking for male members."
Chen Yang thought about it carefully. It did seem that way. It appeared that Chen Nin really didn't have any male members.
"So, does that mean I'm a special case?"
Chen Yang said with interest.
Chen Nin nodded and continued to seriously help Chen Yang clean his ears.
Chen Yang looked at the serious Chen Nin, at her wearing a bikini that revealed such a perfect figure, and her words about being sexually indifferent felt increasingly strange.
He smiled and said, "Why do I still feel like you don't seem like that?"
Chen Nin thought for a moment and said, "That's because,
although I'm sexually indifferent, I like money. I can give up anything for money."
With that said, Chen Yang could understand.
A woman might not like men, but no woman would dislike money. That is the reality.
Chen Yang didn't say much more, lying in Chen Nin's fragrant and soft embrace, spending the rest of the time. After leaving the Spartacus gym, Chen Yang returned to his car, feeling completely relaxed. Regardless of whether Chen Nin was truly sexually indifferent, her service was definitely top-notch, unmatched by anyone. Coming to the gym occasionally to relax not only helps exercise the body but also brings joy to the mind and spirit.
Truly wonderful.
Detected that the host has completed daily exercise, stamina +1. A warm current surged through him.
Chen Yang's tired body was once again restored, and he was full of energy.
At the same time, the system's voice followed. Detected that the host's health has surpassed 60%. Entering a healthy state, the host has successfully received a reward of 10 million after so many days of turmoil. He finally escaped the state of being on the verge of sudden death and successfully entered a healthy state.
Chen Yang's physical condition was now very good. He didn't suffer from insomnia, anxiety, or night awakenings.
Every day he felt energetic, and his muscles had developed some, making his overall physique very handsome.
Indeed,
when a person has money, their spirit and energy will improve. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari 812 back towards the Shaoan community.
It was about time to go back and rest.
While Chen Yang was slowly driving through the streets of Deep City at night, suddenly, a phone call came in.
Chen Yang slowed down, looked at the caller ID, and saw it was Jamumu. Why was his sister-in-law calling so late at night? Chen Yang answered the phone and asked, "What's wrong, Mumu? Is there something going on?"
On the other end, Jamumu sounded very anxious and said, "Brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Something happened. Woo-woo."
As she spoke, she started crying again.
"What happened?"
Chen Yang's expression became serious, and he asked directly.
Jamumu hurriedly said,
I can't get in touch with my sister, Woo-woo. I've called her many times, but I can't reach her.
Brother-in-law, please help me. I don't know what to do.
Jamumu was already crying uncontrollably, clearly very scared.
Can't reach Shiro? Chen Yang's heart tightened, and many possibilities flashed through his mind, but he quickly calmed down and said, "Did she mention anything about going somewhere?"
Jamumu's sobbing gradually stopped, as if she was thinking, and said, "No.
But my sister has been very sad lately because of the interview. She wouldn't."
Jamumu had a terrifying guess in her heart.
Impossible. Chen Yang directly denied it.
Jiro was his ex-girlfriend. They had spent so much time together that no one understood her better than he did. Although Jiro's name contains the character for gentle, her personality is quite strong-willed.
Raising Jamumu in a place as extravagant as Deep City, one can imagine how resilient she must be.
She would absolutely never accept any unspoken rules, even if it meant death. Besides, Zhang Sheng has already been taken down by Chen Yang, and many files have been handed over to the police. Zhang Sheng is still under investigation, so he has no time for this kind of thing.
Then my sister isn't thinking of doing something foolish, is she? 55-55. My sister, my dearest sister, you can't leave me all alone.
Jamumu cried harder, feeling increasingly heartbroken.
Chen Yang was somewhat speechless and said, "It's even less likely.
You've been with your sister for so many years, and you really don't understand her at all.
Would Jiro really consider such a thing? That would be too exaggerated. Then brother-in-law, where did my sister go?" Jamumu's emotions calmed down a bit.
Chen Yang thought carefully for a moment, then as if he remembered something, he said, "I think I know.
Let's not talk about it for now. I'll go look for her. Don't worry, I'll let you know if I find anything." "Okay, brother-in-law."
With Chen Yang's words, Jamumu felt reassured. The call ended.
Boom! Chen Yang pressed the accelerator, speeding off in the Ferrari 812 towards the seaside of Deep City. Deep City. Dapang New Village. This is a coastal tourist area in Deep City, with beautiful scenery and a very pleasant environment. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari 812 here.
After getting out of the car, he headed straight for a small tavern on the beach.
Binhai Xiuzhan. That was the name of the small tavern.
As he got closer, Chen Yang could hear the melodious singing coming from inside.
I once had a diary hidden away, carefully writing everything about him.
The scattered handwriting bears the tears of no courage.
Unresolved memories remain clear when opened.
The singing was incredibly beautiful, like a heavenly sound, captivating and soul-stirring. Hearing this wonderful song, Chen Yang felt a sense of relief in his heart.
Sure enough, she was here.
Without further thought, he went directly to Binhai Xiuzhan. Pushing open the door, he entered the tavern. At this moment, the small tavern was almost full, with many guests sitting in their seats, eyes closed in rapture, seemingly enjoying the enchanting music. Some guests gazed forward, looking at the stunning figure on stage. The beautiful figure standing on stage was, of course, Jiro. At this moment, Jiro wore a loose black shirt on her upper body and a printed skirt on her lower body. She exuded no hint of seduction or allure, only a bright and elegant beauty. Standing on stage, Jiro truly resembled a star, drawing everyone's attention. She was singing passionately, completely immersed in the performance. Chen Yang smiled slightly, found a seat, ordered a cocktail, and quietly enjoyed Jiro's music.
Jiro's musical talent was very high. She had studied systematically at a media university.
This was also one of the reasons she had always wanted to succeed and become famous.
As the song ended, the tavern erupted into enthusiastic applause. Good. That was amazing, sing another.
Jiro is truly impressive, even after so long, her skills are still strong. I feel like most stars can't compare to Jiro. If she entered the entertainment industry, she'd definitely outshine everyone. Many people in the tavern were regulars, seemingly very familiar with Jiro, each cheering for her.
Chen Yang was no exception, clapping along.
The scene before him stirred up his memories. At first, when he was pursuing Jiro, he often came here. At that time, Jiro was the resident singer, and to get closer to her, Chen Yang frequently came over to volunteer as a waiter, washing dishes and such, just to chat with Jiro a little more. Several times, when drunkards tried to harass Jiro, it was also Chen Yang who stepped in.
Over time, their relationship grew increasingly intimate. Eventually, they fell in love. Whenever Jiro was in a bad mood, she would return here. Little did he expect that today, Jiro had not changed. At the enthusiastic invitation of the crowd, Jiro sang another song. This time, she sang the You of the Past. I once dreamed of wielding a sword and traveling the world, to see the splendor of life. The youthful heart is always a bit reckless, now you roam the world as your home. The girl who once made you heartache, has now quietly vanished without a trace. This was originally a very passionate song, but Jiro's singing style was very somber. It seemed quite discordant with the song. However, to Chen Yang, there was no sense of dissonance at all. because he knew what Jiro was going through now.
The song expressed her own feelings.
Every time I'm sad, I just look at the sea alone. I always think of the friends walking beside me.
By the time Jiro sang this, her emotions had sunk to the lowest point.
The people in the bar were also affected, their expressions complex, no longer responding as enthusiastically as before.
In the end, the song concluded.
The tavern fell into silence, many people's sorrows were stirred up, sighing and drinking in silence.
Jiro then bowed deeply to everyone and said, "I'm sorry, everyone.
This song wasn't sung well, and it affected you all. I'm sorry."
After saying this, Jiro turned and walked off the stage. However, at that moment, a sudden round of applause broke out. Jiro instinctively turned to look.
In the corner of the tavern, Chen Yang was smiling and waving at her.
Jiro was taken aback when she saw Chen Yang, but soon, a smile appeared on her pretty face, and the gloom in her heart dissipated a bit.
At the seaside tavern. At the bar. Ro sings really well, it's so beautiful.
A 30-something woman, still charming, praised sincerely as she listened to Jiro's voice. "Yes, boss lady, after all these years, Sister Ro hasn't changed, she's amazing.
I mentioned in the group that Sister Ro would be here tonight, and the bar was fully booked in no time, she's really strong. The only pity for Jiro is that she didn't enter the entertainment industry. When she just graduated, she was so extraordinarily talented. If she had entered the industry back then, it's hard to imagine what Jiro would be like now."
A few nearby waiters were also discussing.
But the charming woman snorted coldly, "Isn't it all because of that Chen Yang? If it weren't for Ro foolishly believing in some kind of love and dating a penniless Chen Yang, given her conditions back then, she could have easily found a rich second generation or a young master. With their support, Jiro now would be at least in the second tier, if not the first. Chen Yang is really harmful."
This charming woman had a look of disappointment.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
They felt that Jiro's choice of Chen Yang was very inappropriate, and that Chen Yang had taken great advantage. The charming woman took a sip of the cocktail at the bar and then said, "The good thing is, Ro has broken up with Chen Yang.
Maybe in the near future, Ro will really succeed."
As soon as the young woman finished speaking, she looked up and saw Jiro walking towards her. To her surprise, Jiro was accompanied by another familiar face, Chen Yang.
"Sister Zhua, 2 Long Islands, please."
Jiro smiled at the young woman as she approached. Before Zhua Qingqing could respond, Chen Yang interjected, "No Long Islands for me, I still have to drive you home later."
"Then I'll have a mojito, no alcohol. I thought you were going to drink with me." Jiro's expression held a hint of reproach. Chen Yang smiled. Zhua Qingqing, coming back to her senses, looked at Jiro and then at Chen Yang, surprised, "Aren't you two broken up?"
"Yes, we are."
Jiro nodded. Chen Yang added with a smile, "Sister Zhua, just because we're broken up doesn't mean we can't drink together, right?"
This left Zhua Qingqing speechless. She could only tell the waiter, "Go make those drinks."
The waiter left. Zhua Qingqing sat in her seat, staring intently at Chen Yang, thinking to herself, "Drink, drink, drink.
I'll make you regret it later." Chen Yang and Jiro sat across from each other.
Jiro brushed her smooth long hair and looked at Chen Yang with a light laugh, asking, "What made you think to come find me?"
Chen Yang placed his phone on the table and smiled. "Mumu was going crazy, calling you dozens of times.
We thought you were in trouble." "Mumu?"
Jiro finally realized, glancing at her phone, which indeed had dozens of missed calls.
"I was so into singing that I forgot about her."
Jiro quickly sent a message to Mumu, briefly explaining the situation, which calmed Mumu's anxious heart. After soothing Mumu, Jiro turned to Chen Yang with an apologetic look. "Sorry, Chen Yang, I've troubled you again."
"It's nothing, just a small favor." Chen Yang smiled.
Jiro felt much more relaxed, saying, "I didn't expect you to remember I like coming here, I thought you had forgotten."
Chen Yang leaned against the bar, looking at the people drinking below, and said, "How could I forget? After all, there are so many memories here." This statement touched Jiro.
She looked around the bar, nodding, "Yeah, those moments were really beautiful." Over the years, Chen Yang and Jiro had spent so much time together in this bar. They worked together, left work together, faced drunken patrons together, and played around together. Countless nights, Jiro had fallen into Chen Yang's arms, and he carried her back to the dorm. Countless nights, Chen Yang had been beaten up by drunks, and Jiro took care of him.
These memories felt like yesterday.
Yet they had become like smoke, never to return.
"Your drinks are ready."
Zhua Qingqing approached with a mojito and a Long Island iced tea, her face full of disdain, saying, "What's there to remember?" Chen Yang smiled, "Sister Zhua, it seems you have quite a lot of opinions about me."
"Who doesn't have an opinion about you here?"
Zhua Qingqing said bluntly, "You, who used to be so dull, washing dishes and serving drinks here every day. I didn't expect you to secretly have a hand and chase our Ro away."
"What kind of goddess is our Ro?
Being with a broke guy like you, she must be suffering.
Zhu Qingqing, being straightforward and unreserved, began to complain in front of Chen Yang.
Sister Zhua, don't talk nonsense, it was my choice back then.
I don't regret it.
Before Chen Yang could speak, Zhiro chimed in first. She wasn't trying to mediate, it was the truth. There was nothing to regret. In the years spent with Chen Yang, although she felt suffocated by reality at every turn, she truly tasted the sweetness of love. Chen Yang was indeed very good to her. She was already very satisfied.
You don't regret it, but we outsiders are anxious for you, Zhu Qingqing continued. Ro, do you still remember Xiao Zhang from back then? The waitress with the bigger chest. She was just average looking, but unexpectedly, she caught the eye of a rich second generation, and they dated for 2 years. They got married this year.
You have no idea about the wedding extravagance, it was grand, with piles of gold and silver jewelry, truly a sight to behold.
I was so envious watching it.
Ro, your conditions are so much better than that Xiao Zhang's.
If you hadn't been with Chen Yang back then, I can't even imagine what you would have achieved now.
Zhu Qingqing really dared to say anything. Hearing this, Zhiro still only smiled, picking up a glass of Long Island iced tea and taking a gentle sip.
Chen Yang then spoke up, laughing, Sister Zhua, if Ro really did what you said and found a rich second generation, do you think she would still be Zhiro? Is there any difference between her and the Xiao Zhang you mentioned? One sentence left Zhu Qingqing speechless. Yes. Why is Zhiro considered a goddess?
It's precisely because she has her own principles. If she really wanted to do that, she would have done it long ago. But after choosing this path, she would be no different from other gold diggers, and there would be no talk of being a goddess. In short, you just don't deserve Ro.
No money, no power, really wasted Ro's whole life. Although Zhu Qingqing was unreasonable, she still had to say it.
Chen Yang and Zhiro just smiled, not saying much more, both continuing to sip their cocktails while chatting. After a while, the cocktails were finished. The alcohol was taking effect. A charming blush appeared on Jiro's delicate face, and she suddenly suggested, Chen Yang,
shall we go for a walk?
She pointed to the beach outside. Chen Yang finished the last sip of his mojito and smiled, sure. The two walked side by side towards the outside.
The beach at night was nearly empty.
The sea breeze blew gently, dark and silent, with only the sound of waves crashing against the sand echoing continuously. Chen Yang and Jiro walked side by side on the beach, looking like a sweet couple in love.
Chen Yang, I failed again.
As Jiro walked, she looked at Chen Yang.
The sea breeze blew,
lifting her smooth long hair, making her dark hair dance in the wind, very beautiful. Chen Yang had actually heard this phrase in tone from Jiro many times before. Once, before Jiro became a flight attendant, after returning from interviews, she would almost always say this. After saying it, she would throw herself into Chen Yang's arms, crying sadly like a little girl who had been wronged. But now, Jiro would not do that anymore. It wasn't that she had become strong. It was just that after their breakup, she no longer had the right to cry in Chen Yang's arms.
An interview? Chen Yang asked knowingly.
Jiro lowered her head, kicking small stones on the road, and bitterly smiled, no. I didn't even get to the interview. I estimate I already missed my chance. Chen Yang smiled and said, giving up so easily.
That's not like you. The you back then would try no matter how small the opportunity.
It's different now, everything is different now. Jiro shook her head and said, I used to think that as long as I performed well in the interview and worked hard enough, I wouldn't need those random things, and I would definitely have a chance. But, now, I know that this thought is childish and useless. After a pause, Jiro suddenly looked at Chen Yang and smiled sadly, saying, just like our efforts back then.
Isn't it?
Under the moonlight, Jiro's sad smile carried a hint of melancholy, but also a touch of beauty. She was truly beautiful, even with her low spirits and somewhat haggard complexion, exuding a kind of sickly beauty.
Chen Yang fell silent as well. Yes. Sometimes, some efforts are just not very useful. They worked hard and saved money just to have a home in Deep City. After years of effort, they couldn't even afford a toilet. How ironic it is to think about it.
Seeing that Chen Yang didn't speak, Jiro smiled again. She didn't continue but took off her shoes, revealing her smooth, white feet, gently stepping onto the beach.
After a moment of silence, Chen Yang finally smiled calmly and said, even so, we are still trying, aren't we? Regardless of the outcome, the process is actually the most important. Moreover, I don't think you will fail. I believe you will succeed soon. Jiro was slightly taken aback by his words, turned to look at Chen Yang, and smiled, why do you think so? Intuition, I guess. Chen Yang replied calmly. Intuition? I didn't expect you to believe in that.
Jiro shook her head with a bitter smile. She used to believe in her intuition, thinking that as long as she persisted, she would definitely succeed. But the results were always contrary to her wishes. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't compete with others' deep connections. Chen Yang smiled and said, I didn't believe it before either, but people need a bit of hope. What if it works out? This time, I believe you can succeed. Your life could change because of this. So, I hope you can trust me. Let's give it another try. Perhaps it really will be the day when flowers bloom. What a load of nonsense intuition. Chen Yang didn't seem like that at all. Saying this was just Chen Yang being confident. Hearing this, Jiro was momentarily stunned again, then smiled brightly. Whether you are comforting me or not, I feel quite happy. Alright, I will trust you once. Let's give it another shot, regardless of whether the outcome is success or failure. No regrets. Enjoying the process is the most beautiful. Jiro's low spirits lifted considerably, and a hint of joy appeared on her pretty face. Chen Yang smiled slightly, said no more, and walked alongside Jiro under the moonlight. Under the bright moon, the beach shimmered with a silvery glow, very beautiful. Jiro walked barefoot on it, serene and lovely. After chatting and strolling on the beach for a while, they finally returned to the seaside inn. At this moment, there were hardly any people left in the inn. The waiter was cleaning up, preparing to close for the night. Chen Yang, can you take me home? Jiro, slightly tipsy with a flushed face, said while packing her things. Sure. Chen Yang nodded. However, Zhuo Qingqing spoke without courtesy. What do you mean sure? It's late at night, a man and a woman alone, and you two have already broken up. Who knows, Chen Yang might hold a grudge and do something bad. Ro, don't trust Chen Yang too much. I'll take her home. I just bought a Maserati Ghibli, luxurious and comfortable, just right for you to experience. Zhuo Qingqing directly grabbed Jiro's arm, not wanting her to leave with Chen Yang. Before Chen Yang could say anything, Jiro helplessly said, Sister Zhuo, Chen Yang is not the kind of person you think. He treats me quite well. That's not acceptable either. You've already made a mistake once. I can't let you make a second one. You and Chen Yang have already broken up. Don't let any sparks fly over these matters again, or you'll end up back together. Zhuo Qingqing was filled with vigilance towards Chen Yang. This wasn't surprising. In Zhuo Qingqing's impression, Chen Yang was just a poor kid with no money or power, completely unworthy of Jiro. Now that Jiro had finally escaped the fire pit, she naturally wanted to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Jiro didn't know what to say and could only look at Chen Yang apologetically. Chen Yang understood that Zhuo Qingqing had a carefree personality and didn't take it to heart, directly saying, Alright, Sister Zhuo, then let's have a good look. What does your new Maserati Ghibli look like? It must be dazzling. Zhuo Qingqing was full of confidence. Maserati was a genuine luxury brand. Although the Ghibli was one of the more entry-level models, its price ranged from 800,000 to 950,000. Such a luxurious car, even if Chen Yang worked for 10 years, he might not be able to afford it. When Chen Yang saw it later, he would surely have nothing to say. After finishing the last bit of work at the seaside inn, Zhuo Qingqing, Jiro, and Chen Yang left together, heading outside. Along the way, Zhuo Qingqing and Jiro chatted and laughed, while Chen Yang followed behind alone. When they arrived at the parking lot, Zhuo Qingqing took out the car key and activated it. In an instant, a deep blue, streamlined Maserati Ghibli lit up in the parking lot. This is my new car. What do you think? Zhuo Qingqing walked over, leaning against the Maserati Ghibli, her face showing a hint of pride. Jiro approached and carefully examined the Maserati Ghibli, a smile appearing on her pretty face as she praised, This car is beautiful, both in appearance and interior. Sister Zhuo, your taste is really good. I wonder how much it costs. Jiro's compliment made Zhuo Qingqing even prouder, and she laughed, not expensive, just around 900,000. When mentioning the price, Zhuo Qingqing deliberately glanced at Chen Yang, her eyes carrying a hint of provocation. She thought Chen Yang would be surprised by the price. Unexpectedly, he just smiled and said nothing more. What a pretentious guy. Zhuo Qingqing felt a bit angry. Jiro continued to praise, laughing, It's really not too expensive, nor too cheap. It's a great value and has a good presence. Sister Zhuo, you're amazing. Zhuo Qingqing laughed, Ro, I'm not amazing, you're much more amazing than I am. If you had made the right choice back then, your achievements now might be even greater than mine. It's a pity. You chose wrong back then. Zhuo Qingqing's words were pointed. Sister Zhuo, here you go again. Jiro smiled helplessly. I didn't say anything wrong. Zhuo Qingqing huffed, looking at Chen Yang, and said, Chen Yang, come evaluate my new car. What do you think? Chen Yang stroked his chin, looking it over, and said, It's alright. Everything is pretty good. Ha, is that all? Zhuo Qingqing was a bit dissatisfied. That's about it. Chen Yang smiled, although this car is indeed nice, I think it still falls short compared to mine. Compared to your car? Zhuo Qingqing was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh, saying, Chen Yang, what are you talking about? What car do you have that can compare to my Maserati Ghibli? Let me hear it, so I can broaden my horizons.
Zhou Qingqing thought Chen Yang was just boasting. Chen Yang's car, worth over 100,000, how could it compare to her Maserati Ghibli? I've had my car for a while now. It's a bit old, but compared to your Maserati Ghibli, it's still somewhat better. If you don't believe me, Sister Zhua, just look. Chen Yang also took out his car key and lit it up. The headlights of the Ferrari 812 parked not far away suddenly illuminated, and the technologically advanced doors opened instantly, the luxurious aura of a supercar hitting them all at once. Zhou Qingqing initially scoffed at Chen Yang's words, thinking he was just trying to save face, and looked over with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. But after just one glance, she felt as if struck by lightning, completely stunned. This is your car? Zhou Qingqing looked at the beautiful and luxurious Ferrari 812, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yeah, it is. Ferrari 812, Ferrari's flagship. The price is around 5 million. I wonder if it can compare to your Maserati Ghibli, Sister Zhua? Chen Yang walked up to the Ferrari 812, looking at Zhou Qingqing with great interest. Zhou Qingqing was left speechless, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg in it. Ferrari 812. Ferrari's flagship. This was not just comparable to her Maserati Ghibli. It was completely obliterated. Her mind was still in chaos, unable to believe that this was Chen Yang's car. Giraud shrugged and laughed. Sister Zhua, I told you long ago, the current Chen Yang is much more impressive than before. You just didn't believe it. For some reason, even though Chen Yang had nothing to do with her anymore, she felt quite happy now that he had succeeded. There was a strange feeling of wanting her husband to become a dragon. Especially now, as she slapped Zhou Qingqing in the face, she felt an inexplicable pleasure. Zhou Qingqing still felt like she was dreaming. To think, just a few years ago, Chen Yang was still washing dishes in her shop. Now he was driving a supercar. If this car really is yours, then, let me take it for a spin, Zhou Qingqing said with a cheeky grin. Sure, Sister Zhua, feel free to drive. Chen Yang smiled, unconcerned, handing the car keys to Zhou Qingqing. Although Zhou Qingqing spoke bluntly and had low emotional intelligence, she was actually a good person and had taken care of Chen Yang when he worked for her. So, Chen Yang didn't take her previous words to heart at all. If you scratch it or crash it, I'm not responsible. If you're renting it, you need to tell me now. Don't try to play me. Zhou Qingqing gave Chen Yang a warning. Chen Yang laughed. Crash it if you want. He wasn't worried at all. A Ferrari 812 was nothing to him. If it broke, he would just buy another one. Besides, there was insurance. Zhou Qingqing got Chen Yang's consent and nervously got into the car. After asking various questions about the controls, she started the Ferrari 812 and drove off. Watching the Ferrari 812 speed down the road, Giraud smiled. Sister Zhua is really happy. Chen Yang smiled without saying a word. Supercars were the dreams of countless men and women, and now that she was really driving one, of course, she would be happy. Giraud continued, Chen Yang, do you know? I just suddenly had an idea. What idea? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Giraud looked Chen Yang up and down and smiled. Now that you're so successful, if you have time in the future, we could invite some of our old friends and colleagues out for a meal. I want to see what they would think of you now, Giraud said, her tone carrying a hint of wicked amusement. It's quite fun, Chen Yang replied with a smile, but it feels a bit meaningless, doesn't it? No, it has meaning, Giraud insisted stubbornly. Chen Yang, you don't know what they said about us back then. They would talk about how you weren't good enough, saying this and that. I was really angry at that time. I wanted to refute them, but no matter what I said, it didn't help. We really were a bit lacking. As Giraud said this, a trace of melancholy appeared on her pretty face. These things were actually one of the reasons for their breakup. Giraud had heard too many bad things about Chen Yang. At first, she tried to defend him, but in the end, she couldn't refute it anymore. They were indeed very ordinary, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't reach the achievements of those born into privilege. Giraud looked at Chen Yang and smiled again, saying, but now, it's different. Chen Yang, you've succeeded, even though we've broken up. But that doesn't matter. As long as you've succeeded, that's enough. I just want to see their faces when you stand in front of them. I want to see how they feel when they get slapped in the face. So Chen Yang, this is meaningful. Giraud had a bit to drink, and in her tipsy state, her emotions were a bit excited, but what she said was from the heart. Chen Yang's success made her happy. It also made her feel proud. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang fell silent. He really hadn't thought of it this way. The reason he didn't boast too much was quite simple. He actually believed he wasn't really successful, he just had good luck and had bound himself to a system. There was nothing to brag about. But now that he thought about it, how many people in this world succeeded entirely on their own? Those rich second-generation kids who once mocked them? Were they really successful? They just had good fortune.
Most of their parents also seized the opportunities of the times. Truly self-made successful people were few and far between.
They could look down on others and live life freely. Why couldn't Chun Yang?
After all, he had also achieved his success through
luck. So, after coming to this realization, Chun Yang smiled and said, "Alright, if we have time, we can meet up."
Jiro's pretty face broke into a charming smile.
Boom! The Ferrari 812 quickly returned. Phew! That was exhilarating. After a round, Zhua Qingqing was glowing with excitement. Her gaze towards Chun Yang had completely changed. From a hint of disdain before, it transformed into genuine admiration and envy. "Chun Yang, you're really capable. In just a few years, you've got a supercar." "That's amazing." Chun Yang smiled and said, "Sister Zhua, I wonder if I'm worthy of Ro now." "Of course you are.
A match made in heaven, a perfect pair," Zhua Qingqing praised. Ever since she learned that Chun Yang had a Ferrari 812, the more she looked at him, the more handsome he seemed.
Seeing Zhua Qingqing's rapid change of attitude, Jiro couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, this feeling was truly wonderful. Boom! The Ferrari 812 drove on the roads of Deep City.
Chun Yang drove carefully, taking Jiro home. Perhaps it was because she was too tired today, or maybe because she had a bit to drink. Jiro leaned back in her seat and fell asleep.
Her head instinctively drooped, wanting to rest on Chun Yang's shoulder, using it as a pillow. This was actually one of Jiro's habits. In the past, when Jiro had overnight flights and was too tired, Chun Yang would pick her up in the middle of the night, and she would always lean on his shoulder to rest, having gotten used to it. Chun Yang didn't disturb her, just slowed down the car, allowing the Ferrari 812 to drive at a steady pace. After leaving Dapeng New District, they got on the Ring Road Highway.
Chun Yang focused on driving, but suddenly heard Jiro's voice beside him.
What do you mean by this? Is my performance really worse than theirs? Why was I eliminated in the first round? Please, give me another chance, I will definitely perform well. Why is this happening? You guys don't follow the rules at all, you bunch of bastards. Woo woo. Chun Yang, they are bullying me.
Jiro's voice was like a dream, but Chun Yang heard it clearly, and his heart was touched, recalling all the grievances Jiro had suffered over the years. Chun Yang's gaze gradually turned cold.
Ro, don't worry. I didn't have the ability to protect you before, but this time, no one can bully you. Boom! The Ferrari 812 disappeared on the urban highway of Deep City.
After Chun Yang returned Jiro to the Honghamon Kok community, he went back to the Shawan community alone. After washing up, he went to bed, took a shower, and fell asleep in one go. Since he had gone to bed a bit late last night, he woke up around 10 in the morning.
The star interview was set to start around 3 in the afternoon. A little preparation, and he could leave around 1 or 2.
While washing up in the morning, Chun Yang received a breakfast video from Chun Qingning, who hadn't posted in a long time.
Brother Chun Yang, it's been a while since I sent you a breakfast video. Today's breakfast video is very simple. Today I only have a bowl of milk oatmeal.
In the video, Chun Qingning appeared without makeup, her natural beauty shining through, and her bare face added a strong sense of purity. She was also wearing a thin black nightgown, quite loose and casual, and as usual, she wasn't wearing anything underneath, which was very tempting.
Milk oatmeal? This little enchantress. Who knows what kind of tricks she would come up with. While washing up, Chen Yang continued to watch. He saw Chen Xingning take a bowl of oatmeal from the container, and then she suddenly said in a somewhat silly manner, Brother Chen Yang, I seem to have forgotten to buy milk. What should I do? Chen Xingning searched for a while and then said in a somewhat silly manner, Brother Chen Yang, there really is no milk. If I go out to buy it now, I have to change clothes, too much trouble. What should I do? Brother Chen Yang? Chen Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile. This little enchantress. She was indeed going to pull a trick. As expected, a hint of joy soon appeared on Chen Xingning's pretty face as she said, Brother Chen Yang, I got it. I know how to solve it. Chen Yang's smile deepened, and his gaze couldn't help but fall on Chen Xingning's impressive figure. After a while, the video ended. A message from Chen Xingning came through. Lemon sauce, Brother Chen Yang, am I amazing? I can find a way. Mu Yang, amazing, really amazing, as expected of a genius beauty. Chen Yang praised her. Chen Xingning's intelligence was just slightly inferior to their little sister-in-law Zhemumu. Truly a hidden talent. However, what surprised Chen Yang was that Chen Xingning, a college girl, had such a large quantity. Truly not to be underestimated. Lemon sauce, hee, it's good that Brother Chen Yang knows. After a pause, she continued to send messages. Lemon sauce, Brother Chen Yang, actually, I came to find you today because there's something. Mu Yang, what is it? Lemon sauce, the last time I mentioned coming to my house has been decided, tomorrow night or tonight, brother Chen Yang, is that okay? Tomorrow night or tonight?
Chen Yang thought for a moment.
Tonight is hard to say, but tomorrow night should be fine. Mu Yang, sure.
Lemon sauce, great, then brother Chen Yang, just message me when the time comes, and I'll arrange it.
Mu Yang,
Lemon sauce, humph, brother Chen Yang is like a wooden block, just replying with these few words.
Such an exciting thing, can't you say a bit more? Mu Yang, what to say?
You've already arranged everything.
Lemon sauce, alright then, just come when the time comes, brother Chen Yang.
I will let you see a different side of Qingning, and it will definitely surprise you.
Mu Yang, looking forward to it. Call ended. Chen Yang stretched. Talking to a beautiful girl in the morning really makes the mood for the day very pleasant. So nice.
After finishing his wash,
Chen Yang didn't cook but went straight upstairs, heading towards the apartment where the landlady was.
He had something to discuss with the landlady today.
Arriving at the landlady's door, Chen Yang rang the doorbell.
Ding-ling-a-ling, the sound of the doorbell echoed in the landlady's apartment, but there was no response.
Chen Yang was a bit puzzled and called out, "Landlady, are you home?"
Still, there was no response from inside.
Could she not be home? That shouldn't be the case. The landlady's routine is quite fixed, and at around 11, she should have just returned from grocery shopping. How could she not be home? Chen Yang rang the doorbell again. Ding-ling-a-ling, the doorbell rang again.
At this moment, the landlady's mature and gentle voice finally came from inside the room.
"Coming. I'm coming."
Her voice seemed a bit nervous and awkward, which was strange. Chen Yang waited at the door for a while longer.
Soon, the apartment door finally opened. The landlady appeared before Chen Yang.
At this moment, the landlady was still dressed in a conservative home outfit, her plump figure concealed beneath the attire, yet it exuded a different charm.
Compared to her usual appearance, the landlady looked much more seductive now.
She didn't tie her long hair into a ponytail as she usually did. Instead, her long hair fell loosely, a bit messy, revealing a different kind of allure. For some reason, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her beautiful legs were together.
That pure yet alluring vibe of a mature woman was completely on display. Chen Yang, what brings you here?
The landlady seemed quite tired, her speech accompanied by faint breaths.
I have something to discuss with you. Chen Yang smiled and walked straight into the landlady's apartment. He glanced at the landlady, who appeared a bit awkward, and asked curiously, "Landlady, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" No, just a bit hot."
The landlady brushed her smooth long hair and smiled lightly at Chen Yang.
Chen Yang responded, nodding.
However, he felt something was off about the landlady.
Moreover, it wasn't hot inside the apartment.
Chen Yang didn't think too much about it and sat down on the sofa.
The landlady was still very gracious.
As soon as Chen Yang sat down, she brought over a teapot, slightly bending forward, like a mature and elegant lady, pouring tea for Chen Yang.
"Have some tea," the landlady said with a smile. Chen Yang also picked up the teacup.
At this moment, the landlady also stood up, wanting to tidy her scattered long hair and tie it into a ponytail.
Chen Yang took a sip of tea and smiled. "Landlady, why tie it up? It looks quite nice when it's down. It's too improper to let it down." The landlady shot Chen Yang a glance. Chen Yang, feeling a bit helpless, said, "What's improper about it? Isn't everyone like this? You don't understand, I'm not a girl on the street. I've been married. A young woman should have the decorum of a young woman."
The landlady argued her point. She indeed adhered to traditional etiquette quite firmly.
However, in front of Chen Yang, she could let loose a bit. "But, if you like it this way, then I won't tie it."
The landlady paused her actions and smiled gently.
Chen Yang, however, laughed and said, "You should tie it up. Only then do you look like our landlady, and it has more flavor." "Whatever you say."
The landlady playfully scolded him and then tied her hair up.
Afterward, she sat upright on the sofa and asked, "Chen Yang, what brings you here this time?" Getting to the point, Chen Yang said seriously, "Landlady, you've been collecting rent for so many years. You must have interacted with many people in the real estate business. Have you ever sold high-end luxury homes?" The landlady was momentarily taken aback and then said, "Are you planning to change houses?" "Yes, I'm preparing to buy one." Chen Yang nodded.
"Oh," the landlady responded, but her tone carried a hint of disappointment.
Chen Yang smiled, "I won't be terminating my lease here."
"Who cares if you terminate your lease or not?" The landlady huffed lightly, still somewhat cute, but she seemed a bit happier and said, "I do know some people who work in high-end properties. But first, I need to know your budget so I can approach them." Chen Yang picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and then stated a number.
"Around 80 million.
This number made the landlady, who was drinking tea, freeze with her teacup in hand. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chun Yang.
80 million?
The landlady could hardly believe her ears.
What a terrifying astronomical figure. Yes, that's about the value, Chen Yang replied casually. Are you sure you're not joking with me? The landlady continued to ask. Of course, why would I lie to you? Chen Yang laughed.
The landlady then took several sips of tea to calm her emotions and said with a complex expression, "You really are impressive. I can't even dare to think of such a large sum in my lifetime."
Chen Yang smiled. Landlady, you don't need to think about it. If I buy it and you like it, you can move in, I'll be your landlord.
The landlady's face turned slightly red, and she huffed, "You think too highly of yourself. I'm a young woman, living in a single man's home.
Who doesn't know your intentions?
As if you're safe at home." Chen Yang took the opportunity to sit beside the landlady and wrapped his arm around her. "We're discussing serious matters," the landlady playfully scolded, patting Chen Yang's hand. But she still didn't push him away, allowing him to hold her. The landlady thought for a moment and said, "I do know people who sell luxury homes in this area.
When you have time, I'll help you set up a meeting. And the places he sells, you should also be familiar with." Shencheng Bay No. 1. Shencheng Bay No. 1. Upon hearing the name of this property, Chen Yang couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Shencheng Bay No.
1 is undoubtedly the top luxury residence in the entire Xinjiang, without exception. In every city, there is a luxury residence, and in Deep City, there is Deep City Bay No.
1. It is said that the current average price of Deep City Bay No. 1 is around 1.7 million.
But that is just the average price.
For a better location, it is estimated to be over 2 million. There is no doubt about it. It's an astronomical figure. Even now, with over 80 million in assets, Chen Yang might not have enough.
However, this indeed meets Chen Yang's needs, if not living in Deep City Bay No.
1, where else would he live? Not bad. Then can you help me get in touch when you have time? The landlady looked at Chen Yang deeply, smiling as she said, "If you buy Deep City Bay No. 1, I really want to move in and take a look. I used to only dare to dream of such a top-notch luxury residence. Come on, I'll save you a room." Chen Yang's smile remained. "Then what do you plan to make me pay for it?" The landlady smiled brightly. "Just pay the rent. It's only a few $100,000 a month." Chen Yang joked. "What if I don't have money for rent?" The landlady continued. "No money? That's easy to handle." Chen Yang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "I knew you had bad intentions." The landlady rolled her eyes and said, "If I can't live there, then it's fine. A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as my own doghouse. I still want to paint. If there's nothing else, you should hurry and leave." Chen Yang leaned back on the sofa, not in a hurry, and said, "It's still early, when can't I paint? I have a lot of inspiration right now, you wouldn't understand." The landlady said, "Inspiration?" To be honest, it wasn't until now that Chen Yang remembered that the landlady had another identity as a professional painter. It seemed she had mentioned painting 4 and 2-dimensional animations before.
Chen Yang became interested and smiled. "Landlady, I remember your paintings were quite beautiful, but I've never seen your work."
"What's the name of your work? Can you tell me about it?" "I won't tell you." The landlady's face flushed slightly as she directly retorted, "How could I let you see it? That would be so embarrassing." "What's so embarrassing about it?" Chen Yang was puzzled. "Wasn't that a normal thing?" The landlady, however, became even more bashful and continued, "You don't need to worry about it. Anyway, I can't let you see it." Although Chen Yang didn't understand, he couldn't force it and could only say, "Alright, then I won't look." The landlady thought for a moment and suddenly smiled, "But I can give you a little hint." Tell me." Chen Yang was quite interested. The landlady smiled and said, "In my new work, the protagonist is me, and the male lead is you." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang was taken aback. No wonder the landlady had pulled him to take so many photos before. It turned out to be useful. "Then I'm even more interested." Chen Yang smiled. "If you want to see it, that's fine." The landlady's face turned slightly red as she said, "But you have to wait until next time, after you help me take the photos, then I'll show you. Consider it your reward, how about that?" The clothes he bought last time hadn't been photographed yet. "Okay, then it's a deal." Chen Yang nodded in agreement. "It's a deal." After they made the agreement, Chen Yang left directly. After Chen Yang left, the landlady's blush deepened, and her heart raced slightly. Should she really show Chen Yang? That would be too. Forget it. Basically, her secret was already known to Chen Yang. One more wouldn't make a difference. She hurried back to continue painting. She had been too excited while painting just now, which made her a bit. Time passed. Soon it was afternoon. Chen Yang drove to the headquarters building of Tianma Group. Just as he entered, a crisp voice rang out. President Chen. Chen Yang looked over.
He did not recognize the person who called him this time. It was a tall beauty, with a stunning figure, curvy in all the right places, an S-shaped silhouette. She wore a white shirt with a black blazer on top, and a tight black pencil skirt on the bottom, wrapped in black stockings and high heels. Her pretty face was adorned with exquisite makeup. At first glance, she was undoubtedly a glamorous workplace beauty. Chen Yang was about to ask who this uniformed beauty was, but he quickly recognized her. This tall beauty seemed to be his assistant, Joe Man.
Joe Man? Chen Yang's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Yes, Mr. Chen, how do I look today? Joe Man smiled brightly at Chen Yang.
Well, Chen Yang really couldn't tell at first. The previous Joe Man looked quite stiff, with a strong air of professionalism.
Now, with a change of outfit, her attractiveness had skyrocketed.
She had gone from an 80 to about a 90 in looks.
Indeed,
she looked much better than before. Joe Man had great qualities and was impressive in many aspects.
Much prettier than I imagined. Chen Yang smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chen.
Joe Man was quite pleased.
Chen Yang stroked his chin, looking Joe Man up and down, and added, but you're still missing a bit of charm. What charm am I missing?
Joe Man blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked.
Chen Yang smiled, you look best when you wear glasses.
Joe Man was taken aback, then covered her mouth and laughed. So you like this type, Mr.
Chen? All right, I've been prepared for this.
With that, Joe Man took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from her bag and put them on. After wearing the glasses, the uniform allure she had was somewhat subdued, adding a touch of intellectual beauty, and she indeed looked much prettier.
Very nice, this suits you. Chen Yang praised again. Joe Man's pretty face also broke into a smile. The two walked towards the company together. On the way, Chen Yang asked Joe Man, you're so beautiful, why did you deliberately dress down before? Isn't this look quite good? Chen Yang was quite curious. There shouldn't be many women who don't want to look beautiful, right? Hiding one's beauty and deliberately dressing down. What kind of mindset is that?
Joe Man shook her head and smiled.
Mr. Chen, I still want to keep my job. What do you mean? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Joe Man sighed. Mr. Chen, do you think people like Zhang Sheng only go after internet celebrities? With that, Chen Yang understood. With Joe Man's current looks, she would definitely attract the attention of people like Zhang Sheng.
At that point, there would only be two choices, either lose her job or comply. So, Joe Man was quite smart. She really understood the workplace and knew how to protect herself.
Then why aren't you pretending anymore? Chen Yang asked with interest. No need. Joe Man smiled. Why? Aren't you afraid of me?
Chen Yang said with a grin.
Mr. Chen, you're not that kind of person.
Besides, Joe Man smiled and said, Mr.
Chen, you're so handsome, rich, and well off. If you really wanted to pursue me, I might actually benefit from it. Chen Yang was left speechless.
Joe Man was quite clever. Chen Yang didn't say much more to Joe Man and continued walking inside. However, before they could pass through the lobby, he noticed that there were quite a few people inside. Most of them seemed to be part of teams, gathering in groups of 7 or 8, either chatting or doing makeup and organizing their outfits.
Chen Yang found it strange and asked, Joe Man, what are these people doing?
They're all here for interviews, Joe Man replied. She paused for a moment and continued, that one over there, namely Tian Tian, is a third-tier actress who used to be quite famous and has collaborated with some big stars.
She has come prepared this time.
And that one over there, Su Yuan, is a well-known female singer from Deep City. She has a decent reputation here but has always been limited to activities within Deep City and couldn't break through, so she is seeking collaboration.
And theirs. Joe Man introduced Chen Yang to each of them in turn. Chen Yang understood.
These candidates were all quite different from Giraud. They basically all had teams.
Moreover, they also had agents.
Pure amateurs like Giraud were indeed rare. No wonder Giraud had such a small chance every time she auditioned. These people all had companies and backgrounds, which was a far cry from her.
Chen Yang nodded, not saying much, and instead walked with Joe Man towards the company elevator.
Riding the elevator up, they arrived at the business department. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, several people immediately approached them.
President Chen, I am Li Tiantian's agent, Zhang Ying. Can we get to know each other? President Chen, I am Zhou Chuchu from Xinhua Media. Su Yuan is from our company, let's have a private chat. President Chen, I. One by one, these people introduced themselves to Chen Yang. Chen Yang frowned.
Joe Man whispered beside him, they are all agents of the artists below, trying to use some means to secure opportunities.
Chen Yang understood their intentions. He couldn't be bothered with them. He wasn't short on money, so how could he accept their gifts? The most important thing for him now was to get Tianma running normally. Tianma was his asset, and only with its normal operation could it provide a continuous flow.
Just as Chun Yang was about to leave, a slightly plump woman squeezed her way over, smiling apologetically and said, "President Chen, I am Qin Lan from Changhua Media, and I am also Gao Xiaoyuan's agent.
Here's my business card, let's get to know each other."
Upon hearing the name Qin Lan, Chen Yang seemed to recall something and couldn't help but stop, turning to look at Qin Lan.
"You are Qin Lan?"
Qin Lan thought Chen Yang had noticed her and quickly replied, yes, Qin Lan, Qin from the Qin dynasty, Lan from Orchid. I am from Changhua Media. She tried to hand over her business card again, but Chen Yang did not take it, only giving her a cold glance.
He indeed had an impression of this Qin Lan from Changhua Media.
She had always been Jiro's agent back then, and at that time, Qin Lan had no real strength. She had only signed the contract because she had contacted Jiro early on. Jiro's difficulty in finding a company was largely related to this Qin Lan. He didn't expect to see this woman again today.
Interesting.
Chen Yang said nothing more and quickly left with Zhou. Qin Lan was rather pleased, thinking that Chen Yang had remembered her. Inside the business department, the employees were already busy with preparations. The candidates' files and materials had basically been organized. The largest studio had also been cleared out, fully prepared for this star audition.
Chen Yang arrived at the studio. There were already quite a few people inside.
Upon seeing Chen Yang enter, they all respectfully called out, "President Chen."
"President Chen. President Chen." Chen Yang nodded.
Zhou, standing beside him, thoughtfully introduced, "President Chen, these 6 are the teachers responsible for this event. They are all very professional performing arts teachers, skilled in acting and music, and have a bit of a reputation in the industry. They are the first round of preliminary selection. The second screening comes from the 3 department heads of the company. Zhu Kai from the business department, Ji Yang from the operations department, and Zhou Yushu from the entertainment department. Finally, it's up to you to make the final decision, whether to select or not. Of course, General Chen, you are the overall person in charge. This rule is under your control, and you can change it." Zhou did not continue speaking, but the meaning was already very clear.
To put it bluntly, in this star interview, the one with the most power is Chen Yang.
These people, if it were a formal process, would be very useful.
But if it were through unspoken rules, their usefulness would be limited. This isn't just a problem with Tianma, it's generally the case in the entertainment industry. Chen Yang responded and then sat down in the middle position, waiting for the interview to begin.
However, while waiting, a phone call came in.
"Brother-in-law, what are you doing?"
Jamumu's sweet and soft voice came from the other end of the line.
"What's up?" Chen Yang asked directly.
Jamumu said in a delicate voice, "Brother-in-law, my sister and I are at the entrance of the community now, and we are about to go for the interview.
Can you come pick us up? Can't you just take a taxi?" Chen Yang refused directly.
"We're going for an interview, taking a taxi is so embarrassing.
Brother-in-law, just come pick us up, please.
I beg you, brother-in-law, you are the best man in the world." Mumu's favorite brother-in-law. Jamumu switched her tone, using a spoiled voice that made one's heart flutter. But Chen Yang still coldly refused.
"No, I really have something to do. You can just come directly."
Jamumu said unhappily, "Humph, stinky brother-in-law, I've begged you like this, and you still refuse me.
How terrible.
I'll draw a circle and curse you."
Jamumu hung up the phone. Chen Yang was helpless. This little sister-in-law was truly impossible to deal with.
On the other side,
Jamumu and Jiro were at the entrance of the community.
Bad brother-in-law, really a cold and heartless person. Jamumu hung up the phone, her sweet face still a bit indignant. Meanwhile, Jiro had already put on exquisite makeup and was wearing Jamumu's designer clothes, looking very glamorous and beautiful.
She directly asked, "What did he say? Is he coming?" "He's not coming.
Brother-in-law said he has something to do and can't make it," Jamumu said somewhat dejectedly.
"Since he has something to do, then forget it." Jiro actually felt it was no big deal. Jamumu continued, "I know brother-in-law well, what could he possibly have to do right now? I feel like he just doesn't want to come." Jamumu still felt a bit gloomy.
It wasn't that she was being unreasonable. It just felt a bit oppressive given the current situation. Jiro's attempt this time would probably end in failure. She originally wanted to find Chen Yang to help ease the atmosphere and comfort Jiro.
Alone, she really didn't know what to do.
Jiro smiled and said, "He must have a lot on his plate."
"Stop joking. Let's go. We'll take a taxi over." "Oh." Jamumu obediently nodded.
The two waited by the roadside for a while, hailed a car, and headed to Tianma Group. The car drove smoothly. They soon arrived at the headquarters of Tianma Group. As soon as they got out of the car and walked towards the lobby, they immediately attracted a lot of attention.
These two sisters are so beautiful? Are they here for an interview too?
My goodness, their looks are too high. I have no confidence in competing with them. I wonder which company they are from. Why did they take a taxi over?
Don't they have a team? Are they pure amateurs? No way.
The crowd buzzed with discussion. Among these people, a mocking gaze was directed at Jiro and Jamumu. The owner of this gaze was none other than Qinlan. When Qinlan saw Jiro approaching, a hint of mockery flickered in her eyes. She didn't expect Jiro to come over. She had clearly told Jiro that she would no longer be responsible for her affairs.
Now that Jiro was coming over, was she seeking humiliation? Or was it that Jiro had finally come to her senses?
Qinlan felt that the latter possibility was more likely. So, with a face full of sarcasm, Qinlan walked up and said, "Jiro, I didn't expect you to come over.
Have you come to your senses?
But it's already too late. I've already replaced you.
You have no chance." Qinlan took on a condescending attitude, accusing Jiro.
However, Jiro merely glanced at her gaze as cold as ice, and said, "I don't need you to give me a chance, I can try on my own." Jiro and Qinlan had already fallen out, so there was no need to give each other any face, and she directly fired back.
"You!"
Qinlan didn't expect Jiro to dare to retort her like that, and she was immediately furious, just about to speak. But Jamumu stepped forward and said bluntly, "Shut up, old hag. Looking so ugly and still coming out to cause trouble.
Be careful that Fa Hai takes you away."
As Jamumu spoke, she waved her little pink fist, full of momentum. After saying that, she and Jiro quickly jogged away, fearing that Qinlan would react. Qinlan was completely thrown off balance. She wanted to scold Jiro and Jamumu, but with so many people around, she could only swallow her anger.
Forget it. Jiro's failure this time was certainly destined.
She didn't need to bicker with such a failure. Besides, Jiro would eventually come to her for help one day. Jiro was almost 30, her chances were already very slim. If she didn't come to her senses soon, she would really have to fade away completely and say goodbye to the entertainment industry. Qinlan understood Jiro very well. She knew Jiro was definitely not someone who would resign to fate. By that time, if she wanted to manipulate Jiro, it would be an easy task.
"Jiro, just wait." In the studio, various items and equipment had already been adjusted. The star auditions were about to begin. For this star audition, I need absolute fairness and justice.
I hope you won't engage in any underhanded tactics behind the scenes, Chen Yang said to the crowd in a flat tone.
Rest assured, Mr. Chen, we will be absolutely fair and just.
That's right, with Mr.
Chen here, how could we dare to do anything shady? It will definitely be fine, Mr. Chen.
This group of people all swore solemnly, as if they would truly be very fair. But Chen Yang narrowed his eyes, not trusting them much.
Chen Yang turned to Zhou Man and asked, "How's the preparation going?" "Don't worry, Mr. Chen, everything is foolproof."
Zhou Man replied with a smile.
"Very good." Chen Yang nodded. Then, after everyone was ready, Chen Yang directly announced, "Let's start the audition." The highly anticipated star audition finally began.
Many third and fourth tier stars were waiting outside the studio.
As the audition started, they gradually entered the studio.
"Hello, teachers, I am Zhou Ruru from Tianyin Media, and I specialize in dance and music." "Hello, teachers, my name is Tian Ming, and I was a trainee in the third batch of star trainees, I specialize in." "Hello, teachers, I am a trainee who has practiced for 2.5 years."
"Hello, teachers."
These little stars entered one by one, showcasing their respective talents. Stars were indeed much stronger than internet celebrities, with solid foundational skills. But these people were far from meeting Tianma's requirements. They were still lacking too much.
Batch after batch of candidates were eliminated. Tianma's cruel rules this time left them somewhat desperate.
This time, Tianma was truly going to select the lineup for the entire group. At this moment, Chen Yang was also sitting in the main seat, watching the interviews one after another. He had not spoken during these rounds, merely observing silently. The candidates who came in these rounds were indeed not very capable, and basically none passed the preliminary test. After several rounds, finally, a strong contender arrived.
"Hello, teachers. My name is Li Tian. I am an unknown little star from a third-tier city. This time, I want to present a performance of a film segment for you. I hope you all will like it." Li Tian was quite a beautiful woman, tall and with good looks, indeed very suitable for acting.
The segment she performed was from a famous movie, and she did quite well. After the performance, the 6 teachers each gave her an A grade. This was a score that allowed her to smoothly advance to the second round. In the second round, aside from Zhu Kai, The other two senior executives from Tianma Group also gave her a passing score. When it came to Chen Yang, however, he lowered his gaze, looking at Li Tian below. This time, the star audition not only aimed to select one main star but also to choose 2 to 3 supplementary star resources, so if the score was qualified, she could be selected.